What if one day the entire internet starts preaching that self-sacrificing doormat philosophy? What if all the self-help nonsense in the world keeps telling you that suffering is a gift? What would you do? Wang Shifeng's choice flipped the table. As a transmigrator, he's bound to a healing system, but the way it works is a bit unconventional. While others heal by comforting, he heals by poking at your pain. As long as his words shock, break, or enrage his audience, he gains energy. Now it is 11:30 p.m. and his live streaming debut is about to begin. To save the show, the company assigned an incredibly melodramatic topic: how to win back a girlfriend who is pregnant with someone else's child. Outside the studio, the operations team is busy betting on how many minutes he can last. Bai Kai's fans are already prepared to report this rookie who is filling in for their idol. Wang Shifeng sits at the desk, stares at the nauseating script, and crumples it into a ball. This toxic society is in dire need of a thorough mental. He adjusts the microphone, a playful glint in his eyes. As the harsh red light of the live stream flickers on, Wang Shifeng looks into the screen and says calmly, "Circ, how to heal others." Answer: the trick to healing others is, first and foremost, to lead by example. Set a standard for them to follow, influence them, and help them build a stronger heart. Secondly, it is sometimes necessary to feed them some chicken soup for the soul. When they are feeling down, a little bit of chicken soup is a rather effective comfort. Looking at the answer on the unfamiliar search engine, Wang Shifeng fell into silence. He had confirmed it. He had transmigrated. The memories of the original host told him that this planet was called Azure Star. His new identity after transmigration was also Wang Shifeng, a citizen of the Xia Kingdom, and a rookie host who had just signed with a media and entertainment live streaming company. And tonight at 11:30 p.m., he would be starting his debut broadcast alongside a major host from the same company on a late-night talk show called Companionship Until Dawn. I have to say, the name of this show already sounds somewhat ominous. This is a companion-style live streaming show that keeps viewers company through the late hours until dawn. Its purpose is to help viewers who have trouble sleeping kill time, and to listen to them vent their frustrations in life much like an emotional trash can. Because the culture of this planet is completely different from the original Earth, this is a world with very strict social dogmas, clear-cut hierarchies, and people living under immense pressure. Therefore, this type of companion-style online live streaming is very popular. The goal is to release stress through this method and earn tips and attention. It is not much different from the vulgar entertainment PK streams of his previous life. However, the style of the top host in this world is more positive, or perhaps one could say, extremely positive to the point of being cult-like. For instance, you must work very hard to make it look effortless to others. After spending a period of time that moves even yourself, the years you long for will return everything to you. The suffering you endure, the losses you take, the responsibilities you bear, the sins you carry, and the pain you tolerate will all eventually turn into light that illuminates your path. And so on. These uplifting, positive vibes that are supposed to be inspiring only make the people of this world feel more and more stifled as they live. It seems that the only meaning of life left is the word effort. Wang Shifeng doesn't reject such positive chicken soup, but if a world only has this one voice, it is definitely not a healthy world. It seems a bit sick, doesn't it? Ding, the host is successfully bound to the healing system. And just after he finished his musings, he awakened the golden finger essential for any transmigrator, the healing system. As a veteran reader of web literature, Wang Shifeng quickly figured out the system's function. It harvests healing energy by inducing strong emotional fluctuations in others. The system's explanation for healing energy is that its increase is related to the host's popularity, exposure, achievements, respect, trust, reputation, and other factors. In other words, as long as someone experiences intense emotions such as shock, respect, jealousy, envy, self-blame, sadness, or joy because of his actions, it will generate healing energy. Currently, due to system-level restrictions, healing energy can only be used for lucky draws. Each draw costs 100,000 healing energy points, and the system that didn't explain what one could actually win. That is why Wang Shifeng was searching for how to heal others. How on earth could he gain healing energy? Just as Wang Shifeng was at a loss holding his phone, the noisy commotion outside the studio interrupted his thoughts. What? We are about to go live and he's not coming? Boss, Brother Bai says he has something urgent and really cannot make it over. Something urgent? I just saw him post his location at a bar on social media. Are you telling me he has something urgent? You might have seen it wrong. Why don't you check again? What? Kai's not coming. Why didn't you say so earlier? Geez, all that effort for nothing. There were a lot of people outside the studio, from floor directors to assistants, plus copywriters and equipment staff, over a dozen people running around busy. Of course, such a big production was definitely not for Wang Shifeng, a rookie host who had just signed a contract. It was for the real star of the night, Bai Kai. Wang Shifeng had signed with an MCN company called Star River, which counted as a large-scale entertainment media company in the Xia Kingdom, mainly focused on training hosts and internet celebrities, with some involvement in entertainment industry resources. Bai Kai was one of Star River's top hosts. Because he had a face that looked inspiring and a broadcast style that was like a shot of adrenaline, he had accumulated a huge fan base and was very influential. He could be called the #1 guy at Star River. Because of his outstanding appearance and voice, Wang Shifeng was being pushed by Star River, so they specially invited Bai Kai to be a guest for his debut to drive traffic. But clearly, this top host from Star River did not care for him and stood him up at the last minute. Hearing that Bai Kai wasn't coming, the dozen or staff members outside exploded. The manager in charge of today's broadcast was an attractive young woman in her early 30s named Su King. With her high heels, black stockings, and business suit, she radiated professional competence from head to toe. She was one of the top agents at Star River. Sister Xu, since Brother Kai isn't coming, should we pause the broadcast? Sister Xu, the pre-show traffic warm-up is already done. If Brother Bai doesn't show up, won't this be a disaster? Besides, the people who showed up are all Brother Kai's fans. They don't see him, they are definitely going to trash us. Enough. Everything proceeds as normal. I will go look for Bai Kai. If I can't find him in half an hour, we'll find an excuse to cancel the broadcast. Sister Xu, don't worry, I will try my best. Bai Kai's agent promised with a smirk, but it was obvious he had no intention of doing so. Sister Xu, is there a problem with the broadcast? Seeing Wang Shifeng, the stern expression on Su King's face softened a bit, and her tone became less cold. Xiao Feng, there is indeed an unexpected issue with the broadcast. Bai Kai has something urgent, and it might affect your debut. It's alright, Sister Xu, you have already helped me a lot. Looking at Wang Shifeng's warm smile, Su King's eyes fluttered slightly. Don't worry, even if debut fails, I will definitely arrange something better for you. Ding obtained admiration, healing energy +1. Where did this admiration come from? Wang Shifeng felt his scalp tingle as he looked at the hand Su King had placed on his shoulder. Even after transmigrating, the office culture hadn't changed at all. It's okay, Sister Xu will do our best. The broadcast is starting soon, I'll go prepare first. Topic 1. My girlfriend is pregnant with someone else's child and wants to break up with me. How should I get her to stay? Is this something a carbon-based life form can actually think of as a topic? 11 p.m. The broadcast director tapped on the glass door, signaling to Wang Shifeng that the show would start in 5 minutes. Wang Shifeng stopped his pen from editing the script, took a few deep breaths, and began to adjust his state of mind. The previous owner of this body was a graduate of a professional broadcasting program, so his professional skills and muscle memory remained, and he had no worries about stage fright. Plus, before crossing over, he was a seasoned internet surfer, well-versed in the tropes and memes of major entertainment platforms, having dabbled in everything from live streaming and short videos to platforms like Zhihu and Weibo. Furthermore, there was no need to show his face for the premiere, which relieved Wang Shifeng of some psychological pressure. In this world's entertainment live streaming conventions, only hosts with a certain level of popularity choose to show their faces as they transition from behind the scenes to the forefront. The screen in front of him officially lit up, and viewers began to trickle in. However, most of them carried the Brother Kai's fan prefix. It was clear that these were fans coming for Bai Kai, not traffic belonging to the channel itself. And one could easily imagine the reaction of these fans once they realized Bai Kai would not be appearing on the Companion to Dawn stream. It would likely be nothing but insults. Wang Shifeng frowned, pondering how to resolve this crisis. Shifeng, there's 1 minute left of the opening music. The premiere is starting, good luck, the director's voice echoed from outside the studio. Wang Shifeng nodded, put on his headphones and began to speak as the opening music faded. Welcome to the Companion to Dawn live stream. I'm your host today, Wang Shifeng. Following Wang Shifeng's opening remarks, the chat in the live room react. Why does the voice sound so young? This isn't Brother Kai. Wow, what a dreamy voice. Is Brother Kai using a voice changer? The guy above must be a fake fan. You can tell just by the voice it's not Brother Kai. Is he a newbie? Never heard of him. Didn't they say the new show would be hosted by Brother Kai? How did it become a newbie? Are we being played? Wang Shifeng ignored the chat and finished his opening. Today is the first episode of Companion to Dawn. I hope today's content will accompany you to sleep. Now, without further ado, our first topic is, my girlfriend is pregnant with another man's child and wants to break up with me. How can I keep her? After reading the topic somewhat stiffly, he expected the chat to explode with ridicule, but to his surprise, this brother who submitted the post is also a simp, a fellow traveler indeed. I seem to remember Brother Kai talking about a similar topic before. How does he know it's another man's child? Seems like true love. Doesn't matter if the child's in his as long as he loves her. That's the fate of us simps. Right, what does it matter if it's biological or not? As long as you love her, keep it up, brother. Seeing the chat filled with such wholesome support, Wang Shifeng was completely baffled. What? Simping is something to be admired here? Xiao Wang's professional skills are decent, but it's a pity that Bai Kai's fans are notoriously difficult. If Bai Kai doesn't show up later, things are definitely going to blow up, the director said with a frown. Chu King nodded. As long as we can last 30 minutes, we'll frame it as a technical glitch and have Bai Kai come out later to explain. Xiao Wang is a good talent, it would be a shame to ruin him on the premiere. By the way, are the actors we hired in place? Don't worry, old Zhao is taking the role himself, the director smiled. Alright, that's all from our contributor's troubles for today. Now let's connect and chat with him to see if we can help solve his problem. Wang Shifeng bit the bullet, finished the topic, and entered the call-in segment. Since they had been notified in advance that all the call-in contributors were actors, Wang Shifeng just needed to follow the script. Hello host, I'm the contributor, old Zhao. The call connected and a humble voice came through even without seeing his face. One could imagine the look of an honest man. Hello Mr. Zhao. I have seen your submission. May I ask, are you looking to save this relationship? Wang Shifeng asked according to the script. Yes, we both came from the same village to work. After we got together, I felt I should work harder. To earn more money, I went to another city, wanting to save for a down payment. But half a month ago, she suddenly called to break up. When I pressed her, she finally said she was with someone else and found out she was pregnant, which is why she wanted to break up. Host, you tell me, I worked so hard, what was it all for? Old Zhao said honestly. Indeed, sometimes you don't know what despair is until you try your best, Wang Shifeng remarked casually. As soon as he said it, he froze. It was meant to be a silent complaint about the script earlier. How did it just slip out? Did I just blow it? The chat and the stream seemed to pause for 2 seconds, then surged like a floodgate opening. Haha, what the hell, worked hard and got despair? Sounds like he's trying to be comforting, right? Oh my, that's a bit heart-wrenching, isn't it? What's wrong with the host, speaking without thinking? Heh. Ding, gain joy, healing energy. Ding, gain joy, healing energy. Ding, gain joy, healing energy. At the same time, the system prompts kept ringing. Watching the healing energy flooding in, Wang Shifeng fell into deep thought, as if he had found the code for healing. Judging by the reaction in the live chat, Wang Shifeng realized that the level of emotional repression in this world was much more severe than he had imagined. In that case, healing energy would be easy to obtain. Terrible, cut the stream now. Zhu King, who had also come back to her senses, frowned and commanded anxiously. Sister Shu, wait, the data is trending upward. Director Healy laughed until he was out of breath. I don't think we shut the stream. If we don't cut it, it'll be a broadcast failure, Zhu King said with a grim face. But we have traffic now. Director He leaped away tears of laughter, pushed up his glasses, and picked up the walkie-talkie. Old Zhao, keep going. Old Zhao, who had been taken aback by Wang Shifeng's improvisation, suppressed a laugh, adjusted his state, and spoke again with a pained expression. Host, what you said makes so much sense. I really am in despair now. I feel like my life has hit rock bottom. Mr. Zhao, don't be so pessimistic. Rest assured, as long as you keep going downhill, you will never be at the absolute bottom of your life, Wang Shifeng offered tentatively. Why does that sound so strange? Is this comfort? This isn't comfort, right? Why does my heart ache even more? Let's talk about the breakup, old Zhao said with a grimace, feeling comforted yet not quite comforted. Do you know who the person she cheated with is? Wang Shifeng asked. I don't know, she won't say. She only told me that the man left her. As the baby grew bigger, she had no other choice and told me, asking me to take her to the hospital. Old Zhao said, following the script. That means she still values you highly. Why did she want to break up? Wang Shifeng put down the script. Yeah, I also think she values me. Otherwise, why would she ask me to go with her for the abortion instead of someone else? Old Zhao said, with a hint of hidden joy in his voice as expected of a veteran actor. My goodness, he's a natural-born simp. Mr. Zhao, I think you haven't realized the real reason for your breakup yet. Wang Shifeng changed the subject. Huh? I said I'd let her have the baby and I'd raise them, but she didn't agree. She said I wasn't worthy of raising that man's child and insisted on breaking up. Old Zhao sighed, his tone filled with grief. I mean, the real reason you broke up is that you were in a relationship. If you weren't dating, you wouldn't have broken up. Wang Shifeng laughed. If you weren't dating, you wouldn't break up. That actually sounds, damn, it makes sense. Huh, host, what do you mean? Old Zhao questioned himself, then instinctively added. I suggest you just get married, Wang Shifeng said seriously. Get married? I've thought about it and I've tried every way, but she insists on breaking up. Old Zhao's voice was choked with sobs. Old Zhao is truly a veteran actor. He can even get into character like this. Maybe this girl has some unspoken secret. As men, we can't give up. Right, old Zhao, you definitely can't miss out on such a good girl. Maybe she broke up with you to protect you. I'm already starting to feel bad for the girl. Little host, let me give you a piece of advice. You can't handle this situation. We need Brother Kai. Exactly, let Brother Kai offer some ideas. He's the ultimate simp. He has 3 kids and none of them are his own. Wang Shifeng saw the chat entering the flow and said slowly, Mr. Zhao, I have an idea. Would you like to try it? The words fell, and old Zhao on the other end of the line paused, looking suspiciously at director Healy. That wasn't in the script, was it? Should I keep acting? But before the director could give the order, Wang Shifeng's warm and mellow voice filled the studio. You can gently say to her, babe, have the baby, and I'll let it take my last name. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. Not only the chat in the live room, but also the staff outside the studio were all stunned in their tracks. To be honest, the sim content today was the most common variety. People in this world were already used to all kinds of chicken soup from hosts, pushing ideas like true love is selfless sacrifice, betrayal must have some hidden pain, so you should understand and men must have character and forgive. But Wang Shifeng didn't like this content. He thought such rhetoric was flawed. This world places immense importance on ancestral traditions and ethics, not to mention changing a surname. Even changing a name without elders' permission is considered rebellious. So Wang Shifeng's words hit everyone like a thunderbolt. They didn't understand it, but they felt deeply stirred by it. Someone outside laughed, causing the actor Old Zhao to laugh out loud in the studio, which seemed to open the floodgates and triggered a riot in the chat. Haha, let it take my last name? Seriously? I'm dying, but I actually think the method the host suggested might work. This host is toxic. You can't tell if he's comforting people or insulting them. Feels like I was comforted, but then not really. It's very subtle. This is class right here. Much better than the host from last time who suggested wrist slitting. Hahaha, I'm laughing, I'm crying. If my son had that kind of realization, I would have been a grandfather a long time ago. Ding gained joy, healing energy. Ding gained anger, healing energy plus. Ding gained sadness, healing energy 6. The system prompts continued. Watching the healing energy flooding the screen, Wang Shifeng fell into deep thought once more. Looks like sadness and anger bring in even more healing energy. Because of Wang Shifeng's impromptu performance, the entire live stream has begun to spiral out of control. The thousands of followers originally drawn in by Bai Kai did not leave. On the contrary, thanks to the recent incident about the child taking the mother's surname, a massive amount of sharing occurred, and the number of viewers in the stream is about to exceed 10,000 within minutes. Normally, this is the prime time for major hosts on all platforms. It would be impossible for a rookie host like Wang Shifeng to snatch up such high traffic, yet it seems to be growing still. That can only mean one thing: this live stream is going to go viral. The producer with years of experience could naturally see this. He resolutely rejected Xu King's request to cut the stream. At the same time, he was quite curious about what other surprises this rookie Wang Shifeng could bring him. Old Zhao, don't just stand there, keep asking for advice, the producer prompted Old Zhao, who was chuckling to himself, to continue with the act. How can I keep acting? I'm already at the point where my kid has to take her surname, the man known as Old Zhao said with a dark face. Let's switch to a real call. I have a feeling this kid is actually onto something. Sure, the producer hesitated for a moment, checking that the number of callers in the queue was continuing to rise. Pick a career-related topic and patch one in next. Old Zhao sighed with relief, put on his headphones, and said in a muffled voice, "Thank you, host, for such good advice. I think it's very sensible. I'll go give it a try." "No need to thank me, Mr. Zhao. You must believe that there is no difficulty that can't defeat you," Wang Shifeng consoled him in a soft voice. "Thanks." Old Zhao felt a warmth in his heart and was just about to express his gratitude when he realized, why does that sound a bit off? What does he mean by, "There is no difficulty that cannot defeat me"? Are you even being polite? Goodbye, Old Zhao hung up the call in a fit of rage. It seems Mr. Zhao is in a hurry to go propose. Let's wish him a successful proposal here, Wang Shifeng said with a smile, listening to the dial tone. Best wishes for a happy marriage. Wishing Mr. Zhao a successful proposal. I just realized the host is savage. What a damn line about being defeated by difficulties. I was almost moved to tears. Ha ha ha, I hope we can get some follow-up footage of Mr. Zhao. I want to see how it goes. The process doesn't matter. I mainly want to know what surname Mr. Zhao ends up with. Watching the chat in the stream shift to a different atmosphere, Wang Shifeng smiled, changed the background music to something more soothing, and spoke slowly. Some friends in the chat just said Mr. Zhao is a simp, which reminds me of a friend who told me that before the word simp appeared, people called it being deeply in love. Wang Shifeng paused and continued, but I want to say that a simp is a dog and a scumbag is a person. When a person finishes eating chicken, they spit the bones out to the dog. Not only does the dog not mind, but it also thinks it tastes great. Yet, before the chicken died, it still thought its bones were meant for a dog and that the dog wasn't good enough for it. Chew on that, everyone. Think about it carefully. His rich, gentle voice, combined with a slightly self-deprecating tone and the soothing music, felt like a bucket of cold water poured onto the heated, bustling live stream. Countless people in the room stopped typing in the chat, various images flashing through their minds, eventually stirring up a trace of bitterness. Chew on what? The host is absolutely brutal. I'm crying. I just felt like I was put through an emotional roller coaster. Is this live stream always this intense? I just joined the stream and heard the host insulting me. What's going on? Ding obtained anger, healing energy plus 11. Ding obtained jealousy, healing energy plus T. Watching the surging healing energy, Wang Shifeng raised the corners of his mouth. Got them. This kid is definitely a genius at live streaming. He completely holds the room's emotions and rhythm in the palm of his hand, the producer Hilai remarked with a sigh. Won't this turn off the fans? Won't it cause trouble? Su King asked with a frown. The number of viewers has already exceeded 10,000, and the average retention time has reached 10 minutes. This data has already surpassed Bai Kai's peak performance, Healy said, giving Su King a playful look. Sister Shu, you've done a great service for the company by poaching such a talented sprout. Is that so? Su King's expression stiffened as she looked somewhat guiltily at Wang Shifeng's handsome face in the live stream. To tell the truth, she didn't sign Wang Shifeng to make him a star. Shifeng, next we'll take random calls. We're abandoning the script, so it's all up to you to improvise. Give me a signal when you're ready, Healy said, ignoring Su King's inner thoughts as he switched on the internal mic. Wang Shifeng nodded to Healy, and Healy connected the screen caller into the stream. Mr. Zhao will surely receive everyone's wishes. We have a new caller. Let's see what kind of troubles this person needs our help with, Wang Shifeng said naturally. Are you sure it's help, host? Are you sure it's solving troubles, or just adding to them? The host is so annoying. I laughed so hard my face mask was a waste. Hello? Is this the host? Can you hear my voice? The call connected amidst the banter in the chat with a young man's energetic voice coming through. I can hear you. What should I call you, sir? And what troubles do you have to share? Wang Shifeng asked with a soft smile. My last name is Liu. Here's the thing, host, I'm an office worker, but I don't want to go to work. Can you help me solve that? The young man posed his question. At first glance, this problem of an office worker not wanting to work seems like a nonsensical statement, yet it also makes perfect sense. It's like this, Mr. Liu. The problem of not wanting to go to work isn't just your problem. It's likely the problem of everyone here, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Because no sane person actually wants to work. Do you have the same problem, host? Then why do you work? Mr. Liu asked, puzzled. If it weren't for the fact that Mr. Liu sounded sincere, Wang Shifeng would have thought he was there to pick a fight. The reason I go to work, Wang Shifeng intentionally dragged out his voice as if pondering, then sighed. Mr. Liu, you have to realize that even if a heavy rain turns this city upside down, the company will still mark you as late. PF, haha, what you're saying makes so much sense, host. Mr. Liu paused, then burst into hearty laughter, prompting the viewers in the stream to laugh as well. Too real, suggest adding this to the legal code. Sob, I don't know whether to cry or laugh. Haha, what a genius host, he's so... I even sang it out loud. Going to work is a topic that easily makes the atmosphere heavy because everyone hates it, yet everyone is forced to do it. But after Wang Shifeng's witty remark, the atmosphere didn't feel as oppressive anymore. And we don't just work for ourselves, right? Wang Shifeng continued. Exactly, for our families, for the future, Mr. Liu said, full of energy. That's it, that's the kind of positive energy chicken soup a live stream should have. For career topics like this, most streamers would offer advice and comfort, such as how earning money is for your family, for your own better future, or so the next generation can win at the starting line, and so on. They would then offer some cliched wisdom about how today's endurance is for tomorrow's blooming. Both the live stream viewers and the producer behind the scenes thought Wang Shifeng was finally getting to the point. But little did they know. For the future and our families, that's only a small part of why we work, Wang Shifeng said with a slight smile. Confusion flashed through everyone's minds. What else could it be for? Mr. Liu asked on behalf of all the viewers. Of course, working is mainly for the boss, Wang Shifeng said with a soft laugh. Don't you know? If you endure the bitterest of the bitter, the boss will drive a Rover tomorrow. If you work overtime with enough heat, the boss can buy a Maybach. If you're positive and work hard, the boss gets a Ferrari. Don't rely on anyone but yourself. Slaving away is the only truth. Especially with the last sentence, Wang Shifeng deliberately used a gritted teeth tone, and everyone was instantly hooked. Haha, this guy is insane. The boss would hear this and call it professional, haha. I'm crying while laughing. Is it really that true? Abba, the Maybach. The chat room erupted again because no one expected such an interpretation, and more importantly, there's no way to argue with it. People outside the room were also laughing their heads off. Chu King looked at the producer, He Li, who had taken out his phone. Who are you calling? Of course, I'm calling our big boss who drives a Maybach, He Li said with a slight smile. Why call the boss? After listening to Wang Shifeng's song for the working class, many people felt as if they had suddenly been enlightened. It was as if they had discovered a secret hidden for years. Then this secret shattered their worldview, making them feel like all those years were wasted for nothing. Feeling complicated. Oh, wait, so I go to work for my boss's benefit? Mr. Liu's previously booming voice gradually grew weak, as if he had fallen into a deep state of self-doubt. He just jumped on the call out of boredom, so why does he feel so depressed now? Mr. Liu, you can't say it's entirely like that, Wang Shifeng smiled, but at least 90% of it is for your boss. But our boss said we are a team, and the company is our home, Mr. Liu retorted. Then try being late for work tomorrow and see what your manager says to you. Wang Shifeng leaned toward the microphone, creating the feeling of someone whispering in his ear. You think the company is your home. You think you can come and go whenever you want. In an instant, there's no telling how many people in the live stream shivered. Damn. This damn sense of relatability. Is that so? I think my manager is pretty good to me. He often encourages me by saying we need to have dreams and strive for success. Mr. Liu's voice became increasingly faint. Exactly, the reason your manager talks to you about ideals is precisely so he doesn't have to give you a raise, Wang Shifeng nodded approvingly. Mr. Liu instantly muted his mic. He's gone silent. Hahaha, this Mr. Liu is so miserable. Wait, something feels wrong. Woo, this trash host is being inhuman again. I was dying and jumped up from my sickbed. No wonder I haven't had a raise in 3 years. Maybe don't put it that way. Our manager still has our best interests at heart. Oh my god, I can't even lie to myself anymore. I'm quitting tomorrow. For those who want to quit, check your bank balance first to calm down, Wang Shifeng quipped. Ignoring the chaotic comment section, Wang Shifeng continued, even though what I said is true, that's not a reason for you, Mr. Liu, to skip work tomorrow. Your boss might feed you false hope, refuse to give you a raise, and even deduct your pay from time to time, Wang Shifeng said calmly, but there is one thing he didn't lie to you about, and that is that you need to work hard. How did this host switch sides again? Didn't he say working hard is just benefiting the boss? Have you ever seen the look of envy in your mother's eyes when she looks at others? Wang Shifeng turned down the background music to make his voice as clear as possible. Once again, the chat stopped moving. Perhaps the brain's associative function is more active late at night, and combined with Wang Shifeng's highly immersive voice, clear yet blurred images surfaced in everyone's mind. Mom, the look of envy in her eyes? In an instant, self-reproach, guilt, regret, and other negative emotions began to spread across the stream. Mr. Liu, the books you can't memorize, someone else will. The problems you can't solve, someone else will. The tasks you deliberately put off until tomorrow, someone else will finish them today. So I'm sorry, the places you want to go will only be visited by others, and the life you want to lead can only be lived by someone else. Wang Shifeng paused, his tone grave, and all of this can only be changed through hard work. So remember, nothing in the world is as difficult as long as you are willing to give up. After half a minute of silence, the chat broke down again. I was halfway to crying and he forced me to hold it back. You really are something, host. Dare to show your face. Ooh, I hate you, you made me miss my mom. I felt encouraged, but not entirely encouraged. Damn it, I've been played. Ding, anger emotion received, healing energy plus 12. Ding, sadness emotion received, healing energy plus 25. Ding, resentment emotion received, healing energy plus 11. Ding, joy emotion received, healing energy plus 10. Another huge wave of healing energy. I really am an angel in white. Wang Shifeng looked at the nearly 100,000 healing energy accumulated, then glanced at the viewer count, which just topped 20,000, and the smile on his lips widened. This way I can at least do one lucky draw. It's a pity there aren't many people in the stream. If I could be like those big streamers with millions of viewers, harvesting would be absolutely thrilling. Still, for the first day, this effect is pretty good. He checked the time. It had been over 40 minutes, so there was still time to reap another wave. Host, I understand what you mean now. Thank you. Mr. Liu, who had been muted for 5 minutes, spoke again. This time his voice wasn't booming. It was actually a bit hoarse. Mr. Liu, you're welcome. If my words can help you, it's my honor. Wang Shifeng felt a bit awkward being thanked so sincerely. You are the best and most thoughtful host I have ever heard. You used a technique of criticism before praise to relax our defensive threshold, telling us heavy, dull truths in a relaxed tone, leaving us with no resentment and making us unconsciously accept your encouragement. You are truly great, Mr. Liu said in a heavy tone. Are they talking about me? Not me, I didn't do that, don't talk nonsense. I'm just a rookie host. Wang Shifeng felt a chill down his spine. On Mr. Liu, you're flattering me, I only did my job. No, you're different from those streamers who only talk empty, unreal nonsense. You are a host who truly has thoughts, methods, and a sense of responsibility. No, you should be a teacher. Please allow me to call you teacher, Mr. Liu said righteously. That I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. I'm just a rookie host, Wang Shifeng quickly declined. Don't be so modest. Our teacher says the minor hermits live in the wild, the middle hermits live in the city, and the major hermits live in the government. You must be unable to stand these streamers peddling anxiety and harmful information, which is why you decided to come out and enlighten the world. From now on, I will watch your stream, and I will keep recommending your stream to everyone around me, Mr. Liu persisted. You're gonna get me killed saying things like that. If this spreads, won't I get banned by all those big streamers? This kid has bad intentions. Is this some kind of revenge? Mr. Liu, let's not say things that stir up conflict, Wang Shifeng said, trying to regain control of the flow. I understand the teacher must disdain arguing with those worldly scoundrels, Mr. Liu continued. Mr. Liu, no offense, but you shouldn't be an office worker, should you? Wang Shifeng's mouth twitched. Teacher is truly insightful. Actually, I'm a student majoring in social politics and philosophical reasoning. Today's content is actually for the term paper assigned by our professor on the relationship between not wanting to work and social development. With your help, I'll definitely pass. Mr. Liu said excitedly. Student Liu, do your own homework. Wang Shifeng took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he hung up. This is nothing but trouble. Aha, from the sound of it, did the host just get stumped? This kid ran here just to mooch off his homework. But what he said makes some sense. This host really is different from the others, he's got something. Thinking about it, it seems to be true. Especially the story about Mr. Zhao earlier. Wasn't that telling us not to be desperate people pleasers? After hearing it, I deleted dozens of people from my contact list. Bro above, you probably weren't a people pleaser, you were a werewolf. But seriously, I don't know why, but after listening to Teacher Wang's stream, I feel much better and my back doesn't even hurt anymore. Listening to Teacher Wang's stream can even cure kidney deficiency, followed. Yeah, like our brother Kai. Wait, aren't we supposed to be watching Bai Kai? Right, where is Bai Kai? The audience in the chat seemed to wake up as if from a dream, only just remembering who they were here to watch.
What should we do? The vibe is getting a bit chaotic. Su King frowned as she looked at the viewer count in the live stream. It is a pity that this little interruption ruined the rhythm. However, the traffic is up, the viewer count is nearing 30,000, and the sharing data has skyrocketed. As the director, Healy preferred to judge things based on data. The tallest tree in the forest will be caught by the wind first. Wang is still a newcomer, and his capabilities have already been proven. There will be plenty of opportunities later if we pull him off now, Zhu King suggested. That makes sense. Let me communicate with him. Healy nodded, opened the internal audio channel and asked, Shifeng, can you hear me? Wang Shifeng nodded to acknowledge inside the channel. Because of the sudden situation just now, our live stream today might have to end early. I will patch in a caller for a Q&A session shortly. It is one of our own staff. You should use that as an opportunity to wrap up the stream with the audience, Healy explained. Wang Shifeng nodded. He also noticed that after the trouble caused by that student Liu, the viewer count had risen, but the toxic comments had increased as well. Alright, this behavior of borrowing homework like student Liu did is not encouraged. I suggest students in the audience get some good rest at this hour, Wang Shifeng said calmly. Let us see what troubles our next caller has to share. A few seconds later, the connection was successful. Hello, teacher. A cold and ethereal female voice echoed through the live stream. Some voices are incredibly textured. Some sound dignified, some sound cute, some sound seductive. For instance, Wang Shifeng's voice makes people think of a warm neighbor, while this female voice sounds like a goddess who keeps everyone at arms. This is also why many people are voice-controlled, as voices can convey a wealth of information. No, please don't call me that. That was just the student messing around earlier. You can call me host, or host Wang, Wang Shifeng quickly replied. Teacher Wang. The girl's voice seemed devoid of emotion. Whatever makes you comfortable. What would you like to share? Wang Shifeng didn't dwell on it. I heard you talking a lot about love earlier, so I am curious. Have you been in many relationships, teacher? The cold girl didn't answer, but instead threw out a question. Did I talk a lot about love? Didn't I just say a few things about simps? The actor that director he found is acting way too stiff. I'll definitely have to file a complaint later. However, Wang Shifeng still replied, relationships. I'm not afraid to be laughed at. It's not that I don't want to date, it's just that I have a special ability that manifests whenever I talk to girls. A special ability? What nonsense is this host spouting now? The audience asked in confusion after hearing that. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. The cold girl's tone remained indifferent. No, I am being serious. Wang Shifeng feigned urgency. My special ability is that every time I talk to a girl, the girl gets hypnotized and says she is going to sleep. It happens every time. Girls? Special ability? Hypnotize? Sleep? Why does this combination of words sound so tempting to men? Is this content safe to stream? Does it cost X? But after thinking about it, the audience in the live stream burst into laughter. Hahaha, what the heck, I have that superpower too. The one above is still in the mood to laugh. The host is hilarious. Ignoring you is just ignoring you, and he calls it a superpower. I've had this superpower for 38 years and I don't go bragging about it. The guy above is the real deal. Haha, I can't take it anymore. I came here to listen to people's troubles, but I'm laughing so hard I can barely breathe. As the chat flooded with messages, even the cold woman was amused, which Wang Shifeng keenly caught onto. Ma'am, do you feel sleepy talking to me? Wang Shifeng asked with a smile. Not yet, so I think your special ability is a lie. The cold woman coughed dryly to hide her amusement. Then why don't you reflect on the possibility that you might not be a girl? Wang Shifeng muttered under his breath. What did you say? The cold girl raised her volume instantly. Nothing. I said you haven't introduced yourself yet. How should I address you? Wang Shifeng smiled. My surname is Jiang. You can call me Ms. Jiang. Ms. Jiang snorted lightly. Oh, then Ms. Jiang, do you have any troubling matters to share? Wang Shifeng asked again. I have a best friend who wants to go on a budget trip recently, but her family is against it. I wanted to ask the host for your thoughts, Ms. Jiang said. Usually, when people start with I have a friend or I have a best friend, most of the time they are talking about themselves. Wang Shifeng understood immediately. This girl must be a young person with no money, poisoned by those chicken soup bloggers who keep claiming that life is not just about the drudgery in front of us, but also poetry and distant horizons, and now she's preparing to cleanse her soul. To be honest, I don't have any issue with budget traveling itself, Wang Shifeng laughed. Oh? So you support it? Ms. Jiang's tone fluctuated. I wouldn't say I support or oppose it. It's just that every time I read a budget travel blog, my feeling is always, if you're that broke, stop trying to roam around. Wang Shifeng didn't hide the sarcasm in his tone. So you think if someone doesn't have money, they should just work hard and stay put? Ms. Jiang's tone grew even more hostile. That's not it either. Actually, young people shouldn't just stay home. You should go out more, exercise, read books. Wang Shifeng shifted his calm, unhurried tone abruptly. After going out for a day, you'll realize that staying at home is much better. The audience, who were ready to watch a show and wait for the host to get roasted, were amazed once again. That sudden twist totally caught me off guard. So true. I've always thought traveling was stupid. Paying money to travel is even stupider. Nothing beats sitting at home with AC and a watermelon. I disagree. Read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles. A person should broaden their horizons. Once you have money, your horizons will broaden themselves. Wait, why does my tone sound so much like someone else? Hahaha, broke but still wanting to wander, don't know what they're after. Ms. Jiang didn't expect Wang Shifeng to have another pivot here. After being choked for a while, she spoke again. The teacher is still fixated on money. Must these problems be solved with money? Can money represent everything? Money certainly cannot represent everything. Wang Shifeng said in a deep voice, but money can solve 99% of the problems in this world. If you had money, you, or your friend, wouldn't be asking that question just now. But isn't there still 1% left? Ms. Jiang said coldly. That's probably because you don't have enough money. Wang Shifeng chuckled coldly as well. Since you think money is so great, would you be willing to sell your dignity and principles for money? Don't you think that's pathetic? Ms. Jiang changed her approach. If you're choosing to be aggressive, don't blame me for being a bully. Pathetic? Little girl, you might not have much understanding of the word pathetic. Wang Shifeng laughed. Selling your dignity and principles isn't pathetic. What's pathetic is not being able to sell them for a good price. I can hardly agree. What is the point of living just for money? Ms. Jiang didn't back down. Life has many meanings, but you must know that without money, you don't have the qualification to choose your life. For example, if your relative is seriously ill, are you going to tell the doctor you love them dearly to get the medical fees waived? Wang Shifeng asked in a deep voice. But being poor has its benefits too, like not knowing luxury brands, which avoids being flaunted at by many. But Ms. Jiang was choked up, stubbornly saying, so having money means having everything. Wrong. Because of the law of conservation, the world is very fair. Thus, in obtaining certain things, you are bound to lose others. For example, when the wealthy gain wealth, they definitely lose their troubles. Wang Shifeng gave a cold sneer. Ms. Jiang was left speechless. The audience in the live stream was also shocked by this series of outputs. What happened here? Why did I get bombarded as soon as I walked in? Buddy, you're new. Just get used to it. The host has been scolding us for an hour. Woo-woo, please stop scolding. I already know I'm poor. Why is this host so vicious? These remarks sound kind of comfortable though. Where did they find such a materialistic host? Please find a few more like him. I'm tired of being brainwashed by streamers saying money isn't everything. If they weren't thanking people for gifts like crazy, I might have actually believed them. Wait, yeah, how come no one is sending gifts in this stream? Not even a brick. Oh my god, the gift function is disabled. This is the true positive energy streamer. He tells us money is important, but he doesn't take our money. Love it. Starting today, I'm leaving the Kai army and becoming a student of Teacher Wang. After the confrontation with Ms. Jiang, Wang Shifeng, who was counting his healing points, suddenly saw these comments and froze. So, there was a donation feature for the live stream all along? Wait, there's a live tipping feature? Why didn't I have it enabled? Wang Shifeng felt like he'd just missed out on millions, casting a complicated look at He Lai, the director, who was grinning sheepishly outside the glass. We thought no one would tip during the premiere, so we forgot to enable the tipping channel. Also, we need to consider the audience's feelings in the chat room. Some of them are older and might find your hosting style hard to accept at first. Try to tone it down a bit, will you? Wang Shifeng's mouth twitched, but he nodded. I'm sorry, Ms. Jiang, perhaps I was a bit blunt, but I meant no harm. It's okay, I think what you said was actually quite right. Don't tell me I've caused another mental breakdown. Why are the actors hired by this company so mentally fragile? Does your friend still want to go on a budget trip? Not anymore. Seriously, so what if you're poor? What's the big deal? Even if you're poor, you should hold your head high and let people know that you aren't just poor, you're also ugly. And so what if you're ugly? Lift your head up, let them see that not only are you ugly, but you're also short. Of course, being short doesn't matter either. Use your behavior to show others that you're also someone with absolutely no substance. But there's no need to be sad about having no substance. Just start reading and learning from now on. And once you've read enough, you'll suddenly realize you seem to be a bit stupid as well. Wang Shifeng's mellow voice echoed clearly and resonantly through the live stream. It was as if a sudden realization dawned upon them, sounding like a wake-up call. The audience, used to a harmonious and repressed life, had never heard such a high-intensity roast. They were stunned. My god, why am I breaking out in a cold sweat? Incredible, this host is absolutely incredible. I'll subscribe right now. The host seems to be insulting me again, but I feel so relieved. Am I sick or something? To the person above, let's go see a doctor there tomorrow. Woo woo, I never knew language could be so beautiful. I'm speechless. Host, roast me more, don't stop. Write this down, I'll definitely be able to use it later. The reaction in the chat room satisfied Wang Shifeng, but it also left him feeling a bit apprehensive. Are these viewers all masochists or something? Thank you, host. Wang Shifeng paused, then chuckled. Did my superpower actually work? Huh? It seems like I triggered some strange connection. The show is exploding. Damn that superpower, so that's how he was setting us up. Good grief, he actually managed to make it all come full circle. What superpower? Does this host really have superpowers? Subscribed. Impressive, brother. I doubt you'll have any females left after this. If I had that kind of superpower, my back wouldn't be hurting all the time. It wasn't just the viewers in the chat room, even the staff outside were stunned. He's a genius. Do you think he was laying the groundwork for this ever since the first topic? Hiss. 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 A collective gasp echoed through the room. Is this guy really that monstrous? Setting traps from the very beginning, step by step, manipulating people's minds, ending with such a punch? The group looked at Wang Shifeng inside the broadcast booth, their gazes filled with a hint of awe. Are you guys suffering from some kind of illness? After Ms. Jiang was hypnotized by Wang Shifeng's superpower and disconnected the call, the livestream's metrics reached their peak. Around 1 a.m., the golden hour when big streamers fight over traffic, the livestream room company to Dawn, which had only been live for an hour, hit a peak of 100,000 viewers. Without a doubt, this set a record for organic traffic for the Galaxy Guild, and perhaps even for the entire nation's premiere. Countless entertainment companies and streaming guilds took note of this rising star. A storm was brewing in the shadows. And Wang Shifeng, the core of the storm, was still marveling at his own performance. It actually came full circle. Now I can end the stream smoothly. It looks like my superpower actually worked. Ms. Jiang has indeed gone to sleep. However, I still hold the same view. Nothing in this world is difficult, as long as you're rich. Let's wish Ms. Jiang and her friend all the best. Haha, what a nothing is difficult as long as you're rich. Hahaha, Ms. Jiang and her friend rejected your wishes and lit a pack of dynamite, ready to go down with you. That's a bit much, host. What kind of dark blessing is that? I hope Ms. Jiang doesn't have nightmares. Oh wait, meeting Mr. Wang has probably already fulfilled her lifetime quota of nightmares. The host really went all out. Is this live stream always this bizarre? Watching the chat room fill with laughter, Wang Shifeng began his closing statement. Happy times are always short-lived. Thank you all for listening to today's Company to Dawn. I'm your host Wang Shifeng, and I look forward to seeing you all next time. What the heck, how long has it even been? This newcomer is a bit arrogant. No, you're not allowed to leave. Woo woo woo, finally found a treasure of a channel, so happiness really is fleeting. No, Mr. Wang, don't go. Are you sick? The foreplay hasn't even finished and you're already done? Not allowed to end. If you end the stream, I'm unsubscribing. The chat room was instantly flooded with pleas and various threats trying to stop Wang Shifeng from ending the stream. Honestly, seeing nearly 1 million healing energy points, Wang Shifeng didn't want to leave either. All thanks to little Liu for causing trouble. But since the popularity was at its peak, ending now might cost a bit of goodwill, but leaving them wanting more would definitely help build up popularity for next time. I know you guys don't want me to leave, but as they say, things in life are rarely satisfying, and the remaining few are even less so. Good night, friends. This provoked yet another uproar in the chat. Aw, so my life is destined to be unsatisfactory, right? You dog of a host, prepare to die. I feel like the world is doomed, just end it all. Damn it, I'll definitely roast you back next time you go live. It's over, I feel like my happiness has vanished, I'm going to emo now. To the person above, what's... It means hiding under your covers and crying silently. Damn, that's actually quite accurate. Even though Wang Shifeng had ended the stream, the viewers didn't drop off significantly. They even started chatting away on the black screen. Looking at the interaction rate from the backend, it had reached the level of a top-tier live stream. This, for a stream that had been live for less than 2 hours. Stream duration 1 hour and 27 minutes. Peak viewers turn 324. 53 eyes 33. Chat interactions 43221. Follower growth 3321. If these weren't real backend data, no one would believe it was real. Behind these terrifyingly real figures was the rise of a brand new style of live streaming, turning a previously repressed atmosphere into something relaxed and joyful. Without a doubt, Wang Shifeng made history today. The entertainment world of the nation might also undergo earth-shattering changes because of this. You all worked hard today. Wang Shifeng walked out of the room, feeling uncomfortable as everyone stared at him with strange expressions. Why are you all staring at me? It's kinda creepy. Clap, 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 clap. Don't know who started it, but suddenly the entire room was filled with applause. Wang Shifeng was a bit at a loss for words. Congratulations, Shifeng. Today you created a new miracle in the live stream room. Fastest to 100,000 popularity, highest chat interaction rate, fastest follower growth. It's the highest record in our company, and I doubt anyone will break it. He Li was a veteran director, having organized countless million-viewer live streams, but the results today were something he had never imagined. At first, when he heard Bai Kai wasn't coming, he almost gave up on this premiere. But who would have thought it would go viral? If nothing else, managing this stream would be a brilliant stroke on his professional resume. How could he not be excited? Even though it didn't really have much to do with his own efforts. Huh? That set a record already? You people in the live streaming world are really pathetic. Back on Earth, if you can't even get 1 million viewers on a stream, you wouldn't even have the face to call yourself a streamer. Wang Shifeng froze for a second, then quickly waved his hands. It's all thanks to the support of my peers, I didn't really do much. The applause from everyone suddenly died down. That sounded a bit off, didn't it? Oh, I was too excited and misspoke. What I meant was, it's all thanks to the support of my colleagues. Without you all, there would be no success today. Wang Shifeng quickly clarified. Little Wang, you did a great job. Su King still maintained her mature lady persona, giving a lukewarm compliment. It would have gone even better if that kid, little Liu, hadn't caused trouble and tried to stir up drama later on, Wang Shifeng said with a shake of his head and a smile. That was truly an accident, but it's a necessary experience for anyone entering this industry. Only drama creates traffic and buzz, Healy said with a smile. The reason so many people swarmed in later was precisely because of that drama. Exactly, don't you worry, the company will handle all of that for you. Su King chimed in. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. To celebrate the success of today's premiere, my treat for late night snacks. Let's go to that barbecue place we always visit, Healy said. The staff immediately erupted in cheers. Although Wang Shifeng was anxious to get back and test his system, a free midnight snack didn't sound too bad. Shifeng, you didn't drive here, did you? Healy asked with a smile. I haven't bought a car yet, Wang Shifeng smiled. 2 more streams and you'll be able to afford a BMW, Healy joked. Come on, ride with me, and Sister Xu will join us too. If the donation channel had been open today, I might have been able to buy one already, Wang Shifeng countered with a playful smile. You kid, your tongue is truly sharp. Healy paused for a moment, then shook his head with a laugh. Honestly, given his seniority, if any other newcomer dared to speak like that, they would have been blacklisted long ago. But for some reason, hearing these sarcastic remarks coming from Wang Shifeng actually made people feel it was kind of interesting. How very strange. Following them into the elevator, Wang Shifeng recalled that this identity was a fresh college graduate from an average family. Forget buying a car, he was even renting his place. And according to his memory, that apartment was seemingly rented with Su King's help. Wang Shifeng glanced at Su King. While she had good looks and a decent temperament, she definitely wasn't his type, and he hated workplace office politics most of all. The 3 of them reached the underground garage, and as the elevator doors opened, a figure immediately caught Wang Shifeng's attention. A tall, slender figure, wearing a slightly loose sweatshirt, her hair tied casually into a bun. She had a clear, beautiful face, and the cold, aloof air she exuded made one feel like keeping their distance. She was like a lotus in full bloom, standing elegantly apart from the rest of the world. A top-tier beauty. Even for Wang Shifeng, who had lived 2 lives, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Of course, her being a beauty wasn't the only thing that drew him in. What truly caught his eye was that this aloof beauty was leaning against a silver-white sports car. A McLaren Senna. The dream car for most boys. Not because of its nearly $10 million price tag or the cool scissor doors, but because it lets you see the legs of the passenger in the front seat. And not just see, but touch them too. Ms. Jiang, what brings you here? Healy was stunned when he saw the cold beauty, but he immediately stepped forward with a smiling face. Ms. Jiang. Chu King followed close behind. Ms. Jiang. Wang Shifeng took his eyes off the McLaren Senna and looked at the elegant, cold young woman with surprise. Director He's Sister Xu, thank you for your hard work today. The broadcast was a success. The cold beauty nodded expressionlessly. That voice. Why does it sound familiar? Wang Shifeng subconsciously frowned. The cold beauty pressed her key fob, the unlocking sound echoing through the garage. Her amber eyes fixed on Wang Shifeng. This is my McLaren. What's this move? Is she giving me a lesson? Wang Shifeng knitted his brows. This woman, is she trying to show off her wealth to me? The cold beauty pulled out another set of keys and pressed a button. A black Maybach not far away chirped to signal it was unlocked. And this is my Maybach. Wang Shifeng narrowed his eyes, sizing up the cold beauty as she walked slowly toward him. A pleasant scent of orchids surrounded his breath. The cold beauty raised her hand, dangling the 2 keys. If you're willing to keep working hard, I'm planning to buy a Ferrari tomorrow. What do you think about that? Wang Shifeng finally realized why her voice sounded familiar. She was the actress from the end of the stream, Miss Jiang. But what he didn't know was that this actress was actually his top boss, the CEO of Singa Media, and a renowned young entrepreneur in the Xie Kingdom, Jiang Yun. Ms. Jiang, didn't you go to sleep? Wang Shifeng smiled lightly. I was going to, but the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I couldn't sleep at all, so I decided to come find you and chat. Ms. Jiang stared at Wang Shifeng without blinking. Wang Shifeng stared back, equally unyielding. Well, director, he is about to treat us to a late-night snack. Want to join? Ah, no worries, Ms. Jiang. If you have something to discuss with Shifeng, please go ahead, Healy hurriedly said. Are you kidding? Inviting the big boss to late-night snacks. That's just a recipe for indigestion. It's fine. I can't sleep anyway, let's go together. Ms. Jiang agreed on the spot, turning to get into the McLaren. Seeing that Wang Shifeng hadn't moved, she poked her little head out. Get in. Wang Shifeng glanced at He. Ms. Jiang might have something important to discuss with you, Healy said with a serious expression, then leaned in and lowered his voice. Be sharp. Don't let her age fool you. Ms. Jiang is very capable and has a keen business sense. Wang Shifeng arched an eyebrow. It was a normal piece of advice, but the way he said it made it sound like some shady backroom deal. All right then, director, he see you at the restaurant. Wang Shifeng nodded and climbed into the McLaren. Listening to the roar of the supercar's engine fading away, Healy looked at Shu King, who had a somewhat dejected look beside him, and sighed. As expected, having money really means you can do whatever you want. Su King rolled her eyes. She felt the tragedy of a cooked duck being snatched away right before it could be eaten. To be honest, for someone as tall as Wang Shifeng, the design of a supercar isn't exactly comfortable, but the emotional value far outweighs those minor details. Especially in a convertible, for someone over 1.85 meters tall, it feels like driving a go-kart head sticking out above the windshield, looking as silly as it gets. So a lot of novels describe 1.9 meter tall CEOs in convertibles as pure nonsense. It has zero aesthetic appeal, and the image is even comical. But if there's a beautiful young rich girl driving for you, it becomes an entirely different vibe. This atmosphere gave Wang Shifeng a sense of déjà vu. Could it be that even after transmigrating, I can't rely solely on the system to get rich, and I still have to rely on soft rice to reach the peak of life? Truly, fate is a fickle thing. What's wrong? Is the McLaren uncomfortable? Jiang Yun had been observing Wang Shifeng the whole time. Even though she was nearly driven to despair by his quips during the stream, she still had a strong curiosity about this newcomer whose style had taken the streaming world by storm. It's alright, maybe my legs are just a bit too long. Wang Shifeng smiled. He looks clean, has a gentle smile, and his voice is even better. He lacks that annoying edge he had during the stream. Jiang Yun frowned inwardly. Should have said so earlier. We could have just taken the Maybach. Being uncomfortable doesn't mean I don't like it. McLaren is the supercar brand that understands men the best, Wang Shifeng said with a light smile. Why do you say that? Jiang Yun asked. Although compared to Ferrari or Lamborghini, McLaren might fall slightly short in actual price. They truly outdo the other two in terms of experience, Wang Shifeng smiled. For example, there's a model called the Speedtail that I quite like. Oh, never heard of it. Does it have special features? Jiang Yun asked with curiosity. The part that attracts me the most is that it's a 3-seater sports car, Wang Shifeng said. That's quite ordinary, isn't it? Many sports cars have 3 seats. Jiang Yun was taken aback. No, the seating arrangement in that car is very unique. Wang Shifeng shook his head. The driver's seat is in the middle, with 2 passenger seats on the left and right. And how is that special? Jiang Yun's face was full of confusion. You never mind, you're not a guy, you wouldn't get it. Wang Shifeng subconsciously glanced at Jiang Yun's legs, thinking about explaining the left and right swing technique, but then decided there was no point. If you know, you know. The atmosphere in the car cooled down again. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Yun parked the car at the spot indicated by the navigation for the barbecue restaurant, instantly attracting the attention of everyone nearby. Especially after seeing a beautiful woman step out from the driver's seat. A fancy car. They are devastatingly lethal to humans regardless of gender. But when a handsome young man stepped out from the passenger seat, the crowd's thoughts diverged. The men were jealous and indignant, spitting and cursing at him for being a pretty boy or a gold digger. They wished they could take his place. The women were filled with envy and admiration, exclaiming over the fresh young hunk and wishing they could experience the happiness of a wealthy woman like her. They wished they could take her place. Ms. Jiang, the table is already set. Li had taken a shortcut and arrived before them, waiting at the door to lead Jiang Yun and Wang Shifeng inside. Everyone has worked hard today. Order whatever you like, it is on me. After greeting the staff, Jiang Yun was led to another, more private room. You two go ahead and talk, just call me if you need anything. Li winked at Wang Shifeng after making the arrangements and left the room. The colleagues seem quite afraid of you, Ms. Jiang, Wang Shifeng said with a smile as he sat opposite her. Perhaps it is because I don't show up very often, so they find me unfamiliar. Jiang Yun shook her head and reached out. Let me introduce myself formally. I am Jiang Yun, the current CEO of Xing Media. On behalf of the shareholders, I welcome you to the team. I am Wang Shifeng. I am honored to join Xing Media. Wang Shifeng offered a polite remark and shook Jiang Yun's hand gently. Cool, soft, and they pulled away immediately. Let me get straight to the point. The contract Su King signed with you no longer reflects your current value. I would like to re-sign you under an S-tier anchor contract. If you have any demands, feel free to voice them and I will consider them accordingly. Jiang Yun stated her purpose directly. Can you determine my value based on just one livestream? Wang Shifeng asked in return. I trust my team's data and my own judgment, Jiang Yun said in a deep voice. I see a lot of possibilities in you. It seems I am quite valuable indeed, Wang Shifeng laughed. But value also needs the right platform to be realized, Jiang Yun added with a hint of something unusual in her tone. It sounded like a reminder of sorts. To be honest, I have just graduated. I might have some talent, but it shouldn't be enough to warrant this level of attention from a boss like you. Wang Shifeng thought for a moment and decided to decline politely. In fact, his original plan was to terminate the contract once he figured out how things worked in this world and then start his own media venture. What is the point of working for someone else? Only by being your own boss can you reach the peak. Not to mention, he also has a system. Are you planning to go solo? Jiang Yun hit the nail on the head. You are certainly direct, Ms. Jiang. Wang Shifeng paused and gave a sheepish laugh. After just a few exchanges, Wang Shifeng was able to grasp Jiang Yun's character traits. She was a typical career-driven woman. Her personality wasn't actually as cold as her appearance and demeanor suggested, but rather a facade developed from long-term rationality and decisiveness. At her core, she should just be a straightforward girl. I can understand that. Talented people are rarely content to be under others. Jiang Yun's expression remained steady despite being politely rejected. I'm glad you understand, Wang Shifeng blinked, finding this girl quite interesting. But I have a question, why did you sign in the first place? Jiang Yun asked, puzzled. Wang Shifeng frowned slightly, contemplating how to respond. Was it because of Su King? Jiang Yun continued. Huh? Wang Shifeng was stunned. I know that women like Su King have a special attraction for college boys like you. Jiang Yun looked at Wang Shifeng with an expression that said, you don't need to explain, I understand. You know nothing. Wang Shifeng was at a loss for words. However, the company strictly forbids internal relationships. Even having overly intimate ties is not allowed, even though Su King is a divorcee. Jiang Yun left her point hanging. I think you have really misunderstood. Wang Shifeng said with a wry smile, I don't have the kind of relationship with Sister Su that you're imagining. Perhaps you don't, but that doesn't mean she doesn't. Jiang Yun crossed her arms, looking as if she had seen through everything. Maybe, but that is out of my control. Wang Shifeng did not want to dwell on this topic. Let's get back to the contract. No, this issue is very important. It concerns your future career path, Jiang Yun said seriously. My career path? Wang Shifeng frowned. I haven't even figured that out myself, and you're already planning it for me? Yes, in the 10 minutes before your live stream ended, my team had already prepared 5 feasible plans for you, including your persona, style, monetization channels, and long-term planning. That professional? Wang Shifeng blinked. By comparison, the system seemed a bit weak. Of course, Xing didn't become a top domestic media company just by relying on capital. Jiang Yun's tone carried a hint of pride. But honestly, even I don't know my own development path yet, so your plans might not necessarily be effective. Wang Shifeng frowned. We are professionals, Jiang Yun said earnestly. In the 5 years since Zingy Media was founded, we grew from a registered capital of 1 million to nearly going public with a valuation of over 3 billion, relying on our professionalism and market sensitivity. Oh, excuse me for interrupting, but I looked into it. You started your business at 17. Was your family in financial trouble? Wang Shifeng tried to deflect. No, my family was well off. I just found school boring, so I started a business. Jiang Yun shook her head, frowning. That has nothing to do with our cooperation, does it? Fully understanding one's partner is a prerequisite for cooperation, Wang Shifeng said seriously. Jiang Yun blinked and nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Do you need me to share some things about myself with you? No need, I have plenty of time to find out. Wang Shifeng gave a slight smile, planning to go back and thoroughly research the background of this young female CEO. To understand a person, you shouldn't just listen to what they say, you must also hear what others say about them, and finally gain personal insight through deep interaction. Only then can one form an objective judgment through critical thinking. Jiang Yun was taken aback upon hearing this. The way Wang Shifeng smiled made her feel inexplicably flustered. Strange, why is my heart beating so fast? Then, how do you think I should be understood? Jiang Yun pinched herself hard, using the pain to remind herself to stay calm. How about you tell me about the plans you have for me? Wang Shifeng looked at the barbecue the waiter was bringing and felt a bit hungry, deciding to let Jiang Yun do the talking while he ate. Fine, Jiang Yun nodded. First, we plan to build an exclusive team for you, with a standard configuration of about 10 people. The streaming style will temporarily follow your requirements for script design, and we will conduct traffic tests with a cycle of every 3 live streams. Jiang Yun explained the plan conscientiously and diligently. Wang Shifeng, meanwhile, was feasting away, nodding perfunctorily from time to time. The scene was somewhat bizarre. Jiang Yun began to feel parched as she spoke, especially with the enticing aroma of the barbecue, and seeing Wang Shifeng sweating as he ate across from her made her feel a sense of grievance. Why does it feel like I'm the subordinate and he's the boss and I'm the one reporting on my work? Damn it! Since when have I had to endure this? Let me interrupt for a second. Seeing Jiang Yun's darkening expression, Wang Shifeng put down the meat. What? Don't like this direction? We have a plan B and plan C. Jiang Yun's brow furrowed, her tone turning unpleasant. Let me take a bold guess at your other plans. Wang Shifeng wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth. I'm all ears. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to build me into a humorous but sharp-witted persona, using today's incident with Bai Kai not showing up as fodder, creating opposition between us to drive traffic and build a buzz? Wang Shifeng asked with a faint smile. Jiang Yun had already been dissatisfied with Wang Shifeng's arrogant attitude, thinking he only had a bit of talent. But upon hearing his guess, she was instantly shocked. It was exactly the same as Plan C. You have to realize that although the time was tight, Jiang Yun's planning team was composed of the world's top planners and operators, each with a basic annual salary of millions. Their control and analysis of market data and their experience in operations were absolutely world-class. Yet, it was completely guessed by this newcomer, Wang Shifeng. How is that possible? Your ideas are also quite good. Jiang Yun tried to maintain her composure, using her tea to mask her panic, but she no longer dared to underestimate Wang Shifeng. This guy is too brilliant. Have you seen the script or something? Although Jiang Yun did a good job of masking it, Wang Shifeng managed to capture a lot of valuable information from her micro-expressions. He must have guessed correctly. Is that all? The smile at the corners of Wang Shifeng's mouth deepened. These were all live streaming operational tactics that had long been phased out on Earth. Didn't guess it right? Wang Shifeng shook his head in mock disappointment and continued. Then let me guess again. You are planning to recruit a well-known female streamer at the company and have me collaborate with her on a new show. This streamer's style is likely quite mainstream, and you intend to use the contrast between my streaming angle and her style to manufacture some viral content. At the same time, this streamer must be very beautiful, and perhaps you'll manufacture some rumors between us, setting up a couple persona. Then, through a series of operations from ambiguity to romance, to conflicts, breakups, and mutual mudslinging, you'll keep the buzz going and even spin it off into several more shows. Jiang Yun's pupils contracted sharply. In her shock, her mouth fell open involuntarily. This was the plan B proposed by the strategy team. It was also the plan with the most support. He actually guessed it again. No, he didn't guess it completely. If plan C had been guessed, Jiang Yun could still convince herself it was luck or some other reason. But since he guessed it right again, she couldn't even lie to herself anymore. Because those follow-up steps Wang Shifeng mentioned were things even the strategy team hadn't thought of. They only planned as far as the fake couple drama. They never imagined the game could be played like that afterward. Jiang Yun couldn't help but start imagining it herself. If this plan were implemented, it would really bring in massive traffic, and for the company, it would be beneficial on many levels. They might even be able to cultivate another top-tier influencer. How brilliant. Such a magnificent plan, and it came from a fresh graduate. This guy is not only a genius at live streaming, but also a genius at operations and planning. Is this guy a monster? Watching Jiang Yun's shocked expression, Wang Shifeng smiled. President Jiang, did I guess wrong again? Wang Shifeng teased. Oh, I mean your ideas are great. Jiang Yun spoke without thinking but remained stubborn. A cold and domineering female I'll take that. Then let me guess again. Wang Shifeng prepared to continue his offensive, wanting to see just how stiff this little Miss Jiang's lips could be. There's more? Is this guy a monster? You're making my strategy team look like useless trash. Damn it. No need, I don't think having too many plans is necessarily a good thing. What's important is having the opportunity to implement and execute them. Jiang Yun puffed out her cheeks, maintaining her stubbornness, and said with a hint of annoyance. The plans we've thought of are quite comprehensive for the initial stages, Jiang Yun said, sipping her tea and frowning. No, I need to regain the initiative. I am the boss after all. They are comprehensive, and you're right, but these are all just framework building things. Without any substantive implementation plans, it's just talk on paper. Wang Shifeng tossed his napkin aside and let out a burp. Ah? Jiang Yun was stunned by his remark and subconsciously replied, then should I go and revise them? Strange, didn't I plan to regain the initiative? Why am I being suppressed again? Damn it. Yeah, go ahead and revise them. Don't make the plans too full of hollow, high-level frameworks. You need to focus on implementation through fundamental logic. It can be phased or limited, but the prerequisite is that it must be actionable. We need to use content to precisely capture fan demographics, then filter them into our private traffic pool to create a traffic closed loop and build our very own traffic ecosystem, Wang Shifeng said solemnly. Fundamental logic, focus on implementation, phased, actionable, and demographics, private traffic. Wow, what are these terms? I don't understand them at all, but they sound so high-end and professional. Jiang Yun, who had originally intended to show her authority as a boss, had her eyes lit up by Wang Shifeng's jargon. If Wang Shifeng could only predict the content of the plans, Jiang Yun would just think he was a genius, but under the bombardment of these professional terms she had never heard of which sounded incredibly high-end. Student Jiang Yun completely lost her capital for resistance and room for counterattack. She instantly turned into a junior employee listening intently to her superior's instructions. An elementary school student preparing to listen to a lecture from their teacher. After building our own traffic pool, we can monetize through fan traffic or continue to expand traffic acquisition channels. It's best to achieve a complete closed loop, so that once fans enter, they never leave, finally extending to a closed loop ecosystem and standardization. Wait, what are you writing? Wang Shifeng was spouting nonsense and noticed Jiang Yun was taking out a notebook and seriously taking notes. The notebook, it's even pink. So even a powerful woman has a girlish heart. There's just too much information in what you're saying. I don't understand a lot of it, so I'm writing it down to digest slowly, Jiang Yun said, shrinking her neck shyly. Her appearance now was completely different from the domineering CEO who had full control just a moment ago. It completely caught Wang Shifeng off guard. He had just been trying to stall with some irrelevant content, but he didn't expect this female CEO hadn't even heard of such basic corporate jargon. I really wonder how she managed to get funding. No, given Jiang Yun's experience in founding Xingyi Media, she shouldn't be this naive. Could it be that the business world in this universe is still a pure land? Wang Shifeng's eyes suddenly lit up and countless ideas appeared in his mind. Seeing Wang Shifeng silent and lost in thought, Jiang Yun, who was recording, also realized what she was doing. Seeing the notebook in her hand, she blushed instantly and quickly put away. Damn it, I actually exposed myself in front of an employee. What do I do now? Where is my dignity as a domineering female CEO? Woo, so embarrassing. But fortunately, they were in a private room. If they were outside, Jiang Yun might have experienced the biggest social death scene of her life. But honestly, although I don't understand what those terms Wang Shifeng said mean, they are really attractive. It all sounds so professional. As expected, this guy is not only a genius, but a real treasure. I absolutely cannot let him get away. If Wang Shifeng were just an ordinary hosting talent, Jiang Yun might not have had such a strong desire to keep him, because hosting talents can only bring a certain level of benefit to the company. But since Wang Shifeng is also an operations and planning talent, it's a completely different story. Jiang Yun herself comes from an operations and planning background, so she knows very well that such a talent can support a large entertainment company. And I feel that one Wang Shifeng is definitely worth more than the think tank I spend tens of millions on every year. I must keep him at Xingye Company at all costs. Keep him by my side. Yes, at all costs. Jiang Yun, who had secretly made up her mind, coughed lightly. Excuse me, I'm going to the restroom. Wang Shifeng, who was deep in thought, didn't even look up. Jiang Yun slipped out of the room. Instead of going to the restroom, she went outside, found a secluded corner, and called her best friend, Xia Mengyao. My god, I thought I was seeing a ghost when I saw the caller ID. Shouldn't you have been asleep for your beauty rest by now? As soon as the call was answered, Xia Mengyao's incredulous voice came through. Although Jiang Yun was only in her early 20s, she had long since adopted a healthy and regular routine like an elderly person. Even if the sky fell, she would usually go to bed before 12. And it was already almost 2 in the morning. An unexpected situation came up, no time to explain. Yao Yao, I need your help, Jiang Yun said, crouching in the corner, being as cautious as a thief. Ah? Help with what? Xia Mengyao was stunned. Usually it was she who got into trouble and asked Jiang Yun for help. She didn't expect to be asked for help in return today. How do you keep a guy by your side? Jiang Yun asked seriously. After a long silence on the other end, Xia Mengyao's trembling voice came. Sister, have you opened your heart? What do you mean open my heart? Jiang Yun was stunned. Tell me, which unlucky guy caught the eye of a workaholic like you? Xia Mengyao's tone was full of excitement and gossip. It's a new host, Jiang Yun replied instinctively before realizing. Ah, didn't you forbid office romance? Oh, I get it. Are you after that kind of hegemony thrill where only officials are allowed to burn houses while commoners are forbidden to light lamps? Or is it the nervous excitement of a secret affair? Xia Mengyao's laughter was filled with playfulness. What are you even saying? Stop taking those weird drama roles. Jiang Yun blushed all the way to her neck and hurriedly explained. It's not what you think. I discovered a new host with great potential, but he doesn't seem willing to sign with us. Really? Xia Mengyao's tone was amused. Xingye is a big company, and there's a newcomer who doesn't want to sign with you. That arrogant? He's not arrogant, he really has the talent, Jiang Yun corrected. Yo, you haven't even won him over yet, and you're already acting protective, Xia Mengyao teased. PF'd, can't you say anything nice? If you can't help me, I'll find someone else. Jiang Yun said, furious with shame. No, I'll help. Since my sister is asking for my help for the first time, I'll definitely handle it perfectly for you. He's just a small host, right? If I step in, it'll be a piece of cake, Xia Mengyao said quickly. Then what should I do? Jiang Yun bit her lip. The most effective way to keep a man is to have sex with him, Xia Mengyao said solemnly. Goodbye. Jiang Yun hung up the phone with a dark face, teeth gritting in anger. This wicked woman. She's completely useless at critical moments. She only says things that wouldn't pass censorship. A few seconds later, Xia Mengyao called back. Speak, Jiang Yun answered crossly. Sister, why can't you let someone finish a sentence? Hanging up like that is so rude, Xia Mengyao said, feeling very wronged. The sex I meant is different from what you're thinking. Can you just say something broadcast appropriate? Jiang Yun rolled her eyes. It's clearly you who's thinking too much, and you're slandering me, boo-hoo-hoo. Xia Mengyao started fake crying. Goodbye, Jiang Yun prepared to hang up again. Hey, don't hang up, you unromantic woman. Xia Mengyao muttered. What I meant was that you need to develop an association with the target. Doesn't that sound even less broadcast appropriate? Jiang Yun widened. Parse the phrasing yourself. Xia Mengyao also realized something and coughed. It means you need to make him interested in you. I don't want to hear these structural opinions, I want a practically actionable plan, Jiang Yun said, mimicking Wang Shifeng's tone. Don't say, it actually works quite well. Just, Xia Mengyao didn't know what to say for a moment, stammering for a long time. Oh, got it. You can pretend to be drunk and have him take you home. I don't get drunk, Jiang Yun said coldly. I mean, pretend to be drunk, Xia Mengyao said. Forget it, you'll probably mess it up. Send me your location, and I'll come help you directly. Okay, I'll send it to you. Jiang Yun was delighted, feeling that with Xia Mengyao's help, there shouldn't be any issues. After all, the other party was a well-known actress who had filmed many idol dramas and often boasted about being a love hunter with plenty of experience. But before I arrive, you have to find a way to drink some alcohol, and when I get there, just play dead. That should be easy for you. Xia Mengyao started laying out the plan. Got it. Jiang Yun responded, hung up the phone, took a deep breath, clenched her little fist, and secretly cheered herself on. Come on, you can do this. Then she returned to the barbecue restaurant and knocked on the front desk. What is the strongest liquor you have in your shop?
Wang Shifeng was already feeling quite full from eating alone in the private room, but Jiang Yun still hadn't returned. How could she take so long just for a bathroom break? Don't tell me something happened to her. Just as Wang Shifeng was about to go check on her, Jiang Yun came back. She was holding a bottle of liquor in her hand. Although Wang Shifeng couldn't recognize the brand, the rich, mellow scent of alcohol wafting from made it clear that it was a strong spirit. President Jiang, what is this? Wang Shifeng looked at Jiang Yun, who was reeking of alcohol, leaving the rest of his sentence unspoken. Did she drink it in the bathroom? Oh, it's nothing. I passed by the bar and thought it looked good, so I decided to try it. Because of the alcohol, her naturally fair skin had taken on an alluring rosy hue, making her look quite cute. You've been drinking, so don't drive later. Should I call a designated driver for you? Wang Shifeng said politely. It's fine, my friend is coming to pick me up later. Jiang Yun sat down and poured herself a full glass. Then, under Wang Shifeng's shocked gaze, she tilted her head back. She downed it all. She calls this just a taste? Do people in your world all drink like this? Wang Shifeng had originally intended to have a glass out of politeness, but he immediately abandoned that idea and decided to give up alcohol entirely. President Jiang, please drink slowly. This is hard liquor, not water. Wang Shifeng quickly stopped her. It's fine, the taste is not bad. Do you want to try some? Jiang Yun looked up, smiling with a bit of innocent charm. No thanks, I'm allergic to alcohol. Wang Shifeng hurriedly refused. That's a shame. Jiang Yun puffed out her cheeks and poured another large glass. This isn't drinking, can't this be defined as drinking to forget? How did she end up like this after just one trip to the bathroom? Could she have been triggered by something? Could it be that my earlier actions hit this female CEO so hard that she's doubting herself and just giving up on life? Thinking about it, I feel a bit guilty. Sigh, the burden of a man's sense of responsibility. Worried that she might down another one, Wang Shifeng reached out to stop her and asked tentatively, President Jiang, is something bothering you? Not at all. Jiang Yun blinked her large eyes, her long lashes casting shadows under the lights, and her amber pupils making her gaze look exceptionally clear. Sparkling. I have to admit, this female CEO is truly beautiful. It's just a pity she's a heavy drinker. Wang Shifeng sighed inwardly and advised, if your mood was affected by the contract signing, that really shouldn't be the case. I only felt we needed careful consideration. I didn't refuse. No, I just felt like drinking. Jiang Yun shook her head slightly. Then, please drink slowly. Wang Shifeng hesitated for a moment, deciding he should leave first, otherwise it would be troublesome if she got drunk. I won't disturb you anymore. It's getting late and I should head back to sleep. No, Jiang Yun grabbed his arm like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze falling on Jiang Yun's hand. I mean, it's boring for me to drink alone, Jiang Yun hurriedly let go and explained. Then I'll tell director he and the others to find someone to keep you company, Wang Shifeng smiled. They're having a good time eating, don't bother them. Why don't you have a drink with me, Jiang Yun said, biting the bullet. But I can't drink, I'm allergic. Wang Shifeng's mouth curved upward slightly, as if he had sensed something. Oh, is this some kind of ploy? Seeing Wang Shifeng's inscrutable smile, Jiang Yun felt inexplicably guilty and averted her gaze. It's fine, you can just watch me drink. President Jiang, you like people watching you drink. Wang Shifeng almost laughed out loud. What kind of strange quirk is this? Hee hee. Jiang Yun gave an awkward laugh and took a sip from her glass. 1/3 gone. She really is treating this like plain water. Is she just using it to soothe her throat? Wang Shifeng twitched his mouth. Alright then, I'll keep you company for a while and leave when your friend arrives. Good. Jiang Yun nodded, appearing unexpectedly well-behaved. And so in the private room, besides the rich scent of alcohol, a strange, awkward atmosphere began to fill the air. Wang Shifeng smiled as he watched Jiang Yun across from him sipping the liquor. After nearly 10 minutes, Wang Shifeng felt like he was going to get drunk just from the smell. Yet Jiang Yun was completely fine. Other than the deep pink hue on her skin, her eyes were becoming increasingly clear. Wang Shifeng felt he might have misunderstood Jiang Yun's tolerance. It seems this bit of alcohol was really just enough for her to get a taste. She's an immortal of alcohol, and Jiang Yun was having a much harder time. Maybe it was the alcohol, or maybe it was the way Wang Shifeng was looking at her, but she felt as if she were burning up with shyness. Woo-woo. Xia Mengyao, you dead woman, why aren't you here yet? In this bizarre and awkward atmosphere, Jiang Yun finished the rest of the bottle. President Jiang, what a capacity for alcohol. Wang Shifeng couldn't help but applaud. Hee hee. Jiang Yun gave an awkward laugh, not knowing what to say. Well, the drink is finished, and you seem fine. Should I head out while you wait for your friend? Wang Shifeng laughed. No, Jiang Yun immediately grew tense. Does President Jiang have any other instructions? Wang Shifeng narrowed his eyes, staring at Jiang Yun with deep meaning. He wanted to see what kind of game this woman was playing. I haven't had enough yet. I'll go order another bottle, you wait here. Jiang Yun jumped up and started heading for the door. Who knew that as soon as she opened it, she would collide head-on with someone rushing in? Ouch. Damn. Both of them let out cries of pain at the same time. Wang Shifeng instinctively reached out to catch Jiang Yun, who was falling backward, preventing her from crashing into dining table. Even through her loose sweatshirt, Wang Shifeng could still feel her surprisingly slender frame. Are you trying to kill me? You hit me so hard. The girl who had been knocked over outside the door stood up, clutching her chest. Although it was already autumn, this girl was dressed a bit too warmly. Knee-length black trench coat, black baseball cap, oversized black sunglasses, black face mask, and even a black neck warmer. She was covered from head to toe. If it weren't for her voice, you couldn't even tell if she was a man or a woman. Going out at night dressed like this? Either a freak, someone in illicit profession, or perhaps a celebrity? In any case, definitely not an ordinary person. Wang Shifeng's gaze hardened. Yao, you're finally here. Jiang Yun scrambled up from Wang Shifeng's arms, pulled the person in black into the room, and closed the door. You called me here just to kill me? Xia Mengyao mumbled, rubbing her sore shoulder as she removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes that looked toward Wang Shifeng, from top to bottom, and from bottom to top. I don't know if this girl named Yao had electrified eyes or if it was just an illusion. Wang Shifeng felt like he had been scanned by an X-ray machine. Let me introduce you, this is my friend Xia Mengyao. You might have heard of her. Jiang Yun introduced her, her face flushed red. She was blushing several shades deeper than when she was drinking earlier. Even her delicate ears looked like they were made of blood jade. Long time no see, long time no see. Wang Shifeng to exchange pleasantries, glancing curiously at Jiang Yun. Why would I have heard of her? Is this name very special? Hello, I am Xia Mengyao. How should I address you? Xia Mengyao kept her mask on, her voice slightly muffled. Wang Shifeng nodded. Since you're here to pick up President Jiang, I'll take my leave. You two girls be safe. Wait, Xia Mengyao stopped Wang Shifeng. Wang Shifeng frowned, full of confusion. Well, Jiang Yun is drunk. I can't handle her alone, so could you do me a favor and help me take her back? Xia Mengyao's beautiful peach blossom eyed with slyness. Drunk, Wang Shifeng paused, looking at Jiang Yun, who was sitting straight as a rod and looking clear-eyed beside him. She didn't look drunk at all. Xia Mengyao turned to look as well, and seeing Jiang Yun looking perfectly upright with clear eyes and no signs of being drunk other than her flushed face, she grew anxious and began frantically blinking to signal her. Yeah, President Jiang is drunk, and quite badly too, right, Jiang Yun? Huh? Yes, I'm drunk. Jiang Yun was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded in obedient agreement. Wang Shifeng twitched his mouth, feeling like his intelligence had been insulted. President Jiang seems quite sharp to me. She doesn't look drunk at all. Who says? Look at her. She's clearly drunk, Xia Mengyao said sweetly, continuing to wink at Jiang Yun. Oh, that's just how I act when I'm drunk. You can't really tell, Jiang Yun said somewhat stiffly. Xia Mengyao rolled her eyes so hard she nearly cried at how stupid her friend was. She can't even fake being drunk properly. I have to do it myself. And then, under Wang Shifeng's shocked gaze, Xia Mengyao landed a clean, sharp hand strike on the nape of Jiang Yun's slim neck. Jiang Yun gave a soft grunt and collapsed right into her seat. Oh my, you call this being drunk? Is it really this hardcore? That's not drunk. That's unconscious. See, I told you she was drunk, but you didn't believe me. After a swift chop to the neck to knock Jiang Yun out, Xia Mengyao patted her dainty white hands, sounding surprisingly proud of herself. Wang Shifeng swallowed hard, looking at Xia Mengyao with a bit of wariness. Miss Xia, what are you doing? I'm not doing anything. We are going to take Jiang Yun home together. As a weak girl, I really can't move her on my own. Xia Mengyao blinked her big eyes and said in a pitiful tone, A weak girl? A weak girl who knows to use a neck chop. Wang Shifeng felt he had found a brand new definition for that adjective. Our colleagues are right outside. Let me call them to help. Wang Shifeng felt things were getting dangerous and had no intention of getting involved in this mess. Oh, you mean Lao He and the others? They have already left, Xia Mengyao said with a giggle. Huh? Wang Shifeng was stunned. He pushed open door of the private room, and sure enough, the place that was bustling just a moment ago was now completely empty. Let's go. You can carry her, drag her, whatever you want. I won't tell her. Xia Mengyao blinked playfully, put on her sunglasses, and strutted out. Wang Shifeng was speechless. He looked at Jiang Yun, who was still in her drunken stupor. He let out a helpless sigh, acting out of humanitarian spirit. He slipped one arm under her legs and the other behind her neck, scooping her up into his arms. He was instantly enveloped by a mixture of alcohol and orchid perfume. She has more weight to her than I imagined. Wang Shifeng tested her weight. Jiang Yun was about 1.7 meters tall, and even with her loose clothing, it was clear she was a slim beauty, but he didn't expect her to feel quite heavy in his arms. Could there be a secret? Under the strange gazes of the waiters, Wang Shifeng carried Jiang Yun out of the shop, where a black Mercedes G500 was parked steadily in front of them. The rear door opened automatically. Wang Shifeng glanced at Xia Mengyao in the driver's seat and helped Jiang Yun into the car. I guess this is exactly the kind of car a weak girl would drive. Wang Shifeng fastened Jiang Yun's seatbelt to keep her from getting hurt. Xia Mengyao stole a glance at Wang Shifeng through the rearview mirror. Seeing that he didn't take advantage of the situation, her impression of him improved significantly. He's fair-skinned, clean-cut, and quite handsome. The main point is that he has a unique vibe. He probably isn't a bad person. Alert status cleared. Hold on tight, we're off. Xia Mengyao took her eyes off the rearview mirror and cheerfully stepped on the gas. Powerful acceleration almost had drunk Jiang Yun. Wang Shifeng reached out to steady Jiang Yun, feeling that he must have done something truly terrible to deserve having a friend like Xia Mengyao. Jiang Yun said, "You're a newly signed host, right? Did you just graduate?" Xia Mengyao chatted away, completely oblivious. "Yeah, today was my first broadcast," Wang Shifeng replied casually. "Don't be modest. I heard all about it from Jiang Yun. You've got real potential. What's the matter? Thinking of going solo?" Xia Mengyao laughed. "I haven't decided yet." Wang Shifeng narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that they really are best friends. Their speaking style is quite similar, very blunt. Signing with a company is a real pain. All those restrictive terms, you can't do this, you can't do that, and the company is always using the contract to threaten people, Xia Mengyao said. Wang Shifeng was stunned. He had thought Xia Mengyao would help Jiang Yin convince him, but it turns out she's an ally. Could she be a host or an influencer too? But there are some perks, like having someone to smooth things over if something goes wrong. Xia Mengyao changed her tone and said with a grin, "So little brother, if you want to go solo, you'd better be prepared to fight on your own. This industry is no walk in the park. Talent alone isn't enough." Naturally, capital is the hard truth. Wang Shifeng smiled, but talent is also a form of capital. Xia Mengyao was taken aback by his response, casting a glance at the calm-looking Wang Shifeng through the mirror. No wonder Jiang Yun had her eyes on this newcomer. He really is quite arrogant. "It seems you have a lot of confidence in yourself. In that case, I bet Union will be disappointed." Xia Mengyao smiled, but honestly, signing with Star River is more worth it than other companies. If you're looking for one, you should consider them first. Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow. Of course, plus I am already a signed host at Star River. Xia Mengyao was an excellent driver, smooth and fast. As they chatted aimlessly, they pulled up to the entrance of a luxury residential complex. Wang Shifeng glanced at the sign. Junyu Manor. Although he wasn't very familiar with the real estate of this world yet, he could tell from the name that this place must be incredibly expensive. Xia Mengyao expertly drove into the underground parking garage. Once parked, she hopped out and opened the door. "All right, go ahead and get her out." Wang Shifeng unbuckled his belt, stepped out holding Jiang Yun, and looked around at the luxury cars. "It's not exactly easy to catch a taxi around here, is it?" He frowned. "Haha, don't worry, I'll drive you back later." Xia Mengyao skipped over to press the elevator button. Wang Shifeng could only sigh and follow along while carrying her. Inside the elevator, Xia Mengyao used her fingerprint to select the floor, the 23rd. It must be the top floor. Living on the top floor of a complex like this, Jiang Yun is truly a wealthy woman through and through. Wang Shifeng silently set a small goal for himself. Try to buy a unit in this building by next month. Ding. The crisp elevator bell chimed. As the doors opened, the palatial hallway took his breath away. 2 elevators for 1 unit? 3, actually. 1 is for the nanny. Xia Mengyao smiled and opened the fingerprint lock, waving to Wang Shifeng, "Come on in, no need to change your shoes." Following her, he placed Jiang Yun down her nearly 100 square meter bedroom. Wang Shifeng had to admit that the moment he put Jiang Yun down, he hesitated. Being with a rich girl is definitely nice. He turned around and a stunning face appeared right behind him. A straight, dainty high nose, smiling peach blossom eyes, and a face filled with an exotic allure. It was the complete opposite of Jiang Yun's elegant, pure look. She could only be described as breathtakingly beautiful. No wonder Xia Mengyao wraps herself up so tightly when she goes out. With a face like that, she must constantly deal with the hassle of people hitting on her. Could you please give me a ride back?" Wang Shifeng looked away. Seeing no surprise or awe in his eyes, Xia Mengyao was stunned. "You really don't recognize me?" "Sure I do, Miss Xia. You introduced yourself earlier." Wang Shifeng looked at her in confusion. "It seems I really haven't become a household name yet. I have to keep working harder." Xia Mengyao pouted with a miserable look on her face, like a wilting flower, making her look quite endearing. It might just be that I'm not well informed." Wang Shifeng mused to himself that Xia Mengyao must be a well-known figure, like an actress or an influencer. Even ignoring her career, her looks alone would make her a national beauty. It's just unfortunate that he's a newcomer and doesn't know her. "Even if you say that, I'm not going to be happy." Xia Mengyao pouted again. "I'm unhappy now and I'm not planning on driving you back." Her originally bright voice now carried a hint of coquettishness. "What's the meaning of this? Is she trying to use a honey trap on me?" Wang Shifeng frowned, a glint of surprise in his eyes. "Listen, sister, I don't fall for that kind of stuff." "Then could Miss Xia please swipe the elevator for me? I can go back on my own." Wang Shifeng kept his smile. "Hey, there are 2 great beauties here in the same room, and you're already thinking about leaving?" Xia Mengyao said, acting shy and annoyed. "Otherwise, what else am I supposed to do?" Wang Shifeng shrugged. "You wouldn't dare." Xia Mengyao widened her beautiful eyes but blocked his way, baring her white teeth and pretending to be fierce. "I'm a military academy graduate, you know. I'd advise you to stay calm." Damn it, this guy really isn't as upright as he looks. So much for my good impression of his gentlemanly behavior earlier. but I have to keep him here at least until Jiang Yin wakes up. If Jiang Yin finds out I couldn't even keep a male college student here, she'll definitely question my femme fatale persona. And if she finds out I've never actually been in a relationship, that would be so embarrassing. No, I absolutely cannot let him get away. Look, I'm not allowed to do anything, so why would I stay here in the middle of the night? Wang Shifeng felt helpless. Do all beautiful women have something wrong with their heads? A guy and two girls alone in a room in the middle of the night, what could they possibly be doing? Staying here. To sleep, of course. Xia Mengyao racked her brain for a long moment before blurting it out. Wang Shifeng froze. Is there really such a good deal? No, it must be a trap. Do you think that sounds reasonable? Wang Shifeng asked, staying calm. Why wouldn't it be? A friend is visiting, it's perfectly normal to spend the night, Xia Mengyao retorted, her face flushing red. Are you trying to get me? Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly. Pieft, who would want you? Wait, no, in a sense, I guess you could say that. Xia Mengyao shook her head, then nodded. Ms. Xia, do you know what this kind of behavior is called? Wang Shifeng shook his head helplessly. What is it called? Xia Mengyao asked, confused. A honey trap. It's illegal, Wang Shifeng said with a dark expression. What honey trap? I'm just asking you to stay the night. Besides, what could I possibly want from you? Xia Mengyao pouted. Wanting my youth, my fit body? Wang Shifeng asked, testing the waters. Shameless, Xia Mengyao scoffed. Alright, enough joking around. It's almost 3 in the morning. I really need to go back and sleep, and I'm not even sure I can catch a taxi. Wang Shifeng had no interest in flirting with this seemingly not-so-bright beauty. He was itching to go back and pull his lottery draws. No way, there are plenty of rooms here, sleep wherever you want. Xia Mengyao shook her head, refusing to budge. For the first time, Wang Shifeng experienced what it felt like to be cornered by a beauty. It was quite surreal. Sister, stop messing around, Wang Shifeng said, speechless. I'm not messing around, I'm serious. Look, apart from this room, there are at least a dozen others upstairs and downstairs. Pick anyone you like, Xia Mengyao said, looking perfectly earnest. You're making me nervous, Wang Shifeng frowned. I'm a delicate girl as pretty as a flower and I'm not afraid, so what are you scared of? Xia Mengyao crinkled her nose. I'm afraid of a delicate girl who knows how to deliver a hand chop, Wang Shifeng chuckled. Don't worry, as long as you don't have any bad intentions, I won't do anything to you, Xia Mengyao promised, patting her chest. Hearing her heartfelt and rather heavy promise, Wang Shifeng hesitated for a moment. Although he could vaguely guess why Xia Mengyao was so insistent on keeping him here, it still seemed completely absurd. Does she really think that by getting my body, she can get my heart? Hen. Fine, I'll just go find a room. Wang Shifeng decided not to dwell on it. He wouldn't be suffering anyway. Okay, go ahead. Xia Mengyao jogged out, locked the front door, and stood guard, afraid that Wang Shifeng might slip away. Wang Shifeng's mouth twitched. This situation should have been rather provocative, so why did it turn into a prison play? Under Xia Mengyao's watchful gaze, he bypassed the spacious minimalist living room and chose a guest room on the far edge, so he wouldn't cause any misunderstandings when Jiang Yin woke up the next morning. I'll take this one, Wang Shifeng said, turning back. Great, have a sweet dream, good night. Xia Mengyao beamed with a sincere smile and then enthusiastically helped him close the door. Staring at the closed door, Wang Shifeng fell into deep thought. Does this woman have a serious problem? But since he was already here, he might as well settle in. After looking around the room, he headed to the attached bathroom to take a hot shower and study his system. He summoned the system panel. Host Wang Shifeng. Age. Physical score 69. You're a healthy young man. With some effort, maybe you could be an athlete. Talon. Occupation live streaming host E rank. Professional skills. Broadcasting intermediate Mandarin, at least a level 1 is standard. Music beginner vocal, at least you can carry a tune. Healing energy, 153,123 points. Everything else remained unchanged, but his healing energy had surpassed 1 million. This meant he had enough for the first draw and even a 10-pull. He wondered if there was a guaranteed prize. System, start a 10-pull draw. Wang Shifeng gave the command while soaking in the bathtub. Ding. Consumed 1,000 healing points. Starting the draw. A cold electronic voice rang out, and a virtual interface appeared before him, displaying 10 ancient-looking treasure chests. Opening treasure chests? I like it. Wang Shifeng reached out to the interface and opened the first chest. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a small vitality potion. The treasure chest vanished, replaced by a small vial of red liquid. Small vitality potion. Description. Consuming this provides a slight boost to physical constitution and increases the physical score. It improves physical stats. A health supplement? Skeptical, Wang Shifeng drank the potion. It tasted sweet, and after finishing it, he felt a brief surge of warmth in his blood before it subsided. It didn't seem very effective, didn't get anything good. Wang Shifeng continued to open the second chest. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a small vitality potion. This again? Let's keep going. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a small vitality potion. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a small vitality potion. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a small vitality potion. 5 times in a row, all small vitality potions. What a massive loss. Why is my luck so rotten? Is this thing just a consolation prize? Wang Shifeng washed his hands again and opened the 6th one. Finally, the feeling was different. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent, photographic memory. It was a card. Photographic memory. Description: upon use, you gain the ability to remember everything you see. It's a talent-based skill. Photographic memory is a must for any genius. With this, learning new knowledge will be twice as effective with half the effort. Great stuff, use it immediately. The card dissolved to a streak of light. Wang Shifeng's brain felt a brief, dizzy sensation, and when he came to, even his vision seemed clearer. He looked around and picked up the body wash, glancing at the product information. He didn't need to try to remember it. The words seemed to come alive and sink straight into his brain. What a god-tier skill. With this, Mom won't have to worry about me not being able to memorize classical texts ever again. 4 more to go, let's keep pulling. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the professional skill, beginner piano playing. Another card, but this one is a professional skill, beginner piano playing. Description: upon use, you possess introductory level piano skills. You can play simple tunes, but it's just passable listening. You can't call it art. Piano playing, even if beginner level, it counts as a specialty. Use it. The card vanished. A wealth of piano knowledge flooded his mind, while his fingers twitched and spasmed involuntarily for a few dozen seconds before stopping. Pity there's no piano around, otherwise Wang Shifeng would have played something festive to celebrate. Getting good items from 2 consecutive chests made Wang Shifeng feel much better. Keep pulling. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a small vitality potion. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a small vitality potion. 2 more consolation prizes. As expected, good luck is fleeting. Wang Shifeng opened the last chest with a lingering sense of anticipation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the professional skill, driving a Ferrari with one hand. What kind of professional skill is this? Driving a Ferrari with one hand. Description: upon use, you gain comprehensive knowledge of various Ferrari models and can drive them effortlessly with one hand, freeing up the other. One hand for driving. Does that mean the other hand is free to touch the passenger's leg? The system certainly knows its stuff. Wang Shifeng used it, unable to laugh or cry as a bunch of strange knowledge entered his mind. I've learned the skill, but where am I supposed to collect the Ferrari? But having gained so many skills at once proves the system's power. From now on, all I need to do is earn more healing energy. I'll get the Ferrari, and I'll get the passenger seat company too. After checking his new attributes, Wang Shifeng took a quick rinse and wrapped himself in a bath towel, ready to sleep. Whether it was the effect of the vitality potion or just being exhausted from the day, he fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. He didn't realize that in the middle of the night, a petite figure tiptoed into the room, took a look around, and seeing that Wang Shifeng was fast asleep, left with a satisfied smile. Mission successfully completed. Respect. Xia Mengyao happily cuddled up to the still unconscious Jiang Yan and drifted off to sleep. Due to her regular routine, Jiang Yan had always enjoyed excellent sleep quality, usually waking up feeling refreshed and full of energy every morning. But today was an exception. As she slowly woke from a nightmare she couldn't recall, the first thing she felt was a sharp, piercing pain in the back of her neck. As the pain intensified, her consciousness gradually cleared, followed immediately by an indescribable feeling of restraint that made it hard for her to breathe, as if she had been tied up by something. Struggling with some effort, Jiang Yan finally regained full consciousness. She stared blankly at her familiar ceiling, then looked over at Xia Mengyao, who was lying beside her, her skin glowing white. Why is this woman in my bed? Why does it feel like there's a gap in my memory? Yesterday, it seems I had some drinks, but why was I drinking? Why can't I remember? Hiss. Subconsciously touching the back of her neck, the pain that shot through her made Jiang Yun let out a soft cry. Yun, you're awake, Xia Mengyao said, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she was stirred by the noise. Why did you run over to my bed? Jiang Yun frowned and reached out to pull up the shoulder strap of her pajamas. It's too dazzling. Oh, I was protecting you, Xia Mengyao yawned in a babyish voice. Protecting me? I'm in my own home, what are you protecting me from, and why does my neck hurt so much? Jiang Yan grew even more puzzled. Ah? That's a long story, Xia Mengyao said, giving a brief account of what happened after Jiang Yun got drunk the night before. She then blinked her large eyes happily, waiting for Jiang Yun to praise her. You knocked me out. And you let a strange man stay in my house. Xia Mengyao, have you lost your mind? Jiang Yun was utterly shocked. This is completely outrageous. But you said I had to keep that guy by your side. I was just following orders. I finished the mission so well, Xia Mengyao said, cowering slightly as she saw Jiang Yun lose her temper. They say big chests have no brains, and it's really true. Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? What if he's a bad person? Jiang Yun scolded. Are they really that big? They're still smaller than yours, Xia Mengyao muttered to herself, looking down. Stop being cheeky, Jiang Yun snapped, pinching Xia Mengyao's ear. Ow, 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 it hurts! My ear is gonna fall off. With me here, what danger could there be? I'm a little ace graduate from the military academy. Xia Mengyao winced and begged for mercy. Besides, wasn't I trying to help you? So I should thank you then, Jiang Yun said, laughing in anger. No need for formalities between sisters, Xia Mengyao said with a grin. Do you think I'm praising you? Jiang Yun glared. Now what? There's a man in my house. Well, just do what you have to do. Aren't you trying to sign him? Xia Mengyao said with a yawn. I don't care, you have to get him out of my house before I'm done showering, Jiang Yun frowned. Kicking him out early in the morning doesn't seem very nice, Xia Mengyao said, looking a bit guilty. Aren't you trying to sign him? This is the perfect time to show off your boss-like charisma. You need to have the dedication to sacrifice for your career. Get out! You never say anything serious. If you want to sacrifice, go sacrifice yourself. Jiang Yun was bristling, her skin flushed pink, whether from shyness or anger. Alright then, I'll go throw him out, Xia Mengyao said, puffing out her cheeks as she prepared to go downstairs. Wait, you're going out wearing that? Jiang Yun shrieked, pointing at the deep V silk bathrobe Xia Mengyao was wearing. This robe is no different from wearing nothing at all. Are you trying to kick him out or throw yourself at him? Hey, I forgot, Xia Mengyao said, scratching her head sheepishly. Forget it, come wash up with me, I'll think of something, Jiang Yun said, dragging her into the bathroom, fearing Xia Mengyao would cause more trouble. While washing up, she finally recovered the rest of her lost memories from yesterday. Glancing at Xia Mengyao playing with bubbles in the bathtub, Jiang Yun narrowed her eyes. Although this girl is unreliable, she did actually complete the task. At least there's still a chance to interact with Wang Shifeng today. Right. One must have the spirit of sacrifice to pursue a career. After dawdling for a while, they finally finished washing up, changed into proper clothes. After discussing a strategy with Xia Mengyao, Jiang Yun finally gathered the courage to open the door. Then she peeked her head out sneakily, listening for any movement in the living room. Strange, this is clearly my house. Why do I feel like a thief? Jiang Yun realized her behavior was a bit. It smells so good, Xia Mengyao wrinkled her nose, catching the appetizing scent of food and ignoring Jiang Yun's protest, she waddled toward the living room following the smell. This silly woman. Jiang Yun hurried to follow. Just as they passed the living room, they saw a tall figure standing in the open kitchen, leaning against the counter, holding a book. The morning sunlight bathed the man, making him seem as if he were glowing. And the aroma was coming from the clay pot on the stove beside him. The stove, the man, and the book formed a unique scene. It caught Jiang Yun off guard, making her dazed for a moment. Wow, you're up quite early and you even made breakfast? Xia Mengyao, having no time to appreciate the view, ran over happily. Wang Shifeng put down the book and looked at Xia Mengyao, who looked even more like a knave girl without makeup. Unlike the boss lady look from yesterday, she was wearing an oversized hoodie reaching her thighs, revealing a pair of shapely, fair calves, and her long hair was tied to a bun similar to Jiang Yun's. If he hadn't seen her knock Jiang Yun out with a single hand chop with his own eyes, Wang Shifeng would have really believed she was a weak woman. As for the victim, Jiang, her outfit wasn't much different from yesterday. A bun, an oversized hoodie, and jeans, except for the different color of the hoodie. Sorry about this, I was a bit hungry when I woke up, so I borrowed your kitchen, Wang Shifeng smiled at Jiang Yun. It's fine, feel free to use it, Jiang Yun said, feeling strangely restrained. Pumpkin porridge? Xia Mengyao lifted the lid of the clay pot and laughed. I didn't expect a big guy like you to actually know how to cook. Is there something strange about a man cooking? Wang Shifeng asked, puzzled. Very few men cook. Haven't you heard the saying the gentleman stays away from the kitchen? Xia Mengyao looked at Wang Shifeng strangely. Wang Shifeng understood. He recalled that the values in this world were likely still stuck with the remnants of feudalism where men were superior to women. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many toxic motivational influencers. If you don't cook, you'll starve. Forget about being a gentleman, Wang Shifeng chuckled. It'll be ready soon. I saw eggs and ham in the fridge. I'll make you both some sandwiches. All right, Xia Mengyao nodded quickly. She was happy to eat a ready-made meal anyway. Then, thank you for your trouble, Jiang Yun nodded stiffly and sat at the dining table to wait, her gaze fixed on the busy figure in the kitchen. Why does it feel more like he is the master of this house? What the hell, why does this man seem to have some strange magical power? Wow, he really does know how to cook, and his technique is so skilled, Xia Mengyao whispered, leaning in to gossip with Jiang Yun after being shooed out of the kitchen. Is that so? Jiang Yun was somewhat distracted. He has the talent you're looking for, he knows how to cook, and he has a good build. Why don't you just try sacrificing yourself? You're gonna get him anyway, Xia Mengyao said with a grin. I'll assign you to some work if you keep spouting nonsense. Jiang Yun pushed Xia Mengyao away, flustered, but asked suspiciously, how do you know he has a good build? I just eyeballed it, Xia Mengyao's smile froze. She changed the subject sheepishly. Actually, I helped you probe a bit yesterday. You did something serious yesterday, Jiang Yun gave her side-eye, not believing a word. Really, I analyzed the pros and cons of signing with him in detail, and he was almost swayed, Xia Mengyao said solemnly. Oh, how was he swayed? Jiang Yun scoffed. His biggest concern is actually the issue of freedom. You have to know, for people like us who have both ability and talent, the most annoying thing is being overmanaged, which really affects our performance, Xia Mengyao said with a serious face. I think that's your own concern, Jiang Yin pinched Xia Mengyao. Ouch. You dead woman, that hurts, Xia Mengyao gave a soft cry. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Jiang Yin ignored her and pulled out her phone to communicate with her team. During this time, she received news that several large entertainment companies were already preparing to contact Wang Shifeng. After all, Wang Shifeng's performance last night was far too eye-catching. It seems she didn't have much time left. Not my best work, please forgive me, Wang Shifeng said, placing the breakfast on the table. No, it looks delicious, Jiang Yin said. Despite it just being simple pumpkin porridge, sandwiches, and fried eggs, she found her appetite stimulated. Wow, runny yolk eggs! Xia Mengyao was not polite at all. She started eating right away, her eyes curving into crescents. Jiang Yin moved away in disdain and took a bite of the fried egg. Sure enough, the yolk was runny, the heat was managed better than their nannies, and it seemed to have seaweed on it. It was unexpectedly delicious. Ding gained feeling of happiness, healing energy +4. Ding gained feeling of happiness, healing energy +3. Wang Shifeng was a bit surprised to hear the system prompts. He looked at Jiang Yin and Xia Mengyao, feeling a trace of pity in his heart. Rich women are truly pitiful. They get moved just by eating a soft-boiled egg. Eileen Chang once said in Lust Caution that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, while the way to a woman's heart is through a tree-lined path under the cool shade. Actually, that is not entirely true. The shortcut to a woman's heart is also through her stomach. Because for most girls, a third of their time is spent thinking about one thing. What should I eat next? Otherwise, the milk tea industry wouldn't be booming like this. It is mainly because delicious food promotes the release of dopamine in the human body, conveying feelings of excitement and joy. Plus, tasty food can indirectly relieve stress. Even a rational girl like Jiang Yun has very weak resistance when it comes to food. It is not really that Wang Shifeng is a master chef. It is just that people in this world, due to cultural and social pressures, have severely underdeveloped culinary tastes. Most people eat just to fill their stomachs, not to enjoy the experience. Mr. Wang, I am so sorry for taking up your time yesterday, Jiang Yun said with a tinge of apology after eating until she was 70% full. It is no problem at all. I should be thanking Miss Xia for helping me do the laundry, Wang Shifeng said, glancing with a smile at Xia Mengyao, who was busy stuffing her face. Doing the laundry? Jiang Yun was taken aback. Oh, never mind that, never mind. You guys go ahead and talk about business. Xia Mengyao changed the subject guiltily and gave Wang Shifeng a shame-filled glare. What a stingy man. It is not like I did more than just splash some water on you. Oh, right. Jiang Yun nodded and said solemnly, I am here on behalf of Xingya Entertainment once again to invite you to join us, not as a host, but as a member of our management team. Oh, Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly. He did not expect that after a night of being drunk, Jiang Yun would find a different path. She truly lives up to her reputation as a woman with great business acumen. Management and hosting are two completely different concepts. Even if a host becomes the face of a station, they are still heavily constrained and have little control over their own career planning and future development. But management is different. True senior management is tied to the company's interests, and they have much more autonomy and security regarding their own benefits. It shows great sincerity. You are too kind, Ms. Jiang, Wang Shifeng said modestly, but I wonder what level of management are we talking about exactly? Seeing that Wang Shifeng did not refuse, Jiang Yin felt a surge of joy. If you are willing, you could serve as a decision-making department manager. The base annual salary would be 1.5 million, and the company would cover your rent and commuting expenses plus various benefits. Also, you would be granted a certain share of equity options once the company goes public, Jiang Yun said seriously. A decision-making department manager that is definitely senior executive status. It is essentially the top level of authority right under the CEO, with even more power than he lied, the senior producer from yesterday. Actually, after waking up this morning and reviewing the media landscape of this world, Wang Shifeng had weighed the pros and cons of signing with a company versus working independently. Although Xia Mengyao was not very reliable, she said one thing right yesterday. The benefit of signing with a company is that there is always someone there to clean up your mess. Furthermore, because of the strict social order in this world, there is not much room for independent media to grow. Traffic is mainly controlled by official state media and major TV stations, and the rest is carved up by large entertainment companies. It simply never flows to individual creators. Plus, if you don't have connections up top, even slightly sensitive topics can get you banned very easily. Besides, the benefits Jiang Yun offered were quite tempting to Wang Shifeng. The salary was secondary, but the equity options were really attractive. If the IPO is successful, he could make a good profit based on the market value of Xingya Media. Ms. Jiang, you seem to have high expectations for me. I am a bit flattered, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. I witnessed your talent yesterday, Mr. Wang. I have confidence in our future collaboration, Jiang Yun said earnestly. What is there to think about with an offer like that? Just sign it. Once you're in management, you can do whatever you want and even assign work to the artists under you. How cool is that? Xia Mengyao, now full, chimed in to stir things up. Is Miss Xia also an artist in our company? Wang Shifeng asked with a playful smile. Yo Yao belongs to the film and television department under my supervision, Jiang Yun said with a slight frown. I have seen your sincerity, Ms. Jiang, Wang Shifeng smiled, but I have a few conditions. Go ahead, Jiang Yun nodded. First, I need to establish a new department, and I need the authority to hire and fire. Wang Shifeng stated. That is perfectly fine, Jiang Yun agreed readily. Second, my department must be independent from the company's other departments, with the right to refuse cooperation if necessary, Wang Shifeng said in a deep voice. He knew how complicated internal politics could be in big companies, and he didn't want to get involved in any infighting. Jiang Yun was weighing how to maximize the advantage of having Wang Shifeng. If he refused to cooperate with other departments, a lot of operational efficiency might be lost. Ms. Jiang, rest assured, you can set our department's performance targets higher so that no one else can have any complaints. Wang Shifeng laughed. How high do you think the targets should be, Mr. Wang? Jiang Yun's eyes lit up. She never expected Wang Shifeng to proactively ask for higher targets. What is the company's current standard? Wang Shifeng asked. Generally covers two areas, the stability of live streaming metrics and revenue flow. I don't have high demands for the revenue flow, but I value the metrics highly. The company's standard assessment for departments is a monthly viewership of no less than 2 million, Jiang Yun said. 2 million views, that is just an average of 70,000 viewers per day. 2 million? Wang Shifeng did the math. Based on his streaming numbers from yesterday, this would not be hard. Let's just set it at 4 million. That way, nobody else should have much to say about it. 4 million? Xia Mengyao let out a small cry. Jiang Yun also looked at Wang Shifeng in surprise. She had thought that raising it to 2.5 million would have been a stretch, but she never imagined Wang Shifeng would double the requirement right out of the gate. This happiness came way too suddenly. Mr. Wang, you don't really have to put so much pressure on yourself, Jiang Yun said, feeling rather cautious. She was worried that if Wang Shifeng didn't reach the standard, some people in the company would use it against him. Exactly. 4 million views even if you stream for 30 days, that is at least 140,000 views every single day, Xia Mengyao added. That is already the average for top-tier streamers in the country. Why? Do you two not believe in me? If not, I can just go back to being a humble little host, Wang Shifeng teased. No, I am just worried you will be under too much pressure in the beginning. As CEO, the higher the KPI, the happier I am, Jiang Yun bit her lip. If it is set this way, indeed, nobody in the company will dare to say anything. But if you don't meet it, then we just follow the company regulations, Wang Shifeng replied with an indifferent smile. Seeing his calm, relaxed smile, Jiang Yun felt inexplicably inspired. In that case, here is to a happy cooperation. I will have the contract drafted today, Jiang Yun said with a smile as she held out her hand. Then I will have to rely on you for your support, boss, Wang Shifeng said, shaking her small hand. Smooth, soft, and cool. The two of you getting together is all thanks to me. You better figure out how to thank me properly, Xia Mengyao said with a laugh. That makes sense. Miss Xia really used every trick in the book yesterday to keep me here. She put in a lot of effort, Wang Shifeng said with unreadable expression. Did you hear that, Yun? It is all thanks to me, Xia Mengyao said, missing the subtext and happily claiming the credit. Jiang Yun subconsciously touched the slightly red and swollen spot on the back of her neck and also gave an unreadable smile. That is right, Yo Yao, you really did a great job. You don't have to reward me with too much. Just give me a 6-month vacation. You don't know how exhausted I was from filming in the first half of the year, Xia Mengyao said happily. Oh sure, just you wait, Jian hummed. Well, I am going home to change my clothes and I will report to the office in the evening, Wang Shifeng said, not planning to stay any longer. I can drive you, Jiang Yun stood up to see him off. No need, Wang Shifeng said he could just hail a cab when he got outside. Alright then. I will arrange the contract and benefits and let you know. See you at the company, Jiang Yun said after being rejected again with a slight cough. See you at the company, Wang Shifeng said as he stepped into the elevator. Watching the elevator doors slowly close, Jiang Yun let out a sigh of relief. She took out her phone to call her assistant to arrange work, then thought for a moment, oh, and check if Ferrari has any models in stock from the last 2 years. Is the boss buying a car? The assistant paused. Yes, preferably one that can be delivered to the company this afternoon. If not, placing an order for the latest model is fine too, Jiang Yun said. Okay, I will look into it, the assistant said, feeling puzzled. Didn't she just buy a McLaren last month? Why is she buying another car? I guess that is just what rich women do. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yun returned home and looked around, feeling for some reason that the place was a bit empty. Before Jiang Yun could fall into a sentimental mood, it was interrupted by Xia Mengyao's wailing. Jiang Yun, what is going on with you? Why do I suddenly have so many announcements scheduled?
Returning from Jiang Yun's mansion to my own 20-square-meter pig. After sighing at the disparity in the world, Wang Shifeng checked his account balance. All his possessions totaled 2031 yuan. But fortunately, Jiang Yun promised that the company would arrange accommodation, which would save a large sum of money. With some careful spending, this amount should be enough. Still, I must make sure the operations team opens the tipping channel today. After packing his things simply, Wang Shifeng started browsing the historical records of this world again. He kept at it until 9 in the evening, nearing his shift time. The schedule for a night shift host is naturally different from a normal job. With days and nights flipped, the shift usually starts at 10 in the evening and goes until 6 the next morning when it gets light. Leaving early before 2 yesterday was a special case. After nearly a full day, Wang Shifeng finally understood the general history of this parallel world, thanks mostly to the bonus of his photographic memory talent. The general history of this parallel world is similar. The only divergence is that the last feudal dynasty abdicated under pressure from the outside, and after going through invasions and resistance, it stayed dormant for a period before becoming one of the world's great powers again. But precisely because it was an abdication, it did not undergo a cultural revolution and retained most of the feudal residue, especially various Confucian doctrines, such as the 5 constant virtues, the 3 cardinal guides, and the 5 constant virtues, as well as filial piety. Because these social norms greatly constrained the ideological liberation of the Xia kingdom, even after opening up and experiencing so many years of cultural coexistence, the overall social atmosphere remained stifled, lacking vitality and excitement. The benefit of this repressed culture is that the Xia kingdom's level of industrialization is extremely high, and the national per capita income is quite good, because people spend most of their time on test-oriented education and work, fully utilizing the labor force. Therefore, the people of Xia are collectively depressed. According to a survey by the Blue Star Federation, it is one of the unhappiest nations. On his way to the company by taxi, Wang Shifeng gradually sorted out how he should use the healing system to plan his development path. Is that Wang Shifeng? He is so handsome. Handsome? That is just one of Teacher Wang's specialties. His depth is his main charm. Teacher Wang? He does not look old, he looks so fresh. Ambition is not measured by age, you know. In just 2 hours of live streaming yesterday, he conquered tens of thousands of fans with his talent and depth. Nobody else could do that. That is indeed impressive. I listened to the replay of the stream and laughed until my stomach ached. By the way, I heard Bai Kai was called in for a lecture by manager Jiang today. That Bai Kai relied on his popularity to skip yesterday on purpose, fearing he would be used for hype. Now he must be regretting it bitterly. The boss is probably going to discipline him. By the way, I saw a brand new black Ferrari 488 in the underground parking lot. It costs nearly 6 million. Guess whose car it is? Do I even need to guess? It must be manager Jiang. We work so hard and stay positive, and the boss treats herself to a Ferrari. So sour. As soon as Wang Shifeng entered the company, he felt many colleagues talking about him, and several young hosts and streamers took the initiative to come up, say hello, and exchange contact information. Sure enough, once a person has value, the whole world seems filled with kindness. Shifeng here so early. The producer Healy walked over to greet him with a smile, and the employees surrounding Wang Shifeng consciously dispersed. Director He, you did not even say goodbye when you left yesterday, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Little manager Xia said that you and manager Jiang were drinking happily, so she let us leave early, Healy laughed. Little manager Xia? Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow. Oh, that is Xia Mengyao. She is not only an artist of the company but also the deputy manager, although manager Jiang does not let her manage anything, Healy explained. How late did you guys drink? Manager Jiang came in at noon today. Did you sleep until now? I did not drink, she was the one drinking. Wang Shifeng shook his head. What is the content of today's live stream? Let us go to manager Jiang's office first. Healy gestured and led Wang Shifeng to the elevator. Jiang Yun's office was decorated very simply. If there was one defining feature, it was its spaciousness. It covered over 400 square meters on the top floor of the building, with a huge floor-to-ceiling window that could overlook most of the night view of Jinghua City. In the office, besides Jiang Yun, there were 2 men and 3 women. One of them was Chu King, and the other 2 women behind Jiang Yun were likely secretaries or assistants, as they were dressed in professional attire with sharp little suits, black stockings, and high heels. The 2 men were sitting on the sofa. One was the agent who asked for leave for Bai Kai yesterday, and the other, who looked to be in his 30s with a receding hairline and a comical appearance, was surely Xingyi's top host, Bai Kai. Seeing Wang Shifeng enter, the latter was the first to stand up and greet him with a face full of wrinkles. Brother Shifeng, you are finally here. Please help me plead for mercy, otherwise manager Jiang is gonna fire me. It is said that one should not strike a smiling face. This Bai Kai was clearly an old fox with high emotional intelligence, trying to kill Wang Shifeng with kindness from the start. Brother Kai, you are joking, Xingyi would go bankrupt without you, Wang Shifeng replied with a smile, not taking the bait. Bai Kai's smile stiffened slightly, but he remained calm. Brother, you are mocking me. Was it because I was late last night? Honestly, my child had a sudden high fever, and I rushed him to the hospital. By the time I hurried back, you had already finished the stream. I am truly sorry. Bai Kai apologized proactively and found a flawless excuse. If Wang Shifeng pushed the matter further, he would look heartless. This guy is a master of hiding a knife behind a smile. Wang Shifeng understood this clearly, maintaining a smile on his face. I would not dare say that. Your child's health comes first. You can always stream another time, but sickness requires immediate treatment. Besides, there were issues with the stream yesterday anyway. Hearing Wang Shifeng say this, Bai Kai grinned even more happily. I knew Brother Wang was a straightforward person who could understand. Don't worry, brother will definitely make your stream lively today. I have already told my fans to come and support you. Let's aim for 500,000 viewers today. So this is where he has been waiting for me. Wang Shifeng narrowed his eyes slightly. He immediately grasped Bai Kai's intention. When Wang Shifeng had not yet shown his value yesterday, he feared being used for traffic, but seeing Wang Shifeng become unexpectedly popular, he came to leech off the hype. It really is true that shamelessness has no bounds. I must admit there is a reason this guy became a big streamer. Wang Shifeng did not answer, looking toward Jiang Yun instead. To make up for yesterday's mistake, Bai Kai is prepared to give up his own live stream channel today to assist you, Jiang Yun said expressionlessly. Heh, Shu King let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. She said nothing, but the mockery was obvious. Bai Kai pretended not to hear and continued warmly. It is not as serious as Manager Jiang says. I owe Brother Wang an assist, and it does not matter whether I stream on my own or not. But the style of today's stream does not really match Brother Kai's style. Maybe we should wait until tomorrow to draft a new script? He intervened, preparing to refuse on behalf of Wang Shifeng. It is okay, I am just an assistant, here to build the stage and boost the numbers for Brother Wang. I will just go with the flow, Bai Kai said heartily. If it were a newcomer who had not seen the world, they would easily be deceived by his rhetoric. But everyone present knew that even if Wang Shifeng's streaming style was unique yesterday, he was still just a new host. Regardless of popularity or experience, he could not be compared to a major streamer like Bai Kai. Once they were both in the same room, the protagonist would easily become Bai Kai. Then Wang Shifeng would really be relegated to a sidekick providing talking points. Jiang Yun frowned and shook her head slightly at Wang Shifeng, signaling him to just refuse. But unexpectedly Wang Shifeng smiled innocently. If Brother Kai is willing to assist, it would be my honor. Hearing this, Bai Kai's smile became even brighter. After a few pleasantries, Bai Kai and his agent left the office. Brother Kai, I told you that kid is a greenhorn, very easy to fool, the agent said excitedly as soon as they walked out. Keep your voice down, little darling. The smile faded from Bai Kai's face, looking a bit gloomy. That kid is not important. What is important is Jiang Yun's attitude. Sure enough, these bosses are all ingrates. She forgot who brought Xingyi Media to where it is, and now that she has some capital, she wants to discard the horse after it has helped her win the race. Dream on. That little woman is indeed doing things dishonorably, the agent echoed. If it were not for Brother Kai, Xingyi Media would have gone bankrupt years ago. Now not only is she ungrateful, but she even wants to cut our traffic. It is not that easy. Xingyi Media is not hers to decide alone, Bai Kai sneered. Brother Kai is right. Just a little girl wanting to ride over us, she does not know her place, the agent laughed. But Brother Kai, that kid surnamed Wang does have some skills in streaming. I know. If he did not, would he be worthy of me assisting him? Bai Kai scoffed. It just so happens that my fans have been feeling fatigued with my style over these past 2 years. I can use this kid to help me out. Maybe we can even get on the hot search list and grab some attention. A playful gleam flickered in Bai Kai's triangular eyes, looking somewhat sinister. As if he had already treated Wang Shifeng as a mere tool. You shouldn't have agreed to Bai Kai just now. He's not that kind-hearted. He just saw the traffic in your livestream and wanted to ride on your coattails for some exposure. There's no point in giving him free traffic. You've already done enough by not holding him accountable for ditching you yesterday. Director He Li patted Wang Shifeng on the shoulder and said, although he shouldn't have said these things in front of the boss, for some reason, he just wanted to speak up for Wang Shifeng. Thanks, Director He, but no matter how you look at it, this isn't a bad thing, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Jiang Yun and the others looked at Wang Shifeng in confusion. They had originally thought that Wang Shifeng was a newcomer to society, being manipulated by that old fox Bai Kai. But seeing this, there seemed to be something more going on. The reason they couldn't speak up just now was because of their professional standing. This was considered interaction between artists, and they usually couldn't intervene, but they were definitely on Wang Shifeng's side. Because Bai Kai's reputation in the company really wasn't very good. Relying on his seniority, he had done a lot of things, but since he had several investors backing him, it wasn't easy for Jiang Yun to completely fall out with him. From the company's perspective, my live stream with Bai Kai can indeed create quite a stir. And the 500,000 viewers he mentioned might not be impossible to reach, Wang Shifeng analyzed calmly. From the perspective of the live stream, yesterday's fans were mostly Bai Kai's. If Bai Kai is here today, it could make the fan base more stable, which is good for both base traffic and Bai Kai himself. These are indeed benefits, but haven't you considered that it might not be for you? Healy frowned. If Bai Kai's fans dominate, they will inevitably have more say in the live stream than you. Though called an assistant host, in reality he is the main host, which will greatly limit your room to shine. Then that would just mean I'm not skilled enough. Wang Shifeng smiled indifferently, and vice versa. As he finished, everyone in the office lit up. Maneering. Confident. Proud. In that instant they saw so much in Wang Shifeng. The two secretaries, seeing Wang Shifeng for the first time, were also eyeing him with glowing eyes. They had originally had complaints about their president's proposal to hire a fresh university graduate, especially after seeing the tall and handsome Wang Shifeng in person. They even suspected, has the president been bewitched by this young hunk? But Wang Shifeng's performance at this moment made them acknowledge the president's decision, because they felt the aura of a high-level leader in this young man. Exactly, Jiang Yun cut off Healy's persuasion. Since director he is here, I'll mention the upcoming company reorganization in advance. It will be formally appointed next Monday. Wang Shifeng's attitude of looking at this matter from the company's perspective rather than a personal one made Jiang Yun appreciate him even more. Healy and Su King were unaware and were stunned by this. Usually company changes are announced directly in the office group, unless it's a very major appointment. Could it be that I am getting a promotion? Next, Mr. Wang Shifeng will take the position of general manager of the new Xingyi Media department, and the company will assist him in setting up the new department. Jiang Yun's cold, clear voice echoed in the office. Healy and Su King's eyes nearly popped out, and they looked at Jiang Yun and Wang Shifeng in disbelief. General manager. A new department? What is going on? It's only been one night. An intern host has become a department general manager. Is this reasonable? If this appointment came from another board member, it would naturally be unreasonable. But since the appointment came from Jiang Yun, then, I suppose it must be reasonable. The most shocked was Healy. He admitted that Wang Shifeng had unusual talent, but he didn't think talent was enough for Director Jiang to directly appoint him to an important position like general manager. Because this is management completely different from producing programs. He had been in the industry for over a decade and had been there since the founding of Xing, and yet he was only at the director level. This kid Wang Shifeng has only been working for a day, and he's already a general manager? Unless this appointment is like Young Master Xia's, just a title with no real power. But what is the relationship between Young Master Xia and Director Jiang? And what is the relationship between this kid Wang Shifeng and Director Jiang? In an instant, Healy felt a bit chaotic and eyed Wang Shifeng with a strange gaze. His mind had already conjured up many scenarios. Did something really happen between the two of them last night? But even if it were a deal, it shouldn't go as far as promote him to a top executive position. Could it be coercion? Director, the way you're looking at me is making me scared, Wang Shifeng said, feeling a bit unnerved by Healy's gaze. Cough, it's nothing. Healy coughed, smiling a bit awkwardly. I guess I can't call you Shifeng anymore. I have to call you Manager Wang or Manager Feng. Director, don't be like that. Just call me by my name is fine. Wang Shifeng smiled, took the contract handed over by the older secretary, and sat down to review it carefully. Healy and Su King reported their work to Jiang Yun with a bit of distraction. Wang Shifeng checked the contract, and after confirming there were no issues, he signed his name. Seeing him sign, Jiang Yun quietly breathed a sigh of relief, then took a car key out of her bag and handed it over. This is the company car for you. Wang Shifeng took it, saw the prancing horse logo on it, and smiled. A Ferrari! I didn't expect the skill of driving a Ferrari with one hand that I drew would come in handy so soon. Sure enough, the system is not as good as a wealthy sugar mommy. This is too expensive, Wang Shifeng declined. The McLaren you mentioned yesterday isn't available in the country, so just make do with this one for now. I hope you can work with all your heart and soul. Jiang Yun also had a smile on her face. Then I certainly won't let down Director Jiang's expectations, Wang Shifeng said, putting the car key into his pocket. Having witnessed the whole process, Healy and Su King were filled with complicated thoughts. Healy felt like some of his theories were confirmed. Su King felt incredibly so. Leaving Jiang Yun's office, Wang Shifeng and Healy returned to the live stream studio. Bai Kai was already settling in with his team. Cause there were more people on Bai Kai's team, it made He Lei's original team look like they were being pushed out. The dove occupying the Magpie's net. Wang Shifeng smiled. Brother Wang, Director He, please sit down. Let's chat about the details of the upcoming livestream and see how we can cooperate, Bai Kai said, standing up with a cheerful and enthusiastic tone. Brother Kai, Director Liu, you guys are here too, He Lei greeted Bai Kai's team members with a forced smile. Anyway, we aren't live streaming today, so I just let them come over to learn, Bai Kai said with a smile. Are you bringing so many people to learn or to crash the venue? He Lei gave a cold laugh. I wouldn't dare. Brother Kai shows the most popular in the company after all. Director He, that's not quite right. Communication leads to progress. We are all in the same company, so we should progress together, Director Liu said with a hidden dagger in his smile. I've looked at today's script, and there are a few points I think need to be changed. Change the script? As soon as the words fell, everyone on He Lei's team looked up, their expressions unfriendly. This is going to overshadow the host. Change the script? Bai Kai, is this your idea? He Lei's face turned completely cold. For a producer, messing with the script is crossing the line. Since Director He doesn't want to change it, then we will just cooperate, Bai Kai said with a chuckle, playing Tai Chi. This was clearly meant to pass the buck. If the livestream goes well, it might be credited to Bai Kai. If it goes poorly and higher-ups investigate, Bai Kai can push the blame onto He Lei. After all, you didn't consult. He Lei was about to explode, but after Wang Shifeng held him back, he let out a cold snort and turned to walk away. Director He must be feeling a bit uncomfortable, I'll go check on him, Wang Shifeng said with a narrowed, smiling gaze and followed him out. Brother Kai, that kid is really sensible, Director Liu said, looking at Wang Shifeng's retreating figure with a laugh. Count him lucky, otherwise he wouldn't be able to survive in Singi, the agent chimed in. How can you say that? Forget it, let's continue the discussion. The livestream content will go according to our own plan. Just let him say a couple of lines when the time comes, Bai Kai said with a cold laugh, his triangular eyes full of mockery. Just a newbie and he wants to be the main act? Keep dreaming. Disney 5. Inside the broadcast room of companion to the dog, Wang Shifeng and Bai Kai had finished setting up the equipment. The warm-up for the live stream had already begun, and the previously black screen slowly started to fill with viewers and live comments. Shifeng, no need to be nervous. I will cooperate with you when the time comes, and if you have any slip-ups, I will help cover for you. Just be casual, treat it like a regular chat, Bai Kai said calmly, cradling his thermal mug. Thanks, Brother Kai, Wang Shifeng smiled. Middle age is full of hardships, better soak some goji berries in your thermal mug. You should take care of your health, Brother Kai, don't let work wear you out. Thanks for your concern, brother. It's true these past few years for work, I have picked up quite a few health issues. Bai Kai replied habitually, then paused for a second. Middle age is full of hardships, better soak some goji berries in your thermal mug. Why does that sound like my waist is aching? He is showing concern for me, right? Bai Kai cast a suspicious glance at Wang Shifeng, but seeing his sincere smile, he didn't say anything more. Probably just overthinking it, the kid seems kind enough. 30 seconds to countdown, get ready to go live. As they chatted, the director's voice came through their earpieces. The broadcast hadn't even started yet. The viewer count had already hit 50,000. That is even higher than the number of viewers I get when I start my own show. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed this was a brand new channel on its second day of broadcasting. Bai felt a surge of jealousy. But thinking about it, he felt like he was definitely going to make a fortune today. Looking at Wang Shifeng beside him, Bai Kai sneered in his heart. Kid, thank you for providing such high traffic for me to benefit from. Alright, the broadcast is starting. Bai Kai sat up straight. Wang Shifeng curled his lips into a smile. And as the music played, he began his opening. Welcome everyone to the Companion to the Dawn livestream. I am your host for today, Wang Shifeng, along with our special guest co-host, Mr. Bai Kai. Bai Kai adjusted his headset and used a rather grating vocal fry. Dear fan friends, I am your caring big brother Bai Kai. It has been a few days, did you all miss me? Bai Kai wasn't just giving a simple introduction, he was treating this channel entirely as his own, even starting to ramble about trivial personal matters. Outside the glass window, He Lei and the others frowned deeply. That old dog Bai Kai, this is too bullying. Then they looked at Wang Shifeng, who was sitting in the main seat, holding a pen with a warm smile on his face, still calm and collected. He didn't seem to care at all. Could it be that he had already anticipated this situation? Has he given up on struggling? Or is he confident he has everything under control? Everyone couldn't help but feel confused, because they felt that for a newcomer like Wang Shifeng, being completely hijacked in terms of dialogue and rhythm and yet remaining so calm was just too strange. Everyone was sweating for Wang Shifeng. This suspense lasted for over 3 minutes. Bai Kai finally stopped his endless rambling and handed the topic over to Wang Shifeng. It wasn't out of the goodness of his heart, but because he noticed the tone of the live comments was changing. At the beginning it was fine. There were nearly 30,000 people when it started, higher than his own channel, and most were his fans. Although some comments mentioned Wang Shifeng, it was only a few. But as the viewer count climbed over 70,000, the comments suddenly shifted. Whoa, did I walk into the wrong stream? Why is this guy Bai Kai here? Where is the host? I want my treasure host. Brother Kai, although I am your fan, this seems to be someone else's stream. Don't you think you are talking a bit too much? Who is this idiot? He has been blabbering for 2 minutes, his mouth is messier than my grandma's warrant long john. Didn't they say there was a surprise in this stream? Why is this little cutie just chatting awkwardly? If Teacher Wang doesn't come out soon, I'm leaving. Seeing the viewer count drop from 70,000, Bai Kai grew increasingly panicked, especially when he realized even his own fans were telling him to shut up. He realized this wasn't working and that he would be blamed for this, so he hurriedly passed the microphone to Wang Shifeng. Haha. It's been so long since I've met everyone, I got a bit carried away. Now let's welcome our star newcomer host, Wang Shifeng, to say a few words. But noticing Wang Shifeng didn't start speaking, Bai Kai tapped him Shifeng. Wang Shifeng acted as if he had just woken from a dream. Oh, Brother Kai, why did you stop? I was really enjoying listening to you. Enjoying it, so what I said wasn't that boring after all. It must be these fans who are just looking for trouble. Bai Kai was delighted, not expecting Wang Shifeng to take the initiative to give him an out, and was instantly moved. I got a bit carried away, the audience is all waiting for you. Wang Shifeng smiled. Carried away? Not at all. I actually find your talking very interesting, Brother Kai. I really enjoy listening to you. In just a few minutes, you actually cured the insomnia that has plagued me for over 10 years. After saying that, he even let out a yawn. Bai Kai's smile froze on his face, and seeing the surge of live comments, his expression turned worse and worse. Ahaha, no wonder Teacher Wang wasn't talking, he was literally being hypnotized. I didn't expect Bai Kai's blabbering to have such therapeutic effects on insomnia. Are we witnessing a medical miracle? I knew at the moment Teacher Wang opened his mouth, this is not a simple matter. Good grief, thinking about it, Bai Kai really does talk a lot of nonsense. Did I blame Brother Kai wrong? But we don't want to sleep right now, suggest you shut up. Thanks to Brother Kai for the wonderful self-introduction, even though I fell asleep halfway through. Wang Shifeng continued smoothly. I was checking some data a few days ago and found an interesting study. Scientists calculated that men speak an average of 2,000 words a day, while women average 7,000. Of course, I don't mean anything by it, just wanted to share it with everyone. Without further ado, let's jump straight into today's topic. It is based on the feedback from 12,000 messages we received. The topic everyone is most concerned about, the topic of being a simp that arose from the incident yesterday where Mr. Zhao took his child's surname. Wang Shifeng continued. I suspect the host is throwing shade, but I have no evidence. A real man should speak less and get straight to the point. Mom, I finally learned how to distinguish between men and women. Oh ho, as expected of a teacher rigorous in his work. Through this survey, we can conclude that Wang Kai is approximately equal to 3 women. Did Mr. Zhao get our well wishes? Did the proposal go well? What surname did he change to? The simp topic, can we invite Mr. Zhao back on? Why are you sharing such useless info? Unlike the excited audience, Bai Kai's expression grew more and more sour, he felt like he had been wounded. However, he had to admit that since Wang Shifeng started speaking, the atmosphere in the stream had indeed changed. Looking at the heated comments and the slowly rising viewer count, Wang Shifeng gestured to Healy outside, preparing to take a random call. Brother Kai, as far as I know, relationship topics have always been your strength. What are your thoughts on today's topic? Wang Shifeng asked, turning his head. Bai Kai, currently drowning in self-doubt and depression, was stunned. He hadn't expected Wang Shifeng to throw a topic back to him after taking control of the mic. Shouldn't he be putting on a solo performance now? Could it be I was overthinking again? Full of suspicion, Bai Kai cleared his throat and said solemnly, regarding this topic, I actually have quite a say in it. Because for a period of time, fans often treated me as the representative of a simp. But I personally believe that loving someone is sacred, and you shouldn't use such derogatory terms to mock it. We aren't simping, it's a deep, affectionate love. So Brother Kai also thinks that Mr. Zhao's act of taking the child's surname yesterday does not qualify as being a simp, and you actually approve of it? Wang Shifeng asked again. What do you mean Mr. Zhao's act of taking the child's surname? You were the one who instigated him to do that. Regarding Mr. Zhao's actions yesterday, I believe he was just too in love with the other person, so much so that it made him seem humble, but it also proves the sanctity of love, doesn't it? Bai Kai answered, biting the bullet. Then it seems Brother Kai also thinks Mr. Zhao is a bit humble, which belongs to simp behavior, Wang Shifeng muttered as if to himself. Bai Kai was shocked. Is that what I meant? Why are you taking things out of context? Bai Kai realized he had seemingly been set up. But Wang Shifeng didn't give him a chance to explain, immediately signaling the broadcast director to connect the first fan call. A moment later, the connection was established and an excited young male voice came through. Hello, is this host Wang? Can you hear me? I can. How should I address you, sir? Wang Shifeng asked with a smile. Hello, teacher Wang. You can call me Xiao Zhang. I listened to your show yesterday and fell in love with you, Zhang said excitedly. I appreciate your misplaced affection, but please don't make it any harder for me. Wang Shifeng chuckled, taking advantage of his host privileges to pin a message on the public chat screen. PF'd, is that really how you write that phrase? Damn it, I actually understood it. Is teacher Wang trying to make me laugh myself to death in the chat room? Useless knowledge +1. Some memes are meant for spoken language, while others are best conveyed through text. For instance, once this term is typed out, most people understand it instantly. Oh, teacher Wang, you are so naughty. Being a cooperative audience member, Mr. Zhang finished with a bashful tone yesterday after listening to that Mr. Zhao's experience. It instantly reminded me of what happened to me. I haven't slept all night and I've sent hundreds of messages just to get you to discuss the topic of being a simp. I am in so much pain. Oh, it sounds like you're truly troubled, otherwise no one would be bored enough to send hundreds of messages, Wang Shifeng said with a light chuckle. Yes, I'd like to ask you, teacher, how do I define if I am a simp? Mr. Zhang asked earnestly. What do you think, Brother Kai? Wang Shifeng didn't answer, giving Bai Kai a chance to shine. This time Bai Kai didn't answer blankly but weighed his words carefully. He was terrified of falling into one of Wang Shifeng's traps. Well, as for how to determine that, I suppose everyone's situation is different, and the standards vary, so it's not easy to answer. Bai Kai's reply was ambiguous because he usually followed a script for his streams, and he was stage frightened by this kind of improvised question. Teacher Bai Kai speaks very well. It gives me the impression that what you've said is indeed exactly what you've said, Wang Shifeng remarked with a sigh. You call that good? He answered absolutely nothing. The host has so little depth. Excuse me, I meant he's so articulate. Haha, so that's how you can make nonsense sound so elegant. Good grief, I'm starting to take notes. Hilarious, Bai Kai's hosting skills are truly embarrassing. Looking at the comments, Bai Kai's face turned uglier, and he asked unwillingly, Shifeng, do you think there's a way to tell if someone is a simp? Truth be told, it wasn't that he couldn't answer the question, but he knew that no matter how he replied, he would be criticized. It just wasn't worth it. If he said he knew, he would inevitably offend some simping viewers, but if he said he didn't know, he would seem unprofessional. Thinking about it, this kid Wang Shifeng isn't as kind as he looks. Plus, he didn't believe Wang Shifeng could offer any good answer either. Wang Shifeng smiled. Honestly, at first I thought just like Brother Kai. I didn't think it was easy to judge. Bai Kai widened his eyes. You can follow someone else's lead like that. That's playing dirty. However, Wang Shifeng changed his tone. I suddenly thought that perhaps by the time you ask this question, your heart already knows the answer. Don't you think so, Mr. Zhang? Instantly, the chat feed paused. It was as if countless people had been struck in their weakest spot. It felt like they'd known the answer all along, and only today was it finally pointed out. Ah, Mr. Zhang's voice was heavy. Teacher Wang, is there a more specific way to judge? I still can't tell the difference between deep affection and being a simp. It was clear that Mr. Zhang was lying to himself. He was likely a severe simp, but on the verge of waking up. Mr. Zhang, do you know what a cat says? Wang Shifeng hesitated for a moment before asking. Huh? Meow? Mr. Zhang was taken aback, responding with uncertainty. And what does a cow say? Wang Shifeng asked. Moo. And a sheep? Ba? Then what about it? Woof. Just as everyone was filled with questions during this back and forth exchange. No, that's not how a dog says it, Wang Shifeng said in a deep voice. Huh, then how does it say it? Mr. Zhang was stunned. Are you there? Wang Shifeng turned down the background music and said slowly, Are you awake yet? What are you doing? Are you hungry? Did you eat? Remember to go home early. It's cold. Don't catch a cold. Good night. Good morning. Why aren't you answering me? Are you busy? They were all questions, but Wang Shifeng read them all as statements. Because for most of these questions, there was no response. Instantly, the live broadcast room erupted in wailing. My God? Teacher Wang, please stop monitoring my chat logs. Wait, I think I just broke down, I can't hold it back, boo-hoo. So that's why they're called simps. Learn something new. Heh, this host has clearly never owned a dog. A puppy says a woo, a big dog says a woo, sniffle, why can't I make this up anymore? Bai Kai stared blankly at the chat feed, which was lagging due to the explosion of comments as if he had seen a ghost. Damn it, I didn't even get this many comments when I gave away 100,000 yuan in red packets. Damn it. Mr. Zhang, the difference between deep affection and being a simp is actually whether the other person provides feedback, the kind of emotional care and concern, Wang Shifeng said after careful consideration. So, since she doesn't reply to my messages, that means she's not giving me any feedback, right? Mr. Zhang's voice was choked with sobs. You cannot wake up someone who doesn't reply to your messages, but a red packet can, Wang Shifeng said with a serious expression. Huh? PF'd, ha ha ha. Mr. Zhang immediately laughed through his tears, though the laughter sounded harsh. His formerly depressed mood was actually lifted by Wang Shifeng's twist. But throughout the stream, among nearly 70,000 people, no one mocked him as they listened to that harsh laughter. Until Mr. Zhang's laughter turned into muffled sobbing. Mr. Zhang, for a door that you can't knock open, it's clearly impolite to keep knocking, Wang Shifeng sighed softly. Instantly, the previously calm chat feed became restless again. Wah, it's easier said than done, letting go isn't that easy. I'm laughing through tears, real tears. But I still want to keep trying. Bro, turn back now, trying will only lead to your demise. Suddenly I feel like I've been a bit impolite, blocking them. Thank you, Teacher Wang, I think I know what to do. After saying this, Mr. Zhang hung up the call on his own. Wang Shifeng's tone was low, filled with regret. Honestly, I hope no one lives like a cigarette where people light you up when they're bored and flick you away when they're finished. Let's wish Mr. Zhang the best in handling his emotional issues. Looking at the scorching hot chat feed and the calm Wang Shifeng, Bai Kai felt as if he had seen a ghost. He actually dared to say such cynical thing. Even when he chatted along with these viewers every day, he still got roasted from time to time. How did he manage to dare to roast the audience? Is this really the performance of a newcomer just starting out? He can manipulate the audience's emotional rhythm at will, and when discussing such sensitive relationship topics, not a single troll came out to make trouble. This is unscientific. Brother Kai, what is your take on Mr. Zhang's emotional issues? Wang Shifeng suddenly turned and asked. Bai Kai shivered inexplicably. I think Mr. Zhang might not necessarily be a simp. Maybe the person he likes just happens not to like him back. Perhaps if he keeps persisting, there will still be a glimmer of hope. Bai Kai decided to dig a hole for Wang Shifeng. After all, as a seasoned simp, he knew well that these types of viewers highly approve of such self-deceiving hope. So Brother Kai, you're saying Mr. Zhang is a backup option? Wang Shifeng feigned confusion. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Bai Kai widened his eyes, realizing that not only did he fail to trap Wang Shifeng, but he had ended up trapping himself instead. In this world, being a simp is just one-sided infatuation, but being a spare tire is a truly derogatory term, a synonym for being a cuckold or a sucker who takes someone else's leftovers. I don't mean it that way, Shifeng, don't twist my words. Bai's face darkened. I just feel it's irresponsible for you to make such arbitrary conclusions about the fans and audience. We are here to host a show and should be thinking about our fans. What if our comments lead a fan to miss out on a rare, beautiful relationship? Wouldn't that be a sin? Bai Kai was indeed an old hand. Though his hosting skills were mediocre, his ability to smear people and pin labels on them was top-notch. With just a few sentences, he had already stirred up the emotions of some simps and green tea types in the live chat. Exactly, maybe the girl is just testing her suitor. That's right, falling in love is a process, nobody succeeds on the first try. This host is really irresponsible. Brother Kai is the one with a sense of responsibility. Seeing the flood of opposing comments, Wang Shifeng smiled slightly. Since Brother Kai has a different perspective, why don't we conduct an experiment? Oh, what kind of experiment? Bai Kai raised an eyebrow. I've prepared some questions. I'll play the role of the simp, and you play the role of a normal pursuer. We'll answer them, and in the end, the audience can decide for themselves if it's simp behavior or normal pursuit. Wang Shifeng laughed. Sure. Bai Kai's eyes lit up, secretly pleased. With over 20 years of experience in pursuing, or rather groveling, he finally had a chance to show his skills. This kid was basically digging his own grave. Alright, first question. You sent dozens of messages to your dream girl yesterday, and she replied saying, "You're so annoying, stop messaging me." What do? Wang Shifeng laughed. Bai Kai frowned and thought for a moment before answering. This means you've disturbed her. You should stop messaging her and try again after some time. Wang Shifeng smiled faintly. As a simp, I would think she's actually starting to care about whether my messages annoy her. I must prove with my actions that I'm not annoyed, nor am I tired, and I can keep sending them. Bai Kai was stunned. Can you even interpret it that way? Not only was he confused, but the 100,000 viewers in the live stream were also puzzled. Holy crap, so that's what that sentence means. I've learned something new. Wow, things are moving so fast, she's even starting to care about you. Strange, why do I find this so familiar? Do you guys think there's a chance Teacher Wang is mocking us? The chat was quickly getting involved, sparking a heated discussion. Second question, the girl says, "You are a good person. What should you do?" Wang Shifeng continued, ignoring the chatter. "She might be rejecting you politely. We should try another way to probe." Bai Kai mused for a moment, then took out his phone to communicate with his team. He felt that his own strength might not be enough to go up against Wang Shifeng. As a simp, I would think that she's already starting to acknowledge my character, which means she's starting to consider marriage. I could even start preparing for a proposal, Wang Shifeng continued to say with a smile. Is that so? Can this question be interpreted like that too? Bai Kai frowned, even starting to doubt himself. Third question, the girl says, "Our personalities aren't compatible. We aren't meant for each other." Wang Shifeng didn't Bai Kai a chance to reflect and kept asking. This must be a clear rejection, right? You should give up. Bai Kai looked at the answer sent by his team and said it, biting the bullet. For some reason he sounded a bit lacking in confidence. I think the girl might just be feeling a bit insecure, thinking she's not good enough for me. I need to give her more confidence, comfort her, and encourage her. Family, if you think I'm doing the right thing, please type encourage in the chat, Wang Shifeng smiled. Some bewildered viewers hesitated for a moment before typing on their keyboards. Instantly, the screen was filled with the word encourage. Those who wanted to argue felt it was too much effort to type, so they just joined the bandwagon. Anyway, it sounds reasonable, just encourage her. Is that really it? Looking at Wang Shifeng's harmless expression and the screen full of encourage, Bai Kai wavered once more. Fourth question, the girl says I like someone else. Wang Shifeng continued asking. That is definitely a rejection, a clear rejection. Bai Kai didn't look at his phone and said confidently. I, on the other hand, would think that maybe the person she likes is me. What do you guys think, family? Wang Shifeng said with a smile. The chat reaction was intense. Exactly, since it's a person, why can't it be? Aren't simps not considered human? My god, the person above found a blind spot, but I'm not listening. I feel like it's me. Live hard, die hard, brothers, I'll lead the charge. Hiss. Bai Kai drew a sharp breath. It's not entirely impossible. Fifth question, the girl says, I hate you, stop bothering me. Wang Shifeng followed up immediately, giving Bai Kai no room to think. This has to be a rejection. Bai Kai's teeth started to chatter. Beg to differ. I think that when a woman says no, she means yes. Besides, beating is affection and scolding is love. She's flirting with me, Wang Shifeng said firmly. That makes so much sense. Bai Kai almost agreed, nodding subconsciously. Last question. The girl says, I don't like you, I hate you. If you keep pestering me, I'll have someone kill you sooner or later. What do? Wang Shifeng asked in a low voice. Bai Kai gulped. The words, this is a rejection, were on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't get them out. He pondered the sentence over and over in his mind. Don't like, hate, stop pestering, we'll have someone kill you sooner or later. This is a rejection. The girl has already said it so harshly, how could it not be a rejection? These keywords kept circling in Bai Kai's mind until, suddenly, he had a flash of insight. Sooner or later, have someone arrange. Good night. Bai Kai felt enlightened. At that moment, Bai Kai felt as if something had awakened within him. The girl is saying good night to me. Bai Kai slammed his hand on the desk and shouted excitedly. Then he saw everyone outside the glass window looking at him with surprise, suspicion, and strange expressions. The way they looked at him was a bit like looking at a silly child. Damn it, what have I just said? The chat was flooding even more. Teacher Wang's thoughts perfectly align with mine. Is there something wrong with thinking about these questions this way? No problem, I guess. Hahaha, is this what they call corporate level understanding? A logic genius? Is this host a silly child? Can he not tell what's praise and what's insult? Bai Kai is even stupider, he actually got led astray. I've learned it, going to confront my dream girl right now. As a simp, Brother Kai's answer aligns perfectly with mine, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. I'm not, Bai Kai said, looking panicked. I know, many people don't want to admit they're simps, thinking it's normal pursuit. But as I said, pursuit happens when there is feedback, not through selfless sacrifice and self-deception without any bottom line. Doing so doesn't just disturb others, it also degrades yourself. Wang Shifeng patted Bai Kai's shoulder and said with a sigh. Bai Kai's mouth twitched and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It felt like he was having a heart attack. Woo, stop scolding, I know I'm a simp now. My god, I thought the host was just silly just now, but now I realize he's a mirror. Patting the head of the person above, Teacher Wang is acting, but we are real. Woo, stop simping, maybe your mom is watching the stream. Went out of the stream to check, is this really a healing live stream? Loved it. The chat was filled with crazy roasting, and during the 6 questions to the girl, the number of viewers had reached 120,000 and was still increasing. And the stream had only been on for half an hour. If this continues, there might really be a chance to break 500,000 views. But Bai Kai couldn't feel happy at all, cause he felt he had been played by Wang Shifeng. Now over 100,000 people are watching him make a fool of himself. He even started to doubt himself. So the essence of me really is a simp. Mental breakdown. When the atmosphere was at its peak, Wang Shifeng spoke again. However, while admitting you are a simp is difficult, feeling humble and heartbroken, maybe our way of simping is just wrong. Wang Shifeng's gentle voice carried warmth as he slowly said, if you say good morning to Vivi in the morning, good night to Lily at night, comment on Meow Meow's nose saying she looks beautiful, ask Rong if she wants to go out, and check if Meng Meng is dressed warmly if the target isn't 1 but 10, 100, 1,000. Then no one will call you a simp anymore. They can only look at you with awe and jealousy and honor you with the title of War Wolf. Brothers, to simp for 1 person is to be a dog, to simp for 10,000 is to be a wolf. If you are the king among dogs, why fear the king of the sea? It was like a thunderclap echoing through the sky, captivating the soul, earth-shattering. Bai Kai couldn't help but stumble back a few steps, greatly shocked. Equally shocked were the 100,000 viewers in the live stream. Whoa, I knew Teacher Wang wouldn't let us down. From today on, simps stand up. The girls will worry about whether we simps are loyal. They will be afraid that we won't simp for them anymore. Not because they've fallen for us, but because Teacher Wang has been here. Shocking me for a whole year. Is this quantity leading to a qualitative change? If I count like that, won't all the girls become my simps? It's logical, right? Have you noticed that the names of these girls all start with the same sound? Thinking about it is terrifying. Ding obtained shocking emotions healing energy plus M. Ding obtained happy emotions healing energy 15. Ding obtained questioning emotions healing energy 13. Ding obtained adoration emotions healing energy 15. There was also a massive amount of healing energy and gift donation. Looking at the screen full of gift effects, Wang Shifeng was beaming. I'm going to the restroom. Seeing the soaring data in the live stream, Bai Kai felt cold sweat pouring down and found an excuse to leave the room. He needed some quiet time. Because if this continues, not only will he not gain the popularity he wants, he will completely become Wang Shifeng's tool. Damn it. I should be the main guest. This can't go on, no way. Brother Kai, it's not good. Bai Kai's agent whispered, a lot of fans in our fan group have left, and the live stream data has dropped by almost 20,000. I didn't even start the stream, how could I lose fans? Bai Kai was shocked. They think you were crushed by Wang Shifeng and it's embarrassing, the agent said timidly. A bunch of fair weather fans, what do you mean crushed? I was just assisting him. Bai Kai was furious.
Bai Kai slipped away, which didn't really matter. The live stream was as bustling as ever. It was clear that the viewers, who had been burdened for years by the somewhat shameful identity of being a simp, had found both a rationalization and an outlet for their frustrations after hearing the wolf warrior theory. Seeing that the audience had let off enough steam, Wang Shifeng resumed the live stream. Alright, let's connect with our next guest and see what kind of emotional issues they have to share, Wang Shifeng said. Hello? Can you hear me? The connection went through, and it was a girl with a very pleasant voice who didn't sound very old. I can hear you. May I ask your name? Wang Shifeng asked politely. Hello host, you can call me Meow Meow, but not the one you commented on in your moments earlier, Meow Meow said with a giggle. That is a relief, otherwise everyone would think I was playing favorites, Wang Shifeng laughed. So, Ms. Meow Meow, what is it you would like to share? Well, I have a boyfriend I've been with since college for over 6 years now, but some things happened recently that made me start to doubt if he really likes me. Because I was the one who pursued him at first, and now that I'm getting older, my family has been pressuring me to get married, but he's not very enthusiastic, he's even somewhat avoidant. So I've been very conflicted lately, you know what I mean? Meow Meow said, sounding a bit hesitant. Wang Shifeng immediately understood. This was likely a girl who had been unilaterally invested in a relationship, only to suddenly realize that the man she deeply loved didn't love her back quite as much. She was slowly waking up, yet still unable to let go of a 6-year relationship. Ms. Miao Miao, do you resonate with the 6 questions I raised earlier? Wang Shifeng asked. Some of them. I guess you could say I'm a bit of a simp too, Miao Miao replied with a self-deprecating laugh. No, your type shouldn't really be called a simp, Wang Shifeng nodded and said. I actually call your type a cat simp. Everyone in the live stream was intrigued by this new term. First wolf warrior, now cat simp. What is up with this host? A cat simp. What does that mean? Miao Miao asked, confused. It means that even if you love the person dearly, once you notice something is wrong at some point, you will choose to leave silently, Wang Shifeng explained. Because we all know that cats are the kind of animals that don't care about you whether you're rich or poor. Even if they do pay attention to you, it's only for a brief moment and they'll eventually walk away. 6666 learned something new again. Oh, so a simp who eventually walks away equals a cat simp. Teacher Wang really knows how to put on a show. Hiss, feels like he's talking about me. What the heck, in that case, is there such a thing as a horse simp? Because they love the other person so much they let them ride them? I kind of want to be a horse simp being ridden by my goddess. Then for a bull simp, is it because they like the other person so much that they want to provide milk? What about a male bull? Wang Shifeng didn't expect such talented people capable of drawing inferences in the chat so quickly. He was amused himself and explained, Ms. Miao Miao, do you want to know the real reason behind your current dilemma? Yes, go ahead host, I won't be fragile about it, Miao Miao laughed. The reason is actually very simple. It's just because the other person might not love you as much as you imagine, Wang Shifeng said calmly. In many romantic relationships, the definition of love or lack thereof is often just the subjective wishful thinking of the people involved. Miao Miao seemed to have been struck by his words and fell silent. There are many excuses for not liking someone, being busy, being incompatible, fearing loss, or saying it's for the other person's own good. But there is only one reason for liking someone, no matter how uncertain the road ahead. I just want to be with you, Wang Shifeng said, his voice soft but carrying a poignant power. Of course, it also carried a heartbreaking sting. So, does the host think that breaking up properly is the right choice? Miao Miao's voice grew lower. Wang Shifeng was weighing how to answer so that he could encourage objective thinking without provoking her. Because a 6-year relationship isn't something you can just put down. Especially for a girl, no matter how rational they may be, they are still emotional creatures. Suddenly, Bai Kai returned. He grabbed the microphone and said, young lady, you need to think carefully. This is 6 years of time, 6 years of youth. How many 6-year periods does a person have in their life? Isn't it a pity to just give up like that? Brother Kai, you just got back, so you might not understand the situation, Wang Shifeng said, frowning slightly and deciding to stay Kai. He had sensed the tension in Miao Miao's emotions during their conversation and feared that if this fool Bai said something to trigger her, it would get very ugly. Bai Kai didn't think so. He had been hiding in the restroom discussing strategies with his team, but upon hearing the topic about Miao Miao, he became instantly excited. When it comes to breaking up or staying together, he's an expert. It's no exaggeration to say that over his years as a streamer, he had built his reputation by advocating for reconciliation over separation, living by the motto that it's better to tear down 10 temples than to break up one marriage. He was most skilled at handling these types of issues. So when faced with Wang Shifeng's discouragement, he didn't listen at all. Shifeng, I've caught up with Ms. Miao Miao's situation. As someone with experience, I know exactly how to handle this, Bai Kai said solemnly. Wang Shifeng smiled and didn't speak further, letting Bai Kai Ms. Miao Miao, you've been together for 6 years. If he didn't love you, how could you have stayed together for so long? Bai Kai started by throwing out a seemingly logical conclusion, then continued. Besides, dating and marriage are different. I've been married, I know that men have a natural fear when facing marriage. That's why they need a woman to give them a little push from behind. You can't just not give him a chance because of his momentary avoidance. Words from someone with experience, it actually sounded somewhat reasonable. Really? Miao Miao, who had already made up her mind, wavered again. You mean I should push him a bit more? Of course, seeing that he got a response, Bai Kai's tone even more emphatic. As long as you are firm about wanting to get married, he will surely overcome his cowardice and avoidance because of you. He will firmly take your hand, convince his parents, and finally lead you into a happy marriage because he loves you. Bai Kai's hosting skills were quite mediocre, but his ability to incite emotion was strong, instantly painting a picture of what most people consider the ideal. However, it's a pity that there is always a huge gap between ideals and reality. So I should believe that he loves me? Miao Miao's voice trembled slightly. Yes. Actually, while you were suffering, he was suffering too. Men are often more cowardly than women because they think about the future and responsibility. So at this moment, you should be even more firm. Looking at the praise in the comments, Bai Kai felt he had regained control of the whole situation and couldn't help but glance at Wang Shifeng triumphantly. Kid, you've still got a long way to go. Wang Shifeng supported his forehead with one hand, wondering why he had such a bad premonition. Alright, I'll call him right now. Miao Miao was persuaded. Sure, no need to hang up. I and the 100,000 viewers in the chat will be your loyal backing, Bai Kai said with great righteousness. That's right, go for it, miss. Happiness is something you have to fight for. We support you. Brother Kai is right, you can't let 6 years of youth and love go to waste. Some of the chat comments were also cheering her on. Wang Shifeng frowned, thinking Bai Kai's move was quite stupid. As public figures and those with a certain level of influence, their primary responsibility is objective mediation, not subjective intervention. Because if any accident happens, the responsibility will be massive. Brother Kai, we shouldn't interfere too much in this, Wang Shifeng reminded him. Don't worry, Shifeng, I know what I'm doing, Bai Kai insisted. Wang Shifeng shook his head and stopped talking. Things were strange on Miao Miao's end. The livestream only heard her muster the courage to say, "Let's get married," followed by a long silence of nearly 3 minutes. Just as everyone thought the call had dropped, Miao Miao's voice rang out again. But this time it carried a sob. So, all these years you never truly loved me. Everything was just my wishful thinking, right? You never thought about marrying me at all, right? Fine, I hope you find the person you're destined for. It's just a pity that person isn't me. There was no need to ask, it was clear the outcome wasn't good. Bai Kai was stunned. The viewers in the chat who were egging her on were also stunned. This Bai Kai really knew how to push his luck. What was originally meant to be a simple emotional comfort session had been forced by him into a live-streamed breakup prompted by a proposal. And he was the one who pushed it step by step. What a disaster. Wang Shifeng began to develop a headache. How does that saying go? Kind words cannot persuade the one determined to die, and great compassion cannot save those who insist on their own destruction. Ms. Miao Miao, the situation doesn't look too optimistic, Bai Kai said, looking panicked and speaking cautiously. Host, when a person falls from the 23rd floor, is there only a moment of pain when they hit the ground and die? Miao Miao's voice was garbled after a long pause, as if she were outdoors. At the same time, the distinct sound of wind whistling at a high-altitude rooftop could be heard in the background. Instantly, everyone was dumbfounded. Bai Kai's face turned ash-white. This girl, was she planning to jump off a building? A double suicide? As a country with a low level of national happiness, its suicide rate is inevitably high. Chia's suicide rate has consistently ranked among the top 3 in the Federation. Consequently, the measures and resources in place to curb suicide are quite comprehensive. Wang Shifeng had specifically studied this area of expertise, preventing viewers with suicidal or self-harm tendencies from acting out during live streams. That's why, when Miao Miao's mood seemed off, he had already notified Healy in advance to put her on the watch list. Now that it's confirmed Miao Miao is at risk of suicide, rescue personnel should be able to pinpoint her location quickly and take action. Oh my god, girl, don't get so worked up, there's no need to risk your life. He's just a jerk. Breaking up is a good thing, life goes on. Is this just for the show? Surely no one would really commit suicide over a broken heart. Bro Kai, hurry up and talk her out of it. You were doing such a good job just a moment ago. Way to go, Brother Kai, you're practically talking her right out of it. The comment stream was overwhelming. Some were worried, some were just watching the spectacle, and some were even gloating, such as human nature. What's more, the number of viewers in the live stream had already surpassed 200,000 and was still skyrocketing. But no one could bring themselves to be happy about it, especially Bai Kai. If something were to happen to this viewer, Bai Kai would be held responsible. Ms. Miao Miao, please listen to me. You have to stay calm. We can talk this through. Life is precious. Bai Kai's back was soaked with cold sweat. Host, I remember you said earlier that he's been with me for 6 years because he loves me? The wind noise on Miao Miao's end grew louder, making her voice sound particularly faint and distant. Well, there might have been some misunderstanding. Maybe you misheard something. Besides, what does love matter anyway? Bai Kai was so flustered he spoke without thinking. Yeah, love isn't important and I'm even less important. Miao Miao let out a self-deprecating snort. The situation was clearly getting worse the more they tried to talk it out. Even the viewers who had originally supported Bai were now bombarding him with hateful comments in the live chat. If you can't handle it, just shut up. At a loss, Bai Kai instinctively reached out to Wang Shifeng for help, only to realize that Wang had left the live stream room at some point. Bai Kai was completely dumbfounded. Damn it! That guy's even more ruthless, he just ran off. Wang Shifeng hadn't actually run away, he'd just gone out ahead of time to make arrangements for calling the police. What's going on? Jiang Yin, who had been startled by the commotion, came downstairs and asked right away. One of the viewers is emotionally unstable and showing suicidal tendencies, Wang Shifeng explained briefly. In your live stream? Is this Bai Kai's fault? Jiang Yin furrowed her delicate brows. Who's to blame isn't important right now. The priority is to calm the viewer down. Wang Shifeng waved his hand and looked at Healy, who had just hung up the phone. The police have pinpointed the location, but it'll take at least 16 minutes for them to arrive, Healy said, his expression grave. I understand, Wang Shifeng nodded. What are you going to do? Jiang Yun instinctively grabbed Wang Shifeng's arm, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him. Do you know what it means to get involved right now? No matter how she looked at it, Jiang didn't want Wang Shifeng to get involved at this moment. because regardless of the outcome, it would have a huge impact on him. It could even cost him his career. He was still so young and so talented. Wang Shifeng knew Jiang Yun was worried about him, and regardless of her motives, it warmed his heart. He also knew that he didn't actually need to get involved in this matter. No matter the outcome, Bai Kai was bound to take the fall. But if he did get involved, he would likely be dragged into it as well. Besides, Wang Shifeng had already reported the incident to the police. He'd done all he could. I understand what you mean, Ms. Jiang, but I'll do what's right without worrying about the consequences, Wang Shifeng said firmly and resolutely. By the time Jiang Yun came to her senses, she found that he had already returned to the live streaming booth and picked up the microphone. For some reason, Jiang Yun felt a burning sensation in the corners of her eyes. Just do the right thing, don't worry about the consequences. Ms. Meow Meow, you must stay calm. Think of your family and friends. There's more to this world than just love. There are so many other wonderful things. Bai Kai was pacing back and forth like a cat on a hot tin roof. When he saw Wang Shifeng return, he greeted him as if he were his own father. Shifeng, please talk to Ms. Meow Meow, she's your fan after all. The way Bai Kai put it clearly showed he was trying to pass the buck. Now you remember she's your fan, what were you rambling about just now? But Wang Shifeng didn't have time to argue with him. He picked up the microphone and asked gently, Ms. Meow Meow, are you on the 23rd floor rooftop right now? Yes, host. You don't need to try to talk me out of it. I've thought this through clearly, Meow Meow said, her voice slightly hoarse. I'm not trying to talk you out of it. As a host, answering viewers' questions is part of my professional duty, Wang Shifeng smiled. Didn't you ask earlier if jumping off the 23rd floor would be painful? Meow Meow paused, taken aback that Wang Shifeng would bring this up, and instinctively replied, According to the formula for freefall, HVT plus 1 twat ATD2, where represents initial velocity, A represents acceleration, and represents time, and assuming the building is 100 meters tall, the fall would take approximately 4.47 seconds, Wang Shifeng said with a straight face. What kind of time is this to be doing math problems? Bai Kai's eyes widened as if he were looking at a moth. The live chat feed also fell silent for a moment. Wow, Teacher Wang really is Teacher Wang, he even knows math formulas. Isn't that high school material? Wait, isn't this the wrong time to be discussing this? Someone's about to jump off the building, for crying out loud. Wow, Teacher Wang, you're amazing, always ready to help, even solving math problems. Did the folks above actually go to school? This is physics. This is total bullshit. We're talking about a life here, guys. That calculation isn't rigorous, it doesn't account for wind resistance or body weight. Let me set it up again for Teacher Wang. Host, are you stalling for time? Meow Meow realized what was going on and chuckled softly. I suppose so. Wang Shifeng offered no explanation. Falling from this height, no matter where you land, death is certain. You won't even be left with a whole body. The pain is inevitable, but it'll only last a split second. Well, that's still better than living every minute and every second in agony. Maybe it's a kind of relief, Meow Meow said self-deprecatingly. The sound of the wind in the live stream grew louder, as if Meow Meow were walking straight into it. Girl, I'm begging you, please don't do anything rash, Bai Kai cried, terrified. To be honest, he was now deeply regretting why he'd ever come here to ride on Wang Shifeng's coattails. If he hadn't tried to ride Wang Shifeng's coattails, he wouldn't have been humiliated as a tool today, he wouldn't have lost followers or been mocked by the crowd, he wouldn't have met this Meow Meow, and he certainly wouldn't have urged her to pressure her husband into marriage. Thinking about it now, he was kicking himself. Why did he have to be thoughtless? A young life in her 20s had been cut short because of this. He might very well bear a great deal of responsibility for this. Bai Kai wanted to slap himself a few. Ms. Meow Meow, I'm not trying to persuade you of anything. I just want to tell you that after you jump, your loved ones will be heartbroken, your teachers will be filled with regret, and your friends will miss you, but there's one person who will be laughing. Wang Shifeng's voice was flat, devoid of much emotion. Yet it rang out like a thunderclap. It not only stopped Meow Meow, who was still heading toward her death, but also everyone present. Who would laugh? That question immediately lingered in everyone's mind. He'll laugh with a sense of relief, finally free from your entanglement and the trouble you'd cause. He'll laugh heartily and joyfully, then move on to his next romance with a clear conscience. He'll laugh with unrestrained mockery, even boasting to those around him about some foolish girlhood for him, using it to showcase his charm. He'll feel no guilt, in fact, he'll be smug. Wang Shifeng's tone was flat, yet his words sent waves of emotion surging through the audience. It made the audience want to smash his dog-like head with a single punch. What kind of heartless person is this? He's worse than a pig or a dog. Is that true? Meow Meow's voice finally showed some emotion, though it trembled. By this point, many in the audience had already guessed who this he was referring to. Does it even matter to you anymore whether it's true or not? You're already someone who's decided to give up, Wang Shifeng said, his voice slightly cold. Meow Meow choked back her tears at a loss. At that moment, everyone realized that Wang Shifeng's words had worked. Meow Meow didn't seem to have any intention of jumping off the building anymore. The live stream now had nearly 300,000 viewers, all holding their breath as they watched to see if this young host could turn the tide. Ms. Meow Meow, I just want to tell you, don't look down, the crown will fall. Don't take your own life, the bad guys will laugh. Are you really willing to hand the world over to those who've hurt you? Wang Shifeng said softly. Haha, Meow Meow, who had been choking back tears, suddenly burst into laughter. Don't look down or the crown will fall? Don't give up or the bad guys will laugh? How funny does that sound? Instantly, the tense atmosphere in the live stream relaxed. Even though the mood isn't quite right, I really did laugh out loud. Teacher Wang is absolutely killing it right now. So true, we can't let's take over the world. I don't know why, but I'm getting a little teary-eyed right now. I'm new here, just asking, is this host always this wild? Even when a viewer is jumping off a building, he still has the nerve to crack dirty jokes? This is a feel-good live stream, haters get lost. Way to go, Teacher Wang. That's what I call staying calm under pressure. Hearing Meow Meow laugh, Wang Shifeng let out a sigh of relief, knowing that her passionate phase of suicidal thoughts had passed. As long as she regained her senses, there wouldn't be any major problems. For a girl with Meow Meow's personality, as long as she regains her rationality and stops getting bogged down in emotional dead ends, this kind of relationship problem is actually fairly easy to resolve. In psychology, this personality type is known as a self-destructive personality. It's highly concealed, the person usually appears rational, but once a vulnerable spot is triggered, they instantly lose their composure, leading to a personality disorder and ultimately to extremes like self-destruction or suicide. But once she calms down, she quickly regains her composure. Wang Shifeng knew that, in reality, Meow Meow had never actually intended to take her own life over a romantic relationship. It was that good-for-nothing Bai Kai who had pushed her step by step into an emotional dead end. Finally, provoked by that scumbag boyfriend of 6 years, she began to doubt her own 6-year investment in the relationship, and that's what led her to make that wrong decision. So after a series of painful blows from Wang Shifeng, Meow Meow finally regained her senses. Ignoring the chaotic stream of comment, Wang Shifeng continued, it's pretty windy up here on the rooftop, don't catch a cold. I see everyone calls you Teacher Wang. Can I call you that too? Meow Meow replied, sidestepping the question. That's just a title, it's all thanks to the kindness of our viewers, Wang Shifeng said modestly. So, Teacher Wang, can you tell me what love is? Meow Meow asked somewhat stubbornly. Wang Shifeng pursed his lips and said softly, love is too broad a concept, I can't answer that. Oh, Meow Meow said, her tone full of disappointment. But I've heard a poem. Perhaps reciting it to you might help. Wang Shifeng cleared his throat and said softly. A poem? Everyone was taken aback. Wasn't reciting a poem at a time like this a bit out of place? If I love you, I will never be like the trumpet vine clinging to your high branches just to show off. Wang Shifeng's voice was gentle, yet it carried an unusual sense of resolve and... If I love you, I will never be like a lovesick bird, repeating the same monotonous song for the sake of the green shade. Nor would I be merely like a spring, offering cool solace year-round, nor merely like a lofty peak adding to your height and enhancing your majesty, nor even like sunlight, nor even like spring rain. No, none of these are enough. I must be a kapok tree standing beside you, standing alongside you as a tree, my roots clinging tightly to the earth, my leaves touching yours in the clouds. With every passing breeze, we exchange greetings, yet no one understands our language. You have your branches of bronze and trunks of iron, like knives, like swords, and like halberds. I have my large crimson blossoms, like heavy sighs, yet like heroic torches. We share the cold snaps, the wind and thunder, and the lightning. We share the mist, the drifting clouds, and the rainbows. As if forever apart, yet forever entwined, this is true great love. Here lies its steadfastness. Love, it is not only love for your towering form, but also love for the place you stand and the land beneath your feet. Wang Shifeng's gentle, rich voice, like a gently flowing stream, quietly trickled into everyone's hearts, painting vivid scenes one after another. For the people of Xia, poetry was no stranger. Virtually anyone who had received a basic education had heard it before. But when they heard Wang Shifeng recite this kind of poetry, they were a bit bewildered. They had never heard poetry in this format before. Yet for some reason they found it exceptionally evocative. Even more remarkably, they sensed a unique power emanating from this poem. A force of independence, resilience, and even a touch of romance. It stirred their hearts for no apparent reason and possessed a powerful, infectious quality. This is the power of poetry. In the world of Xiaguo, because there had been no cultural revolution, the form of modern poetry had not developed. Compared to the abstruse classical poetry, modern poetry is easier to understand and better at conveying the content and emotions within the verses. All 300,000 audience members were instantly immersed in the beautiful emotions depicted in the poem. They remained deeply moved for a long time. Everyone in the live stream seemed to have entered a state of profound contemplation. Wang Shifeng let out a sigh of relief, then looked up to meet a piercing gaze and froze for a moment. Why did it feel as though CEO Jiang's gaze was about to devour him? Love, I love not only your towering figure, but also the stance you hold in the land beneath your feet, Meow Meow murmured as if waking from a dream. She heard more in this poem than anyone else did. The heartache that had been so intense it felt like she was suffocating, triggered by thoughts of that scumbag, actually began to subside. In that moment, she finally realized that what she'd felt over the past 6 years wasn't love at all, it had merely been obsession and habit. What's even more ridiculous is that she'd nearly lost her life over it. Absurd. Teacher Wang, I think I finally understand what love is supposed to be like, Meow Meow said in a subdued voice. At the same time, Wang Shifeng heard the sound of sirens and loudspeaker announcements. It seemed the rescue team had arrived. If my words have been of any help to you, that would be the greatest honor for me, Wang Shifeng said with a gentle smile. But there's more to this world than just love. There are many other fascinating things. You're still young and have plenty of time to explore. I wish you happiness, you deserve it. Bai Kai stood to the side, feeling that those words sounded somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he recalled the very same words of comfort he'd just spoken himself, words that had absolutely no effect. Yet when Wang Shifeng said it now, Meow Meow was actually able to take it to heart. Is this the way the world works? Today is the day I've been reborn, Meow Meow thought, her heart swelling with emotion. She felt as though she had so much to say, yet didn't know where to begin. In the end, she could only manage, Teacher Wang, thank you. Before Wang Shifeng could reply, Meow Meow's connection was cut off, likely due to manual intervention. At the same time, Wang Shifeng heard a system notification. Ding, host has successfully connected with the healing target, received sincere gratitude, and unlocked basic creation permissions. Had the system permissions actually been unlocked unexpectedly? He didn't have time to check, as the live stream was still going on. The backend was even lagging a bit due to the overwhelming comments. Teacher Wang is so awesome. Not only is he witty and humorous, but he can actually write poetry. I'm in awe. Teacher Wang is the absolute best. He just saved a life. That's better than building a 7-story pagoda. I love it, I love it. I want to die in Teacher Wang's livestream someday. Calling you teacher used to be a joke, but now it's a title of respect. Teacher, please start the class. I'll listen on my knees. What kind of nonsense is this? It doesn't make any sense, no proper rhythm or rhyme, and you dare call this poetry? Troll above, get lost. Don't go ranting here, what do you even know about it? Everyone step aside, I'm gonna call him out. I'm a medical student. If I say he's sick, he's sick. I'm a massage therapist. If I say he has kidney deficiency, he definitely has it. I study waste recycling. If I say he's trash, then he's trash. Most people were praising Wang Shifeng, though of course there were plenty bashing Bai Kai as well. At that moment, Bai Kai, who had previously kept a low profile in the live stream, suddenly became the center of attention. Even a bad reputation is still a kind of fame. Bai Kai's face was ashen, and he was sweating so profusely he was nearly exhausted. Seeing that the matter had finally been resolved, he slumped into his chair, his eyes vacant, lost in thought. Brother Kai, come out here for a moment. President Jiang is asking for you. Bai Kai's agent walked in, looking just as grim. Oh? Okay, Bai snack to reality. As he tried to stand up, he found his legs were weak. He was helped to his feet. When he reached the door, he spoke somewhat stiffly. Mr. Wang, thank you so much. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known what to do. At that moment, he was genuinely impressed. Brother Kai, you're joking. I wouldn't dare call you that, Wang Shifeng said, waving his hand and smiling lightly. Thanks to Bai Kai and Meow Meow's antics, the live stream's viewership reached a new high, nearing 320,000. However, the flow and atmosphere of the live stream had been disrupted. While suicide isn't exactly a rare occurrence in Xiaguo, the idea of someone committing suicide while being watched on a live stream was still quite novel. The last streamer who committed suicide on air is still locked up in jail. Bai Kai had narrowly escaped trouble today. Moreover, he couldn't stop the stream just yet, otherwise it would be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Wang Shifeng had no choice but to continue the stream and get the atmosphere back on track. Alright, we just talked a bit about the role of identity in relationships. Now let's discuss some tips on how to strengthen your relationship. Wang Shifeng paused to think for a moment, then decided to tell a few jokes to lighten the mood. Relationship tips? Are you talking about the kind Bai Kai uses, the ones that drive people to the brink? If not, I'm not interested. I've already dug out my diary, one I haven't touched in over a decade. Sit in a row, pay attention. I wasn't even this focused during my college entrance exams. Guys, doesn't this tip assume you already have a relationship to begin with? Who cares? Whatever Teacher Wang teaches, we'll learn. It never hurts to have more skills, right? Seeing that the live chat had been peaked, Wang Shifeng spoke up. Back when I was in school, I worked part-time as a delivery driver for a while. Once, I had a same-city pickup job. The customer was a young woman, pretty, actually, and she handed me an empty cardboard box to pack my stuff. I was a little curious, so I asked her who she was sending the empty cardboard box to. She told me it was for a boy she'd had a crush on for a long time. I was baffled. It was the first time I'd ever seen someone send an empty cardboard box as a confession of love. She explained shyly that there were some things only she could see. I was completely freaked out at that moment. I thought I'd taken on a job from the underworld and turned to run. The girl grabbed me and explained that what she was mailing was called unrequited love. I was stunned. I thought to myself, you city folks sure know how to have fun giving a gift that's as cheeky and trendy as an old goat letting out a sheep's fart. An empty cardboard box unrequited love? That's really taking things a bit too far, bro. Over 300,000 viewers who had been listening intently to Wang Shifeng's lecture suddenly heard this twist and went wild. Haha, that was such a wild twist it had me laughing so hard I almost split my sides. That's just like you, Teacher Wang. I almost poked a hole in my notebook with my pen. Halfway through, I thought it was a ghost story, but who knew it would end up being a pure love story. Wow, where can you even find such a cute girl? Could you set me up with a few, Teacher Wang? Brother up front, go check out the underworld, you might just find one there. Haha, Teacher Wang really is a master of words. Not only can you write poetry, but you can even come up with proverbs. An old goat farting like a sheep really blew my mind. Watching the flood of comments, Wang Shifeng smiled slightly. With just a little joke, he instantly lightened the mood in the live stream again. But just as all the viewers thought the joke was over, Wang Shifeng spoke up again. In the spirit of putting the customer first, even though this gift was pretty outlandish, I still delivered it for her after all. It did help bring two people together. I delivered the empty box to the boy's house and, as requested, watched him open the package. I can still picture the look on that boy's face when he saw the empty box, that bewildered yet somewhat stubborn expression. Out of goodwill, I reminded him that this was called unrequited love. The boy was deeply moved by this, then got a 2-meter-long cardboard box, filled it with just a silk handkerchief, and asked me to give it to the girl. 2 meters long, that's just ridiculous. I was confused again. As a kid from the countryside, how was I supposed to understand the city folks' fancy tricks? So I asked, what's the meaning behind this? Guess what the boy said? Wang Shifeng didn't finish his story. Instead, he posed a question. The audience, who had been waiting intently for the rest of the story, suddenly grew impatient. Has the host ever heard that news story about a host who was stabbed more than 30 times and hospitalized while telling a story halfway through? Oh my gosh, Mr. Wang, please don't put our IQ to the test. I know the answer to this one, but I'll let the host have a shot. That guy up front sure knows how to be a good sport. Why not just give your wife to the host too? Please, just tell us already. I'm ready to laugh. The comment stream erupted once again. It almost caused the backend to lag, and the operations staff outside were working up a sweat trying to clear the comments. Wang Shifeng stopped teasing the audience and said, feigning a grimace. The young man gazed at me lovingly and said, this is what we call staying together forever, a papa de. Fuck staying together forever. Thank God murder is illegal, otherwise we'd have to throw a corpse in there to make it more fitting. Then it hit me, these two were just spamming the chat. Damn it, if you're gonna spam, just spam. Why get all artsy about it? It's like a toad calling a frog handsome. Ugly as they are, they still try to play it cool. I immediately reported them twice. Do you guys think I did the right thing? As soon as he finished speaking, the comment stream erupted in laughter again. Haha, damn, I knew it wasn't that simple. And all that wishful thinking about living happily after. I'm done with school, I'm done. I'm laughing so hard I can't catch my breath. This story has so many twists and turns. Faking orders isn't easy, e-commerce is tough, but doing it within the same city is honestly a bit dumb. Has a new Chinese proverb just been born? Seeing that the fans had completely shaken off the somber mood caused by Meow Meow's suicide earlier, Wang Shifeng quietly let out a sigh of relief. Alright, next up, please enjoy a beautiful piece of music. The host is going to take a sip of water, see you all in a bit. Amid a chorus of fans begging him to stay, Wang Shifeng turned off his microphone and left the live stream studio, only to be instantly surrounded by staff members. Shifeng, you're amazing, you even talked someone trying to commit suicide out of it. That's simply incredible. You've even brought the live stream's momentum back on track now. Less than 6% of people are still talking about the Meow Meow incident. Bro Feng, you're so awesome. Not only did you turn things around, but the live stream has nearly 400,000 viewers. You've set another record. Teacher Wang, what's the title of that poem? I can't find it anywhere. Is it an original? That poem was just so well written. With everyone chiming in one after another, the overwhelming enthusiasm left Wang Shifeng a bit overwhelmed. Alright. The live stream isn't over yet. Let Shifeng take a break, you guys go back to what you were doing. He rushed over to save the day, shooing everyone away. He led Wang Shifeng to the nearby break room and joked, President Feng, after today, I doubt anyone at the company will dare to object to your promotion to management. Director you're teasing me again, Wang Shifeng said with a laugh as he took a sip of water. How's things going with Meow Meow? Thank goodness you filed the report advance and managed to buy some time. That's the only reason the rescue team arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Bai Kai is a complete moron. Healy couldn't help but let a curse slip. As long as everyone's okay, that's what matters. There might still be some fallout after all. This isn't a minor incident. I might need to ask you to personally handle the follow-up, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Don't worry, it's part of my job. Healy nodded, then hesitated before speaking up. President Jiang said you're going to set up an independent department, completely separate from the others? Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly, waiting for him to continue. Even though we've only worked together on 2 projects, I feel like we're a great fit. Mr. Feng, would you consider bringing me on board? He Lei asked with a smile. He had originally thought He Li was going to slip in some of his connections, but he never expected that He Li himself would be the one looking to switch jobs. Wang Shifeng was somewhat surprised. Although the position of general manager was higher than He Li's role as director in terms of seniority and professional standing within the company, He Li was actually higher ranking. For him to work under Wang Shifeng would mean taking a step down. What's the matter? Don't you think I'm good enough? He Li teased. No. I'm actually quite flattered that director he would consider me, Wang Shifeng smiled. I'm just a little surprised. People naturally seek higher ground, just as water flows downward. You couldn't offer me a better platform. I certainly wouldn't have chosen you, He Li said candidly. As you've seen, there's still a lot of open and covert infighting within the company. I'm getting older and don't want to get involved, but there are always those who overstep their bounds. If you join my department, you might face even more hostility from others, Wang Shifeng mused. As long as our performance is strong enough, we'll silence everyone, He Li said proudly. Wang Shifeng paused for a moment, then stood up and extended his hand. In that case, Director He, I look forward to your guidance. Then I'll be counting on your support, President Wang, He Li said with a smile. Mentoring. If we move up from here, the next position is CEO Ki, that director, he has his sights set on that, Wang Shifeng teased. You've got a sharp tongue, kid, He Li said with a laugh, shaking his head. Shall we discuss the department's plans in detail tomorrow? Sure, but I don't know anything about this, so I'll have to rely on Director He for guidance, Wang Shifeng said modestly. Don't worry, I'm more than qualified to be your military strategist, He Li laughed heartily. He Li's proactive surrender came as a surprise to Wang Shifeng, but it was a good thing after all. Having an experienced director he got along with would save him a lot of trouble. After a 10-minute break, once the commercials and songs in the live stream had ended, Wang Shifeng returned to the stream. Usually, during these mid-stream commercial breaks, the number of viewers in a live stream plummets, but in Wang Shifeng's stream, not only was there hardly any drop, but the viewership even remained relatively stable. It turned out that the viewers were actively chatting away, keeping the energy high. Dear viewers, I'm back. Without further ado, let's kick off our third live call of the day. Even after the incident involving Meow Meow, the live call had to go on as planned, though this time, the production team was much more cautious in their selection. However, faced with tens of thousands of potential call-ins, even 2 or 3 staff members were struggling to keep up with the screening. Normally, the number of fan-submitted calls isn't particularly high, because most people are reluctant to expose their personal lives. They prefer to stay behind the screen, listening to others' stories and finding comfort in them. Even on the country's top-tier talk shows, the average number of call-in submissions per episode rarely exceeds 2,000 or 3,000. However, the number of call-in submissions for Wang Shifeng's show has already surpassed this average. This only proves that Wang Shifeng's live streaming style is more easily accepted by viewers, who are also willing to trust him. This is the most important metric for a top-tier host or streamer. Looking at the back-end data, He Li felt as though we're witnessing the rise of an unrivaled new star in Xiaoguo's live streaming scene. Connection established. Hello, Teacher Wang, I'm your loyal fan. My last name is Hu. A somewhat deep male voice rang out in the live stream chat. Hello, Mr. Hu. I'm honored that you like my show even if that liking has only lasted a day. Is there something you'd like to share with us? Wang Shifeng joked. After all, this was only his second day streaming. He certainly didn't need loyal fans yet. Teacher Wang, I recently fell for a woman who's a bit older than me, Mr. Hu said with a nervous laugh. An age gap romance? A woman 3 years older is like a gold brick. How many bricks are you planning to grab, Mr. Hu? Wang Shifeng laughed. Maybe 3 or 4, I'm not really sure. Her son just started high school and I'm 22 this year, Mr. Hu said hesitantly. This is probably more than just an age gap issue, isn't it? The man is 22 and the woman is at least 35 or 36. Plus, she has a son who's 16 or 17 in high school. Goodness gracious, this isn't just about carrying a gold brick, it's like building a wall. This can't even be considered an age gap romance anymore. Not only were the viewers in the live stream taken aback, but even Wang Shifeng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected anyone to dare pursue a relationship with such a huge age gap under these circumstances. Mr. Hu, first of all, I admire your courage in pursuing happiness. But I must remind you that even if you were a bit younger, you'd still be old enough to be her son's senior in high school, Wang Shifeng hinted subtly. And generally speaking, women of this age are looking for more than just love. They're seeking responsibility and a family. Teacher Wang, I know all that. That's why a couple of days ago, I set up a gathering and proposed to her in front of her friends only to get thoroughly scolded by her. She's still ignoring me, and I'm heartbroken. I truly want to be with her, Mr. Hu said, his voice choked with emotion and filled with deep feeling. Mr. Hu, did you propose in a public setting in front of her friends? Wang Shifeng asked. Yes. I thought it would make it seem more formal and prove my determination, Mr. Hu said. Aren't you afraid her high school-aged son will find out and beat you up? Actually, Mr. Hu, what you did was indeed a bit inappropriate, Wang Shifeng said after a moment's pause. Mr. Hu, you have to understand, 20-year-old women like things to be grand and dramatic, but 30-year-old women prefer to keep things on the down low. Secretly? On the sly? Mr. Hu was struck speechless as if by a bolt of lightning. The comment stream went wild. Oh my god, I'm a little lost here. Can someone explain this? Something's off here. Ah, master, I think I've got it. Brilliant, brilliant. Teacher Wang hit the nail on the head. You can really tell he's lived a full life. Even though it has nothing to do with me, I'm blushing just listening to this. Suddenly, I feel like a brother-sister romance sounds pretty sweet too. Is that what you mean? Mr. Hu snapped back to reality and stammered, so my way of confessing my feelings was completely wrong? Think about it, Wang Shifeng said in a solemn tone. You're a young guy and she's a mature woman. Under the scrutiny of society, wouldn't that cause her trouble? I didn't think that far ahead at the time and I haven't dated much either, Mr. Hu said, sounding a bit flustered. Teacher Wang, you have experience, you must have a way to salvage this, right? Please help me, I really love her. What do you mean, have experience? You need to back up what you say with evidence, buddy. Wang Shifeng felt slightly offended, but he remained calm as he replied, I don't really have any experience either, because I've never been in a relationship myself. I just have a lot of friends who have, and I've heard about their experiences. As they say, practice makes perfect. Teacher Wang, you don't need to explain, we all get it. Just teach me already, Mr. Hu said anxiously. The commenters in the live stream chimed in, egging him on. Wang Shifeng quickly replied, I have a friend who's in a relationship with a younger woman. Based on his experience, women in their 30s are immune to sweet talk and superficial gestures. They might even find them childish. You'd be better off inviting her over to your place, cooking a few dishes yourself, opening a bottle of red wine, and having a good chat with her. Who knows? Things might just fall into place naturally. Mr. Hu felt a light bulb go off in his head upon hearing this, but then said with a dejected look, but Teacher Wang, I don't know how to cook. If you don't know how, go learn. If you're not even willing to learn how to cook, how can you claim to love her? Wang Shifeng retorted. Mr. Hu was mortified. Brilliant. Teacher Wang, after hearing that, I feel like I could pull it off too. Who can introduce me to a 30-year-old woman so I can get some practice? I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to handle a 40-year-old. Aha, that's hilarious. If you're not even willing to learn how to cook, how can you say you love her? That line is so spot on. You wouldn't even eat shit, and yet you claim to love her. Ahaha, don't let that self-help blogger next door hear this, or the dowry price is gonna go up again. The phrase "it all falls into place" is used so vividly here. Teacher Wang truly lives up to his reputation as a man of great talent. Teacher Wang, I get it. I'll start learning cook right away. Besides this, is there anything else you can teach me? Mr. Hu said hurriedly. Actually, there aren't really any tricks. The most effective trick is a sincere heart. Wang Shifeng paused to think. As long as she hasn't explicitly rejected you, it means she isn't repelled by you, she just has some reservations. So you have to be brave though, of course, only to a reasonable extent. She might pull back at first out of fear, but that's okay. Girls are all like that, scared at first, but they get more and more excited as things go on. As Mr. Hu and the 370,000 viewers listened intently to this advice, all sorts of questions popped into their minds at the same time. I think my face just turned red, didn't it? Is something wrong with me, or is the host acting strange? I think I get it instantly, but I'm afraid to confirm it. The atmosphere Teacher Wang described is just too intense. Is this live stream always like this? Do they suddenly start getting steamy in the middle of a conversation? If so, I'll definitely be a regular here. What are you guys talking about? Teacher Wang definitely didn't mean any of that. Holy crap, that's way too hot. Wang Shifeng was a bit puzzled too. Was there some double meaning in what he said? Why did the chat comments suddenly change color? Teacher Wang, thank you for your advice. Aside from these things, is there anything else you think I should be careful about? Mr. Hu asked with an awkward smile. Watch out for her son, Wang Shifeng said solemnly. Huh? Mr. Hu froze for a moment. Why should he be careful around her son? If you succeed, you'll take on a new identity, stepfather. If you fail, you'll also have a new identity, a pervert who tried to harass his own stepmother, Wang Shifeng said. Whoa, so that's how it is. Teachers really are teachers, they're so experienced. Mr. Hu's breath caught in his throat, and he gave a wry smile. Thanks for the advice, Teacher Wang. Anything else? I'll teach you a little social trick. The folks watching the live stream can pick it up too, Wang Shifeng continued. Before you speak to someone, give a couple of silly he laughs. That way, people will think you're a bit slow, and no matter what you do, they'll pretty much cut you some slack. He, everyone, do you think I'm doing it right? Damn, I feel like I've been hypnotized. I found myself going he twice without even realizing it. I'll try this with my driving instructor tomorrow during my road test. He probably won't yell at me then. Learning a little life hack every day from teacher Wang makes me feel like my life is so much richer. I've learned something. Seeing the screen filled with he's Mr. Who had initially found it a bit odd instantly put his doubts to rest. Teacher Wang wouldn't lie. I've learned that tip from teacher Wang. If it works out, I'll definitely give you a big red envelope, Mr. Hu said with a smile. No need for a red envelope. I just hope your wish comes true, Wang Shifeng smiled. There are a lot of viewers in the live stream who are interested in age gap relationships. Would you mind sharing your story? Oh, it's no trouble at all. I just graduated from college not long ago and my ex-girlfriend had run off with someone else. I was really down about the breakup, so I went to a bar to drown my sorrows. That's where I met her, Mr. Hu said candidly. Oh? You met at a bar? Was she out clubbing too? Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing that the story might not be as simple as it seemed. A young married woman nearing 40 still hanging out in nightclubs. No, she wasn't just hanging out there, Mr. Hu hurried to explain. She owns the bar. Wang Shifeng was taken aback. It really wasn't as simple as it seemed. I might have had a bit too much to drink that day, so I went up on stage and acted a little crazy. Afterward, she kept comforting me. When I got drunk, she even drove me home. Later, she let me work at the bar. Over time, I came to realize she's actually a really nice person, Mr. Hu said, sounding a bit bashful. A female bar owner, understanding and considerate, and she can drive too. This is totally a relationship between an older woman and a younger man. She's definitely a rich woman. He's taking the fast track here. Mr. Hu, if I may ask, what do you like about her? Wang Shifeng asked. What do I like about her? Probably her size, Mr. Hu said after a moment's thought. What exactly is This is a serious live stream after all. Huh? Wang Shifeng asked, puzzled. Over 400,000 viewers in the live stream were thrilled by Mr. Hu's remark that he liked her big. They all clamored for photos to prove it. Mr. Hu hurried to explain. What I meant was she's older and very mature. Being with her doesn't put any pressure on me. She doesn't make me pay for meals, and she often gives me little gifts like clothes and shoes. Oh, and she even takes me on trips with her friends, Mr. Hu said, listing his blessings one by one. Ever since I met her, my standard of living has improved. I don't have to eat instant noodles anymore. Now I even have extra money to buy in-game skins, and I've saved up some of my salary to help with household expenses. That's why I really like her. As Mr. Hu spoke, the comments in the live stream chat grew increasingly restless. The more I listen, the more uncomfortable I feel. He's rich, well-traveled, and caring. Wow, he even comes with a son? I'm so jealous. Wow, if this guy pulls this off, wouldn't he be at the absolute peak of his life? Damn, so he's just a gold digger. I suspect Mr. Hu's motives aren't pure. Teacher Wang, I request an interrogation. Hey bro, let's be friends. It can't be easy working in this line of work, bro. Hang in there, duck. Believe you're the best, duck. Seeing the enthusiastic comments, Mr. Hu hurriedly explained, don't say such things. I may have a weak stomach, but I'm definitely not a gold digger. My girlfriend may be well off, but I'm absolutely not after her money. Don't worry about it, Mr. Hu. Everyone's just joking. Wang Shifeng chimed in to smooth things over. Actually, there's nothing wrong with dating a mature, steady, and successful woman. I have a friend. Here it comes, Teacher Wang's friend is making an appearance. Teacher Wang really is experienced. How else can know so much? Teacher Wang, my sister just turned 30 this year, and she's got a little money of her own. He's already taking notes, who knows, it might come in handy someday. Ignoring the teasing comments in the live chat, Wang Shifeng continued, I have a friend who also found a more mature girlfriend, and he told me, rather than watching a young girl grow up, it's better to share your heart-to-heart with a mature woman. Mature women are great, mature women are wonderful. They've got cash in their pockets, they're level-headed and don't act up, and they don't demand hugs every day. Mature women are beautiful, mature women are sweet, mature women really do have money in their bank accounts, mature women are well-behaved, mature women are great, they'll take care of you in your old age, they don't make a fuss, and they're good in bed. Audiences deeply steeped in a culture of male supremacy could never have imagined that someone could make being a kept man sound so reasonable and even put it into verse. Living off a woman, a choice that's normally shameful and should be universally condemned, suddenly becomes normal, even somewhat wise. What on earth is going on here? Is this even reasonable? If it exists, it must be justified. Instantly, many male viewers had an epiphany. Why is it that women can live off a man without a second thought, but men can't? Aren't we supposed to gender equality? Thinking about it that way, what's going on here? The comment stream fell silent for a moment, then erupted again. No wonder it's Teacher Wang, his insight into being a kept man is so spot on. I'm a fan now. My rational mind tells me this is immoral, but I can't resist the call of my emotions. Any brothers out there looking for a sugar daddy, I'd be willing to give it a shot. Wah, are there any rich ladies in the chat? I'm starving. Give me an ugly one, I'd feel guilty taking money from a good-looking one. Exactly, it's just making money. There's nothing shameful about it. Don't listen to the nonsense, guys. Don't go down the wrong path. Living off a woman will leave you with your head held low for the rest of your life. If anyone has a wealthy woman's contact info, DM me. I've got no shame. Perhaps having been suppressed by society for too long, the male viewers in the live stream suddenly let their true nature run wild. I thought this would spark a wave of attacks from moralists, but unexpectedly, they all gave in and things even got a bit out of hand. I guess this is what's really on men's minds. After all, who can resist a rich one? A woman might affect how quickly a man draws his sword, but a rich woman can buy him a new one. Watching the gifts flood the screen and cause the stream to lag, Wang Shifeng fell deep in thought. He considered whether he should host a special show on how to be a kept man. No, he wasn't that kind of person. Wang Shifeng ran his fingers over the Ferrari keys in his pocket, instantly feeling noble, and said with righteous conviction, "Guys, calm down. My friend wasn't talking about being a kept man. He was just explaining the difference between young girls and mature women. I hope you won't read too much into it. Our ultimate goal is still to choose the right person to love. Teacher Wang, if I told you I'm not marrying her for the money, would you believe me?" Mr. Hu's voice choked up, as if a raw nerve had been touched. My ex-girlfriend was lured away by a rich guy. How could I possibly sell myself out for money? Mr. Hu's heartfelt outpouring left the men in the livestream chat in silence. Wang Shifeng let out a soft sigh and offered comfort in a weathered tone. "Mr. Hu, I believe you completely. I know you just hope that no one will ever be able to buy your woman with money again." Perhaps Wang Shifeng's words struck a deep chord within him. Wah! Mr. Hu suddenly burst into tears. It seemed he had truly been deeply wounded. Just one sentence was enough to stir his emotion. Hearing Miss Hu's heart-wrenching sobs, Wang Shifeng couldn't help but lower his voice, then said once again with deep emotion, "Honestly, guys, as long as you truly love her, no matter how much older she is than you, no matter how ugly that gold plate on 13 she gave you is, no matter how hideous the color of the Maserati she gave you is, or no matter how noisy the location of the house she gave you is, you'll accept it all without a word and won't mind a bit. When you love someone, you love everything about her, the focus she shows when driving a sports car, the smile on her face as she fastens a Rolex on your wrist, and even her absent-mindedness when she accidentally adds a few extra zeros while transferring money to you. You'll find it all utterly endearing. That's the kind of simple, unpretentious, and down-to-earth love a man should have." For some reason, Wang Shifeng's deliberately heartfelt tone carried an unmistakable hint of sarcasm. The live chat, which had been comforting Mr. Hu just moments before, erupted once again upon hearing this. "Haha, I'm dying of laughter. How come Teacher Wang's way of speaking is so funny? It's so funny I'm crying." At first glance, it sounds like he's comforting Mr. Hu, but when you really think about it, this isn't some plain love, it's a straight-up transaction. Wow, who wouldn't want a love like this? I'm tearing up. Teacher Wang, why don't you start a paid class on this? I'd take out a loan just to learn it. Teacher Wang is a veritable mudslide of healing. Watching the lively live chat and noting that the view count had officially surpassed 500,000, Li watched as the ranking of the Together Until Dawn livestream climbed step by step from outside the top 30 to 10th place. The top 9 streams all had viewerships of at least 1 million, representing the 9 top streamers or hosts in the Huaxia streaming industry. They either had a television background or were top stars at media giants several times larger than Zheng Media. For a newcomer on only their second day of streaming, this achievement was nothing short of a miracle. Even 2 years ago, when Daxia TV heavily promoted the newcomer Wang Luoxin, who received nearly full network streaming support, and had top streamers make way for him, his numbers were only slightly better than Wang Shifeng's. Yesterday's debut merely caused a sensation within the industry, drawing the attention of many industry insiders to this newcomer, Wang Shifeng. But after today, there's no doubt that Wang Shifeng will truly take the internet by storm and become a household name. A prodigy has burst onto the scene. Li not only clenched his fists in excitement, but also gazed intently at Wang Shifeng, who was chatting and laughing in the live streaming studio. It was as if he'd rediscovered the passion and drive he'd felt when he first entered the industry. Director Brother Feng is trending, an operations assistant reported, approaching him with some excitement. At some point, some of the younger employees had started addressing Wang Shifeng differently. That's just how the workplace works, regardless of age or seniority. If you're a sensation, you're bro. Li took the tablet and looked at the trending topics on Weibo. Live stream incident, suicide, critical situation. New streamer, viewer suicide. Xingyi Media's new streamer, Wang Shifeng. Wang Shifeng dominated the top 30 trending topics, with the most popular one already in the top 10. If this were simply a report on Meow Meow's live stream incident, this level of traffic would be normal after all. It was no longer entertainment news, but social news. However, as a seasoned producer, I can tell from the keywords and trending headlines that the focus of these trends isn't on the suicide incident itself, but rather on Wang Shifeng and his live stream. In particular, articles from some marketing accounts have already surfaced, heavily hyping Wang Shifeng's live streaming style and describing it with exaggerated adjectives such as groundbreaking, rising star, and one of a kind. It's a backhanded compliment. This is praise that's actually a backhanded insult.
Having been in the industry for so many years, Li could almost instantly see through the information hidden behind the public discourse. After instantly analyzing the situation, Heli's heart sank. These trending topics weren't simply organic traffic, but were being driven by forces behind the scenes. Singe Company currently has no promotional plans or strategies for Wang Shifeng. So it must be someone else. Perhaps certain marketing outlets had set their sights on Wang Shifeng's popularity to generate buzz, or maybe other companies had ulterior motives. There were many possibilities. But one thing was certain, on the surface, these news stories appeared to be a huge boost to Wang Shifeng's popularity. But in reality they harbored ulterior motives. After all, Wang Shifeng was just a rookie streamer. Hyping him up this much was nothing short of making enemies for him. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. It's lonely at the top. What a clever open ploy. The mastermind behind the scenes likely intends to nip Wang Shifeng in the bud. We must approach this with caution. Keep an eye on the trending topics and compile a report before you clock out, Healy said, assigning the task with a straight face. He then gave a brief instruction to his assistant and hurriedly took the elevator upstairs. This matter must be reported to President Jiang immediately. While Healy was briefing Jiang Yun on the crisis, Wang Shifeng had already comforted Mr. Hu had broken down emotionally in the livestream. Amid a flood of warm, supportive comments from viewers such as "Go for it, Duck," "Do your best, Duck," and "Keep fighting, Duck," Mr. Hu, with tears streaming down his face, thanked Wang Shifeng before ending the call. Alright, let's send our heartfelt wishes to Mr. Hu for a successful confession, so he can reach the pinnacle of his life from now on, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Actually, living in this world, we do face many temptations, and the only way to escape them is to surrender to them. I can resist everything except temptation. If one didn't carry 1,000 jin burden on their shoulders, who would trade their youth for a life of idleness? Wang Shifeng mused, taking the conversation to a deeper level. Due to time constraints and the overwhelming number of submissions we've received, I've had to select just a few to share and respond to today. I'm sorry I can't connect with everyone, Wang Shifeng apologized, then picked up the tablet his assistant had brought him to review the questions. I see many of you are still interested in little tips for strengthening relationships. So, let me share another simple and practical one I learned from a friend. My friend calls this tactic, "A skilled hunter always appears as the prey." This friend of mine had his eye on the school's most beautiful girl, let's call her Weiwei for short. After getting Weiwei's contact information, my friend sent her a message right away, asking, "Are you there?" Weiwei politely replied, "I'm here, what's up?" My friend said, "Oh, I really like that girl in your class named Weiwei. Are you close with her?" Weiwei seemed a bit puzzled, but she still replied, "Yeah, I know her pretty well." Then my friend said, "Could you please find out for me if she has a girlfriend? I really like her." Weiwei was so amused she burst out laughing. She thought this guy was a bit silly. He hadn't even figured out the situation of the girl he was trying to confess to. At the same time, she became a little interested in him. She thought he was kind of cute. Wanting to tease him a bit, she replied, "Sure, I'll definitely ask for you." Then my friend said, "Thanks. What's your name? I'll save it in my contacts. I'll treat you to a meal sometime." Weiwei just replied with 2 words, "Weiwei." My friend replied after a moment, "Sorry to bother you." Later, the school beauty, Weiwei, took the initiative to ask my friend out, and eventually the two of them ended up together. If you get this, press 1. Most of the audience listened with a straight face, then pressed 1 with a completely baffled look on their faces. Whether they got it or not, how could they not press 1 at that moment? That would just expose their lack of intelligence. I think I get it, but not quite. As your friend that cute one? The person above is the cute one. That's called luring the enemy deeper, such a deep tactic. I've learned my lesson. I tried Teacher Wang's method, but the girl I like told me to get lost. How should I reply? I'm waiting online, it's pretty urgent. 6666. As expected, a scumbag's mind is twisted, asking a question he already knows the answer to, playing hard to get. If he were in ancient times, he'd be a military strategist. Isn't it a waste of such a sharp mind to spend it on dating? Now that I've shared those little tips, let's officially start answering questions. Wang Shifeng continued. This friend asks, his girlfriend suspects he has kidney deficiency. How can he prove he doesn't have it? What kind of weird and outlandish questions are these? This is a live stream, not a doctor's office. Wang Shifeng paused for a moment. I haven't thought about how to prove it, but I do think without comparison there's no suspicion. You know what I mean, bro? Wang Shifeng left it at that, then changed the background color of the live stream to green. Hopefully the guy who asked the question gets it. Some viewers hadn't caught on yet, but when they saw the screen suddenly turn green, they got it instantly. Ha ha ha, I feel bad for this guy. To have environmental awareness at such a young age, that's rare, bro. What happened to the feel-good vibe? Mr. Wang, you've just stabbed us in the heart again. Next question. This friend asks if there's an app where he can chat with lots of married women. He wants to follow Mr. Hu's example. Wang Shifeng smiled. I'm not really sure about that, but you could try joining some kindergarten parent groups. This guy's probably just trying to fish for a date, heh? But when this topic came up, the audience became even more interested. I knew you'd know, you're the man. Now that's a clever trick. Kindergarten, isn't that a bit too young? Are there any groups for kids in elementary school or older but younger than high school? The guy above just copied that right away. Everyone, please practice eco-friendly travel except for the guy from the first question. Next question. A friend asks, is it embarrassing to still be a virgin at 34? Wang Shifeng hesitated for a moment. It's not embarrassing in itself, but it would be pretty embarrassing if you were married with kids. As Wang Shifeng read the question, the live chat exploded with comments. The live stream's viewership remained steady at around 520,000 with no significant increase. Since it was almost 4 a.m., most people had gone to sleep. Plus, most streamers and hosts had already wrapped up their broadcasts. Wang Shifeng had no idea that many streamers who had ended their broadcasts early today were now mingling in his chat room. Zhang Yuyan, who had been in the industry for 3 years, had been named one of Xieguo's top 10 most influential streamers for 2 consecutive years. She was signed to Tianyu Media, one of Xieguo's top 3 media companies, and was known as the nation's little sister for her sweet looks and stunning figure. Her specialty was content tailored to young men, focusing on flirting and answering relationship questions. Among these, the topic that has made her most popular is cheesy pickup lines, her signature skill. Combined with her sweet looks and voice, she has a massive appeal to straight men. She's a true goddess streamer who captivates both men and women alike. Her average viewership per stream exceeds 500,000, and she's reached a peak of over 3 million viewers. Her fan base is highly targeted, with over 80% being male. Zhang Yuyan had ended her stream early today because she was in a bad mood. While she was reviewing the content with her team, she received a notice from the company asking her to drop by a newcomer's live stream. With a half-hearted attitude, Zhang Yuyan prepared to log in and just let the stream run on autopilot, but unexpectedly, she stumbled upon Meow Meow's suicide attempt. This was a major live streaming incident. Zhang Yuyan had even been ready to light a candle in remembrance for the streamer, but to her surprise, the crisis was resolved flawlessly. And it was all thanks to a complete unknown, according to records, a rookie host who was only in her second live stream. It was beyond belief. Especially after hearing that unknown poem, Zhang Yuyan was so astonished she was speechless. As a seasoned artsy young woman, she deeply understood the power contained within that poem, with its unique rhythm and structure. This was a poetic form like anything seen before. This wasn't something a recent college graduate should be capable of creating. Zhang Yuyan instantly took a keen interest in this newcomer, but with so little information available, she couldn't find the answers she sought. She could only stay in the live stream, trying to learn more. But as she listened, she realized that this newcomer's charm and talent went far beyond that. You're an intriguing man, you've caught my attention. Sister Wang, get in touch with the folks at Zing. I'd like to do a joint live stream with this Mr. Wang, Zhang Yuyan said to her agent after Wang Shifeng ended his stream, still eager for more. Huh? Her agent, who had been yawning, paused in surprise. With who? A joint broadcast is similar to a live duet. It involves 2 streamers or hosts discussing the same topic together, sometimes even with a competitive element to see whose perspective resonates more with the audience. This format not only maximizes the impact of the topic, but also helps both parties gain followers and generate buzz. Apart from her debut year, when she did a few joint streams with several top-tier senior streamers, Zhang Yuyan had spent the past few years almost exclusively doing joint streams with her agency's own streamers and had rarely done them with outsiders. So when she heard this news, her agent thought she must have misheard. Wang Shifeng, the host of the Together Until Dawn show, didn't the boss already post about it in the group chat? You're slacking off again, Zhang Yuyan huffed playfully. Oh, for heaven's sake, I wasn't slacking off, I was busy with other things. Her agent, Sister Wang, rolled her eyes. That suicide attempt in the live stream? He was stopped. It was an attempted suicide. Zhang Yuyan yawned. That's still not okay. This is a major incident. You've entered a stable phase in your career, and the company is currently working on a career transition for you, trying to get you into TV acting. singing, and other areas for a multi-faceted career. There's no need to take risks just to ride this wave of attention, Sister Wang said earnestly. Who says I'm just trying to ride the hype? Zhang Yuyan pouted, looking a bit annoyed. I'm just interested in that host, he's right up my alley. That's even worse. Are you trying to date him? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Sister Wang glared at her. How tacky. Can't there be other kinds of relationships besides romantic ones? Zhang Yuyan turned up her nose and snorted lightly. I just genuinely admire him for now, anyway. He might not be so pure about it. What man could stay pure when he sees you? Sister Wang retorted exasperatedly. Yikes. What's wrong with me? Zhang Yuyan jumped up from the couch in a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, expressing her displeasure. Sister Wang looked at the lingering traces of Zhang Yuyan's presence on her body. She let out a sigh of admiration. It turned out that the phrase "as nimble as a hare" was a perfect description of Zhang Yuyan. Brother Feng, thanks for all your hard work. Brother Feng, our stats made it onto the CCTV rankings. Shifeng, guess how many gifts we got today? Wang Shifeng had just finished his stream and stepped out of the broadcast room when he was immediately surrounded by enthusiastic staff members. Everyone knew full well that starting today, Wang Shifeng's status within the company would skyrocket. He might even replace Bai Kai as the top streamer. After all, Bai Kai's performance today had been far from impressive. So this was the perfect opportunity to build a good relationship with Wang Shifeng, and no one wanted to miss it. After all, in this industry, aligning yourself with the right host or streamer, it's just like a woman marrying the right husband. Everyone, you've all worked hard. I'll treat you all to a late-night snack later. Director, he's picking up the tab, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. He looked around but didn't see Director Healy anywhere. Where's Director He? I thought he was supposed to treat us. Did he slip away already? No, Director, he went upstairs to see President Jiang half an hour ago. I'll get in touch with him for you, said Healy's assistant. At this hour? Is President Jiang still working overtime? Wang Shifeng glanced at the time. It was already past 4. Being a boss like Jiang Yun must be pretty tough. Brother Feng, Director, he says you should go up and join them, the assistant said after hanging up the phone. Alright, thanks for your help. Wang Shifeng nodded and took the elevator straight to the top floor. As he pushed open the door, he saw Healy and Jiang Yun sitting together around a laptop discussing something. Is the live stream over? Hearing the sound, Healy looked up and smiled. Yeah, we can't exactly stay up until dawn. That'd wear the viewers out. Wang Shifeng chuckled, glancing at Jiang Yun, whose face looked tense. Ms. Jiang, are you still working overtime this late? I have some bad news to share with you, Jiang Yun said, looking up. Did something happen with Ms. Miao Miao? Wang Shifeng frowned. Not exactly, Healy interjected, but it's related to that matter. Take a look at this. Wang Shifeng glanced at the tablet, which displayed Weibo's trending topics. There were no fewer than 4 entries related to his name. Buying trending topics in the middle of the night, just to save a few bucks, Wang Shifeng was speechless. We're actually spending money to push those down the rankings, Jiang Yun said, rolling her eyes. Oh? It's rare for us to trend on Weibo, and it's not even negative news. There's no need for that, is there? Wang Shifeng chuckled. Don't you think the posts on the trending list are a bit over the top? Jiang Yun said. It's just someone buying it for me, Wang Shifeng said with a smirk. Seeing Wang Shifeng's completely unconcerned expression, Jiang Yun paused for a moment. Aren't you worried? This is clearly premeditated. They're in the dark and we're in the light. We just have to stay flexible and wait for them to make their first move, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. You saw this coming all along? Jiang Yun pursed her lips. Not that long ago, really. I was mentally prepared when I broke into top 10 in the live stream rankings. After all, fame brings trouble, especially for those playing the traffic game. I've got a lot of traffic, and as a newcomer, I'm an easy target. I guess I'm just getting in someone's way. Wang Shifeng shrugged, a look of innocence on his face. It's a sin to possess a precious gem. Now you're getting cocky, Healy said, torn between laughter and exasperation. We've been worried sick about you for ages, and here you are, completely unconcerned. Even if I cared, there's nothing I could do. Until they make their move, it's all just talk. As long as I can make sure I don't make any mistakes, that's all that matters. Wang Shifeng gave a faint smile. Watching Wang Shifeng's calm and confident smile, Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. This guy was far more composed than she'd imagined. Usually, a newcomer with such achievements would either get carried away and think they're the best, or become extremely anxious and fearful. But Wang Shifeng seemed to have everything under control. He's just too good to be true. She felt a bit frustrated. She'd worried about him for nothing. She'd thought of a whole bunch of reassuring things to say to him earlier, but now they'd probably be useless. Damn it. Looks like the eunuch is more anxious than the emperor himself. Healy paused for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. I wasn't in a hurry, you're the one who insisted on dragging me here. Jiang Yun stretched, her face expressionless. Since everything's fine, let's go home. It was clearly you who, after seeing the news, frantically called an impromptu team meeting, wasn't it? I just wanted to give you a heads up. Healy rolled his eyes, not daring to call out the certain Sunder's CEO. He could only silently shoulder everything on his own. I told my colleagues I'd treat them to a late-night snack. Would you like to join us, CEO Jiang? Wang Shifeng extended the invitation to Jiang Yun, who looked tired. No thanks, I'm a little tired, Jiang Yun said, shaking her head and yawning. Normally you refuse all work after midnight, Miss Jiang. But because of you, we've already made an exception for 2 days in a row, Healy teased from behind her. Jiang Yun shot Healy a subtle glare, then glanced at Wang Shifeng. Noticing he was staring at her, she quickly looked away, feigning composure. I thought someone as young as Ms. Jiang would just be getting her nightlife started at this hour, Wang Shifeng said, scratching his head. Why don't you drive Ms. Jiang home? It's so late it wouldn't be safe for her to drive back alone, Healy suggested, a thought suddenly occurring to him. Sure. Need. Wang Shifeng and Jiang Yun spoke at the same time, then exchanged glances. I'm fine driving at night, Jiang Yun said, furrowing her brow as she gripped her handbag a little tighter. It's the perfect chance to test drive the new car Ms. Jiang was assigned, Wang Shifeng said, jingling his car keys. It's settled then, I'll take them out to dinner first. Healy watched the elevator doors close with a sly smile on his lips. How did things turn out with Bai Kai in the end? Wang Shifeng asked casually. It's a good thing nothing serious happened. Tomorrow, the company will issue a statement alongside his personal apology to quell the controversy. We'll also try to reach out to Miao Miao. The person involved. It would be even better if she could speak up on our behalf, Jiang Yun said matter-of-factly. However, we'll need to hold a meeting internally to rule on this matter. After all, Bai Kai's reckless behavior will certainly cause losses for the company, and we must use this as a cautionary tale. As she spoke, Jiang Yun sensed something was off. Why am I going into such detail? Why did it feel like she was reporting to a superior? Jiang Yun looked up at Wang Shifeng and saw that he too was looking down at her. There was a hint of amusement in his gaze. You little rascal. What's with that look? Ms. Jiang, I was just looking for something to talk about. You didn't have to answer in such detail, Wang Shifeng said with a laugh. Feeling a bit embarrassed and annoyed, Jiang Yun snorted coldly and stepped out of the elevator first. Wang Shifeng hurried to follow her, and finally, next to yesterday's silver McLaren, he spotted a black Ferrari 488, and it was the latest model, no less. He hadn't expected Jiang Yun to assign him a 488. It was actually a bit more expensive than her own McLaren. What are you standing there for? Open the door, Jiang Yun said, sounding a bit exasperated. Huh? Okay. Wang Shifeng deftly unlocked the car, then slid inside. As if by muscle memory, he began adjusting the driver's seat and driving modes to his preferred settings. Watching Wang Shifeng's practiced movements, Jiang Yun was a bit taken aback. How could he be so skilled? Has he driven a Ferrari But this year's latest model, there were only a dozen or so in the country. She'd been lucky to get her hands on this car. A friend who'd ordered it had run into some financial trouble, which is why she was able to take delivery of a brand new one today. She'd even had to pay a little extra for it. She'd actually planned to use this opportunity to put him in his place and re-establish her authority as the boss. Mr. Jiang, isn't this company car a bit too expensive? After finishing the adjustments, Wang Shifeng suddenly realized he should be a little more polite. No, it's fine. The company was going to provide a car anyway. Jiang Yunqing cleared her throat, not wanting Wang Shifeng to know that this car had been specifically assigned to him. Oh, for tax purposes, right? I get it, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun glanced at Wang Shifeng and gave a perfunctory reply. What a clueless guy. What company uses a sports car for tax deductions? This was specifically assigned to you. Seeing Jiang Yun suddenly fall silent, Wang Shifeng thought she was tired, so he thoughtfully reclined her seat. If you're tired, Ms. Jiang, feel free to rest. I'm a steady driver. Jiang Yun felt a little warmed by this small gesture. Seeing Wang Shifeng holding the steering wheel with just one hand, she pursed her lips slightly. Hemp, you little brat trying to look cool? But she didn't know that Wang Shifeng wasn't driving with one hand on purpose. It was because that skill from the system really lived up to its name. You can only drive a Ferrari with one hand. As a result, Wang Shifeng found it a bit awkward to grip the steering wheel with both hands, leaving his right hand free. He subconsciously glanced at the passenger seat, where Jiang Yun's long legs were impossible to hide even under her wide leg pant. With his right hand now idle, he was getting a bit bored and kept wanting to touch something. That's a dangerous thought. Drive safely, he admonished himself. No, at least not now. Wang Shifeng kept his eyes on the road and concentrated on driving. Perhaps it was because she'd stayed up too late and was exhausted, or perhaps it was because Wang Shifeng's driving was truly steady, but before she knew it, Jiang Yun had fallen asleep. Hearing the steady breathing coming from beside him, Wang Shifeng paused for a moment. She actually fell asleep? Looks like she's completely exhausted. He looked at Jiang Yun, curled up in her seat and sleeping soundly like a little kitten. People who usually sleep in this curled-up position tend to lack a sense of security. He hadn't expected that Jiang Yun, who usually came across as aloof and haughty, would actually look surprisingly cute when asleep. Wang Shifeng's heart softened and he slowed down the car. No matter which world one finds oneself, privilege is everywhere. Luxury cars are one of the privileges that symbolize the bourgeoisie. Wang Shifeng had specifically looked it up yesterday. The residential complex where Jiang Yun lived was one of Jingguo's most exclusive neighborhoods, with an average property price of around 200,000 per square meter. Although it wasn't the most expensive area, the residents were almost exclusively the wealthy and powerful. Even ordinary people with money might not qualify to live there. In a high-end community like this, security is bound to be exceptionally tight. He had expected an unfamiliar vehicle to be stopped, but to his surprise, as Wang Shifeng drove past the main gate, before he even had a chance to roll down his window to explain, the guard on duty saluted and waved him through, offering a sincere smile at 5 in the morning. Looking at the guard's smile, Wang Shifeng couldn't help but sigh. All that property management fee over 100,000 yuan a year was really paid for nothing. Does that mean anyone driving a luxury car must be a good person? Relying on his memory, he drove straight to the underground garage and parked next to Xia Mengyao's G-Class. He guessed the two of them lived together. After parking, Wang Shifeng looked at Jiang Yun's rosy cheeks and furrowed brow as she slept soundly, and for a moment, he couldn't bring himself to wake her. Let her sleep a little longer. At worst, he'd just have to make do in the car for the night. Besides, he realized he'd been up for 20 hours straight today. He wasn't even the least bit tired. Logically speaking, reading and streaming today, both mentally demanding tasks, should have made him drowsy long ago. Could it be the effect of the vitality potion rewarded by the system? Could it actually alleviate fatigue? After much thought, that seemed to be the only explanation. Wang Shifeng was delighted. Didn't this mean he'd have boundless energy? Wouldn't the title of all-nighter champion be a piece of cake? I just wonder if there are any side effects. He opened the system panel and, seeing the over 3 million units of healing energy displayed there, a smile spread across his face. You could say I got rich overnight. Let's do the math. Today's 4-hour live stream saw overall metrics increase 5-fold compared to yesterday, with total viewership surpassing 1 million. Yet the healing energy was only just over 3 million, a less than 3-fold increase. That works out to an average contribution of 3 points per viewer, which can only mean the fan base isn't targeted enough. But it doesn't matter if they're not the right audience. Volume alone is enough to fill the tank. Yesterday I did a 10 pull and got 3 great items. Today, with a 30 pull, I'm sure I'll come away with plenty. Aside from healing energy, he recalled that the system had also unlocked a new permission. Wang Shifeng found the newly appeared creation tab in the interface, marked as not enabled. Ding, host, do you wish to enable the creation feature? Activate. Ding! The creation feature has been successfully activated. You have obtained a basic entertainment-related permission and activated the beginner quest first creation. Creation, entry-level entertainment permission. Creation panel 1. Overview. By consuming healing energy, you can use the system's assistance to create entertainment-related content, including but not limited to songs, comedy sketches, scripts, comics, and other genres. The rating of your work is determined by the protagonist's professional skills and inspiration in the corresponding genre. Basic permissions allow only 1 creation slot. Instructions for use. After carefully reading the instructions, Wang Shifeng gained an understanding of this system-assisted creation feature. As long as Wang Shifeng selects the genre, content direction, and some ideas, he can use the system's assistance to create a work by consuming healing energy. At the same time, a quest panel was unlocked. A first creation. Use the creation feature to complete 1 work. Reward unknown. As long as there's a reward, Wang Shifeng couldn't wait to give it a try. Currently, his only professional skills were Mandarin and piano. What could he create with just Mandarin? A catchy rhyme or a tongue twister? That wouldn't be very meaningful. So he decisively chose the music category. At least that would make him an original singer, right? After selecting the music category and his skills, he chose the comedic style and clicked create. Ding! The content the host is about to create will consume 500,000 points of healing energy and take 18 hours. Do you confirm creation? It actually requires 500,000 points of healing energy. Wang Shifeng was a bit surprised. Was it really necessary to spend that much on just a basic piece of creative work? Glancing at his still ample supply of healing energy, Wang Shifeng decided to go ahead with the creation anyway. He was actually curious to see what kind of song the system could produce. If the quality was high, he'd naturally find a way to recoup this investment. If he lost money, he'd just treat it as a missed chance in the lottery. Confirm creation. Ding! Creation has begun. 500,000 healing energy points consumed. Creation slot what? Immediately, Wang Shifeng saw data appear in the previously blank slot on the creation panel. Creation slot 1, music content countdown, 1759:58. Is that it? 500,000 healing energy points, and not even a single special effect. Wang Shifeng stared at the countdown and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the car window. Wang Shifeng instantly logged out of the system and looked warily out the window. Xia Mengyao's delicate little face was pressed against the glass, peering inside. Because the glass was privacy tinted, her expression looked a bit silly. Wang Shifeng had no choice but to roll down the window. Jiang Yun had naturally been woken up as well. She looked at Xia Mengyao with sleepy eyes, seemingly a bit grouchy from being woken up. You're so annoying. What's the matter? Did I disturb you too? Xia Mengyao glanced at Wang Shifeng first, then teased with a mischievous smile. A man, a woman alone in a car in the middle of the night. Tskaya. It's hard not to be suspicious. What are you talking about? Jiang Yun was gradually waking up. Her face, which had been flushed from sleep, grew even redder, but she forced herself to remain calm. When did you get here? Why didn't you wake me up? You were sleeping so soundly, I just wanted to let you sleep a little longer, Wang Shifeng replied casually. You've had a long day too. You should go home and get some rest, Jiang Yun said, unfastening her seatbelt somewhat flustered as she got out of the car. It's almost dawn, don't go back. Just come up and crash here for the night, Xia Mengyao said with a smile, her eyes crinkling elegantly as she leaned against the car window. Spend the night there? That wouldn't be so bad, it's not like I haven't done that before. Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking that Xia Mengyao was a nice girl and quite hospitable. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Yun grabbed Xia Mengyao by the throat and dragged her away, nodding to Wang Shifeng as she did so. Drive safely on your way home. Okay. Wang Shifeng watched as Jiang Yun dragged Xia Mengyao into the elevator, then rolled up his car window and drove off toward his rental apartment. So this is the car you bought for him? Tskieski, you really went all out. I've been begging you for half a year to trade me up to a Porsche. It really is a case of hearing only the laughter of the new, not the tears of the old. After more than a decade of sisterly friendship, it turns out I've placed my trust in the wrong person. Xia Mengyao wriggled free from Jiang Yun's grip, crossed her arms and adopted a "I see right through everything" expression as she said sarcastically. What are you talking about? It just so happened that this make had a car in stock, and besides it could be used as a trade-in. Why would you want to trade in your car? You barely drive it twice a year. Jiang Yun rubbed her face, which was starting to feel a little hot. How embarrassing, I actually fell asleep. I wonder if I was snoring. That would be so embarrassing. Spill it, what were you two doing in the car? Were you both so tired you fell asleep? Xia Mengyao suddenly leaned close to Jiang Yun's ear and asked with a mischievous grin. Stop talking nonsense. Jiang Yun pushed her away, her face flushed. I was just so tired, I don't know how I fell asleep. You're lying. The Ferrari 488 has a V8 engine. How could you possibly fall asleep with all that noise? You're a nervous wreck with a super light sleep. Xia Mengyao called her out immediately. As Jiang Yun's best friend of over a decade, Xia Mengyao knew full well that her friend was a light sleeper who would wake up at the slightest sound. That was precisely why Xia Mengyao didn't live with her, she lived downstairs instead. So the idea that Jiang Yun could actually fall asleep to the sound of a sports car engine was the last thing she would believe. Not only did she not believe it, but even Jiang Yun herself was taken aback. Right, how did I fall asleep in the car? This had never happened to her in her entire life. For various reasons, she never slept in unfamiliar surroundings, let alone in the presence of strangers. But she had indeed fallen asleep in the car just now and slept quite soundly at that. Was it really just because she was so tired? Seeing Jiang Yun staring blankly, Xia Mengyu poked her on the cheek. Don't even try to make excuses, I've already rejected all your alibis. Spit it out, don't make me resort to family discipline. Go to sleep, Jiang Yun said as the elevator came to a stop, kicking Xia Mengyao out with a single kick. Her delicate brows furrowed, her mind full of questions. How could she have fallen asleep like that? Back at the rental apartment, she took a shower. She immediately started the gacha, beginning with a 10 pull. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining Vitality Potion, small. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining Vitality Potion, small. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining Potential Potion, small. Not a single special item dropped from the 10 pull. Were they all guaranteed drops? Has my luck completely run out? Wang Shifeng was a bit speechless looking at the 10 potion vials, but at least a new potion had finally appeared. Potential Potion. Description: when used, it slightly enhances potential, increasing it. Increases potential, what does that mean? Wang Shifeng drank the potential potion. It didn't taste like anything special, and he didn't feel much of a reaction afterward, unlike the Qian blood potion, which made him feel his Qian blood surging. He's anemic. Wang Shifeng hesitated for a moment, then chose to do another 10 pull. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining Vitality Potion, small. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining Learning Card, beginner. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining Learning Card, beginner. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the talent Refined and Easygoing. The second set of 10 pulls finally paid off. Learning Card, small. Description: when used, grants a special bonus to learning professional skills for 12 hours. A consumable item specifically for learning. Who would have thought, even after crossing over and being bound to a system, I still can't escape the fate of having to study. So is it true that only through learning can one find true happiness? Wang Shifeng silently put away the learning card and looked at the new talent he'd drawn. Refined and Easygoing. Description: upon use, you gain the special talent Refined and Easygoing. As the saying goes, a mind enriched with poetry and books naturally exudes elegance. When facing people with a lower level of education than yours, even if you curse like a sailor, they'll still find your speech pleasant and your demeanor refined, thereby preventing violent altercations arising from verbal disputes. What kind of skill is this? A Zuan-style god-tier skill? As a well-mannered man, Wang Shifeng wasn't in the habit of swearing, but since he'd drawn it, he figured it never hurt to have another skill up his sleeve. After activating the talent, Wang Shifeng looked at himself in the mirror. He didn't really feel any more refined or easygoing. Seems it doesn't work on himself, he'll try it on someone else tomorrow. 2 sets of 10 consecutive pulls left Wang Shifeng wanting more. He downed the remaining Vitality Potion. Though he wasn't sleepy, he still fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Is this Vitality Potion a stimulant after all, or a sleeping pill? Since he'd gone to sleep just after 6:09 a.m., Wang Shifeng slept straight through until noon the next day, waking up naturally. Feeling refreshed after washing up, he went downstairs and found a crowd gathered around his Ferrari. Although the place he was renting was considered a high-end residential complex, a luxury sports car like a Ferrari was still an extremely rare sight, so it was only natural that it attracted a crowd. Moreover, many live streamers lived in this complex, and the majority of the onlookers were young women with attractive figures and good looks, who were taking photos and posting them on social media in an orderly fashion, one after another. Based on his experience reading novels in his past life, if he went over there now and cut in line, he'd surely be mocked by this group of girls. Then Wang Shifeng could outwit them all with his wit, and finally press the car key button, roaring off amid their shocked and regretful stares. Leaving a legend behind in this neighborhood. This kind of scenario was the perfect moment to test the effects of his new talent, Refined and Easygoing. Wang Shifeng's spirits soared. He mentally rehearsed his lines and was just about to push his way through the crowd when a pleasant voice called out to him. "Hey, young man, are you here for a photo? You can't cut in line, there are still 4 people behind you waiting for their turn." A sweet female voice called out to him. Wang Shifeng's spirits lifted. He thought to himself, isn't this exactly how the story goes? He turned his head with a stern frown to look at the person who'd called out to him, a very tall girl. Wang Shifeng was 185 tall, and this girl, wearing flat shoes, was only slightly shorter than him. If she were wearing heels, she'd likely be the same height as him. At least 178 or taller. However, compared to her striking height, Her appearance was somewhat underwhelming, not that she was unattractive, but simply ordinary, especially to someone with Wang Shifeng's refined taste. But it had to be said that beneath her tall frame lay a supermodel-like figure, especially those long legs, which remained eye-catching even in a pair of jeans. "Sir, if you'd like to take a photo with me, please pay here. It's 100 yuan for 3 minutes, and you can record a video," the tall girl said with a beaming smile. "What's this? A fee for a photo? 3 minutes per session?" Wang Shifeng froze for a moment, then found the whole thing absurd. He must not have read enough online novels. He never would have imagined a plot like this. Not only did she hitch a ride and take a photo with him, but she actually pretended to be the car's owner and charged him. That's absolutely brilliant. This guy's a business genius who makes money out of thin air. Wang Shifeng burst out laughing. He couldn't even get the lines he'd prepared out of his mouth. Smiling, he asked, "Is this your car?" "No," the tall girl replied, shaking her head meekly. "Huh?" Wang Shifeng froze again, his expression growing increasingly complex. "She actually admitted it? Oh wait. Is this how the story is supposed to go?" Seeming to sense Wang Shifeng's confusion, the tall girl took the initiative to explain, "Sir, this car isn't mine, and I don't know whose it is either." "Then how dare you charge me without permission? That doesn't make sense," Wang Shifeng said, frowning. "Here's my student ID. I'm a student at Jinghua University of the Arts," the tall girl said, first showing her ID to prove her identity. "Zhen Yi, a senior majoring in dance. But that name is so easy to mispronounce as Zhen Tai. Her parents were way too careless when they named her. And just because you're a college student, does that mean you can charge people to use someone else's car? When I woke up this morning, I found this car here surrounded by a bunch of kids. I was worried they might not know their own strength and accidentally scratch it or cause an accident, so I offered to watch it for them. Later, some pretty young women wanted to take photos with it. I turned some of them down, but there were still so many people that in the end, I had to charge them a fee under the pretense of watching the car. I planned to give the money to the owner when he arrived, so it wouldn't cause him much financial loss," Zhen Yi explained in a soft, measured tone. Wang Shifeng was moved. He hadn't expected it to be such an uplifting story. He was completely taken aback. You charged for photos, and people actually paid you?" Wang Shifeng asked in confusion. "Are people in this world really that civilized?" At first, people were very skeptical, but once I showed my student ID, things improved a lot. I also explained to them that the car is very expensive, and the owner earned the money bit by bit. Why should we take photos for free? Besides, everyone knows the purpose of the photos. Once I laid out the reasoning, they all understood. Zhen Yi's smile was very approachable. Wang Shifeng gave an awkward smile and rubbed his nose. It was still a bit awkward. Still, he felt there was something off about the whole thing. What's the point of doing this? Huh? Seemingly caught off guard, Zhen Yi blinked. Why? I haven't really thought that far ahead. What if the owner never shows up? What will you do then? Wang Shifeng asked with another smile. Then I'll just wait. The owner wouldn't feel at ease leaving such an expensive car here, especially since it's brand new and doesn't even have a license plate yet, Zhen Yi said with a smile. Well, the owner really ought to thank you, Wang Shifeng chuckled. From this girl's reaction and smile, Wang Shifeng didn't detect any insincerity. So she must be a kind-hearted, long-legged young woman. So Wang Shifeng took out his phone. Do you want a photo together? How many shots? Zhen Yi asked, holding up her phone. Hey, are you a streamer too? Do you focus on looks or talent? A girl with a youthful face in the line beside them chimed in. Wang Shifeng smiled. I guess you could call me a talk show host. Talk show. I think you're good looking and have great charisma. It'd be a waste to stick to talk shows. Are you signed with an agency yet? Why don't you join our company? I'll be your sponsor. The girl with the youthful face began to pitch enthusiastically. Thanks, but I'm already signed with an agency. Wang Shifeng politely declined, handing his phone to Zhen Yi and saying, scan my QR code. Sure. Zhen Yi scanned it absent-mindedly, realized it hadn't worked, and tried again. It's not scanning. That's because it's a payment QR code. Handsome guy, you're being a bit cheeky. The young woman with the youthful face glanced over and couldn't help but laugh. Since I'm the car owner, of course it's a payment QR code, Wang Shifeng called. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Wang Shifeng as he pulled his car keys out of his pocket and pressed the button. Beep beep. 2 unlocking beeps sent the crowd into an uproar. From the stares of the onlookers, Wang Shifeng drew a great deal of positive energy. Most of it was a mix of envy and admiration. Oh, so you're the car owner. I'm so sorry. Zhen Yi snapped back to her senses, her face flushed and looking a bit flustered. She said shyly and hurriedly, I'll scan the payment to you. It's for this morning there were 32 people in total. The ones who didn't finish taking photos might need a refund, so the total is 2,800. It's fine. Just wait until you're done taking photos, Wang Shifeng said with a warm smile, then waited for Zhen Yi's payment to go through. Well, I'll be going now. Zhen Yi felt a bit embarrassed. She'd just been chatting with the car owner about all sorts of trivial things. What a social disaster. Wait a minute. If you're free later, let me treat you to a meal after all. You really helped me out. Wang Shifeng stopped Zhen Yi in her tracks. He found her quite interesting. Huh? No, it's just the joy of helping others. Zhen Yi quickly waved her hands in refusal. You helped me, so I want to return the favor. That's what a harmonious society is all about, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Or are you afraid I'm a bad guy? Really, no thanks. I've got things to do later. Zhen Yi's face flushed all the way to her ears, and she just wanted to get out of there. Alright then. I'll come to your school another day and treat you, Wang Shifeng said, feigning regret. Zhen Yi was startled by this and glanced at the Ferrari behind her. If he drove that car to her school to find her, what would happen? Rumors would be flying all over the place. Hey, just say yes. Otherwise, with this guy's charm, one meal won't be enough to win you over, the girl with the youthful face teased with a smile. This instantly sparked a chorus of teasing from the people around them. In the end, amid everyone's teasing and Wang Shifeng's invitation, Zhen Yi had no choice but to grit her teeth and climb into the Ferrari. Amid the murmurings of the crowd, she drove away from the residential complex. Tsk, did you see that? That's what you get for being a good person. I don't know if good people really get rewarded, but I do know that the rich guy is probably going to end up with her. But if he's so rich, why did he take the money for the photo? You just don't get it. If he didn't take the money, how would he treat that leggy young lady to dinner? Besides, didn't you know that the richer people are, the stingier they get? That car owner is so handsome and charming, darn it. If I'd known, I would have watched the car for her. Wait a minute. I heard a host on a live stream yesterday say that skilled hunters often disguise themselves as their prey. Whoa. Huh? Zhen Yi is a senior dance major at Tsinghua University of the Arts, but she's only 19 years old. Due to her exceptional talent in dance as a child, she was specially recruited by Tsinghua University of the Arts at the age of 15 for training. Tsinghua University of the Arts is one of the 5 major arts institutions in Xia, having nurtured many celebrities in the entertainment industry, and is particularly renowned for its authority in the field of dance. Unfortunately, when she was 16, she experienced a sudden growth spurt. Her height shot up from 162 to 175 within a single year, a gain of 13 centimeters, and has continued to increase year after year, reaching her current height of 179. For professional dancers, long arms and legs are a natural gift, but if they are too long, it can affect both physical coordination and aesthetic appeal. Unfortunately, Zhen Yi grew too tall too quickly. Even with her extraordinary talent for dance, she was unable to go far on this path. Thus, under the regretful gazes of all her teachers and classmates, she went from being a star student to a burden. This sudden turn of events certainly had a profound impact on her, but being naturally optimistic and cheerful, she quickly shook off the shadow of disappointment, retaining her passion for dance and her optimistic outlook on life. As her senior year approached, most of her classmates had already secured their futures, either pursuing further studies or being assigned to various national dance troupes. Only she, on her mentor's advice, decided to try applying for jobs at media companies, as continuing down the path of dance was not in her best interest. After half a month of job interviews, most companies remained undecided about Zhen Yi. Physically, she wasn't particularly striking, and having spent over a decade studying dance, her skills in other areas weren't outstanding. Her only advantage was her academic background. However, the media industry didn't place much value on that. Yet she never could have imagined that her fate would be altered simply by watching someone's car. From the moment she got into the Ferrari, Zhen Yi felt completely uncomfortable. Aside from the sports car barely accommodating her long legs, it was mainly because the man driving beside her made her feel uneasy. Without a doubt, this man whom she was meeting for the first time was probably the wealthiest person her age she'd ever met. Although she didn't know much about cars, she knew what that horse emblem stood for. Moreover, among all the wealthy people she'd ever met, this man was the most handsome and the youngest. Why would a man who was handsome, rich, and young invite her to dinner? Was it just cause he'd helped her watch her car? If so, a token reward would have been enough. So, there must be something fishy going on. Zhen Yi, a young girl who had been deeply influenced by all kinds of romantic dramas since childhood, quickly pictured many classic scenes of princes and Cinderellas in her mind. Wow. Mom always says I'm a kind-hearted, naive girl. Do good deeds without expecting anything in return. Look, here comes the reward right now. I've suddenly run into my distant prince. Wait, if he takes me to a fancy restaurant, I'll have to be careful not to swallow the ring while I'm stuffing my face with ice cream and cake. As she thought about it, Zhen Yi couldn't help but let out a silly chuckle. Hey he. Wang Shifeng, who was driving with one hand, was drawn to Zhen Yi's pig-like squeal. What's up? Huh? Nothing, I just thought of something funny. Zhen Yi's face flushed all the way to her neck, and she didn't dare look at Wang Shifeng. How embarrassing. Is there anything you'd like to eat, Miss Zhen? Wang Shifeng asked politely. Anything's fine, I can eat anything, Zhen Yi replied timidly, keeping her head down. Don't you dance students all need to stay in shape? Wang Shifeng asked. Yeah, we do have to watch our weight, but I don't really have to make a special effort, Zhen Yi said with a smile. Is it because you're letting loose in your senior year? Wang Shifeng chuckled. No, it's because I won't have many opportunities to dance in the future. Although Zhen Yi's tone was light, a hint of disappointment still came through. Huh? Wang Shifeng furrowed his brow. The dance program at Beijing Arts University is considered one of the best in the country. You don't want to continue your studies? I've grown too tall, I'm no longer suited to be a professional dancer, Zhen Yi said with a candid smile. I'm sorry, Wang Shifeng said, momentarily taken aback. It's okay, it's no big deal, Zhen Yi smiled. I don't even know what to call you yet. My name is Wang Shifeng said. Oh, okay. Zhen Yi looked down at his phone and updated the contact's name. Alright, we're here, Wang Shifeng said as he pulled over. Zhen Yi instinctively felt a surge of nervousness and looked out the window. There was no grand, upscale hotel as she'd imagined. In fact, there were hardly any high-rise buildings in the area. This wasn't quite what she'd seen on TV. Zhen Yi got out of the car, still a bit dazed, and followed Wang Shifeng into a small, run-of-the-mill knockoff fried chicken shop. It was the place she often ordered takeout from Kenda Xiang. Order whatever you like, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Zhen Yi was a bit taken aback, so even rich people eat this kind of food? Wang Shifeng had been observing the girl the whole way and noticed that, aside from the occasional silly grin, this long-legged girl didn't seem particularly out of the ordinary. At first, Wang Shifeng had suspected he might have fallen for some high-end female hunter's ploy that she'd offered to watch his car just to get a chance to approach him. But based on her behavior throughout the ride, Wang Shifeng could tell. Zhen Yi was indeed a kind-hearted girl. In fact, she was even a bit naive. For some reason, Wang Shifeng felt a twinge of regret that his plan to test her talents had come to naught, but he was also delighted that he had indeed stumbled upon a rare gem. Through his interactions with Zhen Yi, he confirmed that she was a girl with exceptional communication skills, exactly the kind of person he needed to hire as his assistant. Since he was setting up his own department, Wang Shifeng would certainly need to cultivate a group of trusted confidants. He had his own standards and criteria for these people, and the final assistant manager had to meet two conditions. First, she had to be innocent and kind. Second, she had to possess strong communication skills and aptitude. Wang Shifeng knew that it was rare for both of these qualities to be found in a single person. People with strong communication skills are generally those who have been toughened by the hardships of society. They may be kind, but they are certainly not innocent. However, there is a category of exceptionally gifted individuals whom Wang Shifeng is accustomed to referring to as people of the utmost innocence. As the saying goes, extremes give way to their opposites, and this holds true for human nature as well. When a person is innocent to the extreme, they can remain composed in the face of any trickery. In other words, they don't fall for tricks. This is because they simply do not understand the subtext behind these tactics. The truly most powerful ploy is to have no ploy at all. Be as powerful as you like a gentle breeze caresses the hills. Be as arrogant as you please the bright moon shines over the great river. People like this are just that straightforward. They're exceptionally well suited for roles like talent agents in the entertainment industry, where schemes are everywhere, because they're naturally immune to most tricks and traps. He had originally thought it would take a long recruitment process to find this kind of hidden gem. But he never expected to run into Zhen Yi today, which is why he took the initiative to invite her to dinner to observe her more closely. As it turned out, Zhang Yi perfectly met both of these criteria. Watching Zhen Yi happily munching on her hamburger, Wang Shifeng said, "Miss Zhen, you're a senior in college. If you're not planning to go to grad school, aren't you going to start looking for a job?" "Yeah, I can't dance anymore, so I'll have to find a job to support myself. Otherwise, my mom will marry me off by the pound." Zhen Yi took a sip of iced Coke and let out a satisfied belch. After letting it out, she realized it was a bit unladylike and blushed again. Wang Shifeng smiled slightly. As I mentioned before, I'm also a TV host. You must be pretty famous, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be able to afford such a nice car, Zhen Yi said, batting her big eyes. Not really. The car isn't mine, it belongs to our boss. I'm just the one driving it, Wang Xing said with a smile. That still shows how impressive you are. Your boss would give you such a nice car, Zhen Yi said enviously. I don't really care about driving a luxury car. I'd just be happy if my company reimbursed my subway fare to work in the future. Is that all you ask for? Wang Shifeng laughed. That's already quite a lot. I've heard that many companies don't even offer the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, Zhen Yi said in a low voice, afraid someone might overhear. Aside from that, do you have any expectations regarding salary or job responsibilities? Wang Shifeng asked. As long as the salary is enough for me to get by in Jinghua, that's fine. As for the job itself, I'll be lucky just to have a job. I wouldn't dare ask for anything more, Zhen Yi said with a smile. That's great. On behalf of Singy Media, I sincerely invite you to join my team, Wang Shifeng said, extending his hand with a warm smile. Zhen Yi stared blankly at Wang Shifeng's handsome smile as if he were looking at an angel. Even after she was taken to the company to complete the onboarding process and signed the contract, Zhen Yi was still in a daze. Looking at the enormous salary of 10,000 yuan on the contract, she felt as if she were dreaming. Maybe we could change it to 3,000. A salary this high makes me feel uneasy, Zhen Yi said cautiously, tugging at the hem of Wang Shifeng's shirt. Don't worry, you're worth far more than that, Wang Shifeng said with a gentle smile.
TNU Media's national little sister, Zhang Yayan, wants to do a joint live stream with you tonight. What do you think? Jiang Yin spoke, but her gaze was fixed on the girl Wang Shifeng had brought with him. The girl sat uneasily on the sofa, her eyes darting about, looking like a little white rabbit that had fallen into a den of wolves. Rumor had it that she was the agent he'd signed today. 19 years old. A dance student. Long leg. No matter how you looked at her, she didn't seem like the type who could handle the duties of a manager. But Jiang didn't question it. Don't use those you doubt. Once you use someone, don't doubt them. She applied the same principle when hiring Wang Shifeng. The nation's little sister? Wang Shifeng furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Sounds like a major streamer. Don't you know? He chimed in to explain. She's considered one of the top female streamers in the country. Her male fan base is incredibly loyal. She's said to have 3 million big brothers backing her up, and she's incredibly popular. All male fans? If I stream with her, won't that crowd of fans come after me? Wang Shifeng laughed. We're puzzled too. Logically speaking, Zheng Yun's niche doesn't require her to go live with you, so we'd like to hear your thoughts, Jiang Yin said in a cool tone. It was a stark contrast to how she'd looked yesterday, curled up in the car seat like a sleeping kitten. How are my trending metrics looking? Wang Shifeng asked suddenly. The buzz died down this morning, but there are still a lot of marketing accounts jumping on the bandwagon. Nothing too out of the ordinary so far, He Lai reported honestly. What do you think if something else were to happen during my live stream today? Would the buzz pick up again? Wang Shifeng rubbed his chin, a smile playing on his lips. Well, He Li paused, glancing at CEO Jiang Yun. Are you planning to use the joint live stream with Zhang Yuyan to create another buzz? Zhang Yun furrowed her delicate brows. It's hard to gauge the appropriate boundaries, and Zhang Yuyan's fans aren't pushovers. The risk is too high. The greater the risk, the greater the rewards. This is only my 3rd live stream today. Even if something goes wrong, it won't have much of an impact, Wang Shifeng chuckled. As long as you think it's fine, then it's fine. Jiang Yun pondered for a moment, then spread her hands. Worst case scenario, we'll just have to fall out with Tianyu and stop working with their company in the future. It's not that serious, is it? Wang Shifeng asked, puzzled. Besides being Tianyu's leading lady, Zhang Yun is also the apple of the major shareholder's eye, He Li said with a smile. That's what I'm saying. She's been winning awards non-stop since her debut at 18. It's clear she's got more than just talent, Wang Shifeng remarked with a sigh, then added, What do you guys think? Do I have a shot at winning an award this year? For the CCTV Best Newcomer Award at the end of the year, they already listed you as a nominee yesterday, Jiang Yun said softly. So as long as you don't get into any major trouble, you should be fine. Come on, what major trouble could I possibly get into? My live streaming style is so laid back and fun, Wang Shifeng laughed. Let's hope so, Jiang Yun nodded, giving Wang Shifeng a long, thoughtful look. She couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. Should I contact Tianyu to set a date? He Lai asked. This kind of thing is usually handled by the agent, Jiang Yun said, shifting her gaze to Zhen Yi, who was shifting restlessly in his seat and seemed to have vanished into the background. Zhen Yi, who didn't even dare to breathe, felt Jiang Yun's gaze and instantly felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles. To be honest, she hadn't expected the company's boss to be a woman. And a young woman who was even more beautiful than many female celebrities. People really are worlds apart. And the way this beautiful CEO was looking at her seemed a little strange. She recalled Wang Shifeng saying that the luxury car had been provided to her by the boss. Zhen Yi instantly conjured up a 3,000-character short story in her mind. Zhen Yi has just started here. At most, she's an assistant. As for the agent position, director, he will just have to put up with it for now, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Jiang Yun withdrew her gaze, responding indifferently, and handed him a tablet. By the way, the company has selected some new places for you to stay. Take a look and see which one you like best. Wang Shifeng took the tablet and joked, I don't have many requirements for housing as long as it's quiet, somewhere similar to the environment at President Jiang's home. And you call that having no requirements? CEO Jiang lives in the most exclusive residential complex in Jinghua City. Upon hearing this, Healy couldn't help but roll his eyes. Like my place? Jiang Yun pondered this seriously for a moment. There are still 2 vacant units downstairs from my place. If you don't mind, you can stay there, but you'll have to pay rent. Otherwise, the other employees might have something to say about it. Are the 2 of you already comfortable discussing this kind of thing out in the open? Healy's eyes widened in shock. He suddenly felt like he knew way too much. Really? That's actually great. I'll rent the place downstairs from you, just deduct the rent from my paycheck. Wang Shifeng tossed his tablet aside. He really didn't mean anything by it. He just wanted a quieter, more private place to live so he could focus on his work. Otherwise, having his Ferrari draw a crowd every day would be quite a hassle. Come to think of it, a sports car really wasn't very practical. Once he got paid, he'd buy something more practical. I'll send you the passcode later. You'll just need to re-register your fingerprint, Jiang Yun said, her expression calm, though the hand holding her teacup trembled slightly, betraying her inner turmoil. Damn it. I was just being polite. How could he have agreed to that? If this gets out, the rumors will only get worse. Jiang Yun's gaze instinctively swept over Healy and Zhen Yi at how to quell the rumors. From the moment Wang Shifeng drove his Ferrari into the company, rumors about the 2 of them had already spread throughout the office. Gossip spreads far more terrifyingly than a virus. In just one short afternoon, more than a dozen versions of the rumor that CEO Jiang was keeping Wang Shifeng as her kept man had already emerged, more dramatic than any TV drama. Some of the stories were so convincing that even Jiang Yun herself, the person at the center of it all, almost believed them. And just at that moment, Wang Shifeng went and poured fuel on the fire. Healy and Zhen Yi, caught in Jiang Yun's gaze, felt even more uneasy. Especially Zhen Yi. Ever since she found out the company's boss was a woman, her little mind had been running wild with all sorts of domineering CEO falls for me scenarios. Now, hearing with her own ears that the female CEO had invited Wang Shifeng to move in and live together, that was the definitive proof. Office romance, domineering female, cute young guy living together. This plot is straight out of a novel. This is exactly what it means for a novel to come to life. But now that I know such a huge secret, will they try to silence me? Zhen Yi, who had been basking in the sweetness of the moment, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. After Zhen Yi and Healy left the CEO's office with heavy hearts, they returned to their own office. Since the official appointment hadn't been finalized yet, Wang Shifeng's department hadn't been assigned a new office space, so they were temporarily using Healy's office as their base. Your name is Zhen Yi, right? After locking the door, Healy spoke up. Yes, Director Zhen Yi instinctively snapped to attention. His already tall stature made her even more towering, which put the man on the spot. No need to be so formal. We'll be family from now on, so just relax, Healy said with a smile. First of all, welcome to Star River Media. As your senior, I don't have much to offer you, so I'll just give you a piece of advice. Go ahead, Director Zhen Yi replied obediently. It's this, no matter what, speak less and do more, for too many words are bound to lead to mistakes, Healy said meaningfully. I understand, Zhen Yi nodded solemnly. How can she speak less? She'll be making a living by interacting with people from now on. Wang Shifeng remarked with a casual chuckle as he sat on the sofa, looking up information on Zhang Yuyan, the nation's favorite little sister. Healy's mouth twitched slightly. I'll contact Tianyu in a moment. Do you have any specific instructions? Should we prepare a script in advance? There's nothing to prepare. Just tell them I'll follow their script, Wang Shifeng said with a laugh. We'll be at a disadvantage that way. Even their big names, they're the ones making the move, we can make demands, Healy pointed out. No need, I'm used to winging it, Wang Shifeng grinned. Alright then, that saves me some trouble. Seeing how confident he looked, Healy was more than happy to take it easy. To be honest, these past 2 days had been the most leisurely of his career. As a producer, he didn't need to prepare content in advance. Team handled the data monitoring, and he didn't even have to deliberately manage the pacing or traffic promotion. Working with a streamer like Wang Shifeng is just too awesome. Healy stepped out to make a call, leaving only Wang Shifeng and Zhen Yi in the office. Find a place to sit. Why are you just standing there like an idiot? Wang Shifeng couldn't help but laugh when he saw Zhen Yi still standing. Oh, Zhen Yi obediently sat down on the sofa. Seeing that Wang Shifeng was focused on his tablet, she had nothing to do and began to zone out. Wang Shifeng was intently studying Zhang Yun's style when he suddenly felt Zhen Yi staring straight at him. It was a bit unsettling. Why are you staring at me like that? Do I have a flower on my face or something? Wang Shifeng asked with a laugh. President Feng, Zhen Yi said, following Healy's lead in addressing him that way. What exactly is my job supposed to be? Even now, she still didn't understand what she was supposed to do. After all, just a few hours ago, she had been an unemployed college graduate looking for a... But in the blink of an eye, she'd become an employee of a major media company. It was like a dream. We don't need you to do anything specific right now. Just come to work every day, shadow me, and when you have time, learn more about the domestic entertainment industry. By the way, are you a fan of any celebrities? Wang Shifeng asked. Yes, I do. Tang Shai, she's my idol, Zhen Ye said excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Really? I haven't really heard of her, Wang Shifeng muttered as he did a quick search. Wow, a 26-year-old national treasure of a dancer, a first-class performing artist. She's a true goddess. I'm not talking about people in the arts world, I mean the media industry, the kind of artists who are always on TV and in movies, celebrities, Wang Shifeng said. I haven't really paid much attention to it. We spend most of our time practicing dance. Zhen Yi shook her head. But I can go learn right now. Sure, here, go check it out for yourself. Wang Shifeng handed her the tablet, then picked up another one from Healy's desk. In a media company, aside from cell phones, tablets are the most common devices. After a moment of silence in the office, Zhen Yi's timid voice rang out again. President Feng, it seems the rumor about you being a kept man has made it to the trending topics. This girl's a quick learner. Wang Shifeng was taken aback. When did that leak out? Wait, what exactly is trending? Star River CEO splurges on a 10 million sports car to win over a newly promoted host. Yuyan, look at this. Wang Shifeng really isn't a good guy after all. He's just a kept man being supported by Jiang Yun. No wonder he's become so famous so quickly. Inside Tianyu Media, in Zhang Yuyan's break room came the shrill voice of her agent, Sister Wang. What? Zhang Yuyan rolled over on the pink sofa bed, grabbed her phone to take a look and pursed her lips. How boring, even such ridiculous gossip can make it to trending list. There's no smoke without fire, it's already cracked the top 10 trending list. Since it's airing back-to-back tonight, we can use this to our advantage, Sister Wang said with a smile. Did they agree to the back-to-back broadcast already? Zhang Yuyan sat up abruptly. Yep, they just replied, and they're smart enough to play along with our script, Sister Wang said with a touch of pride. They're gonna talk about my stuff again? I'm about to throw up, Zhang Yuyan rolled her eyes dramatically. Her main reason for wanting to do a back-to-back broadcast with Wang Shifeng was to gain inspiration for new story ideas from him. She'd long since grown tired of pandering to the Eku crowd with their cheesy pickup lines. Don't think I don't know what you're up to, you little devil. A career shift isn't that easy. I've finally stabilized my fan base and persona. If I mess that up, the boss will skin me alive, Sister Wang said, glaring at her. Boring, Zhang Yuyan flopped back of the bed, her little feet fidgeting restlessly. Alright, I'll go get the script from the director. You just memorize it properly later, don't rely on the teleprompter every time. Your fans aren't little kids. Sister Wang tugged at Zhang Yuyan's twin ponytails, fairly satisfied with her outfit today, twin ponytails paired with a schoolgirl-style look. Fans love this style the most. Ah, I know, you're always nagging, Zhang Yuyan muttered. Once she was sure Sister Wang had left, she sat up, phone in hand, and started typing furiously. The glow from her phone reflected off her delicate face, and her big, watery eyes sparkled with mischief. If tonight's live stream doesn't deliver the surprise I'm hoping for, just wait, I'll tear you to shreds. On her phone, she was logged into her Weibo account. The author's name on the post matched. Exactly the same. 11:10 p.m. in Healy's office. Because of that Weibo post suddenly trending, Wang Shifeng was surrounded by many colleagues before his livestream began. This further fueled the rumors about Wang Shifeng and Jiang Yun. Even though Jiang Yun had issued an internal company statement to set the record straight, it still couldn't stop the gossip spreading throughout the company. Why don't you seem the least bit worried? Healy asked, looking at the beaming Wang Shifeng. He noticed that Wang Shifeng wasn't just unfazed, he actually seemed in exceptionally good mood. The company strictly prohibits office romances. If they were found out, the minimum consequence would be termination. What's there to be anxious about? Can you really stop people from gossiping? Wang Shifeng remained completely unfazed as he continued to brainstorm ideas for that night's live stream. He was indeed in a great mood. Although this trending topic lasted less than an hour before Jiang Yun forcibly suppressed it. It had already brought him nearly 500,000 units of healing energy. 90% of it was jealousy. So this kind of negative attention is actually the best way to cash in on the masses. This gave him new ideas for his joint livestream with Zhang Yun that evening. He spent an entire hour watching highlights from Zhang Yuyan's live streams, which gave him a good idea of her strengths. Acting cute, cheesy pickup lines and flirty little tricks. The nation's little sister? I'm eager to see just how much of a beating your big brothers can take. Brother Feng, director He, the pre-show hype is all set. We haven't even gone live yet, and we're already at over 60,000 viewers. The office door was knocked open and the assistant director reported. Back when Healy held a higher position in the company than Wang Shifeng, his name would have been listed first in the report. But things are different now. Wang Shifeng is a top-tier host, she's also the company's boss. Respect was a must. Why are there so many people? Healy frowned. Zhang Yuyan's team posted a teaser in advance, the audience should have all gone her way. What's the fan retention rate? 60% are fans from the live stream, and the rest are new fans, mostly men with an average age of over 35, the assistant director said, glancing at the data. Huh? That old? Healy was taken aback. Over the past 2 days, Wang Shifeng's live stream had attracted a predominantly male audience due to its unique style. The average age had generally been under 25. How did it suddenly jump by 10 years today? What's going on here? They're probably just here to join the fun after seeing it on the trending list, Wang Shifeng chuckled. Would middle-aged, greasy guys in their 30s really be drawn to that kind of trending topic? Healy was taken aback. Director He, a man remains a boy at heart until the day he dies, Wang Shifeng said meaningfully. Zhen Yi, let's go live. Oh, okay. Having spent the whole afternoon poring over various media reports until his head was spinning, Zhen Yi let out a cheer and followed after him with long strides. He lay pondering Wang Shifeng's words as he trailed behind, clapped his hands and laughed. Hey, that's actually true. No matter how old a man is, he always harbors a secret desire to be pursued by a wealthy woman. Especially middle-aged men who've had enough of family turmoil and are physically and mentally exhausted, they're particularly interested in this kind of content. Wang Shifeng entered the live streaming studio. The equipment had already been set up, and they were just waiting for the countdown to the broadcast to begin. Wave after wave of comments was already flooding the screen. Teacher Wang, please start a class. I'd sell my house just to learn. Wah, Teacher Wang, do you really drive a Ferrari? Is the suspension really that stiff? Just passing by to check out the pride of men. Keep it up, bro. Teacher Wang, does your rich girlfriend have any other close female friends? Age doesn't matter as long as they're wealthy. If even someone as witty and talented as Teacher Wang has chosen to fall from grace, what reason do we have to keep struggling? Sisters and aunts, contact me quickly. I heard that Ferrari was a gift from your girlfriend for her 60th birthday. Is that true? Ignoring the silly teases from the audience, Wang Shifeng continued with his opening remarks. Welcome everyone to the Together Until Dawn livestream, bringing warmth and healing to every day. I'm today's host, Wang Shifeng. Instantly, enthusiastic viewers caused the stream to freeze again. I know you've all missed me, but please hold it together a bit. Your enthusiasm is making the server lag, Wang Shifeng joked with a smile. I know many of you are here just to catch the buzz from today's trending topics, so let me set the record straight. The viewers didn't buy it at all, flooding the chat with sarcastic comments accusing him of talking big but not following through. Trending topic is completely fabricated. The car my boss gave me wasn't worth 10 million at all, it was only a little over 6 million, Wang Shifeng said slowly. The stream, which had been filled with snide comments, fell silent. What does that mean? Clarifying that the car is worth 10 million. That's it. Doesn't that indirectly confirm it? Instantly, the audience got even more excited. I told you the news was fake. A Ferrari 488 doesn't cost 10 million. That's so awesome, bro. They really gave away a car. How'd they do that? That's hilarious. I don't know if I'll ever be able to afford even a single wheel in my lifetime. Does the host dare to show his face so we can see what he looks like? Cuckold FW. Alright, that's all cleared up. Let's not get hung up on these minor details anymore. Let's move on to his live stream content. Wang Shifeng continued cheerfully, keeping the momentum going. Most viewers were completely thrown off guard by that one phrase, minor details. A minor detail worth 6 million. Lesson learned. Today's live stream is still about relationships, but the main event is a joint broadcast with a well-known goddess of the live streaming world. Anyone who follows live streams definitely knows who she is, so I won't go into detail. I don't know as much about her as you all do. Wang Shifeng cut straight to the chase. I've heard this goddess is the girl who understands men best. Guys in the chat, let's pay close attention. Today you might just find a partner. Many male viewers in the chat were simultaneously puzzled. Why do I need to understand men to find a girlfriend? After chatting with the audience for a while, Healy signaled from off-camera that the live stream connection was ready. Wang Shifeng nodded in acknowledgement. A few seconds later, the connection was established. The screen split in two, one half remained black, while the other displayed Zhang Yayan's live stream. Her flawless makeup, jet black twin ponytails, pink bow, and blue and white school uniform were enough to catch any man's eye. Wow, there are so many people in Teacher Wang's live stream. Zhang Yayan widened her eyes, covered her mouth, and gasped softly, looking startled, a sight that made everyone feel a pang of sympathy for her. Wang Shifeng glanced at the view count in her live stream, which had already surpassed 200,000, and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. She really knows how to do this. Don't say that, goddess. If your stream hadn't been so packed that people couldn't get in, they wouldn't have come over here to watch you. It's all thanks to you, Wang Shifeng said modestly, giving her a compliment. Teacher Wang, you really do have a way with words, Zhang Yayan giggled, covering her mouth. I wouldn't dare accept that. I'm still a newcomer, you're the veteran. Please don't call me teacher, goddess, it's just the fans cheering and shouting that. Wang Shifeng smiled. I'm your loyal fan, though. I've listened to every single one of your live streams and I've learned so much from you. As they say, those who excel are our teachers, Zhang Yayan said in a sweet voice. And please don't call me goddess, it sounds a bit weird. Just call me Yan or little sister. I didn't expect the script to be so well written, it's quite cultured. No wonder she's a top streamer. Well, I'd feel a bit awkward about that. Let's just stick to our own nicknames. I'll call you Little Yuan and you can call me Teacher, Wang Shifeng said with a laugh. Wow, he just accepted that so brazenly. Viewers on both sides were stunned. They hadn't expected Wang Shifeng to be so thick-skinned. I'm impressed by that guy over there. He's really pushing his luck. Aha, that's pretty amusing. Just as you'd expect from someone being kept, he really does have a thick skin. I don't get why my sister would go live with a freeloader like this. Kept as a mistress? Bro above, can you elaborate on that? Zhang Yuyan's fans already had a very negative view of other men, so when they saw Zhang Yuyan being taken advantage of, they naturally started lashing out. Alright, it's a done deal then. Zhang Yuyan paused for a moment, then resumed her sweet smile. So, Teacher Wang, what topic should we discuss today? We can talk about anything after all. The guys in the live stream aren't here to listen to the topic anyway. Wang Shifeng chuckled. Huh? Then what are they here for? Zhang Yuyan asked, puzzled. I almost feel bad calling them out on it, but honestly, they're just here to get free food and drinks, Wang Shifeng said. Scamming free food and drinks? Why is he suddenly attacking people? The thought flashed through every viewer's mind at the same time. Huh? Zhang Yuyan was also a bit confused. Because you're a feast for the eyes, Wang Shifeng said meaningfully. The viewers in the live stream, however, suddenly had it all figured out. I used to think the rumor that Teacher Wang was being kept was just a rumor, but now I realize I was way too naive. He's that good at flirting, no wonder he drives a Ferrari. My loan's already been approved. Teacher Wang, hurry up and start the class. Has our little princess been flirted with by that scumbag over there? Guys, let's go after him. Hold on a sec, guys up front, let's wait and see for a bit. I almost feel bad calling you out on this. Is that really waiting to see? You're actually here to learn, aren't you? Haha, Teacher Wang really does have a way with words. Zhang Yuyan, snapping back to her senses, laughed so hard she could barely stand. She was really shaking all over. Wang Shifeng hadn't noticed it before, but now he realized that this girl had become a top-tier influencer for more than just her privileged background. Viewers in the live stream, do you believe in Teacher Wang's skills now? Rest assured, we're definitely going to come out ahead today. We'll absolutely learn some practical tips. Zhang Yuan's face still lit up with a smile. Teacher Wang, many of my fans feel their conversations are boring, and they often get awkward when chatting with the opposite sex. Do you have any good tips to help them make their conversations as interesting as yours? Zhang Yuan began to move the conversation forward and get to the point. Am I really that funny? I guess I'm okay, Wang Shifeng replied modestly. This issue involves emotional intelligence and communication, essentially, a way of speaking. Why don't we look at a few examples? Sure, Zhang Yuan nodded, her big, sparkling eyes full of anticipation. Little Yuyan, could you stand up and let me take a look at your outfit today? Wang Shifeng asked gently. Zhang Yuyan obediently stood up and took a few steps back, presenting herself from head to toe in front of the camera, then spun around. Her blue and white plaid pleated skirt fluttered, dazzling everyone's eyes. It even seemed to boost the screen's brightness by a few notches. Guys, time you want to check out a girl's legs. Say it just like I did, never just blurt out, sis, show us your legs. That's the right way to phrase it, Wang Shifeng declared with righteous conviction, once again stunning the crowd with his words. Low EQ, hey, let me see your legs. High EQ, I'd love to see what you're wearing today. The live stream viewers felt as if they were witnessing the art of language in all its glory. Holy crap, so that's how it's done. Oh man, I was so focused on her legs, turns out that's the key point. Why are you still staring at her legs, just standing there, huh? The girl just got played by the guy on the other side. So tacky. I'm following him so I can report him next time. That's Teacher Wang for you, he's truly a blessing to society. Realizing she'd been tricked, Zhang Yuyan blushed deeply, though it was hard to tell if she was annoyed or embarrassed. Teacher Wang, you're so mean, girls definitely don't like this kind of chat. Wang Shifeng looked into Zhang Yuyan's sparkling eyes. Why did she seem less shy and more excited? This is interesting. I was just giving a little example to help the guys in the live stream feel more immersed. I didn't mean to offend you, Wang Shifeng said apologetically. Alright then, this time I'll ask the questions and you answer them, Teacher Wang, Zhang Yuyan said, pursing her lips. I'll do my best, Wang Shifeng smiled. How do you ask a girl out on a date in an interesting way? Zhang Yuyan asked, glancing at her script. Ask a girl out on a date? What's there to be fun or not? Just ask her out already. Most viewers in the live stream found Yuyan's question a bit odd. At the same time, they were even more curious about Wang Shifeng's answer, especially Zhang Yuyan's big brother fan. Originally, they had a protect my little sister mindset and felt both resistant and disgusted toward Wang Shifeng. After all, as men themselves, they knew the saying that men are no good. But after watching the live stream for a while, their resistance and annoyance girly turned into curiosity. And it happened without them even realizing it. I'd love to be your boyfriend, even if just for a day, Wang Shifeng replied after a moment's thought. He'd taken a blunt, mundane question and instantly turned into a somewhat heartfelt, even poetic statement. Brilliant. Even the most straight-laced guys could instantly tell the impact of that line. Wow, it instantly feels different. I almost feel too embarrassed to say no, Zhang Yuyan exclaimed with wide eyes, then continued. So what if on a date a girl asks you, how many girlfriends have you had? This is a very tricky and common question. We need to analyze this question first. Wang Shifeng mused for a moment. First of all, it's a trap question. If you say a small number, she might think you're inexperienced and clueless. If you say a large number, she'll think you're a player and unreliable. Exactly. Especially before committing to a relationship, girls care a lot about this, so you have to answer carefully, Zhang Yuyan agreed. So we should sidestep the issue and avoid answering directly. Wang Shifeng cleared his throat and said softly, I don't remember how many relationships I've been in, but I do remember rehearsing many times just to meet you. Wow, that wasn't an answer, it was practically a poem. Not just the girls, even the men watching the live stream felt their hearts racing for some reason. Showtime, this host really has something special. Another fulfilling day learning brings me joy. I underestimated how smooth Teacher Wang is. Who wouldn't say that's awesome after hearing that? Now that's what I call smooth talk. Teacher Wang really is experienced. Smooth talk just rolls off his tongue. Tell me, have you tricked a lot of girls? That's total player behavior, Zhang Yuyan asked with a smile. That's really not the case. I just have a lot of friends and I've learned from their experiences, Wang Shifeng flatly denied. Actually, emotional intelligence is just a tool and a way of speaking in normal social situations. It's just for fun. But when it comes to human interaction, it still comes down to sincerity. Wang Shifeng elevated the conversation to a higher level once again, skillfully sidestepping the verbal trap Zhang Yuyan had just set. So could we interpret that as a way for Mr. Wang to avoid answering the question directly? Zhang Yuyan asked with a mischievous smile, looking just like a little fox. Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing this girl might be looking to stir up trouble. The previous question had merely been a smokescreen designed to prompt Wang Shifeng to reveal his unconventional approach to common relationship issues. Then, by appealing to logic, she would equate experience with CAD, and finally slap a CAD emoji on. That way, her fans would spontaneously boycott Wang Shifeng's CAD-like behavior and, in turn, rally to defend Zhang Yuyan as a vulnerable group. It seemed this was the outline for today's live stream. If this is part of TNU Company's marketing strategy, it just goes to show that the scriptwriter is quite skilled. If this is Zhang Yuan's own doing, then that's interesting. You're unfathomable, you little brat. When faced with provocation, Wang Shifeng has always preferred to confront it head-on. So, little sister Yuyan, what's your take on the issue of scumbag guys? Wang Shifeng fired back. Me? Zhang Yuyan's big eyes darted around. I think a scumbag is a bad guy who's unfaithful and irresponsible in relationship, someone who uses sweet talk and is good at deceiving girls, causing many of them to lose faith in love. What a clever move to shift the blame in an instant. The live stream audience's emotions were stirred up, especially among the older bachelors who couldn't find girlfriends. It was as if they'd suddenly discovered the real reason they didn't have girlfriends. It's all the scumbag's fault. If it weren't for these scumbags deceiving so many kind-hearted girls, how could they possibly be single? The traits you mentioned are indeed typical of scumbags, Wang Shifeng said calmly. Coincidentally, a friend of mine fits these criteria almost perfectly, so I'll use him as an example to elaborate further. If you look at those traits of scumbags from a different angle, they might appear quite different. Sweet talk can also be interpreted as wit and humor, just like how I changed my conversational style a moment ago and had everyone laughing heartily. Why did I do that? Wasn't it to please you all? To bring you joy? Is that really wrong? Being good at sweet talking could also be seen as being thoughtful and considerate. The premise of sweet talking is that the other person has a need, and you just happen to be able to meet that need. To meet that need, you have to spend a lot of time on her. For example, if a girl has a stomachache, most guys would just tell her to drink more hot water, but my friend would personally brew brown sugar tea, feed it to her, and help her soak her feet. Guys usually love playing video games, but as soon as a girl reaches out to him, he'll drop the game and be right by her side. Second, regarding the issue of irresponsibility, we're all adults, and we should all be responsible for ourselves, so I won't dispute that point. Finally, there's the issue of being unfaithful. Wang Shifeng paused after speaking. I think love is a relationship built on mutual need. If one day I no longer need you, or if you don't meet my expectations, and I break up with you, is that my problem? After Wang Shifeng finished speaking, over 400,000 viewers across the two live streams fell silent. Come to think of it, this CAD doesn't seem as bad as people imagine. In fact, he actually seems like a decent guy. At least after hearing this, most guys realized that in some ways they really weren't as good as this kind of jerk. Especially the last question, it left everyone plunged in deep self-doubt. If it's not a good fit, is there anything wrong with breaking up? It doesn't seem like a problem at all. Zhang Yuyan blinked her big eyes. Aside from shock, her gaze was filled mostly with delight. But the director off-camera was frantically cueing her to stick to the prepared script. Although what Teacher Wang said makes a lot of sense. You're shifting the focus a bit, Zhang Yuyan said, sticking out her tongue playfully. The example you gave isn't exactly the behavior of a scumbag, it actually sounds more like the behavior of a sweet guy. I actually think you all have a misunderstanding about what a scumbag is, Wang Shifeng said coldly. In my opinion, there are several criteria for a scumbag. First, he has to be handsome, tall, capable, have savings, be broad-minded, humorous, and considerate. Is that really a jerk? That sounds like the ultimate catch. Everyone was puzzled. If I had to name one flaw, it's that a scumbag has an overly strong sense of responsibility, Wang Shifeng sighed. A sense of responsibility? A scumbag? That's bullshit. What kind of sense of responsibility could a cad possibly have? Zhang Yuyan asked on behalf of everyone. A bad guy feels such a heavy sense of social responsibility that he can't bear to see girls suffer. He isn't a bad guy, he just wants to give every girl a home, Wang Shifeng said with a sympathetic tone. It was as if he'd been wronged. The viewers in the live stream were deeply shocked. He's not a scumbag, just wants to give every girl a home. Just like that, the scumbag's suddenly came much more admirable. Especially that every girl, the use of the plural was incredibly subtle. Although it sounds reasonable, I still find it a bit off. I was almost convinced that jerk's been pretty badly misunderstood. Sorry to get to know you this way, scumbag. Is this guy really a jerk? This is bullshit. Seeing the somewhat strange direction the comments were taking, the production team at Tianyu Company was a bit taken aback. Do these fans actually believe such a ridiculous theory? They're brainless. Teacher Wang, you're just making excuses for a scumbag, aren't you? Zhang Yuyan snapped back to reality. A scumbag is someone who plays the field, cheats on his girlfriend, and tricks girls out of their emotions and money, right? What you're describing is a scumbag. If you run into someone like that, I suggest you call the police right away, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. A real scumbag is like junk food. It's unhealthy but tasty. He may seem irresponsible, but in reality, it's because you don't have what it takes to keep him. Besides, when you eat junk food, you don't care if it's healthy or not. When you fall for a scumbag, you don't care if there's a future with him. Whoa. Put that way, I suddenly found it easier to accept a scumbag. I even felt a little tempted to be a scumbag myself. Zhang Yun was at a loss for words again, and in the end could only act cute. Teacher Wang, you really do know a thing or two about bad boys. I know a little, just a little, mainly because I have friends like that around me, Wang Shifeng said modestly. Well, since that's the case, could you tell us a few characteristics of a bad boy, Teacher Wang? Zhang Yuyan asked. Sure, I'll describe a few behavioral traits that set bad boys apart from normal guys, Wang Shifeng said after a moment's hesitation. When a girlfriend is upset, a normal guy will apologize or try to coax her back, while a jerk will kiss her, hug her, and lift her up high. When a girlfriend asks him to post about their relationship on WeChat Moments, a normal guy will do as she asks, but a scumbag will say, "Since you're my treasure, I want to keep you all to myself, I won't let anyone else know." If caught cheating through online chats, a normal guy will beg for forgiveness, while a jerk will say, "We were just chatting online for fun, it's not like we did anything. Why are you overreacting? Don't you trust me?" If you want to break up, a decent guy will bring it up directly, while a jerk will say, "Breaking up with you is truly my last resort. It's not that I don't love you, it's that I'm not good enough for you. You're a great girl, and I don't want to hold you back." After a moment of silence in the comment stream, the discussion surged again. Is this what they mean by knowing a little bit? This is all pure knowledge. Now that I've read this, I realize being a jerk is really not easy. We've been judging them unfairly. It's not too late to repent. Let's follow Teacher Wang's lead and become jerks ourselves. This host is amazing. His analysis is really thorough. So much information. I recommend listening to this over and over. Watching the fans in the live chat switching sides. Zhang Yuyan's production team was at a loss for words. They had originally hoped to use the controversial topic of bad boys to create a rift between fans and Wang Shifeng and strengthen his persona. But who would have thought not only did the fans fail to turn against Wang Shifeng, but quite a few of them actually defected. Is this what they call silver-tongued? Terrifying. As for Zhang Yuyan herself, her eyes widened in surprise. She'd guessed Wang Shifeng was a good talker, but she never imagined he could spin so many twists and turns on the topic of scumbags. Sure enough, he's a real gem of a guy. She was especially amused by the fans' reactions as their worldviews were completely turned upside down. Teacher Wang, and you said you weren't a cad, you really know your stuff, Zhang Yuyan said with a smile. Actually, the behavior of a cad is quite easy to spot. I've summarized some special techniques for identifying them. Wang Shifeng cleared his throat and said slowly, with a certain rhythm to his voice. It's too late. Come over to my place. We won't do anything, just gossip. My phone's out of battery. I'm in a meeting. I've been busy all day and I'm exhausted. Have you eaten yet? Get some sleep early. That girl is my sister, don't make a fuss. I swear, nothing happened. We just had a few drinks together. I had too much to drink. We just held hands, we're all good friends. Stop making a fuss. I'm sorry. Anyway, you're always right. You're great and I'm not good enough for you. Okay, babe, next. At that point, the live chat completely went wild. This isn't some special technique for spotting a jerk at all. This is practically a winning guide to becoming a jerk. What kind of divine host is this? After Wang Shifeng dropped his final guide to spotting a jerk, the situation in Zhang Yuyan's live stream finally spiraled out of control beyond Of the nearly 200,000 viewers originally present, more than half instantly flocked to Wang Shifeng's live stream to send gifts. Every single gift felt like a sharp knife stabbing the hearts of the operations and planning team. After all, these gifts were meant for Zhang Yuyan's live stream. Her agent, Sister Wang, looked even more grim. She never imagined the situation would spiral out of control like this. She had originally planned to capitalize on Wang Shifeng's popularity to drive traffic and convert some of his followers to Zhang Yuyan's channel, but she never expected her own stream to be completely drained by him. Who could have predicted this? In the blink of an eye, her audience had been stolen. No, this can't go on. This kid is way too talented, Sister Wang said, her eyes red as she slammed her hand on the table. She turned to the director and said, "Tell Yuyan to stop grinning like an idiot. If this keeps up, we'll lose everyone in the live stream. Hurry up and move on to the next topic we need to bring the fans back." Got it. The director, drenched in sweat, hurriedly began coordinating. Ding, happy emotion acquired, healing energy +1. Ding, gained appreciation emotion, healing energy +9. Ding, gained admiration emotion, healing energy +7. Wang Shifeng watched as fans from the other side flooded into the live stream in an instant as his healing energy skyrocketed. The smile on his lips grew even wider. It seems these Big Brother fans are all that steadfast after all. So many of them have already surrendered without me even making a move yet. But it also occurred to him that the topic of bad boys would resonate so deeply it seemed that men's true nature in this world was indeed heavily suppressed, to the point where a few clever sleight-of-hand tricks were enough to unleash their instincts. Well, if circumstances allowed it, what man wouldn't want to be a cad? That's just human nature. Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down. I'm genuinely teaching you how to spot a player's behavior, so that the women in your lives can avoid similar situations you wouldn't know how to handle, not teaching you how to become a player yourselves, Wang Shifeng continued earnestly. For those of you who want to become scumbags, I suggest you first take a look in the mirror and ask yourselves, are you 1.8 meters tall? Are you handsome? Do you speak with electronic voice? Can you rap, dance, and play basketball? Do you play PUBG on the Asian server? Are you a champion in League of Legends? How are your grades? Does your family give you 100,000 yuan a month for living expenses? Will you inherit family assets after graduation? If you don't meet any of these criteria, brothers, you might as well just give up and go to bed. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted in a chorus of groans. Ah, the hope just begun to feel has been so cruelly dashed, Teacher Wang. If I met all those criteria, why would I even need a girlfriend? That's toxic, haha, I feel hurt. Suddenly, I don't know if the host has sound values or twisted ones, I'm a bit confused. Wah, stop bashing me already. I can't be a sycophant, and I can't be a jerk either. Does that mean I have to become a woman? As a woman, I'm like, come on, some jerk, treat me like trash. I'm so desperate for it. Even more heartbreaking, the comments is Zhang Yuyan's management team. How dare he? Sister Wang's eyes widened as if she'd seen a ghost. To mock the audience at a time like this, as he lost his mind. No, a host who dares to mock the audience, isn't that just crazy? Well, that seems to be his hosting style. He's always been like that, a female assistant said, blushing. Style, asking for trouble? Sister Wang was taken aback. It's called the Helling style. It starts by making you feel comfortable, then makes you feel uncomfortable, so you can gain a clear understanding, ultimately achieving Teacher Wang's goal of combining education with entertainment, the female assistant explained earnestly. God, Timo's Helling style. Sister Wang was baffled. She suddenly felt like she didn't quite understand the live streaming market anymore. Do viewers these days all have masochistic streak? She watched as the gifts and chat messages for Wang Shifeng not only didn't decrease, but actually increased. She was plunged in deep self-doubt. At the same time, she fixed a wary gaze on the female assistant from earlier. Are you one of his fans too? The female assistant nodded awkwardly. Is there a mole right beside me? Wang Shifeng's live stream remained lively for a full 5 minutes before finally settling down. All of you who want to be jerks, just stay with Teacher Wang, don't come back here. After repeated prodding from her production team, Zhang Yuyan finally began to take control of the situation with a playful, coquettish tone. Sure enough, most of the fans remained loyal. Their brief fling with another streamer was over in an instant, and they returned to Zhang Yuyan's live stream. However, the number of viewers in Wang Shifeng's stream had also approached 200,000 and was still climbing. Combined, the two streams had over 500,000 viewers online, a true traffic peak. After hearing Teacher Wang share the characteristics of bad boys, I've gained a new understanding of this type of person. Thank you so much, Teacher Wang, Zhang Yuyan joked with a smile as she saw the viewership rebound. Not at all, not at all. I was just sharing my personal insights to make you laugh, Wang Shifeng replied with a smile. It was more than just a laugh, I was laughing so hard my stomach hurt. If I were dating Teacher Wang, I'm sure I'd be very happy, Zhang Yuyan said suddenly, with a hint of playful petulance. Up to something again? A beauty trap. Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, I've actually never been in a relationship. Dating is pretty boring, to be honest, and I'm quite sensitive by nature. All this stuff I've just heard from friends. How could that be? I think you're very humorous, Professor Wang. Not only your conversations witty and insightful, but you also seem generous and mature. I'm sure plenty of girls like you, Zhang Yuyan said, batting her big, watery eyes. Let me tell you a story about myself, and you'll see just how sensitive I am, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Huh? This time it wasn't a story about one of his friends. Instantly, the entire audience perked up. The last time Teacher Wang told a story about himself, it was about delivering a package, wasn't it? Back in school, the school organized a hiking trip and our whole class went. That night, a female classmate said she was afraid of ghosts and wanted me to stay with her. In the spirit of mutual help, I went to her tent to keep her company. But I never expected her to ask me if I'd ever kissed a girl. Don't you think that's a bit much? She asked me to come keep her company just so she'd mock me for never having dated anyone? I felt humiliated right then and there. In a fit of anger, I sat outside the tent all night. Even now, I can still vaguely remember that night. The biting cold wind, sharper than a knife, couldn't compare to the chill of my deeply wounded heart. Wang Shifeng spoke with a sorrowful tone, as if he'd suffered the greatest injustice. After Wang Shifeng finished speaking, the audience's live comments erupted with laughter and merriment. Guys, do you think there's a chance that girl was actually trying to kiss Teacher Wang on the lips? Be bold, guy above, don't doubt it. That's exactly what she was trying to do. Haha, she was about to share a tent with you, and you actually thought she was humiliating you. Unbelievable. Now I'm convinced the host has never been in a relationship. That move was unbeatable. No way is Teacher Wang really like this in real life. Then how did he end up being kept by that female CEO? That just proves the sugar daddy story is fake, but I love this kind of clueless guy, he's so cute. Even though the live comments were all mocking him, Zhang Yun didn't believe a word of it. Blinking her big eyes, she teased, Teacher Wang is just making up stories to entertain us. And to the viewers who are still laughing, what are you laughing at? There are actually people who like him just the way he is. Wang Shifeng narrowed his eyes. Zhang Yun's demeanor was getting more and more suggestive. The flirtatious undertones were getting more and more obvious. Looks like she doesn't want this to end well. Honestly, sometimes I really don't understand how you girls think. Wang Shifeng sighed. Little Yuyan, when you girls ask someone for a favor, do you all like to beat around the bush? Well, girls are bound to be a bit more reserved, so boys need to be more attentive, Zhang Yuyan said with a smile. Right? Let me continue telling you what happened with that female classmate. She really went too far, Wang Shifeng muttered. There was actually more to the story? The audience once again listened intently. A long time after that mountain hike, that female classmate called me one day and said her period had ended. She was afraid to sleep alone that night, so she asked me to go to her place and keep her company, Wang Shifeng said slowly. Is that hint really that obvious? The audience instantly grew excited. Could this be leading up to a VIP exclusive scene? Zhang Yuyan, however, furrowed her brow slightly. Guys, when I saw that message, I was completely speechless. I'm sorry to hear her period had ended, but there's really nothing I can do about that, so I just sent her a reply right away. I may be broke, but I really can't take on a wake. I'm scared of that too, Wang Shifeng said with conviction. Don't you think this female classmate is full of rotten grapes and nothing but bad intentions? She went to great lengths just to humiliate me. Why do girls' minds seem as hard to fathom as catching a turtle in the ocean? They're truly impossible to figure out. The audience, who had been eagerly anticipating the story, was left completely dumbfounded. This twist was truly unexpected. So this is actually a damn ghost story? PF serves him right for being synced. After hearing the host's account, it left us even more speechless than Milan's combo moves. Ahaha, bro, keeping vigil is a big job next time, pass it on to me. That's hilarious, moldy grapes, full of dirty tricks. Here it comes, Teacher Wang's magical idioms. That's ridiculous, I don't believe Teacher Wang is that clueless. Teacher Wang just loves to make us laugh. I'm getting crow's feet from smiling so much. Zhang Yuyan seemed to have been tickled, her whole face beaming so brightly it looked like she was smiling right off the screen. It didn't look like she was faking it. It's a pretty strange sense of humor. Seriously, why don't you believe me? I really am a straight as an arrow guy, Wang Shifeng sighed regretfully. I feel like I'm destined to never fall in love in this lifetime. I just can't seem to hold a conversation with girls. How could that be? Zhang Yuyan laughed for a full 3 minutes, her face flushed bright red, looking even more radiant and alluring. Teacher Wang, you've probably heard that I'm really good at sweet talk, right? Sweet nothings? More like cheesy pickup lines. Wang Shifeng couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Of course I've heard it's practically common knowledge, Wang Shifeng flattered her. Hey, then I'll try saying some sweet nothings. If they move you, it means you're not a straight guy and you'll have to agree to one condition of mine. Zhang Yun batted her eyelashes coquettishly. The fish has taken the bait. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. What if you don't succeed? Wang Shifeng asked. Then I'll grant you one wish, any wish at all, Zhang Yuyan said, twisting and turning shyly. If that's the case, I'm definitely interested. Any condition at all? That's out of the question. The bet between the two instantly sparked a heated discussion in the live chat, and Zhang Yun's brother's fans strongly. The chat room was engulfed in a chorus of mournful cries of Dami Yo. But on Wang Shifeng's side, the audience was exceptionally excited. After all, Zhang Yayan is one of the top 10 goddesses in the live streaming world. If she were to lose to Wang Shifeng, they as fans would consider it a point of pride. Instantly, the live stream's share count skyrocketed, as many people called on friends to join in on the spectacle. After all, it's all about the spectacle. The more people, the better. Huh. I don't think that's a good idea, Wang Shifeng said, sounding a bit shy. What if the request I make is way too outrageous? Well, that depends on whether teacher Wang dares to do it, Zhang Yuan replied, not to be outdone. Well, okay, I'll give it a try, Wang Shifeng said with a laugh. Well then, I'll get started. Zhang Yuyan adjusted her disguise, then took a tactical step back, positioning half her body in front of the camera to perfectly showcase her charm. Well, let's start with a greeting, Zhang Yuyan said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and casting a shy glance at the screen. Her naturally sweet voice took on an extra touch of allure. Shifeng, I'm so happy to be streaming with you today. With a series of subtle gestures, Zhang Yayan brought the image of a love-struck young girl to life to perfection enough to make most men's hearts flutter. It had to be said this girl really knew exactly what men wanted. Unfortunately, Wang Shifeng wasn't like most men. Oh really? Well, I'd love to see just how happy you are. Wang Shifeng's tone was sincere, betraying not the slightest hint of anything unusual. But his words caused the entire live chat fall silent. It was as if time had come to a standstill. Zhang Yuyan's smile froze on her face. What on earth? Zhang Yuyan's reaction, combined with Wang Shifeng's unexpected reply, had the chat users in stitches once again. Zhang Yuyan's mouth twitched slightly, but she forced a smile and continued in a sweet, coquettish voice. Brother Shifeng, what's your zodiac sign? I'm a dog, Wang Shifeng replied. That's not right, brother belongs to me, Zhang Yuyan said shyly, cupping her face in her hands. Oh, so you're a dog? Wang Shifeng asked with a moment's hesitation. Why is he insulting me again? Wait, maybe that wasn't really an insult. Zhang Yuyan froze. In all her life, this was the first time she'd been scolded in front of so many people. It was a very strange feeling. The comment section was in hysterics. This was a rare sight. This was Zhang Yuyan, the nation's little sister, the straight guy killer, and the sweetheart of sweet nothings. Who would have thought she'd one day be left speechless by a guy? Zhang Yuyan's Big Brother fans finally showed their true colors at this moment, stepping in to defend their little princess. Most of them, however, were laughing while doing so. Big Brother, you're so annoying. Do you even know the saying, leaves return to their roots? Zhang Yuyan pursed her lips, composed herself, and continued with a smile. Of course I do, what's the matter? Wang Shifeng asked. Leaves return to their roots and I'm returning to you, Zhang Yuyan said, winking at him. No thanks, you'd better just go to the west, Wang Shifeng replied instinctively, then immediately realized it wasn't appropriate. Sorry, that just slipped out. Zhang Yuyan's face darkened. Her originally playful mood had suddenly turned to irritation. I just ordered some takeout for my brother, Zhang Yuyan said, her voice having lost its usual allure. Oh, what did you order? Wang Shifeng asked. Our future, Zhang Yuyan said, raising an eyebrow playfully. If it were up to me, I wouldn't have ordered that, Wang Shifeng said, shaking his head. Huh? Zhang Yuyan was taken aback. If it were up to me, I'd order you a coffin that would be even more poetic, from birth to death, Wang Shifeng said with a straight face. Oh my goodness! When masters face off, every move is lethal. The fans watching the spectacle were laughing hysterically. They'd never imagined it would be so hard to tell whether these were sweet nothings or just jokes. Zhang Yuyan's fans, on the other hand, were completely flabbergasted, though they couldn't help but admire Wang Shifeng's incredible ability to pick up on the joke. They were mainly shocked to see their little princess Zhang Yuyan get so thoroughly outmaneuvered in the art of sweet talk for the very first time. Longtime fans who'd been following her for 2 or 3 years knew that almost no man could resist her romantic. What's up with this Wang Shifeng? Isn't he even a man? How dare he? Her agent sister Wang stood outside the glass door, her face a picture of fury. The plan had been to use Zhang Yuyan's signature sweet-talking routine to boost her ratings and popularity. But she never could have imagined things would turn out like this. What's wrong with that Wang Shifeng? Is he trying to save face like this? Does he even want to stay in this industry anymore? Glancing at the production team beside her who were dying to laugh but dared not, nearly bursting from holding it in, sister Wang was even more furious. I'll dock all their pay later, bunch of good-for-nothings, letting a rookie host get the better of them. Brother's legs aren't legs, they're the spring waters of the sign. Zhang Yuyan, meanwhile, continued her relentless offensive. She just couldn't believe it was there really a man out there who wouldn't be moved by her sweet talk. My sweet talk is the kind that even makes my own legs go weak when I hear it. Brother's hands aren't hands, one punch from me and you'll be retching, Wang Shifeng retorted offendedly. Cruel. It rhymes. Zhang Yuyan, having been outmaneuvered, gritted her back teeth. Looks like it's time for a combo. In the night breeze, 1,000 trees bloom, I want to stay at my brother's house. Zhang Yuyan clenched her little fists. The garden's camellia hues can't be contained. Old Wang next door has a spare room. Wang Shifeng smiled wryly. You're going to quibble over that? Are you the reincarnation of a trolling spirit? And why does it have to rhyme anyway? But I just want to stay at your place. Zhang Yuyan shook her shoulders, trying to disrupt Wang Shifeng's resolve with a physical attack. Rent is 1,000, utilities are on you, Wang Shifeng read coldly. I'm asking for a path to your heart, big brother. Zhang Yuyan felt the blood rushing to her head. She was gradually getting carried away. 18 twists and turns on a mountain road, you'll have a stroke by the time you reach the end, Wang Shifeng snorted derisively. Then I'll walk it anyway, Zhang Yuyan said, her eyes wide. This is the road to the underworld, Wang Shifeng sighed. She almost lost her composure at the mention of the road to the underworld. But Zhang Yuyan still gritted her teeth, forcing a sweet smile as she continued, Sweetie, do you like mashed potatoes, mashed corn, or my I love you mash? This was the most powerful pickup line she'd come up with recently, cute yet demure yet deeply affectionate, and with a touch of playful charm. Sure enough, Wang Shifeng went silent. Had she won him over? Zhang Yuyan's heart leapt with joy and her beautiful eyes sparkled. But soon, she heard Wang Shifeng's exceptionally melodious voice coming from the live stream, the kind of voice that seemed to reach straight into the soul. Indescribable yet utterly wonderful. I like apple juice and watermelon juice, but I just don't like your little brat juice. To be honest, swearing during a live stream is a very risky move. But Wang Shifeng possessed a natural grace and easygoing charm, which made all the difference. Even though it was technically a swear word, no one who heard it felt offended or uncomfortable. In fact, just like Zhang Yuyan herself, upon hearing them, they felt a wonderfully beautiful sound that reached deep into their souls. It brought an indescribable sense of relief. As a result, the live stream fell into an eerie silence for several seconds. Wang Shifeng even began to feel a little anxious. Could it be that the talent's effect was strong? Just now? Was there a censored word or something? Whoa, I don't know why, but it feels like my skull's been blown off. Wow, it seems like little Princess Yuyan just got scolded. It wasn't until she saw the comments that Zhang Yuyan snapped out of that strange sensation. She shuddered instinctively, her eyes looking a bit unfocused. Just now? I must have been scolded, right? I didn't hear that wrong, did I? For the first time in 21 years, Zhang Yuyan had been scolded so bluntly. She never expected it to feel like this. It was so strange. There was a slight glitch with the audio just now. Wang Shifeng cleared his throat and explained, feigning composure. Oh? Is that so? Is that so? Zhang Yuyan seemed a bit dazed, and even her smile lost its sweetness. Could it be that she'd been shut down so thoroughly she'd gone to a shell? Wang Shifeng rubbed his chin and asked cautiously, so, are you still going to do it? That single sentence instantly reaffirmed the audience's belief that this host was most likely a completely clueless straight guy. Can't he see that the sweet, delicate young lady across from him is on the verge of tears? And you're actually going to keep going? You're heartless. Though it was strangely satisfying. In these kinds of romantic banter showdowns, most people usually end up with their scalps tingling from the sarcasm or their teeth aching from the sweetness. But today, it felt like I'd just run a marathon. I was drenched in sweat and my blood was boiling. But it was incredibly exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. I never would have thought that sweet talk could make you sweat as well as make your heart flutter.
No one expected that Zhang Yuyan, the nation's beloved little sister, would be utterly defeated in the sweet talk round by a man left in tatters and completely unable to fight back. Is this the power of a steel straight guy? I'm scared. This also sparked intense curiosity among some viewers in Zhang Yuyan's livestream about the host, Wang Shifeng. This kind of persona and hosting style were unheard of, a breath of fresh air to them. To be honest, most of Zhang Yuyan's fans are otaku men who crave romance in real life but are too afraid to date, so they vent all their energy online. Since Zhang Yuyan is beautiful and her livestream content happens to meet their needs, that's why they keep watching her streams. Of course, the main reason is that she's beautiful. But now, suddenly discovering a streamer who can stir their emotions even more and is more entertaining than watching Zhang Yuyan felt like discovering a whole new world, filling them with delight. Zhang Yuyan's fans were thrilled. It seemed they had found true happiness. But Zhang Yuyan's management team seemed completely at a loss, especially her agent sister Wang. There are ways to recover from fans jumping ship. But what's even more urgent right now is that Zhang Yuyan's public image is on the verge of collapsing. The nation's little sister who knows how to whisper sweet nothings. From now on, she'll likely just be the nation's little sister without the sweet nothings. Starting today, this live streaming room, which took 3 years and countless hours of hard work to build, may be completely reshuffled. And all of this is because of a green rookie host. If only I'd known, I shouldn't have gone along with Zhang Yuyan's antics yesterday. But she also knew full well that if she hadn't been tempted by Wang Shifeng's viewership numbers from yesterday, she wouldn't have actually agreed. She thought that just because the other person was a new host, she could manipulate her however she wanted. Her agent sister Wang now regrets it so much she could slap herself. She'd been hunting geese all day, only to have one peck her in the eye. Sister Wang, the audience is cheering and demanding that Yuyan fulfill her promise. The director's slightly anxious voice interrupted Sister Wang's self-reproach. What promise? Sister Wang frowned. Well, she just made a bet with Teacher Wang. She lost, so she has to agree to do something, the director explained. This is ridiculous. How can we actually make her follow through? Sister Wang slammed her hand on the table. But given his status, he wouldn't dare make any outrageous demands. No, just to be safe, I'll give General Manager Jiang at Xingyi a call. After saying that, Sister Wang felt a bit uneasy. She now understood that Wang Shifeng's live streaming style knew no bounds. He'd stop at nothing for views, and there was no guarantee he wouldn't make some bizarre demands. Pulling out her phone, Sister Wang turned and glared fiercely at the director. Did you just call him Teacher Wang? Have you defected too? The director immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Shifeng, Mr. Jiang asked me to check in with you. How do you plan to handle the bet with Zheng Yayan? Healy contacted Wang Shifeng via the intercom. Wang Shifeng was also at a loss, flustered by the jeering audience. As for the bet, although he'd technically won, it was a hot potato. If the punishment was too lenient, the audience would surely be dissatisfied. If it was too severe, it would put Zheng Yuyan in an awkward position. What does General Manager Jiang suggest? Wang Shifeng asked. Ms. Jiang suggests we stall. With this bet still on the table, we might be able to use it to our advantage down the road, Healy said with a chuckle. Wang Shifeng understood. True to her marketing background, she was quick on her feet. Got it. Director He, please ban the users stirring up trouble later. Wang Shifeng nodded, having made up his mind. Inside the livestream, comments from both sides were flooding in. Zheng Yuyan's fans stubbornly insisted that their little princess hadn't lost and were trying to renege on the bet. On Wang Shifeng's side, the onlookers insisted she had indeed lost after all. Zheng Yuyan's eyes were still red, clearly showing she'd nearly cried over the loss. Zheng Yayan didn't say anything either, leaving the decision up to Wang Shifeng. Seeing how much all of you viewers care about this bet, I have a suggestion, Wang Shifeng said, choosing his words carefully. Actually, the bet was just a spur-of-the-moment remark. The result doesn't matter as long as everyone had fun along the way. That's what counts, right? Seeing Wang Shifeng take the initiative to save face, Zheng Yuyan was naturally overjoyed, and her fondness for him skyrocketed instantly. The fans watching the spectacle were a bit disappointed, but seeing that the main parties weren't pursuing the matter, they decided not to make fools of themselves. But just then Zheng Yuan, who had remained largely silent, spoke up. No, you have to accept the consequences of a bet. It's a traditional virtue of ours. Teacher Wang, don't go easy on me just because I'm a girl, Zheng Yuyan said firmly, her eyes red. Then everyone fell silent once more, unsure whether to support her or oppose her. Especially Zheng Yuyan's older brother's fans, they felt as if they'd swallowed a fly's droppings. What, she's getting fired up now? Wang Shifeng felt even more exasperated as he tried to figure out Zheng Yuyan's motive. Was she trying to establish a persona? Or just to prove a point? Little sister Yuyan, your chivalrous spirit in accepting defeat is admirable, but gambling is a bad habit. I once swore that I would be sworn enemies with gambling, Wang Shifeng joked in a cheerful tone. Teacher Wang really is a man of character. I'm a fan now. But that line doesn't quite rhyme though, it feels like something's missing. Wow, Teacher Wang didn't mention a single word about Huang. Thank you, Teacher Wang, for going easy on us. The knights are deeply grateful. Teacher Wang, don't take it personally like a little girl. I'll send you a big rocket, and we'll call it even. The comment stream chimed in as well. But Zheng Yuyan suddenly threw a princess tantrum, batting her big eyes. I know Teacher Wang doesn't want to stoop to my level, but I'm still not quite convinced. Why don't we have another round? What else is there to compete over? Wang Shifeng furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that Zheng Yuyan must have some other motive. Even though you call yourself a steel-straight guy, I'm sure with so many friends, there must be at least one who knows how to speak sweet nothings, Zheng Yuyan said earnestly. I've actually heard a few friends exchange sweet nothings. I know a thing or two, Wang Shifeng said modestly. Alright, this time it's your turn to try on me. If I'm charmed, I lose and vice versa, Zheng Yuyan said with a determined look in her eyes. So the roles are reversed? Wang Shifeng pondered for a moment. So, is the stakes the same, one condition? No, this time we'll set the stakes right away. Zheng Yuyan stood up from her chair, her demeanor suddenly shifting. At that moment, she bore no resemblance to the sweet, adorable girl next door she'd been moments before. Instead, she exuded the regal aura of a queen in her JK uniform with her hair tied in twin ponytails. Wow, this girl really does have two sides to her. Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly and chuckled. So tell me, what's the wager? Me. Zheng Yuan parted her crimson lips slightly and slowly uttered a single syllable. Wang Shifeng froze for a moment, thinking he'd misheard. The entire audience was also puzzled. They didn't quite understand what Zheng Yayan meant. If I lose, I'll give myself to you. Zhang Yuyan enunciated each word clearly and forcefully. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Is she really going that far? How thrilling. After Zhang Yuyan uttered those words, "If I lose, I'll give myself to you," her image in the eyes of the entire audience had changed. Her fans were devastated, believing their little princess's fragile pride had been wounded. Some lost their composure, their hearts aching for her. Her management team was terrified. They were practically on the verge of a heart attack, convinced that their artist's behavior was forcing them to resign. This was definitely a major live streaming incident, and they were worried sick for themselves. The onlookers were captivated. They never expected to stumble upon such a dramatic plot twist while watching a live stream. A famous host, both beautiful and well-known, had actually bet herself on the outcome. Whether it was true or not, the mere fact of the incident was enough to keep them gossiping until retirement. They were thrilled by the buzz. In Wang Shifeng's eyes, however, Zhang Yuyan's move set off alarm bells. Although Zhang Yuyan now appeared somewhat out of control, truly like a gambler caught up in the heat of the moment, desperate to win at any cost. But from her unusually clear eyes, Wang Shifeng could tell she was serious. This wasn't a momentary impulse. So why was this? Might be a trap. Wang Shifeng narrowed his eyes and began to ponder her true intention. What exactly does she want from me? Fame? Unlikely. Zhang Yuyan is a top-tier streamer backed by a major company. There are plenty of ways for her to gain fame. Financial gain? Also unlikely. As He had mentioned before, this woman is the daughter of the big boss at Tianyu Media, and her net worth is probably not much less than Jiang Yun's. That leaves only one possibility. Sex? This little minx wants me. Wang Shifeng narrowed his eyes and finally reached a conclusion. She wants to use this forceful deal to get me? Ha! You little brat, you're dreaming. Wang Shifeng snorted coldly. Little Yo Yuyan, what if I lose? If you lose, you'll naturally have to give yourself to me. Zhang Yuyan stared at him with her big, watery eyes and said with absolute conviction. Case solved. It really was all about lust, all to get me. Looking at Zhang Yuyan on the screen, whose gaze was practically overflowing with admiration, Wang Shifeng sighed, his tone filled with regret and disappointment. Little sister Yuyan, I appreciate your kindness. I know it's not nice to reject you in front of so many people, but that's just the way it is. How could a pheasant ever be a match for a phoenix? You're sure to meet someone better than me, someone truly worthy. Instantly, both live streams fell silent for 2 seconds. God, Timo, not someone like me is the best. Oh my gosh, I never would have thought Teacher Wang would turn her down so bluntly. Ahahaha, this is hilarious. Did the host on the other end misunderstand something? Darn it, he played us for fools. That's the confidence of a straight-talking guy, I love it. Our Yuyan really isn't good enough for him. Teacher Wang is so impressive, he actually diffused the awkwardness with such humor. Humor? To me it sounded like Teacher Wang was being serious. I really wish I could share some of my own insecurities with that host over there. The comment stream exploded again, with viewers left both laughing and crying at Wang Shifeng's unexpected twist. What started as a flirtatious and thrilling wager had turned into this. Who could have imagined it? Still, many were also impressed. Wang Shifeng's approach truly diffused the awkwardness between both sides with that kind of emotional intelligence. There's no way he's just a straight guy. He's definitely a bad boy. Especially Zhang Yuyan's agent, Sister Wang. She knew full well that the situation was truly spiraling out of control. She'd already been ready to forcefully cut the power to stop Zhang Yuyan's livestream, but she never expected Wang Shifeng on the other end to take the initiative and diffuse the tension. Although she really didn't want to admit it, at that moment, Sister Wang genuinely thought Wang Shifeng was amazing, at least more impressive than her own team of operations and planning staff. But the most speechless person in the entire room was Zhang Yuyan herself. Zhang Yuyan stood there as if turned to stone, motionless, her mind in complete chaos. What the? Was I rejected? Am I a mountain chicken? No, wait, when did I even confess my feelings? Zhang Yuyan's face instantly flushed crimson, and the slightly domineering aura she'd been projecting vanished in an instant. That wasn't what she meant at all. Teacher Wang, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think, Zhang Yuyan explained, struggling to keep her temper in check. You could clearly sense her embarrassment, frustration, and anger just by watching the little kitten she'd placed on the desk tremble. Little Yuyan, I know this might be the first time you've been rejected, but don't be sad. You're not the only one who's fallen for me and been rejected. Life is long, this is just the beginning, Wang Shifeng said gently, trying to comfort her. Zhang Yuyan didn't feel the slightest bit comforted. In fact, it stung. It felt like an insult. Teacher Wang, what I meant was, if I lose, I'll be your co-host. If you lose, you'll be mine. Zhang Yuyun took a few deep breaths to calm the rage surging inside her, then forced a stiff smile as she explained. Huh? Is that what you meant? Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly and gave a sheepish chuckle, so he'd misunderstood after all. But it wasn't a complete misunderstanding. Because Zhang Yuyun did indeed have an ulterior motive. She was after his talent. And since talent and beauty often go hand in hand, rounding it up, she was essentially after his looks too. The spectators in the live stream were even more amused by this, feeling as though they were using up a lifetime's worth of laughter right there in that chat room. So that's how it is. I knew the little princess wouldn't be this forward. That gave me a heart attack. Haha, I don't know who's more embarrassed right now, but let's just laugh it off. This Zhang Yuyun is a bit ungrateful. She's not even worthy of being an assistant host. Exactly. Her streams aren't entertaining at all. The only thing she's got going for her is her looks. But since Teacher Wang doesn't show her face on stream, isn't she just there to freeload on food and drinks? Wow, so she's just going to the venue to listen to jokes, the kind where you don't have to send gifts but still get paid? She's definitely biting off more than she can chew. Reading the comments in the live stream, Zhang Yuyun was nearly livid. What do they mean, freeloading on food and drinks? I'm one of the country's top hosts. After all, am I not even good enough to be a co-host? Wait, I don't think I've lost yet. Zhang Yuyun proposed this wager with confidence, of course, because after 3 years of hearing sweet nothings, she had long since become immune to them. Moreover, she had an even bigger secret that no one knew. She wasn't interested in men at all, and that was her secret weapon. What she truly valued was Wang Shifeng's talent for live streaming. With his help, she could put her plan into action ahead of schedule. So she was determined to win this bet. Teacher Wang, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, can we get started? Zhang Yuyun took a moment to steady her breathing, then put on a forced smile. Because to be honest, she couldn't muster a single smile right now. I'm just a small-time host under contract with the company. Matters like this have to go through the company. Wang Shifeng found the whole thing rather tedious. Even if he won, having Zhang Yuyun as his co-host wouldn't do him much good. And as for losing, he didn't think he would lose anyway. All things considered, he felt Zhang Yuyun was probably just trying to get a free ride on his sweet talk. She had no sincerity at all. It's okay. I'm on good terms with your CEO, Ms. Jiang. She'll definitely agree. Worst case scenario, I'll cover your breach of contract penalty, Zhang Yuyun said with a light laugh. Well, Wang Shifeng was about to politely decline. Teacher Wang, you wouldn't dare, would you? Zhang Yuyun said with a half smile. A ploy to goad him? A man can't say. Especially not to a woman. Zhang Yuyun's provocation worked like a charm. Pity Wang Shifeng had originally felt for her vanished in an instant. Little Yuyun, it's not that I'm afraid, it's that I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it if I'm too bold, Wang Shifeng said with a soft snort. It's okay, Teacher Wang, I'm ready, Zhang Yuyun said, her smile unwavering, tinged with subtle defiance. Then let's make one thing clear beforehand, this is all for the sake of the live stream. If I accidentally flirt with you, please don't take it seriously. After all, turning down a girl twice would make me feel guilty, Wang Shifeng said gently. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuyun nearly lost her temper. What do you mean, rejected you twice? I've never even confessed my feelings to you, for heaven's sake. Seeing the comment stream stir up again, Zhang Yuyun hurriedly said, Don't worry, Teacher Wang, I will absolutely not be moved. With every absolutely Zhang Yuyun uttered, it sounded as if she were forcing the words out through gritted teeth. Young lady, I'm afraid you've never heard of the It's Actually Great Law. Wang Shifeng chuckled softly. So, shall we begin now? Bring it on. Zhang Yuyun adjusted her posture, her expression solemn. I'll start with something simple for you, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. The live chat fell silent as everyone waited with eager curiosity to see what kind of sweet nothings Wang Shifeng would come up with. Zhang Yuyun sat even straighter, as if facing a formidable enemy. One day I went to get a haircut. It was pretty crowded, so I waited in line for a long time before it was my turn. I realized the stylist was you, but you didn't start cutting my hair for ages. So I said, feeling a bit wronged, please just cut my hair already, Wang Shifeng said in a gentle, soft voice. In an instant he vividly portrayed the image of a humble suitor. Many viewers were deeply moved for a moment. Zhang Yuyun raised her eyebrows slightly, and the smile on her lips grew wider. Is that it? The reaction wasn't very strong, which was exactly what Wang Shifeng had expected. Unhurriedly, he continued his story. Then I walked home feeling sad. There was a lot of mud on the side of the road, and a car drove by, splashing mud all over me. The sound of the mud hitting my clothes was really loud. When I got home and looked it up, I found out it's called loud mud splatter. I burst into tears, feeling so wronged. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Wang Shifeng. Not only he'd been ignored by his crush at the hair salon, but he'd also been splattered with mud on his way home. Wait a minute. Loud mud What on earth is that? Snort. Finally, someone caught on. Isn't that just Xiangwan Jianxi Na Yu? Here it comes, the dreaded pun from the fake review scammers has appeared. Ahaha, that's just like you, Teacher Wang, you were waiting for us right here. Wow, is the bar for this live stream this high? I can't understand a word with my non-standard Mandarin. That's hilarious, really funny. But is that supposed to be a sweet nothings? Zhang Yuyan understood it too. The corner of her mouth twitched, but she held back her laughter. Teacher Wang, that can't really count as a love confession, can it? At best, it's a joke. That's right. So much deep affection, yet it's treated as a joke. Wang Shifeng chuckled softly, his voice tinged with endless self-mockery and a sense of world-weariness. As soon as he finished speaking, the cheerful atmosphere in the live stream was suddenly pierced. It was as if a dull knife had been thrust into the heart. It hurt a little. Yes, this story was indeed a bit funny, but was it really not a sweet gesture? Just because it's a little funny? Zhang Yuyan also furrowed her brow, feeling a pang in her heart. Since little Yuyan doesn't think this counts as sweet talk, I'll try another one. Wang Shifeng smiled and continued. Let's start with a confession of love. Do sweet nothings have to be divided into stages? Zhang Yuyan narrowed her eyes slightly and nodded, sure. Little sister Yuyan, before I met you, I thought love required sincerity. I never imagined it also required physical effort. Wang Shifeng leaned close to the microphone. His deep magnetic voice was irresistibly captivating. Aside from being captivated by his voice, the audience was also a bit puzzled. Why does love require physical effort? Huh? Wait, I think I get it now. Oh my god, goosebumps. The first audience members to catch on immediately felt their typing hands tremble slightly. Oh my, I'm a grown man and I'm blushing just listening to this. I can totally picture it, guys. My lower back is already starting to ache. Has the guy above recovered from his back pain yet? Ever since I started listening to Teacher Wang's show, I've felt an instant sense of emptiness inside. Slurp, did my face just change color? What are you guys getting so worked up about? You're getting all excited just because he said something. The comment stream instantly descended into chaos. Zhang Yuyan appeared calm on the surface, but she was no exception. Even though she was a girl, she understood far more than most men did. She caught on instantly to this not-so-subtle remark. The corner of her mouth twitched. Damn it! How vulgar. While inwardly scornful, she unconsciously crossed her legs. Zhang Yuyan looked completely bewildered but forced herself to stay calm. Huh? What do you mean? Wang Shifeng curved the corners of his mouth and continued in his deep, magnetic voice. Whenever I encounter difficulties in life, I wish it weren't life itself that's weighing me down until I can't breathe but you. Huh? Zhang Yuyan's expression remained unchanged as she continued to feign confusion, but her ears gradually turned red. Later we got together. Before, all I ever thought about was gazing at the stars and the moon, but now, just seeing you keeps me from getting out of bed, Wang Shifeng said gently. So there's actually a relationship progress bar? Zhang Yuyan blushed all the way to her earlobes. I often find myself thinking that it was until I met you that I realized sweet nothings don't necessarily have to be spoken aloud, Wang Shifeng said, his tone tinged with a hint of mischievous delight that was utterly captivating. Zhang Yuyan bit her lip light. I'm gradually growing to love the way you blush, and I'm even more captivated by the way you pant, Wang Shifeng said, blowing a gentle breath into the microphone. Zhang Yuyan's body tensed and her breathing became erratic. The other day I saw a sign in the subway that read, "Stand steady, hold on tight." As it happens, that's exactly what I plan to remind you of tonight. Wang Shifeng's voice, brimming with laughter, was like a magnet firmly drawing everyone in. Zhang Yuyan's face was already I'd like to turn us into the only tree on the open plain, pretending to graft together, becoming one. Wang Shifeng's voice carried a mischievous chuckle. Enough. Zhang Yuyan finally couldn't take it anymore. She shouted to stop him, then covered her already flushed cheeks. Damn it. Shameful. Tacky. That's not sweet talk, it's practically, well. But there was no doubt about it, anyone could tell that Zhang Yuyan had lost her composure and was clearly flustered. Zhang Yuyan's big brother, fans fell silent at the sight, feeling as awkward as if they'd come home early from school to find their parents fighting. The fans watching the spectacle grew even more excited, eager to post 10 comments a second to express their admiration for Wang Shifeng. Wah, the train's pulled into the station, and the doors are welded shut. Not a single one of you is getting off. Is this supposed to be sweet talk? This is straight up wolf talk. Ugh, it's making me feel all weird. Teacher Wang really wasn't lying. Who could possibly resist this? I used to think hearing sweet nothings meant going to a bubble tea shop, a bakery, or a flower shop, but after hearing Teacher Wang's sweet nothings, I'd actually need to buy Liui Shenbao and Sea Dog pills. I'm totally impressed. I'm definitely tipping and following him. Little Yuyan, I'm not done yet. We've only just gotten to the hot and heavy stage, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. And this is just the honeymoon phase. There's actually more to come. We're live streaming here, for crying out loud. Is this even fair? No thanks, Teacher Wang. I still don't think these count as sweet nothings, because I just can't know. I don't understand them at all, Zhang Yuyan said, flashing her pearly whites with a bright red blush, a response that lacked any persuasiveness. That's a bit of a cop-out. Instantly, most of the viewers began to protest. From that bright red little face, everyone could tell that no one understood it better than she did. Ah, that doesn't count, but it's okay, I've got more. Wang Shifeng, however, didn't seem to mind and gave a wry smile. More. Isn't that a bit inappropriate in the middle of the night? D. If you browse any later, access will be blocked. It's okay, I've got more. Behind these seemingly ordinary 6 words lay the confidence of someone who was certain of victory. This instantly doubled the pressure on Zhang Yuyan. Although she tried to get away with it by acting cute and dodging Wang Shifeng's 2 romantic advances. But she knew that her heart, which had always been resistant to, even repulsed by, men, had truly been stirred. The underlying sadness hidden behind his earlier, joke-like sweet talk had touched her. And the nearly brazen romantic remarks that followed stirred her both emotionally and physically. In all her years as a host, she had never imagined that words could hold such power. So when she heard that Wang Shifeng actually had another trick up his sleeve, Zhang Yuyan's knees went a little weak. My god, what kind of monster is this? Witty, humorous, a straight guy, a cad, deeply affectionate, and a bit of a rogue. His complex, multifaceted nature kept surprising her. Zhang Yuyan felt she was truly starting to lose her footing. Well then, let's start with how we met again. Are you ready? Wang Shifeng's voice was warm and mellow, tinged with a smile. Ready? I'm not ready for a damn thing. Yet Zhang Yuyan's heart raced with panic as she listened, feeling as if she were sitting on pins and needles. When we first met, you made me feel that in this chaotic world, you were pure and clean, able to hang in my heart as both the sun and the moon. Your eyes were like a galaxy of stars that never set, and your breath was like the wind stirring the waves, captivating me. Wang Shifeng spoke cheerfully, sounding the horn of attack. The 2 live streams combined had nearly 800,000 viewers, all sitting in silence, waiting to see what other masterful romantic lines Wang Shifeng would come up with. Zhang Yuyan, in particular, was on high alert, her nerves taut. I'm beginning to feel grateful that, out of all the people in the world, I met you. Even if I were to use up all my luck, I'd gladly accept it. You ask me what I like about you, and for a moment I'm at a loss for words. I can't articulate the reasons why I like you, but I know this for certain. You are the reason I don't like anyone else. I love you like the stray cat in South Alley, unrestrained and free-spirited, and like the stone bridge in North City, ancient beyond measure. Your face is truly repulsive. Every extra glance I take brings me one step closer to committing a crime. You arrived on the winter solstice, yet the wind ceased above your brows. When you spoke, you said I'd come a little too late. I realize it's likely because my heart has a courtyard tree standing tall and graceful, just like your charm. You must be a dream, I must be a breeze. One by one, moving words of love flowed from Wang Shifeng's lips, gliding smoothly through the live stream. Everyone was immersed in the affection painted by his gentle voice, and who knows how many people found themselves unconsciously curving their lips into a smile. Love is something everyone yearns for, and sweet nothings are the most eloquent way to express it. What was even more captivating was that every word Wang Shifeng spoke seemed like a living, breathing note slipping uncontrollably into everyone's ears. Until, finally, Wang Shifeng said with a soft chuckle, I love you, it begins with me and ends with you. It was like a bolt from the blue, sending shockwaves through the live chat. Oh my goodness, these lines really do start with I and end with you. Did Teacher Wang just write another poem? I'm blown away. If my Chinese teacher back in school had been this good, I'd have been on my knees every day during class. What kind of god is Teacher Wang? Such deep and subtle words of love just roll off his tongue, no wonder. And he says he's not a player. Wow, I'm blushing all over from being flirted with by a guy. If it were Teacher Wang, I wouldn't be so strict about my partner's gender. Wah, I'm in love, I'm in love. After hearing that, I really want to date someone. Are there any 18-year-old guys in the live stream? Oh my gosh, I miss her. You just keep being awesome, I'll handle explaining things to Newton. Just like the restless viewers in the comment section, Zhang Yuyan was trembling all over. As a literary young woman, her love for and sensitivity to words were beyond question. She knew that Wang Shifeng was familiar with a particular form of poetry, but she never expected Wang Shifeng to be able to recite it off the top of his head. Especially that last line, though it was only 8 characters long, it left her utterly stunned. Did this man even graduate from a Chinese literature program? Little Yoyun, what do you think of love words like these? Wang Shifeng asked with a smile, watching Zhang Yuyan on the screen as her mouth instinctively gaped open. You little rascal, I'll get you yet. It's okay, Zhang Yuyan said through gritted teeth, nodding stiffly. Teacher Wang, your writing is indeed excellent, but it's still a little lacking. She could only pinch her thigh as hard as she could, only the pain could keep her sane enough to make one last desperate stand. Compared to Wang Shifeng, the sweet nothings she'd been spouting for the past 3 years probably didn't even qualify as nonsense. They weren't even in the same league. Isn't this just bullying? Don't worry, that was just my first impression of you. There's more to come, Wang Shifeng said with a gentle laugh. And this was just when they first met? Doesn't that mean what comes next will be so sweet I'll need insight? Before Wang Shifeng could even speak, many viewers were already getting excited, their skin breaking out in goosebumps. As for Zhang Yuyan, she felt she was having a bit of a knee-jerk reaction to those 4 words. There's more to come. I tried to pursue you, I sent you 10 messages, and you replied with a period, summing up everything I said. You're so thoughtful, I like you even more now. Take your time thinking it over. If you miss out on this village, there's still the shop I run, and later on, the chain of stores I'll open, and even the street stall I'll set up. You slapped me without hesitation, yet I worried and asked why your hand was so cold. I know what my problem is now, and I'll never make that mistake again. From now on, you walk your tightrope, and I'll be holding it up from below. Be careful as you cross, okay? If you're giving me the cold shoulder today, then tomorrow, I'll still come find you. My friends found out I've been pestering you. They told me to stop or they'd break my legs. It scared the living daylights out of me. Good thing they didn't say they'd break my hands. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to text you anymore. Wang Shifeng's tone and demeanor suddenly shifted, as if he'd transformed from a mature, steady man into a witty, mischievous boy, with every sentence brimming with overwhelming joy and anticipation. The viewers in the live stream were all swept up by this joy and anticipation. They couldn't help but smile even wider, even overlooking the fact that these sweet nothings were a bit humble. Zhang Yuyan also found herself smiling involuntarily, because she hadn't expected Wang Shifeng to suddenly switch up his style and tactics like that. Plus, these sweet nothings were so adorable and passionate that she found herself a bit overwhelmed. After all, she was still a girl, and when it came to cute things, her girlish heart inevitably swelled with excitement. But she was even more sensitive when it came to matters of the heart. She sensed that these sweet nothings were a bit too fawning. Who would have thought that you, Mr. Wang, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would be so obsequious? But it made perfect sense after all. In a romantic relationship, the one taking the initiative is bound to come across as a bit submissive. Actually, I know full well that we can't be together. It's like love rises with the wind, but when the wind stops, the longing remains. Wang Shifeng's tone shifted abruptly. The joy and playfulness in his voice gave way to hoarseness and despondency. It was as if a heavy hammer had struck everyone right in the chest. It was heavy and oppressive. Some emotionally sensitive audience members even felt their eyes well up for no apparent reason, a stinging sensation rising in their noses. I thought if I didn't look at the moon or say I missed you, neither the moon nor you would ever find out, Wang Shifeng murmured as if to himself. But I still love you. Like rain falling on the tropics and the poles across vast distances. Like a whale breathing gently at the bottom of the ocean, utterly devoted and utterly exasperated. Like a cloud drifting 9-10,000 li, never resting. Like the wind that travels 8,000 li, never asking when it will return. Willows swaying, cicadas chirping, sunsets and sunrises, I cannot help myself. I'm not afraid of a scumbag who's well educated, it's just that scumbags know how to sweet talk. We're not done yet, guys. Teacher Wang, you're the best. The most beautiful thing in the world is nothing less than the flutter of the heart in one's youth. And the most heartbreaking thing is also that youthful infatuation. Wang Shifeng's whispered words perfectly captured the melancholy of a young person's unrequited love. It brought countless people back to the flutter they felt the first time they fell for someone. Though many have long forgotten that person's name and face, that flutter remains forever in their hearts. And Wang Shifeng's beautiful words of love seem to speak on their behalf, expressing that wonderful flutter of the heart from their youth. I cried. How could such beautiful words of love be so heartbreaking? Regardless, in that moment, everyone was deeply moved. If the sweet words spoken at first sight were a beautiful fantasy, then this unrequited love that came to nothing is a real knife in reality. That host was so cruel to reveal the truth so abruptly. Many people, in tears, gave Wang Shifeng's livestream likes and virtual gifts. As for Zheng Yayan, she was completely dumbfounded. Such a series of parallel sentences was doubly devastating to a literary-minded girl, especially in this atmosphere that started sweet, but ended in heartbreak. She felt a sharp pang of heartache. How could anyone be so skilled at sweet talk? Zheng Yayan stared blankly at the black screen, half of which was obscured by the flood of comments, and her mind unconsciously began to imagine what the person behind the screen might actually look like. She had to admit that her heart had been stirred by his flirtation. But she would never admit that it was a man who had made her heart flutter. She'd been swept off her feet by the beauty of his words. Just as everyone was immersed in the somber atmosphere, Wang Shifeng's voice rang out, again still hoarse but not deep. I never heard from you again after that. I think back to that summer. I made a wish that the rain would keep falling, so you and I could stay trapped in that classroom a little longer. Later my wish came true, and to this day I'm still trapped in there. Wang Shifeng's tone was full of regret, yet tinged with a hint of inexplicable glee. It was precisely this tone that tugged at people's heartstrings even more. In just a few short minutes, over 800,000 viewers in the livestream realized that, through Wang Shifeng's words of love, they seemed to have personally experienced a romance, from the joy of first meeting, to the humility of a secret crush, and finally, the regret of a love that fizzled out in the end. Every single sentence Wang Shifeng spoke was exquisitely beautiful, even exquisitely seductive, but after listening to the whole thing, especially that final, deeply meaningful, open-ended conclusion, you realize that, looking back now, every single line was like a damn knife. How can there be poison hidden in the sugar? You damn host, are you trying to kill us? The audience, snapping back to reality, even forgot about the bet and began lashing out at Wang Shifeng. Teacher Wang is going to torture us to death without mercy. Listening to this almost gave me a heart attack. This host is seriously heartwarming. Have you ever experienced that feeling of laughing so hard you end up crying? I have. Thumbs down. Wah. Come to think of it, most sweet nothings are a source of regret because people who end up together don't have time to say them. Wah, I'm an 18-year-old who's never been in a relationship, and I'm already crying my eyes out. Ever since I listened to Teacher Wang's show, I've been a little wind phobic. As soon as I hear the word wind, it stabs at my heart, and today it really stung. Ding, anger emotion acquired, healing energy plus 2-1. Ding, gained the emotion of jealousy, healing energy plus 15. Ding, sadness emotion acquired, healing energy plus 24. The audience was bawling their eyes out, while Wang Shifeng was grinning from ear to ear behind the screen. Luckily, he'd turned off his microphone beforehand, otherwise, laughing out loud would have been a bit inappropriate. Sure enough, it's this kind of heart-wrenching content that's most effective at healing people. It's not that you're trapped, it's that the rain inside your heart has never stopped. A choked-up voice rang out during the live stream. This momentarily stunned the viewers who had been bombarding Wang Shifeng with comments. Only then did everyone notice that on the other side of the stream, Zhang Yun at some point had already been crying her eyes out. Huh? It seems the national little sister is just as emotional as the rest of us. She must have her own story of unrequited love. Teacher Wang is truly amazing. He's even managed to break the heart of the national little sister, who is both wealth and beauty. Thinking about it that way, a lot of people felt much better. Wait a minute, does that count as being flirted with? The onlookers instantly got excited. Did Teacher Wang win? Doesn't that mean we're in for another show? Wang Shifeng himself was taken aback for a moment. He hadn't expected Zheng Yayan to burst into tears right at the very last moment. Does that count as being flattered? If so, this woman isn't seriously going to act as my co-host, is she? That's really not necessary. He'd already figured out what excuse to use to end this match in a draw. Crying at a time like this, isn't that just pure sabotage? Little Yuyin, your eyes are sweating, quick, grab a tissue and wipe them. A thought struck Wang Shifeng, and he turned on his mic to say with feigned concern. Sweat in her eyes? What the heck? The audience was stunned, then quickly realized that Wang Shifeng, the winner, was actually trying to cheat. Guys, Teacher Wang has really broken our hearts. We can't let him get away with this. Trying to back out? No way. Hundreds of thousands of viewers are watching. Little Yuyun was definitely flattered. You can't wriggle out of being her co-host now, hahaha. Hahaha, sweaty eyes, that's hilarious. But I agree with the comment above. Exactly. Our tears can't go to waste. Guys, we'll carry Zhang Yuyun into Teacher Wang's livestream even if we have to lift her there. As a member of the Little Princess Knight Corps, I'm feeling pretty conflicted right now. My rational mind tells me I shouldn't admit our little princess has been charmed, but I can't resist the call of my emotions. By this point, the combined viewership of both live streams had already surpassed 1 million, with Wang Shifeng's alone breaking 600,000. With so many viewers egging them on, both sides were truly in a bind. Even if her agent wanted to pull the plug, it would be too late. Not to mention Zhang Yuyun's resolve to surrender was now unshakable. Teacher Wang, I've definitely been charmed. Your sweet talk is truly impressive not only in its depth of meaning, but even your tactics are far better than anything I've ever said. I'm completely convinced. Zhang Yuyun's admission brought smiles to the audience's faces, left the production team looking glum, and left Wang Shifeng feeling somewhat helpless. Teacher Wang, I'd like to ask you one last question, Zhang Yuyun said solemnly. Go ahead, Wang Shifeng replied, trying to figure out how to handle the situation. Have you really never been in a relationship? I don't believe it, Zhang Yuyun said earnestly. Hearing this, the audience grew curious as well. A man who was so skilled at sweet talk, witty, humorous, and deep, even though they still didn't know what he looked like, his deep affection alone was enough to win over most of them. Could such a nearly perfect man really have never been in a relationship? Were these sweet nothings and clever tricks really just things he'd picked up from his friends? They didn't believe it. Wang Shifeng pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then finally sighed, partly out of helplessness, but mostly out of regret, his tone tinged with 3 parts sadness and 7 parts world-weariness. Where could I possibly find someone so wonderful, someone worthy of my deep affection? After he spoke, everyone fell silent. He Tui, you're so fat you're even out of breath. That's so gross. Deep affection, are you being polite? Following Suck Up and Straight Guy, Teacher Wang has redefined deep affection once again today. Follow Teacher Wang for a new shameless life hack every day. We treat Teacher Wang like family, but he treats us like the Tycoon Baka Yaru. I'm falling more and more in love with this guy, even his shameless side is so charming. Sisters up ahead, count me in, I'd love to share this with you.
The audience can never predict just how quickly the plot will twist on the show Together Until Dawn. And they certainly can't predict just how flirty a certain someone will get. Not only did Wang Shifeng's line, "No one is worthy of my deep affection," have the live chat in stitches, but his colleagues off-camera were also laughing so hard they were doubled over. In the past, these late-night shows were usually the hardest for everyone to get through, not only because easy to get sleepy in the middle of the night, but also because the host's content was more like a lullaby. But ever since Wang Shifeng joined the team, our colleagues suddenly seem to have found joy in coming to work. They're even more curious than the fans about what kind of surprise Wang Shifeng will bring tomorrow. With that level of shamelessness alone, he'll be a force to be reckoned with in the entertainment industry, Li Kai remarked amid the laughter and cheer outside the live stream studio. It's incredible. Brother Feng's greatest charm is that you never know how funny his next line is going to be. My head hurts from laughing so hard. Working the shift with Brother Feng should count as a workplace injury. The live stream's follower count has surpassed 300,000. That's incredible. Brother Feng, you broke the record in just 3 days. Calm down, guys. It's only 300,000. Save your excitement for when we hit 1 million. Quick, help me clear the chat, the server's starting to struggle. Listening to her colleagues' loud cheers and shouts, Zhen Yi was so sleepy her eyelids were drooping. She was probably the only one in the room who wasn't really paying attention. Although Wang Shifeng's hosting was very funny, she couldn't understand a word of it, let alone why some of her colleagues had been both crying and laughing just a moment ago. She thought to herself, the employees at this media company are kind of scary. Looks like this isn't an easy job after all. However, looking at the data, she gained a clearer understanding of Wang Shifeng. President Feng isn't just some little puppy being kept by a domineering female CEO. He's also a little puppy kept by the CEO who's an amazing host and incredibly popular. Seeing that the rowdy viewers in the live stream were getting a bit out of hand, Wang Shifeng had no choice but to address the betting issue head-on. Little Yuyun, forget about being an assistant host. Our little company probably can't handle a big shot like you. It wouldn't be good if the boss came after me later, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Are you worried about money, Teacher Wang? I can cover the cost myself, it's no problem. Or does that settling accounts you mentioned have another meaning? Zhang Yuyun's words seemed to carry a hidden meaning, instantly steering the conversation back to the trending topic of Wang Shifeng being kept by his boss. After wiping away her tears, Zhang Yayan once again looked youthful and radiant, though her current demeanor was a world apart from the sweet, next-door girl image she'd projected at the start of the broadcast. Perhaps this was her true self behind the mask. Not a naive, innocent girl, but a young woman with a sharp edge. Wang Shifeng pressed one hand to his forehead. Little Yuyan, let's discuss this privately later. It's getting late, I'll treat you all to a song and wish you all a peaceful night's sleep. A song? Can teacher Wang actually sing? But compared to the co-host who's a teacher, that's not very appealing, Zhang Yuyan said with a coy laugh. Not only was Zhang Yayan unwilling, but the million viewers in the live stream were even less so. Instantly, comments began flooding the screen. We're not sleepy at all. Keep talking, let's stay up until dawn together. I bet everyone will feel sleepy after hearing this song. Alright, here I go. Wang Shifeng cleared his throat twice, and soon the sound of a keyboard tuning filled the live stream. He's actually playing live? Everyone was surprised. They hadn't expected teacher Wang to not only be humorous and witty, but also incredibly talented and to have a natural gift for music. He really was a hidden gem. The keyboard's test notes gradually transformed from monotonous, disjointed notes into a melodious accompaniment, one that sounded completely unfamiliar. It seemed like something they'd never heard before. Could it be an original composition? At the same time, Wang Shifeng's deep, resonant voice drifted in. Everyone noticed that his singing voice was very different from the one he used during his live streams, almost two distinct styles, but the very first line of the lyrics stunned everyone. I'm willing to crawl on my belly even if it means being a dog, I'll play the part. What wild lyric. The million viewers in the live stream hadn't yet realized what kind of soul-shaking experience they were about to undergo. Because over the next 2 minutes, they were about to gain a whole new understanding of music. So be it, I'll be humble. She's so beautiful after all. With my lousy circumstances, I've got to win her over. There's nothing wrong with my thinking, right? I've been a second-generation loser since I was a kid. My family's broke, I'm calcium deficient. Mom says I look a mutt, and Dad kicks me whenever he sees me. Teachers and classmates all pick on me, saying I'm a bit weird. At the school store, when I sell spicy strips, I charge 1 yuan while everyone else sells them for 50 fen. I realized when I was 4 that people are divided into different classes, first, second, and third. No way if a guy can easily win a girl over, I have to try 10 times harder than him. Because as a human being, it's completely impossible for me to be with her, we're not even in the same league. So I'll abandon all human decency to pursue the impossible. The hypnotic instrumental overshadowed the elegance of the keyboard, and the wild vocals left everyone in a daze. But what was most shocking were the lyrics. Are these even lyrics? If they are lyrics, why do they sound more like insults? But if these aren't lyrics, then why do they flow smoothly when sung? And they're actually pretty catchy. Even though the lyrics are still jarring. Amid these mixed feelings, a million viewers in the live stream felt as if they'd spent 3 minutes listening to Wang Shifeng sing a veiled insult. I'm willing to grovel. Even if I'm a dog, I'll play the part. So be it, I'll be humble. After all, she's just so beautiful. As the final note faded, the entire room fell almost completely silent. Even the live chat comments became sparse. Wang Shifeng seemed a bit out of breath after singing the song, but his voice betrayed his excitement. I dedicate this song, Lick Dog Disco, all of you here today. I hope you all win over the girls of your dreams, get rich ahem, and that true love conquers all. Best wishes. Who wants a curse like that? You can tell just from the title that it's bad luck. The comment stream exploded again. After an initial wave of 100 Grass Garden references, it erupted into a frenzy of furious rants. Those damn underworld blessings. Mo's back again. What a bad omen. Take it away. Whoever wants it can have it. I don't want it. Selling it to everyone else for 50 cents, but charging me a yuan. That's so true, right? Host music can be popular, but it shouldn't be straight out of the underworld. Teacher Wang is monitoring my life again. Please take that camera off me, wah. I don't know why, but it sounds strangely good. I even found myself humming along. Aside from the audience, Sheng Yun was completely dumbfounded. She had imagined countless styles of music Wang Shifeng might sing, but she never in a million years expected it to be this, a song that was absurd, hilarious, and laced with heavy irony. Just as Zhang Yuyan snapped back to her senses and was about to ask what genre this was, Wang Shifeng's voice, full of laughter, rang out. Alright, I hope this song helps you all drift off to sleep. Good times are always time to say goodbye again. Let's meet again at the same time tomorrow in the Together Until Dawn livestream, bringing warmth and healing to every day. Without even saying goodbye to Zhang Yuyan, he ended the stream right then and there. Is that polite? Zhang Yuyan was stunned once again. In all her years of live streaming, she'd never seen a host who ended the stream so abruptly without the slightest hesitation. Wasn't he afraid of offending his fans? What was even more alarming was that after Wang Shifeng went offline, the viewership in Zhang Yuyan's livestream plummeted from over 700,000 to just over 100,000. Most of them had likely rushed over to Wang Shifeng's stream to flood the chat. Zhang Yuyan felt as if she'd been humiliated all evening. Not only was she powerless to fight back, she didn't even want to. What a bizarre experience. This guy is toxic. After Wang Shifeng ended his stream, seeing the healing energy count surge to over 8 million, the smile on his face grew even broader. That final song, Lick Dog Disco, was actually the first piece produced by the creative system. As far as Wang Shifeng could recall, this song was based on the arrangement of Wild Wolf Disco from his previous life with new lyrics and a reworked arrangement. Although the lyrics are a bit blunt, they're also quite profound. And you have to admit the effect was really great. Releasing this song right at the peak of his popularity earned him 1 million healing energy points in one go. It seems my understanding of the audience is still quite accurate. Healing so many people all at once makes me happy. At the same time, I've completed the beginner's quest. Ding! Host has completed the first creative work quest. Reward: the poetry treatise Human World Lyrics. The talk on lyrics? Wang Shifeng had read this book. It was the magnum opus of the renowned poetry master Wang Guowei, and it played a crucial role in advancing Chinese poetry culture during the transition to the new era. Back then, though, he'd been talked into buying a copy by all sorts of book-selling marketing accounts. They claimed that girls all like talented young men, and that studying this book would naturally cultivate such talent. PF'd, it was all a scam, as Wang Shifeng later discovered. Girls actually like guys with money, just like how girls who love to go clubbing are bound to have good luck with pregnancy. Read. Thanks to his photographic memory, Wang Shifeng chose to read it right away. Instantly, his mind was filled with beautiful classical poems and various critical and aesthetic perspectives. Ding! Host has read the talk on Psi poetry and acquired the professional skill Basic Poetry Appreciation. Ding! Host has triggered the career advancement. Within 3 months, use your professional skills to achieve greater success and establish a stronger presence in the live streaming industry. Quest name: Live Stream Host Career Advancement. Quest details: although you're still a fledgling E-rank host, you've already accumulated enough talent and popularity. All you need is an opportunity to make yourself known to audiences in other fields. Within 3 months, try to find new platforms and opportunities. Quest reward: unknown, to be determined by the final quest score. Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow, surprised that he had actually triggered a career advancement quest, and one with a time limit, no less, 3 months. The mission description suggested he needed to step outside the realm of live streaming and onto other stages. What kind of stage could this be? It couldn't possibly be the Zhuan Grand Stage, could it? If you don't understand, just ask. Wang Shifeng was new to the scene and didn't know much about this circle, but He Li was a seasoned veteran. He surely knew which stages were best suited for showcasing his talents. Pushing open the door to the live streaming studio, Wang Shifeng spoke up before his colleagues could start flattering him. "Alright guys, we did great today. Director, he's treating us to dinner tonight. It's not just pretty good, today's results were like a heifer chasing a bull, absolutely incredible. Wow, long live Brother Feng. Hang out with Brother Feng and you'll eat and drink every night. Director, he's splurging again today." His colleagues chimed in with jokes one after another. "You get all the glory, but I'm the one footing the bill," He Li said with a resigned tone, though his face was beaming with a smile. The Together Until Dawn live stream had achieved its current success, and while objectively speaking it didn't have much to do with him, it was still under his name, so he took pride in it. The performance bonus he'd receive at the end of the month would be enough to treat everyone to a meal every day. Did anything go wrong after the stream ended? Wang Shifeng had been studying the system rewards the whole time and hadn't paid attention to what happened in the stream chat afterward. "There are still nearly 400,000 people flooding the comments section with complaints about you," He Li said, grinning from ear to ear. "That last song you sang, buddy, it was way too sudden. It totally caught us all off guard. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to divert everyone's attention." Wang Shifeng glanced the back-end data and saw that the cumulative tips had already surpassed 1 million. He felt a surge of joy. According to the contract, 70% of that was his share of the revenue. It had to be said, making money through live streaming was really fast. Zhang Yun's behavior was definitely a bit strange today. Suspect something's up, He Li frowned upon hearing this. Who cares? Anyway, President Jiang is handling the cleanup. Is she even still at the company? Wang Shifeng chuckled. What does she take the boss for? A tool to clean up his messes. That's just like you. It was trending on social media this afternoon. Do you really think she'd dare stay at the company? She left before 10 o'clock. He Li shook his head. You, on the other hand, don't seem the least bit worried. A clear conscience fears no suspicion. Rumors stop at the wise. Wang Shifeng stretched. By the way, Director He, are there any particularly influential shows in the live streaming world? Legitimate shows? He Li raised an eyebrow at the question. Come on, are there actually any unofficial shows? Wang Shifeng asked, puzzled. It's industry slang. Mainstream refers to TV shows, while non-mainstream refers to online programs, He Li explained. What are you thinking? I'm just a newcomer to the industry after all. I was thinking of paying my respects to the big names on major shows and getting my face out there a bit, Wang Shifeng said with a laugh. Paying your respects? You're just going to cause a ruckus. With your style of live streaming, even Xia TV's top host couldn't handle you for more than 3 moves. You'd be a disaster waiting to happen. Although He Li was rolling his eyes inwardly, he still said, "There are a few mainstream shows that would suit you well: Happy Camp, Xiaobai Talks, and Poetry Conference." Wang Shifeng jotted down the names, planning to look them up later to check out the styles of these 3 shows. There are plenty of options for online shows because they have more leeway. Whether it's talk shows or variety shows, it depends on which fan base you want to target, He Li continued. "I'm not considering online shows for now. If I'm going to build name recognition, I'd rather do it through mainstream TV," Wang Shifeng said with a laugh. "Then I'll put together 2 proposals for you later. With your current popularity, I doubt any show would turn you down," He Li replied with a nod. If Wang Shifeng could truly establish himself on TV shows, his status would undoubtedly rise even further. In online and live streaming programs, averaging 1 million viewers per show undoubtedly marks you as a top-tier star. If Wang Shifeng could maintain his current popularity, he would undoubtedly be ranked among the top live streaming hosts. However, compared to hosts on traditional TV programs, he still fell a bit short. After all, television remains the mainstream medium in this world, and top-rated shows typically draw audiences in the tens of millions. After finishing their late-night snack with colleagues, it was already past 4 a.m. Wang Shifeng walked Zhen Yak to their residential complex. Their apartment building wasn't too far away. "See you tomorrow, President Feng," Zhen Yai fought off her drowsiness and bowed respectfully. "Don't be so formal. I'm easy to get along with. If we don't get along, you'll have to look for the reason yourself," Wang Shifeng said with a smile as he leaned against the car door. "If we don't get along, look for the reason yourself? That sounds kind of strange, doesn't it?" "Huh?" Zhen Yai was momentarily confused but then caught on. She smiled, waved, and ran into the building. After watching him go, Wang Shifeng strolled leisurely toward his home. Looking up at the shadow cast by the streetlight, he couldn't help but remark, "Tisk, that streetlight sure is long." He woke up feeling refreshed. It was only 10 o'clock. The effects of the Qi and blood potion were still significant. He hadn't drawn a prize when he got home yesterday, so he planned to save up for another 2 days and go all out when he drew. He washed up and got ready to move. Just as he was packing his things, he suddenly received a call from He Li. "That guy's got a lot of energies up this early, too." "Director, he up this early?" Wang Shifeng answered the call. "You're trending," He Li said straight out. "Isn't that to be expected? After all, there was such a huge buzz yesterday, plus the hype from my bet with Zhang Yaoyan." Wang Shifeng wasn't the least bit surprised. "It's not because of that you've been called out by name. Take a look at the trending topics first, and I'll explain." It sounded a bit noisy on He Li's end. He must have been at the office. Wang Shifeng didn't say anything else and opened WoW. Fang Weiman calls out live streamers for misusing classical poetry. Some streamers will stop at nothing to gain attention. Truly, morals are in decline. Music industry godmother Yina slams vulgar online songs. Lickdog disco cannot be considered a song. Wang Shifeng, a clickbait clown or a rising star of the era. 5 of the top 10 trending topics were about him. Especially the first 2. After reading them, Wang Shifeng started to get a bit carried away. He had actually been singled out for criticism by heavyweights in both the music and cultural circles at the same time. Tieske, what have I ever done to deserve this? I just recited a few poems and sang a song. Had I end up being labeled a cultural scourge who corrupts morals, attention-seeking clown, and a disgrace to the Chinese music scene? When did I ever join either of those circles? Nobody even told me. I'm just a small-time livestream host after all. But even though I got slammed, I actually gained another 1 million units of healing energy overnight, and it's still slowly rising, with the total now nearing 10 million. This is practically free, Wang Shifeng chuckled. President Feng, how can you still find it funny? He asked anxiously upon hearing the latter. We're trending. That's something to be happy about. Look at these posts, they've got over 1 million likes each and millions of comments. Am I about to go viral? Wang Shifeng joked. Famous. This fire's way too big, it's going to burn us all to death, He said with a grim expression. I don't know which bastard is pulling the strings behind the scenes, but they're trying to kill you. He Li's tone was brimming with anger. Those 2 actually have quite a bit of influence, Wang Shifeng smiled, seemingly unfazed. Influential? That first guy, Fang Weiman, is a renowned teacher of classical Chinese poetry in China. He regularly hosts and appears as a guest on cultural programs. He's not only well known in the entertainment industry, but also has a decent reputation in the arts world. The Poetry Conference I mentioned to you yesterday is a show where he's a main guest. As for the other one, she's a famous Chinese musician known as the godmother of Chinese music, and she's also a regular guest on that show. Well, that solves the mystery then, Wang Shifeng said with a light chuckle. He was taken aback. 2 heavyweight guests on the same show publicly naming me, there's no doubt about it. These 2 want to invite me to appear on the show, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Just yesterday, he'd been debating which stage would be best. He never expected an invitation to come knocking on his door today. Such a generous offer was hard to refuse. He was at a loss for words. That's not funny at all. I'm serious, Wang Shifeng said, his smile fading. On the other end of the line, He felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. What are you planning to do? Since they've extended such a warm invitation as a junior, I naturally can't refuse. Wang Shifeng's lips curled into a smile. Director, has my Weibo account been set up yet? Company has had it ready for a while, but it hasn't been activated yet. Healy knew he couldn't stop it after all. Wang Shifeng was now, in a sense, his superior. Alright, once you've verified it, send me the account details. I'll run it by President Jiang, Wang Shifeng said. He hung up on Healy and called Jiyan. She picked up within a few seconds. You're awake? Jiang Yun's cool, detached voice came through, impassive, yet clearly aware of everything. Poetry conference is a great show. I'm planning to appear on an episode, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Alright, I'll make the arrangements, Jiang Yun said, neither questioning nor refusing but simply agreeing. This caught Wang Shifeng, who had prepared his line of reasoning, somewhat off guard. Ms. Jiang, do you have any questions? Wang Shifeng asked with a smile. We've already signed the contract. I'll just do my part to support you. As for the rest, I'll leave entirely up to you, Jiang Yun said softly. Well, thank you very much, Wang Shifeng said with a relieved smile. Not bad, this boss knows how to play the game. She's worth getting to know. After hanging up, Wang Shifeng logged into Weibo and began drafting his first post. Hello, everyone. I'm Wang Shifeng, host of the show Together Until Dawn. I humbly accept Mr. Fang Weiman's criticism, but I'm afraid I cannot comply with his demands. I hope he won't force a male-male pairing on me. Here, I solemnly respond to Mr. Fang Weiman. I'm deeply grateful for your misdirected affection, but I must decline. After the post went live, boosted by the company's promotional efforts, it shot into the top 50 of the trending topics list in less than 2 minutes. Wang Shifeng, I am humbled by your misdirected affection, but I cannot comply. Tens of millions of netizens, eager for the latest gossip, clicked on the post with curiosity only to be stunned. Not said? What does not said mean? After clicking through to find out more, they instantly understood the whole story. Are morals declining? Has the renowned Professor Fang Weiman actually made a public declaration of love? No way. And was publicly rejected by the other party? The boy is right here with me? This is outrageous, absolutely outrageous. That brat is a disgrace to our profession. He's driving me to my grave. In his lavishly decorated study, Fang Weiman roared at his management team, venting his fury. He never imagined that a critical idiom he'd casually thrown out would end up being the dagger that cut him deepest. Having lived nearly 50 years, he never knew idioms could be used this way. That presumptuous brat, I must shut him down. I cannot allow such a scoundrel to taint the nation's cultural atmosphere. In just half an hour, all because of that kid's Weibo post misinterpreting an idiom. He, a distinguished professor, had been unjustly accused of molesting a young boy. Just think of Fang Weiman. He recognized 1,000 characters by age 3, recited Tang poetry by age 5, had thoroughly studied the 4 books and 5 classics by age 7, mastered poetry and prose by age 8, and by age 10 was hailed as the child prodigy of Xia. By age 20, he had earned degrees from multiple countries and returned home in glory. Over the decades, he has created countless outstanding poems and works for Xia's literary and artistic circles. He has long been hailed as a pioneer in the literary and artistic world. But who could have imagined that, as he approached the age of 50, he would once again find himself at the forefront of the times regarding issues of sexual orientation? His reputation in his twilight years is ruined, utterly ruined. Watching the trending topics on Weibo rapidly shift to focus on him, Fang Weiman felt his high blood pressure about to spike. It was as if he could hear the sound of blood pulsing from his scalp. What was even more infuriating was that the kid's fans had actually formed a Don't Say sightseeing tour, and were frantically flooding his Weibo and other social media accounts with comments. Boo you uncle, we don't say it. If this kept up, his lifelong reputation would be ruined. No way. You guys need to figure something out fast, no matter what it takes. Get this buzz to die down, Fang Weiman said, slumping into his chair after letting off some steam. His manager looked utterly distressed. He never imagined that a single Weibo post could have such a devastating impact. To describe it as a complete turnaround would be no exaggeration. Prior to this, statements from Fang Weiman and Yin had lulled uninformed netizens to be swept up in the frenzy, with many vehemently condemning Wang Shifeng for his reckless behavior and lack of scruple. This PR strategy had been rushed together by their team overnight the previous day, with the aim of using Wang Shifeng to generate buzz for Fang Weiman and boost his public image so much so that many of the team's key members hadn't even slept yet. But they never expected that with just one Weibo post, all their hard work and effort would go down the drain. This feeling is indescribable. It can be summed up in 2 words. Agonizing. If he knew even a little about Chinese proverbs like Wang Shifeng does, he'd probably sigh and say, "This move is like wiping your butt with gauze. It left me with a mess on my hands." Mr. Fang, please don't get so worked up. Don't let this ruin your health. His agent Old Li tried to reassure him. Rest assured, we've already teamed up with Tianyu Media's PR department. They'll work with us to handle this. Cooperate? PF'd? If they hadn't insisted on making me step forward, how could I have ended up with such a terrible reputation? My reputation in my twilight years is ruined. Fang Weiman, his fist on the table, his face etched with anguish. Go warn the people at Tianyu Media. If they don't handle this properly, no one from their company will ever appear on any of my shows again. Seeing that Fang Weiman was truly furious, his agent Old Li didn't dare say much. He could only nod in agreement, though deep down he couldn't help but agree with him. If it weren't for you, Old Fang, being so greedy for a little traffic and the perks Tianyu Media promised, you wouldn't have brought this trouble upon yourself. You didn't get the lamb, and now you're covered in stench. Such a hypocrite. Although he harbored resentment toward Fang Weiman, Agent Lao Li still had to salvage his own career. He left the study, dialed the CEO of Tianyu Media, and said with a fawning smile, "CEO Zhang, Mr. Fang is currently in a very difficult position and urgently needs your company's cooperation. After all, we had previously agreed to work together on this matter. Please tell Mr. Fang that we'll definitely handle this properly. Oh, and by the way, I have some good news to share with you. Wang Shifeng is preparing a show for Mr. Fang. Why not use this opportunity to clear up the misunderstanding? We're all in the same industry. Let's not let this damage our relationship." Hearing the words of the Tianyu CEO on the other end of the line, Old Lai, the agent, was taken aback. Who? Wang Shifeng. He's going to appear on Fang Weiman's show right now. Isn't that like a lamb walking into the lion's den? Is this guy out of his mind? Huh? You're really going to appear on Fang Weiman's poetry conference? Did General Manager Zhang pull some strings for you? When Li heard the news firsthand, he too thought Wang Shifeng was a little crazy. Although that clever play on homophones quickly shifted the public sentiment on Weibo toward questioning Fang Weiman's integrity, that didn't mean the crisis was over. Moreover, Wang Shifeng's single phrase, "Boo you," had completely shattered Fang Weiman's public image. This was no longer just a battle of public opinion, it was a devastating blow to his pride. The other party must be seething with rage. Moreover, Fang Weiman has a reputation for being extremely vindictive. Having been in this industry for so long, he has retaliated against most of those who have crossed him using various means. The most extreme example was when a talented contestant on one of his shows kindly corrected a mistake he'd made. Fang Weiman immediately blacklisted that contestant within the industry. Although Fang Weiman doesn't have the power to control everything in this industry, connections and resources are what matter most. No one is willing to fall out with a long-established big shot just for the sake of a newcomer. With Wang Shifeng humiliating him like this, he will certainly use all his influence to blacklist or attack Wang Shifeng. Fortunately, Wang Shifeng isn't a newcomer without backing. He has the full support of Xingyi Media behind him. They take the initiative to mediate and negotiate. The situation need not escalate into a no-holds-barred feud. Therefore, the best course of action right now is to handle the situation calmly and wait for the heat to die down before both sides discuss reconciliation. This is what Li believes to be the most appropriate approach. But Wang Shifeng of all people chose to go on the offensive at this critical juncture and confront Fang Weiman head-on. Regardless of the outcome, Li felt this was not a wise choice. President Feng, you really should think this through carefully. I know it's unfair that we're being criticized for no reason, but if you think about it calmly, there are plenty of other ways to handle this. Besides, we haven't actually lost anything in this round. Just look at Fang Weiman's account. It's now flooded with 0 likes comments. He must be furious. As Li spoke, he struggled to hold back a laugh. In this circle, sexual orientation isn't really a big deal as long as it doesn't get exposed. But this was the first time someone like Fang Weiman had been forced out of the closet. Wang Shifeng glanced at the comments section and couldn't help but smile. It seemed that, thanks to his healing, many fans had already started letting their hair down, giving rise to quite a few talented pun makers and sarcasm masters who could take a hint and run with it. Teacher Fang, you're getting older. You really need to take care of your health and prevent new gay guys from causing you myocardial damage. Teacher Fang is calling out Wang Shifeng as straight just one of your little tricks? Dog face. Teacher Fang, I don't know what kind of guy you like, but would someone as kawaii as me work? Teacher Fang, I opened a bar called Little Bird Spin Bar. Come check it out sometime. As a loyal viewer of Poetry Conference, thinking back now, the way Teacher Fang would curl his fingers like an orchid blossom every time he spoke really was so vivid. Netizens sure are mischievous, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Just then, Jiang Yun knocked on the door and walked in. The organizers of Poetry Conference are very eager to have you on the show, but Fang Weiman himself has strongly refused and is demanding that you issue a public apology before he'll let you appear. That's a bit much, Li frowned. Anyone could see that it was Fang Weiman who started the trouble. Even if Wang Shifeng's counterattack was a bit too harsh, it was still just self-defense. By the way, I heard that this Mr. Fang also does product promotions and mainly sells genetically modified products. Wang Shifeng asked with a calm expression, stroking his chin as he posed another seemingly unrelated question. Li nodded. Product promotions and endorsements have always been one of the main sources of income for hosts and streamers. Fang Weiman chose to import genetically modified products precisely because, for the same product, GM versions can fetch several times the price, making it easier for him to fleece his followers. However, he didn't know why Wang Shifeng was asking this. It's just an apology, isn't it? I'll just apologize and Mr. Fang will be more than happy to invite me on the show. Wang Shifeng snorted lightly and pulled out his phone to start drafting a Weibo post. Li's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Wang Shifeng to actually agree. That just didn't make sense. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow slightly, also somewhat surprised, but she had a hunch that this wasn't as simple as just an apology. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Shifeng. I just received an invitation from teacher Fang Weiman to appear on the show Poetry Conference, and I'm deeply honored. Actually, I've always admired teacher Fang. I have a friend who's a devoted fan of his. He says teacher Fang saved his family. When he tried to give his child a blood transfusion, he was told the blood types didn't match. After a paternity test, he discovered his son's genes didn't match his either. Furious, he assumed his wife had cheated on him and confronted her. Later, his wife explained that it was because they'd bought the genetically modified products. Professor Fang recommended the results were so effective that they caused a genetic shift, leading to the mismatch. Only then did my friend realize he'd jumped to conclusions, and he quickly apologized to his wife. If it weren't for the genetic modification products recommended by Professor Fang, my friend wouldn't have the wonderful family he has today. Now that he's had a vasectomy, his wife is pregnant again. I hear that's also thanks to those products. Professor Fang is truly a wonderful person. When he heard I knew you, he asked me to pass along his thanks. Thanks a lot, Mr. Fang. After reading the Weibo post, Wang Shifeng had Jiang Yun and Hele exchanged meaningful glances at. That's just like you really know how to set the tone. Now Fang Weiman will probably have to beg you on his knees to appear on the show and explain this Weibo post, or else his genetically modified products will definitely sit on the shelves. As soon as this Weibo post went live, the company didn't even need to buy traffic. The platform's backend data automatically pushed it, and it quickly went viral. Is Wang Shifeng going to appear on Fang Weiman's show? Was all that before just a publicity stunt? At first, onlookers were a bit surprised and angry. But after watching it, they were left puzzled. Why did the conversation suddenly turn to genetically modified products? Can genetically modified products actually alter human genes? This actually sounds kind of plausible. PFF'd. This is total bullshit. Haha, what a joke talking about saving families, or getting pregnant after a tubal ligation. This is clearly just taking advantage of honest people. Who would have thought that genetically modified products could actually serve as a cover for cheating? Who could imagine that? Now who would dare buy the products Fang Weiman recommends? No matter how thick-skinned you are, you're still afraid of being cuckolded. But netizens quickly realized Wang Shifeng isn't backing down. He's mocking them for going head-to-head. Now the plot is about to get even more exciting. Shocking. Spread the word. The products recommended by teacher Fang can actually make genes turn around the real deal dog head with a mischievous eye. Spread the word, teacher Fang bent because of his happy family life. The green is real. Spread the word, teacher Fang's bending is the real deal. Spread the word, teacher Fang's bending is real. Spread the word. Wait, are you guys playing telephone here? This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. That brat is a disgrace to civilization. He's driving me to my grave. In his lavishly decorated study, Fang Weiman roared at his operations team, venting his anger. The same study, the same spot, the same roar. Agent Oldley felt like he might be hallucinating from exhaustion. Why did this scene feel so familiar, as if it had appeared at the beginning of the previous chapter? What is he trying to do? It's not enough that he's spreading rumors about me now, he's attacking the products I endorse. He's completely out of control. I'm calling the police, I'm suing him. Fang Weiman was genuinely on the verge of a heart attack. He hadn't even clarified the rumors about his sexual orientation yet, and now the products he endorsed were being smeared all over again, and this time, the rumors were spreading even more wildly, with far greater repercussions. Endorsed products accounted for a large portion of his income. They were quite literally a cash cow, because some middle-class people in Xiaguo blindly idolize foreign high-tech products. The term genetically modified, which sounded so high-end, made for the perfect marketing gimmick. The same product, simply labeled as GMO, could be resold at 5 or 6 times the price. It was practically like stealing money. Now with Wang Shifeng stirring up this controversy and linking genetically modified to infidelity, this is bound to affect sales from now on. What's wrong with young people these days? They have no sense of professional ethics, they just go straight for people's livelihoods. If issues of sexual orientation concern one's reputation, then the issue of GM products concerns one's very life. No, you can't risk your life just for the sake of reputation. Fang Weiman made his decision quickly, gritting his teeth as he said, "All right, bring that little bastard on the show tonight's show." Old Lee, the agent who had been looking gloomy, was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Mr. Fang, have you made up your mind?" "Think it over. I don't have the heart to think about it. That kid is too devious, and he's a master at wielding public opinion. I'm no match for him," Fang Weiman said, rubbing his aching temples. "But once he's on the show, I'll make sure he pays dearly." Does he really think a little cleverness is enough to stir up trouble? How foolish. Listening to Fang Weiman's self-aggrandizing boasts, Old Lee smiled apologetically, though he harbored some reservations. What if Fang Weiman took a tumble on the show? That would be a real disaster. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Old Lee quickly slapped himself across the face. He couldn't think that way after all. Poetry Grand Prix was a show Fang Weiman had built from the ground up. On this program, no one understood how to control the rules and pacing better than he did. Besides, this was a cultural program. Although Fang Weiman was a bit shameless, he did have real talent. Wang Shifeng was just a greenhorn. What did he know about poetry and literature? it would be nothing short of inviting humiliation. Old Lee, why did you slap yourself? Fang Weiman asked in confusion. Nothing, Teacher Fang. Just trying to snap out of it, Old Lee said with an awkward smile. You've all worked hard today. Once this is settled, I'll give you a bonus, Fang Weiman said, frowning. As for the show, go make some adjustments. Change today's segment to classical poetry and couplet challenges. I'm going to show that little brat what Timmy's culture is all about. It's our duty, Old Lee nodded with an awkward smile and led his team back to work. A bonus. He'd heard that empty promise so many times his ears were calloused, but the old guy always made grand promises without ever following through. The news that Wang Shifeng would be participating in Poetry Grand Prix was officially confirmed on Weibo shortly afterward, and the live broadcast was set for that very night. Everyone could tell this was a last-minute change. There wasn't even a promotional poster. It was all very rushed. Although most onlookers still didn't know exactly what Wang Shifeng did for a living, they had all quietly taken note of his name. After all, it's pretty rare for someone to trend on Weibo for 2 days in a row, but as long as it's entertaining, that's all that matters. But for those in the industry, the rumors surrounding Wang Shifeng are nothing to be taken lightly. Some say he's the young wife of the female CEO of Sing Media. Some say he's the true crown prince of Star River Media. Still others claim he's the illegitimate son of some powerful figure, just here to have some fun in the entertainment industry. In short, from the moment he entered the headquarters building, Wang Shifeng had already heard several different versions of his identity during that short walk. These people recounted the rumors with such conviction and vivid detail as if they'd been there themselves that it seemed as though were either relatives or next-door neighbors of Wang Shifeng. As the person at the center of it all, hearing others discuss his identity left him with somewhat mixed feelings. Am I really that awesome? I'm starting to believe it myself. No wonder people say you should never learn about yourself from others, otherwise you'd have no idea just how amazing you are in their eyes. True to form, for media professionals, their imagination and storytelling skills are off the charts. Mr. Wang, these people don't seem to know you, yet they also seem to know you very well, Zhen Yai said, tugging at Wang Shifeng's sleeve and asking curiously. Wang Shifeng laughed too. They're talking about Wang Shifeng, what does that have to do with me? Wang Shifeng? You're speaking Shiguo, right? Why can't I quite understand you? The last time I encountered a situation I couldn't make sense of was, well, the last time... Although Zhen Yai was completely baffled, she still followed obediently behind Wang Shifeng with a furrowed brow. Wang Shifeng was participating in the live broadcast of the Poetry Grand Prix that evening. He didn't bring anyone else from the company, not even He Lion, instead took Zhen Ye along to carry his bag and run errands, looking every bit the man going into battle alone. Although He Lion had strongly urged Wang Shifeng to dress more formally after all, tonight marked his on-screen debut in front of a live audience. But Wang Shifeng believed that looking natural was best after all. He didn't make a living off his looks, so he could wear whatever he wanted. Thus, he remained dressed in a cheap white t-shirt and jeans, looking every bit the college heartthrob, making it completely impossible to connect him to the current storm at the center of the trending topics. This was Daxia's largest television station, a 36-story building large enough to accommodate 20 major programs being recorded or broadcast live simultaneously. After some back and forth, they were finally led to the poetry conference area by a helpful young staff member. You must be the college student here to participate in the show. You'll need to check in with the assistant director first. The staff over there will take care of everything. The young woman pointed to a waiting room and cast a slightly shy glance at Zhen Yi standing behind Wang Shifeng. Were you both invited to participate as a couple? No, she's my sister. She's here to accompany me, Wang Shifeng replied with a gentle smile. Thank you so much for showing us the way. Your little sister, huh? The young woman's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she shyly held up her phone. Would you mind adding me on WeChat? I'm a staff member from the neighboring show, singeing loudly. Maybe we can collaborate in the future. We sometimes need high-quality extras like you. Because Wang Shifeng looked so young and was dressed so plainly, the young woman mistook him for a college student working part-time as an extra. Sure, but my phone's out of battery. I'll have my younger sister add you. Feel free to contact us if there's any work in the future, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. The young woman cast a slightly regretful glance at Zhen Yi as she watched Wang Shifeng walk into the waiting room. Wang Shifeng pushed open the door to the green room and saw a large group of men and women of all kinds being lectured by a bald man wearing an assistant director's name tag around his neck. Poetry Grand Prix, considered one of the largest television programs in the country. The format features 50 contestants answering questions posed by the host and mentors, as well as presenting or critiquing Fei Huoling and original poetry, which explains the large number of participants. The 40 or 50 contestants along with the extras took up half the waiting room. You two newcomers, you're late. Get back in line first, the bald man shouted, barking out orders before Wang Shifeng could even speak. Director, I'm Wang Shifeng, began. Who are you? You're late and you still have the nerve to argue. The bald man didn't bat an eye, his eyes flashing with anger. Get over to the side. Don't think being a top-tier extra gives you special privileges. Wang Shifeng was at a loss for words and stood by the door, saying nothing more. I'll say this one more time. Today, all of you must cooperate with Teacher Fang to grill Wang Shifeng. Show your professionalism and journalistic flair. As long as you can make Wang Shifeng look bad, Teacher Fang will choose whoever does that to be a regular guest, and you'll even have a chance at a promotion. The bald man bobbed his head as he addressed the contestants in front of him. Was it appropriate to discuss such a private, targeted incident in public like this? Zhen Yi's eyes widened as she looked at Wang Shifeng, only to see a look of surprise on his face as well. He never expected that this mobilization meeting organized by the assistant director was actually aimed at him. He felt like a laughingstock. Director, Wang Shifeng felt he should have waited to come in later. It would have been better for both sides. What's the matter with you? If you have something to say, save it for later. The bald man interrupted Wang Shifeng again, clearly displeased, and continued. Now, those who are good at composing couplets, stand on the left. Those who are good at poetry, stand on the right. And those who are good at causing trouble and making a fuss, stand in the middle. Wang Shifeng watched as the opposing side lined up, and for a moment he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The bald assistant director was still very dedicated to his job, making sure to attend to every contestant. When he saw Wang Shifeng and Zhen Yi still standing motionless by the door, he immediately flew into a rage. What's wrong with you two? Why are you just standing there like idiots? Do you even want to do this anymore? What are your names? I'll dock your performance bonuses later. Director Wang Shifeng began again. Forget it. Just looking at you, I can tell you're good for nothing, just another pretty face. The bald assistant director cut Wang Shifeng off once more, muttering to himself. Having been interrupted for the third time while casting his spell, Wang Shifeng smiled. Alright, is there anyone here who's familiar with Wang Shifeng's style and characteristics? The bald director asked. A few young contestants raised their hands, one of whom was Wang Shifeng himself. Oh, you know Wang Shifeng? The bald director asked, somewhat surprised. Then tell us what are his strengths or weaknesses? Wang Shifeng pursed his lips. He doesn't seem to have any particular traits, he's pretty average. But I do know of one weakness. Pretty average? Are today's newcomers so cocky just because they're a bit good-looking? Wang Shifeng is a dangerous target who will require concerted effort to take. Oh? Tell me more. If it works, you'll be a regular guest. The bald director's eyes leapt. He hadn't expected this idol-type contestant to deliver such a surprise. I know he has a rather unusual condition, Wang Shifeng said earnestly. A medical condition? The bald director frowned. Yes, he has a phobia of giant objects, Wang Shifeng said in a deep voice. What kind of condition is that? What huge objects is he afraid of? The bald director grew even more puzzled. The other contestants began whispering among themselves. It was the first time they'd heard of such a condition, and it sounded rather strange. He's afraid of big idiots, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. How can this young man have such poor manners? How could there even be a condition like that? Is he just messing with me? What kind of illness is that? This is nonsense. How can you prove he has that illness? The bald director snapped, growing annoyed. Director, because I am Wang Shifeng said calmly, a warm smile on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the waiting room who had been whispering instantly turned their heads and stared at him in astonishment. Wang Shifeng? That name sounds so familiar. The bald assistant director was just about to lash out when he suddenly sensed something was off. His pupils fluttered. You? Wang Shifeng spoke slowly, his face still bearing a warm, kind smile. It's true. I can prove it. I really do have this condition. The dim studio ceiling, the dazzling stage lights. The bald assistant director wasn't acting as bossy as he usually did on set. Instead, he was hiding alone in the back row of the audience. Although the cramped seat couldn't hide his massive frame or his shiny bald head, but he still tried to curl up in his seat, trying to hide himself. It felt as though the world was never going to get better. In his 30 years in the industry, through all the ups and downs, he had never felt as embarrassed as he did today. It felt like taking a shower at a public bathhouse only to realize afterward that he'd walked into the women's section. He felt as though the staff, extras, and audience were all staring at him strangely. Their whispered conversations seemed to be mocking him. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. Right now, he just wanted to hide away and cry quietly by himself. In the vast, boisterous live streaming studio, he wasn't the only one feeling isolated. In the guest section of the front row of the audience, there was another tall, upright figure. It was as if some mysterious force surrounded him, causing everyone to deliberately avoid the area where he sat. But when he saw the warm smile on that young man's face, the bald assistant director had a fleeting feeling that it was Wang Shifeng alone who had isolated everyone else in the room. He truly envied this young man for having such a strong heart, capable of withstanding the world's hostility. He, on the other hand, couldn't handle it. All he wanted to do now was shut himself off from the world. Whenever he thought back to what had happened in the waiting room, the bald assistant director felt as if he couldn't breathe. The embarrassment was so intense he could practically dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. But could he really be held entirely responsible for this? Who could have imagined that the very culprit still trending online and causing such a stir on Weibo that even Professor Fang Weiman was jumping up and down in a frenzy would actually dare to single-handedly and brazenly storm into the heart of the enemy's stronghold? Is this something a normal person would do? The last person to do something like this was Guan Yu, the second Lord of Guan. He was already the martial saint. Besides, no one would have imagined that a guy who manipulates public opinion like a puppet on a string would be so young, almost too young. I mean, you're already this amazing, yet you dress so low-key, with hardly any decent assistants fawning over you, let alone bodyguards clearing the way, and you're still so friendly and approachable. Does that even make sense? If you'd just cursed at me a couple of times when you walked in, I wouldn't have gone and spilled the beans on today's entire show schedule to you. Now look, everyone knows I'm a total idiot. Director, the show is about to start. The executive producer would like you to come over, the assistant said cautiously, afraid of upsetting the bald guy's fragile ego. Oh. The bald man took a deep breath and stood up, pondering how he would explain this to the executive producer and Fang Weiman's agent later. Director, life goes on, hang in there, came the assistant's heartwarming words of encouragement from behind him. The courage the bald guy had finally mustered crumbled in an instant. I'm quitting tomorrow. Director Fang, why don't we have a script? Zhen Yi, sitting behind Wang Shifeng, noticed that all the other guests had scripts, but their table was completely empty. This difference in treatment was way too obvious. What's the point of a script? We won't be using it later anyway, Wang Shifeng said with a laugh, scrolling through his phone without looking up. Zhen Yi blinked, looking at Wang Shifeng with great admiration. Even someone as oblivious as her could sense that everyone here seemed hostile toward them, yet Wang Shifeng was as comfortable as if he were at home. Dude, we're on their turf right now. Can't you be a little more cautious? Everyone, please take your positions for the final equipment check, the executive producer on stage began giving orders. Instantly, the previously noisy venue fell silent. The audience and contestants had all fallen into line, while over in the guest section, other three mentors, flanked by a large group of assistants, strolled leisurely to their seats. There were 4 guest seats in total. From left to right, they were Professor Fang Weiman, the genetically modified professor, the music industry's yeast. The third was, to my surprise, Zhang Yayan, whom I just met yesterday. And last but not least was Wang Shifeng, who jumped the line at the last minute today. How did she end up here, and I hadn't heard a single word about it? Professor Wang, I didn't expect to see you so soon. You look even younger than I imagined. Zhang Yuan, looking sophisticated in a well-tailored blazer and a pair of stiletto heels, with a subtle smile on her face, was the first person in the room to greet Wang Shifeng. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Zhang. I never expected the final mystery guest to be you. Poetry Grand Prix really knows how to attract attention. If I'd known you were coming, I would have asked for a higher appearance fee, Wang Shifeng joked with a smile. Watch out for Fang Weiman, Zhang Yuyan whispered, then turned and walked toward her seat. Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly and glanced at Fang Weiman, who was at least 6 or 7 meters away. To his surprise, Fang Weiman was looking at him as well, so Wang Shifeng gave a polite nod in greeting. Fang Weiman, whose expression had been gloomy, froze for a moment, then looked away, feeling inexplicably taken aback. Damn, what's wrong with this kid? How can he even manage to smile? But to be fair, it was actually quite a nice smile. Brother Fang, is it really this greenhorn who's causing you so much trouble? Yina, standing nearby, was also eyeing Wang Shifeng with some confusion. He was so young and looked so harmless, how could he possibly say such insidious and vicious things? Could they have made a mistake? Yina wasn't actually that old, just in her early 30s. She had a somewhat masculine appearance and a deep voice. But because she debuted early and sung several uplifting songs that were household names, she'd gained nationwide fame and been dubbed the godmother of the music industry. Even if it wasn't him, someone else must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. In any case, this kid must be severely punished today, otherwise, how am I supposed to keep my place in this industry? Fang Weiman snorted coldly. Don't worry, I'm definitely on your side. A rookie who doesn't know his place like that needs a good lesson, Yina said earnestly, nodding. 5 minutes later, the show went live. The host, dressed in a suit and beaming with enthusiasm, stood on the main stage and began his opening remarks. It had to be said, TV hosts really do have a unique presence. In just a 3-minute opening monologue interspersed with 2 20-second product placements, he managed to deliver his lines with a truly rousing and impassioned energy. Alright, once again, thank you to our viewers at home and all our sponsors for supporting this program. Let's introduce today's guests. First, we have our esteemed old friend, Mr. Fang Weiman. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. The camera panned to Fang Weiman, who was beaming so broadly that the wrinkles on his face were almost crinkled like a chrysanthemum. He waved in a 360-degree circle to greet everyone. Next up is our beloved, outspoken goddess, Ms. Yina, the host continued. Yina stood up and waved in a full circle as well to the same enthusiastic applause. And finally, today's special mystery guest, our nation's sweetheart, Miss Zhang Yuyan. Just seeing Miss Zhang makes me feel like the studio has brightened up a few notches, the host remarked with a touch of humor. Zhang Yuyan also stood up to greet the audience, though she didn't make a full circle. The applause, however, was even more enthusiastic. Finally, it was Wang Shifeng's turn and the host's voice grew even louder. Our final guest, whom many viewers may be hearing about for the first time, allow me to introduce him in detail. Don't let his young age fool you, he's already a hugely popular livestream host. Beloved by fans for his witty streaming style, he's even managed to tans contemplating suicide out of it. He's affectionately known by his fans as Teacher Wang, Mr. Wang Shifeng. The host's introduction was largely unobjectionable, but two keywords stood out as particularly jarring: humorous and fan suicide. Although both are considered neutral terms, they aren't exactly positive associations. It must be said that the production team of Poetry Conference is quite skilled. Their phrasing, which offers overt praise while implying criticism, is hard to detect, yet it indirectly labels Wang Shifeng in a somewhat negative light. But that wasn't the most crucial point. What really stood out was that after the host finished the introduction, the entire venue fell almost completely silent. This stood in stark contrast to the thunderous applause that had preceded it. The eerie silence seemed to mock Wang Shifeng's awkwardness. Meanwhile, the corners of Fang Weiman's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a hint of contempt as he prepared to savor Wang Shifeng's utterly embarrassed expression. Unlike live broadcasts, Poetry Conference had a baseline viewership rating of 3%, meaning at least 40 million people were watching Wang Shifeng's embarrassment on their TV screens. This was truly a psychological torture of public execution. Many of the young women in the audience felt a pang of sympathy, but remembering the production team's earlier warning, they could only cast pitying glances at the tall, upright figure standing in the spotlight. "Handsome guy, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that I have to make a living too. Who told you to cross the wrong people?" And just as everyone was looking at Wang Shifeng with mixed feelings, he wore a warm smile and reached out to take the handheld megaphone Zhen Yi handed him. Yes, exactly the kind of small megaphone street vendors use. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, he placed it next to the microphone. With a beep, the pre-recorded thunderous applause flowed from the small speaker into the microphone, then amplified several times over and echoed in everyone's ears. It was almost deafening. It really was deafening. The entire venue erupted in an up. What was that all about? Sorry about that. I was worried the applause your production team had prepared wouldn't be enough, and I didn't want you guys to feel awkward, so I brought my own, and sure enough, it came in handy, Wang Shifeng said with a sincere, sunny smile as he turned off the speaker. What do you mean worried the production team hadn't prepared enough applause? Do you actually have to prepare applause? You might as well just say you've been targeted by the production team. Worried my ass about the production team feeling awkward. Isn't this embarrassing? I'm so embarrassed my scalp is tingling, for crying out loud. Wait a minute, why am I the one feeling awkward? That thought flashed through everyone's minds. Then a few people in the audience with a weird sense of humor burst out laughing, and the laughter was contagious. The whole studio erupted in laughter. The laughter instantly shattered all the previous awkwardness, and even the atmosphere in the studio became joyful. Only Fang Weiman glared at Wang Shifeng with a look that said, "What the hell? Is that even possible? Can he actually bring his own applause?" Wang Shifeng tilted head to glance at Fang Weiman, whose face was frozen in shock, and a smirk of contempt curled at the corners of his mouth. "You old dimwit, have you lost your mind? As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's you guys who will be the ones feeling awkward."
Wang Shifeng's smile was infectious. Fang Weiman instantly sensed the meaning behind it, causing his face to flush and a tightness to settle in his chest. This isn't what I pictured at all. Shouldn't this kid be kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy amid the humiliating silence? Zhang Yun clapped her hands and laughed so hard her eyes disappeared behind her smile. Sure enough, this man never failed to deliver. Yina acted like a carefree, silly girl, laughing louder than anyone else. But only after she finished laughing did she realize she probably shouldn't have been laughing. The atmosphere in the studio spiraled out of control, and the audience watching at home was equally in stitches. Having watched this show for so many years, they never imagined that a serious talk show like this could ever make them laugh. At the same time, most people had memorized the name of this witty young man. I'm planning to check out his livestream when I get the chance. The most contagious emotion in the world is joy. Often, when you see someone laughing happily, even if you don't know why they're happy, you'll still subconsciously find yourself smiling. It's just that magical. The host on stage laughed a few times too, but immediately stepped in to restore order. Teacher Wang is just as witty and humorous as the rumors say. He even brought his own applause. Did he realize he might be out to make an awkward moment? Being sarcastic again? Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly and waved his hand with a smile. Host, please don't call me teacher, that's just a nickname my fans use. How could I dare to be so presumptuous in front of 3 real teachers? These days, all sorts of characters in the entertainment industry dare to call themselves teacher. It's absolute chaos, isn't it, Teacher Fang? Fang Weiman, who was already feeling down, was called out. As the camera panned toward him, he instinctively put on a forced smile and nodded in agreement. Yes. Only after speaking did he realize, you could have just said, "Why single me out?" Do I really need you to draw attention to me on camera? Wait a minute, did that little rascal just insult me again? At that moment, the audience picked up on the sarcastic undertone in Wang Shifeng's words and couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Yi Na and Zhang Yuyan also couldn't help purse their lips and giggle, but as they laughed, they began to wonder, hadn't Wang Shifeng just insulted them along with him? Seeing Fang Weiman's sour expression, the host quickly changed the subject. Teacher Wang, you're too humble. Those who excel are worthy of being called teachers, and your display of humor alone is enough to earn you that title. We look forward to Teacher Wang bringing us even more joy in the rest of the show. The implication was clear, you're just a clown here solely to make us laugh. Wang Shifeng smiled dismissively and sat down. Seeing Wang Shifeng sit down, for some reason, Fang Weiman quietly let out a sigh of relief. Alright, now that we've formally introduced today's guests, let's kick off today's exciting program. Our first segment is couplet matching. As citizens of Xia, you're surely no strangers to couplets. They're found in almost every household and are a treasure of our outstanding traditional culture. Couplets are also known as antithesis, door couplets, spring festival couplets, pairings, and peach talismans. Beyond their beautiful symbolism, couplets primarily showcase a rich cultural heritage. The most important aspects of a couplet are symmetry and parallelism. What does symmetry mean? Heaven pairs with earth, rain with wind, the mainland with the vast sky. The host demonstrated strong foundational skills, delivering this lengthy monologue of several hundred characters entirely from memory without the slightest pause. Next, please welcome Professor Fang to present today's first question. Fang Weiman composed his expression and picked up the microphone. The host has already clearly explained the basic requirements for couplets, so I won't dwell on them. To kick things off, I'll present a 5-character couplet known as one of the timeless masterpieces. Please listen carefully. The upper line is "Smoke locks the willows by the pond." It consists of 5 characters, with each radical corresponding to one of the 5 elements cycle of mutual restraint, while also evoking a beautiful poetic atmosphere. After speaking, Fang Weiman cast a haughty glance at the crowd. Mist shrouds the willows by the pond. Each radical corresponds to the 5 elements fire, water, earth, and wood, while also evoking a poetic atmosphere. It truly is a masterpiece, the host marveled. Is there any contestant here who can come up with a matching lower couplet? The 50 contestants from all over the country looked perplexed, as they whispered among themselves, seemingly stumped by the challenge. The live audience also murmured among themselves, and the atmosphere in the entire studio gradually grew tense. Finally, the camera panned to Fang Weiman, who looked completely confident. Wang Shifeng stroked his chin, feeling somewhat puzzled. Smoke shrouds the willows by the pond was indeed a timeless masterpiece of couplet composition, but it was also a basic exercise for most couplet enthusiasts. Traditional cultural literacy in this world wasn't lacking. These contestants shouldn't have found it this difficult. Not a single one could come up with a matching line. But then he realized, so that's how the script was written. Flattery? With so many people failing to come up with a match, only for Fang Weiman to finally succeed, what a perfect way to play the part. Wang Shifeng smiled, eager to see how this act would play out. After 2 or 3 minutes of tense silence, the host said regretfully, "It seems the contestants have all been stumped. Viewers watching on your computers and TVs, if you can come up with a matching couplet, please join our live chat. If your answer is correct, you'll receive a bottle of X genetically modified blended cooking oil as a gift from Mr. Fang." Genetically modified blended oil? Many viewers who'd been watching the spectacle instinctively rubbed the tops of their heads upon hearing this. That old guy's trying to trick me. Ugh. It seems everyone is truly stumped by this timeless couplet. But don't be too upset or discouraged. After all, this is a timeless masterpiece. Let's hear if Professor Fang has a brilliant lower half to offer, the host said, first downplaying Fang Weiman's efforts before praising him. I'm not worthy. I'm but a humble scholar with limited knowledge. It took me several years of research to come up with a lower couplet that barely matches. I must say, the wisdom of the ancients truly leaves us in awe. Fang Weiman sighed modestly, then slowly continued, my lower couplet is Uduriki. I've finally figured out this timeless couplet, tell me, isn't that impressive? As soon as Fang Weiman finished reciting the lower couplet, thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the studio. Brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. The radicals actually match perfectly. And the poetic imagery is beautiful. It rolls off the tongue so smoothly. No wonder it's Teacher Fang. He can even come up with something like this. These are truly timeless couplets. Teacher Fang is bound to make a name for himself in the world of couplet composition. As for the audience watching on screen whose educational background was limited, hearing so many people on stage praise it, and seeing that the radicals did indeed match, they gave Fang Weiman a thumbs up. It's impressive enough, who cares if it's actually any good? Listening to the chaotic flattery from the contestants on stage, Wang Shifeng felt out of place if he didn't clap. So when everyone else stopped clapping, he broke into a hearty round of applause. It was jarring. As a result, everyone's eyes turned to Wang Shifeng. "What's up with you, kid?" Everyone else had already finished clapping before you started. Fang Weiman, who was basking in the praise, shot Wang Shifeng a slightly displeased look. "Sorry, I was just carefully savoring Teacher Fang's lower couplet and got a little carried away," Wang Shifeng said, keeping his composure. "Oh? Do you also think Professor Fang's lower couplet is good, Professor Wang? As far as I know, you're a highly talented poet yourself. Could you share with everyone what makes this lower couplet so good?" The host's eyes lit up as he seized the opportunity to set a trap. If Wang Shifeng spoke well of it, that would be praising Fang Weiman. If Wang Shifeng didn't say it well, it would make him look uncultured. "I'm just too clever," the host thought to himself, unable to suppress a smug smile. In an instant, everyone's eyes and cameras were once again focused on Wang Shifeng. Wang Shifeng frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "I think Professor Fang's lower couplet is good, and what makes it good is that it's a perfect match." The room fell silent at first, then people began whispering to one another in discussion. Everyone thought their ears must be playing tricks on them. This is a critique, right? But it doesn't really seem like one. What was that supposed to mean? Watching the audience in the stands, their faces a picture of bewilderment, Zhen Yai, hiding behind Wang Shifeng's chair, pressed her lips together to stifle a laugh, her shoulders trembling slightly. It's back, that inscrutable, mysterious syntax has reappeared. So it's not just me who doesn't get it, he. After a few seconds of eerie silence, the host spoke awkwardly. Professor Wang's critique was indeed very fair. "Damn it," your response fell on deaf ears. It felt as frustrating as throwing a heavy punch into a bag of cotton. "Professor Wang, so do you think you could come up with the right answer?" The host decided to cut to the chase and asked directly. "You're overestimating me. This is an absolute truth that Professor Fang spent many years researching to discover. How could I possibly match it?" Wang Shifeng waved his hand modestly. "Mr. Wang, you're being too modest. I've heard a bit about your literary talent. Your style is quite unique. Why don't you give it a try?" Fang Weiman spoke up, addressing Wang Shifeng for the first time. Instantly, the audience, who had already been following the buzz on Weibo, was buzzing with excitement. "Here it comes! Here it comes! The show is about to begin!" Wang Shifeng spread his hands in a helpless gesture. "Well then, I'll make a fool of myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Weiman raised an eyebrow. Had he taken the bait? "Kid, if you dare to take me on, I'll tear you apart." "Clown!" 6 or 7 camera angles captured Wang Shifeng deep in thought, making many middle-aged women watching at home swoon with delight. Who would have thought that such a dry cultural program could actually feature such a handsome man? After about a minute, just when everyone thought Wang Shifeng was putting on an act and wouldn't be able to come up with the answer, he spoke hesitantly. "Smoke shrouds the willows by the pond, rust clogs the range hood?" Haha, Fang Weiman trembled, and he wasn't the only one. Many others trembled too. What on earth was that? Is that even a couplet? Rust clogs the range hood, that imagery is way too realistic, isn't it? You can just picture it right away, haha. It's like going for a foot massage, finding the most out-of-the-way foot spa with the flashiest colored lights, only to walk in and realize it's actually a legitimate place. Ha 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 ha. I don't know who burst out laughing first, but it was followed by a burst of laughter from everyone. Fang Weiman was in stitches. He didn't even need to say a word. That rascal's illiteracy was laid bare. Just a clown, nothing to fear. Awesome. Amid the roaring laughter filling the hall, the camera caught Wang Shifeng smiling too, not a bitter smile, but a genuinely sunny one, as if he hadn't realized he was being mocked. This touched the hearts of many sensitive viewers. They couldn't bring themselves to laugh anymore, and some even felt a pang of sympathy. But immediately afterward, Wang Shifeng's voice rang out again, sounding a bit shy. "It seems I didn't get that one quite right. Let me try another one." Another one. "How about Hongcheng Teppanyaki?" Wang Shifeng asked shyly, triggering another round of uproarious laughter. "That doesn't seem to be going over well either. How about Bancheng Shaogoju?" Wang Shifeng spoke up again amid a sea of laughter. This time, the contestants on stage couldn't help but start mocking him. "Teacher Wang, this is a cultural couplet contest, not ordering food at a restaurant. Listen to this one. Cannon Town, Sea City Tower." As soon as the contestant finished speaking, the audience erupted in applause. Compared to Wang Shifeng's down-to-earth style, this one was clearly more cultured. Well done, my friend, I have one too. Listen up, everyone, iron stands firm on the battlefield, beacon fire blazes. Another round of cheers erupted. This one was even more imposing. I have one too, lanterns lock the branches of the clear pagoda. My turn, silver perches upon the spirit sea's mound. That lacks poetic beauty, listen to mine, Ji, Gongju and Shang. The 5 elements correspond to the 5 tones, how brilliant am I? Mine is even more beautiful. Lanterns hang low over brocaded balustrades, rippling waves. It was as if a mysterious switch had been flipped. Contestants on stage eagerly began responding to this timeless classic. And each one sounded grand and sophisticated, even better than Fang Weiman's. At first Fang Weiman was still smiling, but gradually his smile faded. The more the contestants on stage recited, the more grim his expression became. This is a timeless masterpiece, for crying out loud. You guys are just coming up with responses like this so casually. What am I supposed to do? This makes me look like a total dummy. Why don't you guys take over as the guest judge? Fang Weiman felt his blood pressure rising again, but then he suddenly caught a glimpse of Wang Shifeng smiling at him. Fang Weiman's heart skipped a beat, it almost stopped. Could it be a conspiracy? Contestant on stage was so talented that even the host was stunned. This ad-lib segment wasn't in the script at all. How was he supposed to respond? The host looked to the executive producer for help. He noticed the executive producer looked just as baffled. The host let out a long sigh of relief. Oh, so it's just a show glitch, no big deal, and it has nothing to do with me. Meanwhile, the audience, who had been grinning like fools while watching the spectacle, suddenly realized that this absolute legend wasn't quite as impressive as Fang Weiman had made him out to be. After all, so many people on stage could hold their own against him, and they were all younger than Fang Weiman. That handsome young man was especially impressive, so young, yet he managed to match 2 of them. It was a bit funny, but as the saying goes, a good couplet is good because it's well crafted. And whether you look at the radicals and components, the fluidity of the reading, or the visual imagery they evoke, they were all quite good. In an instant, quite a few people began to harbor some reservations about Fang Weiman, but these reservations were about to be completely overturned during Wang Shifeng's segment. The contestants on stage are all very talented, their couplets are excellent. I'm truly impressed, Wang Shifeng said once more. For some reason, the moment he spoke, the boisterous studio fell silent. How did he take control of the room like that? The host was baffled. After hearing the lower couplets from all of you talented poets, I realize mine were indeed a bit lacking, so I've come up with a few more, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. A few more? Do you think composing couplets is like a female fish spawning, something that just comes to mind whenever you want? I've come up with one. Silver clings to the beaker's wall, Wang Shifeng said. Everyone furrowed their brows upon hearing this. It was certainly better than the teppanyaki line from earlier, but it wasn't exactly remarkable either. In chemistry, there's a reaction called the silver mirror reaction, which corresponds to this lower couplet, Wang Shifeng explained. Huh? Can you actually apply chemistry to classical Chinese couplets? What kind of combination is this? All the humanities students were baffled, though they didn't understand it. It sounded pretty impressive. Then I thought about it some more, and there are other couplets as well, such as Rang Liu Mei Li Tao, Qin Tao Kan Kuai Zhang Jia Zuan Bo Kang Tang Kang Duo Hua Yin Yan Zhan Biao Tao Lin, Tu Biao Ling Jing Bin Yang Kao Hang Ti Po, Quan Biao Bi Kang Qian. Wang Shifeng's warm, mellow voice with its gentle rhythm swept across the entire hall like a machine gun. This really made me want to come up with another 100 million of them. Fang Weiman went from staring in utter astonishment to glaring at Wang Shifeng with venom, and later nearly bit his dentures to pieces. Grass, a plant. The clown is actually me. Comparing people leads to despair, comparing goods leads to discarding them. It's like a tree-lined path. The first time you explore it, it's full of curiosity and surprises, but the more times you walk it, the more dull and uninteresting it becomes. Although Fang Weiman initially made Smoke Locks the Willows by the Pond sound incredibly sophisticated, showcasing his literary depth and talent, however, once other contestants on stage were able to match it, the perceived value of this so-called timeless masterpiece plummeted in the eyes of the audience. Moreover, some viewers began to wonder, why was no one on stage able to come up with a lower couplet when Fang Weiman proposed it earlier? Yet after Wang Shifeng offered his lower couplet, the contestants suddenly found their creative juices flowing. What was going on? Could it be that this young man on stage has the ability to unlock others' intellectual potential? Many viewers also realized that the earlier segment might have been scripted intentionally, setting Fang Weiman up to look foolish, and consequently felt some distaste toward him. Is this what a cultured person is like? However, after Wang Shifeng's subsequent barrage of rapid-fire responses, the entire audience was completely stunned. They were truly stunned, not just by Wang Shifeng's ability to come up with dozens of lower couplets in such a short time, but by the fact that the subtitles had disappeared. The audience could only see Wang Shifeng's mouth moving on screen, and as he recited one lower couplet after another, they began to wonder, was Wang Shifeng speaking Mandarin? The pronunciation seemed to be, but why couldn't they understand what characters he was saying? Having lived for decades, the audience found themselves questioning their own Mandarin proficiency for the first time. All these years I've been speaking Mandarin, right? Even more desperate than the audience were the simultaneous subtitlers backstage. They never imagined that today would be the most grueling day of their careers. Every lower couplet Wang Shifeng recited sent shivers down their spines, their typing hands trembled slightly, yet they hesitated to type a single character. Because they truly had no idea which characters were actually in the lower couplets Wang Shifeng was reciting. "Boss, what do we do? The audience has already started protesting," shouted the employee in charge of monitoring the subtitle feedback, his forehead covered in sweat. The leader of the subtitling team was Liu Hanqing, a renowned professor of Chinese language studies in China. He had been responsible for the post-production subtitling of many major cultural programs in the country and had been teaching and working in the field for over 30 years. But today he realized just how serious the problem was. Those terms he's using must all come from the periodic table, Liu Hanqing said as he lit a cigarette and took a slow drag. Though his tone was steady, the hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. The subtitling team members all silently rolled their eyes. "No kidding. Of course we know they're from the periodic table, but there are so many homophones in there. Why don't you tell us how to sort them out?" It's hard to imagine that a young person could have such a vast repertoire of obscure vocabulary. It reminds me of a few of my colleagues who specialize in rare characters, Liu Hanqing continued, smoking leisurely, completely unfazed. Because he'd already given up on translating the damn subtitles. Boss, we know all that, but not having subtitles is a major problem. The deputy station director just called personally, said the staff member in charge of monitoring, his face a picture of despair. Liu Hanqing snorted coldly and pulled out his phone to call the station director. "Old Liu, what's going on with the subtitles? The ratings for Poetry Gala have already topped 5 today, and it's only been on the air for half an hour. If the ratings drop because of the subtitles, I'm going to hold you responsible." As soon as the call connected, Qian Changming, the deputy station director in charge of cultural programs, began laying into him. "Old Qian, what the hell are you rushing me for? If you think you can do better, go ahead and do it yourself. Are you deliberately sending someone to mess with my head?" Liu Hanqing snorted coldly. "Is this revenge because I didn't let that niece on the show last time? If I could understand a word of that, I'd have been on the show ages ago. And what do you mean by that? Do you think I'm the kind of person who holds a grudge?" Qian Changming hurriedly explained. "This young man surnamed Wang really has nothing to do with me. It was arranged by Old Fang and General Manager Shang from Tianyu Media. Who could have predicted this would happen? I get it, that old dog Fang Weiman is out to get me." Liu Hanqing narrowed his eyes, a menacing glint flashing in them. I don't think so. From what I can tell, Old Fang doesn't seem to be having an easy time of it either," Qian Changming said hesitantly. Hearing this, Liu Hanqing glanced at the camera feed of Fang Weiman and saw that his face was ashen, as if he'd swallowed a bitter pill. "No matter who's trying to screw me over, I can't take on this subtitling job." "Then what are we going to do?" Qian Changming panicked. "The ratings are still skyrocketing, and there's plenty of buzz. I think we can break the premiere record, but going without subtitles would be disastrous. We're a cultural program after all." "A cultural program without subtitles? That doesn't make sense, does it? After all, everyone's here to learn about culture, but if the teacher just lectures without writing anything on the board, that's not really going to cut it. Why don't we just skip this part? This guy can't possibly have that many obscure characters coming up later." Liu Hanqing was ready to slack off. "No way. We're the flagship of domestic cultural programs, so many people are watching with envy. If we skip this, what will the audience think of us? Besides, everyone's curious about how these couplets are written. How can you just skip it?" Qian Changming immediately objected. This would be a major live broadcast mishap and he'd be the one taking the blame. Besides, he was also quite curious about what characters Wang Shifeng had used in those lower couplets. "Well, there's no other choice, we'll just have to ask for help," Liu Hanqing shrugged. Ask who? Is there anyone in the country more talented than you? Qian Changming was taken aback. There are plenty who are better than me, isn't there? One right up there on stage, Liu Hanqing sighed. Qian Changming fell silent for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed. But then he thought to himself, if even you Liu Hanqing aren't ashamed, what do I have to be afraid of? The spacious studio was eerily quiet. Ding Lai Kan Tai Hong, Long Quan Dian Qishong, Qian Fu Kiao Huai Lu, Fen Xiao Xilu Song Jin Liang Chu Mo Ying. Only Wang Shifeng's voice echoed through the hall like a gentle breeze. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like dynamite. With every lower couplet he recited, everyone felt as if their ears had been blown apart, leaving their temples throbbing. The audience had completely lost track of how many lower couplets Wang Shifeng had actually matched, let alone how many he still had left. At that moment, everyone had the same thought. Teacher, please stop. If you keep going, we'll all go crazy. The contestants on stage were even more dumbfounded. They barely had time to refute him because they had no idea what words Wang Shifeng was even reciting. But they knew one thing for sure. This young teacher Wang was truly incredible. Even if these lower couplets made no sense at all, his command of such obscure vocabulary was something they could never hope to match. Could this guy be the reincarnation of the first emperor of the Ming dynasty? As for Wang Shifeng himself, he was like a ruthless Puri reciting machine, but he had no intention of stopping, because with every lower couplet he recited, his healing energy skyrocketed. What a fantastic opportunity to strike it rich, one not to be missed. Composing couplets, isn't it just a matter of matching the tonal patterns with verbs and nouns? He just did a quick search for all the Chinese characters with the 5 elements radical, then filled in the blanks. As for combinations and permutations, anyone with 2 hands can do it. As for literary merit, I'm just a ruthless couplet-making machine, not a poet. It's none of my damn business. Just as Wang Shifeng was happily composing couplets, someone tapped his arm, interrupting his flow of inspiration. He turned his head, furrowing his brow, and saw a shiny, bald head with a grin that looked worse than a cry. Whoa, isn't that the big idiot? Could it be that Fang Weiman is already preparing to exploit my weaknesses? Excuse me, Teacher Wang, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but your level of erudition is so high that the vocabulary you're using is too obscure. This has made it impossible for our subtitling team to add subtitles, and our viewers can't understand what's being said. So could you please tell us how to write the lower half of these couplets? The bald assistant director held up his clipboard, trying his best to make his smile seem sincere and his tone as humble as possible, hoping to elicit some sympathy from Wang Shifeng. The bald assistant director's voice rang out clearly during the live broadcast, reaching the ears of tens of millions of viewers and instantly causing widespread astonishment. Even the subtitle team can't handle it, then who can? Oh, is that so? Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow, momentarily forgetting that this was a TV show, not his own live stream, and that subtitles were required. Sorry about that. I didn't expect the production team to have failed to prepare not only applause but also subtitles, so I'll have to bring my own. Wang Shifeng muttered under his breath as he took the clipboard. Actually, his voice wasn't very loud under normal circumstances, it wouldn't have been picked up, but the studio was so quiet that his words came through crystal clear to tens of millions of viewers. Instantly, the production crew's faces turned ashen, and they were mortified. Viewers watching the broadcast at home burst out laughing. The audience members and extras in the studio initially tried to stifle their laughter, but eventually couldn't hold it in and burst into laughter once more. Once again, a joyful atmosphere filled the studio and the audience area. Fang Weiman's face turned green as he glared darkly at Wang Shifeng. That brat is running wild, it infuriates me. Yet he didn't dare utter a word, even seeming somewhat afraid that the camera might pan to him. Wang Shifeng quickly wrote the lower couplets he had mentioned on his clipboard. The subtitle team deliberately arranged all these lower couplets in a row and presented them to the audience in a single shot. First impression, unfamiliar. These didn't look like the Chinese characters they were familiar with. Second impression, neat and orderly. Line by line, every radical was one of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Looking at the neatly arranged couplets, the audience was stunned to realize that not only was their Mandarin not very good, but they didn't even recognize the Chinese characters anymore. Apart from recognizing the radicals, they couldn't make heads or tails of the rest. What on earth is this? Not only was the audience in an uproar, but the contestants on stage were even more shocked. It turned out that these couplets were actually all meticulously structured according to tonal patterns and radical components. Terrifying. Teacher Wang, you're truly a genius. The host managed to squeeze out a compliment, as if he'd swallowed a fly's droppings, just to keep the conversation going. Hold on a moment. While Teacher Wang's couplets are perfectly structured, they fail to match in terms of poetic imagery. A contestant spoke up in objection clearly, a loyal sycophant of Fang Weiman. Hearing this, Fang Weiman's face lit up and he shot the sycophant an approving glance. "Young man, you've got a bright future ahead of you. Come report to my office after the show." Upon receiving Fang Weiman's hint, the contestant's confidence soared instantly as if a broad, smooth path lay right before him. "Poetic atmosphere, you say?" Wang Shifeng smiled and glanced at the genius on stage. Which aspect of the poetic atmosphere does this contestant find lacking? "I think none of them are good. For example, that lead float tank broken furnace, what on earth is that?" The contestant snapped arrogantly. "Do you know what it means?" Wang Shifeng asked. "Of course I do. Is the traditional character for broken, and is the traditional character for furnace. Put them together and it's a broken furnace. The whole phrase means lead floating in a broken furnace," the contestant sneered. Hearing this, the audience also felt it lacked a certain depth and didn't evoke a particularly pleasant feeling. Their initial sense of anticipation and awe had diminished considerably. "You're wrong," Wang Shifeng said with a warm smile. "The character doesn't just mean broken, it's also pronounced pe and is synonymous with a clay body. And doesn't just mean stove, it also refers to fire. Put these two characters together, and it means a clay body fired in the furnace." After Wang Shifeng finished explaining, everyone was astonished. It was the first time they'd realized that, in traditional Chinese characters, I and E were actually the same character. Moreover, with this explanation, the image of a clay form being fired in the furnace instantly came to life, evoking a vivid sense of atmosphere and even a certain beauty. But Wang Shifeng's next words made everyone realize they'd been surprised a bit too soon. A lead flotation cell doesn't mean lead in a cell. Rather, it refers to lead zinc or flotation technology. Many people may not be familiar with this technology, but it is a crucial metallurgical process in industry. Without it, we wouldn't be able to produce many of the metallurgical materials we use today, which would directly impact construction and people's livelihoods. This technology was developed through the tireless efforts of countless Chinese researchers working day and night, dedicating decades of hard work, and passing it down from one generation to the next. Wang Shifeng slowly rose to his feet, gazing at the contestant with his haughty expression, his eyes filled with sorrow. What this means is that, in the process of mastering lead zinc or flotation technology, our researchers were like clay being fired in a kiln, repeatedly refined and tested until they finally earned the good life you enjoy today. Behind every metal product you now enjoy lies an immeasurable amount of hard work and sacrifice. Every year, countless researchers lose their lives on the job due to radiation and accidents. Without them, you wouldn't be able to ride in cars, live in high-rises, or use cell phones. We wouldn't even be able to create that mushroom. Do you know any of this? You don't know, and you don't care, because you only care about yourself, and your so-called artistic vision. Wang Shifeng's voice carried the sorrow and resentment of someone frustrated by others' apathy. Every word was laced with anguish, every note tinged with despair, and tears even glistened faintly in his eyes. His impassioned speech resounded like a great bell, thundering in everyone's ears. In an instant, the spirit was elevated to a higher plane. Many people envisioned scenes of countless researchers working day and night by the furnaces, silently dedicating themselves to the nation's metallurgical cause. Many had been filled with passion while listening to the first half of his speech, and when Wang Shifeng later said, "You only care about yourself," it struck a deep emotional chord, bringing tears to their eyes. This made them realize what true, sublime artistic vision truly is. At the same time, they felt nothing but contempt for this contestant who had challenged the couplet, as well as for those who had recited couplets earlier. Compared to Professor Wang's poetic vision, your verses are nothing but meaningless ramblings. They're nothing but flashy, empty romanticism. Pa! As for that clever contestant, he looked utterly ashamed, yet also a bit reluctant to accept defeat. Can this pair be explained that way? Darn it, if I'd known, I would have taken chemistry in school. Flotation technology for lead zinc ores, that sounds both cutting edge and awesome. At that moment, the looks everyone cast at Wang Shifeng were filled with respect and admiration. Only someone so responsible and well-educated truly deserves to be called a teacher. Fang Weiman, what on earth was that? Instantly, everyone in the studio spontaneously rose to their feet and applauded a round of applause that went on and on. It wasn't just for Wang Shifeng, who was bathed in the spotlight of the laser lights and radiating an aura of brilliance. It was also a gesture of respect for those unsung, anonymous researchers whose names they didn't even know. Amid the thunderous applause that seemed to shake the roof, the grief and indignation on Wang Shifeng's face gave way to relief, and he silently wiped the sweat from the corner of his brow. Damn, I'm just too damn good. I actually managed to pull that off. Sure enough, reading a lot has its benefits and you can't just focus on one subject. Otherwise, you'd end up like that bunch of clueless idiots on stage who've hit a knowledge blind spot. They can't even open their mouths. You know nothing, and you don't care because you only care about yourself. These words echoed in everyone's minds like a thunderous judgment, lingering long after they were spoken. Once they understood the noble meaning behind this lower couplet, they began to feel ashamed and reflect on themselves, realizing just how shallow and selfish they had been. Looking back at the handsome young man in the frame, he touched the tip of his eyebrow and returned to his usual self. He must have been wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye just now. What a noble, erudite, and handsome young man he was. His gaze was intense, brimming with reverence for the researchers. His expression was defiant, born of his contempt for the good-for-nothings on stage. His posture was as sturdy as a pine tree, embodying a spirit of neither servility nor arrogance. What a Wang Shifeng. What a handsome young man. I'm a diehard fan now. Many emotional and impulsive viewers were instantly swept up in the excitement and decided they'd be Wang Shifeng's diehard fans from now on. So they're ready to look him up right now. What exactly does Wang Shifeng do? So they opened up various search engines and social media platforms to look up information about Wang Shifeng. Livestream host. A unique. A master of sweet nothing. A master at breaking hearts. A warm, comforting guy. The CEO's little puppy. The destroyer of negativity. And so on and so forth. Through a series of labels, the image of that handsome young man takes shape in their minds, becoming more three-dimensional and well-rounded. Wait, did something weird slip in there? Oh well, never mind, with a guy this great, it's hard not to fall for him. Just like most of the fans who've fallen head over heels for him. Inside the Jiaxi headquarters building, many people were also searching for information on Wang Shifeng. Take Qian Changming, the deputy station director in charge of cultural programming, for example. He's already planning to take Wang Shifeng out to dinner after the show to see if he's thinking of switching jobs. Meanwhile, savvy individuals like Liu Hanqing, the head of the subtitling team, had already called their former principal to report the discovery of a rare genius in Chinese culture and recommend hiring him immediately. Although he knew full well that Wang Shifeng's explanation of artistic conception was utter nonsense, he valued Wang Shifeng's talent and potential even more. If such an engaging individual were to promote the somewhat dry and obscure knowledge of Han culture to the general public, perhaps enrollment in next year's Han culture program, a niche major, would no longer be a concern. A powerful tool for the admissions brochure. Meanwhile, in the studio, the spontaneous applause from the audience of extras continued unabated. In that moment, they had forgotten the earlier warnings from Fang Weiman's team. They were caught up in the moment, their blood was boiling. They refused to be reduced to selfish, shameless maggots, and they refused to act as accomplices to the beasts on stage. So they rebelled. Zheng Yuan leaned to one side, propping her head in her hand, watching Wang Shifeng, full of vigor under the spotlight, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth that she didn't even notice herself. Fang Weiman trembled amid the thunderous applause, not from fear, but from sheer rage. You've gone too far, you've gone too far. I told you to embarrass Wang Shifeng, not to cheer him on. You bunch of turncoats, you're all fired. Don't bother coming back next time. Fang Weiman clutched his chest and turned to find his agent, Old Li, instructing him to bring in a new batch of extras for tomorrow's show. But when he turned around, he saw that his agent, Old Li, was clapping with tears in his eyes. Judging by the intensity, his hands were probably red from clapping. Damn it. Are you fucking rebelling too? Under Fang Weiman's icy glare, Old Li shuddered and sheepishly tucked his reddened hand behind his back. Oh no, why won't this hand listen to me? Fang Weiman sadly averted his gaze and looked over at Yi Ne on the other side. Just as expected, that ditzy girl was clapping too. A tinge of melancholy and helplessness welled up in Fang Weiman's heart as he recalled a famous line from Lai Bai's poetry. I draw my sword and look around, my heart filled with bewilderment. There's not a single person I can rely on. Fang Weiman steeled his resolve. Relying on anyone was no better than relying on himself. Couldn't he handle a petty thug like this? So he spoke a few words to the host through his in-ear monitor. The host on stage, who had been completely bewildered, heard the instructions and shot Fang Weiman a steadfast glance, his eyes brimming with determination. Don't worry, Professor Fang, I won't betray you. Everyone, calm down, calm down. The host shouted at the top of his lungs to regain control of the situation. Finally, with the power of the microphone, he managed to quell the agitated audience. Teacher Wang's explanation was truly spot on and admirable. But let's not forget that today's theme is couplets. This was just one of the questions. There are even more exciting ones waiting for you later. Now please welcome Teacher Fang to comment on Teacher Wang's couplet. Commentary, as if you're qualified. Instantly, some audience members who had turned against him began to boo. Wang Shifeng narrowed his eyes and glanced at Fang Weiman, knowing full well that the old man was up to no good. Fang Weiman showed no sign of embarrassment. Without batting an eye, he picked up the microphone. Professor Wang's lower couplet is indeed ingenious. Contrasting the present with the past, that's truly unheard of. It seems he must have devoted many years to his studies. When he said earlier that he didn't understand couplets, he was probably just being modest. The moment he opened his mouth, his tone was as sarcastic as ever. "Teacher Fang, please don't laugh at me. I just came up with that off the cuff. I haven't really studied it," Wang Shifeng said with a light chuckle. "Off the cuff? You just came up with dozens of lower couplets right off the bat. You're making me look like a total loser." "Professor Wang, you're being too modest. Excessive modesty is just another form of pride," Fang Weiman retorted with another sarcastic jab. "Why don't we have a friendly competition?" "I'd be happy to give it a try," Wang Shifeng said with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, looking gentle and refined. "Then listen carefully to my opening couplet, Professor Wang," Fang Weiman snorted coldly. "Two apes chop wood deep in the mountains. How dare a little monkey try to saw along?" This was a clearly sarcastic pun, insulting Wang Shifeng by calling him a little monkey who didn't know his place. How could he possibly be worthy of composing couplets with him? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Shifeng replied, "A donkey's hoof is stuck in the mud. How could an old villain possibly set a challenge?" Whoa. The studio immediately in applause. Even audience members who weren't very familiar with couplets could tell what was going on. That was an even more direct retort. "Teacher Wang is truly amazing." Fang Weiman's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected such a blunt retort. "I was just mocking you as a little monkey, and you went and called me an old villain. Is that polite? Listen to my upper couplet, oil-dipped candle. A single heart within the flame, fire in the heart," Fang Weiman said coldly, reciting a somewhat cultured upper couplet. "I'll provide the lower couplet, a paper lantern with many eyes on its rim, yet no pearls in those eyes," Wang Shifeng said with a harmless smile. "Ha ha!" Zhang Yuyan burst out laughing, sparking another round of laughter from the audience. Amid the crowd's laughter and merriment, Fang Weiman felt particularly lonely. Fang Weiman's expression grew even more grim as he shot Zhang Yuyan a menacing glare. "You little brat, just wait until the show's over. I'll have a little chat with your father." "To bully the older when young is called sharp," Fang Weiman murmured. "This is a character deconstruction couplet. I hope Teacher Wang can come up with a perfectly balanced response. You know what a character deconstruction couplet is, right?" Fang Weiman raised the difficulty once again. A character deconstruction couplet involves breaking down Chinese characters and matching them in a symmetrical way. His couplet took the character Jian and split it into Xiao, Xiao, and Dao, Da. Wang Shifeng rubbed his nose and laughed heartily. "A foolish dog claiming to be a king is nothing but madness. Dog bus king mad." Brilliant! Not only does it match perfectly, but it's also an insult. The audience burst into enthusiastic applause once more. It didn't matter if the couplet was technically correct, the sheer joy of insulting that old dog was enough. Fang Weiman's eyes widened and his blood pressure shot up again. "Young man, you have no sense of martial ethics. I didn't even take a dig at you, so how dare you insult me?" For some reason, he felt a bit wronged. "Teacher Wang, you truly are a master of couplet composition. I'm deeply impressed." Fang Weiman realized that Wang Shifeng was indeed a man of substance and decided to adjust his strategy. "However, I feel these couplets aren't quite up to par. They lack the wit of your earlier response, which so skillfully contrasted the present with the past. Would you like to hear something fresh, Professor Fang?" "That's no problem." Wang Shifeng's lips curled into a slightly mischievous smile. Seeing that Wang Shifeng had taken the bait, Fang Weiman was delighted. He'd studied couplets for so many years and understood many of the formulas, but adding fresh, original imagery was difficult because ancient couplets drew their meaning from classical texts, whereas modern culture had a much smaller audience, making it easy to expose flaws. "Well then, Professor Wang, listen up. King Linku, by the blacksmith, forges a red furnace, burns black charcoal, sits and watches the south and north fight over the east and west." Fang Weiman opened with a long couplet, one based on Lai Bai's upper line, which follows the rule of color in the front, direction in the back. Wang Shifeng pondered for a moment. In the Milky Way, the Black Widow, accompanied by the Green Fat Man, clad in red armor, Thanos sweeps away thugs and fights organized crime. No sooner had he finished than the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and chatter. "Wow! Teacher Wang is amazing. He actually used Marvel characters to compose a couplet." I'm blown away, the theme just clicks instantly. It's way better than Fang Wyman's. Awesome, awesome. Black Widow is the best. Thanos cracking down on thugs and eliminating evil, that's hilarious. It even makes me want to call the police. That banner must be Harmonious Society. Fang Wyman was baffled. What on earth was that supposed to mean? He could follow the first part, it had a sexual innuendo, but what was the second part all about? Why are these extras so excited? Why weren't you guys this enthusiastic when you were praising me just now? Did I pay you guys too little? Teacher Wang, I'm afraid I don't quite understand this couplet. Fang Wyman decided to play the old man and feign ignorance. Well, I suppose Teacher Fang would find this even harder to understand. Carbon as the base, hydrogen for reduction, chlorine dissolved, oxygen to aid combustion, and using benzene to produce phenol formaldehyde resin. Wang Shifeng beamed. Whether they understood it or not. The audience cheered. That's the real deal. Chemistry is the best. Damn it, here we go again? I can't keep up with these obscure characters. Fang Wyman was momentarily stumped. I won't push Professor Fang too hard, you should be able to understand this one, right? Without waiting for Fang Wyman to speak, Wang Shifeng continued. Sautéed pork kidney, skewered liver slices, sliced pork lung, grilled sparrow hearts, roasted birds, stewed turtles, and the battle of the dragon and tiger. Instantly, the entire audience burst into laughter once more. Everyone could understand this, it was just a list of dishes. Unlike most of the audience, Liu Hanqing smiled to himself as he worked on the subtitles. In his eyes, this level of wordplay wasn't anything out of the ordinary, but he realized just how sharp-tongued this kid Wang Shifeng really was. The last two lines, the first mocked Fang Wyman's lack of chemistry knowledge, while the second mocked him for being nothing but a glutton and a good-for-nothing. TSK. That old dog Fang probably won't get off easy today. Not just in the entertainment industry, even in the literary world, his reputation is likely to be in tatters. Interesting, so interesting. Liu Hanqing's gaze toward Wang Shifeng grew increasingly envious. After all, Fang Wyman was a man of letters. He naturally knew he'd been berated by Wang Shifeng again, but he found it incredibly difficult to refute the accusations. Feeling as if his blood pressure was about to burst through his skull, Fang Wyman realized this wouldn't do. He instantly signaled to the few lackeys he'd planted on stage. Save me, just save me. The lackeys on stage had already been intimidated by Wang Shifeng's earlier tirade, terrified that they'd end up as humiliated as that smart Alec who'd stuck his neck out earlier. But they were also worried about their own futures. They weren't like the extras in the audience, they still relied on Fang Wyman to get by in the industry. Finally, one contestant steeled himself and spoke up. Teacher Wang, I think you're being a bit unfair. Teacher Fang is getting on in years. He doesn't understand a lot of modern references. Teacher Fang asked for this himself. There's nothing I can do, Wang Shifeng said, looking at the contestant with a warm smile. If Teacher Fang doesn't get it, do you? For some reason, the moment Wang Shifeng's gaze landed on him, the contestant felt his chances had vanished. I'll give it a try, the contestant said, having backed himself into a corner. Please enlighten me, Wang Shifeng nodded. Boating on West Lake, carrying a tin kettle. The tin kettle falls into West Lake. Alas for the tin kettle. No sooner had the contestant opened his mouth than he recited another classic couplet by Su Shi. That's a homophone couplet. Studying physics is like being in a fog. Seeing physics through the fog, don't bother with physics. Wang Shifeng fired back instantly. Oh my god! This exclamation didn't come from the audience but from the contestant himself. Unfortunately, unlike Wang Shifeng, he didn't know much about Chinese proverbs, so he could only say good heavens to express his surprise. If it had been Wang Shifeng, he would have said, "This is so perfectly balanced, it's like taking perfectly balanced to get sterilized, it's fucking perfectly balanced." Not satisfied? I've got more. Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. Studying real analysis requires careful discernment. Real analysis is hard to discern, so study it 10 times over. His words sparked another wave of excited cheers, especially from the students who understood math. A nightmare was about to begin. Zhang Yuan was just as excited. It wasn't that the lower couplet had struck a chord with her, it was Wang Shifeng's "I've got more." It truly sent a shiver down her spine. She still hadn't recovered from yesterday's stress reaction. Zhang Yuyan couldn't help but shoot Wang Shifeng a glare of shame and annoyance. "It's all your fault." The first sycophant retreated in shame amid the audience's boos. "Useless, they're all useless." Fang Wyman puffed out his cheeks and glared, threatening the next lackey. "Teacher Wang, my answer is a numerical match," the second contestant said, raising his hand with a long face. "A peddler, 1 shoulder pole and 2 baskets, 3 or 4 in a group, 5 or 6 accomplices, 7 mouths, 8 tongues, 9 in, 10 out." He's walked through spring, sold through summer, drifted through autumn, and drifted through winter, selling goods from south to north who knows for how many years. Stowe 10 kills 9 deaths, 8 slashes 7 assaults, 5 or 6 finishing blows, 3 or 4 assists, 1 blow 2 dispersals, skip Q dodge E, rush through R, smash buoy the wind, forest fire, mountain source plan. Just have fun, Wang Sheng chuckled softly. The entire crowd erupted in an uproar. Some thought it was a fusion of Eastern and Western styles. Awesome. Others felt that joy was as free as the wind, always by their side. Fang Weiman was grinding his teeth in frustration. Although he didn't understand a word, he knew that the bigger the audience reaction, the better Wang Shifeng was performing. Damn it, this is driving me crazy. Why? The third sycophant spoke up eagerly. I am like the welcoming pine on the cliffs of Huangshan, a floating duckweed carried by the wind like a speck of dust. My roots grow deeper, anchoring themselves firmly in the earth. You're like a toad at the bottom of Greenwater Lake, drifting with the current while gazing at swans licking away diligently, spiraling toward the heavens. Wang Shifeng chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, the contestant burst into tears, feeling wronged. It's not fair, why did he start cursing at me right off the bat? The fourth sycophant refused to say a word, no matter how fiercely Fang Weiman glared at. So let him glare, it's better than making a fool of himself in front of tens of millions of viewers. After all, if you offend Fang Weiman, you can just switch careers and still survive. But if you offend Wang Shifeng here, you'll probably have to another planet. The contestant on stage looked around nervously, while the audience below laughed non-stop. The studio was once again filled with a joyful atmosphere. Seeing that no one was speaking up, Wang Shifeng, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, scanned the remaining 40-odd contestants on stage and casually uttered 3 words. Anyone else? Anyone else? Although it was just 3 short words, they instilled an inexplicable sense of pressure in everyone's hearts. Viewers watching on TV and on their screens were also stirred by these 3 words, their spirits soaring with a sense of boldness, eager to take their place. That kind of arrogant dominance and confidence, it's just so satisfying. No wonder he's the idol I decided to root for just 10 minutes ago. I love him. But for the contestants on stage, it was a completely different experience. After Wang Shifeng uttered those 3 words, it was as if a wild gust of wind swept across the stage, laced with a domineering arrogance that left them gasping for breath. He dominated the entire venue. No one dared to meet his gaze. They either bent over to tie their shoelaces or looked around nervously. They were terrified that Wang Shifeng, seated in the guest section, would spot them, call them out, and then beat them down and humiliate them like a target. Wah, we're just here to be on the show, to play the cute little ones and kiss up to that old dog Fang Weiman, not to end up in a mental institution. That old dog Fang, if he's the one who provoked you, take it out on him. Why are you picking on us minions? This is just bullying. The contestants on stage, keeping their heads down and looking meek, were filled with resentment and grievances. They were genuinely terrified of Wang Shifeng. Now this young man was far too sharp. It seemed as if the moment he opened his mouth, he could inflict serious damage on them. Where did this demon come from? Being educated is scary enough, but what's even scarier is being able to use that education to cut straight to the heart. It's like doubling the magic damage, you know. And every attack is a lethal dose. The contestants, seething but unable to speak out, felt stifled. They wanted to fight back but dared not. Finally, in a moment of clarity, they seemed to pinpoint the root of the problem. One by one, they turned to glare at Fang Weiman. You old dog, why did you go and pick a fight with him for no reason? Feeling dozens of furious stares from the stage, Fang Weiman shuddered. A revolt? A revolt? You bunch of lackeys, you've turned against me too. All of you get the hell out tomorrow. Don't ever come on the show again. Bunch of good-for-nothings. Fang Weiman, both furious and startled, glanced at the haughty Wang Shifeng. An idea suddenly struck him. It seems this kid's skill with couplet matching is truly extraordinary. But composing couplets is just a petty, opportunistic trick it's not worth mentioning. True cultural depth lies in classical poetry. Watch me turn the tide and show you uneducated, uncultured commoners what I'm made of. What the hell do you call that culture? Deciding to change tactics, Fang Weiman cleared his throat twice, once again drawing everyone's attention to himself. The audience was somewhat surprised to see the camera cut back to Fang Weiman. This old guy had already been torn to shreds. He'd even suffered a humiliating defeat in the round-robin match, and yet, he was still trying to court disaster? Is he a masochist? The live audience, however, was getting excited. As veteran actors themselves, they knew Fang Weiman was about to stir things up again. It was as if they could already picture him getting thoroughly trounced by Wang Shifeng once more. Old Fang, try a little harder. Keep making a fool of yourself, keep dancing. Fang Weiman froze when he saw the eager gazes of the audience fixed on him. In their eyes, he seemed to see encouragement and support, which inexplicably warmed his heart. Sure enough, you guys do have a conscience after all. Inspired, Fang Weiman suddenly felt a surge of confidence, and his voice took on a note of conviction. Teacher Wang's couplet is indeed a bit of a surprise to this old man. Surprise? Recalling how he'd looked like he was about to have a stroke from the sarcasm just moments ago, the audience nodded thoughtfully. It really does seem to be an accident. Please don't laugh at me, Teacher Fang. I was just speaking off the cuff. Anyone who can read can do it, it's nothing to write home about, Wang Shifeng said with a modest smile. Hearing this, the audience's admiration for him grew even more. What a humble and admirable young man, neither arrogant in victory nor discouraged in defeat. However, the contestants on stage and Fang Weiman felt slightly offended by his remark. Anyone who can read is qualified? Are you implying that we're all illiterate? Couplets certainly aren't exactly highbrow, Fang Weiman snorted coldly. I recall that you, Teacher Wang, also write poetry, right? So you must have some knowledge of poetry and verse. You should remember that you were criticizing me on Weibo just this morning, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. What's wrong with you, young man? How can you bring personal grudges like this out into the open like this? This will make viewers who aren't online think I'm a bad person. Fang Weiman glared in exasperation. The live audience burst into laughter once again. They never expected Wang Shifeng to bring this up so directly. According to the unwritten rules of this industry, no matter what private grudges exist online, they must never be aired publicly because most TV viewers simply don't care about online disputes. This is a difference in audience demographics, something every industry faces. That's why most public figures maintain two distinct personas, one for television and one for online media, and these personas often clash, because the platforms are fundamentally different. For example, Fang Weiman's on TV persona is that of an intellectual erudite, well-informed, and a role model. Online, however, he is known as a defender of traditional culture and a critic of classical poetry culture, among other labels. But Wang Shifeng has actually broken this rule. For Fang Weiman's TV fans, this is tantamount to shattering the fourth wall. Criticism? Fang Weiman criticizing Wang Shifeng, why? It wasn't just the audience who was puzzled. The head of the Poetry Conference production team was also taken aback. Director, won't this have a major impact on Teacher Fang's public image? The executive director of Poetry Grand Assembly asked Deputy Director Qian Changming with a look of surprise and concern. Although Poetry Conference was Xiaguo's premier cultural program, Qian Changming rarely attended live broadcasts in person after all. He oversaw over a dozen shows. If he were to personally oversee every single one, he'd work himself to death. But today was different. He had to come down in person, because 43 minutes into the broadcast, the ratings had already surpassed 7. What does that mean? It means that out of the country's 1.6 billion viewers, at least 100 million were watching. Although it hadn't yet surpassed the show's all-time high of 9%, Qian Changming had a hunch that today, it would break the viewership record for cultural programs set over the past decade. And he knew even better that such high ratings were primarily due to the surprise delivered by that young man on stage. If they could reach over 10%, they'd claim the national ratings crown, surpassing the rival network's variety show switching headquarters. Thinking of how he'd been overshadowed for so many years, Qian Changming clenched his fists silently. This time, he was determined to prove himself once and for all. Image. What image do you think he has left? Qian Chang's expression remained impassive, and his tone betrayed no emotion. But the executive producer listened with a pounding heart. What did those words mean? Fang Weiman was the backbone of Poetry Conference. Nearly half of the show's creative team consisted of his people. His public image and persona directly influenced the show's ratings and the quality of its future content. TV ratings have been dropping year after year. There's no doubt this isn't just due to the impact of online programming, but also to the stagnation of content and style, as well as viewer fatigue. It's time for some fresh blood and new faces to appear on the small screen, Qian Changming sighed as if talking to himself. The executive producer, however, felt a chill run down his spine. If someone else had said this, he would have brushed it off as a joke, but coming from a heavyweight of Qian Changming's stature, the implications were entirely different. The executive producer cast a shifty glance at Wang Shifeng in the guest seating area on stage. A storm is brewing in the television industry. Wang Shifeng had always been a straightforward man. No matter who he had a grudge against, he preferred to settle the score on the spot. If there wasn't an opportunity, he'd create one just to settle the score. Otherwise, why would he even be here on this show? For some healing energy? Of course, positive energy is important too, but what matters more is teaching Fang Weiman a lesson. Don't go around pontificating online for no reason. The internet is such a treacherous place. Do you really think you can handle it? I wouldn't call it criticism, I just wanted to seek guidance from teacher Wang on the refined art of poetry, Fang Weiman said with a stiff expression. It took him a while to compose himself before he managed to force a smile. You little punk, you brought this on yourself. Don't blame me for not going easy on you. First you ruined my reputation, then you cost me my job, and now you're trying to flip my desk. I'll fight you to the bitter end. I wouldn't dare. I saw that Professor Fang criticized my writing online, calling it utter nonsense that can't even be called poetry or verse. So, if I may be so bold, what exactly is poetry and verse? Wang Shifeng asked with a smile. So-called poetry is the most important form, medium, and spirit within Han culture. It expresses emotions or reveals one's innermost thoughts through the beauty of Chinese vocabulary, using strict rhythm, concise phrasing, and structure to ultimately compose exquisite verses. When it came to his field of expertise, Fang Weiman began to speak eloquently, nodding his head and swaying slightly. He certainly had the air of a true teacher. Many in the audience found his words quite convincing. Experience really does count. They couldn't help but worry a little about Wang Shifeng. He was so young. Could he really understand all this? Wang Shifeng watched Fang Weiman's performance with a warm smile playing at the corners of his mouth. But teacher Wang's poems are all written in plain speech, with no rhythm whatsoever, no structure, and some rather crude word choices. They certainly can't be called poetry. True classical poetry must be written in classical Chinese. Take, for example, that poem circulating widely online, "It's nothing but I love you" over and over again. It's far too explicit. Just think of the terrible influence it would have on minors who hear it. As Fang Weiman spoke, he launched into a righteous critique. Playing the blame game, I can do that too. Hearing him say this, many parents watching at home with children furrowed their brows. Indeed, it's a bit inappropriate, isn't it? If children were to hear poetry like this, wouldn't it lead to early romance? That won't do. Early romance is a serious matter that can ruin a person's whole life. Instantly, many viewers began to side with Fang Weiman, sending text messages or posting comments in the live chat to join in the criticism. But what they didn't realize was that the little kids they were thinking of might actually understand more than they do. Fang Weiman is a very shrewd guy. He deliberately avoided discussing the content of To the Oak Tree, instead focusing his criticism on the elements most likely to raise viewers' suspicions and provoke their disapproval. If this were back on the original planet, he'd definitely be a marketing genius, or at the very least, a success coach extraordinaire. After hearing this, the live audience clenched their fists, holding their breath in anxiety for Wang Shifeng. They cursed under their breath at how shameless this old fox was. How could he take things out of context like that? Wang Shifeng chuckled lightly. In that case, shall we discuss each point one by one? Then the production team can hold a vote to see which side gets more support. Fang Weiman raised an eyebrow smugly. Fine, you ask, and I'll answer. The use of answer here was quite clever. It instantly reduced Wang Shifeng to the position of a student seeking guidance from a teacher. Wang Shifeng neither confirmed nor denied it. Teacher Fang, you just said that classical Chinese is more precise and concise, while vernacular Chinese is crude and explicit. How can you prove that? Then let me teach you, Fang Weiman replied. He had originally planned to use Wang Shifeng's poem To the Oak Tree as an example, but upon second thought, he realized he couldn't give the enemy free publicity. He swallowed the words before they left his mouth and chose a different example instead. Take, for instance, the 7-step poem that we've all studied. Boiling beans to make soup, straining soybeans to extract juice. The bean stalks burn beneath the cauldron, while the beans weep within it. We were born from the same root, why such urgency in boiling us together? In just 30 characters, it vividly depicts the scene and atmosphere of brothers turning against one another. If you were to write that in vernacular Chinese, you'd need at least a short essay, wouldn't you? After saying this, Fang Weiman shot Wang Shifeng a contemptuous glance. The audience watching on TV instantly recognized the poem. They had all studied it, and when combined with the legend of the 7-step poem behind it, they felt an even deeper connection to the verse. We share the same roots, why such fierce strife between us? These 10 characters are truly both beautiful and heart-wrenching. Such a poetic atmosphere simply couldn't be conveyed in plain, everyday language. Wang Shifeng, however, chuckled lightly. Since Professor Fang used this poem as an example, I'll rewrite it in plain language. Viewers, please compare the two for yourselves. I'll do it in just 20 characters. 20 characters. This poem just depicts a mood. It also features a visual conflict at the beginning, It's the combination of the two that creates this heart-wrenching effect. To use plain language and just 20 characters to depict this scene of siblings turning against each other and the inner turmoil it evokes, that's impossible. It wasn't just Fang Weiman, even the audience was buzzing with murmurs. Wang Shifeng ignored the murmurs from the audience and spoke out loudly. Boiling beans with their stalks, the beans cry out in the pot. We share the same father, why must you kill me? As soon as Wang Shifeng began speaking, everyone listened intently, carefully counting the number of characters. Sure enough, it was exactly 20 characters. Then they took a moment to savor the meaning. The hall fell silent, followed by a series of gasps echoing from one end to the other. Finally, it erupted into a roar of laughter. What the heck, this vernacular is way too plain. Ahahaha, the visual imagery is just too strong. A comical image popped into the audience's minds. A soybean trapped in a pot, shouting in anger and frustration. What is this? It's way too corny. Is this really supposed to be classical poetry? This young man certainly has a bit of talent, but it's not exactly fit for refined company. I can't take it anymore, I'm laughing so hard I'm getting cramps. This translation is way too colloquial. If all classical poetry were like this, I wouldn't have failed my Chinese class. But don't you think, the overall mood is actually pretty similar. Plus, Wang Shifeng's description is easier to understand. Viewers in the live stream's comment section began discussing the matter, each voicing their own opinions. Laughter filled the studio, but as the laughter died down it gave way to discussion. It seemed that Wang Shifeng's slightly colloquial poem wasn't lacking in visual imagery or poetic atmosphere after all. Fang Weiman was laughing too. He truly hadn't expected Wang Shifeng's cultural depth to be so vulgar. He even used a word like I, but he really was just a clown trying to grab attention. Instantly, Fang Weiman's confidence soared as he looked at the poll displayed on the studio's big screen. He now held an overwhelming lead over Wang Shifeng. After all, with a viewership base of nearly 100 million, the number of votes via text message and live comment voting was skyrocketing. Within a minute, Fang Weiman's vote count had reached the millions, while Wang Shifeng's was only in the tens of thousands. But the very next second his smile vanished, replaced by a look of shock. Wang Shifeng's vote count had instantly surpassed his own, and was now racing ahead at breakneck speed toward 10 million, with the gap widening by the second. How could this be? It's fake, there must be a mistake in the tally. This can't be. There's something wrong with this vote count, Fang Weiman exclaimed, leaping to his feet and scolding with a grim expression as he watched the vote count continue to rise. Teacher Fang, there's nothing wrong with the voting. The host on stage was forced to speak up, even though he too suspected something was amiss. How could Wang Shifeng's crude and simplistic poem possibly win so many votes in an instant? But he had to speak up because if Fang Weiman questioned the voting, he was questioning the show's impartiality, and that would be like shooting himself in the foot. Are you out of your mind? After his initial outburst, Fang Weiman came to his senses. His face ashen, he pointed at Wang Shifeng and shouted angrily, "You don't understand poetry at all. You don't understand culture at all." Wang Shifeng sighed softly, shaking his head with a tone of regret. Fang Weiman was so furious he burst out laughing. "I'm a university professor, a master in literature who's given lectures all over the world, and you dare say I don't understand culture? I don't understand it, but do you? You don't understand culture at all." For Fang Weiman, who prided himself on being an intellectual, those 7 words were devastating. To put it dramatically, it was no less devastating than the death of one's own father. After all, people like him rely on the aura of superiority that comes with being an intellectual to live their lives and feel superior to others. Now, for someone to suddenly question his cultural literacy was tantamount to casting doubt on whether his son was even his biological child. How could he possibly tolerate that? "You upstart. You say I'm uncultured, do you know anything about culture yourself?" Fang Weiman laughed through gritted teeth. Most viewers felt a bit uneasy upon hearing Wang Shifeng's remark, as the majority of them were longtime fans of the poetry contest. If Fang Weiman were deemed uncultured, wouldn't that make them look even more foolish? What's wrong with this young man? Why is he making such sweeping generalizations? With his opponent lashing out in desperation, Wang Shifeng calmly shook his head. "I don't understand it either." "You don't understand? If you don't know, why even bring it up?" This left Fang Weiman completely at a loss. "But I do understand what culture isn't," Wang Shifeng smiled and said calmly. "Culture isn't blind conformity, nor is it blind criticism. It isn't treating the words of ancient sages as dogma. Culture isn't just composing couplets or speaking classical Chinese. It isn't piling up flowery language. It certainly shouldn't be stuck in the past, rejecting anything new or vibrant, and it's definitely not just rote learning that follows the rules to the letter. The culture I envision must, first and foremost, possess the ability to spread and educate. It must be creative and inclusive. And at the very least, it must involve an understanding and critical thinking that keeps pace with the times. He paused for a moment before continuing. The interplay of the hard and the soft is the way of the heavens. The refinement of human culture is the way of humanity. By observing the heavens, we discern the changes of the times. By observing human culture, we transform and perfect the world. Wang Shifeng's voice was soft and gentle, yet it commanded everyone's full attention. Especially the last sentence, though most people only half understood it, they felt it was exceptionally cultured. So some reflected on it, some refuted it, and still others agreed. Still others took it personally. Is that little brat taking a dig at me again? Fang Weiman frowned and thought, unsure of the answer. Wang Shifeng's words were so veiled this time that he found it a bit unsettling. Damn it, how come I can't even tell if he's insulting me or not anymore? In fact, most people's understanding of culture is limited to academic credentials, especially when it comes to Han culture with its local characteristics. They naturally harbor a sense of awe toward the unknown, as if being able to spout a few lines of classical Chinese were a symbol of cultural sophistication. But Wang Shifeng didn't think culture should be like that. He believed culture should keep pace with the times. It should be inclusive and creative rather than placing things that most people don't understand on a pedestal for people to worship. Culture must be practical and open to critical thinking. This is also one of the reasons why the atmosphere in Xia Kingdom is so oppressive. It lacks vitality. Qian Changming stood in the audience. Though his expression remained composed, he subconsciously rubbed his fingers behind his back to conceal his inner agitation. Backstage, Liu Hanqing lit another cigarette and fell into deep thought. Thus, the studio fell silent once more. No one spoke, and no one dared to speak. Everyone was afraid of disturbing this sacred atmosphere. Although they couldn't understand exactly what Wang Shifeng was saying, it was clear he was impressive. Only the PK bar on the big screen showed that Wang Shifeng's support rating continued to rise. Just as they say, a young bull isn't afraid of tigers, Fang Weiman sneered after a long pause. It seems Professor Wang has his own take on culture. Does he look down on us old-fashioned scholars? With that single remark, Fang Weiman had elevated Wang Shifeng to a higher cultural plane, making a political issue out of it. I wouldn't dare be so presumptuous, old scholar. Wang Shifeng smiled. Professor Fang, our competition isn't over yet, is it? Fang Weiman was actually quite pleased to hear Wang Shifeng say he wouldn't dare be presumptuous. But he hadn't expected the next sentence to be a call to continue the competition. Oh. You might as well just call me anything but an old scholar. Fang Weiman felt his blood pressure skyrocketing. Fine, fine, fine. Let me continue to experience Professor Wang's new culture. You little brat, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll slap that new culture label on you first. There'll be plenty of people to deal with you later. Fang Weiman gritted his back teeth. You got away with that 7-step poem by taking a shortcut, but I'll give you another one that's just as well known. Snow on the river. All the mountains are devoid of birds in flight. All the paths are bereft of human tracks. A lone fisherman, a straw hat and raincoat, fishing alone in the cold river's snow. This poem has only 20 characters. It depicts scenery and objects, and even alludes to a state of mind. It's the loneliest poem of all time. How would you express this in vernacular Chinese? The audience snapped out of their daze after Wang Shifeng's earlier explanation of culture. Compared to those complex, dry, and abstract topics, they much preferred this kind of intuitive competition content. And this poem, River Snow, is known to everyone who has completed 9 years of compulsory education. They all consider it the most sophisticated poem. They couldn't imagine how it could be described in plain language, so they stared at Wang Shifeng with even greater anticipation. But this time they were mentally prepared, ready to laugh. I'll use 16 characters, Wang Shifeng said with a smirk. The birds are all dead, and the people are gone. An old man in his prime, fishing in solitude. Ha! The audience burst out laughing. The birds are all dead, and the people are gone. That's way too blunt. Although it lacks the poetic beauty of the original lines, the imagery and impact are truly striking. Especially the last 2 lines, a spirited old man fishing in solitude. That's just so true, ha ha ha. An old man who'd venture out onto the river to fish in the dead of winter is indeed spirited, and in winter, he really can only fish in solitude. But when you really think about it, this blunt, colloquial style actually aligns with the original poem. It's just more down to earth. The core message, however, seems to remain the same. It makes perfect sense. Teacher Wang is amazing. Fang Weiman was deeply shaken, probably even more so than when he found out his child wasn't his biological one. 16 characters, just 16 short characters, completely ruined a timeless masterpiece. One more. Fang Weiman gritted his dentures, ready to deliver a killer recitation. Li Bai's staying overnight at a mountain temple, a perilous tower 100 feet high, where one could pluck the stars with one's hand. I dare not speak aloud, for fear of startling the heavenly beings. This is one of the most ethereal poems by the poet immortal Li Bai. Let's see how you bring him down from the heavens. After hearing this, the audience also felt that Fang Weiman was being a bit unfair. How could one describe this poem in plain language? It's so rich in meaning. This rickety tower's so tall, I could reach out and scoop the moon. I dare not raise my voice, lest the immortals find it too noisy. Wang Shifeng frowned and pondered for a moment. Sorry, but I can only describe it in 20 characters. The audience erupted in excitement. Wow, this young man is amazing. He actually managed to transform such an ethereal poem into something so down to earth. Especially that last line, the immortals find it too noisy. It literally pulls the immortals down from their pedestals. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Come to think of it, this poem isn't all that great after all. Fang Weiman was completely thrown off. Is that even allowed? He tried to argue back, but he couldn't find the right words, and in the end could only spit out an indignant, vulgar. Sorry, Professor Fang, I'm indeed a vulgar person. I can't compare to a cultured person like you, but after all, cultured people like you are in the minority, Wang Shifeng said with a smile, and the number of PK votes skyrocketed once again. After all, most of the show's viewers were ordinary folks themselves. They had no need to understand the pretentiousness of intellectuals. It wasn't exactly something you could eat. Especially among viewers who found Wang Shifeng's down-to-earth style more appealing, their perception of Fang Weiman had also shifted. You say Wang Shifeng's poetry is vulgar. Isn't that just an insult to me? The audience, who had been laughing, suddenly felt offended. Fang Weiman seemed to realize that, once again, Wang Shifeng had inadvertently set him up, but he dared not explain himself, fearing that the more he explained, the more confused things would become. So he decided to shift the focus of the discussion. So, according to you, should we rewrite all the treasures of Chinese culture accumulated over thousands of years into this kind of vernacular poetry? Is easy to understand your definition of culture? Professor Fang, don't talk nonsense. You're the one who insisted that classical Chinese is more elegant and concise than vernacular Chinese. I'm just sticking to the facts, Wang Shifeng said innocently, spreading his hands. Isn't that the case? I admit that your vernacular version does use fewer characters, but the culture of negative space, the most important aspect of Chinese characters, has been completely destroyed. Do you admit that? Fang Weiman said in a deep voice. It had to be said, the old man still had some skill. The culture of negative space is indeed a uniquely important creative technique in Chinese culture, and it is also a core artistic element of classical Chinese. If vernacular Chinese were to achieve the same level of negative space, it would inevitably require many more words in its descriptions. It seems Professor Fang really is getting on in years. We're discussing which is more concise, classical Chinese or vernacular Chinese, and yet you're bringing up negative space again. Wang Shifeng sighed and shook his head. Anyone watching might have thought he was lamenting Fang Weiman's advancing age. The audience also realized that Fang Weiman was trying to change the subject. This old fox is indeed cunning and devious. He clearly isn't a good person. So the entire audience erupted in boos. Fang Weiman's face flushed. Don't go spouting nonsense and slandering my good name. Fine, let's talk about living space. Fine, let's talk about Liu Bai, shall we? You go first on the last question, I'll go first on this one. Wang Shifeng also let out a cold laugh and uttered two words. True white. What on earth is true white? That was the first reaction of every audience member who heard those two words. But soon images began to form in their minds beyond their control. Some were suitable for broadcast, most were not. But there's no denying it. Everyone, through these two words, has felt the charm of the blank space. Oh my god! This young man is simply a genius. Fang Weiman's pupils trembled violently, and the vast store of poetry in his mind instantly turned to a blank slate. What's going on? Where are my poems? Damn it, someone's hacked into my brain. That little brat used magic. He panicked. Seems Teacher Fang didn't hear me clearly, so I'll try another one. Seeing Fang Weiman standing there dumbfounded and unresponsive, Wang Shifeng let out two more words with a mocking smirk. Perfectly round. It was like a thunderclap from the heavens, a bolt from the blue. Wang Shifeng's melodious voice echoed in everyone's ear. Everyone in the studio was stifling their laughter, come to look at one another, for fear that others would notice they'd been left hanging. Two words, then two more. Fang Weiman looked dazed, as if he'd been dealt a crushing blow. You wretched little thief, you've shattered my spiritual resolve. To think that I, Fang Weiman, have lived a spotless life for decades, only to fall at your hands today, what a tragedy. This time he was truly panicked, not just because he couldn't find a single classical Chinese phrase that matched the prompt, but even more so because he realized his mind had truly been taken over. The look he cast at Wang Shifeng held not only venomous resentment but also a hint of fear. This kid is truly a master of leaving things unsaid. Who could leave more to the imagination than him? A prodigy. Teacher Fang, didn't you get it? Well, I have more, Wang Shifeng said, asking kindly when he saw Fang Weiman didn't respond. No need. I suddenly feel that leaving room for the imagination isn't very interesting, it's too ordinary. Let's switch to something else. You come up with the topic. Fang Weiman feigned composure and began to act like a know-it-all. You were the one who wanted to talk about negative space, and now you're saying it's boring. You old dog, breaking your word just to get ahead, you've lost all sense of decency. Boos. The audience in the hall let out a collective, tacit chorus of boos. Even the contestants on stage joined in with disdain. Fang Weiman remained unfazed, his gaze unwavering. That is, until he noticed Yinei standing beside him, staring at him with the same look of contempt. Traitors, a bunch of traitors. He couldn't help but feel a mix of sorrow and resentment. I've been cornered on all sides, this is no fault of my own. Wang Shifeng smiled dismissively, then paused to think. I recall that just a moment ago, Professor Fang thought vernacular Chinese was crude and lacked depth. I just thought vernacular Chinese lacked a certain beauty. Fang Weiman began to defend himself. Oh, it amounts to the same thing, Wang Shifeng nodded. What do you mean, it's the same thing? Don't go throwing around false accusations, you little rascal. Fang Weiman tried to argue. Wang Shifeng ignored him and continued. On the contrary, I think the context of classical Chinese is too complex, and the words have too many meanings, which makes it cumbersome for everyday conversation. Moreover, as far as I know, classical Chinese itself was used only as a written language in ancient times. Since paper didn't exist back then or was very expensive, most families couldn't afford it, and the circulation of written texts was limited. So only a minority of people could write. Most people spoke vernacular. Otherwise, just look at some of the vernacular novels from the Ming Dynasty. That's the language the majority of common people used for daily communication. After listening to Wang Shifeng, Fang Weiman shook his head in disagreement. You said it was ancient times, but those objective factors no longer exist today. Not only can everyone eat their fill, but we also have access to paper. Most importantly, we have plenty of time to study classical Chinese. But if it were completely replaced by vernacular Chinese, wouldn't our Chinese culture be lost? That would make you a criminal against history. Fang Weiman immediately launched a scathing attack on Wang Shifeng. But it didn't have much effect, because both new and longtime viewers were already familiar with this old man's tactics. Not only did they fail to agree with him, but some even looked down on him. Still, the idea of Chinese culture being lost did leave many with reservations. Does Professor Fang always speak so extremistically? Wang Shifeng didn't get angry. He just shook his head with a smile. When did I ever say that vernacular Chinese is better than classical Chinese? And when did I ever tell everyone not to study classical Chinese? I'm simply saying that classical Chinese has limited applicability. And to be honest, not all aspects of culture need to be passed down. There are also many feudal dregs. So are you implying that classical Chinese is one of those dregs? Fang Weiman seized on the slightest hint of contradiction. He was already starting to get worked up. The audience erupted in boos, once again rallying behind Wang Shifeng. Well, it seems I'll have to prove my proficiency in classical Chinese before Professor Fang will let me off the hook. Wang Shifeng sighed. You know classical Chinese too? Fang Weiman froze for a moment. For some reason, a chill ran down his spine, and a sense of foreboding settled over him. Why did it seem like he was sensing the scent of a conspiracy again? Next, I'll recite a passage in classical Chinese. I'd appreciate it if Teacher Fang could help translate what I've actually said, Wang Shifeng said as he slowly stood up, his face once again breaking into that handsome, harmless smile. He stood up. He stood up again. For some reason, the audience watching on screen began to feel inexplicably excited. Because the last time Wang Shifeng stood up, a truly miraculous, supernatural event occurred. That was when everyone's knowledge of Mandarin and Chinese characters vanished. What would happen this time? Everyone instinctively held their breath and pricked up their ears, afraid to miss a single syllable. They swore they'd never been this focused, not even during the listening section of the college entrance exam. Fang Weiman in particular was on pins and needles, more nervous than anyone else. If he couldn't make out what was being said, wouldn't that be a massive blow to his pride? He vaguely recalled that the last time he'd been this nervous was, well, the last time. Wang Shifeng cleared his throat. His pleasant voice, with its magnetic charm, seemed to carry through the microphone to the ends of the earth. Ji was quiet. She gathered the chicken. The chicken was a thorn chicken. The thorn chicken chirped in hunger, so Ji took a basket of millet to feed it. Once the chicken was fed, it perched on Gigi's school bag. Gigi grew jealous and urgently scolded the chicken. The chicken, startled, leaped onto the table. Gigi, in a panic, grabbed the basket to strike the chicken. The basket struck the table with a clatter, shattering it. The chicken, chirping, gathered around the broken table. Gigi, in a fit of desperation, struck the chicken with her sandal. Once the chicken was slain, Gigi, overcome with emotion, immediately recorded the record of Gigi striking the chicken.
As is well known, a modern Chinese character is 4 tones. But I never imagined that someone could compose an entire essay using only the tones of a single character. After Wang Shifeng finished narrating this extraordinary piece in his impeccable Mandarin, everyone in the audience felt they had actually understood it. I can finally understand Teacher Wang speaking Mandarin. Compared to those terrifyingly obscure characters in the couplet earlier, this is so simple. I'm so awesome I actually understood that. But they soon realized. Things, it seemed, weren't as simple as they'd imagined. Even though I sort of understood what was said, why was my mind still a blank? I have absolutely no idea which character corresponds to which. Damn it, what Chinese characters are pronounced G again? Why can't I remember a single one? Many began to deeply doubt whether they'd actually ever learned Chinese characters at all. They began to worry the Chinese language education they'd received over 9 years might have been substandard. Even more devastated than the audience were the hosts at Shi TV. After the ratings for Poetry Grand Prix broke the 7% mark, the deputy station director sent a message in the work group, ordering all presenters who weren't on duty today to watch this episode and submit a 3-character reflection by tomorrow as a mandatory assessment for their annual professional title evaluation. Many presenters were resistant to this sudden assignment, but since rank trumps all, they could only grumble under their breath without daring to resist. At first, after witnessing Wang Shifeng's one-sided bullying of Fang Weiman, many presenters developed a much more favorable impression of this unfamiliar newcomer. After all, old dog Fang not only acted like a tyrant on his own show but also frequently meddled in other programs, and most of the station's hosts had been tormented by him. Seeing him get his comeuppance gave them a strange sense of satisfaction. But they never imagined that what started as mere schadenfreude would ultimately backfire on them. After Wang Shifeng delivered that lengthy monologue in classical Chinese, all the hosts realized they might be in trouble. I think this passage might end up on next year's class a Mandarin proficiency exam. A veteran host from Chi V fired the first shot in the group chat. Perhaps this will become a mandatory question on the host certification exam in the future, another veteran female host added thoughtfully. Probably, the difficulty level of exams for language and Chinese literature departments will have to be raised another notch, a professor who moonlights as a part-time host chimed in. Watching the veteran hosts express their views so nonchalantly, the junior hosts felt a chill run down their spines. They knew that if these suggestions were actually implemented, their careers might face their greatest challenge yet, and they might even lose their jobs. Who would have thought that they'd be just fine when they came to watch the show, only to find themselves facing the threat of being laid off before the program was even over? Isn't that just ridiculous? It's a total injustice. The junior hosts felt more and more wronged and distressed the more they thought about it, until finally one of them snapped. Damn that Fang Weiman, why does he have to run his mouth for no reason and provoke the wrong person? He didn't dare lash out at Wang Shifeng because he knew he wasn't a match for him. Thanks to this single piece of magical, classical Chinese text, a masterpiece of homophonic wordplay, Wang Shifeng's status and value at the station were undeniably on par with the top brass. Even though this colleague was just typing, everyone could feel his anger. This single comment sent ripples through the group, sparking a flood of insults all directed at Fang Weiman. As for bashing Wang Shifeng, that's laughable. No one dared even mention it, for fear of becoming the next Fang Weiman. So all the hosts silently equated Wang Shifeng with the devil. This man is terrifying. Seeing the flood of complaints in the work chat group, Qian Changming made no move to stop them, letting these young hosts vent their frustrations. He fully understood how these young hosts felt. They'd originally thought they'd get a secure job by majoring in the right field and coast through life, but now, out of the blue, they might face higher standards. It was bound to be tough on them. But there was nothing to be done about it. If they weren't struggling, they wouldn't improve, and that was a good thing. Turning his gaze back to the spirited young man on stage, Qian Changming felt as though the talent radiating from him was almost ethereal. This was a true prodigy. He absolutely couldn't let him slip away, at any cost. But problems soon followed. The subtitles were gone again. Qian Changming dialed Liu Hanking's number again. Old Liu, what's going on? Why are the subtitles gone again? I told you I couldn't take this job today, but you insisted I do it, Liu Hanking said, torn between laughter and exasperation. This time, the characters Wang Shifeng was reading weren't particularly complex. He could actually understand, but he just couldn't piece them together. He was at a complete loss. It's not that I'm not capable, it's just that this question is way beyond the syllabus. Guess we'll have to turn to an expert after all, Qian Chaiming said with a scoff, glancing over at Fang Weiman, who was as pale as a sheet. For a moment, he actually felt a twinge of sympathy for him. The one who was most devastated was, without a doubt, Fang Weiman himself. By the time Wang Shifeng uttered the third J, his mind had already gone completely blank. He felt as if his mind had truly been taken over by magic. In addition to white and circle, there was now an old hen. 3D surround sound, powerful bass, and crystal clear vocals echoed in his mind. Forget translating it, he couldn't even repeat it. He just couldn't do it. He really couldn't do it. Fang Weiman felt like he was about to break down. The look he cast at Wang Shifeng was filled with fear and timidity. In that instant, even his feelings of resentment vanished. The minor character he'd previously thought he could manipulate well now seemed in his eyes like an unreachable giant. How could he be so He's so young, how can he know so much? Is he cheating? Does that even make sense? But no matter what Fang Weiman thought, by the time Wang Shifeng pronouncing the final J, the blade of judgment was already hanging high above Fang Weiman's head. Amid the excited applause and cheers of the live audience, Fang Weiman snapped back to reality. Teacher Fang, please translate, Wang Shifeng said with a beaming smile. Fang Weiman remained silent, his shirt already soaked through with sweat. Translate? I didn't even understand a word of it. How the hell am I supposed to translate that? If you're such a big shot, why didn't you say so earlier? Why bother being a live stream host when you could have just become a professor? Why are you still picking on me? Fang Weiman felt deeply wronged, but perhaps it was a flash of inspiration in a moment of crisis, or perhaps extreme fear had unlocked his hidden potential. He found a desperate excuse and blurted out, Professor Wang, are you just making this up? He genuinely didn't believe it all that babbling was actually an essay. I, Fang, am betting today that your essay is nothing but a load of nonsense. So, Professor Fang, you're saying you can't decipher it just by listening to the sound, Wang Shifeng sneered. Fang Weiman didn't answer, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Even if you wrote it down, I might not be able to translate it. If even a master of classical Chinese like Professor Fang can't translate this, I'm sure the audience is a bit confused too. So I'll write it out, let's see if it becomes crystal clear. Wang Shifeng smiled and waved to the audience below. Before long, a man with a shiny bald head came scampering over, holding a clipboard. Wang Shifeng took the clipboard and his pen moved with the grace of a dragon. Zhen Yi thought Wang Shifeng might need the clipboard again later, so she didn't want to bother the bald assistant director. After all, he was an enemy. So she spoke up kindly, Director, just leave the clipboard here. If you need it, I'll take care of it. No. A flash of wariness crossed the bald man's eyes as he refused with righteous conviction. Serving our guests is the highest honor for our production team. That's not exactly what you were saying backstage when you were figuring out how to target us, was it? Zhen Yi eyed the bald assistant director with a mix of surprise and suspicion, and suddenly thought of the dog she kept at home. The look on that dog's face when it was guarding its food was exactly the same as this assistant director's. Wang Shifeng's brush moved like a dragon in flight, and he quickly wrote out the 96 character, the tale of GG slaughtering a chicken, thoughtfully adding punctuation marks to indicate sentence breaks. Li Hanking from the subtitle team edited the entire piece, created a storyboard, and allocated 15 seconds for it, hoping that all viewers would have time to read it. As soon as the article was released, most viewers instantly realized that their ailments had been cured. The ability to process text in their minds had returned. I can read again. However, after reading the text, though they couldn't fully understand it, they could still tell from a few familiar Chinese characters that this was a story about a man named Ji and a chicken. At the same time, they agreed with Wang Shifeng's earlier point. Classical Chinese is indeed easier to understand in written form, but it becomes quite complicated when used in everyday spoken communication. Then everyone turned their expectant gazes toward Fang Weiman, eager to see how this master of classical Chinese would translate the article. Looking at the text on the big screen, Fang Weiman felt a deep sense of desolation. Not because he'd managed to translate it, because the passage wasn't nearly as difficult as he'd imagined. Anyone with even a basic grasp of classical Chinese could translate it. How could he not have thought of that earlier? I was too complacent. Amid his regret, Fang Weiman felt a newfound sense of confidence and said, "This essay tells the story of a man named Ji and his experience hunting chickens." The audience listened, looking completely puzzled. Translation sounds pretty much the same as what I understood. Is this really what a master's translation is supposed to be? So, assuming Fang Weiman is a master of classical Chinese, my translation is pretty much the same as Fang Weiman's. Doesn't that mean I'm a master of classical Chinese? It dawned on me, so the master is actually me. Haha, Professor Fang, everyone's waiting for you to translate, not just read the last sentence. Zhang Yaoyan burst out laughing. Only then did the audience realize that Fang Weiman had actually just read the very end of the article aloud. Get lost, you tape recorder. Hearing the room erupt in laughter, Fang Weiman's face flushed red and he glared angrily at Zhang Yaoyan. Are you the only one with a mouth? I was just giving a brief summary. I haven't started the translation yet. Fang Weiman cleared his throat and said pretentiously, "The passage goes like this. The first paragraph G. Cheap, 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 cheap." Fang Weiman's voice grew fainter and fainter as he spoke, because he realized there seemed to be something wrong with his reading. Actually, he'd prepared quite thoroughly, planning to read a line from the original text and then translate into plain language that way. He'd come across as a teacher imparting knowledge and resolving doubts. But he never could have imagined that the moment he opened his mouth, the old hen in his head would escape and start crowing uncontrollably. So, in front of over 100 million viewers, Fang Weiman, standing on stage, began to g crowing like a rooster, causing the situation to spiral out of control for a moment. "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. That old dog Fang is so funny. Are TV show standards really this low these days? Bringing in a chicken to fool us?" I was laughing so hard I almost passed out. Laying an egg live on air? Come on, haha. This comparison really makes you realize how amazing Wang Shifeng is. When he recites, it doesn't sound like a rooster at all, and you can clearly distinguish the intonation of every single character. Is this what a master is? Don't get me wrong, I'm talking about Teacher Wang. Whether they were watching at home or in the studio, the audience couldn't help but burst out laughing. Fang Weiman's face turned beet red. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into, but he still managed to say, "I can translate, I really can. It's just that my Mandarin isn't standard." "We all believe Mr. Fang can translate it," Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Seeing Wang Shifeng come to his rescue, Fang Weiman felt a bit uneasy. What mischief was this young man up to now? "I've got a few more poems here on Yi treats pancreatitis, officially arrives, and you go fishing in the rain that are a bit easier to read. Why don't you give those a try, Professor Fang?" Wang Shifeng's smile was as warm as a spring breeze. "You're trying to kill me. One cock's crow wasn't enough, you actually have a few more?" At the same time, Fang Weiman realized that Wang Shifeng had been playing the fool all along, just waiting to humiliate him. What a vicious little scoundrel, going to such great lengths just to humiliate me. What did I do wrong? I'm just a master who wants to guide the audience in learning elegant classical Chinese. I'm still too young, I don't understand the treacherous nature of society. Fang Weiman felt as if he were about to have a heart attack. The audience, upon hearing this, became wildly excited and clamored for Wang Shifeng to continue his performance, but Fang Weiman immediately interrupted. "That's not necessary, Professor Wang. Don't you think the classical Chinese examples you've given are a bit extreme? These are just exceptional cases. They don't prove that classical Chinese is only suitable for writing, while vernacular Chinese is better for communication." Fang Weiman activated his passive skill, acting like a know-it-all, twisting logic and being stubborn and unreasonable. The audience erupted in boos. Moreover, the aesthetic charm and poetic atmosphere of classical Chinese, as well as the clarity of its message, are by no means as shallow as you claim. Fang Weiman turned a deaf ear to the boos, determined to remain immersed in his own world. "It's not me who's wrong, it's the world." Seeing that Fang Weiman was still determined to resist, many members of his team couldn't help but frown. Especially his agent, Old Lai. He was practically on his knees begging him. "Give it a rest, Teacher Fang. We really aren't a match for you. If this keeps up, forget about your public image, you might not even be around anymore." "So it seems Teacher Fang still stands by his opinion, that's great," Wang Shifeng said with a dismissive smile. Teacher Fang believes that classical Chinese conveys a more beautiful atmosphere and expresses ideas more clearly. I have a few ideas of my own as well. "A few ideas?" Fang Weiman furrowed his brow, trying to figure out what Wang Shifeng was up to. Because classical Chinese contains so much information in every single word, it's easy for misunderstandings to arise during communication, which can lead to a lot of unnecessary confusion and trouble. In contrast, vernacular Chinese conveys meaning directly and clearly. Furthermore, while maintaining the same content, classical Chinese is very rigid in its structure, whereas vernacular Chinese offers greater flexibility, Wang Shifeng explained. "Oh? Then please give an example." Fang Weiman narrowed his eyes, a flicker of delight in his heart. "Reading comprehension? Isn't that just making stuff up and nitpicking? That's right up my alley." Wait a minute. Just as Wang Shifeng was about to speak, Fang Weiman cut him off. Everyone turned to look at Fang Weiman. Was this old fox up to his old tricks again? "You set the question just now, this time it's my turn," Fang Weiman said in a deep voice. "Since we're talking about artistic conception and aesthetic appeal, let's discuss classical poetry. But this time, you're not allowed to use vernacular translations that alter or distort the meaning. You can only make changes based on the original text. How can you just patch the rules like that? You might as well just be the referee." The audience snorted in derision. "Fair enough," Wang Shifeng said with a magnanimous smile. "All right then. Let's start with Dumu's Qingming. During the Qingming festival, rain falls in torrents. Travelers on the road feel their spirits nearly broken. Where can I find a tavern? A shepherd boy points in the distance toward Apricot Blossom Village. This poem depicts the story of ancestor worship during the Qingming festival, vividly capturing the atmosphere of remembrance and sorrow. I believe that no matter how it's revised, the poem's essence will remain unchanged, Fang Weiman said with conviction. As soon as this poem is recited, everyone can feel a sense of inexplicable sadness. It must be said that this poem is indeed a famous work with a very clear expression of its artistic atmosphere. Moreover, its phrasing is somewhat straightforward, clearly conveying both the imagery and the mood, specifically the feelings people experience when paying respects to their ancestors during the Qingming festival. Fang Weiman was clever in his choice of subject matter. Upon hearing this, Wang Shifeng smiled and said, "Teacher Fang, you think this poem is about Qingming, right?" "Of course the title is Qingming." Fang Weiman furrowed his brow. "Naturally. I won't change a single character. I'll just rearrange the line breaks to turn it into a Sai poem. Then this poem will no longer be about Qingming," Wang Shifeng said with a smile. "Want to give it a try," Fang Weiman sneered. If Wang Shifeng were to cut anything out, he might have been worried. But leaving every character untouched and simply rearranging the pauses to change the meaning of a poem, he didn't believe it. Turning a Tang poem into a songsi and changing the poetic atmosphere, is that even possible? Hearing this, the audience grew even more curious and instinctively sat up straight, as if they'd heard a school bell ring. Rain falls during the Qingming festival. Travelers on the road, their spirits nearly broken. I ask at the tavern, "Where is the shepherd boy?" He points in the distance toward Apricot Blossom Village, Wang Shifeng recited aloud. The audience was a bit confused at first, but something felt off. At first, they thought it was just the altered phrasing making it sound awkward. But then they savored the lines a bit more. It seemed to lack the sorrowful atmosphere typical of the Qingming festival. What was going on? Not a single word had changed. "I can't help but feel like this isn't about visiting graves on Qingming festival, it's about going out to recruit people." A contestant on stage pondered for a moment, then raised his hand and said, "Only then did everyone realize it was true." It turned out that the original poem focused entirely on the first two lines, especially the phrase, "soul on the verge of breaking," which immediately brought the sorrowful atmosphere to a peak. But after Wang Shifeng's revision, the phrase "soul on the verge of breaking" was split into separate lines, breaking the emotional flow, and suddenly the line "Where can I find a shepherd boy?" became the focal point. The entire poem transformed into a scene of a rainy Qingming day, where someone goes to an inn to ask where the shepherd boy is, only to be told he's in Apricot Blossom Village. It's as if it went from visiting a grave to a job recruitment ad in the blink of an eye. The contrast is just too stark, haha. The whole audience burst into laughter. Fang Weiman was dumbfounded. Why on earth would you be recruiting instead of visiting graves on Qingming festival, you guys? Aren't you afraid your ancestors will crawl out of their graves and grab you? Faced with the laughter of the entire audience, Fang Weiman felt exceptionally lonely. He didn't know why everyone was laughing. He had even less idea why this ancient poem, which was clearly filled with sorrow and remembrance, had become so different after the punctuation was changed. He just couldn't figure it out. But since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it anymore. So, clutching his throbbing temples, he made a decision that went against his ancestors' teachings. Teacher Wang is indeed quick-witted, but I've been thinking about it some more. The poem Qingming not only conveys the atmosphere of ancestor worship, but also carries a hidden meaning of searching for someone. I believe Mr. Dumu must have first paid his respects to his ancestors and then gone to Apricot Blossom Village to look for someone, though whether he was hiring a shepherd boy or not, I cannot say for certain, Fang Weiman said with a solemn expression. As soon as he finished speaking, the laughter throughout the hall came to an abrupt halt. Both the live audience and viewers at home stared at Fang Weiman with puzzled expressions. Honestly, I wonder if combined thick-skinnedness of over 100 million viewers could match that of this Master Fang. How could he possibly spout such utter nonsense? Just 3 minutes ago, you were swearing up and down that this was a poem about honoring one's ancestors. This isn't just a matter of patching things up. This is like deleting the code altogether. As long as I delete the code, my bug doesn't exist. Respect. The sudden silence in the room left Fang Weiman a little taken aback. Did I just shut everyone up? He hadn't expected a single remark of his to have such a powerful effect. Previously, he'd only felt this kind of overwhelming presence in the room when Wang Shifeng was speaking. After all, ever since the show began, he'd been watching Wang Shifeng steal the spotlight. But he never imagined that the tables would turn and that it was finally his turn to take center stage. His previously despondent spirit instantly burst new vitality. He felt 10 years younger, his back straightened, and he shot a contemptuous glance at Wang Shifeng, who looked just as taken aback. I've finally figured out how to command the entire stage. Kid, don't think you're the only one who can put on a show. This old man's no slouch either. Fang Weiman, have you lost your mind? Liu Hanqing frowned, asking the question as he stubbed out his 10th cigarette of the day. For some reason, listening to Wang Shifeng talk seemed to be burning through his cigarettes at an alarming rate. Qian Changming, who had slipped into the subtitling team's office at some point, laughed upon hearing this. I don't think he's gone crazy, he's probably just given up on himself. But there's nothing to be done about it. He's already lost all face today. The poem Qingming is a staple in elementary school Chinese textbooks. Anyone who's attended elementary school knows that this poem simply describes the scenes and emotions of ancestor worship during the Qingming festival. The last two lines are merely meant to set the mood for the first two. They don't actually refer to anything specific. If even elementary school students understand this, how could Fang Weiman, a professor, not? Yet he still spouted such nonsense. If he wasn't crazy, then he was a lost cause. Qian Changming felt a pang of regret. After all, they had worked together for so many years. Although Fang Weiman had poor character, his academic credentials were inflated, his temperament was terrible, and he was greedy and lustful, and so on. But no matter what, the show Poetry Grand Prix existed because of him. And now watching Fang Weiman act like a clown on stage, making a scene and causing trouble, was truly too pitiful and pathetic. It left one sighing with regret. Qian Changming knew that from this day forward, the show's central pillar might well be someone else. If it were Wang Shifeng instead. At this thought, Qian Changming couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Hanqing glanced at Qian Changming, feeling a chill run down his spine at the sight of his laughter. "Nothing, I just thought of something funny," Qian Changming said, covering his mouth and waving his hand. Inside the studio. It wasn't just the audience who was stunned by Fang Weiman's words. Even Wang Shifeng was taken aback for a moment. He'd expected Fang Weiman to try to wriggle out of it, but he never imagined he'd pull a stunt like this. Truly breathtaking. I've learned something new. So a person really can be that shameless, huh? Looks like I still have a lot to learn. Wang Shifeng silently reflected on his own shortcomings, then smiled again and asked, "So, Professor Fang, are you saying that this poem, Qingming, conveys both the meaning of honoring ancestors and the search for a lost person?" "Exactly," Fang Weiman nodded emphatically. Hearing the audience murmuring in agreement below the stage, his confidence soared. "See, everyone agrees with it. Do you think there's a chance that old dog Fang is just playing the fool? That doesn't make sense. Look at him, he might actually be stupid. I used to think he was quite cultured, but now his true colors have really shown he's just spouting nonsense. I wonder if old Master Dumu would come back to life out of anger if he heard this. Keep it down, don't let little cutie hear this. I heard little cutie has immunity. Hitting people isn't a crime." The audience murmured among themselves, constantly glancing in Fang Weiman's direction, afraid he might overhear. "Well, then I've gone to all that trouble for nothing," Wang Shifeng said, spreading his hands in self-deprecating humor. "That's right, you revised this one for nothing," Fang Weiman nodded. "All right, then, I've got another one," Wang Shifeng said with a smile. As soon as he uttered the words, "I've got three more," the entire hall erupted in enthusiastic applause once again. Fang Weiman let out a contemptuous, cold chuckle. Applause of this magnitude no longer affected him in the slightest. His heart had grown as cold as that of the old man fishing on the river in winter. Moreover, he had already found a way to keep Wang Shifeng in check. No matter what examples Wang Shifeng used to illustrate his point, all he had to do was twist the original poemadry afterward. As long as I have no literary scruples, I can win in a single move. Let's move on to punctuation. Listen carefully, Professor Fang. Wang Shifeng, unaware of what Fang Weiman was gloating about, recited with some confusion. "Bright moonlight before my bed, huh? It's frost on the ground. Contemplations on a still night" is a poem known to virtually everyone. But after Wang Shifeng added a question mark to the punctuation, the tone of the line suddenly took on a whimsical quality. Not only did it lose its original ethereal quality, but even became somewhat comical. It was the kind of thing that would make even Lai Bai himself laugh if he heard it. Not to mention the audience, who didn't have a very high laugh threshold. They all burst out laughing once again. Fang Weiman froze upon hearing this. How on earth was he supposed to save face? What was the original line supposed to mean again? Never mind, he'd just go for the knockout blow. With a solemn expression, Fang Weiman spoke up. What's been changed in this line? Lai Bai's poem was originally about looking for something at night. Adding a doesn't change the meaning at all. As soon as Fang Weiman finished speaking, the audience, seeing how dead serious he was, fell into an eerie silence once more. If I hadn't gone to elementary school, I'd have actually believed that. How could this poem possibly be about Lai Bai looking for something at night? Is looking for something really worth the poet immortal writing a whole poem about it? I've never been so speechless in my entire life. The audience didn't even feel like mocking him anymore. They were simply speechless. Sure enough, it worked. Fang Weiman was overjoyed. Wang Shifeng smiled. So, Professor Fang, are you saying this poem is about the hermit of Qinglian who, because of his night blindness, couldn't see clearly at night, mistook the moonlight for frost on the ground, and then started looking for something? Is that what I meant? Fang Weiman paused in confusion. He felt that Wang Shifeng had filled in the gaps of his own thoughts, but he was a bit skeptical. Why was Wang being so kind? Before he could figure it out, the entire audience erupted in enthusiastic applause once again. Fang Weiman looked at the applauding audience in some bewilderment. Could it be that you've all been convinced by what I said? Of course not. After hearing Wang Shifeng's explanation, the audience suddenly realized that contemplations on a still night could indeed be interpreted this way, especially the line about mistaking moonlight for frost due to night blindness. It made perfect sense and was absolutely beautiful. Even when it comes to making things up, Teacher Wang's level of creativity is in a league of its own. Instantly, he felt even more like a failure. Looks like my line isn't right either, Wang Shifeng said, shaking his head self-deprecatingly once more. Seeing that Wang Shifeng had admitted it again, Fang Weiman felt a secret sense of satisfaction. It really is wrong. Teacher Fang, you must have heard of Su Dongpo's Jiang Shengzi, right? There's a very famous line in it, Wang Shifeng asked with a smile. 10 years of life and death, both lost in the mists of time. Though I try not to think of it, I cannot forget. A lonely grave 1,000 li away nowhere to voice my sorrow. Fang Weimin replied without hesitation, are you planning to rewrite this poem? Exactly, Wang Shifeng nodded. Teacher Fang, what do you think this line is about? This kid's gotten clever, he's actually asking for the answer first? Fang Weimin racked his brain and came up with a general answer. This is Mr. Dongpo expressing his grief for his wife. No matter how you rewrite it, this poem will always be a lament. As for the details, I'll just fill them in later. If I change just 2 characters, this lyric might no longer be a sad one. Wang Shifeng chuckled softly. He picked up his writing pad and began writing as he spoke. 10 years of death, both lost in the mists of time. Without thinking of her, I'll naturally forget. A lonely grave 1,000 miles away nowhere to speak of my wife's chill. He changed cannot forget to naturally forget and speak of sorrow to speak of my wife's chill. Seeing the impact of the words on the big screen, everyone was stunned. This, not only did it fail to evoke sadness, but why was there a faint of secret delight? This way the meaning became, my wife has been dead for 10 years. Since I can't remember her, I've forgotten her, and now I go round telling people that my wife has cooled off. At first glance, it even sounds a bit spooky. What was originally a poem expressing nostalgia for a departed loved one instantly transformed into a sense of equanimity toward life and death. When combined with the ancient custom of men having multiple wives and concubines, it actually seems quite reasonable. Brilliant. Not only has the meaning of the poem changed, but so has the character's image. From a faithful, devoted man who wept at his wife's grave for 10 years, he's suddenly turned into a reckless playboy who dances wildly at his wife's grave. Watching Wang Shifeng receive a round of thunderous applause, Fang Weimin felt even more frustrated. Damn it, if I'd known, I wouldn't have given away the answer so early. Who the hell would have thought Wang Shifeng could even turn black and white upside down? Damn it, could it be that my standards aren't low enough? I'll have to think of another way. Fang Weimin racked his brain but couldn't figure out how to save face. Teacher Fang, do you think altering this line has changed its poetic atmosphere? Wang Shifeng asked with a smile. Fang Weimin's headache grew worse. I suppose you could say it's been altered, but changing classical poetry like this is practically desecrating a treasure. It's simply not right. Teacher Fang, let's stick to the facts and avoid beating around the bush. Classical poetry is by its very nature a way for poets to express their own views. Its true significance lies in allowing us to gain insight into the lives of people from hundreds or even thousands of years ago, as well as their thoughts and feelings. In other words, it's nothing more than keeping a diary in classical Chinese, Wang Shifeng said calmly. Hearing Wang Shifeng's words, the audience suddenly had an epiphany. So ancient poetry was actually similar to a diary? No wonder Master Demu wrote a poem when recruiting, oh wait, no one paying respects to his ancestors. Thinking about it that way, if I started keeping a diary now, might it be included in textbooks hundreds of years from now? Then I'd better start keeping a diary diligently from now on and try to make the entries as long as possible. But to a self-proclaimed intellectual like Fang Weimin, those words sounded particularly jarring. How could something as noble as poetry be compared to a diary? This is an insult to our culture. Teacher Wang, your words show a certain disregard for our heritage. Classical poetry is a cultural treasure left to us by our ancestors, and its value is worth a lifetime of exploration and study. Comparing it to a diary is a grave disrespect to the ancients, Fang Weimin said angrily. May I ask, Professor Fang, were the ancients considered ancients while they were still alive? Wang Shifeng asked with a faint smile. What kind of question is that? Fang Weimin was taken aback, not quite understanding. Ancient people were simply ordinary individuals who lived in a different time and space than we do. Their thoughts and ideas had limitations. They were not all-knowing or all-powerful. We must respect our forebears, but that doesn't mean we should blindly follow them or treat their words as gospel. We must seek common ground while respecting differences in the legacy left by our predecessors, and strive to carry our culture forward rather than clinging to the text and resting on our laurels. We must develop our own critical thinking and understanding. Wang Shifeng's voice rang out with force, as if a sledgehammer were striking everyone's ears. Professor Fang, times have changed. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone looked at Wang Shifeng with a mixture of awe and fervor, as if a spark had been ignited within them. The audience watching on screen was also deep in thought. You're committing treason. Fang Weimin trembled all over, but his mind went blank. He didn't know how to refute it. Wang Shifeng's words had struck him too deeply. They had shattered the worldview he had built up over decades. It was an attack on his very core. Especially that line, times have changed, filled him with overwhelming dread. Could it be that he had truly grown old? Don't get upset, Professor Fang. I was just joking, Wang Shifeng said with a smile, speaking casually. The oppressive intensity of his earlier words had vanished completely, and he had returned to his usual appearance as a handsome, dashing young man. Fang Weimin felt as he'd thrown a heavy punch into thin air. He was deeply frustrated. Just saying? Is just saying enough to disparage the works that the sages of old poured their hearts and souls into? Someone like you isn't worthy of being called a scholar. Fang Weiman snapped angrily. Teacher Fang, I've always said I'm a host. I've never claimed to be a scholar, Wang Shifeng said with a look of complete innocence. Well, Fang Weiman was taken aback. Could there actually be someone who didn't want to wear the honorable and noble title of scholar? Is he out of his mind? The audience also thought Fang Weiman was a bit off and not just a little. Teacher Wang is so cultured, knowledgeable, and witty, yet he never goes around boasting about being a man of letters. You're an old, good-for-nothing scoundrel, are constantly trying to pad your own resume. Even true men of letters would feel offended if they heard you. I think Teacher Fang's view of poetry is flawed. While it's true that poetry is an important treasure of Han culture, at the end of the day, it's merely a literary form that carries rhythm and structure. What truly matters is the information and ideas preserved within it, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Nonsense. Every poem represents the author's heart and soul. Each is unique and irreplaceable, a gift from heaven. Literature is naturally formed. A master's hand merely captures it by chance. Don't you know that? Fang Weiman retorted. I never expected that old dog Fang to be an idealist. Wang Shifeng laughed. Since Professor Fang believes every ancient poem is unique, let me give you a few examples. More examples? If we're discussing theory, let's stick to theory, young people. Stop bringing up examples all the time. That's pretty scary, isn't it? Fang Weiman was getting a little flustered. But what kind of examples? I'll rearrange some classical poems that everyone knows by heart and see if they still make sense, Wang Shifeng said with a light chuckle. Fang Weiman furrowed his brow. Could you really play around with them like that? Classical poetry isn't couplets. Every line builds on the one before it and leads into the next for a reason. How could you just rearrange and combine them? You try it, Fang Weiman snorted coldly. The mountains fade into the flat plains. The moon rises over the great river's flow, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. The audience paused in surprise. The poem sounded familiar. It must be by Li Bai. Is there something wrong with this poem? There's nothing wrong with it, right? Not only did the audience begin to doubt themselves, but Fang Weiman was also momentarily thrown off. However, being well-versed in classical literature, he instantly realized this wasn't a poem at all. It seems Professor Fang has also realized this isn't a poem, Wang Shifeng said with a faint smile. The first line is from Li Bai's Farewell at Jingmen. The mountains fade into the flat plains. The river flows in the vast wilderness. The second line comes from Diffuse Reflections on a Night Journey. Stars hang low over the vast plains. The moon rises over the great river. So they're two poems after all. If you hadn't said so, I wouldn't have noticed at all. I think this line flows really smoothly. It doesn't feel like two poems were just stitched together at all. The poems by the poet immortal and the poet sage go so well together. They really are best buddies. I'm totally into this. Totally into this. That's awesome. Now that I think about it, classical poetry is actually pretty interesting. The audience was intrigued and began chatting animatedly. Fang Weiman's face turned ashen. This is just a coincidence. Li and Du were close friends, and their styles influenced each other, but the poetic moods don't match at all. That one is indeed a coincidence, but I have another. Wang Shifeng flashed another sincere smile. I fear not being shattered to pieces. I must preserve my integrity in this world. In the warm hibiscus patterned canopy we spend the spring night. The emperor and the general lay aside their battle robes. May this love one day become a fond memory, as a branch of red apricot blossoms peeks over the wall. The yellow crane has flown away, never to return. In the misty, flower-filled third month I journey to Yangzhou. In the morning I bid farewell to White Emperor amidst colorful clouds. By evening I was exiled to Qiaoyang. 8,000 lay away. 3,000 beauties in the imperial harem, an iron pestle ground into an embroidery needle. Startled awake in my deathbed, I sat up and laughed, asking the guest, "From where do you come?" Line after line of familiar poetry flowed from Wang Shifeng's lip. What should have been beautiful and melodious verses now lingered in his ears like a death curse. Fang Weiman felt as though he were being engulfed by misfortune. Everything before his eyes was growing dark. Maybe I should just pass out. Damn. I've got more. 3 words might be late, but they'll never let the audience down. Sure enough, what followed was a barrage of recitations. Recitations, one after another. One beautiful verse after another. Once again, they took the entire audience on a journey through the ocean of knowledge, transporting them back to their youth, to those wonderful days in the classroom when they would recite lessons together during morning study sessions. Although they could no longer recall the full text of many of these poems, but these classic lines had long been etched deep into their minds, for they were once inextricably linked to their mother's slaps, their father's belts, and their teachers' punishments of copying passages over and over. Every line is incredibly familiar and flows seamlessly, but why do a few of them sound a bit off? 3,000 beauties in the harem, shouldn't it be the object of 10,000 favors? How did it turn out so strange? Although this line sounds perfectly normal at first glance, the combination just feels a bit eerie. Did we really study ancient poetry with such vivid imagery and poetic atmosphere back in school? Many viewers were left deeply puzzled. Then there's Wang Shifeng's remark that poetry lines can be freely combined. Could it be that there's something wrong with these lines? Or is there something wrong with my brain? Most viewers have only a superficial understanding of classical poetry, limited to the poems they wrote memorized in school just to pass exams. While the lines Wang Shifeng cited are certainly familiar, most people can't recite the full poems, can't tell one poem from another, don't know the authors, and certainly don't know the historical context. They can only judge by the rhyme and the mood whether a line sounds pleasant to the ear. If it sounds good, then there's no problem. But for poetry enthusiasts and students, this is quite frustrating. The pairing of each line is off, yet when you hear it for the first time, it flows smoothly even if the mood and meaning have been completely altered. That's really frustrating, man. Although the contestants on stage are all yes men, they do have decent literary knowledge and can immediately tell which two poems these lines are pieced together from. Yet they all hesitate to speak up, afraid that speaking out might bring trouble upon themselves. But there's no doubt that they now understand to some extent what Wang Shifeng had just said. It seems that poetry isn't truly unique after all, it can be pieced together to form an entirely new poetic atmosphere. The yellow crane is gone, never to return. In the misty third month I journey to Yangzhou. This line in particular depicts the beauty of Yangzhou, with desolation in the first part and prosperity in the second. Brilliant. Line after line of pieced together, reimagined verse seeped in their ears, leaving many contestants not only enchanted but also beginning to feel a bit dazed. Which two original poems did this line come from again? Why can't I remember? Gradually, some contestants realized with alarm that their memories of the original poems were actually starting to fade. They felt as though their knowledge of poetry was being tampered with. No, Teacher Wang, stop it right now! Compared to the chaos among the contestants on stage, Fang Weimin seemed a bit more composed. Faced with Wang Shifeng's recitation attack, he could no longer hold his ground, so he abandoned the idea of defeating his opponent through poetry and culture and instead decided to take a different approach. Why not just faint? That way, Wang Shifeng would surely be branded as someone who bullies honest people, and perhaps he could slip away, regroup, and fight another day. But then he thought of the two plot twists on Weibo. Today, Wang Shifeng was a master at manipulating public opinion. If this move failed, it might backfire on him. No, I can't faint. I'm sure there's a better way. Teacher Wang, sorry to interrupt, a contestant on stage said, his voice trembling. That line you just recited, I fear not being shattered to pieces. So long as my integrity remains in this world, it doesn't seem to be a made-up verse. Wang Shifeng looked at him with a smile. Are you sure? Those three casual words were enough to make the contestant's legs go weak. Could I have remembered it wrong? Wasn't Ota Lime supposed to go like that? So the contestant clutched his head, his face contorted with anguish, and began muttering something over and over again. He looked as if he'd been bewitched. The beginning should be fine, but what comes next? Let the winds blow from east, west, north, or south. No way. I think the previous line must be wrong. It's I fear not have my bones ground to powder and my body shattered, not having my body shattered and bones ground to powder, right? Are you sure? I am not quite sure. Why don't we look it up? The other contestants also began to doubt themselves and whisper among themselves. Suddenly, everyone on stage seemed to be muttering to themselves, creating an eerie scene. A group of graduates from prestigious literature programs had been stumped by a poem required for junior high school exams, and their confidence vanished in an instant. Professor Fang, do you think there's a problem with this line of poetry? Wang Shifeng looked at Fang Weimin with a smile. Is there a problem? Fang Weimin was startled by the question and cast a skeptical glance at the stage. It seemed he couldn't count on these good-for-nothings. After all, he'd have to rely on himself. He carefully recalled the line. It felt like the original, but he wasn't entirely sure. If it was pieced together, which poem did the line that followed come from? Why did it sound so unfamiliar? Then he glanced again at Wang Shifeng, who was beaming, and made up his mind. Since you dared to ask that, it must be fine, right? Fang Weimin paused for a moment, then said with feigned humility, I admit you've pieced this line together quite cleverly. Teacher Fang, you really are meticulous. You even noticed such a minor detail. I didn't actually piece this line together. It's just that the order of the first four characters is wrong. The original poem reads, I fear not having my bones ground to dust or my body shattered to pieces. Wang Shifeng smiled. Fang Weimin and the contestants on stage were taken aback. It was actually the original line? Just the order of four characters was changed? Is it really that simple? That can't be right. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look. In this poem, only the order of four characters was changed, something most of you wouldn't have easily noticed. What does this tell us? It shows that there are still many possible substitutions in classical poetry. It's not as unique as Professor Fang claimed. Wang Shifeng smiled. What I mean is, when we study classical poetry, what we truly gain is an understanding of the meanings expressed within the verses, not the rote memorization of lines. Knowledge is only useful when we can apply it. After Wang Shifeng finished speaking, the audience who had been tormented by exam-oriented education clapped excitedly. They recalled the poems they'd memorized in their youth just to pass exams. It seemed they'd long since forgotten most of the original lines, retaining only the scattered meanings expressed by the verses, which they could occasionally recall. So, according to Professor Wang, there's no need to study classical poetry, it should be removed from the textbooks, right? Everyone should just study vernacular Chinese. Fang Weiman seized upon this as the most glaring flaw in his argument. You're challenging the entire cultural establishment, kid. I didn't say that. I merely said that when it comes to classical poetry and classical Chinese, we should place greater emphasis on the author's emotional expression and the ideals they convey in their works. Wang Shifeng paused for a moment, then said in a solemn voice, "The true value of classical Chinese lies in enabling us, when facing difficulties in real life, to remember that hundreds or even thousands of years ago, our Chinese ancestors faced the very same challenges. If the ancients could overcome them, why can't we?" Wang Shifeng's tone was sincere and heartfelt, instantly radiating positivity. Over 100 million viewers were deeply moved, realizing that the real substance was about to begin. Some even rummaged through their belongings to find notebooks they hadn't used in years, staring intently at the screen as the handsome young man spoke eloquently. I hope that when men try to justify looking at beautiful women to their wives, they'll no longer resort to feeble pleas for mercy and empty promises, but instead offer a righteous rebuttal. Food and sex are natural desires. I, the king, enjoy beauty. What wrong have I done? Wang Shifeng's resonant, forceful voice boomed from the speakers, stunning everyone present. Everyone who heard it thought their ears must be playing tricks on them. I hope that when all men argue with young women, they can say with gentlemanly grace, "The waves are sky high. Please speak first." How do you translate this? Is that what I'm supposed to understand? I hope that when faced with the pressures of money, everyone can boldly declare, "I've heard you're wealthy. I wish to find a kindred spirit." I hope that everyone on the path to pursuing true love can cheer themselves on by saying to their reflection in the mirror every day, night after night, "The zither plays, the phoenix seeks its mate. Why worry that the apricot blossom won't bloom over the wall?" I hope that when faced with betrayal by family and friends, everyone will refrain from resentment or sorrow. Simply tell yourself, "I have long lamented that human hearts are less steadfast than water. It is all too easy for ripples to arise from calm waters." I hope that when everyone encounters reckless drivers, they can subtly voice their protest. "The car races by and my tongue can't keep up." If you're going to race alongside them, you might as well shout, "Hop in the car, no need for small talk." I hope that when anyone faces the decision to give up on pursuing love, they'll ask themselves, "Wouldn't it be better to know that a beauty who could topple a city or a kingdom is hard to find again?" I hope that when faced with a lover's reserve, everyone can say with deep affection, "I know your words refuse to yield, yet a path will form beneath your feet." Put what you've learned into practice. Put what you've learned into practice. Only then did the audience come to understand the true meaning of those 4 words. Wang Sheng's heartfelt expression and his words, each one a pearl of wisdom, allowed them to experience the radiance of humanity and the subtleties of culture. Things that originally sounded like utter nonsense took on an exceptionally lofty and sophisticated air when spoken by him. Most importantly, they seemed very practical. Whether it was uplifting encouragement or witty repartee, it all seemed far more vivid and engaging than dry everyday speech. Is this the charm of classical Chinese and ancient poetry? I'm totally hooked. Especially for most men, that line, "This sovereign loves beauty, what wrong have I done?" is like a bolt of enlightenment, suddenly clearing everything up. They can't wait to confront their wives right now. What right do you have to stop this humble one from browsing big data? Even the ancients could do it. The contestants on stage were left speechless. For the first time in their lives, they realized that classical Chinese and ancient poetry could be used this way. Accessible without being tacky, thought-provoking without being vulgar. One word. Brilliant. Watching the audience erupt in excitement once again and the PK bar on the big screen surge wildly, Fang Weiman fell silent. He felt a twinge of regret. He should have just fainted right then and there. Then Wang Shifeng wouldn't have had another chance to show off like that. He never would have imagined that Wang Shifeng was such a ruthless guy. When he gets serious, he'll even take a shot at himself. One second he was calling classical poetry and archaic Chinese stuffy, and the next he was making them bloom with beauty. What's the matter? Am I not even worthy of being your punching bag anymore? Amid his anger, Fang Weiman actually felt a tinge of melancholy, as if he'd lost his reason for being there. But even so, he still didn't give up. Professor Wang made an excellent point. I wholeheartedly agree, Fang Weiman said in a deep voice, interrupting the heated atmosphere in the studio. Hearing that Fang Weiman had actually changed his tune, the crowd admired Wang Shifeng even more. Even the opposing team's captain had surrendered. That's exactly what we'd expect from you. But Fang Weiman changed the subject. Professor Wang has said so much to prove the advantages of classical Chinese. Doesn't that also amount to an indirect admission that vernacular Chinese is inferior? That old foxy really hasn't given up yet. Even with his back against the wall, he's still putting up a fight. TF. A wave of boos immediately swept through the auditorium. Teacher Fang, since ancient times, literature has no clear first place and martial arts have no clear second. Everything has two sides. Why must we rank things as superior or inferior, noble or base? Wang Shifeng shook his head and sighed. People are divided into different classes, and so are literary works. At first, you thought I was criticizing your poem, so you came to refute me, but now you yourself admit that classical Chinese is indeed superior, don't you? Fang Weiman began to shift the focus of the argument. Is this old dog Fang just trying to argue for the sake of it? Has he never been beaten up before? I'm speechless. Is it really that hard to admit someone else's excellence? Just as I thought, it's not that old people turn bad, but that bad people grow old. I feel so bad for Teacher Wang. He's stuck with a lunatic. From now on, I'll firmly boycott any show featuring Fang Weiman. Fang Weiman's got it rough, too having to work at his age. Guys, let's all pitch in and file complaints so we can get him laid off early and sent home to enjoy his retirement. While viewers vented their frustrations in the live chat, a flood of complaint letters nearly overwhelmed the show's production team. Station director, the ratings have broken 10. We've set a new record. We're currently #1 nationwide, the back-end data analyst reported excitedly over the phone. Breaking the 10 mark for a relatively niche cultural program, that meant another spectacular record had been set under his watch. Qian Changming was thrilled inside, but his expression remained composed. I see. The show isn't over yet, we can't let our guard down. Director, we're suddenly getting a massive influx of complaints, both messages and phone calls, all regarding Teacher Fang. The analyst hesitated before reporting. Normally, the director wouldn't need to know about this, but today's volume of complaints was simply too overwhelming. I'll handle it, Qian Changming said, furrowing his brow. He hung up the phone and turned to leave. Where are you going? Liu Hanking asked, turning to him. I'm going to warn old Fang not to go too far to save some face for himself, Qian Changming said in a low voice. That's unnecessary. He's clearly not planning on keeping any dignity for himself. Why are you worrying about it? Liu Hanking chuckled lightly. You can't reason with a damned ghost. Inside the studio, everyone was at a loss for words as they watched Fang Weiman throw a tantrum. These are two completely different genres. For Teacher Fang to want to compete is like comparing apples to oranges. It's pointless. Wang Shifeng shook his head. But since Teacher Fang wants to compete, I'll gladly oblige. How exactly do you propose we compete? Fang Weiman asked coldly. Seeing his smug demeanor, anyone unaware of the situation would think it was someone else who'd been on the defensive all along. Let's take snow as our theme. We'll each write a poem and then let the audience judge which is better. Wang Shifeng pointed at the big screen. Vote again. In the previous round, the vote count was over 17 million to just over 3 million. Fang Weiman hadn't even come close to Wang Shifeng. Wang Shifeng held an absolutely overwhelming lead. But the audience didn't expect him to actually give up and call for a recount. What incredible confidence and magnanimity that showed. Instantly, even the older audience members who had initially harbored some prejudice against this young man began to regard him with much greater favor. At the very least, this young man wasn't taking advantage of an elder. In contrast, Fang Weiman on the other side kept pushing his luck and making a fuss. What a disgrace. Regardless of what the audience thought, Fang Weiman was overjoyed to hear this. He had been thinking of an excuse to mock the match or have it declared invalid, but he never expected Wang Shifeng to voluntarily suggest a recount. Typical of young people, they're so quick to get worked up. He doesn't even understand the principle that getting fat early isn't fat, but getting fat later will crush the bed. As long as I beat you in this round, all your previous wins will be for nothing. Fang Weiman's eyes burned with intensity, as if he had already foreseen his victory. Alright, let's use snow as the topic. You'll write in vernacular Chinese and I'll write in classical Chinese. No, I'll use classical Chinese too. Wang Shifeng shook his head. Huh? Fang Weiman furrowed his brow. If you're using classical Chinese too, how am I supposed to ramble on? We can only compare our skills if we use the same style. Or perhaps you'd prefer to use vernacular Chinese? Let's express our emotions and aspirations through poetry, Wang Shifeng asked with a smile. I'm older, so I'll let you have the first go, Fang Weiman snorted lightly, jutting out his chin with an air of nobility. PFT, this old dog really has no shame left at all. Hearing this, the audience couldn't help but look down on him. Let's begin, Fang Weiman urged, ignoring the boos from the audience. Wang Shifeng picked up his writing pad and spoke as he wrote, If one day we stand together in the snow, we shall have grown old together in this life. As soon as he finished, the contestants on stage were the first to react. They seemed to have never heard this poem before. Could it really be an original? However, the atmosphere evoked by this line made them understand it. Instantly, the regret and deep affection between the lines were almost overflowing, making them even more curious about the second half. As for the audience, their eyes lit up. The poem's literal expression was so accessible that even those unfamiliar with classical Chinese were instantly moved by the atmosphere it evoked. With just a single line of poetry, they were unconsciously reminded of some of the most regretful moments in their own lives, and an inexplicable pang of sadness welled up in their hearts. In an instant, the countdown on the big screen began scrolling rapidly. Seeing Wang Shifeng's score begin to scroll, Fang Weiman grew a bit anxious. He couldn't care less about what poem Wang Shifeng had recited. He had long since selected a timeless classic in his mind, confident it would absolutely wow the entire audience. It's my turn, it's my turn. Suppressing his excitement, Fang Weiman pretended to shake his head with deep emotion as he recited, You lie buried beneath the spring, your bones dissolved in the mud. I remain in this world, my head covered in snow. After finishing, Fang Weiman smugly glanced at Wang Shifeng. This was a timeless line from Bai Jui. The poetry demon once recited it was bound to overwhelm everything. Fang Weiman knew full well that Wang Shifeng had meant for them to compose a new poem each, but he deliberately ignored it and used a line from an ancient poet instead. After all, Wang Shifeng hadn't specified in advance that the poems had to be original. There's a reason why famous lines are famous. They possess a certain mystique. Sure enough, the audience who had just been immersed in Wang Shifeng's poem was deeply moved upon hearing this line, for it was far more poignant. Not only was this line deeply emotional, but it also seemed to tug at the heartstrings even more. As a result, Fang Weiman's score began to climb, and he appeared poised to catch up. Watching Fang Weiman's smug Wang Shifeng's expression shifted subtly from astonishment to resignation before he finally smiled and bowed his hands in a traditional gesture. Teacher Fang, you've expressed your emotions through poetry. Your courage and that forward-thinking, sincere heart truly earned this junior's admiration. I willingly concede defeat and hereby express my respect and best wishes. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in an uproar, and viewers watching on screen were even more stunned. Wang Shifeng was clearly still in the lead. Why did he suddenly concede defeat? Was there some unspoken rule at play? Had he been threatened by Fang Weiman? And then there was that last line. Respect and best wishes? Respect what and best what? It wasn't just the audience who was surprised. Fang Weiman himself was even more stunned. What's going on? I haven't even started yet. Why did you concede defeat? What's this? I haven't even started beating you up yet. Just as Fang Weiman was at a loss for words, Wang Shifeng stood up and faced the screen, his handsome face filled with admiration and respect. You may not know this, but this line of poetry comes from the famous Tang Dynasty poet Bai Jui, and this poem was written for his good friend Yuan Zhen. As you all probably know, Yuan Zhen was also a renowned poet of the Tang Dynasty. Bai and Yuan knew and understood each other for over 30 years, and more than 200 poems exchanged between them have been passed down. One of the more famous ones was written by Bai Jui after he dreamed of Yuan one night. Wonder what brings you to mind? Last night I dreamed of you 3 times, Yuan Zhen, upon receiving the poem, replied with a verse of his own. My mind is in turmoil due to illness. I dream only of idle people, not of you. When Yuan Zhen left Chang'an, Bai Jui was heartbroken and wrote, with my soulmate gone, Chang'an feels empty to me. Upon receiving this, Yuan Zhen, with tears streaming down his face, replied with a poem. I wish to be clouds and rain, gathering beneath the heavens, revealing the depth and sincerity of their feelings. Wang Shifeng placed special emphasis on the last male poet and briefly introduced the relationship between the two. Instantly everyone froze and a sense of unease flitted through their minds. Isn't this a love poem? How could it be written by one man to another? And it seems it's not just a single poem, over 200 of them? Poems of this style? This is a bit too much to process all at once. At that moment, someone recalled the afternoon's trending topics about Fang Weiman. I get it. No wonder that old dog has been causing trouble here all along. It turns out he had an ulterior motive. Even Teacher Wang has stopped talking about it, yet you're still hounding him on the show. What a shameless old man. At Teacher Fang's age, to dare to publicly declare his sexual orientation and love bravely, how difficult that must be. We should respect and support him, and under no circumstances should we judge him with prejudice. After all, he hasn't done anything wrong. Wang Sheng spoke earnestly, his face radiating kindness as he continued to defend Fang Weiman. After a pause, Wang Shifeng looked at Fang Weiman, whose face had gone pale, clasped his hands, and said in a solemn voice, I understand Teacher Fang's intentions, but many things cannot be forced. As I said before, I'm deeply grateful for your kind regard, but I won't say it. Those 6 words struck like a bolt from the blue, causing Fang Weiman's vision to go dark. You insolent wretch, how dare you tarnish my good name? But as he opened his mouth, no sound came out. Instead, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, trembled violently, and fainted on the spot. Teacher Fang has fainted. Call emergency services quickly. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. It wasn't until the host shouted that the staff scrambled into action, while audience members in the back rows began passing the news along to one another. Teacher Fang's confession was rejected. Overcome by rage, he fainted. Teacher Fang bravely confessed his love was rejected, coughed up blood, and died. What? Teacher Fang bravely confessed his love, and then he started bleeding? What? Teacher Fang bled out right there on the spot. He's dead? Chaos erupted once again in the studio, and the staff began restoring order to prevent the audience from panicking. Qian Changming was at his wit's end. He never in a million years would have imagined that such an unexpected incident would occur today. Fang Weiman had actually been so enraged that he caught up blood and fainted on the spot. This was truly a first. The last time he'd heard of such a story was decades ago in literary circles. Glancing at Wang Shifeng, who remained seated calmly but with a look of anxiety and self-reproach on his face, Qian Changming shook his head with a wry smile. Sure enough, this young man might be a double-edged sword. If used well, he can hurt others, but if mishandled, the damage he inflicts on himself can be devastating. And as for Fang Weiman, he's truly finished. This time, the label wasn't pinned on him by someone else, he pinned it on himself. Honestly, no one could have imagined that Fang Weiman would choose this poem, which carries so much historical significance. Anyone with even a modicum of literary taste is wary of Yuan Zhen and Baijuyi's poetry, because their verses are indeed far too ambiguous. Compared to the poetic pairing of Lai Bai and Du Fu, whose interactions were still within the bounds of normal social etiquette, Yuan Zhen and Baijuyi's work is simply too cloying. This time, he has no one to blame but himself. That old guy really did bring this on himself. Qian Changming watched as Fang Weiman was carried away by the medical staff and shook his head in resignation. There was no need to worry too much about order at the scene. After all, most of the crowd consisted of extras and spectators. Although they were excited and curious, they wouldn't do anything out of line. But the viewers at home were in an uproar. After Wang Shifeng's explanation, Fang Weiman's public image in their eyes collapsed instantly. Who would have thought the little boy was right in front of me? Sure enough, the entertainment industry is far more complex than one might imagine. At the same time, their admiration for Wang Shifeng skyrocketed. He dared to confront and reject such hints from a senior colleague, refusing to go with the flow and staying true to himself. What a fine young man. And he's so well-read and knowledgeable. If it weren't for his explanation, none of us would have had any idea that old man Fang Weiman actually had a whole other side to him. It really goes to show that you can't judge a book by its cover. From now on, I'm absolutely not letting my kids watch his shows. They'll be led astray. Suddenly, more and more parents began filing complaints with the TV station. Aside from the viewers, the media were the most excited of all. Although the Wang Shifeng and Fang Weiman scandal had been trending and was a hot topic, due to intervention and PR efforts from both parties' companies, major media outlets were prepared to cut them some slack and let the dust settle for a while. But they never imagined that this wasn't just a bullet, it was a nuclear bomb. Fang Weiman proposes on air with a poem, coughs up blood and faints after being rejected. This story alone was enough to keep them fed for a while. It could even be named one of the top 10 gossip stories of the year. Instantly, all local media sprang into action, splitting into two groups, one heading to the hospital, the other to the TV station, setting up a tight net to secure an interview with that newcomer named Wang Shifeng. Almost every savvy editor had already come up with their headlines. Shocking revelation, the secret master of Chinese classics Fang Weiman has hidden for 40 years. Fang Weiman's wife speaks, my man is no ordinary man. Love knows no bounds. Master Fang Weiman shares his personal story. Brave love, I stand by the courage of teacher Fang. Wang Shifeng was unaware of the storm raging outside, nor did he care. Fang Weiman's sudden coughing up of blood and loss of consciousness due to extreme anger did come as something of a surprise to him. However, this was to be expected. After all, accidents are bound to happen on a TV show. Nevertheless, out of a sense of humanity, Wang Shifeng watched with concern as Fang Weiman was carried away on a stretcher after receiving emergency treatment. But to his surprise, he heard a system notification. Ding, host has completed the career advancement quest with an overall rating of S and has earned rewards. Live stream host S rank, extensive hosting skill set, talent, unflappable under pressure, and an upgrade to the prize draw feature. Ding, since the host achieved an S rating on this mission, a milestone mission has been triggered. Now that your hosting career has reached S rank, with great power comes great responsibility. Go heal even more fans, kind host. Quest name, exclusive show. Quest details. You've already achieved a certain level of fame as a host. You should have your own exclusive show, a stable hub for bringing comfort to your fans. Within 3 months, create a feel-good show that averages 10 million views per episode. A mission reward, unknown, to be determined by the final mission score. Wang Shifeng never expected his mission to be completed so easily. It really was a bit of a surprise. Watching Fang Weiman being sent away, Wang Shifeng felt a bit puzzled. Does this mean every time I advance in my career, someone has to be sent away? That would be so embarrassing. People would think I have an exceptionally strong destiny. Mr. Fang, I hope nothing serious happens to that Mr. Fang, Zhen Ye asked cautiously, tugging gently at Wang Shifeng's sleeve. He shouldn't die. Besides, even if he does, it's none of our business. We're just giving him a send-off, that's a favor. If he dies, it's an accident, that's the ICU's problem, Wang Shifeng said with a gentle laugh, patting Zhen Yi's head reassuringly, thinking she'd been startled. That scared the life out of me, Zhen Yi said with a sigh of relief, muttering under her breath. I thought if he died, we'd have to give a condolence gift. Wang Shifeng's hand froze midair, then he pulled it back. Sure enough, he'd overestimated her kindness. She was probably just worried about losing money. But just in case that old dog Fang really kicked the bucket, how much should he contribute? Wang Shifeng fell deep in thought. Mr. Wang, nice to meet you. I'm Qian Changming, the head of programming at Xiaxi Culture. Just then a rich, deep voice sounded from behind him. Wang Shifeng turned and saw a dapper man with slick back hair standing behind him with a broad smile. Hello, Director Qian. I've long admired your reputation, Wang Shifeng said with a smile as he extended his hand. On your very first day at our station participating in a program, you've caused so many mishaps and made such a spectacle of yourself. I'm truly ashamed, Qian Changming said with a smile as he shook Wang Shifeng's hand. Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself that this station director really did speak differently. He had class. Even though every single one of these mishaps was directly related to him, the other man had taken all the blame upon himself. That was quite interesting. Still, he remained somewhat wary. Was this station director here to cause him trouble? After all, not only had he sent Fang Weiman packing today, but he'd also pretty much ruined the poetry contest. Come to think of it, it was a bit embarrassing his first time visiting someone's home, and he'd practically torn the place apart. Not at all, not at all. I've really had my eyes out today. I never imagined a live TV broadcast could be so entertaining, Wang Shifeng said with a laugh, determined not to mention his involvement in today's events. Mr. Wang, you're a talented man. I admire you. If it's convenient, why don't you stop by my office later? I just got my hands on a few cans of fine tea. We can have a little tasting session, Qian Chanming said with a smile, extending the invitation. Well, I'm afraid that might be a bit of a problem. I have to go back and stream tonight. I've already promised my fans, and I can't let them down. Without me, they simply won't be able to sleep tonight. Wang Shifeng looked genuinely troubled as he politely declined. No problem. Then I'll wait until after your live stream, and we can grab a late-night snack together. I occasionally tune online live streams to learn a thing or two. Despite the refusal, Qian Chanming's smile didn't waver, and he showed no sign of displeasure. He's a bit of a handful, but after all, he was his superior, and since he'd gone this far, he couldn't keep turning him down. Alright then, I'll just have trouble Director Qian to stay up late. Wang Shifeng's face was full of the reluctance to refuse such a kind offer. Qian Chanming was taken aback for a moment. His remarks had been nothing more than polite small talk. He didn't believe any host would actually make him wait. And to make him stay up late. Is this kid just arrogant, or is he genuinely sincere? Qian Chanming was a bit flustered. Behind him, Zhen Yi's eyes like copper bells, his mind reeling with... This was a big shot from Xia TV in Jia country after all. This isn't some CEO puppet like the one you're used to. Boss, how dare you? You never know whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will come first. Just as Fang Weiman could never have guessed that his most famous day would be the day he was carried off the set of his show. Nor did the more than 100 million viewers watching at home ever imagine that one day they'd see a guest on a TV show being carried off on a white stretcher right before their eyes. It was a truly one-of-a-kind viewing experience. In Chinese culture, there is a noble virtue known as respect for the dead. Although it was unclear whether Fang Weiman was still alive, viewers found themselves feeling no pity for him at all. In fact, when he collapsed and coughed up blood, they even experienced a strange sense of relief. It was as if it had a laxative effect. However, compared to Fang Weiman, the audience was more concerned about Wang Shifeng on stage. He was the unsung hero behind the scenes who made today's dramatic scene possible. Without him, there wouldn't be so much laughter and joy today. Without him, no one would have known that a TV show could be this entertaining. Without him, we wouldn't know what true showmanship is. From now on, if this young man isn't on the show, they won't watch it. Although Fang Weiman being carried off was a serious on-air incident, the show was not over yet. The program, originally scheduled for 130 minutes, still had more than half an hour left. As a result, many people in the studio began to feel a sense of dread. Now that Fang Weiman was gone, the biggest target in the entire studio, would Wang Shifeng's attention shift to them? The first to feel panic was Yina. This woman, hailed as the godmother of the music industry, suddenly realized this as she returned to her seat after seeing Fang Weiman off. Why did I come back? It seemed she had also crossed Wang Shifeng. Thinking of Fang Weiman's fate, Yina froze in place. She was just a blunt, outspoken follower. She had meant to mindlessly bash him. Damn Fang Weiman, if I'd known, I wouldn't have gotten involved with that cutie. But Yina quickly regained her composure. First, she was a woman. Second, she hadn't joined in when Wang Shifeng had just been single-handedly beating up Fang Weiman. And third, she was, after all, a senior member. Wang Shifeng probably wouldn't go so far as to wipe her out completely. Besides, he'd already taken care of one person today. He probably wouldn't go all out against her, would he? At worst, she'd just have to steer clear of him in the industry from now on. With that thought, Yina's fluttering heart settled a bit. She glanced at Zheng Yuyun beside her, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck. She stood up and made her way over to Wang Shifeng, who was chatting casually with Qian Chanming. Watching the two of them laughing and chatting so happily, Yina became even more determined in her resolve. Little sis, don't blame your big sister for being ruthless. I'm just trying to make a living. Alright, it's settled then. I'll come find you after the stream ends tonight. Qian Chanming nodded at Wang Shifeng, then noticed Yina standing behind him with a look of anxiety on her face and asked, Sister Na, do you need something from me? Wang Shifeng also turned to look at Yina, nodding with a sincere smile. Yina shuddered slightly and said with an awkward smile, Director Qian, I'm not here to see you. I have something to discuss with Teacher Wang. Qian Chanming's mouth twitched slightly, but he nodded impassively. Alright then, you two talk. With that, he walked away with his hands behind his back. Sister Na, is there something you need from me? Wang Shifeng asked with a smile. No, just call me by my name, Teacher Wang, Yina said, waving her hands hurriedly. You're a veteran of the music industry, the godmother of the music world, and deserve respect. How could I possibly call you by your first name? Wang Shifeng replied with a smile. Fang Weiman is a literary veteran too. Why didn't I see you show him any respect when you saw him off? Yina thought to herself, but dared not show it. Teacher Wang, please don't say that. I'm just a singer, those are just things fans make up. I really do love Sister Na's music, Wang Shifeng said with a beaming smile. Yina nervously swallowed, glanced around to make sure no bystanders were nearby, and said in a low voice, Teacher Wang, regarding what happened on Weibo this afternoon, I'd like to apologize to you. I wouldn't dare accept that. You're my senior, and I'll certainly take your criticism to heart. Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly. Why is this woman suddenly apologizing? Was she being threatened? Or does she have some other ulterior motive? I really had no idea about that incident. It was a private decision made by my assistant and Fang Weiman's agent. I was furious when I found out, but since it's already affected you and on top of that, Fang Weiman kept pulling me aside during the show, I was planning to find an opportunity to explain it to you. You now blurted out a string of nonsense. Oh, it's fine. No matter what, it's all just constructive criticism from my seniors, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. The more Yi looked at Wang Shifeng's smile, the weaker her knees felt. Teacher Wang, I'm telling the truth. In this industry, we're all caught up in the ways of the world and can't always control our own fate. Actually, Fang Weiman wasn't the only one behind this, others were involved as well. Oh, how do you know all this so clearly, Sister Na? Wang Shifeng narrowed his eyes. I heard it from my assistant, Yina said, startled, and quickly added, this time, Fang Weiman teamed up with Tianyu Media to create a media stunt, hoping to ride on your popularity to boost their own profile. But they didn't expect that their attempt to steal a chicken would end up costing them the whole pot. Wang Shifeng furrowed his brow, the phrase struck a nerve. Whose chicken are you trying to steal? No, it's not what you're thinking. I'm not very educated, so please don't take offense. What I mean is they had ulterior motives, but thankfully Teacher Wang is so capable that he didn't let them get away with it, Yina hurriedly explained. Wang Shifeng smiled. Sister Na, are you telling me all this to help me? No, I just wanted to clarify that I have absolutely nothing to do with this. Teacher Wang, you need to be on your guard. Even though Fang Weiman has been sent away, Tianyu Media is no ordinary company. Yina turned to look at Zhang Yayan, who was standing nearby. Their company's connections and background are nothing to be taken lightly. Then thank you for the warning, Sister Na, Wang Shifeng said with a sincere smile. Now it was clear, this Yina was nothing but a turncoat. Seeing that Fang Weiman had fallen, she feared the fallout might affect Yangshi, so she'd come bearing a token of loyalty, make peace. It's okay. I'm just a helpful person who can't stand injustice. Honestly, I really loved that song you sang during the live stream. I'm planning to cover it myself sometime soon, and I hope Teacher Wang will grant me permission, Yine continued earnestly. If Sister Na likes it, go ahead and sing it. Just me a heads up when you're about to let loose, Wang Shifeng said magnanimously, waving his hand. Alright then, let's add each other on WeChat so we can stay in touch, Yine said, pulling out her phone. My phone's out of battery. Add my sister first and I'll add you later, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Yina froze, holding her phone, feeling a bit down. She looked at Zhen Yi, who had already pulled out her QR code and scanned it. What sister? She's clearly just an assistant. After all, she was a top-tier singer and yet she could only add a TV host's assistant on WeChat. Oh well, just to get out of this situation unscathed today, I'll put up with it. After adding her as a friend, Yine exchanged a few more casual remarks before returning to her seat. Mr. Feng, which group should I put her in? Zhen Yi asked after updating the contacts label. Put her in pending for now, Wang Shifeng said with a cold laugh. Pending, as the name implies, means waiting to be handled. Zhen Yi glanced at her boss, Wang Shifeng. Just as expected, he wouldn't accept her offer of allegiance at all. Then she blinked and asked quietly, President Feng, that must be Miss Zhang from Tianyu Media, right? She did warn us about this at the beginning. Move her from tea shop to Todu, Wang Shifeng said, furrowing his... Oh, Zhen Yi nodded obediently, then glanced at Zhang Yuyan, who stood somewhat alone in the distance. Miss, you're in for it now. Order was quickly restored in the studio, and the show continued though with 3 guests instead of 4. For the rest of the segment, however, Wang Shifeng was essentially the only one speaking. After all, Yina and Zhang Yuyan were essentially just there for show. Without Fang Weiman to play off of, Wang Shifeng felt a bit lonely on his own, so he essentially left the rest of the segment to the contestants on stage. The contestants, who had been on the edge of their seats, saw that Wang Shifeng had no intention of pursuing the matter further. One by one, they were nearly moved to tears with joy, and with 30 minutes of airtime to boot, they were overwhelmed with gratitude. On a typical show, that old fox Fang Weiman would give them at most 20 minutes, which breaks down to just a few dozen seconds of screen time per person. The difference was stark. As for the host who had originally been Fang Weiman's sycophant, he completely lost his composure after seeing his boss sent off, frantically flattering Wang Shifeng in hopes of salvaging the situation. Today's show is coming to a close. In the 3 years I've been on this program, this has been the day I've learned the most and found the most fulfilling, all thanks to our erudite and talented Wang Shifeng. Teacher Wang, we are grateful to have you. It is you who have made our show shine. As the host delivered his closing remarks, he passionately flattered Wang Shifeng, making no mention whatsoever of Fang Weiman's name as if that person didn't even exist on the show. He knew that the moment Director Qian and Wang Shifeng engaged in that friendly exchange, Fang Weiman's fate had already been sealed. Such is reality. Faced with such shameless behavior, the audience below erupted in waves of boos and jeers. The host on stage remained impassive, though he felt a twinge of resentment. "We're all traitors, so why do you, who betrayed us first, look down on me, a little lamb who later realized my mistake and returned to the fold?" As is customary on this show, at the very end, I'd like to invite Professor Wang to recite another poem to bring today's program to a perfect close, the host said, thick-skinned and ignoring the mockery from the audience. "The host is joking. How could such an important closing task be entrusted to a newcomer like me? That's unreasonable," Wang Shifeng declined. "When you pushed Fang Weiman so hard he was carried out spitting blood. Why didn't you remember you were a newcomer then?" "Mr. Wang, you're joking. Aside from you, no one else here is qualified for this," the host hurriedly replied. Exactly. Professor Wang, please don't be so modest, I'm just a singer," Yi Na chimed in right after. I'm here just see Teacher Wang," Shang Yun said with a coy wink. Cheers erupted from both the stage and the audience, with everyone chanting Wang Shifeng's name. Since the rest of the program wasn't very interesting, many spectators who were just there for the spectacle had switched channels, but tens of millions of viewers still stayed tuned until the very end. Seeing this scene, it all felt a bit absurd. Isn't this kind of rowdy, crowd-cheering atmosphere supposed to be a staple of variety shows? How did it end up on a serious literary program like this? Had he tuned into the wrong show? Unable to refuse such warm encouragement, Wang Shifeng had no choice but to stand up and wave his hand to signal the crowd to quiet down. The studio fell silent once more, and everyone listened intently. "Thank you all for your kindness. I'll take the liberty of improvising a little poem to make you laugh," Wang Shifeng said after a moment's pause. "Maka maka ababa, two fools, haha. Isn't that a bit too off the cuff for you?" After hearing this, everyone was left utterly baffled. In that instant, the audience began to wonder if the brilliantly talented young man from the first half of the show had been swapped out. Is this even a poem? Even an elementary school student could come up with that. Could it be that Wang Shifeng's performance was affected by Fang Weiman's absence? The audience was disappointed, but amidst their disappointment, they also felt that this poem might not be as simple as it seemed. After all, the person who wrote this poem was the prodigious young genius who had once infuriated a literary master to the point of spitting blood. There must be more to his poetry than meets the eye. The host on stage was left speechless. His mouth, usually full of flattery and flowery praise, was suddenly left speechless by this poem. Even with a face as thick as his, he couldn't find a way to begin praising the poem. At that moment, the camera panned to Yina and Zhang Yuyan. Suddenly, someone had a flash of insight. Haven't these two barely spoken to each other since the show began? And it's just a ha-ha the whole time. That's just ababa, two fools. So someone got it. Oh my gosh, Teacher Wang is seriously amazing. I wouldn't go so far as to say his cultural attainment has reached the pinnacle, but it's definitely at the level of returning to simplicity. I love it. So this netizen posted their insight in the online comments, instantly attracting countless poetry fans to Wang Shifeng. This interpretation was so profound that even Wang Shifeng himself, upon seeing it, would have realized his little doggerel actually had a deeper meaning. As the program finally to a close to the tune of a beautiful closing theme song, Wang Shifeng stretched, and escorted by a large contingent of security guards arranged by Qian Changming, was given priority passage to the guest waiting room. This green room was the largest and most luxurious on the entire poetry conference set. Not only was there a large conference room outside, but it also featured a bedroom inside. It had once been Fang Weiman's green room. Now Fang Weiman's agent was leading a team in packing up his belongings, and everyone's faces were pale, their brows etched with grief. Wang Shifeng was startled by the sight. Could it be that Fang Weiman had really died in the hospital? "Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Fang Weiman's agent. You can call me Old Li," said a weary-looking middle-aged man as he approached. "Oh, so you're Old Li, the one who bashed me on Weibo." "Hello. What's going on here?" Wang Shifeng asked obliquely. 20 minutes ago, Direct Trian officially notified us that Fang Weiman has been blacklisted internally for disrupting the show's order and interfering with production. Will never work with him again. We're here to pack up his things," Old Li said with a bitter expression. Disrupting the show's order? Who? Fang Weiman? Upon hearing this, Wang Shifeng fell silent for a moment, appearing to be deep in thought, but in reality he was reflecting on the situation.
Looking at the young and handsome Wang Shifeng, Old Li couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He never imagined he'd actually fall victim to this young man, and this fall could very well be fatal. But it's for the best. Fang Weiman has been running roughshod over this show for so many years, he deserves his comeuppance. Having lost Xia TV's resources, coupled with today's performance, from now on the name Fang Weiman might become synonymous with a laughingstock, while the staff of his production team would face immediate unemployment. So he's been blacklisted. That was a close call. Zhen Yi was the first to breathe a sigh of relief. Old Li glanced at this tall, leggy young woman and furrowed his brow. Why does her tone sound a bit relieved? Are all the people around Wang Shifeng this classy? Not only do they not kick someone when they're down, but they actually show concern for their rivals? Thank you for all your hard work. I didn't expect the consequences to be this severe. Wang Shifeng didn't know what else to say, so he could only offer a polite remark. He brought it all on himself. Now that it's over, we don't have to be his accomplices anymore. Old Li smiled. Professor Wang, you must be ready to rest. We'll come back later to pack up our things. No need. I just popped in for a quick look. I have to go back to the office for my live stream later, Wang Shifeng said, waving his hand. Teacher Wang, you really are dedicated. Even after becoming famous on TV, you haven't forgotten your online fans, Old Li remarked. But if you go out now, you might run into some trouble. Why's that? Wang Shifeng frowned. The place is packed with reporters outside, all waiting to interview you, Old Li explained. Especially since you're driving that eye-catching Ferrari, you'll definitely get swamped. Why not rest here for a bit? Gossip always spreads the fastest. Now that everyone knows I drive a Ferrari, the pressure is immense. This is the summer TV headquarters, how dare the reporters be so brazen. Wang Shifeng was also somewhat surprised. Although he knew today's major news would inevitably attract reporters, he hadn't expected them to dare block the very entrance to summer TV. Fugitives blocking the courthouse. Is there no law left in this world? There's nothing we can do. You're just too high profile. Even our colleagues from Xia TV's in-house media are swarming you, Old Li said with a laugh. This is going to be a hassle, Wang Shifeng frowned, glancing at Zhen Yi beside him. Although this girl had long arms and legs, she probably wouldn't be able to carry him out of there. It looks like Mr. Wang is in a bit of a bind. Do you need any help? Just then, Zhang Yuyan's sweet voice rang out from behind him. Do you have any good ideas, Miss Zhang? Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly, flashing a sincere smile. I'll drive your car out to draw their fire and you drive mine, that way you can slip away, Zhang Yuyan said with a smile. A diversionary tactic, Miss Zhang, you really are resourceful, Wang Shifeng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Right? I know more than just blah blah and ha, you know, Zhang Yuyan said with a mischievous wink. Wang Shifeng pretended not to understand, then hesitated slightly. Miss Zhang, how good are you at driving? This is a Ferrari after all. Who doesn't have one? Zhang Yuyan pulled a pink car key out of her handbag. Just a rich woman, what's she so proud of? Wang Shifeng snorted derisively, but still exchanged car keys with Zhang Yuyan. Thank you, Miss Zhang, for saving me. I'll surely repay you handsomely someday. No need for a reward, just honor the bet we made yesterday, Zhang Yuyan said, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Wang Shifeng frowned. That's not up to me, I have to follow the company's instructions. I hope you'll understand, Miss Zhang. All right, I understand. I'll go ahead and draw their attention away from you. My car is pink, you'll see it in the underground parking garage. Zhang Yuyan nodded, saying nothing more. Watching Zhang Yuyan walk away so readily, Wang Shifeng furrowed his brow. President Feng, do you think she's planning to go undercover in our livestream? Zhen Yi asked quietly after a moment. I wouldn't rule that out. We're in a very dangerous situation right now, it's like walking on thin ice, Wang Shifeng remarked with a sigh. If she's offering to help us so willingly, she must have an ulterior motive. I hope there's nothing wrong with that car, Zhen Yi said, glancing worriedly at the car keys in Wang Shifeng's hand. It's not going to break down in the middle of the road and make us pay for the repairs, is it? Reminded by Zhen Yi, Wang Shifeng also grew wary. What if there were hidden cameras in the car, or if this were a trap set to create a scandal? That would be more trouble than it's worth. You can't trust what pretty women say. Oh, it's President Jiang calling, Zhen Yi, who had been looking worried, exclaimed softly. Hello, Wang Shifeng picked up phone. Why was your phone turned off? Jiang Yun's cool voice came through the line, though her tone was slightly anxious. The battery died. What's up? Wang Shifeng replied with a laugh. There are a lot of reporters from Xia TV blocking your way. I spoke with Director Qian, and they'll arrange for someone to pick you up. Don't drive yourself, Jiang Yun said. Alright. Wang Shifeng was pleased as expected of a boss. She really thought of everything. We'll talk about the other matters when you get back, Jiang Yun said before hanging up. What did President Jiang say? Zhen Yi asked, her eyes sparkling. She's arranging for someone to drive us back, Wang Shifeng said. Wow, that's so boss-like, Zhen Yi said, her voice brimming with excitement. Huh? What's so bossy about that? Wang Shifeng asked, a bit puzzled. Just then, another group of security guards entered the waiting room, but leading them was a petite girl who appeared to be only about 1.5 meters tall. The girl was very cute, the kind of face that people of any age would find adorable. Combined with her petite frame, she looked just like a doll. Her only flaw was that her shoulders were a bit narrow, making her look like a doll with a big head. On top of that, she was carrying an even larger camera on her shoulder. So this was the legendary media colleague from within Xia TV. Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Wang Qingqing, the host of the Jinghua Evening News program. May I ask you a few questions? When the big-headed doll smiled, her eyes turned into crescent moons. Sister Qingqing, Director Qian said we're not allowed to conduct interviews. The head security guard interjected somewhat nervously, seemingly a bit intimidated by the big-headed doll. The station director only said we shouldn't force an interview. He didn't say Ms. Wang couldn't be interviewed, right, Ms. Wang? Wang Qingqing said with a sweet smile. Wang Shifeng looked at the security captain. The security captain stiffened. Mr. Wang, Director Qian has asked me to escort you back to the company. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Shifeng nodded, pointing at the security captain. So, does that mean I absolutely have to give the interview first? Of course not, Wang Qingqing spoke up first, smiling as she said, but since we've done you such a big favor, it wouldn't be too much to ask for you to give us an interview, would it? Looking at Wang Qingqing's row of pearly white teeth, Wang Shifeng smiled. She really is a host, quick-witted as expected. That hit the nail on the head. Alright, then I'll grant you the interview, but just one question. Wang Shifeng smiled, deciding to give Director Qian some face. Just one, Wang Qingqing muttered under her breath, showing no sign of displeasure. After a moment's thought, she aimed the camera at Wang Shifeng. Mr. Wang, what are your thoughts on Fang Weimin? As expected of a host from the national broadcaster, it was a well-crafted question, one that was deliberately broad. Although it appeared to be just one question, the potential for a detailed response was vast, and there was plenty of room to develop the story further. Wang Shifeng paused for a moment, then spoke to the camera with a solemn expression. Old Fang is a good comrade. It's a shame to get to know him this way. Noticing the smile Wang Shifeng couldn't quite hide at the corner of his mouth on screen, Wang Qingqing wrinkled her nose. Sly. Still, she was thoroughly satisfied as she gathered the footage, skipped back to her office, and began editing. Today's headline was hers. Virtually every media outlet in the city had turned out, blocking the GV building completely. Dozens of live broadcast trucks were lying in wait, ready to snatch the top story the moment Wang Shifeng emerged. When Wang Shifeng's black Ferrari, which had long since gone viral online, pulled out of the garage, it instantly caught everyone's attention. Wang Shifeng is out. Let's go, everyone. Don't let him get away. Jinghua is so congested even a sports car can't go fast here. In an instant, most of the media were lured away, while a few experienced reporters or those with inside sources remained put. But after chasing the black Ferrari halfway around the city, they finally realized they'd fallen for a diversionary tactic. They hurriedly turned around, hoping they were still in time. Zhang Yuan watched as the number of media outlets tailing her dwindled. Finally, she let out a soft snort, turned around, and headed for Xing Media. Just then, her phone rang. Glancing at the contact's name on the caller ID, Zhang Yuan frowned and answered with a look of disgust. Where have you been? A deep, weathered male voice asked over the phone. I'm off work, just taking a drive, Zhang Yuan replied coldly. Your car is still parked at Chia TV, it hasn't moved. It's a friend's car. It's not safe out at night. Come home early. After hanging up, Zhang Yuan's lips pressed into a straight line, and her normally sweet face took on a slightly cold, striking look. Home? Who's home? To help Wang Shifeng slip away unnoticed, Qian Changming deployed more than a dozen identical minivans to throw people off the scent. Even Wang Shifeng himself wasn't sure which one he was riding in. At that moment, Wang Shifeng truly experienced what it meant to be treated like royalty. Disga. President Fang Weimin is #1 on the trending list, Zhen Yi, who kept a close eye on trending topics, said with a long face. It looks like he's really done for this time. Netizens are even lighting virtual candles for him. Wang Shifeng furrowed his brow and took a look at his phone. Sure enough, it was #1 on the trending list. Fang Weimin, it's a shame to get to know you this way. He tapped on the link, but there weren't many reports about Fang Weimin himself. Instead, almost all the content was about Wang Shifeng highlighting some of his standout moments on the show, as well as quotes from his live stream a couple of days ago. It felt more like a promotional video. Clickbait. And at the end of the video, there was exactly the footage Wang Qingqing had just filmed. I checked the author, it was credited to Wang Qingqing. Is this big-headed doll really that efficient? Most people who hadn't seen Fang Weimin's show before, especially young people, were also deeply impressed by this master of cultural programming. But after he spent a whole day trending, it was Wang Qingqing's clickbait title that ultimately propelled him to the top of the trending list. It was precisely because of this video that more people came to know Wang Shifeng. However, most netizens, unaware of the truth, simply glanced at the headline without watching the content. As a result, they were missiled and rushed to leave comments on Fang Weiman's Weibo to pay their respects to this stranger who had unfortunately passed away. The comments were filled with meme images made from screenshots of Fang Weiman's videos, as well as some neatly arranged formations. "It's a shame to get to know you this way, candle candle. May there be no pain in heaven, candle candle. Life on earth is wonderful, come back and visit us in your next life, candle candle. Hope you had fun on earth, candle candle." Thanks to so many kind-hearted netizens, Fang Weiman himself once again topped the trending list. Bystanders unaware of the truth were instantly shocked. He was fine this morning, how could he have passed away by tonight? Was it really that sudden? If Fang Weiman were still conscious right now, seeing that after more than a decade in the industry he'd finally topped the trending list, his feelings would surely be mixed. Little did he know that the day he reached the top would also be the day of his passing. "Thanks to everyone for helping me out of this mess. Want to go up for a drink of water?" After safely returning to the company, Wang Shifeng said to the driver and security detail. No, thank you. Ensuring Mr. Wang arrives safely is our duty," the security captain replied, feigning politeness at first. "Alright then. I won't keep you any longer. Be careful on your way back," Wang Shifeng nodded in acknowledgement. "You really don't know how to handle things, do you?" The security captain was taken aback. "I was just making a polite excuse. If you'd invited me again, I would have gone up." Usually, on field assignments like this, every company would politely make arrangements for them, just a token gesture. Even if there's no red envelope, they'd at least get a free meal. But he never expected that today. He wouldn't even get a free bottle of water. That was sloppy. Filled with frustration, the security captain left. "Look at their service attitude and professionalism. No wonder they're front desk staff," Wang Shifeng remarked. Yeah, those security guards are really dedicated to their jobs," Jenny agreed. "Let's go. I'm going to head upstairs and lie down for a bit. I'm completely exhausted today," Wang Shifeng said, yawning as he walked toward the company. As soon as he reached the elevator, he noticed that Li and the others had been waiting there for quite some time. "Oh my goodness, you're finally back," Li said, breathing a huge sigh of relief the moment he saw Wang Shifeng. "Director He, you're being too formal. Just because I stepped out for a bit, you're suddenly treating me like an elder?" Wang Shifeng teased with a smile. "Stop laughing. I told you to go on the show to set the record straight, but instead you sent him straight to the hospital. If anything happens to him, won't you be held responsible?" Li looked deeply worried. "What responsibility? What does that have to do with me? He's the one who's in poor health and still insisted on working while sick." Wang Shifeng shrugged. "Besides, the TV station hasn't said a word about it, so stop worrying for no reason." "Really?" Li was taken aback. After all, he was just an employee and some news didn't reach his ears. "Yeah, there's this station director surname Qian who's even planning to treat me to a late-night snack after my live broadcast tonight," Wang Shifeng said with a smile. "Qian Changming, are you sure it's a late-night snack and not a lawsuit?" Li was taken aback. "It really is a late-night snack. Originally, Director Qian said we'd go for tea after the show, but since President Feng was rushing back for the live broadcast, he asked him to wait until tonight for a late-night snack," Zhenyai said with a smile. "You turned down the station director and made him wait for you? Are you guys crazy, or is the station director crazy?" Li was deeply shocked. "Is President Jiang in his office?" Wang Shifeng asked. "A few shareholders and media representatives have arrived. They're in a meeting right now," Li said. "It seems they're discussing your situation." Okay. Then I'll just go to your place and lie down for a bit. Let me know once they've reached a decision," Wang Shifeng said as he pressed the elevator button. Li nodded instinctively, then cast a slightly bewildered glance at Wang Shifeng. Why did it feel like this company was his? The shareholders were holding a meeting and still had to report to him. In the livestream studio, Wang Shifeng went live right on time, and the moment he did, the viewer count immediately surpassed 500,000. Such is the power of a trending topic, truly terrifying. Looking at the screen filled with a dense stream of comments, most of which were asking about this afternoon's show. Alright. It seems none of you are interested in what I prepared for today. Fine, then let's talk about what you're actually interested in. First, regarding those trending topics online, don't let yourselves be swayed by the hype. What teacher Fang Weiman likes is his own private matter and his freedom. You all need to learn to respect and understand that," Wang Shifeng explained, enunciating each word clearly. "We can respect him, but I won't stand for anyone harassing our teacher Wang. He's mine." "Get lost, you above. Teacher Wang belongs to all of us." "We get the respect part, but who is Sister Li?" Making jokes at a serious time like this, those evil puns. No matter what, that Fang Weiman is quite the passionate fellow. Unable to have the one he loves, he actually cut up blood, which just goes to show Teacher Wang's charm. She's loved by young and old alike. Don't just throw around the idiom appeals to all ages like that, hey. Watching the stream of cheerful, goofy comments, Wang Shifeng shook his head in exasperation. Old Fang, I've clarified everything I needed to. This is all I can do for you. Alright, let's randomly pick the first viewer's call and see what's bothering him. Let's all help analyze the situation together. Wang Shifeng continued to moderate the show, suddenly realizing that managing the comment stream was way harder than managing a live studio audience. Hello, is this Mr. Wang? I'm your biggest fan. As soon as the call connected, an excited male voice came through. Hello, sir. Thank you very much for your support, but please take care of your voice, Wang Shifeng said, rubbing his ears, which had gone numb from the volume. I'm so excited, I'm sorry I can't quite control myself. I saw you on the show this afternoon, and I was so thrilled I felt like I was gonna fly. I never imagined you'd be this handsome. The fan grew more and more excited as he spoke. Good looks are just superficial, they don't put food on the table. What's your name, sir? Wang Shifeng asked with a laugh. Good looks can't put food on the table. Where'd you get that Ferrari then? Only Wang Shifeng could get away with saying something like that. Anyone else would have been torn apart. After all, the people leaving comments are human too, they'd be afraid of getting called out by Wang Shifeng as well. My last name is Sun, just call me Xiao Sun. Teacher Wang, watching the show today has left me in awe of your talent. I'm actually majoring in Chinese culture, and today I've really broadened my horizons. I plan to share your videos with my classmates tomorrow so we can all learn from them together. Mr. Sun must be a die-hard fan, he couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning Wang Shifeng. His excessive enthusiasm left Wang Shifeng a bit overwhelmed. Thank you again for your support, Mr. Sun. As for the recommendation, please don't bother, I'm just a dilettante, parroting others' ideas. Do you have any questions you'd like to share? Wang Shifeng said modestly. No, in my eyes you're the one with true knowledge. I used to think Fang Weiman was decent, but now I realize he's a fake master. Teacher Wang, I'd like to ask, with so many masters on the internet and TV these days, which ones are real and which ones are fake? Mr. Sun finally asked his question. This was a tricky question to answer, as it could easily of people. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure about that either, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. The term master has many meanings. In the most common sense today, someone with outstanding knowledge and contributions in a specific field can be called a master. Wang Shifeng gave his answer, but the audience was clearly unsatisfied. Well then, let me tell you a few stories all from friends of mine, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. There they are. Teacher Wang's all-powerful friends have appeared again. The live chat exploded with excitement, causing the backend to lag. Wang Shifeng cleared his throat. I have a friend who heard somewhere about a master of the I Ching, so he went to pay him a visit. My friend described the master as having the air of an immortal, wearing a feather fan and a silk headscarf and looking like someone who clearly knew his stuff. So he asked, Master, I've fallen for a girl who makes more money than I do, comes from a better background, is beautiful and has a great figure, but I don't feel I'm good enough for her. Do you think we have a chance? The master took a look at my friend's appearance, then pulled out some copper coins and tortoise shells, and pointing at my friend raised his middle finger. My friend was stunned at first, thinking the master was cursing him, but then he thought, since the master studies the I Ching, he might not be familiar with foreign customs, so he pondered for a moment and asked, Master, are you saying that if I pursue her wholeheartedly, without fear of hardship or confusion, there's a slim chance I might succeed in the end? The master shook his head, then gave the tortoise shell a little shake and said, 1,000 prayers for a romantic match, you can't back out halfway. The audience, who had been intently waiting for some profound wisdom, was dumbfounded. Then they nearly burst out laughing. What on earth was that? Charging for a matchmaking prayer is one thing, but what does no refunds for half the fee even mean? Isn't this a scam? Here's a 6,000 character chapter. Low EQ, I'm a scammer, send me 500. High EQ, I'm a master, a matchmaking reading is 1,000, no refunds, not even half. The fans quickly caught on, and the screen was flooded with haha and refund comments. I get it now, I get it. So this is what a master is. Master, high EQ scam. I suspect Teacher Wang is being subtle. Do you think there's a chance Teacher Wang is being sarcastic, speculating? I can't stop laughing, I might as well just stay in Teacher Wang's live stream. You're laughing too soon. I'll bet 5 Mao that there's definitely a twist coming. New fans are still laughing their heads off. But the longtime fans have already keenly sensed that things are probably not that simple. Teacher Wang's words have always been like pearls every sentence. No, every single character is imbued with deep meaning. It takes careful, repeated consideration to finally grasp the underlying significance and understand Teacher Wang's well-intentioned efforts. So they listened even more intently to what followed. Wang Shifeng glanced at the live chat and noticed that viewers had already predicted the upcoming twist, which made him feel a little uneasy. Sure enough, fans are getting harder and harder to manage. At this rate, should he switch up his warm-up jokes in the future? Wang Shifeng's voice through the microphone once more. I see some of you have already guessed that there's something fishy about this master. After listening to him, my friend also realized he might have run into a con artist. But my friend was holding on to a sliver of hope, thinking, what if it's real? Besides, the master said no refunds if the prediction comes true. Even if he's a con artist, I'd only lose half my money. And if it turns out to be right, that'd be a huge score. Only half the loss. The audience never expected Wang Shifeng's friend's logic to be so bizarre. So my friend gritted his teeth and handed the master 1,000 yuan. The master took the money, shook the tortoise shell again, held up his middle finger, and immediately handed 500 back to my friend. My friend was stunned and asked the master what that meant. The master flashed a mysterious smile and said, "You idiot, you actually believed that. If a toad with an IQ like yours could ever land a swan, I'd see the devil. Take your money and get the hell out of here, you're ruining my feng shui." After Wang Shifeng finished speaking, the comment stream froze for a few seconds, then erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm. Wow, this master really has a heart of gold. He actually gave the money back. True, this guy not only paid for a lesson, but also got a free dose of humiliation and mockery on top of it. He totally came out ahead. I'm dying of laughter. In just over 10 seconds, I've been trolled twice. Wait, what? Suddenly, I feel like the master might have a point. Could he actually not be a scammer? I can understand Teacher Wang's friend here. Even though he knew full well it wasn't meant to be, he still wanted to give it a shot. What if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance? Brother up there, that's not a probability, it's a miracle. Do you believe in light? The comment stream was buzzing with interaction. Some were laughing, others were making snarky remarks, and some, moved by the scene, were sharing their own dating stories. Wang Shifeng was reading the comments with great interest. Spot on, the netizens he'd helped were starting to open up and let their guard down. This was all great material. Suddenly, Mr. Sun, the caller on the line, spoke up, his tone somewhat subdued. "Teacher Wang, whatever happened to your friend in the end?" Wang Shifeng was taken aback. He hadn't expected Mr. Sun to be so sentimental. He'd actually started caring about the characters in the story. Had he really related to it? My friend, things didn't turn out very well for him in the end. Wang Shifeng cleared his throat, trying to figure out how to spin a feel-good ending to lift Mr. Sun's spirits. I suppose so. Mr. Sun let out a self-deprecating chuckle. I understand your friend very well. I think we're the same kind of people, knowing full well that she's an unattainable princess, yet still clinging to delusions. Actually, that master was quite right. He should have scolded us harshly to snap us out of it. Just as you once said, she should be a dream, and I should be the wind. Mr. Sun's self-deprecating remark broke, of nearly 700,000 viewers in the livestream. Everyone could sense a hint of bitterness, a touch of resentment, and a great deal of regret and helplessness. He really is a man with a story. The viewers in the chat began to comfort him, and the livestream was filled with warmth and compassion. Wang Shifeng was stunned. This turn of events completely threw him off. Wasn't Mr. Sun's question supposed to be about what makes a master? How did it suddenly escalate to such philosophical and emotional heights? And he actually thinks that con artist master was in the right? You're just a passing breeze. This won't do. What kind of understanding is this? This is a bad influence. Wang Shifeng said solemnly, Mr. Sun, I understand that this story may have moved you, but that's not what I'm trying to say. My friend didn't end up doing well later on because of his romantic troubles. Mr. Sun was speechless, and so was the audience. After my friend confirmed the other person was a con artist, he was so furious he beat the guy up. He ended up paying hundreds of thousands in compensation, sold his house, and spent years paying off debts, and he still hasn't recovered to this day. Wang Shifeng finished speaking with righteous indignation. Looking at the comment stream, which had fallen silent once more, he felt he had corrected this unhealthy trend and instantly felt a sense of moral superiority. We're about to burst into tears, for crying out loud. You're talking about real life with us here? So your friend's struggles were physical after all. We thought they were emotional. Now that's awkward. But after the awkwardness, another round of uproarious laughter ensued. They finally understood what it meant to have a plot full of twists and turns. Sure enough, with Teacher Wang's stories you can never guess the ending. But the most awkward one of all was Mr. Sun himself. Just as he was getting into the melancholic mood and preparing to recite a few more lines of poetry, Mr. Sun completely choked up. Wow, now hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream know I'm such a cutie. What a total social embarrassment. Friends, please don't just laugh. I'm telling this story to remind everyone to be vigilant. If you ever encounter someone who claims to be a master again, whether they're asking for tuition or a service fee, stay on your guard, because it's very likely a scam. True masters rarely use their knowledge and abilities to make money. They're above that, Wang Shifeng continued. After finishing, he thoughtfully asked Mr. Sun, "Do you understand what I mean?" Hearing Wang Shifeng's tone full of concern, Mr. Sun found himself at a loss. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I might be a little off, but I'm not really stupid. I can still tell the difference between nonsense and sense. Thank you, Teacher Wang, for clearing this up. I understand, Mr. Sun said, feeling like crying but unable to. Alright, Mr. Sun, do you have any other questions? Wang Shifeng asked with a smile. No, thank you, Teacher Wang. I'll continue to support you in the future, Mr. Sun said, then quickly hung up the call. Wang Shifeng shook his head in exasperation. Well, it seems Mr. Sun can now roughly tell a true master from a charlatan. Let's wish him smooth sailing in the days ahead. The live chat responded with a flurry of colorful blessings. Let's connect with the next viewer and see if they have any little everyday worries to share. Wang Shifeng gestured toward the control room. However, with so many requests to go on air, the staff screening calls outside were working up a sweat, so he quickly called in a few people from other live streams to help out. Wang Shifeng was currently trending and in the spotlight. If they connected with a troublemaker, things could easily get out of hand. Hello, Teacher Wang. My name is Xiao, and I'm one of your color fans. The call connected, and a young woman with a vibrant voice spoke up. Hello, Miss Xiao. I'm honored to have your admiration, but my look fans come in all colors. I wonder which color scheme you belong to. Wang Shifeng joked with a smile. Instantly, the comment stream erupted with playful banter, filled with text in every color of the rainbow, until it eventually split into two major camps, yellow and green. Quack, 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 quack. Teacher Wang, you're so funny I can't help but laugh the moment you open your mouth. Miss Xiaoxiao's laughter was just as lively, reminding many of the big white goose at the village entrance. I'm afraid I can't oblige after all. I'm a host who makes a living with my mouth, Wang Shifeng chuckled softly. No. Teacher Wang, you just need to turn on your camera. Just looking at your face makes me drool all day. Miss Xiao exclaimed excitedly. The live chat instantly erupted with a flurry of jealous comments. Wang Shifeng, having been publicly confessed to, looked a bit embarrassed. Miss Xiao, why don't you find some time to go to the hospital? Your reaction drooling over handsome guys might be a case of rapeseed flower fever. Everyone, please don't think I'm joking. This condition is really serious, and it usually strikes in the spring. Spring is a peak season for various mental illnesses. I once heard a psychology professor say that lower atmospheric pressure in spring can easily disrupt hormone secretion in the brain, triggering schizophrenia and other severe mental disorders. In mild cases, patients may drool over photos and experience scattered thoughts. In severe cases, they might run naked in public. Symptoms vary, but they're closely tied to desire. It is generally understood as an outburst resulting from long-suppressed emotions that have built up over time. Once they come to their senses, patients are filled with remorse and hide at home, afraid to face others. This is the origin of the term flower crazy. After listening to Wang Shifeng's serious and solemn explanation, the audience fell silent for a moment, then began flooding the comments section. Holy crap, so ruthless. So cruel, Professor Wang actually did something so utterly heartless to a young girl. Professor Wang really cares about his fans, it's just that his care is a bit cruel. Don't cry, young lady, I'm here specifically to take in heartbroken girls. Wow, are people actually soliciting business during live streams these days? Isn't it a bit harsh to bring a girl down like that? But if it's Teacher Wang, then it's fine. The chat was joking around, but Miss Xiao was crying. Sniff sniff. Teacher Wang is so heartless. How could he treat a young girl in the prime of her life like this? I was just using a metaphor. Teacher Wang, are you straight? I am indeed a straight guy, I'd rather break than bend, Wang Shifeng said with a straight face. This is so annoying. That's not what I meant at all. I don't believe it, you're so good at sweet talk. You must be pretending to be straight. Miss Xiao Xiao burst into goose-like laughter once again. I'm sure everyone's seen people pretending to be rich kids, pretending to be masters, or even pretending to be subservient, but I doubt anyone's ever seen someone pretending to be straight, Wang Shifeng chuckled. I've heard that when men are faced with a girl they don't like, they pretend to be straight, Miss Xiao Xiao said. Let's just talk about whatever's bothering you, Wang Shifeng said. Okay then. I was actually planning to send you a photo of myself, Miss Xiao Xiao said with a hint of regret. I'm not that kind of person, Wang Shifeng frowned, feeling a bit annoyed. He sensed that this girl might have ulterior motives. Black stockings, Miss Xiao Xiao chuckled again. Huh, let me check that out for the guys in the chat, Wang Shifeng said, raising an eyebrow slightly. It was rare to see a fan banter back and forth with Wang Shifeng, and the audience was thoroughly enjoying the show. They hadn't expected this kind of treat and instantly perked up. Teacher Wang is truly our big brother, he enjoys the meat, but doesn't forget to let the brothers have some broth. This screening is pretty subtle, it reminds me of my days as a 5-stripe. Just 5 stripes, you couldn't even search your own dorm room. I'm claiming the host as my brother today. If you don't claim me, that's fine, I'll put on a show of groveling for everyone. Hurry up, Miss Xiao Xiao GKD. Huh men, Miss Xiao Xiao chuckled softly. Teacher Wang, check your private messages. Wang Shifeng switched over to take a look and sure enough. It was the kind of content the guys in the livestream loved to watch even with a mask on. It was more than enough for them to appreciate. Anyway, they'd get bored after a dozen seconds or so. Guys, I've finished my review. 4 words to describe it. Simply breathtaking, Wang Shifeng laughed. Ms. Xiao Xiao, I'm not the type to keep this to myself. Could you let everyone else have a look? They're all my own brothers, Ms. Xiao Xiao said magnanimously. That's the spirit, Wang Shifeng said as he posted the photo in the livestream. Sure enough, it caused a sensation. That's just how some things are. Doing it alone might seem a bit sleazy, but as soon as there are more than 3 people involved, it starts to feel perfectly open and above board, especially since the livestream already had nearly 1 million viewers. Ms. Xiao Xiao, now you can tell us what you wanted to share, right? Wang Shifeng steered the conversation back on track. I don't really have any worries. I just watched the show today and felt like it was love at first sight with you, Ms. Xiao Xiao said shyly. We're all good brothers here. Saying something like that really hurts our feelings, Wang Shifeng said with righteous indignation. Young lady, I really don't buy that Ning stuff. You're so annoying. So black stockings don't work either, huh? Miss Xiao Xiao laughed. Seriously, when it comes to black stockings, there's only one way to make my heart flutter, Wang Shifeng said after a moment's thought. Oh? How do you wear them? Miss Xiao Xiao asked curiously, while hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream were also surprised. Could a man like Teacher Wang actually be moved by black stockings? That shouldn't be possible. You'd have to put them over your head, and if you were holding a gun at the same time, I guarantee I'd be completely smitten, Wang Shifeng said with a touch of melancholy as if reminiscing. So, amid Ms. Xiao Xiao's quacks, a cheerful atmosphere once again filled the live stream. It was as if they'd been transported to a goose farm. Teacher Wang, stop making me laugh, my stomach hurts from laughing so hard, Ms. Xiao Xiao said, her infectious laughter leaving her breathless. As I thought, you all just see me as a joke, Wang Shifeng sighed. Miss Xiao Xiao, is that really what's bothering you? It's not a worry, I just found Teacher Wang's interpretation of classical Chinese this afternoon very interesting, and I'd like to understand which is better, classical Chinese or vernacular Chinese? Miss Xiao Xiao posed a serious question. Many things in the world have 2 sides to them. It's meaningless to simply discuss which is better or worse. We need to view them objectively. Both are ways of expressing information, and each has its own strengths and weaknesses, Wang Shifeng said after a moment's thought. For example, it's true that hero, spare my wretched life seems less refined compared to a chicken rib is not enough to satisfy a nobleman's fist, but it's more straightforward. The day is short and the night is long, why not take a candlelit stroll? Also comes across as more refined than get the hell out of bed and let's party, but it also seems a bit pedantic. However, a classical Chinese expression like I consider the matter of succession to be of the utmost importance, and thus wish to divine an auspicious occasion is nowhere near as powerful as the 4 words honey, I want it. Wang Shifeng cited 3 examples, each of which was refreshingly original. The last one in particular was especially striking. Although they couldn't decide whether classical or vernacular Chinese was better, they felt they'd picked up a strange new skill. Even though I probably didn't understand what Professor Wang was saying, I'll give it a thumbs up anyway. Wah! If only my Chinese teacher had used examples this vivid when I was in school, I'd at least be a high school student by now. I used to just smile when watching Professor Wang's live streams, but now, for some reason my legs start twitching as I watch. With that level of understanding, he still has the nerve to show off. No offense, but even if I lived 2 more lifetimes, I still wouldn't figure out what those first few lines of classical Chinese meant. I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. Could Teacher Wang give more examples like the 3rd one? My grandpa wants to see it. The comments rolled in wave after wave, nearly scaring off viewers who had just joined the stream. What kind of weird live stream have I stumbled into? I wonder if Miss Xiao Xiao understood the examples I gave, Wang Shifeng asked with concern. I get it. What you're saying is, Teacher Wang, I want it, Miss Xiao Xiao giggled coyly. No, my lady, I really am not that kind of person. Alright, since you understand, does Miss Xiao Xiao have any other worries? Wang Shifeng began to turn a deaf ear. I did have some worries, but now I've laughed them away, Miss Xiao Xiao said with a smile. Alright then, get ready to receive my blessing, Wang Shifeng chuckled. No, Teacher Wang, don't bless me. We're all family here, Miss Xiao Xiao hurriedly refused. But I do have one last question. What? Wang Shifeng asked, puzzled. After Fang Weiman was taken away, how is he doing? Miss Xiao Xiao asked cautiously. This was a question many viewers in the livestream were also curious about. After all, seeing the footage of Fang Weiman bleeding on the spot on TV had been quite shocking, and no one knew whether he was alive or dead. Well, I'm not really sure about Teacher Fang's condition, Wang Shifeng said, furrowing his brow slightly as he glanced at the time. But since no obituary has been released yet, he should be fine, right? Hearing a hint of uncertainty in Wang Shifeng's matter-of-fact tone, everyone froze after he spoke. An obituary? Why does it sound like you're a bit confused? Are you just gonna start the banquet right away? Stealing the spotlight. Amid a barrage of snatch the bamboo shoots comments in the live chat, Wang Shifeng felt slightly offended. He was clearly looking forward to it with all his heart. Is there something wrong with that? Alright, let's not dwell on that. Let's wish Miss Xiao Xiao a life filled with laughter and happiness from now on. Because girls who smile often are never too unlucky, it's the unlucky ones who can't even manage a smile. Wang Shifeng dutifully offered his best wishes, but then, realizing it might not be appropriate, added, of course, I also wish Teacher Fang Weiman a safe recovery and a speedy return to health. Since he'd already brought him up, it wouldn't have made sense not to offer a blessing. At first, Miss Xiao Xiao was quite happy to hear the well wishes, but when she heard that Mr. Fang Weiman had also been included, she instantly felt it was bad luck. Alright, time is tight, and we have a lot to cover. Let's quickly take the next call and hear what troubles our listeners, are willing to share with us. Seeing that the live chat had started discussing Fang Weiman again, Wang Shifeng hurriedly changed the subject. Hello, host. I'm a new listener. My friend told me your show is very therapeutic, so I decided to give it a try. I never expected to actually get through. The call connected and a deep voice came through. That voice immediately suggested a calm, composed listener, likely someone on the older side. Finally, a reliable call. Wang Shifeng was delighted. Hello, sir, what's your name? My surname is Wu, Mr. Wu replied calmly. Hello, Mr. Wu. Is there anything troubling you or anything you'd like to share? Wang Shifeng immediately took note of this unusual surname. It's like this, host. Last month my family arranged a blind date for me, and I met a girl I got along with well. We'd already started making plans to get married, but a couple of days ago she suddenly asked me a question and I didn't answer it well. As a result, she's been acting very cold toward me these past few days. I'd like to ask where I went wrong. Mr. Wu's voice was filled with distress and confusion. Now that's a real question. Wang Shifeng decided to take it seriously. So, Mr. Wu, what question did she ask, and how did you answer it? Well, Mr. Wu sighed. She asked me what I would do if one day I lost her. This is a classic survival instinct question. It's definitely not easy to answer. The male viewers in the livestream immediately felt a sense of empathy. That really is a tough one to answer. How did you respond? Wang Shifeng asked. I was really stumped at the time, so I spent a long time searching online and found a reply I was fairly satisfied with, one that was polite yet tactful. I hope she'll get the point, Mr. Wu sighed. I said, without her my life would be like stir-fried vegetables without salt. After hearing this answer, Wang Shifeng thought it was pretty good. The metaphor had a touch of literary flair and shouldn't offend her. Then she asked me, does that mean life without her is dull and uninteresting? Mr. Wu said, a hint of absurdity in his tone. I really didn't expect her to be so slow on the uptake. How can you stir-fry a dish without salt? I tried to explain that what I meant was, if you run out of salt, you can just buy another packet. But then she stopped talking to me. To this day, I still don't know what I did wrong. If you run out of salt, you just go buy another packet. Is there anything wrong with that? Not. But the moment you say it out loud, you're in the wrong. Hearing Mr. Wu's matter-of-fact tone, everyone in the livestream was speechless. Now I finally understand what a terrifying straight guy really is. What was supposed to be a romantic answer was immediately interpreted as a breakup declaration. You really can't blame the girl entirely for this. Seeing the mockery and corrections in the chat, Mr. Wu grew even more puzzled. Well, Mr. Wu's answer wasn't wrong, it just wasn't what she was hoping to hear, Wang Shifeng said, stifling a laugh. She probably just wanted to hear some sweet nothings, but your answer was too down to earth. It's only natural that she got upset. Sigh, it's precisely because I don't know how to speak sweet nothings that I'm in my 30s and haven't had a proper relationship yet. If it weren't for my family pressuring me to get married, I probably wouldn't even go on blind dates, Mr. Wu said with a wry smile. But that's just how real life is. You can't live on sweet nothings every day, can you? It's precisely because real life is so boring and mundane that we need a little romance to spice things up now and then, Wang Shifeng said with a gentle smile. I know that too, but I'm not very good at it, Mr. Wu sighed. By the way, she also likes to go out and have fun. She often goes to places like bars, which I'm not really into, but I thought she made some valid points, so I just went along with it. Oh? Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow. A girl who loves to party and drink, and she actually managed to win over a straight guy. Once I tried to talk her out of going to those places all the time. It's not safe, and she told me that once she marries me, she probably won't have much time left to go out and have fun. She said she'd use her drinker's belly to have children for me, and her hands the ones that smoke, drink, and roll dice to do my laundry and cook for me. She asked if I wasn't being a bit ungrateful by trying to control her before we're even married. After saying this, Mr. Wu smacked his lips. When I thought about it, she actually had a point. As soon as he finished speaking, the live stream was once again thrown into a frenzy. This Mr. Wu isn't just a straight guy, he seems to have a bit of a goody two-shoes vibe too. He actually thinks this kind of thing, the sort of thing even someone with a decade-long stroke couldn't articulate, makes sense. Upon hearing this, Wang Shifeng almost burst out laughing. Mr. Wu, do you really think there's any logic to that? Doesn't it make sense? It does seem like she's made sacrifices for me, Mr. Wu said, puzzled. Then you can ask her if she'd mind if you use the hand you used to conquer the world to hit her in the future, Wang Shifeng said with a light chuckle. Haha, Teacher Wang really does say the most shocking things. That's hilarious. A man's hands are meant for conquering the world, not for hitting women, although some aren't really women. Either way, hitting someone is wrong. I suggest you just break up with her. Your views are too extreme. You should be grateful someone's willing to marry you and have kids with you though. Of course, you'd better make sure the kids are yours first. They aren't even married yet. Won't things go through the roof once they are? The comment section was ablaze with heated debate, and Mr. Wu himself remained silent. He too had realized the problem. Mr. Wu, for two people to come together and walk hand in hand for decades to come, they need mutual tolerance and understanding. Only by supporting each other can they overcome the hardships along the way. You really should think about whether you two are truly compatible, Wang Shifeng advised tactfully. To be honest, there wasn't much more to say in this situation, because Mr. Wu had clearly already prepared himself for some compromises and sacrifices. No matter the outcome, it was his own choice, and he would have to bear the consequences himself. I understand what the host and the viewers are saying, but I'm already 35 years old. It's hard enough just to find someone willing to marry me and have children with me, Mr. Wu said, his voice full of resignation and bitterness. Everyone fell silent after hearing this, feeling a pang of sympathy for Mr. Wu. Yes, that's just the reality of life. In today's society, it's truly difficult for a man with average circumstances who isn't good with sweet talk and has a somewhat honest and straightforward personality. It's heartbreaking. But then, one remark from Mr. Wu made the audience feel like their sympathy had gone to waste. Host, there's a dating app called Momo that claims to help you find the right person to marry. Have any of you used it? Is it any good? Mr. Wu's tone shifted from its earlier somberness to one that was almost enthusiastic. This Mr. Wu is quite the character. One second he's a good guy, and the next he's already on the hunt for his next partner. Pjeft. This guy isn't here to plug an app, is he? Mo. Is this the same Momo who says, shake it at home or on the go, where can your soulmate run to? Wang Shifeng froze for a moment, completely baffled by this unexpected twist. Although he wasn't familiar with this app, based on the information from the comments and his own understanding of dating apps, he knew this Momo wasn't exactly a normal app. Hey Mr. Wu, although I haven't used this kind of dating app myself, a friend of mine has, Wang Shifeng said after a brief pause. These dating apps are actually pretty reliable. My friend found 2 women on there, both of them were other guys' wives. Instantly, the comment section which had been bashing Mr. Wu exploded again. TSK. It's gotta be one of Wang Shifeng's friends, there's always a story there. How does Teacher Wang have friends like that? If this keeps up, he's going to end up in jail. This is hilarious. Teacher Wang, could you get your friend to write a book? I'd take out a loan to buy it. Is that the friend who was a kept man last time? I've personally tested it, it works. My wife and I met on Momo. We've been married just over 7 months and our baby's due tomorrow. Please send your blessings. That's awesome, bro. Above. Sending 99 blessings. It's just so. Using Momo for blind dates is just for fun. If you really want to get married, you've got to expand your network. CPDD. The original hostility in the comments vanished instantly, and the atmosphere became cheerful once again. Wang Shifeng smiled and said, Mr. Wu, let's be honest, if you look in the trash can, all you'll find is trash. After he heard this, Mr. Wu felt a lump in his throat. It took him over 10 seconds to recover. Host, are you saying that a man like me is destined to live my whole life like this? Silence. Not only was Wang Shifeng silent, but even the comment stream fell quiet. The fact that he could say this shows just how much bitterness and helplessness Mr. Wu must have endured and how deeply disappointed he must be with his current situation to utter such a disheartening remark. He wanted to offer comfort but didn't know where to begin. After a long pause, Wang Shifeng spoke, his low, hoarse voice radiating determination and optimism. A friend once told me that as a man, you should either don a school uniform and set your sights on the wider world, or put on a doctor's coat to heal the sick and save lives, or wear a suit to strategize from behind the scenes, or don a military uniform to defend your territory. Instantly, it was as if a shot of adrenaline had been injected into the stifling live stream. All the male viewers felt deeply inspired, as if they had suddenly been transported back to their passionate youth, recalling many dreams they had long forgotten and buried deep within. Is this all there is to my life? No. Absolutely. Let's get fired up. Teacher Wang is right, a man has to live like a man. Either pedal a tricycle and collect old, broken refrigerators, or dress in women's clothes and do good for everyone, or join the beggars sect and travel the world, or grab a keyboard and spew profanities. The floor above turns into a box, square and boxy. Damn. Kind of nonsense. Wang Shifeng couldn't help but laugh to himself. The atmosphere in the live stream was relaxed, but outside the stream things were bustling with activity. Just for backstage maintenance alone, they'd temporarily called in over a dozen people, not to mention the many others helping to ban accounts and delete posts. After all, with all the buzz today, there were bound to be plenty of people trying to stir things up. Zhen Yi sat quietly in a corner, holding her phone, not watching the live stream but keeping a close eye on the trending topics. Wang Shifeng had specifically instructed her that if Fang Weiman really went down, she had to notify him immediately so he could prepare in advance. Although she didn't know what to prepare for, she was determined to strictly carry out the task Wang Shifeng had assigned her. So you're the assistant to Wang Shifeng's agent? A slightly cold female voice sounded right in front of her. Zhen Yi startled and noticed a pair of high heels right in front of her. Her gaze followed upward, sheer stockings, a knee-length A-line skirt, a professional blazer, and an expressionless, intellectual face. Zhen Yi hurriedly stood up. Hello, my name is Zhen Yi. I'm President Wang's assistant. Xu King was taken aback by Zhen Yi's height and instinctively took a step back. She hadn't expected that even in her high heels, she'd still have to look up at this girl. She took another careful look at Zhen Yi, her gaze finally settling on her eye-catching long legs and youthful face, and let out a soft sigh. It seemed she realized where she fell short. My name is Xu King. I'm the head of the company's talent management department. I've been assigned by General Manager Jiang to mentor you for the next 2 days, Su King said expressionlessly. Okay, Director Xu. Zhen Yi nodded obediently, sensing that the woman in front of her had an even stronger presence than their grade-level director. Starting tomorrow, you'll arrive at the office 2 hours early every day, so I can give you some extra training. Su King was quite satisfied with Zhen Yi's attitude. Okay, Director Xu. Zhen Yi nodded, a bitter taste in her mouth. She never expected that even after leaving school, she'd still have to take remedial classes. Is this your usual style? Su King glanced at Zhen Yi's jeans and t-shirt. She looked far too young, clearly a student, and it would be hard for her to command respect in the workplace. Zhen Yi nodded, comparing their outfits. Go buy a suit tomorrow, a skirt suit, preferably a shorter one. No need for high heels, you're tall enough. Also, get a few pairs of stockings, mainly black and nude. Remember to keep the receipts for reimbursement, Su King said in a serious tone. Hearing that she could get reimbursed, Zhen Yi's tense expression relaxed. Zhen Yi took careful note. So, was the first step in the workplace really to start by changing her wardrobe? But did it really have to be a skirt and stockings? Zhen Yi glanced at the outfits of her female coworkers, all jeans and t-shirts, and felt a bit puzzled. This Director Su King must be training agents. Just then, the hubbub suddenly fell silent, followed by a wave of "Hello, President Jiang," greetings rising and falling in unison. Zhen Yi and Su King turned to look and saw Jiang Yun, nodding and greeting, walking straight toward them in her high heels. The word dazzling didn't even begin to cover it. Hello, President Jiang. Ms. Jiang. Su King and Zhen Yi hurriedly greeted. It's fine, everyone, just keep working. Tonight everyone's overtime pay will be doubled. Jiang Yun gave a faint smile to the employees around her, ignoring their cheers, and turned to Zhen Yi asking, did he say how late the live stream would go? No, but it shouldn't be too late. He's supposed to be meeting with Director Qian from Xia TV, right? Zhen Yi replied quickly. I've been notified, Jiang nodded. A notice from who? Wang Shifeng's or direct? Zhen Yi paused for a moment. I'll go reserve a table first, then send you the details. As soon as he wraps up his broadcast, you can come straight over. After saying this, Jiang Yun glanced at Su King. Director Xu is one of the company's top agents. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask her for advice. Okay, thank you so much for arranging this, President Jiang. Zhen Yi's cheeks flushed red. This was her first time experiencing Jiang Yun's assertive nature up close. Sure enough, she was truly extraordinary. Don't worry, Ms. Jiang. Zhen Yi seems pretty smart. Su King forced a smile. She was chosen by Wang Shifeng. I'll be counting on you to take good care of her. Jiang Yun nodded, then turned and walked away. Ms. Jiang really has such poise, Zhen Yi said shyly, watching Jiang Yun's retreating figure. Su King glanced at Zhen Yi and chuckled softly. What good is poise anyway? She's still the one who has to make the first move. After exchanging a few words with He Li, Jiang Yun took the elevator straight down to the underground parking garage, where she immediately spotted the black Ferrari parked next to her Maybach. She froze for a moment. Shouldn't that car be parked at Xia headquarters? Did someone drive it back here? As she approached, Jiang Yun narrowed her eyes. The window rolled down, and Zhang Yoyun's delicate little face peeked out, smiling so broadly her eyes were barely visible, a smile that was exceptionally saccharine. Yun, it's been a long time. What? You let Zhang Yuan drive your car? Wait, no, the car President Jiang gave you? After the livestream ended, He Li went with Wang Shifeng to a banquet. While looking for their car in the garage, he heard this shocking news. What's wrong? Wang Shifeng and Zhen Yi both looked at him in confusion, wondering why he was reacting so strongly. Seeing Wang Shifeng's bewildered expression, He Li fell silent. He really couldn't figure it out. Was Wang Shifeng playing dumb, or was he genuinely clueless? But considering Wang Shifeng's talent, he was certain Wang Shifeng wasn't stupid. So this move was a bit hard to fathom. You let another woman drive the car that President Jiang gave you. Haven't you considered how Mr. Jiang might feel about that? Or is there some hidden meaning here that I haven't quite grasped yet? With his head full of doubts and confusion, He Li drove all the way to the restaurant without figuring it out. When treating someone of the station director's caliber to a meal, you certainly can't choose just any place. Zuixianju, a members-only private dining restaurant in Jinghua City, was the perfect choice. He Li had once been fortunate enough to tag along with an influential figure for a meal there. The food was indeed excellent, but what he missed even more were the added perks. He never expected that today, thanks to Wang Shifeng, he'd get to tag along for another meal. Sure enough, choice matters more than effort. Huh? Why is the car parked here? Is Miss Zheng here too? Zhen Yi, with his keen eyes, spotted the Ferrari at a glance. Healy looked in the direction of the voice and saw it was indeed there. Could it be that Zhang Yuyan was here too? Oh man. This is a critical situation. Could the two of them have run into each other? Instantly, Healy felt an inexplicable sense of tension. His heart began to race, his face turned pale, and beads of sweat formed on his temples. But when he turned his head, he saw Wang Shifeng holding his phone, seemingly completely unfazed. Damn it, if the person directly involved isn't worried, why am I getting so worked up? Healy cursed under his breath, then found himself admiring Wang Shifeng more and more. Is this the right way to be a kept man? I'm so jealous. Led by the receptionist, they arrived at the room Jiang Yun had reserved. As soon as he pushed open the door, he was greeted by a scene of warm harmony. Jiang Yun, Zhang Yuyan, and Qian Changming were seated across from each other in a triangle, seemingly engrossed in a lively conversation. Sorry, Director Qian, I kept you waiting. My fans were a bit too enthusiastic, so I finished streaming late, Wang Shifeng said, having put away his phone at some point, and greeted them warmly. Then under Healy's stunned gaze, he casually plopped down in the seat between Jiang Yun and Zhang Yun. We haven't waited a bit at all, we're fans too. We've been listening to your show the whole time and didn't want you to go off the air, Qian Changming said with a smile. Honestly, Teacher Wang, sometimes I really want to crack open your head to see how it's put together, how you come up with so many bizarre ideas and refreshingly clever lines. Director Qian, please don't flatter me. If you were to pry open my brain, it'd look just like a monkey's. You'd surely be disappointed, Wang Shifeng laughed. So, Teacher Wang, are you saying we're not even as good as a monkey? Zhang Yuyan said with a smirk. Why do you always have to compare us to animals? Wang Shifeng glanced at Zhang Yuyan. Zhang Yuyan was at a loss for words. Wasn't he the one who brought up the comparison in the first place? And that's so strange, Miss Zhang, what are you doing here? Wang Shifeng asked, puzzled. Zhang Yuyan's face turned. You're so heartless, have you forgotten who helped deflect the reporter's attention from you? You're only good when you need me, but once you don't, you turn your back on me. That's... Miss Zhang helped you deliver the car, so I just invited her to dinner as a thank you, Jiang Yun interjected to save the situation. Zhang Yun's expression grew even more sour. Wow, so you're just using me as a designated driver, are you? Don't any of you people at Singy have a heart? Director Qian is treating us to dinner today. It's impolite to bring along uninvited guests like this. Keep that in mind next time, Wang Shifeng said, frowning in reproach. Director Qian, who had been watching the drama unfold, felt his smile freeze. How unusual. In over a decade as station director, this was the first time he'd been treated to a meal. His mood was a bit complicated. We're the ones treating Uncle Qian to dinner, Jiang Yun corrected, then furrowed her delicate brows and shot Wang Shifeng a glance. Are you the boss, or am I the boss? Are you telling me how to do my job? Seeing that Jiang Yun was being treated the same way, Zhang Yuyan felt a little more at ease and let out a soft snort. Wang Shifeng shot Zhang Yun a glance. You're just a freeloader, what are you grumbling about? Just eat your meal. Alright. Everyone must be starving. Let's serve the food first, we'll chat while we eat, Qian Changming said. I haven't had a late night snack in years, but thanks to Professor Wang, I get to satisfy my craving tonight. Hearing this, Healy, Jiang Yun, and the others all raised their eyebrows slightly. As the saying goes, you can judge a drum by its sound, and speech by its tone. Especially when chatting with a high-ranking official like this, you have to listen for the subtext. What Qian Changming was implying was, I'm already doing you a huge favor by staying up late to keep you company tonight, so I hope you won't be ungrateful. That was a subtle warning. Well then, Director Qian, you'd better treat yourself to a nice meal today. Opportunities like this don't come along often, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. This instantly drew Jiang Yun's gaze. What on earth was he talking about? That's right, meeting such a wonderful person as Teacher Wang today is definitely worth celebrating. I've got 2 bottles of fine wine stashed away here, let's have a little, Qian Changming said with a laugh. I'm allergic to alcohol, so I'll have to stick to tea instead. But our CEO Jiang can hold her liquor very well, let her have a drink for me, Wang Shifeng said modestly. Jiang Yun shot Wang Shifeng a complicated look. Zhen Yi sat in the corner, trying to blend into the background, but his big eyes were fixed on Jiang Yun. Wow, the CEO's sister is actually going to take a shot for President Wang TTL. The ship is sailing full steam ahead. Qian Changming's mouth twitched slightly. Alright, then Teacher Wang can have tea instead of alcohol. Little Zhang, the 3 of us will drink. In that case, Uncle Qian, let's drink sparingly, otherwise Aunt Liu will start nagging me again, Jiang Yun said with a smile. That's right, Uncle Qian, last time Aunt Liu specifically told me to remind you to drink less if I ran into you out and about, Zhang Yuyan added sweetly. Judging by the tone of their voices, Jiang Yun and Zhang Yuyan seem to be quite close with Qian Chang. Do you think I want to drink with you two little girls? It's all for teacher Wang's sake. Qian Changming feigned anger, displaying the air of an elder scolding his juniors. As they chatted, dish after dish was served, and a bottle of mute was opened, instantly filling the private dining room with a rich aroma. Here, let me raise a toast to Director Qian first. Thank you for your recognition. I'll drink it all in one go, everyone else help yourselves. Wang Shifeng lifted his teacup, drank it in one gulp, and even turned the cup upside down to show he'd drained it completely. Why are you making such a big deal out of it when you're just a tea drinker? Everyone was left both amused and exasperated. Alright, then I'll have one too. Qian Changming was still willing to give him face. He smiled broadly and drank a little less than half a cup. Jiang Yun and Zhang Yuyan were a bit more reserved, each taking a small sip. Are you two raising fish? Director Qian has already downed his. Wang Shifeng glanced from one to the other and teased. Why don't you have a drink then? Zhang Yun shot him a sidelong glance. Zhang Yuyan also snorted cold. You're nothing, Wang Shifeng muttered under his breath before starting to eat his meal. Teacher Wang, you must have heard about Fang Weiman being blacklisted internally, right? Qian Changming pursed his lips and asked. I've heard about it, I was quite surprised too, Wang Shifeng replied with a nod. Surprised? What's there to be surprised about for a driver who caused an accident? Poetry Gala is the flagship cultural program of our station. Over the years, despite the chaos caused by Fang Weiman's reckless antics, the ratings have remained stable. Now that he's gone, the show urgently needs a guest who can command the stage, and I think you'd be the perfect fit. Qian Changming got straight to the point, cutting through the small talk. Hearing this, Jiang Yun put down her chopsticks and shot Qian Changming a sharp look with her clear eyes. Are you trying to poach talent right in front of me? Don't glare at me, Yun. I'm not trying to poach you though, of course. If Professor Wang were to join our station, I'd roll out the red carpet for him, Qian Changming said with a smile. But I think we could collaborate. After all, Poetry Gala airs only once a week, so it wouldn't interfere much with Professor Wang's personal career. Uncle Qian, this isn't a matter of whether it'll affect his career or not, it's a matter of hosting style and the show's tone. You know that Wang Shifeng specializes in content that appeals to young people, while the main audience for Poetry Gala consists of middle-aged and elderly viewers, as well as students, Jiang Yun countered, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. I've considered that as well. We were already planning a new show to replace it. But after Mr. Wang's appearance today created such amazing chemistry, and given that our back-end data analysis shows today's ratings broke the 10 mark, setting a new record for the time slot, we've come up with a new idea. That's why we'd like to hear Mr. Wang's thoughts, Qian Changming said tactfully. But the implication was clear. This show isn't a good fit, but we can launch a new one as long as Wang Shifeng is on board. It won't be a problem. Hearing such a weighty promise from the country's largest television network left Jiang Yun somewhat speechless. She glanced at Wang Shifeng, who was my Sendao. Hey, we're discussing such a serious topic, and you're just shoveling food into your mouth. Have you any manners? Has Mr. Wang gone a whole day without eating? Is he that hungry? Zhang Yuyan chuckled softly. Oh, it's got nothing to do with being hungry, eating is a matter of attitude, Wang Shifeng mumbled. Teacher Wang is absolutely right. Who knows the toil behind every grain of rice on our plates? Qian Changming mused. Director Qian is right. A true rice eater has the spirit of a rice eater. Those who devour their rice are a cut above the rest. If you don't eat with enthusiasm, there's something wrong with your mindset, Wang Shifeng laughed. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yi nodded in agreement. General Manager Wang was right, let's dig in. Qian Changming blinked. Getting older meant his mind wasn't quite keeping up, so he could only offer a polite, Teacher Wang is right. If you get it, just go along with it, Jiang Yun and Zhang Yuyan thought in unison, speechless. Wang Shifeng checked today's healing energy earnings. They had already surpassed 100 million. However, based on the TV station's viewership ratings, the peak audience was nearly 200 million, meaning that on average, each person contributed less than 1 point of healing energy. This indicated that today's content had indeed been met with only moderate acceptance by the audience. However, President Jiang is certainly right, TV viewers may still not be very receptive to my style. Wang Shifeng changed the subject and began speaking earnestly. My style and some of my content are rooted in internet culture, which has what's known as a dimensional barrier separating it from traditional culture. To break through that barrier, I'd have to change my style, but the impact on the show's performance is unknown. After hearing Wang Shifeng's remarks, Jiang Yun quietly let out a sigh of relief. Qian Changming didn't seem to mind and continued with a smile. That's why we'd like to hear Mr. Wang's thoughts. I wouldn't dare claim such credit, I just have a few minor thoughts. Wang Shifeng replied politely. The audience for cultural programs is inherently more mature. The information and education they've been exposed to since childhood tend to be quite serious. Therefore, hosting in a lighthearted style would run counter to that. Besides, Poetry Conference has been on the air for so many years now. Even without Fang Weiman, we can simply find another well-educated guest to fill in. Qian Changming nodded without saying a word. If we're going to produce a new show, the first thing we need to do is define our target audience, Wang Shifeng said. Target audience? Another new term. Jiang Yun's eyes lit up, and she was already reaching for her little notebook. What is an audience profile? Qian Changming asked, somewhat puzzled. It means defining the show's target audience in advance. Doesn't your station do this kind of planning? Wang Shifeng was taken aback. You mean selecting the program's theme, right? Yeah, we do that sort of, Qian Changming said with an awkward laugh. But it's probably not as professional as you're describing, since we're working with existing shows. We usually wait until after the broadcast to look at the data and then determine the target audience. Aren't you afraid no one will watch the show? Wang Shifeng asked, puzzled. As long as a program airs on Xiaxi TV, even with the most basic 2% viewership rate, it still reaches the tens of millions, Jiang Yun interjected. Wang Shifeng suddenly realized. That's amazing, man. You don't have to worry about viewership at all. No wonder the quality of the shows hasn't changed much in over a decade. Professor Wang, could you elaborate on the target audience? Qian Changming pressed. Simply put, you first need to decide which audience the program's content and style are aimed at. Based on that group's preferences, you develop targeted content strategies. For example, if you choose a blue ocean audience, that's like venture capital, high investment, high returns. If you choose a red ocean audience, that's like conservative investing, low risk, low returns. But if you hit the right trend, you'll take off like a rocket, Wang Shifeng explained eloquently. Qian Changming, sitting across from him, was dumbfounded. He could understand what Wang Shifeng was saying, but at the same time he couldn't make sense of it. We're talking about the show, why are you bringing up financial planning and investments? And riding the trend and taking off from Wu? We're filming the show here in Beijing, we're not flying anywhere else. Seeing Qian Changming's expression, Jiang Yun felt a little comforted. It seemed she wasn't the only one who wasn't well educated. But Qian Changming still had to maintain the dignity of a station director. Whenever he encountered content he didn't understand, he'd simply nod, smile, and give a slight nod of the head to show his approval. Seeing that Qian Changming understood, Wang Shifeng nodded and continued. Once you've established your target audience in the first step, the next step is content creation. Filter user tags, analyze the content they prefer, distill the key tags, and build your content around those tags. If you can pull it all together in one go, that's ideal. If not, you'll need to reevaluate whether your benchmark content is accurate. The dining table was so quiet you could hear Zhen Yi chewing. Everyone present except for Zhen Yi was looking at Wang Shifeng with puzzled expressions. Was this some kind of secret code? Did it require a special method to decode what he was saying? So what he said on stage really wasn't just him showing off after all. It turns out he'd actually been holding back on stage out of consideration for the audience. It turns out he's even more unpredictable when he speaks off stage. Qian Changming was thoroughly impressed. This isn't just a matter of culture, this is, damn it, an exchange between different civilizations. I get the general idea. We want to create a show targeted at young audiences, with a style similar to the humorous and witty one you presented today. Could you go into a bit more detail, Professor Wang? Qian Changming asked, steeled for the challenge. Go into more detail. That would mean laying out the implementation plan. Wang Shifeng furrowed his brow, finding Director Qian's behavior a bit under the table. After hearing the general direction, he actually wanted to hear the implementation plan. Isn't this just freeloading? However, thinking that he might need the other party's help in the future, Wang Shifeng reluctantly nodded. Alright, since Director Qian has asked, I'll definitely help. Here's what we'll do, show me some suitable hosts from your station, and I'll see if any of them are a good fit. Profiles, asked Qian Changming. Preferably in person, it's easier to get a sense of their true personality that way, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. It's getting a bit late today, why don't we talk about it another time? Jiang Yun suggested on the spot. It's not late at all, it's only a little past 3. They're definitely still awake. I'll go get them right now, Qian Changming said, ignoring any attempts to stop him as he left the private room. Look at Director Qian, he really gets things done. He says it, and he does it, that's why he's the director, Wang Shifeng lectured Jiang Yun. Are you thinking of switching jobs? Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow. Tianyu welcomes you anytime, Teacher Wang, Zhang Yuyan suddenly interjected. Aren't you planning to switch to singing? Wang Shifeng retorted. I'd love to, but Ms. Jiang won't let me, Zhang Yuyan shrugged, looking completely innocent. Miss Zhang, please don't joke around, Zhang Yun replied coldly. The atmosphere grew awkward. Let's eat, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. You two have a drink. Can't you just relax a little? Are you here to live a healthy lifestyle or what? The two rolled their eyes in unison. Before long, Qian Changming returned with a broad smile. Let's eat while we wait. I reckon they'll all be here in about half an hour. Professor Wang, why don't you share your thoughts on the program? I'd love to hear them. Even though I don't understand it, once I learn it, I'll be able to show off in future meetings. Since Director Qian is interested, I'll elaborate on the core concept of cognitive reinforcement and the quick and effective approach to segmented content curation. It's perfectly suited for a platform like your TV station that pushes massive traffic. Wang Shifeng was now in the mood as well. He tapped his empty teacup, signaling Jiang Yun to pour more tea. He's such a big-shot CEO, yet he lacks even a shred of tact. Jiang Yun instinctively picked up the teapot, only realizing her mistake halfway through pouring. Why was she doing something so strange? What do you take me for? A waitress? He Lai and Zhen Yi, who were watching the scene unfold, were utterly amazed by the spectacle. He Lai's admiration for Wang Shifeng reached new heights. That's how a man should be treated. I'm going home to talk this over with my wife. As for Zhen Yi, he was completely swept up in the sweetness. Who knew the domineering female CEO could be so demure and private? But, the more I watch, the more he looks like a doormat? Wang Shifeng and Qian Changming argued passionately, talking at cross purposes for over half an hour. There was another knock on the private room door, and one by one, 6 beautiful women walked in, all dressed in loungewear, wearing sleep headbands, and completely makeup-free. They clearly looked like they'd just been woken up from bed, as the atmosphere around them was heavy and each one wore a displeased expression. Of these 6 beauties, Wang Shifeng had only seen one before: Wang Qingqing, the big-headed doll who came in last and closed the door behind her. She wore enormous black-rimmed glasses that covered most of her face, but they still couldn't hide the resentment written all over her face. After all, no one is in a good mood when woken up in the middle of the night. Fortunately, they'd all started out as on-air hosts, so they didn't have the delicate sensibilities of typical staff members. Take a look, Teacher Wang. These 6 are the backbone of our station. Each one is both talented and beautiful, Qian Changming introduced enthusiastically. Wang Shifeng let her gaze sweep over the group. She was quite impressed with Chia TV's aesthetic standards for selecting hosts. Even without makeup, these presenters were refreshing to look at. While not exactly stunning, they were the type who grew on you the more you looked at them, the kind who became more appealing the longer you watched. This was the standard aesthetic of a major television station. Distinctive features, unique charisma, warm smiles, and excellent poise, the kind universally appreciated by the public. This type of appearance is both an advantage and a disadvantage. It's hard to immediately grab attention, but the more you watch and get to know them, the more you'll find yourself drawn in. In contrast, female hosts at major media companies today such as Zhang Yayun have the kind of looks that instantly grab your attention. With just a little promotion, they can generate a lot of buzz. None of these 6 actually quite meet Wang Shifeng's requirements. But seeing Qian Changming's face full of eagerness and confidence, Wang Shifeng hesitated and wrestled with the decision for a moment before finally deciding to be honest. Director Qian, why don't we try a different group? Bring in a new group. 3 words that aren't particularly harmful but are extremely insulting. The anchors selected by Xia TV headquarters were, without a doubt, the cream of the crop chosen from among 10,000. Although they were still relatively unknown with Xia TV, by the time they took over, they would be nationally renowned anchors. Some might take over News Roundup, which averages over 30% in viewership. Others might take over Forecast, which averages over 40%. And still others might take over Interviews, which averages over 25%. What's more, every year they might even host the Spring Festival Gala, which boasts a 90% viewership rating. But now some jerk has told them to their faces that they're being replaced. This has deeply wounded their otherwise resilient spirits. Besides them, Qian Changming was also hurt. Qian Changming was taken aback. He hadn't expected Wang Shifeng's standards to be so high. Could it be that none of these rising stars from Xia TV met his approval? Suddenly faced with 6 pairs of angry, beautiful eyes glaring at him, Wang Shifeng instantly felt the pressure and hurriedly explained, ladies, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean you aren't talented, just that you aren't the right fit. The 6 women found no comfort in his words. On the contrary, they felt even more wronged. It was bad enough to be woken up in the middle of the night, but now they had to be humiliated by some lousy guy. This was too much. Ladies, please don't stand there, come sit down and let's chat. See if there's anything you'd like to eat, and we'll order it, Jiang Yun said, stepping in to diffuse the tension. He Lai and Zhen Yai quickly stood up to usher them in. As the 6 women took their seats, the private room instantly became livelier. However, from start to finish, they kept their eyes fixed on Wang Shifeng. Director Qian, what I mean is that these ladies are all exceptionally attractive, but they might not quite fit the mainstream aesthetic preferences of today's young people. Plus, since they've already established specific on-screen personas, changing their style could easily make the audience lose immersion, Wang Shifeng explained patiently, then pointed at Zheng Yuyan and said, "Take her, for example. Although she falls short of these 6 in both looks and poise, she's definitely the type young people like these days. Even though the title National Little Sister is a bit overhyped, at least it's a label." Zheng Yuyan, suddenly singled out as an example, froze for a moment then felt her anger flare up. What does he mean she's a cut below in both looks and poise? What does he mean by the National Little Sister title being watered down? What do you mean by this? What kind of measure word is that? How can you be so rude? Zheng Yuyan felt like she was about to pass out from anger. Teacher Wang, please don't go around stirring up trouble just to provoke a fight. We're all on good terms with Yuyan, don't try to shift the blame onto us, Wang Qingqing said, her tone tinged with a hint of resentment. She hadn't expected this big-headed girl to be so assertive in private. Don't sweat the small stuff, Wang Shifeng chuckled. Director Qian must have explained why you're all here. I'm just sharing my personal opinion. We're not quite clear on Teacher Wang's personal views. Please elaborate, Qian Changming said, taking a silent sip of his drink. Director Qian, as someone in the media, you should know what a public persona is. The hosts at a TVV naturally come with a predefined image. It can be summed up in 2 words: serious. Wang Shifeng said in a deep voice. Serious and proper? Everyone furrowed their brows. Wang Qingqing and the others didn't perceive this as a compliment. But Zheng Yuyan clearly sensed the malice behind it. Who do you think isn't serious? Unfazed by the angry glare directed his way, Wang Shifeng continued calmly. So when viewers watch your show, they naturally slip into a serious and focused mindset. If I were to adopt a style like the one I used today, it would seem out of place. Do you understand now? Qian Changming furrowed his brow. Now that he put it that way, it was indeed true. No wonder their previous attempts to model variety shows after a neighboring network had failed miserably. It turned out the audience felt a sense of dissonance while watching. So, Mr. Wang, do you have any good solutions? Qian Changming asked bluntly. After all, he was already in this predicament. You know what they say, you can't build something new without tearing down the old. Director Qian, I'm sure you understand what I mean. Either we select a whole new batch of fresh talent. Wang Shifeng's gaze swept over the 6 of them. You mean a rebranding, right? One of the tall, elegant young women spoke up. Exactly, Wang Shifeng nodded. It seems I was thinking too simplistically, Qian Changming said with a somewhat bitter smile. He'd originally thought it was just a matter of replanning a show, but now it was turning into a pilot for a complete transformation. That changes everything. For Xia TV, its overall image was even more important than ratings. If they really ended up like the network next door, they might gain ratings, but they'd also face a huge backlash. We have to be cautious. Big ships are hard to turn, Uncle Qian, Zhang Yun interjected at just the right moment. I understand. In any case, I've learned a lot today, and I'd still like to thank Professor Wang for his guidance, Qian Changming said with a smile as he stood up to propose a toast. Wang Shifeng quickly stood up and filled Jiang Yun's glass. Director Qian, you're too kind. I was just sharing a few casual thoughts, please don't take them too seriously. Jiang Yun's mouth twitched slightly as she drank the toast on Wang Shifeng's behalf. Damn it. Wang Qingqing and the others exchanged strange glances as they watched Wang Shifeng and Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun was a well-known beauty and businesswoman in the country, so they naturally recognized her. As for Wang Shifeng, he had single-handedly raised the professional standards and competence of Xia TV's anchors today, a fact that was now common knowledge. They would never forget the culprit who had sparked this intense competition among them. Add to that the humiliation they'd suffered the moment they walked in, and they'd never forget it. But they were also puzzled, which of these two was the boss? How could the boss be drinking while the employee was bragging? That doesn't make sense. Director Qian is indeed a straight shooter, let's have another round, Wang Shifeng exclaimed. Jiang Yun was completely speechless. You guys get to be the straightforward ones, while all I have is alcohol, what a nightmare. Stop messing around. I've seen just how much you can drink, Yun. I can't keep up, Qian Changming roared with laughter. Wang Shifeng recalled the last time Jiang Yun had gotten drunk, and the corners of his mouth turned up. Well, that's all for today. I'm going back to chair a couple of meetings to discuss this. When the time comes and I need your help, Mr. Wang, don't turn me down, Qian Changming said with a smile. Rest assured, Director Qian, I'll do my very best, Wang Shifeng nodded. Jiang Yun, don't give me that suspicious look. Don't worry, in the future, when your Star River team appears on summer TV shows, I'll set aside special slots just for you. Qian Changming turned to Jiang Yun again. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow and finally flashed the first smile of the meal. Thank you so much, Uncle Qian. Alright then. I'm getting on in years and can't stay up late anymore. I'll head out first. You young folks carry on, it's a good chance to catch up, Qian Changming said with a laugh. That's fine, we're heading back too. We've got a recording tomorrow. Wang Qingqing was the first to stand up, feeling as if she'd been sleepwalking. She hadn't done a thing. Wait, that's not quite right, she hadn't exactly done nothing. She'd actually been humiliated for no apparent reason. Then she turned and shot Wang Shifeng a resentful glare. After Qian Changming and the others left, only Wang Shifeng and his group remained in the private room. Are you all full? Wang Shifeng asked. Do you really think we came here to eat? Jiang Yun crossed her arms. Are you full? I'm fine, Wang Shifeng nodded. Then let's head out. Since you've all been drinking, call a designated driver. Jiang Yun fell silent. Although she hadn't had any expectations, hearing Wang Shifeng say that still made her feel a little sad. It was as if she'd drunk those few glasses on Dog's behalf. Hey, we drank those drinks for you. Aren't you going to take us home? Zhang Yuyan protested. I've sworn never to drive a drunk person home again, Wang Shifeng said with righteous conviction. Jiang Yun. Zhang Yuyan. As they watched the black Ferrari disappear into the night, it was as if they'd hear the engine's cruel mockery. Jiang Yun and Zhang Yuyan looked at each other in silence. He Lei, who was waiting for a designated driver, stood in the distance watching the two women, who seemed to be chatting and couldn't help but wonder what they were talking about. Suddenly, an Audi pulled up behind him, startling him. The door opened, revealing Qian Changming's smiling face. Director He, let me give you a ride. He was flattered and taken aback, thinking he must be hallucinating from drinking too much. Director Qian is actually offering to give me a ride. Could he be trying to poach me? He cancelled the ride-hailing order and, feeling a bit uneasy, got into Qian Changming's car. Director He, are you now in charge of content planning for Teacher Wang? Qian Changming asked. He basically handles the content himself. I mainly handle operations. He reflected on his work over the past few days. It seemed running errands would be a more accurate description. Then I have a favor to ask, Qian Changming said somewhat shyly. Could you help me translate what Teacher Wang was just talking about? He eyed. So you didn't understand a single word. After Wang Shifeng dropped Zhen Yi off, he vowed to move into the mansion overnight tomorrow. Tonight would be his last makeshift night in the rental apartment. Back at his rental, Wang Shifeng first checked the updates to the system. The lottery options had changed to beginner intermediate, and the healing energy required had increased tenfold. A single intermediate draw actually required 1 million healing energy. He'd thought that with over 100 million healing energy, he'd be rolling in it, but it turned out he could still only afford 100 draws. I'll start by testing 100 basic draws to see how lucky I am. System, start the beginner draw 100 consecutive draws? Ding. Consuming 10 million healing energy. Starting beginner draw. Opening treasure chests? I love it. Ding. Congratulations host on obtaining vitality potion, small. Ding. Congratulations host on obtaining vitality potion, small. Ding. Congratulations host on obtaining the professional skill basic guitar performance. Ding. Congratulations host on obtaining the professional skill basic calligraphy. Ding. Congratulations host on obtaining the professional skill basic painting. Ding. Congratulations host on acquiring the professional skill beginner ventriloquism. Wang Shifeng looked at the system interface, which was flooded with notifications, and fell deep in thought. Sure enough, that damn system had lowered the odds. Originally, 20 draws would guarantee 2 guaranteed skills or talents, but now 100 consecutive draws only yield 4 professional skills. Looking at the slightly over 100 million healing energy remaining, Wang Shifeng did the math. With his current popularity, a normal daily livestream would bring in 10 million energy. Aside from the draws, he needed to set aside some energy for the creation feature. According to the system's rules, if intermediate draws yielded professional skills, the energy consumption for the creation feature would also increase exponentially. So he needed to set some aside. He'd start with 50 pulls to see if the system would play fair. System, start the intermediate, draw 50 consecutive draws. Ding, deducting 50 million healing energy, starting intermediate draw. Ding, congratulations host on obtaining the vitality potion, medium. Ding, congratulations host on obtaining potential potion, medium. Ding, congratulations host on obtaining the talent fountain of literary inspiration. Ding, congratulations host on obtaining the professional skill intermediate vocal performance. Ding, congratulations host on obtaining the professional skill intermediate Suona performance. Ding, congratulations host on obtaining the special children's book Grimm's Fairy Tales, Green Edition. Ding, congratulations host on obtaining the professional skill intermediate typing. 50 consecutive draws, 5 guaranteed drops. That's a pretty good rate, and all the potions have been upgraded to intermediate level. I tried one bottle and found that the dosage hadn't changed, but the taste was much better. The skills are pretty useful too, except for that intermediate typing skill, which is a bit of a letdown, but that talent, along with the one from the previous quest reward, should be pretty good. Fountain of Inspiration. Description: upon use, you gain the special talent Fountain of Inspiration. When creating any content, you have a chance to receive additional bonuses. Writer's block is rare, and the larger your knowledge base, the higher your chance of creating high-quality content. A Fearless in Crisis. Description: upon use, you gain the special talent Unflappable. No matter how harrowing the situation, you will remain completely level-headed, and panic will never cloud your judgment. Both of these are essential skills for a host, especially the latter, which ensures you remain level-headed at all times. Wang Shifeng opened his browser, selected a video, opened the door, and turned the volume up to maximum, letting the sound echo through the slightly empty hallway. Sure enough, he felt no shame or panic. Watching the thrilling scenes on the screen, Wang Shifeng felt like a high-ranking monk who had spent 10 years sweeping fallen leaves in a temple. His heart was already colder than the autumn wind. Brilliant. The video was still playing, and the sound was still echoing. Finally, he chose the green edition of Grimm's Fairy Tales, and a flood of childlike, heartwarming stories poured into his mind. Wang Shifeng fell into deep thought. Don't the children of this world even have Grimm's Fairy Tales? How pitiful. Should I create a show dedicated to healing childhoods?
Healing must start with the little ones. After waking up feeling refreshed, Wang Shifeng made a difficult decision, even though he knew this decision might cause some trouble for his career. After all, for an adult live stream host to switch careers to children's programming, whether in terms of audience demographics, viewership, or viewer engagement, he would face significant challenges. It would be almost like starting from scratch. But on second thought, this was all for the sake of healing the world, a noble and responsible act. But before producing the show, he needed to consult with locals to understand the market for children's programming. He had originally planned to contact He Li, but couldn't get through on the phone, so in the end, he had no choice but to go the company to see Jiang Yun. As the boss, she should have a good grasp of industry intelligence. You want to start a new children's show? Jiang Yun's eyes widened at the news. She'd considered the possibility that Wang Shifeng might launch another live streaming show, perhaps something cultural or talent-based, but a children's program. That was the last thing she'd ever have imagined. That's quite a leap, isn't it? Yes. After talking with director Qian last night, I suddenly realized that it's not just TV. We in the media industry also need to shoulder a certain degree of social responsibility, Wang Shifeng said with a look of noble conviction. Jiang Yun's beautiful eyes scanned Wang Shifeng with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The market for children's live streaming is actually quite promising. It accounts for at least 15% of the market share. But most of it is focused on after-school tutoring. What kind of content are you planning to produce? Introductory classes on classical Chinese? Jiang Yun replied earnestly. All after-school tutoring? Nothing entertainment-oriented? Wang Shifeng asked, furrowing his brow. Would you let your child watch entertainment shows every day? Jiang Yun looked at Wang Shifeng with the kind of gaze one might reserve for a cute little child. How should I know? I've never been a dad, Wang Shifeng said, rolling his eyes nonchalantly. Jiang Yun snorted softly. Children's programs are usually live from around 7 to 10 noon. You can have dinner and still catch together until dawn. If you're interested, give it a try. Wang Shifeng pursed his lips. Boss, your capitalist attitude is just too ugly. So you do know I'm the boss? Why didn't you think that yesterday when you asked me to cover for you? Jiang Yun said, feigning hurt. Isn't it a boss's duty to take the heat for their employees? Wang Shifeng chuckled. Jiang Yun suppressed the urge to fire Wang Shifeng. You're planning to produce children's entertainment content. Setting aside the ratings, there's a high probability parents will boycott it. Now that you mention it, you have a point, Wang Shifeng said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He hadn't realized that children in this world were under such intense pressure from such a young age. Not only did they have to study at school, but their free time was also completely taken up by various tutoring classes. They had almost no childhood at all. No wonder there were no fairy tale books. Without a market, there naturally wouldn't be a corresponding readership. The primary purpose of fairy tales is to serve as an introduction to the world, designed to spark children's imagination and ability to absorb information. However, in the Great Xia Kingdom, early education relied on traditional classics, like the three-character classic. Although fairy tales are stories written for children, it is the parents who buy them. When comparing educational books like the three-character classic and Grimm's fairy tales, most parents would certainly prefer traditional classics like the three-character classic, because that's what they studied from a young age. Jiang Yun's remark rings true. Would you let your child watch entertainment programs every day? Never mind entertainment shows. Even if a child wants to watch cartoons, parents have to resort to all sorts of tricks. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. After all, these parents went through the same thing in their own childhoods. How tragic. However, amidst his sympathy, Wang Shifeng had a sudden flash of insight. Since the children aren't the starting point, why not start with the adults? Couldn't we make up for their lost childhoods that way? Even if we can't heal the children's childhoods, making up for the adults' shortcomings would still be a great service. Wang Shifeng narrowed his eyes, as if he'd discovered a remarkable business opportunity. What are you laughing at? Jiang Yun had been watching Wang Shifeng intently. Seeing him suddenly smile, she was a bit puzzled. Ms. Jiang, did you have a childhood? Wang Shifeng asked, smiling warmly at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun stiffened. His smile sent a chill down her spine. See? Bobby, why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Jiang Yun furrowed her brow, her voice trembling slightly. Judging by your reaction, your childhood probably wasn't very happy. Wang Shifeng's gaze was deep and sympathetic as he sighed softly. Then let me tell you a story. See if it can awaken your childlike spirit. Childlike spirit? Jiang Yun's brows furrowed even deeper at his word. What on earth is that? Once upon a time, there was an adorable little white rabbit whose mother sent it out to buy some carrots. The little rabbit hopped and skipped its way to the grocery store and, blinking its big eyes, asked, "Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, do you sell carrots here?" The shopkeeper looked at the little white rabbit, paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "We have carrots. How many do you want to buy?" The little white rabbit took out its money, handed it over, and asked sweetly, "How much can I buy with this money?" The shopkeeper glanced the money in the little rabbit's hand, looking a bit exasperated, but still handed over a bag. Before Jiang Yun could react, Wang Shifeng had already begun telling the story. His gentle tone immediately brought the scene to life, an adorable yet slightly mischievous little bunny and a kind shopkeeper. The atmosphere was not only cute but also somewhat heartwarming. "Is this childlike innocence?" Jiang Yun asked, somewhat dazed. "Then what? Did the little rabbit buy a carrot?" Seeing that even Jiang Yun, a capitalist, had been piqued by curiosity, Wang Shifeng instantly gained confidence and continued. Then the shop owner pulled out a bag and scooped up the little white rabbit. Money didn't matter. A talking rabbit is truly a rare sight. Jiang Yun's lips, which had been curving slightly upward, froze. Her gentle eyes gradually grew somber. "What the hell kind of ending is that? Is this the kind of story you want to tell the kids?" "Forget about keeping my childlike spirit. I'm starting to feel murderous." Seeing the dangerous glint in Jiang Yun's eyes, Wang Shifeng smiled. "What do you take away from this story?" "I get the feeling you're treating me like a little cutie," Jiang Yun snorted coldly. "Doesn't it have any educational value?" Wang Shifeng frowned. "Educational in what way?" "To teach everyone to catch talking rabbits when they see them." "Wait, why can rabbits talk anyway?" Jiang Yun paused, puzzled. "That's childlike wonder right there." Wang Shifeng nodded with satisfaction. "It seems even adults can be moved by these heartwarming little stories. Boss, let me help you make a fortune." "You call that being touched?" "Make money? You're gonna help me?" Jiang Yun was taken aback. Although Wang Shifeng had indeed brought the company some decent profits these past few days, wasn't he getting a little too full of himself saying that to a billionaire? "Yeah, I've got a little project here with a pretty good return on investment," Wang Shifeng nodded. "I'll write a fairy tale style book, and you'll handle finding a publisher to get the ISBN and arrange printing. We'll sell it in my live stream." "I've done the math given my current viewership. Selling 1 million copies shouldn't be a problem. Print ISBNs are notoriously difficult to obtain, and the print quality requires supervision." Wang Shifeng didn't have the necessary resources, so he decided to leave it to Jiang Yun. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun furrowed her brow, feeling somewhat tempted. Setting aside the eerie nature of these short stories based solely on Wang Shifeng's current popularity and traffic, this was a surefire money maker. "We can give it a try. Once you've finished writing the book, I'll find someone to print it. But how will we handle the finances? Will this be considered a company project or a personal one?" Jiang Yun asked. It's definitely a personal project. I'm writing the book, you're handling the ISBN, and the only company resource we'll use is the live stream. Just charge the standard rate, Wang Shifeng said. Wow, you're really making money on both ends. Jiang Yun was a bit speechless. From the company's perspective, this amounted to milking the company for all it's worth, but from a personal standpoint, there was nothing unusual about it. Besides, even if 1 million copies sold at 10 yuan per book, that's only 10 million yuan. She might as well just treat it as playing along with Wang Shifeng. It wasn't a huge sum anyway. The main goal was to test Wang Shifeng's commercial conversion rate. If a fairy tale book like this could sell well, then in the future, when taking on ads or promoting products, they could command a higher price. Alright, let's treat this as a personal venture, Jiang Yun nodded. Great, then we'll split the profits 20-80. Looking forward to working with you, Wang Shifeng said with a smile, holding out his hand for a high five. 820. Won't you be getting the short end of the stick with just 2? After all, the book's concept is yours. Jiang Yun was a bit surprised, but more than that, she was taken aback had Wang Shifeng changed his ways. What are you thinking? I get the 8, you get the 2. Wang Shifeng rolled his eyes. Jiang Yun fell silent. I'll provide the connections, the funding, and the manpower. And you give me the 20% cut. Haha, I misjudged. In the end, though, the two hit it off and struck a deal. Alright, then lend me one of your computers, I'll start writing right now, Wang Shifeng said with a smile after they high-fived to seal the deal. Write it now. There's no need to rush, Jiang Yun said, but she still pulled out a laptop and handed it to him. Here, this is yours. Wang Shifeng took the brand new laptop and nodded with a smile. The sooner I write it, the sooner I'll make money. And so in Jiang Yun's once quiet office, the irritating clatter of typing began to fill the air. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yun Wang Shifeng's fingers dance across the keyboard like phantoms, looking at him with some confusion as she fell deep in thought. Wasn't this guy's typing a bit too sloppy? Could he be just making it up on the spot? Intermediate typing plus fountain of inspiration. The combined effect of these two skills surprised even Wang Shifeng himself. It was as if he'd eaten a piece of swami candy. He simply couldn't stop, reaching a typing speed of nearly 10,000 characters per hour. The green edition of Grimm's Fairy Tales contains a total of 200 stories, amounting to 550,000 characters. Wang Shifeng didn't plan to transcribe the entire collection. He would delete those repetitive moral lessons or involving saints, and simply rewrite the most classic stories such as The Cat and the Mouse Become Friends, Cinderella, Hansel and Gretel, Snow White, and the Frog Prince after polishing them in local language. With an average of 3,000 characters per story, each book would total 100,000 characters, so 30 stories would be enough. Jiang Yun quietly stood behind Wang Shifeng, watching the lines of text flash by on the screen. Why do these stories feel different from the style Wang Shifeng described? They seem a bit more serious and a little boring. Huh. That can't be right. How could Wang Shifeng possibly write such serious stories? Jiang Yun decided to step outside for a bit to clear her head. As soon as she stepped out of the office, she saw an eye-catching figure coming toward her. A gray blazer, a light-colored top, a skirt with black tights, and low-heeled loafers. If it weren't for the hamster-like cheeks peeking out from behind the pie she was holding, Jiang Yun would have almost thought a supermodel had come to the company for a job interview. Hello, President Jiang, Zhen Yi said, offering a slightly mumbled bow. Jiang Yun gave Zhen Yi a once-over. You're dressed quite formally today. Where are you headed? Huh? Director Xu told me to dress like this. Is that strange? Zhen Yi blushed slightly. To be honest, aside from wearing this style of clothing in the dance studio, this was the first time she'd ever dressed like this in her daily life. Director Xu, huh? Jiang Yun understood upon hearing this. Well, that's fine then. Are you here to see Wang Shifeng? Yeah. President Wang asked me to come up and help out. I'll finish eating this at the entrance and then go in. Zhen Yi sheepishly hid the pastry behind her back. There's a cafeteria on the 6th floor of the company building that serves meals all day, Jiang Yun offered helpfully. He's right inside, you should go in and have the same thing. Watching Jiang Yun step into the elevator, Zhen Yi let out a long sigh. President Jiang didn't seem to be in the best of spirits today. After rushing against the clock, Wang Shifeng finally finished the first draft of his rewritten Grimm's Fairy Tales just before 11 p.m. Looking at the draft Wang Shifeng had printed out, everyone had mixed reactions. Jiang Yun felt she'd been tricked. This version of the fairy tales seemed to be nothing more than stories for very young children. Although they contained some educational lessons, they certainly weren't suitable for adults. Zhen Yi, on the other hand, read it with great interest. The stories about princes and princesses, in particular, had her eyes sparkling with delight. He Lai, on the other hand, yawned repeatedly and simply couldn't bring himself to read it. Director He, what were you up to last night? Wang Shifeng asked curiously, noticing He Lai's dark circles under his eyes. Huh? Nothing. Just doing some research. He Li waved his hand with an awkward smile. He certainly couldn't tell Wang Shifeng that he'd stayed up until dawn trying to figure out all those new terms that had come up at dinner. But President Feng, are you sure you want to sell this kind of fairy tale book in the live stream? While the fans will definitely buy into it, most people probably won't have a very positive reaction after reading them, He Li said, changing the subject and speaking obliquely. After all, although these stories seemed heartwarming and uplifting, they didn't seem to have much of a unique selling point. They probably weren't really suitable for adult readers. Besides, doesn't this come across as a bit of a misrepresentation? Jiang Yun heard Wang Shifeng's first story and felt it didn't quite match the book's content. That just shows that you two had a troubled childhood. You should really read the stories in this book to heal yourselves. Look at Zhen Yai, you can tell just by looking at her that she had a happy childhood, Wang Shifeng said, pointing to Zhen Yai across the table, who was sitting with her legs crossed, her low-heeled mules dangling in the air. That's because she's still just a kid herself. Jiang Yun rolled her eyes at Wang Shifeng. Whether in terms of age or life experience, Zhen Yi certainly was still a child. Have you ever seen a kid who's 1.79 meters tall and can polish off a whole family-sized bucket of chicken in one sitting? Wang Shifeng snorted derisively. Zhen Yi, who had been reading and grinning to herself, froze. She shot Wang Shifeng a resentful look and whispered in her defense, "I saved one red bean pie." No problem, let's start pre-sales first and see how well it sells before placing an order with the printing plant, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. President Wang, pre-sales before the title and publication number are even finalized. Isn't that a bit rushed? He Li was taken aback. He'd seen people milk their fans before, but this was the first time he'd seen someone do it as hastily and half-heartedly as Wang Shifeng. Aren't you being a little too cruel to your fans? Pre-sale, that's exactly why we're doing a pre-sale, because we don't have it yet, Wang Shifeng shrugged. Besides, the title will just come up with one. He pondered for a few seconds. Wang Shifeng picked up a pen and wrote on the first page, "Once you've read it, it'll warm you for a lifetime." Then he added a dedication, "I'll give you back complete childhood." There you go, Wang Shifeng said with a sad smile. Seeing the title, Jiang Yun and the others grew even more puzzled. What does this title have to do with fairy tales? At 11:25 p.m., the viewership for the Together Until Dawn live stream had already surpassed 500,000, roughly the same as yesterday, indicating that viewership numbers hadn't dropped. Even before the broadcast officially began, it had already cracked the top 5 on the popularity chart, making many veteran streamers green with envy. Meanwhile, fans in the live stream suddenly noticed that a shopping cart icon had appeared below the chat today. It seemed Teacher Wang had fallen from grace. She'd actually started selling things just to make a quick buck. Many fans felt a bit uneasy about this. Still, they couldn't resist clicking on it to see what was being sold. There was only one item in the shopping cart, looked like a book, but there was no content or description, just the book cover and a brief introductory message. The cover was very crude. It looked like a few words scribbled on a sheet of A4 paper, with absolutely no sense of design. The most absurd part is that this book, which doesn't even have a proper description, actually dares to be priced at $99. What gives? As a result, a large number of viewers became curious about this book and deeply remembered its title and cover. Title, read this, and it will warm your heart for a lifetime. Tagline, give you back a complete childhood. Many impatient viewers placed orders right away, determined to see what on earth the book was about, and if it wasn't worth the money, they'd report it immediately. Some of the more enthusiastic fans ordered it without a second thought. After all, Teacher Wang would never rip us off. However, most viewers and fans were rational. They wanted to hear Teacher Wang Shifeng's introduction before deciding whether to buy it. Guys, Teacher Wang has posted the link in his little yellow bike. I'm jumping in first to show my support. Give back a complete childhood. That tagline sounds pretty heartwarming, though I have no idea what the content is. Childhood, that reminds me of my dad's belt, Tieske. He's really gotten big-headed. He's just gained a little popularity and can't wait to cash in. What a piece of trash. The guy above can choose not to buy it, but don't be mean. Everyone's got to make a living. What's wrong with Teacher Wang selling books? It's better than some streamer or TV host selling counterfeit or substandard products that actually harm people. Exactly. Teacher Wang is selling books so we can learn. Even if the books aren't great, how could they possibly harm us? The live stream hadn't even started yet, and the chat was already in an uproar. Welcome everyone to the Together Until Dawn live stream. I'm your host, Wang Shifeng. It's a pleasure to meet you all again and spend this cozy late night together. Wang Shifeng tweaked his opening remarks, then began addressing the questions. As you've all noticed, there's a shopping cart in the live stream today. That's right, I am the author of this book. When the viewers heard that the author was actually Wang Shifeng himself, they were all taken aback for a moment, and then the back-end team saw the number of orders skyrocketing. He Li and Jiang Yun, who were monitoring the data, both furrowed their brows as they looked at the sales figure, which had already surpassed 30,000, and fell deep in thought. How is this possible? When Wang Shifeng had decided to price it at $99, they hadn't been entirely on board. It was just a book, and one with fewer than 100,000 characters at that. Doesn't your conscience bother you selling it at this price? But Wang Shifeng insisted that while the book had a price, a healed childhood was truly priceless, and readers who bought it would definitely get their money's worth. President Jiang, if we do this, won't the audience report us and get us in trouble? He Li began to worry. He'd weathered his fair share of storms, but this scheme, which bordered on fraud, truly frightened him. We can file a registration first, Jiang Yun said after a moment's hesitation. Back in the live stream, Wang Shifeng had no idea that Jiang Yun had already begun preparing to file a formal, real-name complaint against him. He continued to enthusiastically introduce the book's content to his viewers. This is a labor of love for me, and every story in it is deeply meaningful. You might be a little shocked when you first read it, but don't worry, it's a fairy tale written for adults that requires careful reading. The stories cover a wide variety of themes. Let me give you a brief overview. There are some shocking ones, such as the story of a princess who, unable to bear life at court, ran away and ended up living with 7 men. Then there's the knave girl who, because she wasn't vigilant enough, nearly fell victim to her own grandmother's plot. And there's the tragic tale of a devoted foreign beauty who, in pursuit of true love, had both legs cut off and ultimately died in bitterness. And a clever trick for waking a sleeping maiden. Wang Shifeng spoke with great enthusiasm, while the viewers in the live stream were left deeply moved. Fairy tales for adults? A princess living with others, a knave girl, a beautiful woman from another ethnic group. All sorts of images and storylines involuntarily flashed through their minds. Oh my. It sounds so good, and since this is a book written by Wang Shifeng himself, it's definitely no ordinary read. The content is bound to be even more explosive. I'm placing my order right now. I'm going to buy as many copies as I can. Teacher Wang really understands us best. Never mind, I'll just blindly follow Teacher Wang's lead. In an instant, sales skyrocketed once again. Wang Shifeng was beaming with joy while Jiang Yun and Li were filled with anxiety. This is definitely inducing people to buy, isn't it? But it seems like the stories he just told are actually in the book. Is this the art of language? Li felt somewhat spellbound. Alright, anyone interested can pre-order the book now. I won't take up any more airtime with advertisements. Let's move on to today's topic, our younger selves, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. The audience was surprised the sales pitch had ended so quickly. Sure enough, Teacher Wang is a host with a conscience in any other live stream. The sales pitch would have lasted at least half an hour. They liked him even more now. They simply couldn't stop themselves from placing orders. They were just a bit curious. Today's topic seemed a little odd. Never mind, it didn't matter anyway. After all, Teacher Wang could make any topic interesting. Youth, I'm sure everyone is familiar with the term youth, but to be more specific, it can be divided into 2 stages, childhood and adolescence. The period from early childhood up until entering middle school is known as childhood, and the time from then until adulthood or entering society is known as adolescence. Those were such carefree days, truly something to look back on fondly, Wang Shifeng said with a touch of nostalgia. The viewers in the live stream, however, weren't moved. Their memories of that period weren't particularly vivid for most. It was just tedious studying. The few special memories they did have were all tied to their father's belts and their mother's scoldings. Not something to look back on at all. What's there to miss? Let me start by sharing the most memorable event from my friend's childhood, Wang Shifeng said, ignoring the question marks and skepticism in the chat, and continued. My friend said that when he was in 7th grade, he was once made to stand in the principal's office as punishment and ran into an older girl who was also there for the same reason. My friend described her at the time as being as beautiful as a fairy. My friend's grades weren't great back then, so being made to stand in the office was a regular occurrence. It seemed like it was the girl's first time being punished. She was really scared and was pleading with her homeroom teacher in the office. My friend still remembers that the homeroom teacher was a middle-aged man with a beer belly and a receding hairline. He heard the girl say to the homeroom teacher in a tearful voice, "I'll do anything, just don't tell my parents that I failed the exam." My friend was young at the time and didn't think much of it. He just remembers the homeroom teacher looking at the girl and asking, "Are you really willing to do anything?" After the girl nodded shakily, he leaned close to her ear and whispered something. Then she ran out of the office crying. We never saw her again. We later found out she had dropped out. After Wang Shifeng finished telling this story in a subdued tone, the comment section erupted with outrage as viewers fiercely condemned the sleazy middle-aged man and spoke out in defense of the girl. But unexpectedly, the story wasn't over yet. Later, when my friend was about to graduate, he mustered the courage to seek out that male teacher to ask why the girl had dropped out back then. My friend said he was even prepared to go down with him. Wang Shifeng sighed. Then he learned the truth from the male teacher. It turned out that back then, what he'd actually said to the girl was, "Since you're willing to do anything, could you solve this math problem I got wrong?" After that, my friend came to terms with it. There are many things in this world that we can't do just because we want to like math problems. If you can't solve them, you just can't. As soon as Wang Shifeng finished speaking, the audience erupted. That's it. I knew the story wasn't that simple, but I never expected it to be this simple. Drive head for the outskirts of the city. Teacher Wang's warm-up stories are getting more and more outrageous. I'm dying of laughter. This guy is really overacting today. Did the folks above forget the setting is youth? Did you guys know this much when you were that age? The teacher's right, I really can't solve these math problems. Alright, let's jump right into the live call segment. I'd like to hear some stories and memories from our viewers about their childhoods. Wang Shifeng immediately opened the line. Hello, host. My last name is Feng. The call connected and a deep, steady voice came through, one that sounded like it smoked at least 3 packs of cigarettes a day. Hello, Mr. Feng. Do you have any fun stories from your youth to share? Wang Shifeng asked with a smile. I didn't really have any amusing stories from my youth to share, but now that you mention it, I suddenly wonder what was your dream when you were young. Mr. Feng's deep voice easily conjured the image of a stern Dean's face. My childhood dream? Wang Shifeng was taken aback by the question. Asking about dreams right off the bat? You're more professional than I am, why don't you take over as host? Heh, a childhood dream, you say? When I was little, I wanted to be an astronaut. My grandparents were thrilled. Wang Shifeng replied with a half-smile. An astronaut? I don't think so. Mr. Feng muttered to himself, as if speaking under his breath. Actually, host, I just remembered that a few days ago I forgot the password for one of my accounts. The security question was, what was your childhood dream? I've been using that account for nearly a decade, and I've long since forgotten what I entered back then. Hearing you bring up this topic today, I thought I'd see if I could rekindle that sense of familiarity. Wow, he forgot his security questions and came to a live stream for help. This Mr. Feng is quite the character. Everyone in the live stream burst out laughing, and some even egged him on. Most of the answers were pretty normal. Some wanted to be teachers, others scientists, and still others wanted to join the military. The unusual ones included someone who wanted to be a thug as a kid, and someone who just wanted to retire. The most impressive one was a guy who, as a kid, wanted to be his own dad because then he wouldn't have to worry about getting spanked. Wang Shifeng almost burst out laughing on the spot. What a bunch of goofballs. Mr. Feng, take a look at the comments. Do you see any familiar professions? Wang Shifeng asked, stifling a laugh. I'm looking, Mr. Feng replied rather flatly, seemingly busy testing his answers. If I may ask, is that account important to you? Wang Shifeng asked aloud, because if an account that had been dormant for over a decade were truly important, it wouldn't have been abandoned. I wouldn't say it's important, but it holds some memories from my youth, Mr. Feng said after a long silence. A while back, I received a wedding invitation from my first love, and that's when I suddenly remembered this account. The audience, who had been bombarding the chat with comments, paused for a few seconds before gradually falling silent. Clearly, this was a sad story. So that's how it is. No wonder, Wang Shifeng smiled. From what you're saying, Mr. Feng, it seems you still have some lingering feelings for your first love. Not really. We haven't been in touch for years. I've even forgotten what she looks like. It was just a bit of a surprise to receive that invitation out of the blue, Mr. Feng said, deliberately lightening his tone. But clearly everyone could sense his unease. First love, something a man can never forget in his lifetime. Mr. Feng's story reminds me of a friend of mine. Wang Shifeng mused for a moment before speaking. Instantly, the comment stream exploded. Teacher Wang's friend might be late, but he's definitely going to make an appearance. My friend is in a similar situation to you. He also received an invitation from his first love. However, their relationship was quite complicated. They'd been on and off for many years. But when he suddenly found out she was getting married, my friend was truly at a loss. Wang Shifeng's tone was matter-of-fact, yet his voice carried a hint of regret. He felt he couldn't move on and asked me if there was any way to completely sever their relationship. Although they hadn't experienced it firsthand from Wang Shifeng's description, the audience could vaguely sense the protagonist's pain and struggle. Their hearts tightened involuntarily as they empathized with the situation, drawing parallels to their own lives. If this happened to me, how could I ever make a clean break? That's years or even more than a decade of emotional entanglement. For a moment, the atmosphere in the livestream fell somewhat heavy. Is there any way? Mr. Feng spoke up abruptly. His usually steady voice had grown slightly tremulous, tinged with urgency and unease. There is, Wang Shifeng said in a deep voice. Instantly, everyone pricked up their ears and listened intently. Although the topic was a bit heavy, it felt like something they might need to know sooner or later. Better safe than sorry. A friend of mine showed me the last chat log between him and that girl, Wang Shifeng said, his voice growing soft. The girl told him, I'm getting married. In the next life, come and marry me sooner. But as soon as he finished speaking, most of the audience felt an inexplicable pang in their hearts, and tears nearly welled up in their eyes. Oh my god, that broke me. They never would have imagined that this would be the girl's final message. Just 13 words, yet they carried so much meaning. There was no doubt that this girl still loved him. A girl willing to stick with you for several years once you miss her. You'll probably never meet anyone like her again. Suddenly, the live chat exploded with accusations that Wang Shifeng was crushing their hearts. If you're going to give advice, just give advice. Why bring up her background? At the same time, viewers grew increasingly curious. What exactly would it take to make a girl who loved him to the very core give up completely? I only helped him reply with 13 characters. Wang Shifeng sighed softly, his voice tinged with anguish and sorrow. I replied, fine, transfer 20,000 to me or I'll send a screenshot to your husband. The audience in the live stream was stunned, as if struck by a thunderclap from the heavens. That's just too ruthless. Is this even something a human being would do? Brilliant, brilliant. Just what I'd expect from you, Teacher Wang. I'm in awe. I was already on the verge of tears, but now my mind is completely blown. What a brilliant reversal of roles. After watching that the girl cursed your ancestors for 18 generations, then tearfully added 20,000 yuan to the dowry. Wah. I thought it was going to be a tragic story, but it turned out to be a criminal case. You're a real badass, Teacher Wang. I laughed so hard my head almost fell off. Ha ha ha. That definitely cut things off for good. The comment stream exploded with wild jokes. Only by making her completely disappointed will it truly be over, right? Mr. Feng seemed to be taking a deep breath, his voice trembling. No, your reply was 14 characters. Mr. Feng's focus is pretty strange, isn't it? Some viewers also realized that Mr. Wang Shifeng's reply just now really did consist of exactly 14 characters. Okay, transfer 20,000 to me, or I'll send a screenshot to your husband. Teacher Wang isn't good at math. I replied with 13 characters. The okay at the beginning was my friend's own reply. Wang Shifeng paused for a moment before speaking again. In just 1 minute, the viewers in the live stream felt like they were on a roller coaster. From utter despair to sheer joy and back to utter despair. Okay, that's a man responding to a girl's request to marry her in the next life. Oh my god, that really felt like a knife to the heart. Teacher Wang is just too ruthless. The live stream instantly turned into a sea of despair. No one was spared. That girl, did she end up transferring the money in the end? Mr. Feng asked another question. Yeah, she did, and then she blocked my friend. Wang Shifeng chuckled. In the end, my friend had someone deliver a 50,000 gift to the girl at her wedding. Another bolt from the blue and yet another hopeless romantic. The viewers in the live stream were completely blown away. They hadn't expected to come in for a fun show only to be hit with such a massive emotional blow right off the bat. It looked like today was all about getting into a deep emotional funk. If it were me, I'd do the same, Mr. Feng seemed to mutter to himself. Mr. Feng, let me tell you another fairy tale, Wang Shifeng suddenly said with a laugh. What's with telling a fairy tale at a time like this? You're ruining the mood. Even though the chat was saying that, everyone's ears were perked up. There's probably a twist coming. Teacher Wang's livestream can't just keep being so harsh forever. A little bear in the forest planted a fruit tree and tended to it carefully every day until autumn. But the tree didn't bear a single fruit. The little bear stood there, looking down, and said disappointedly, no fruit. No fruit at all, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. A stifled sob came through Mr. Feng's live connection. I think I've remembered the answer to my account's security question. Mr. Feng, you didn't actually lose your password, you lost your dream, Wang Shifeng said with a smile, as if he had already guessed the answer to Mr. Feng's security question. The answer must be that girl's name. He promised to marry her when he was young. Suddenly, a comment floated across the screen, bringing everyone to tears. Seeing the comment stream unexpectedly turn somber once again, Wang Shifeng felt he had to take control of the situation, so he cleared his throat and spoke in a gentle, cheerful voice. Everyone, don't be so pessimistic. Everyone's life has its regrets. Even when wounds heal, they still leave scars, but that doesn't mean they can't be healed. If you're willing to spend 99 yuan to buy the Helling Guide below, you might just be in for a pleasant surprise. You made the atmosphere in the live stream so heartbreaking just to sell a book. Can't you act like a human being? Fine, we'll buy it. Why? The sadness lasted barely a few seconds before they were laughing again. The audience was left both amused and exasperated. Watching the screen filled with playful banter and the shopping cart numbers skyrocketing, Wang Shifeng broke into a satisfied smile. Today was destined to be a day of immeasurable merit. Inducing purchases is a common tactic in live streaming sales. With endless tactics emerging in major live streaming sales channels, everyone has grown accustomed to them, but forced consumption. That's way beyond the norm. Wang Shifeng's move was absolutely masterful. It left everyone speechless. Don't you have anything that needs healing? No problem, just watch the live stream for a bit and you'll find something you need. Cruel, extremely cruel. Despicable, the attitude is utterly despicable. The results? Absolutely amazing. In just a short while, pre-sales for Watch It, and it'll warm you for a lifetime surpassed 100,000. Every time she saw the numbers jump, Jiang Yin felt a jolt of excitement. It was as if she were a few steps closer to that shiny little bracelet. But seeing Wang Shifeng beaming with joy in the live stream room, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. If the person in charge isn't afraid, why should I be? Wang Shifeng hadn't really expected the fans in the live stream to be so enthusiastic either. To be honest, he knew most of the fans were just having fun placing orders to liven up the atmosphere, with a large number of refunds sure to follow. But even so, he was very happy. Because he knew that when his fans opened this book and quietly read through its contents, their emotions would surely run high. By then, he'd gain a huge boost of healing energy himself. No matter how you look at it, he couldn't lose. After all, Jiang Yin covered the printing costs. Heh. Host, I'd like to ask, did your friend end up regretting it? Mr. Feng's increasingly deep, hoarse voice rang out again. Wang Shifeng was a bit surprised. He'd thought the call had been disconnected. And the way he asked that question clearly showed he was still clinging to a sliver of hope. Mr. Feng, I didn't tell this story to encourage you to follow suit. Everyone's situation is different. This is just meant to serve as a reference. Wang Shifeng cleared his throat. There's an old saying, if you wish to sever ties with someone, speak harshly to them. It's not that you're heartless, but that you fear regret. After hearing this, the boisterous live stream audience fell silent. That's right, when cutting ties with someone very important, the greatest fear is indeed regret. So the only way is to be absolutely decisive. That way, even if you do end up regretting it, there's no chance for a second chance. Although this is cruel to both parties, it's still a sound approach. Seeing that Mr. Feng was still silent, Wang Shifeng continued. But while the old saying goes that way, real-life developments are often beyond our control. Mr. Feng, are you sure you want to hear the rest of the story? Is there actually another twist to this story? How many twists has this had already? The audience grew even more intrigued. Huh? Did something else happen between your friend and his first love later on? Mr. Feng asked, his interest piqued. What do you mean, something happened again? It sounds a bit scandalous. Ahem, after he gave a 50,000 gift, he thought everything was fine. But later, when the groom checked the gift list, he suspected something was off with that gift. After repeatedly questioning him, he found out it was my friend. The couple argued constantly about this after the wedding, and they ended up divorcing not long after, Wang Shifeng said with a sigh. The audience fell silent after hearing this. They'd expected a humorous twist, but never imagined this ending. Talk about well-meaning but backfiring. But that's just how it is in real life. Exactly. After all, that was a 50,000 yuan wedding gift. Coming from a complete stranger, it's bound to raise suspicion the groom isn't exactly a naive young man. This ending is truly unexpected, makes perfect sense. You hit the nail on the head, Teacher Wang. You didn't just stab me in the heart, you went right through it. It's just a book. Can't I just buy it? Guys, I just figured out a way to get back at my ex-girlfriend. What if you gave her a huge wedding gift while she's giving birth? Don't you think her husband would totally lose it? The guy above is a genius. He really knows how to think outside the box. 6666. That's cruel. He'd probably have to rush out that very night to get a paternity test. The audience's comments took a turn. After hearing this, Mr. Feng also understood what Wang Shifeng meant. Sometimes not get involved is actually the better choice. Thank you, host. I know what to do now. I'm truly grateful for your guidance today. My troubled mind seems to have cleared up all at once. Mr. Feng sighed. It's my greatest honor to help people resolve their worries. Wang Shifeng smiled. I wish Mr. Feng all the best in the days ahead. Thank you, host. I'll definitely buy a few more of your books to support you. Mr. Feng was a straightforward man. Thank you so much for your support, Mr. Feng. Finally, let me share one more line with you. Overcome with joy, Wang Shifeng prepared to recite another poem, chanting slowly. Suddenly, an old friend crosses my mind. The mountains and rivers have been reclaimed and autumn has arrived. Mr. Feng suddenly froze, instantly moved by the verse. He muttered it to himself a few times, then let out a hey, and hung up the live stream. Then he opened his shopping cart and placed his order on a whim. You can actually get a poem from Wang Shifeng just by placing an order? Is there such a good deal? The chat stream all started showering him with praise, with viewers eagerly asking about the perks. Don't get the wrong idea, everyone. This isn't a gift just because Mr. Feng placed an order, it's because I was moved by the moment. In my live stream, there's absolutely no hard selling or coercive consumption. Buy if you want to, I'll never force anyone. I also won't promise any perks just to boost sales. Remember, I'm a healing, positive energy host, Wang Shifeng declared with righteous conviction, setting the record straight. This actually made the viewers in the live stream feel a tiny bit guilty. Wow, Teacher Wang really is a man of integrity. We were judging a gentleman with a petty mind. How ashamed we are. Maybe we should buy another copy to give away. Alright, let's connect with our next caller, Wang Shifeng said with relief as the atmosphere in the live stream returned to normal. You all placed those orders of your own free will, I didn't do a thing. Hello, Teacher Wang, I'm one of your loyal listeners. I was there for your very first live stream. You can call me Xiao Chen. The call connected, and a young man with a strong, resonant voice spoke up. And he introduced himself right off the bat. He really is a true fan. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm honored that you're a fan. Is there something you'd like to share? Wang Shifeng asked with a smile. Here's the thing, Teacher Wang. I went to the dentist a couple of days ago with a toothache and noticed that the dentist was really pretty exactly my type. So I looked up a bunch of pickup lines online, and I realized that girls these days all like guys with money. Teacher Wang, could you help me figure out if this approach has a chance? Mr. Chen said enthusiastically. Sure, but I don't really have much experience with picking up girls myself, so my advice might not be very helpful, Wang Shifeng replied politely. You're being too modest, Mr. Wang. You're so handsome, how could you possibly lack experience? Mr. Chen laughed. Well, maybe it's precisely because I'm so handsome that I don't have any experience with picking up girls, Wang Shifeng said hesitantly, speaking cautiously for fear of hurting the other man's pride. A huge question mark flashed through Mr. Chen's mind and that of the viewers in the live stream chat. Then all hell broke loose. Although it sounded like the truth, couldn't you have considered our feelings before saying that? The worst part was there was absolutely no way to refute it. Damn it. Heh. Teacher Wang really does have a sense of humor. Mr. Chen chuckled awkwardly, then continued, I plan to ask that young dentist before I get my tooth pulled. Will having this tooth pulled affect my ability to drive a Bentley? That way, she'll know right away that I'm a rich guy. That approach to striking up a conversation might be a bit too blunt. After Mr. Chen finished speaking, Wang Shifeng paused for a moment. Mr. Chen, if I may ask, do you really drive a Bentley? No way. If I drove a Bentley, how could I not have a girlfriend? Mr. Chen said matter-of-factly. You know this yourself, do you really think that pretty doctor doesn't? Wang Shifeng smiled. Let me take a wild guess at her answer. What do you think she'd say? Mr. Chen asked, somewhat curious. Having a tooth pulled doesn't stop you from driving a Bentley, but it might let the air out when you're bragging. Wang Shifeng laughed. The audience, equally curious, burst out laughing upon hearing the answer. Ha ha ha, it might let the air out when you're bragging that had me in stitches. That's Teacher Wang for you, always hits the nail on the head. Nice try with the bragging. My wife's taking her high school entrance exams. That level of storytelling would probably only fool middle schoolers. That doesn't sound like something a female doctor would say. She should have left out the comparison or the bragging part. Winking. So, Mr. Chen also gave an awkward smile. Do you think that's a bad way to strike up a conversation too, Teacher Wang? I don't think it works because you're fabricating an image of yourself. Even if the other person becomes interested in you, the lie will eventually be exposed, Wang Shifeng said earnestly. Whether it's striking up a conversation or building relationships, sincerity is the most important thing. Thanks for the advice, Professor Wang. I realize I was wrong, Mr. Chen admitted meekly, seeming to have recognized his mistake. It's okay. It's normal for young people to yearn for love. Some harmless little tricks and tactics can be helpful. For example, when I was writing that book in my shopping cart, I drew on my friend's experiences to include some tips on striking up conversations. One of the stories features a girl from a humble background who, thanks to these little tricks, ended up marrying a prince, Wang Shifeng said with a straight face. There are actually pickup tips in the book? The audience was instantly intrigued, completely oblivious to the fact that this sounds like an advertisement. Really? Then I'll be sure to study them carefully once I get the book, Mr. Chen perked up. Let me share some of the pickup techniques my friends often use, you, Mr. Chen, Wang Shifeng said softly, narrowing his eyes slightly. Great, Mr. Chen was overjoyed. He knew that Wang Shifeng's friends were no ordinary people. There are three main approaches to striking up a conversation. Hardcore, scripted, and subtle, Wang Shifeng explained. Hardcore is pretty much what you're thinking whether you pull up in a Bentley or a Ferrari. Your success rate is very high. That's because material possessions are the most direct way to demonstrate your worth, but only if you actually have them. Although the term money power might sound a bit harsh, everyone knows that's just how the world really is. For most girls, it's really hard to resist this kind of material dominance. Then there's the subtle approach, Wang Shifeng continued. By subtle, I mean being indirect. As I mentioned earlier, true hunters often present themselves as prey. The prerequisite for this method is that you have to be good-looking. In other words, you have to be handsome. That way, all you need to do is keep showing up in front of your target, and there's a high chance she'll be the one to approach you. Wait a minute, does being handsome mean you can do whatever you want? Although many people were reluctant to accept it, they couldn't refute it. If you're handsome, even if you talk trash, girls will still like you. If you're ugly, even if you're thoughtful and attentive, girls will still feel uncomfortable. And the last category is the pickup routine. As saying goes, sincere feelings never last, but tricks win hearts. This approach relates your emotional intelligence and ability to think on your feet. Let me give you a few examples. Wang Shifeng cleared his throat and adjusted his tone. For example, let's say you use the same pickup line you just mentioned, and she calls you out on not actually owning a Bentley. At that moment, you shouldn't get flustered. Instead, you can calmly explain to her why you don't buy a Bentley. After hearing Wang Shifeng's words, everyone's first thought was, the reason you can't afford a Bentley is obviously because you can't afford it. What's there to ask about? But Wang Shifeng's next response gave them some insight into what emotional intelligence really means. Just say, with conviction, there are two main reasons I don't buy a Bentley. First, the handling isn't great, and I'm not a big fan of that. Second, the service at the Bentley dealership is terrible. The POS machine was broken when I tried to pay with my card, and it kept saying my balance was insufficient. After Wang Shifeng finished speaking in such a straightforward tone, everyone was stunned. Sure enough, after that response, the earlier awkwardness vanished completely, and the situation even took on a humorous tone. The second reason was the funniest of all: a broken POS machine? Come on. So it turns out he wasn't broke because he didn't have money, it was because the POS machine was broken. Instantly, everything clicked for everyone. Wow, is this what a master is like? Master, I've had an epiphany. I've finally figured out why my balance has been insufficient all these years. It's the bank's fault. Their service is terrible. Haha, Teacher Wang is truly amazing. Not only did he diffuse the awkwardness, but he even boosted his own charm. Is that a trick? TSTSK. Wang Shifeng, and you said you didn't know how to strike up a conversation. Got it. I'm off to find a target to practice on. Whoa. Mr. Chen was so stunned he couldn't speak at first, but finally managed to blurt out, "Teacher Wang, you're so impressive." "I'm just parroting what I heard from a friend." Wang Shifeng smiled. "Actually, striking up a conversation is all about making a good first impression. You need to understand 3 key points. First, your appearance must be neat and tidy. Put aside whether you're good looking or not, but your hairstyle and clothes should be clean and well groomed. Second, be confident. No matter how the approach turns out, you should remain confident. Don't get cocky if it works, and don't get angry or embarrassed if it doesn't. Third is your approach. There are many styles and techniques. The example I just gave was just one of them. Let me try a different approach." As Wang Shifeng spoke, the live chat was unusually quiet. Everyone was taking notes. "These are all key takeaways. I'll definitely use them in the future." Wang Shifeng adjusted his tone once more and said softly, "Miss, may I ask if you're of mixed heritage? The kind of beauty who's part human, part fairy." His deep, magnetic voice combined with those words had an explosive effect. Not to mention the girls, even many of the men in the live stream couldn't help but blush. "Whoa, that's way flirty. It's hard to say no. Is this what they call pickup lines? Can I get to know you? You're so beautiful. The dinosaurs must have gone extinct because their arms were too short to clap for your beauty, and they died of frustration. Beautiful lady, your looks are so strange. One moment you're tall, the next you're even taller. Excuse me, could you please stop smiling at me? When you smile, it's like someone sprinkled a handful of popping candy in my heart. At the same time, you're adjusting your collar and I'm checking my pulse. Your beauty is really adding insult to injury for my frail body. Are you out of your mind? Are you trying to get yourself into the ICU just because you're this good looking?" Wang Shifeng was speaking one sentence at a time. Suddenly, Mr. Chen's anxious voice came through on the other end of the line. "Teacher Wang, speak slower. I haven't finished writing down the last sentence yet." Wang Shifeng was momentarily at a loss for words. "Do you really have to write it down by hand? Can't we just record it?" Speaking is an art. In Wang Shifeng's live stream, fans and viewers felt as they were already immersed in an ocean of art. Judging by the enthusiasm in the live chat, Wang Shifeng could tell that his fan base was perfectly targeted. After all, these little pickup lines were just the appetizer. If the majority of the audience were seasoned womanizers, they certainly wouldn't be interested in these little tricks. But come to think of it, that makes sense. If they were real jerks, they wouldn't be bored enough to watch a live stream at this hour of the night. This is precisely when their wonderful lives are just getting started. With that in mind, Wang Shifeng felt his responsibility grow even greater. He had to make sure the guys in the live stream chat could start living their best lives as soon as possible. So he decided to share some more practical tips. "Mr. Chen and everyone in the live stream, don't worry, I'll compile all this content later and give it to you as a gift," Wang Shifeng said enthusiastically. "Teacher Wang, are you really going to publish a book?" Mr. Chen asked, surprised and delighted. "These little tips aren't worth a whole book," Wang Shifeng said casually. The live stream audience instantly became excited. "Are these really just little tips? Then just how in-depth must the book in the shopping cart be? Isn't that an essential guide to life? No wonder it's called Read This, and it'll warm your heart for a lifetime." It turns out that only by following Teacher Wang can you learn the real deal. Watching the sales figures soar once again, Wang Shifeng was very pleased. This group of fans really knows what they're doing. "Everyone, please shop wisely. You're buying these books to read them, so don't place multiple orders all at once," Wang Shifeng reminded them kindly. "Teacher Wang, there's no need to dissuade us. I'm convinced this book will become a timeless classic. This first edition is sure to appreciate in value," Mr. Chen declared with conviction. Hearing Mr. Chen say this, the viewers in the live stream suddenly had an epiphany. That's right. Given Teacher Wang's talent, he's bound to become a great literary figure in the future. Who knows, maybe buying it will even pay off. Let's snap them up. Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled. "Mr. Chen, I hope these little tips will be helpful to you." "Thank you, Teacher Wang. After hearing all that, I've even thought of a name for the child I'll have with that female doctor," Mr. Chen said with a sheepish grin. "Mr. Chen, you have quite a vivid imagination," Wang Shifeng said with a half-hearted smile. "Striking up a conversation is just the beginning of a relationship. Whether or not you end up having a child is another matter entirely." "You're absolutely right, Teacher Wang. What should I do after I've successfully struck up a conversation?" Mr. Chen asked. "Haven't you thought about what to do if the approach fails?" Wang Shifeng asked with a smile. Mr. Chen fell silent, feeling as if he'd been stabbed in the back. It stung a bit. "Let me tell you another little trick my friend came up with that has an extremely high success rate," Wang Shifeng said. According to him, this method has a success rate of over 90%. A 90% success rate. Is that really possible? Everyone listened intently, eager to hear what this miraculous technique was. "This method is very simple, and it works in almost any situation," Wang Shifeng said slowly. "First, you need to prepare a dirty piece of clothing, preferably a shirt, since it's easy to carry. Then, when you spot the girl you want to approach, rub some ketchup on the inside of the shirt, not too much, and go up to her. Beautiful lady, your skirt pants are dirty. Here's a small detail. You must furrow your brow to look concerned, don't smile, or you'll be mistaken for a pervert. At this point, the girl will find it hard to tell if it's really dirty, but she'll definitely feel nervous, anxious, and embarrassed. After all, this is an awkward situation, and it's when girls feel the least secure. At this point, you can gentlemanly pull out your shirt and say, use this to cover it up for now. This way, she'll absolutely be unable to refuse. Plus, once she takes your shirt, you won't even need to ask for her contact info. She'll proactively give it to you so she can return it. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. This move is unbeatable. After hearing Wang Shifeng casually explain the method, the live stream exploded with excitement once again. Is that even a thing? Mr. Chen asked in shock. He had never imagined that there was such a way to approach a girl and that she might even take the initiative to add him. In his entire life, he'd been added by girls only a handful of times, and most of those were street sales girls. Mr. Chen couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Don't get ahead of yourself, I'm not done yet. Wang Shifeng's voice rang out again, full of louder. There's more. Everyone was astonished. Suppressing their eagerness to try it out, they continued to listen. Besides the high success rate, this method has two other advantages. First, as long as you have enough clothes, you can strike up conversations with many girls in a single day. Quantity leads to quality, and your chances of finding a partner go up. Second, when the girls return your clothes, they'll definitely wash them until they smell wonderful. Hey guys, from now on, you won't have to do your own laundry anymore. As soon as Wang Shifeng finished speaking with a chuckle, the live stream exploded. Whoa! Not only is this a clever pickup trick, but it's also surprisingly a money-saving hack. That's just too impressive, it gives me goosebumps. I'm blown away. This is what a true master looks like. Teacher Wang, please hold back a bit. This content is too valuable. I'm afraid I'll go into debt if I listen too much. I've learned so much. Teacher Wang really is my guiding light in life. Ouch, that's brutal. This move is brutal. Teacher Wang, you're the best. I've already dug out my clothes. I'm going to try this out tonight under the cover of darkness. Then I'll open a dry cleaning shop. Oh my god, I've found the secret to getting rich. Ever since watching Teacher Wang's live stream, all the goji berry vendors in our neighborhood have upgraded their cars. The live chat was buzzing with excitement, and Mr. Chen was just as thrilled. Teacher Wang, you're practically a living Buddha. This strategy is so deep. Just some little tips I picked up from a friend, nothing to write home about, Wang Shifeng said with a modest smile. Anyone interested can give it a try, but whether you succeed or fail, I take no responsibility. Don't worry, Teacher Wang. If I succeed tomorrow, I'll definitely reward you handsomely, Mr. Chen said confidently. Then I'll go ahead and wish Chen a successful start right here, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Mr. Wang, what do you think I should do after I've successfully struck up a conversation? Mr. Chen asked somewhat tentatively. He was now fully prepared to follow Wang Shifeng's instructions, because he deeply realized that he knew absolutely nothing about dating. Of course, you go on a date. You can't build a relationship without going on dates. What did you used to like to do on dates, Mr. Chen? Wang Shifeng asked. Dates? You mean things like going to the movies or eating out? Mr. Chen's first words revealed him to be a classic straight guy. No wonder he was so desperate. He'd even set his sights on his dentist just for a checkup. Those are just standard activities. Strictly speaking, they don't count as dates because you'd go out to eat or see a movie even if you were alone, Wang Shifeng said with a laugh. It was like a bolt from the blue. Both the live stream viewers and Mr. Chen were stunned. Upon closer reflection, it really was true. Even without a girlfriend, he'd still go out to eat and see movies. So what exactly counts as a date? Seeing the screen filled with comments, Wang Shifeng smiled slightly. A date is actually when two people do things that create special memories together. That's how you deepen your relationship and leave a lasting impression on each other, and that's how you achieve the ultimate goal. Ultimate goal? Mr. Chen muttered under his breath, then let out a puzzled chuckle. That sounds pretty sleazy, and right after that, the live stream's atmosphere changed. People really do have vivid imaginations, Wang Shifeng thought, taken aback. Teacher Wang, what can we do together to create lasting memories? Mr. Chen pressed, sounding a bit eager. This was, of course, a question everyone was curious about. There are plenty of options. Common ones include going to an amusement park, or for something more artistic, visiting an art exhibition or doing crafts. You have a big enough budget, you could go shopping. Wang Shifeng listed them off as if reciting a familiar list. But I've heard of one particularly special thing. If you do it with a girl, it'll definitely leave a lasting impression on her, something she'll never forget. A lasting memory, unforgettable for a lifetime? Oh my, that sounds kind of embarrassing. What kind of thrilling thing is it? A million viewers in the live stream pricked up their ears in curiosity, instinctively turning up the volume. It's this. Take her to a real estate sales office, Wang Shifeng said clearly, with a hint of a smile in his voice. The audience paused in surprise. A date at a real estate sales office. What on earth would they do there? Although it certainly sounds unique, it's hardly something you'd remember for the rest of your life. Unless, of course, he bought her an apartment outright. But if you had enough money to buy a place, how could you possibly not have a girlfriend? Everyone was filled with confusion, waiting to hear more. Hardly anyone in the live stream comments questioned it, because they can always trust Teacher Wang. That's what mutual love is all about. I'm sure you're all wondering what you can do at a sales office. Wang Shifeng smiled. You're right, all you can do there is look at houses. Hearing this predictable answer, the new followers were still puzzled, while the longtime followers had already pulled out their notebooks and started taking notes. Homes hold a special meaning for people, especially for women. They evoke a sense of warmth and longing for a home. If a guy is willing to take her to look at a house and says he'd like her input on it regardless of whether he's buying it for her or not, her feelings for him will have already started to grow exponentially. Plus, visiting a sales office to look at a home subtly demonstrates your financial stability and your sense of responsibility. It also makes her feel that you respect her opinion, all of which are major pluses in a girl's eyes. Even if you don't end up buying it right then, that impression will stick with her. While touring the model home, a woman will subconsciously put herself in the shoes of the future homeowner, which stirs her longing for a home. Think about it, wouldn't her impression of you skyrocket instantly? After hearing this, the audience pictured the scene in their minds. A cozy model home where a couple wanders around, pointing things out and laughing together. I have to admit, it actually makes me want to date again. Mr. Wang, let me interrupt for a moment. Mr. Chen's trembling voice came through. You just said yourself that sincerity is the foundation of a relationship. If I take her to look at a house and she falls in love with it, but I really can't afford to buy it, the truth will inevitably come out later. I have to say, Mr. Chen is really thorough. Nothing's even been decided yet, and he's already thinking through all these details. First of all, there's no deception involved in looking at apartments. After all, you're definitely going to buy a place someday. Second, just because you can't afford it now doesn't mean you won't be able to in the future. Plus, since she knows you're taking her to look at apartments, she already has a sense of your financial situation, so there won't be too much of a psychological letdown later on. Wang Shifeng paused after speaking, then chuckled softly. Besides, even if she isn't interested, we're not losing out after all. Taking someone to a sales office to look at properties these days costs at least 100 yuan in refreshment fees. Whoa, that's not just a fair deal, it's a total steal. The audience was once again blown away by the plot twist. Although they knew there would definitely be a twist, they never expected this kind of payoff. Combine this with the pickup techniques mentioned earlier. This is a damn great way to make money. Teacher Wang isn't just teaching us how to pick up girls, he's teaching us how to get rich. It's like having a second set of parents. My mom just asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. She beat me up saying a man's knees are worth their weight in gold, but now she's kneeling right here with me, listening to Teacher Wang's live stream. People used to say the dragon of Daxio was fake, but today I actually saw a real dragon. Teacher Wang is so amazing. Sometimes I even wonder about his true identity. I suspect he's more than just a host. Do you think there's a chance that Teacher Wang is actually teaching us how to buy a house? Enough chit-chat, let's just fill up our shopping carts with books. Does anyone have any recommendations for real estate projects that don't require a capital verification? I've got a big business deal I want to partner on. Teacher Wang, I just bought another 20 copies. I plan to give one to each of my relatives. Please keep sharing your insights. We love listening to you, Mr. Chen exclaimed excitedly. Consume wisely, you must consume wisely. These little tips I'm sharing are just casual chatter. Don't take them too seriously, just listen for fun, Wang Shifeng said, brushing it off. Yes, we bought the books of our own free will. It definitely wasn't to hear Mr. Wang's little tips, Mr. Chen chimed in. After hearing Wang Shifeng's little tips, he realized just how narrow his perspective had been. It was only 20 books, just 2,000 yuan, but as long as he mastered the little tricks Mr. Wang had taught him, he could strike up a conversation with 10 people a day and recoup his investment with interest in less than half a month. As for the female doctor he'd initially planned to approach, he'd long since put her out of his mind. A female doctor? What doctor? I don't know. Right now, I just want to hear Teacher Wang's little tips. The live comment section joined in the excitement, and after seeing that pre-orders had already surpassed 300,000 copies, Wang Shifeng smiled, unable to refuse such enthusiasm. Since everyone seems to enjoy this, I'll share one last tip for dating. This one has also been personally tested and proven effective by a friend of mine. The tip I just shared was about unique dating spots. This one covers some tips for dates after you're already a couple. The moment Wang Shifeng spoke, the live chat fell silent. This is all valuable knowledge. Missing even a bit would be a huge loss. If only exams back in school had covered this stuff. Wouldn't scoring high enough for a top-tier university be a breeze? Everyone is surely familiar with umbrellas. For men, an umbrella generally serves only one purpose, to keep out the rain. But for women, an umbrella serves two purposes, to block the sun and keep out the rain. So carrying an umbrella with you is a great habit. In the summer, the sun is strong and girls tend to wear lighter, more revealing clothes, so they're very worried about getting sunburned. If you carry a sun umbrella, girls will definitely have a better impression of you. And most importantly, when you hold the umbrella for her, the two of you are forced to share the same confined space, which immediately brings you closer. Once the physical distance is closed, the emotional distance will naturally follow. Wang Shifeng's warm, mellow voice once again transported everyone back to that scene. Under the scorching sun, walking down the street with the girl you love while holding an umbrella for her, her slender shoulder casually brushing against your forearm. That moment must have felt just like an electric shock. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Every viewer behind their screens instinctively curled the corners of their mouths upward, revealing a smile that defies description. You really get it, Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang, it's so hot out standing that close together, you're bound to break a sweat. Mr. Chen's untimely voice rang out once again. It shattered the audience's beautiful fantasy. Come on, man, you're thinking way too much. After saying that, Mr. Chen felt a bit embarrassed himself. Wang Shifeng didn't seem to mind. With a half smile, he said, that's definitely an issue. On a sweltering day like this, two people would break a sweat even under an umbrella. But isn't that even better? We can find a motel by the roadside to take a quick shower. If we're lucky, maybe we can even do it together. Whoa, so you've been waiting for us here all along. I knew it. Learning from Teacher Wang is definitely going to be wild. The comment stream erupted with a chorus of howls. Wang Shifeng took a leisurely sip of water before speaking again. As I said before, an umbrella serves two purposes. One is to block the sun, and the other is to keep out the rain. So on a rainy day, you can also offer a girl your umbrella and walk her home. The comment stream hadn't even finished cheering yet when they realized there was more to come, and fell silent once again. I get it, Mr. Chen blurted out. On a rainy day, a girl's mood is bound to be low. Giving her an umbrella at that moment shows her care and warmth, so she'll come to rely on me more and develop stronger feelings for me. Most viewers in the livestream agreed with Mr. Chen's answer. That's certainly true, but his perspective was still a bit narrow. Mr. Chen is right, the logic is sound, but that's not the way to go about it, Wang Shifeng said with a light chuckle. Is there a trick to giving someone an umbrella? The viewers in the livestream were taken aback. A friend of mine once said a boy will stand in the rain with a girl, and a man will drive her back and forth, but he's different. He stands in the rain himself while holding an umbrella over her, Wang Shifeng said with an enigmatic smile. The viewers could all picture the scene. A man soaked to the bone in the pouring rain, holding an umbrella over a girl. Whoa, isn't that straight out of a movie? It's so romantic. And how would a girl feel seeing a boy who got completely soaked for her sake? What girl could resist that? But they had a vague hunch that things wouldn't be as simple as just a beautiful scene. Sure enough, Wang Shifeng spoke up again. Think about it. If a girl saw you soaked to the bone for her sake, wouldn't she feel guilty or worried about you? And when you walk her home, would she just say goodbye right away? Shouldn't she invite you back to her place? Let you take a hot shower? Make you some ginger tea to warm you up? And wouldn't she wash your clothes while she's at it? Could she really be so heartless as to let you go home soaking like that? My friend summed it up. This is what they call, you bring her an umbrella and she holds it over you. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room gasped. Sure enough, this is a combo move. From striking up a conversation to holding up the umbrella, it was all laid out crystal clear. Man, that was intense. After seeing Teacher Wang pull off that whole routine, I feel like there's no woman I can't win over. Guys, take note. These little tricks work for normal people, but don't try them if you're a desperate suitor. You'll get hurt. Now I know why Teacher Wang doesn't teach this as a standalone class. It's an intangible cultural heritage. I say we should just submit it for official recognition. Wah, when will I ever be as good as Teacher Wang? Suddenly, I'm filled with dread for this world, so there really are people who can manipulate everything without anyone even noticing. These little tricks are so underhanded, but I love them. So someone in the comments summarized it. A man must carry 3 things when he goes out. First, clothes. Second, an umbrella. Third, an umbrella. Don't ask why you need 2 umbrellas, just know that one is for shade and the other is for rain. The live stream was buzzing with excitement. Outside the live stream, as Jiang Yin watched the sales figures continue to climb in the back end, her heart sank. She suddenly recalled what Wang Shifeng had told her that afternoon, that he was going to help her make money. It turned out this guy really wasn't joking after all. He could even turn a simple pickup line into a business opportunity. He's a genius among geniuses. But why did she always feel that Wang Shifeng's way of making money was a bit too extreme? Jiang Yin instinctively touched her slender wrist. If I'd known, we should have contacted an umbrella vendor, Healy sighed, frowning beside her. After today, umbrella sellers are probably going to make a killing. You don't actually think everything he said was that extreme, do you? Jiang Yin frowned at Healy. Do you treat all girls like little cuties? Ms. Jiang, you just think girls are too smart, Healy said with a dry laugh, rubbing his head. Back when I was courting my wife, my tactics were way cruder than what Mr. Feng suggested. Jiang Yin frowned but said, "And you really shouldn't underestimate this straight guy economy. As long as you give them a glimmer of hope, they'll work miracles," Healy said with a smile. "If you don't believe me, let's follow a few major umbrella manufacturers and check their stock prices in a couple of days." Even though the live stream has over 1 million viewers, it's a bit of a stretch to say that's affecting the stock price. Jiang Yin shook her head. "What if it does?" Healy flashed a peculiar smile. Jiang Yin looked at Wang Shifeng beaming in the live stream. Her rational mind told her this didn't make sense, but her woman's intuition told her that maybe, just maybe, there really could be a pleasant surprise in store. The viewers in the live stream were incredibly excited. Anyone unaware of the situation would have thought they'd won the lottery. But for them, it was pretty much the same thing. Men, after all, can't help but think about women when the night is deep and quiet. At a time like this, when someone suddenly points you in the right direction, no matter where it leads, it's bound to make you happy. As for whether it actually works, that's another story. At least for the duration of the live stream, it's fun. I can feel everyone's enthusiasm, but I still want to remind you all that these little tips and tricks are just supplementary. What really matters is a sincere heart. Wang Shifeng spoke up again to keep the conversation on track. Also, I see some of you are getting restless saying you're ready to be a scumbag. First of all, as my viewers, I naturally hope everyone gets what they want, but there are a few things you must remember. Be kind and stick to your principles. It's okay to be a jerk, but remember this one line. Pick flowers without damaging them. If you pick them and damage them, everyone who sees you deserves to be killed. Wang Shifeng's voice suddenly turned cold and sharp, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured into the live stream, sending a chill down everyone's spine. It instantly dampened the spirits of viewers who had been engaging in all sorts of reckless driving. The previously lighthearted atmosphere suddenly turned somber once more. At the same time, everyone discovered another side of Wang Shifeng. As the live chat gradually returned to normal, Wang Shifeng smiled with satisfaction. "Mr. Chen, do you have any other questions?" Seemingly startled by Wang Shifeng's earlier intensity, Mr. Chen's voice sounded a bit nervous. No, that's it. Thank you, Teacher Wang, for sharing so many useful tips. I'll definitely take every relationship seriously." Hearing Mr. Chen's tone, which sounded almost like a solemn vow, Wang Shifeng chuckled. "Don't be so formal. I didn't do anything special, I just shared some stories from friends. If it helps you, that's great. Once again, I wish you all the best in achieving your heart's desire." "Okay, Teacher Wang, I'll definitely keep supporting you. If I succeed, I'll be sure to come back and share the good news. I'm going to hang up now so I don't hold up the next guest." Mr. Chen quickly ended the call, looking a bit guilty. "Friends in the live stream, whether you're my fans or not, and whether you like me or not, I still want to speak my mind here," Wang Shifeng said gently. "As human beings, we must always follow our conscience. Though I, Wang Shifeng, wouldn't dare call myself a paragon of virtue, I've never done anything I felt guilty about in my entire life. I've lived with integrity, walking with my head held high and sitting upright, and that's all because I have a conscience." Some might ask, what is a conscience? I think it's like a sharp triangle inside our hearts. If we haven't done anything wrong, it lies still and quiet. But if we do something wrong, it begins to spin and each corner stings and cuts at our heart. However, if I keep doing wrong things, every corner will eventually wear smooth and then I won't feel the pain anymore. And when our hearts no longer feel pain, it means that person can no longer be called human. Wang Shifeng spoke with a sigh without a trace of preaching. It sounded more like he was confiding in a friend. After a few seconds of brief silence in the live stream, the chat began to flood with comments again. "I've learned a lot, Teacher Wang." Looking at the screen filled with colorful comments and the shopping cart numbers skyrocketing once again, Wang Shifeng smiled with satisfaction. "I couldn't possibly deserve such praise. The fact that you all understand my well-intentioned efforts is the greatest compliment." Alright, let's connect with our final guest for today. The grateful viewers, upon hearing this, instinctively glanced at the time. It wasn't even 3 o'clock yet, and you're already on the last call? The live stream has never ended before 400. Just look at the name of your live stream, doesn't that make your conscience ache? Automatically filtering out the sarcastic comments in the chat, Wang Shifeng connected the call. "Hello, Teacher Wang, I'm one of your fans. You can call me Xiao Jing." The call connected. It was a young woman with a lovely voice. "Hello, Miss Xiao Jing. What would you like to share?" Wang Shifeng asked gently. "Teacher Wang, I just listened to some of your tips, and I feel like they seem a bit targeted at us girls. Although you may be a man of conscience and principles, that doesn't mean all men are like you. If you teach them these things, we girls will be in real danger." Miss Xiao Jing's voice was calm and composed. You could tell right away she had strong mental resilience. Moreover, her question cut straight to the heart of the matter. It was true that the little tips Wang Shifeng had just shared were all from a male perspective. The issue Ms. Xiao Jing raised is very pointed and important. First, I'd like to remind all men that we must absolutely pursue women on the basis of respect. Wang Shifeng stated his position before continuing. As for your question, Ms. Xiao Jing, I'd like to suggest a few ways for young women to protect themselves. Go ahead, Mr. Wang, Xiao Jing replied, her tone remaining largely unchanged. First of all, there are ways to tell if a man might turn out to be a bad guy, Wang Shifeng said solemnly. The live stream audience pricked up their ears once more, especially some of the male viewers who had already begun to see themselves in the situation. The method is simple. Place your finger under his nose. If he's panting, there's a good chance he could turn into a bad man, Wang Shifeng said in a deep voice. What are you talking about here? Anyone who breathes could turn into a bad guy. That's way too broad of an answer. So, Teacher Wang, do you also believe there are no good men in the world? Xiaojing was somewhat taken aback by this answer. The definition of a good man is broad, but a bad man certainly isn't born that way. It's the result of certain life experiences, Wang Shifeng said with a world-weary tone. Take my friends, for example, who are labeled as scumbags. Weren't they once innocent, naive little boys? If they hadn't suffered emotional trauma, who would willingly bear the stigma of being called a scumbag? After Wang Shifeng finished speaking, many of the men present felt a deep sense of empathy, even though some of them had never even been in a serious relationship. But that didn't stop the deep connection between men. Are you saying, Teacher Wang, that bad men only turn out that way because they've been hurt by us women? Xiaojing asked, her tone slightly displeased. Bad women also wake up after being hurt, Wang Shifeng said gently. Xiaojing's words trailed off. The men in the live stream chat, who had been feeling a bit down, suddenly let out a sigh of relief. I almost forgot there are bad women too. I wonder if there are any in the chat. If there are, I'll definitely add them as friends. I have a few female friends who know some clever tricks for girls to protect themselves. If you're interested, Miss Xiaojing, you should listen to them, Wang Shifeng smiled and said directly. I have a female friend whose every boyfriend has been completely faithful during their relationship, no cheating whatsoever, not even any contact with other women. No way, there's absolutely no such man. The men in live stream immediately objected. No matter how great a girlfriend is, once you've been together for a while, it's inevitable that a man's mind will wander. That's just how men are. Those who get it, get it. Impossible, Miss Xiaojing chimed in. I didn't believe it either, so I asked her how she did it, Wang Shifeng said with a smile, his tone slightly subtle. Then, right in front of me, she poured an entire bag of pickled chicken feet into a bottle filled with some mysterious liquid. In just 5 minutes, the entire bag of chicken feet vanished completely from the bottle. Not even a single bone was left. Wang Shifeng's voice was gentle, his tone soft. But for some inexplicable reason, everyone felt a chill run their spines. What does that mean? The mysterious liquid made the pickled chicken feet vanish? Oh well, if that were used on a person, it sounds kind of scary. That's not right, that's just not right. Seeing the comment stream fall silent, Wang Shifeng curved the corners of his mouth. This female friend of mine is a chemist. She told me up more than a dozen chemical formulas, liquids capable of breaking down most carbon-based compounds. She'd occasionally run these experiments on her boyfriend, and he'd love her to pieces. That's why she calls chemistry the magic of love. The magic of love? That's more like the torture of love, damn it. If you kept seeing your own flesh and blood vanish right before your eyes, no one would dare mess around. That's way too hardcore. Forget cheating, just thinking about another woman makes you feel like you're gonna die tomorrow. Teacher Wang, shouldn't this little trick be registered with the authorities? Miss Xiaojing seemed shocked as well. She never would have imagined this method. This must be what they call the no divorce, only widowhood approach. I don't think so, it's standard procedure, Wang Shifeng said with a faint smile. You call that standard procedure? The livestream viewers instantly gained a new perspective on Wang Shifeng's friend. I also have a female friend who's a detective. Because of that, she can quickly discern people's intentions and motives in social interactions and romantic relationships, so she doesn't have many problems in her love life. I also have a friend who's a doctor. After discovering her boyfriend was cheating, she performed a minor surgery on him with a scalpel, 37 cuts, each carefully avoiding vital areas, resulting in only minor injuries. She settled the matter by paying him 500 yuan, and her love life has been smooth sailing ever since. I also have a friend who's a lawyer. She didn't like some of her boyfriend's flaws, so she used her professional skills to successfully get him sent to prison for rehabilitation. After he was released, the two got married and have been very happy ever since. Listening to Wang Shifeng recount these examples one by one, not only the men but even the women in the live stream felt a chill run down their spines. What kind of extraordinary people are in Wang Shifeng's circle? After hearing about these consequences, forget about being a bad guy, you wouldn't even want to be a man anymore. Being single is just fine. Suddenly, all those worldly desires vanished. These aren't just self-defense tips, they're practically tips for avoiding romance. Teacher Wang, I'm just an ordinary girl. I couldn't possibly learn any of what you're saying, Xiaojing interjected, mustering her courage. No. We all have one head and two hands, we're all ordinary people. It's just that they're able to protect themselves because they understand a certain principle. Wang Shifeng's voice took on a somber tone. Xiaojing instinctively swallowed. Yes, what principle? Knowledge is power, Wang Shifeng said in a solemn tone. Whether male or female, only by constantly learning and enriching ourselves can we ensure we aren't harmed in society. As long as you're smarter and more vigilant than others, why on earth would you be afraid of bad people? After Wang Shifeng finished speaking, silence fell once more in the livestream chat. That's right, worrying about encountering bad people doesn't seem to have much to do with gender, rather it has to do with intelligence. Knowledge is power, but where does that knowledge come from? Many people suddenly realized this and looked at the shopping cart at the bottom of the live stream. Got it. Let's place an order for the book right now.
Knowledge is power. These 6 words stirred the hearts of the millions of viewers in the live stream. Although they'd heard these 6 words repeatedly from teachers and parents ever since they started school, even as adults, they still lacked a clear, intuitive understanding of them. It wasn't until today, after Wang Shifeng gave a few examples, it was as if a light had gone on and they suddenly understood. It turns out that knowledge truly is power. As long as they harness this power, they can ensure they won't be deceived by bad people, protect themselves from many risks in society, and even use knowledge to make a profit. What is knowledge? That, damn it, is what knowledge is. When they were young, they had the chance to learn, but they missed it. It's only now that they deeply regret it. Now, Wang Shifeng has given them another chance to gain knowledge and power in his live stream, and this time, they absolutely won't let it slip away. So they decisively clicked on their shopping carts. They placed their orders right away. If possible, they'd like to buy a couple more copies. Today, no one is going to stop me from learning and gaining power. Watching the sales soar once again, Wang Shifeng smiled sincerely from behind the screen. No words were needed. Just look at these pre-order sales. A 99 yuan fairy tale book whose cover and title were both made up on the spot sold over 500,000 copies in a single live stream. Doesn't this fully prove that knowledge is power? Wang Shifeng glanced at the number of viewers in the live stream. It had, without him even realizing it, reached over 2.6 million. A glance at the live stream rankings revealed that the second place stream had fewer than 400,000 viewers, and the numbers dropped off even more sharply from there. It seemed that almost all the traffic on this platform was currently concentrated in his live stream. Opportunities like this don't come along often. I've got to make the most of it. I'll try to stream a little longer to give sales a boost. Ms. Xiaojing, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Wang Shifeng asked with a gentle smile. Ms. Xiaojing on the other end of the call seemed to be lost in thought. Oh, I think I sort of understand what you're saying, Teacher Wang. Are you saying that knowledge can better protect us from harm? It seems you haven't fully grasped it yet. Wang Shifeng sighed. Then let me give you some more concrete examples. Okay, sure, Ms. Xiaojing replied, suddenly feeling a flutter in her heart. You girls generally believe in horoscopes, right? Wang Shifeng asked. Pretty much. I'm quite into astrology myself. I often check my horoscopes and things like that, Ms. Xiaojing said, raising her voice as her interest was piqued. Superstition has existed alongside human civilization, so no matter the cultural context, it always finds fertile ground to grow. The practice of astrology and fortune-telling is equally well established within the borders of the Great Xie Kingdom. Most streamers and hosts who make money online dabbled in this sort of thing to some extent, because they knew full well that people prone to superstition who generally had lower IQs were easier to exploit. Then let me take a wild guess, you must be a Leo, Ms. Xiaojing, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Huh? How did you know that, Teacher Wang? Ms. Xiaojing exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Teacher Wang actually knows about zodiac signs. The viewers in the live stream were also a bit surprised, but they quickly shrugged it off. After all, it's only natural that Teacher Wang knows all sorts of things. But to be able to determine someone's zodiac sign in just a few minutes of a live stream even over the internet, that must mean Teacher Wang is really good at astrology. I'm a fan. Amid the chorus of praise and exclamations, Wang Shifeng closed the window displaying Ms. Jing's profile. It showed not only her zodiac sign but even her hobbies. He was afraid that revealing too much might scare the viewers. The defining traits of you Leo girls are independence, loyalty, innocence, self-reliance, and passivity, Wang Shifeng analyzed in a soft voice. Just a few short adjectives accurately captured her personality. Xiaojing was a little surprised. Teacher Wang is right, Leos really are very passive. Leos have a terrible temper, but their hearts are too kind. Leos are always lonely, yet loneliness is what they fear most. Leos often lack a sense of security and don't provide it to others either. Leos don't give their love easily because they're even more afraid of being hurt, Wang Shifeng continued. Ms. Xiaojing nodded vigorously from behind the screen. Every trait Wang Shifeng described fit her perfectly, and she instantly felt that Wang Shifeng was the person who understood her best. That's right, this is our very own best Leo girl in the whole world. Teacher Wang really does get it. But don't be fooled by how strong and brave Leo girls seem. If they get hit by a car, they'll still get hurt, Wang Shifeng said gently. Miss Xiaojing, who had been eagerly awaiting the next part of the analysis, froze. Well, do I really need you to tell me that? Anyone who gets hit by a car will get hurt. What does that have to do with us Leos? The audience burst out laughing at first, then a look of confusion flashed across their faces. Is there any connection between the two? Do you all think my analysis is a bit off? Wang Shifeng smiled. But who among you can refute my point? The entire audience was in an uproar. It's common sense and a universal law that people get hurt when hit by a car. There's really no need to argue that. At that moment, a quick-witted audience member recalled Wang Shifeng's analysis of Leo. It seemed that these analyses weren't all that different from the issue of being hit by a car. You're lonely because you're afraid of being lonely. You feel insecure because you lack a sense of security. You won't get hurt because you don't give love. Oh my god, now I'm totally confused. Hearing you speak for just a moment is worth 10 years of studying. Teacher Wang has really hit the nail on the head. How do you even argue with that? There's no way to refute it. Let's hear from our Leo friends. Speaking as a Leo, everything Teacher Wang said is spot on, especially the part about getting hit by a car. I laughed so hard my stomach hurts, but now I feel like I might have had a stroke. The comments in the live chat were all over the place, but no one actually came forward to refute it because there simply wasn't a single point to refute. See? This is the power of knowledge. Wang Shifeng raised his voice, speaking clearly. The purpose of knowledge is to use concepts beyond your current understanding, package common sense with clever rhetoric, and then present it to you, making you believe this common sense is extraordinary, and ultimately getting you to pay for it. Whoa! Wang Shifeng's words once again struck a chord with the audience. They recalled the insurance policies they'd bought, the fortune tellers they'd trusted, the masters they'd met, and all the online courses they'd taken, and suddenly, it all clicked. When they thought about it, it seemed they'd been duped time and time again over the decades, and each time in a different way. These scoundrels are despicable. How dare they use knowledge to deceive people? But then, upon further reflection, this truly reaffirms that knowledge is power. He's even telling us such confidential information. Teacher Wang truly is our second parent. He has our best interests at heart. Sure enough, you can't go wrong by listening to Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang, let's just call it a coincidence, said Ms. Xiaojing, still reeling from the shock of the idea that being hit by a Leo could cause injury. She found it hard to believe. Then let me give you a few more examples to demonstrate the power of knowledge. Wang Shifeng smiled. If you cut your finger while chopping chili peppers, just rub your eyes and you'll forget all about the sting on your finger. Is it really that amazing? Doesn't this example fall under the category of meta? Ms. Xiaojing was at a loss for words and couldn't refute it. After all, this piece of knowledge really does work, even if putting it into practice carries a high risk. For example, if you feel you're lacking a father's love, you can invest in mutual funds. That way, you'll learn what a downturn is. For example, some people tell you that staying up late is bad for your health, but others say you should work out. So if you stay up late to work out, you'll end up with a healthy corpse. For example, experts have found that people who wear glasses are nearsighted, which proves that wearing glasses causes nearsightedness. For example, apples are delicious, but eating them with certain things can be dangerous, like razor blades or rat poison. For example, you can't let boiled water cool down, or else it was all for nothing. For example, since copper isn't magnetic, all the copper in the world is male copper. What kind of weird facts are these? Wang Shifeng hadn't even finished speaking, and the viewers in the live stream were already going crazy. It was both hilarious and infuriating. What's most infuriating is that everyone clearly knows Wang Shifeng's questions are complete nonsense, yet there's absolutely no way to refute them. We've done nothing to deserve this. Why is Teacher Wang treating us like little kids? Can you all feel the power of knowledge now? Wang Shifeng asked with a smile. I understand what you mean, Teacher Wang. Many things in life that we can't understand might be because our knowledge isn't sufficient. We encounter bad people because they're more knowledgeable than we are. Ms. Xiaojing mused for a moment before summarizing. Wang Shifeng nodded with satisfaction. It seems you've truly understood. Just as you thought earlier that those little tricks might harm young women, you must realize that, in the eyes of truly evil people, my methods are nothing more than commonplace tactics. Are their methods even dirtier than Mr. Wang's? Ms. Xiaojing asked, taken aback. Wang Shifeng furrowed his brow, feeling slightly offended. I already said, those aren't my methods, they're my friends. They're dirty? What does that have to do with me, Wang Shifeng? Sorry, Teacher Wang. I meant, aren't those methods and tactics complex enough? Under the teasing comments from the live chat, Miss Xiaojing laughed sheepishly. "It's fine, I understand," Wang Shifeng smiled. "Of course there are methods more complex than those and new ones are constantly emerging. You have to realize that criminals aren't static, they're learning, too." Hearing Wang Shifeng say this, the viewers in the live stream instantly felt a huge sense of pressure. These days, even being a bad guy requires learning new skills. What excuse do we ordinary people have not to work hard? And if we don't work hard now, we'll surely end up being swindled out of everything by criminals in the future. So some viewers who had sworn they'd never shop online quietly clicked the shopping cart icon and placed an order. This isn't online shopping, it's tuition I'm paying to protect myself. Let me give you another example. Take the conversation techniques I mentioned at the beginning. If applied to picking up women or cheating on a partner, they'd have a completely different effect, Wang Shifeng said calmly. The audience recalled the previous live segment, where Mr. Chen's clumsy Bentley pickup line full of empty boasts had been transformed by Wang Shifeng into a witty and humorous example using conversational techniques, and their interest was instantly piqued. "First of all, when I say I like girls who are in someone else's arms, what kind of person do you think I am?" Wang Shifeng asked. "A bad guy, a scumbag," Ms. Xiaojing blurted out, and the live chat comments followed suit. "Then let me rephrase that," Wang Shifeng said, adjusting his tone to make his voice deep and husky. "The girl I like is in someone else's arms." Instantly, everyone felt a light bulb go off. It was as if they were seeing a humble and deeply affectionate man. Their previous feelings of disgust and contempt toward a scumbag turned into sympathy and pity. Some viewers who'd been through similar experiences even found their eyes welling up. Although both sentences clearly conveyed the same core message, they evoked completely different emotional responses and perceptions. Is this what the art of persuasion is all about? "Teacher Wang, I want to learn this." Essentially, there isn't much difference between these two sentences. It's just that the first one comes across as more aggressive and is likely to provoke resentment, while the second is more tactful and evokes sympathy. But at the end of the day, both involve setting your sights on someone else's girlfriend. They're both the same kind of immoral behavior, Wang Shifeng said softly. "Although love doesn't distinguish between who came first, we must uphold propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor. Not taking meat from someone else's bowl is a basic human principle." "You're absolutely right, Teacher Wang," Miss Xiaojing said, her voice still trembling with fear. "It's true if a bad person uses the second line of dialogue. It's extremely deceptive, but the true motive is exactly the same." Exactly. That was an example from the realm of romance. Let me give another example related to professional ethics, Wang Shifeng continued. If a female college student works as a hostess at a nightclub, how would everyone view that? At this, the male audience members perked up. How would you view it? A female student who's gone down that path, of course we'd have to pay to see her in person. The live chat instantly came alive and the tone shifted. That's definitely unethical, it's depraved behavior, and in severe cases, it could even be illegal, Miss Xiaojing denounced in a stern voice. "Well then," Wang Shifeng said with a light chuckle, "what do you think of a girl who works at a nightclub but goes to college during the day to study? A wayward girl striving to study? That's definitely a positive message, we should support it. And come to think of it, if even a wayward young woman is striving to study hard, what excuse do I have not to seek knowledge?" It turns out Teacher Wang is still subtly guiding us. Many enlightened fans instantly caught the point. So once again, Wang Shifeng saw the comments flooding the screen. "We've learned a lesson, Teacher Wang." "What exactly did I teach you? Don't go spouting off about this topic, it's dangerous." Ahem. It seems everyone already has a basic understanding of the concept of rhetoric. Look, when it comes to the same situation, those who possess knowledge can use rhetoric to distort the truth and deceive you. And once you've been deceived, you're powerless to do anything about it. Why is that? Wang Shifeng cleared his throat and asked solemnly. "Because, without knowledge, we have no power to resist," Miss Xiaojing chimed in, her voice ringing out clearly. "A promising student indeed," Wang Shifeng nodded with satisfaction. "But Teacher Wang, even as we start learning now, the bad guys are learning too. It seems we're still powerless to resist," Miss Xiaojing asked, raising another practical question. This poured a bucket of cold water on the excited viewers in the livestream chat. That's right, aren't the bad guys learning too? If we're going to get scammed anyway, we might as well just give up. Seeing the morale in the chat collapse, Wang Shifeng furrowed his brow slightly. That kind of thinking, Ms. Xiaojing, is simply a lack of ambition. The bad guys are people too, they're just a bit more diligent than you. You're not stupid. As long as you work hard, why shouldn't you be able to outlearn them? No one wants to admit they're a little cutie. Instantly, morale in the live stream soared once. Plus, I'm going to share a little trick with you all. Combined with conversation techniques, this trick will let you easily handle any level of trickery, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. My friend calls this little trick great wisdom masquerading as foolishness. Great wisdom appears as foolishness? It sounds like the name of a legendary martial art. The audience suppressed their excitement and pulled out their notepads. Let's use striking up a conversation as an example. If someone asks how old you are, just reply, I usually go to bed before midnight. If they ask how old you are, just say I sleep alone. If they call you crazy, just say, I'm perfectly healthy and a normal person. Only an abnormal person would come up to someone and ask when they go to sleep right off the bat. When Wang Shifeng finished speaking, everyone was completely baffled. These answers seemed to address the question, yet at the same time they didn't. To sum it up, when someone mentions a gatehouse, I talk about a hip joint. Huh? Is this what they mean by great wisdom masquerading as foolishness? No, that can't be it. Teacher Wang surely wasn't trying to convey something so superficial. I get it. As long as I don't directly answer anyone's question, then I'll never fall into their trap. Teacher Wang truly has our best interests at heart. It's hard not to support a mentor like this. I clicked on my shopping cart and saw that the buy button was grayed out. How come it's sold out? Whoa, what a total loss. Isn't this a pre-order? How could a pre-order possibly be sold out? Sold out means everything has been sold, generally referring to a product being completely sold out. Usually, seeing these two characters is the highest praise for a product's sales. But Wang Shifeng wasn't happy. On the contrary, he was a bit puzzled. This was a pre-sale. Do you know what a pre-sale is? It refers to something that hasn't been produced yet, has no physical form. It's practically just a concept. Rounded off, it's essentially a product that doesn't exist. How could a product that doesn't exist possibly be sold out? This phenomenon was very strange, and Wang Shifeng suspected there was a mole within the team. So, with a look that was 3 parts disbelief, 6 parts grief, and 1 part cold detachment, he gazed through the clean, soundproof glass and locked eyes with the cool, distant gaze on the other side. It was her. He never would have imagined that the mole was actually the boss. Wang Shifeng closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were filled with disappointment. Is this woman out of her mind, sabotaging her own livelihood? Sales are just starting to take off, and you're pulling this stunt on me? Can't you handle the pressure? Perhaps it was because Wang Shifeng's eyes were so expressive they seemed to speak volumes. In just a moment of eye contact, Jiang Yun picked up on a great deal. But her heart remained as still as a pond. She didn't feel she'd done anything wrong, so she pursed her lips slightly, her clear eyes conveying a message to Wang Shifeng. Ah Feng, cut it out. If this keeps up, we'll both end up behind bars. Wang Shifeng took a deep breath and furrowed his brow. Over 3 hours, a full 3 hours of live streaming. Do you have any idea what I've been through? I'm about to strike it rich, and you're telling me to stop. Do you have any idea how I've spent these past 3 hours? Seemingly moved by Wang Shifeng's distress, Jiang Yun lowered her eyes in guilt, unable to meet his gaze. Wang Shifeng gave a bitter smile. Fine, let's end the live stream right here. It's your call, boss. Ms. Jiang, sales are about to hit 700,000. Is it really a good idea to mark it as sold out now? Healy glanced at Wang Shifeng in the livestream studio with a look of deep conflict on his face and asked in a low voice. At first, I thought he was joking when he said 1 million sales, but now that I think about it, it's just unbelievable. Jiang Yun averted her gaze from Wang Shifeng. Moments earlier, she had seen in Wang Shifeng's eyes approval and admiration for her decision to cut her losses. Sure enough, Wang Shifeng did have a knack for business. The book's pre-order numbers had far exceeded everyone's expectations. If sales had been limited to just a few 100,000 copies, it wouldn't have mattered even if they'd lost money on every single one. But once sales exceeded 500,000 copies, the repercussions would be disastrous. If readers received the book and found it wasn't at all what they'd imagined, and the public started reporting it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wait, there's no what if with a crappy fairy tale like this. Buyers are bound to file complaints as soon as they receive their copies. This isn't just a case of the product not matching the description. It's like ordering a KFC meal and receiving an old hen instead. This isn't just a discrepancy, it's a complete mismatch. Glancing at Wang Shifeng, who was still streaming, Jiang Yun pursed her lips, realizing she'd need to revisit the issue of this book's content later. The live stream went wild. Because after reading It Will Warm You for a Lifetime had sold out. This left viewers who had been hesitating to buy it completely regretting their decision. If they hadn't hesitated just a second ago, they wouldn't be feeling this fear now. Viewers who hadn't managed to buy a copy were already worried they might fall behind the villains by tomorrow. Wow, so it really was a limited edition. Can anyone who bought extra copies share one with me? I'll pay top dollar. Oh my god, how could it be sold out? Teacher Wang, if you don't want to ship it, just send me a digital copy, I'll pay full price. Ha, can't get it now and starting to panic. What were you doing just now? Did you really think knowledge would just sit there waiting for you forever? You have absolutely no idea how valuable knowledge is. You foolish procrastinator, brace yourself for the fear of being dominated by knowledge. Thank goodness I placed my order in the last few seconds, otherwise, I might have regretted it for the rest of my life. Please, Teacher Wang, put another batch up for sale. Seeing the audience's sincere outpouring of support in the comment stream, Wang Shifeng was deeply moved. But he couldn't just come out and say that the sellout was caused by an insider. Forcing back his sadness, he said, "Everyone, please don't panic. The book is only temporarily sold out. We'll be reprinting it soon. Those who didn't get a copy can wait a couple of days. Besides, the book is just a tool. If you truly want to gain knowledge, you have to rely on yourself." I understand what Teacher Wang means. It's better to teach someone how to fish than to give them a fish. This book must contain many profound stories that we need to study carefully and truly grasp. Miss Xiaojing was completely won over. I had originally just wanted to remind Wang Shifeng that he has female fans too. I didn't expect to pick up so many handy life hacks. It was truly a steal. Contemplation? Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly. It's not quite that dramatic, but the stories do offer some inspiration and educational value. Many of the principles they convey are enough to benefit you for a lifetime. Wang Shifeng reflected on the core messages of those fairy tales. They were indeed highly educational. One last question, Mr. Wang. Just as Wang Shifeng was about to gather his thoughts to deliver his closing remarks, Miss Xiaojing spoke up again. Go ahead, Wang Shifeng replied. He was a professional through and through. Even while enduring the pain, he was determined to answer his fans' questions. Just as you said at the beginning, that any man who breathes is bound to become a bad man, is it really true that as long as a reasonably attractive girl makes the first move, a guy can't help but develop feelings for her? Miss Xiaojing said, her words almost gritted through clenched teeth. You could tell just by listening that she had a story to tell. Wang Shifeng paused for a moment. Don't even mention pretty. Even if an unattractive girl makes the first move, they probably still wouldn't be able to resist. No, that's impossible. We're not like that. Slander. Teacher Wang is slandering us. Instantly, the male viewers in the live stream went wild, all rushing to deny it. Guys, it's definitely hard to resist someone who makes the first move, and that's not limited to the opposite sex, Wang Shifeng said after a moment's hesitation. You too? Miss Xiaojing asked the killer question. Instantly, everyone in the live stream pricked up their ears. In an instant, they were snapped out of their sadness over not being able to buy the book and feeling slandered. The male viewers in particular hoped Wang Shifeng would speak up for them and clear their names. I'm different from them, Wang Shifeng smiled. I'm better at holding back. Just as I thought, no man is faithful, Miss Xiaojing sighed. Actually, to be honest, for most men, you don't need too many girlfriends. 3 or 5 who are truly sincere are enough, Wang Shifeng said comfortingly. Miss Xiaojing was momentarily at a loss for words. That answer was so true. Ha ha, Teacher Wang really is our leader. What a great line. 3 or 5 who are truly sincere are enough. That hits the nail on the head. I finally know why I'm unhappy in my life. That's right. Even though we can't help ourselves, we're honest, we're not jerks. But seriously, when you've been single for a long time, it's not just that you can't help yourself. When you see a woman, the last time I went to a friend's house, I even thought his female cat was pretty. Bro, don't be like that. You can't, or at least you shouldn't. Give me the location. Why would I give my location for that? Ignoring the restless comments, Wang Shifeng said gently, Miss Xiaojing, love is actually just a part of life. Don't put too much stock in it. What's more important is building your own spiritual world. That's how you'll attract someone who's truly right for you. You have to understand, the kind of world you create is the kind of people you'll attract. Hearing Wang Shifeng's words, Miss Xiaojing fell silent for a moment. I understand. Thank you, Teacher Wang, for your guidance. I will definitely study hard to enrich my spiritual and cultural life. Once the book arrives, I'll read it carefully and then share the knowledge it contains with more people. As long as I can help you solve some of your problems, I'm already very happy. As for the books, they're just meant to enrich everyone's leisure time, Wang Shifeng said modestly. Well, happy times always fly by. In the blink of an eye, it's time to say goodbye again. Suddenly, the live chat erupted in a chorus of lamentations. I've recently learned a new instrument, and I'd like to share it with you all in these final moments. I hope you'll all have sweet dreams accompanied by this beautiful music, Wang Shifeng said on a whim, wanting to play a piece to express his inner sadness. Has Teacher Wang released a new song, and on a new instrument too? Teacher Wang really is a man of many talents. Instantly, everyone in livestream perked up and turned their volume all the way up. But a few seconds later they regretted it. The sharp, high-pitched tone brought out the desolate and melancholic melody to perfection. It nearly sent every viewer who heard this beautiful music into a faint right then and there. They had imagined countless instruments Wang Shifeng might play. But this was the one thing they never guessed. That instrument would be the suona. The suona, does that even count as an instrument? Amid the shock, this question lingered in everyone's mind. Alright, since time is limited, today's performance ends here. I haven't finished writing this piece yet, but I've already come up with a title, The Original Dream. I hope you all enjoy it, and I wish you all sweet dreams. Wang Shifeng's voice, full of laughter, echoed through the live stream. Before signing off, he glanced at the viewer count. To his surprise, there were still over 2 million people watching. He'd thought that the moment the suona sounded, at least half the audience would tune out, but it seemed everyone's tolerance was pretty good after all. Staring at the now disconnected livestream, over 2 million viewers had yet to recover from their shock. It wasn't that they hadn't tried to leave, they simply hadn't had time. Because it all happened too suddenly. The Original Dream? It's a nice sounding title, but why does it feel so inexplicably ominous? Still, despite the suona's startling nature, Wang Shifeng played it well, and the piece itself was beautiful. But the best part was that this performance was very short. It lasted only about 30-odd seconds. But those brief 30-odd seconds will probably take the live stream viewers a lifetime to get over. Many viewers had dreams that night. They feasted all night long. In Jiang Yun's office, Jiang Yun was slumped in her executive chair, yawning non-stop. She'd been pulling all-nighters for days and felt like she was about to fall apart. Thankfully, there was tea in the office to help her stay alert. But even after drinking 2 pots, she still couldn't stop yawning and tears were streaming down her face. The Original Dream is a pretty nice song, but playing the suona in the middle of the night, isn't that a little scary? Jiang Yun saw Wang Shifeng push open the door. She put down her work, stood up, and poured him a cup of tea. He had originally intended to confront Jiang Yun about the mole, but seeing her red-rimmed eyes as if she'd been crying and her proactive, docile attitude, he wondered if she'd realized her mistake. Wang Shifeng furrowed his brow slightly. After sitting down and taking a sip of tea, he said, "Ms. Jiang, do you still remember that our original dream was to sell 1 million copies?" "Of course I remember, but I never expected the pre-sales to go this well," Jiang Yun said with a smile as she refilled his teacup. Seeing Jiang Yun's fawning attitude, Wang Shifeng swallowed the rebuke that had been on the tip of his tongue. "We could have reached that goal today." "Yes, but I've realized that perhaps we could first create the illusion of limited availability, then launch a promotional campaign online. Once the physical copies are released, we can ramp up sales in a big way. That way we'll maximize the impact." Jiang Yun expressed her hope in a tactful tone that Wang Shifeng would further refine the book. But to Wang Shifeng's ears, it sounded like something else entirely. "Not bad, she actually understands scarcity marketing. She really is a boss." Wang Shifeng nodded approvingly. "President Jiang, that's a very thorough line of thinking. With this approach, we can set our initial goals even higher." "How much?" Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, feeling a pang of unease. "Even bigger? Are you really afraid the sentence will be too lenient?" "Let's tentatively set it at 10 million copies, Wang Shifeng said, narrowing his eyes. "Whoa." Jiang Yun sucked in a sharp breath, her beautiful eyes widening as she rapidly crunched the numbers in her head. Based on the retail price, that would mean 100 million in sales. How long would that get her in prison? Seeing Jiang Yun's flushed face and excited eyes, Wang Shifeng nodded with satisfaction. "Let's stick with that for now. We'll decide on reprints later. 10 million copies, and we'll still need to print more. How on earth are we going to sell that many?" Jiang Yun began to panic. "Is that too many? How many parents across the country need this book to heal their own childhoods, and how many will use it to shape their children's early years? This market is much larger than you imagine, and it's a long-term business after all. There will always be parents and children." Wang Shifeng flashed a kind smile. "It seems Jiang Yun still doesn't fully understand the concept of suckers. I'll have to give her a proper lesson someday." No wonder Xing Media hasn't gone public yet. Jiang Yun was speechless, staring blankly at Wang Shifeng. Do you really think anyone will buy your book after they've read it and it's been exposed? Alright, it's getting late. Go home and get some rest. Tomorrow, make sure to follow up on the ISBN and printing arrangements. Aim to have the first batch of proofs ready within 3 days. Wang Shifeng waved his hand and stood up. Watching Wang Shifeng's retreating figure, Jiang Yun stood there in a daze for a moment before pulling out her phone. Sister Hu, do you know any lawyers who are good at handling lawsuits? Well, I have a friend who's run into some trouble and wants some advice. Naturally, Wang Shifeng had no idea that Jiang Yun had already begun making arrangements for legal consultation. Right now, he was completely focused on figuring out how to market this book to parents of school children. Judging by the feedback from the live stream, viewers and fans were still quite interested in adult fairy tales. Based on the precise customer analysis from the data, parents of school-age children are a particularly suitable target audience. First of all, parents definitely need some healing. Only by targeting this group can a virtuous cycle be established, allowing children to enjoy a childhood enriched with extracurricular activities beyond the drudgery of exam-oriented education. Compared to the complex and cumbersome classic literature currently in the mainstream, fairy tales are better suited as introductory reading material and are more accessible to children. This is a vast market with unlimited potential. Wang Shifeng vaguely recalls that in his previous life, the market for children's books was enormous, and such books played a crucial role in early education and general knowledge. They could indirectly heal a portion of the world's population at its root. However, before children can embrace this, their parents must come on board. How could he help these parents understand the power of knowledge? Wang Shifeng had been pondering this question the entire way. So much so that he became a bit distracted while driving his Ferrari with one hand, and his hand slipped slightly as he pulled the parking brake. Strange, why does the handbrake feel a little different today? Mr. Feng, please let go, it's a little painful. Zhen Yi's timid voice came from beside him. Oh, sorry, I was distracted. Wang Shifeng looked apologetic, only then realizing it wasn't the handbrake that was slippery, it was her black stockings. Watching Zhen Yi awkwardly shift her long legs, which had nowhere to rest, Wang Shifeng furrowed his brow slightly. Why are you dressed so formally today? Going to a job interview? Huh? Sister Xu told me to dress like this. She said an agent has to look the part. Zhen Yi scratched his head. Sister Xu, huh? Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly. Although she has a point, you didn't have to dress this formally, it's hard to move around in. Yeah, I've felt a bit awkward all day. Zhen Yi nodded eagerly in agreement. Wearing a skirt, she couldn't even do a somersault. Tomorrow, just dress however you usually do. If Sister Xu asks, just tell her I don't like uniforms. Wang Shifeng smiled. By the way, how's the research you were asked to do coming along? Before the live stream, Wang Shifeng had specifically asked Zhen Yi to research the market and sales models for children's books in China, as well as some well-known titles. I've looked into it a bit. I'll have it all organized and send it to you tomorrow. But Mr. Feng, does your book really count as a children's book? Zhen Yi asked, a bit puzzled. She'd listened to the entire live stream today, and from start to finish Wang Shifeng hadn't mentioned children's literature at all. The genre doesn't matter as long as readers gain something from it. After reading it today, do you have any thoughts? Wang Shifeng asked earnestly. Yes, I do. All the children with stepmothers are so pitiful, Zhen Yi said with a touch of sadness. Wang Shifeng paused for a moment, then realized that in fairy tales, the stepmother is indeed a classic villain, a character in a precarious position. But in reality, this was due to a version change. In the original versions, all the stepmothers, whether Snow White's or Cinderella's, were actually biological mothers. Later, out of concern for readers' mental health, they were changed to stepmothers. I want a candy house, to one with endless treats every day, Zhen Yi said, swallowing hard. Wang Shifeng smiled. Sure enough, the same story looks different to different people. If he told Zhen Yi what the delicious treats in Hansel and Gretel were actually made of, she'd probably be traumatized by the word candy for the rest of her life. Oh, by the way, Mr. Wang, I've noticed that most children's books have illustrations. Shouldn't we find a few illustrators for our book? Otherwise, it might be a bit dull, Zhen Yi suggested. Illustrations? Wang Shifeng pondered for a moment. He realized they did need illustrations. Plain text alone would seem dry, but some vivid illustrations would make the book more engaging for readers. But what kind of illustrations would really capture the interest of those fans in the livestream chat? It wasn't until they reached the residential complex, and he watched Zhen Yi sway gracefully into the building entrance, that a sudden flash of inspiration struck Wang Shifeng. He came up with a brilliant idea that could keep the return rate consistently below 10%. What kind of illustrations do readers of adult fairy tales want to see? Then that's exactly what we'll give them. And we'll make sure they find it refreshing and believable. The night passed without incident. The next morning, feeling refreshed, he woke Zhen Yi up and they headed straight to the office. It was just past noon when he arrived at the office. "President Jiang, didn't you sleep well last night?" Wang Shifeng asked with concern, noticing Jiang Yun's dark circles under her eyes and wary appearance. Jiang glanced up at Wang Shifeng. "You look quite energetic, President Wang." "I'm doing fine, I'm young and in good health." Wang Shifeng smiled and continued with concern. "In your position, President Jiang, you really need to get some proper rest. Don't stay up late with us young people, it wouldn't be good if you ruined your health." "Is he actually concerned about me? Why is this guy being so unusually considerate toward me today? Has his conscience finally kicked in?" Jiang Yun briefly doubted herself, but quickly snapped out of it. No, Wang Shifeng couldn't possibly have a conscience. When things are out of the ordinary, there's always a catch. When people act out of character, there's always an ulterior motive. And when words aren't sincere, there's definitely something fishy going on. And what's with this "you young people" nonsense? Am I that old? Jiang Yun was deeply shaken. After all, she and Wang Shifeng were clearly the same age. At the same time, she looked at Wang Shifeng with the utmost vigilance and asked cautiously, "Thank you for your concern, President Wang. Is something wrong?" "Nothing in particular, I was just checking in on the boss's health." Wang Shifeng's smile was radiant, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth. "Well, that's really not necessary." Jiang Yun instinctively shrank her neck a little. "I've already had someone handle the ISBN, and the book's layout is being designed. We should have a few sample designs as early as tonight." Wang Shifeng nodded in satisfaction at Jiang Yun's efficiency. "Yesterday Zhen Yi reminded me that books like this usually have illustrations. Otherwise, they're too dry. What do you think, President Jiang?" "Illustrations? I'm not really sure, I don't read that kind of book," Jiang Yun said, furrowing her brow slightly. "But if you want illustrations, we might be running out of time. However, our company has a few contracted illustrators. Should I make the arrangements?" "Time is money. Commissioning new artwork now would definitely be too late." Wang Shifeng shook his head. "So last night I came up with an alternative solution." Stared at by Wang Shifeng's eyes, which glinted with a strange light, Jiang Yun had a bad feeling. "What method?" "Taking photos," Wang Shifeng grinned. "Take photos? Won't that just turn into postcards?" Jiang Yun paused in surprise. "Something like that. We'll intersperse each story with photos of the main characters in cosplay or scenic shots that'll make it more vivid," Wang Shifeng said with a smile. "Alright, whatever you say." Jiang Yun felt a bit exasperated. "The company has plenty of photographers and models on staff. I'll have Sister Zhu set that up for you later." Sister Zhou was Jiang Yun's chief assistant and held a unique position within the company. "The photographer's an easy fix. The main issue is the models," Wang Shifeng said, his smile widening. "Ordinary models are no fun, they wouldn't do our book justice." "It's your book," Jiang Yun corrected him cautiously, then caught on. "You want to invite some celebrities. Budget isn't an issue, but their schedules might be tight. Are you willing to wait?" "That's why I'm counting on you, President Jiang, to put your connections to work. You've been in this industry for so long, you must know plenty of celebrity friends, preferably some with a big following." Wang Shifeng flashed a sincere smile. Finally, I understood Wang Shifeng's true intentions. This guy's gonna use me as a pawn again. Using my money and manpower is one thing, but now he actually wants to tap into my connections too? And with a project this disastrous, if I actually bring in some big-name celebrities and something goes wrong later, my career will be over. If you want to ruin me, just say so. Seeing Jiang Yun wrap her arms around her shoulders, her face full of resistance, Wang Shifeng sighed. "Ms. Jiang, think this through carefully. This project isn't just mine, it's ours. Helping me is helping yourself. Besides, it would be an honor for the artists you've found to serve as character illustrations for us. Our book's guaranteed sales start at 10 million copies, that's massive influence." "Haha, I'll thank you on their behalf for now," Jiang Yun said with a forced smile, her lips twitching slightly. "But I wasn't joking, their schedules really are an issue, unless you're willing to wait." "I can wait, but the readers can't. Every day the book is published sooner is a day sooner they can experience the power of knowledge," Wang Shifeng said with deep regret. "That's right. You and I could also put on our silver handcuffs a day earlier and feel the power of justice." Jiang Yun rolled her eyes in exasperation. "There's really no telling with this kind of thing. You're such a big shot, boss, how come you have so little clout in the industry?" Wang Shifeng frowned, sounding somewhat disdainful. "We've never had any quarrels, why are you insulting me?" Is this how you Wang Shifeng ask someone for a favor? Jiang Yun felt her blood pressure rising. Forget it. Do your best and I'll figure something out on my own, Wang Shifeng said, waving his hand in disappointment. If all else fails, just use AI to create a digital stand-in. Why does it have to be a real celebrity, as long as it looks good on screen? Jiang Yun was also a bit annoyed. Digital stand-ins have no influence. Do you think I want their faces? I want their influence. Wang Shifeng pursed his lips. Ah, by the way, Miss Xia works for our company, right? You should be able to get her to do what you want. She's got a schedule of appearances lately. She's very busy. Jiang Yun decided to stick up for her best friend. I ran into her in the parking garage just now. She already agreed. Besides, it'll only take a few minutes, it won't hold her up. Wang Shifeng waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Yun was stunned. What a coincidence. What the hell is that idiot Xia Mengyao doing at the office right now? She's just asking to get herself killed. Wang Shifeng ignored Jiang Yun's dazed expression, furrowed his brow and walked out of the office, pondering who he could reach out to. In the end, he realized his social circle was too narrow. He knew only a handful of people, and their influence was limited. But then he suddenly thought of an important figure. Director Qian. Director Qian had asked him for a favor the day before yesterday. Now it was time for him to return the favor. With a network as vast as Xia TV's, finding a few influential top-tier artists shouldn't be too difficult, right? Wouldn't this problem be solved in no time? Wang Shifeng was in high spirits. He glanced at Zhen Yi, who was yawning behind him. How many people do we need in total? There are 28 stories in total. Excluding the animal-themed ones, we'll need at least 20 women and 23 men, Zhen Yi reported, holding his phone. We can reuse them. One person can play multiple roles, Wang Shifeng mused. We can ignore the male roles. If we really can't find anyone, I'll step in. Oh, and contact Mr. Fang Weiman and ask if he'd be interested in making a few cameo appearances. Zhen Yi's eyes widened as he stared at Wang Shifeng in disbelief. Boss, are you serious? He's just out of the danger zone. You're trying to get him killed. What grudge do you have against him? But what kind of malicious intent could Wang Shifeng possibly have? He just thought Fang Weiman was all over the trending lists these days and really popular, so he wanted to give him a boost. After all, in this industry, Fang Weiman was one of the few people he actually knew. With mixed feelings, Zhen Yi reached out to Fang Weiman. Wang Shifeng returned to He Lei's office and saw him buried in writing something. Not wanting to disturb him, he dialed the number for Qian Changming, the station director. Hello, Mr. Wang? The call connected quickly, and Qian Changming's somewhat surprised voice came through. Director Qian, it's been a while. How have you been lately? Wang Shifeng asked warmly. Hadn't they just seen each other the day before yesterday? Qian Changming paused for a moment, then returned the pleasantries. Well, as I get older, as long as I don't have any major health issues, that's fine. How have you been, Teacher Wang? Would you be interested in coming by to offer some guidance? Director Qian, you flatter me too much. I'm hardly qualified to offer guidance on your work. But speaking of performers, I do have a favor to ask of you, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. An artist? What kind of performers? Did we even mention performers just now? Qian Changming was taken aback again. He felt he might truly be getting old, with his thinking and memory showing obvious signs of decline. He laughed and said, Teacher Wang, you're too kind. We're friends, and we'll be working together in the future. Just ask if there's anything I can do to help. I'll do my best. Director Qian, those words really struck a chord with me. They're so heartwarming. Lately, I've been paying some attention to our country's youth. I feel these kids lack care and encouragement, so I was moved to write a few short stories, hoping to make a small contribution to the cause of education, Wang Shifeng said with a serious expression. Hearing Wang Shifeng say this, Qian Changming took it seriously. He hadn't expected Wang Shifeng's ideological awareness to be so advanced he'd actually begun to care about the flowers of the motherland. Truly, he was a promising young talent of great wisdom. Teacher Wang's dedication truly puts us to shame. After all these years of producing programs, I've never actually considered that young people are the group most in need of care. I'm ashamed, truly ashamed, Qian Changming said with a tone of guilt. Director Qian, please don't say that. I realized this while chatting with my fans. The reason people in our country become less and less happy as they grow up is that they weren't happy from childhood, or rather, they never had a childhood at all, Wang Shifeng said with deep sorrow. As a public media outlet, I believe we have a duty to take responsibility. To that end, I hope to use the power of the written word to warm and inspire young people, and to heal and care for adults. Wang Shifeng's voice was deep and sincere, and his words were so stirring that they instinctively filled listeners with a surge of responsibility, even a sense of passion. Well said, absolutely well said, Teacher Wang. I deeply admire your words. Summer Vision must participate in such a project filled with such great love. Whatever you need, Teacher Wang, please just let us know, Qian Changming said solemnly. First, he had confidence in Wang Shifeng's talent. Second, he was genuinely interested in Wang Shifeng's motives and the impact this project would have. If he could seize this opportunity to collaborate with Wang Shifeng on a program targeting young people, it would certainly be a major achievement to add to his record. I'm deeply grateful for your support, Director Qian, but there's no need to involve Summer TV. We can start with a small-scale trial first and then consider the next steps, Wang Shifeng said politely, declining the offer. Since publishing this kind of book requires illustrations, I don't want to use cold, lifeless brushwork or computer-generated images. I'd like to use influential, flesh-and-blood public figures, people with a sense of responsibility and integrity as the models for the story's characters. We'll need to shoot some photos similar to headshots to serve as the illustrations. Qian Changming was taken aback for a moment and had to think it over before he grasped the implication. Oh, Wang Shifeng wanted to use Xiaxi's famous artists as a gimmick for free. We're all old foxes, there's no need to play games like Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. He just wants a free ride, why not just say so? It's not like we're short on appearance fees. You want the talent, right? Don't worry, Mr. Wang, I'll make the arrangements right away. When do you plan to use them? Qian Changming agreed with authority. The sooner the better. The sooner the book is published, the sooner readers will receive some care, Wang Shifeng said in a deep voice. Alright, wait for my call. Qian Changming hung up the phone without hesitation. He loved working with people who were this decisive and efficient, it was refreshing. In contrast, Jiang Yun was, after all, a woman. She tended to overthink things and wasn't quite as straightforward. A smile played at the corners of Wang Shifeng's mouth as he was about to share the good news with He, only to find him pale and covered in cold sweat. Director He, are you feeling unwell? Wang Shifeng asked with concern. No, I probably just haven't been sleeping well these past few days. Mr. Wang, were you just on the phone with Director Qian? He-Lai's voice sounded a bit hoarse. To be honest, when he'd just heard Wang Shifeng talking to Director Qian right in front of him, he'd nearly died of fright. He'd thought his secret leak had been discovered. Take care of yourself, Wang Shifeng said, patting He on the shoulder. We've still got a lot of tough battles ahead of us. He gave an awkward smile and nodded. Why do we need to borrow staff from Summer TV? Our company has no fewer than 100 signed artists. The talent at our company isn't up to par. This is a major project, one that will go down in history, so we can't afford to cut corners, Wang Shifeng said with a smile, shaking his head. Are you sure this book will go down in history once it's published? Or will it be reviled for all eternity? He shot Wang Shifeng a hesitant glance, just as he was about to subtly suggest that perhaps they should take a more long-term approach. But he was interrupted by Zhen Yi, who burst in excitedly. What's up? Did Fang Weiman agree? Wang Shifeng asked with a smile. Zhen Yi replied with a complex expression. No. After hearing your invitation, Teacher Fang Weiman got so excited his blood pressure spiked and he fainted. He's been rushed back to the emergency room. Oh well, I guess he wasn't meant to have that kind of luck. I was actually planning to cast him in the major role of Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother. He's such a letdown, Wang Shifeng sighed regretfully. He-Lai's mouth twitched slightly. While he felt sorry for Fang Weiman, he also felt a bit relieved for him. Mess. Heaven helps those who do good. Wang Shifeng had always held fast to this belief, which is why he maintained a kind heart, lived with integrity, and conducted himself with honesty and openness. Otherwise, how could a book of his have sold over 600,000 copies in pre-sales alone? Why else would the deputy director of Shi TV have lent his full support? Why would the company's boss be willing to teach him everything he knows? It's all because of his kindness. Is there a problem with that? No problem. Are you sure these outfits are for the cover and illustrations of a children's storybook? Xia Mengyao looked at the pile of all sorts of strange and quirky outfits in the rehearsal room and posed a crucial question to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun also stared silently at Zhen Yi, who was sorting through the outfits. Perhaps it was because she lacked experience. She could only recognize a few of the styles. These included JK uniforms, dark-themed PU outfits, and Lolita dresses of various styles. The only thing she could really make out were the odd, colorful pairs of stockings. Why were there so many strange outfits? Isn't this a photoshoot based on fairy tale illustrations? Why do the fairy tale character costumes in Wang Shifeng's head look so different from the ones in our? Is this really going to be a nightmare? What are you just standing there for? Go change? The others aren't here yet, we'll shoot you first. We're running out of time. Wang Shifeng was adjusting the camera. Worried that others wouldn't be able to capture the right shots, he'd spent 2 hours studying photography techniques from flashcards and had already achieved a beginner-level certification. But that's good enough. When it comes to photos, 30% is the shot and 70% is editing. Those in the know get it. Can you tell me which one of these is Snow White's princess dress? Xia Mengyao asked, pointing at the rolling clothes rack. This one right here. Wang Shifeng pulled out a mid-length white tulle dress from inside. Huh? What about the top? Xia Mengyao paused in surprise. Oh, this. Wang Shifeng pulled out something that looked like a wide white headband. It was only as wide as the palm of a hand. Someone unfamiliar with it might mistake it for an eye mask. Xia Mengyao was baffled. I meant a top, not a headband. Oh, Snow White lost her top while she was running away, so she's using the headband as a makeshift replacement for now, Wang Shifeng said with a serene expression. You're really sticking to the plot, aren't you? And it's pretty realistic, too. Wang Shifeng, Xia Mengyao and Jiang Yun instantly exploded in outrage. Although Xia Mengyao wasn't the top-tier celebrity in the country in terms of online buzz and fame, she was definitely a first-tier goddess. If she actually wore that thing or photo shoot, she'd go from being a social media sensation to a performing artist in an instant. Although Xia Mengyao had been trying to reinvent herself, she never in her wildest dreams imagined she'd end up reinventing herself like this. Years of diligently filming dramas couldn't compare to the impact of just a few photos taken today. What a staggering leap. Just kidding. You two are so suspicious. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? Wang Shifeng smiled subtly as he pulled out the matching top. I'm starting to regret agreeing to this, Xia Mengyao said, wavering slightly. Let me tell you this, don't regret it once the opportunity is gone. There are plenty of artists at Xia TV waiting in the wings. Don't come back later saying I didn't look out for my friends. Wang Shifeng snorted lightly. Xia TV, did you ask Director Qian for help? Jiang Yun froze for a moment, her face turning slightly pale. I just mentioned it in passing, and Director Qian was very eager to help. He even offered to promote the show for me, but I turned him down, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Da Guo, are you sure this is a dress a princess would wear? Isn't it a bit cheap looking? Xia Mengyao ran her fingers over the fabric, looking skeptical. The costume is secondary. What matters most is that you project your princess-like aura. Once you've changed, I'll go over the script with you, Wang Shifeng said, waving his hand dismissively. Xia Mengyao pouted slightly and scanned the rehearsal room, looking for a changing room. Just change right here, there's no one else around, Wang Shifeng said, sensing her hesitation. Xia Mengyao, Jiang Yun, and Zhen Yi all shot Wang Shifeng strange looks at the same time. From their gazes, Wang Shifeng could read a multitude of emotions. Come on, guys. Do you really have to be so suspicious of a gentleman? This sense of exclusion and distrust left Wang Shifeng feeling a little hurt. In the end, Wang Shifeng left the practice room in disappointment after seeing Xia Mengyao snap a clothes hanger as thick as a thumb with her bare hands. After crouching by the door for a while, Xia Mengyao changed her clothes and called him back inside. They say clothes make the man, but some people are simply captivating even when dressed in rags. Xia Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she nervously tugged at the hem of her skirt near her knees. Is this really how a princess is supposed to dress? Don't worry. What would I gain by lying to you? Let me explain what we're gonna film later. Wang Shifeng cleared his throat. In a moment, you'll run out of the castle with someone chasing you. You need to look panicked. The more vulnerable, the better. Castle? Xia Mengyao glanced around the somewhat makeshift rehearsal room. It's a stage performance. Don't tell me you don't even understand that, Wang Shifeng frowned. I mean, this set is way too slapdash. You could have just used a green screen, Xia Mengyao said at a loss for words. Don't worry, we can handle all that in post-production. You just need to give a good performance, Wang Shifeng said, brushing off the details as trivial. Xia Mengyao sighed and began striking various poses as Wang Shifeng had requested. Make your steps a little more unsteady. You're the vulnerable princess, not a knight on a training exercise. Right, turn around, slow down a bit, try shaking your head to see if you can loosen your hairband. Not bad. You've escaped into the forest now. You've been scratched by branches and your clothes are, let's skip this part, just fall down. Just stay there on your stomach and don't move. Why are you holding your skirt? You're running for your life. You don't have time to worry about such trivial details. Watching Wang Shifeng hold up his camera and bark out directions, Jiang Yun and Zhen Yi were a bit dumbfounded. They never expected this guy to actually know how to direct, and he even looked the part. But why does this scene feel a little too realistic? Is this really a fairy tale? Xia Mengyao had always prided herself most on her physical fitness, not her figure, but her overall physical condition. Not to mention girls, even most professionally trained male bodybuilders might not have as much stamina as she did. But under Wang Shifeng's direction, she'd already started sweating in less than half an hour. Fortunately, she usually wears light makeup, so it didn't affect her too much. But she did look a bit exhausted. It felt like she'd been transported back to the intensive training sessions from her school days. "I'm just here to take some photos. Why is this so exhausting?" But as a professional actress, she remained silent and strictly followed Wang Shifeng's instructions. Finally, after hearing Wang Shifeng call out, "Cut!" Xia Mengyao plopped down onto the floor and realized it was slippery. "Wang Shifeng, if I ever shoot anything for you again, I'll be a dog." Xia Mengyao wiped the sweat from her forehead and said angrily, "Don't be so absolute. What if something changes? Besides, I think you've got real acting talent," Wang Shifeng said with a smile, still looking at the photos on his camera without looking up. Just as Xia Mengyao was about to say something, there was a sudden knock on the door. "I'll check it out." With his long legs, Zhen Yai ran to the door in a few strides. "It's Director Qian and the ladies from Xia TV." Xia Mengyao quickly stood up, discreetly adjusted her appearance in the mirror, and regained her ladylike composure. "Director Qian, thank you for coming in person," Wang Shifeng said, stepping forward to greet him warmly. His gaze swept over the group behind Director Qian, and he looked a little disappointed. "It's the same group from the day before yesterday. It seems Director Qian doesn't have many people under his command after all." Led by Wang Qingqing, the 6 fairies were all dressed and made up as usual today, looking glamorous and radiant, but each of them wore a sour expression, as if they were there against their will. They'd probably been brought here by Dr. Qian. "Teacher Wang, I hope I'm not interrupting your shoot. I didn't have much to do at the station, so I just came over to learn a thing or two," Qian Changming said warmly as he shook hands with Wang Shifeng. "Not at all, not at all. On behalf of Singyi Media, I welcome Director Qian's inspection of our work," Wang Shifeng said enthusiastically. Jiang Yun, who was just about to speak, froze, her smile turning stiff. "You're representing? You're the boss, I'm the boss." Ms. Jiang and Ms. Xia are here too. Both the boss and the station's star are making a personal appearance. "It seems Star River really takes this project very seriously," Qian Changming said in surprise upon seeing Jiang Yun and Xia Mengyao. "I don't," Jiang Yun began to explain but was rudely cut off. "That's right. President Jiang and I are personally overseeing this project. We take it very seriously. It's all about shouldering our responsibility for the health of our youth," Wang Shifeng said with a smile. "Adolescence, health, responsibility." Jiang Yun fell silent. "That's a great thing. We'll definitely give our full support. You've already met these 6 teachers. They're all capable members of my team. While their influence may not match Xia Mengyao's, they do have a certain level of recognition and impressive portfolios. They're all very excited to be part of this project," Qian Changming said with a smile. Looking at the forced smiles on the 6 fairies, it was hard to tell if they were actually happy. But whether they're happy or not doesn't matter as long as they're here. Setting aside the 6 host star power, their appearances alone already met most of the role requirements. Lolitas, teenagers, young women, young married women, mature women, and dominatrixes. You could say they cover the full spectrum from plump to slender. Everything is represented. "Director Qian, you're flattering me too much. I'm not that popular. I've finished my part. Good luck, girls. I've got another shoot coming up, so I'm heading out." Xia Mengyao waved her little fist with a sweet smile, cheering everyone on. "Alright, go ahead and head out. Don't miss your next shoot," Wang Shifeng said, patting Xia Mengyao's shoulder with concern. Xia Mengyao gritted her teeth. "Wow, used and discarded. Not even a polite attempt to keep me here. They're already shooing me away. You all go ahead. I'll excuse myself for a moment." Jiang Yun followed Xia Mengyao out, worried that staying any longer might lead to unexpected trouble. "Mr. Wang, don't worry about me. You guys should get on with the shoot." Qian Changming tactfully stepped aside. "Alright then. We'll talk later." Wang Shifeng nodded and turned to Wang Qingqing and the others. "Ladies, I'll assign roles based on each of your individual characteristics. If you have any objections, please speak up, and I'll take them into consideration." The 6 fairies nodded in unison, though their faces still betrayed their reluctance. It wasn't that they were resisting the shoot. It was resistance toward Wang Shifeng. After all, their last encounter had left them deeply unsettled. "Let's start with Miss Qingqing." Wang Shifeng narrowed his eyes, sized up Wang Qingqing's figure, and handed her a black cheongsam paired with a red cape. "You'll be playing a girl around 10 years old, the innocent, cute, and lively type." Wang Qingqing looked a bit displeased upon hearing this. Why 10 years old? And isn't it a bit inappropriate for a young girl to wear such a short cheongsam? With a cape on top, it feels like I'm dressed for 2 different seasons. This big-headed little girl sure talks a lot, Wang Shifeng chuckled. That's the character's concept. Besides, a young girl wouldn't care about the length of her skirt at all. You need to get into character, Miss Kinking. I'm just here to take a photo. What role am I supposed to get into? There isn't even a script. Wang Kinking was about to retort. Director Qian cleared his throat. Kinking, even Xia Xia from Singi TV is following instructions. We at Xia TV need to be professional too. Wang Kinking paused, then puffed out her cheeks. Okay, Director Qian, I'll definitely follow instructions. Good, go change first. We'll wait outside. Wang Shifeng smiled and left the rehearsal room with Director Qian Changming. Weren't we just supposed to take a few photos? Why is this so complicated? Mushu, with her boyish charm, frowned as she looked at the bizarre outfits and colorful ribbons hanging on the coat rack. Didn't Director Qian say we were helping out with a children's project? These outfits don't seem quite right for that, said Luo Xin, a woman with a mature, sophisticated aura, her delicate brows furrowed. I think there's something fishy going on. I last saw this style of clothing in the men's wear photo studio. Is this really supposed to be a fairy tale book illustration? Another woman in her late 20s chimed in. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed. Oh, what on earth are we shooting here? Why does this feel so unsettling? Teacher Wang, is there a first draft of the story for this book? I'd like to read it. Qian Changming felt that, as a participant, he should have some right to know about this project. He was indirectly voicing the confusion of his 6 fairies team. Upon hearing this, Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly, his face beaming with a smile. I forgot to report this to the station director. This time, we're using a storybook as our entry point, employing an edutainment approach to enhance teenagers' cognitive development and empower the youth enlightenment and education sectors. Qian Changming listened with deep respect. Setting aside whether he fully understood it, the mere use of these fresh, high-sounding terms was enough to prove that this project was Wang Shifeng's labor of love. When faced with something beyond their understanding, people generally have 2 reactions: resistance and awe. Qian Changming found it hard to resist Wang Shifeng's captivating yet overwhelming array of new terminology. So he had no choice but to feel a sense of awe. I understand. Professor Wang hopes to proceed from the simple to the complex, in order to prompt society to reflect on and prioritize youth education. Qian Changming agreed wholeheartedly. Director Qian, you flatter me. I'm just hoping to do my small part, Wang Shifeng said with a subtle smile. My rough plan is this. First, publish a book. It currently runs to over 100,000 characters and contains 28 main stories covering multiple aspects, including early childhood education, safety awareness, and cognitive development. Then I'll use my existing channels to promote it. We've already seen some success during yesterday's livestream. We pre-sold 670,000 copies. 67,000 copies already, and that's just pre-orders? Qian Changming was taken aback. While this sales figure wasn't outrageously high, it spoke volumes about Wang Shifeng's personal influence and the book's actual value. Although Qian Changming came from a traditional media background, he knew just how difficult it was to get an audience to open their wallets, let alone for a niche product like books. The fact that Wang Shifeng was able to sell so many books through pre-orders not only demonstrated the support of his fans, but, more importantly, proved that the book's quality was absolutely top-notch. It must be that when Wang Shifeng introduced the story, he deeply moved his fan base, helping them recognize the book's significance and value. Otherwise, no matter how supportive Wang Shifeng's fans were, it would have been impossible to sell so many copies through pre-orders all at once. Qian Changming felt a deep sense of respect. His previous doubts about the book's content vanished instantly. A book endorsed by so many readers and consumers must be of high quality. To keep asking questions would be disrespectful to Professor Wang. It was hard for Qian Changming to fathom that the consumers who pre-ordered this book actually had no idea what was inside. Currently, only 4 people in the world know its contents. Wang Shifeng, Jian Zhenye. Even Xia Mengyao, who had already participated in the filming, knew only the name of the character she was cosplaying, Snow White, along with a few scattered bits of information that didn't quite fit together. Not daring to ask any more about the book's content, Qian Changming changed the subject. Rest assured, Professor Wang. This is such a meaningful initiative. On behalf of my department, I will definitely support it. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Thank you in advance, Director Qian, Wang Shifeng smiled. Although I feel a bit embarrassed to keep troubling you time and again, It's true that this project is difficult for me to promote on my own. It requires the help of everyone and the general public. I know this is a great cause that will benefit future generations and bring blessings to the world, Qian Changming said with a laugh. Live broadcasts do have limited reach. Have you thought about what other channels to use for promotion next, Professor Wang? I haven't thought that far ahead yet. I'll just have to take it one step at a time, Wang Shifeng replied, looking somewhat troubled. Let's put it this way, since this involves the education sector, relying on public media won't address the root cause. After all, the media's audience consists of adults. Even parents might find it hard to accept right away. To make the promotion effective, we need to tackle the issue at its source. Qian Changming, being a seasoned veteran, immediately hit the nail on the head. The root cause? Please enlighten me, Director Qian, Wang Shifeng said, raising an eyebrow slightly. Schools, Qian Changming said with a faint smile. Wang Shifeng's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Qian Changming to be on the same wavelength as him. Now that's a kindred spirit. Wang Shifeng excitedly shook Qian Changming's hand. Director Qian, you've really hit the nail on the head. Indeed, if we can leverage schools as a channel for promotion, our project is sure to yield remarkable results. It seems you'd already thought of this, Teacher Wang, Qian Changming said with a modest smile. Leave this to me. I'll reach out to a few friends to see if we can launch a pilot program at several schools in the city, maybe hold a lecture or a book signing. If it works, we'll roll it out on a large scale and go on a nationwide tour. A lecture? Wang Shifeng immediately thought of the gratitude speeches that had been all the rage in his previous life, the image of a mentor speaking passionately from the podium, students in the audience wailing and sobbing, and parents in the back frantically buying books. Wow, Director Qian, you really are a big shot, worthy of being a station director. You've got some real ideas in your head. Wang Shifeng hadn't considered this angle because organizing such events requires a certain level of connections. Without someone to pull the strings, it would be quite a hassle. But he never expected that Qian Changming would turn out to be a godsend. It would be great if Director Qian had access to such channels. That way, we could communicate directly with parents and students and help them realize the meaning and importance of childhood, Wang Shifeng said, suppressing his excitement. Alright, leave this to me. But Mr. Wang, I can't get directly involved in this as a private individual, Qian Changming said, changing the subject. Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly, his expression unchanged. Director Qian, although we've only met a few times, I already consider you a close friend. We can speak frankly with each other. Hearing this, Qian Changming smiled even more broadly. I too felt an instant connection with you, Mr. Wang. So I'll be straightforward. This project is full of positive energy and aligns perfectly with Summer TV's style. I hope you'll personally develop a program specifically targeted at teenagers. The reason Qian Changming placed such importance on this, aside from the project's significance, was ultimately his hope to bring Wang Shifeng on board to create a new program together. Of course, Wang Shifeng replied solemnly. As long as Director Qian doesn't mind, I'll do my very best. This isn't about personal gain, it concerns the physical and mental well-being of hundreds of millions of teenagers across the country. Then it's a deal. A gentleman's word is his bond. Qian Changming was overjoyed and held out his hand. A promise made cannot be taken back. Wang Shifeng high-fived him. Then the corridor echoed with their cheerful and hearty laughter. The laughter startled the 6 fairies who were whispering in the rehearsal room. In the end, out of deference to Director Qian Changming, they had Wang Qingqing change into her costume to see what exactly Wang Shifeng intended to film. If it really turned out to be something unsavory, they would definitely report him by name. They'd settle the score for the grudge from the last host edition too. Teacher Wang Qingqing has changed into her outfit. We're ready to start filming, Luo Xin poked her head out and said to Wang Shifeng. Alright, Director Qian, if you have something to attend to, please go ahead, Wang Shifeng said, his smile fading as he turned to speak. Qian Changming, who had been laughing heartily and was about to go inside to watch the shoot, stopped in his tracks. What does that mean? Don't you want me to watch? She's my trusted right-hand woman and you're using her exclusively. You won't even let me watch. That's a bit rude, isn't it? Ah, right. I'll go take care of the distribution channel matters first. Qian Changming's expression remained unchanged as he nodded and smiled. Xiao Luo, make sure to work closely with Mr. Wang. Give me a call if you need anything. Yes, Director, Luo Xin said, slightly taken aback. She glanced at Wang Shifeng, who kept his eyes fixed straight ahead, and nodded. But inwardly he remained on his guard. This Wang Shifeng had clearly sent Station Director Qian away. Something was definitely up. Qian Changming, sensing the situation, said he'd go upstairs to check on Jiang Ya. Wang Shifeng returned to the rehearsal room and upon seeing Wang Qingqing, who had already changed into her costume, couldn't help but be struck by her appearance. A short cheongsam paired with a red cape, combined with her baby face and petite frame, she was the spitting image of Little Red Riding Hood herself. "Teacher Wang, could you tell me about the plot and the character?" Wang Qingqing asked with a forced smile. "Sure," Wang Shifeng nodded. "The character you'll be playing is Little Red Riding Hood, a country girl around 10 years old who's innocent, simple, and kind-hearted. The story goes that you're on your way to visit your grandmother in the neighboring village when you're tricked by a wolf along the way. The wolf almost eats both you and your grandmother, but in the end, a hunter comes to your rescue." Wang Shifeng briefly outplot. Wang Qingqing and the other 5 all looked at Wang Shifeng with puzzled expressions. This story really does sound like something for young children. Is this what they call a positive energy project designed to educate and enlighten young people? Really? We don't believe it. Why are you all looking at me like that? Didn't you understand? Wang Shifeng looked surprised as well. He hadn't expected the leading young actresses at Xia TV to have such poor comprehension. "Mr. Wang, if I may ask, are you playing the wolf?" Wang Qingqing crossed her arms and snorted with a forced smile. "I was actually planning to invite an old friend to play the wolf, but when he heard the news, he got so excited he had a stroke and had to be rushed to the hospital, so I had to step in at the last minute," Wang Shifeng said regretfully. "Huh. Hey. Just as expected, he'd given himself away." Wang Qingqing and the other 5 lout cold. Wang Shifeng saw contempt and disdain in their eyes. "What's wrong with these women? I know I have a wholesome, upright image and playing a wolf might seem a bit out of character, but it's rude of you to mock me." "Mr. Wang, we agreed to help because Director Qian told us this shoot would serve an important educational purpose for teenagers. But based on your story and these costumes, we can't see how that fits together at all. We're starting to doubt your motives." Mu Shu, a spirited young woman who hosted a sports program and had a fiery temper, confronted him head-on. "Doubt motives? I just want the kids to experience more of the joy of childhood and have a little more time for fun. I just want to help adults who've experienced childhood trauma find healing and rediscover their childlike spirit. I just want to heal the world with love and positive energy. What kind of ulterior motive could I possibly have?" Wang Shifeng froze for a moment, then gave a wry smile. "What motives do you think I have? I wouldn't dare to speculate, but I really don't understand what this has to do with teenagers." Chu Sissy, exuding a strong older sister vibe, twirled the whip into a loop, producing a crisp crack in the air. Wang Shifeng's pupils contracted. This woman actually knew how to use a whip. Seeing Wang Shifeng staring at her with such intensity, Chu Sissy instinctively took half a step back, her face flushing slightly. "I get it, you all don't trust my character," Wang Shifeng said, pulling his gaze away with a self-deprecating wry smile. "Teacher Wang, please don't say that. We simply want to understand the content and purpose of the shoot," said Luo Xin, whose mature demeanor belied her age. As a talk show host, she spoke with greater tact. "I know. When a newcomer takes on such a huge responsibility, they're bound to face criticism and skepticism. It's okay, I'm used to it." Wang Shifeng flashed a sunny smile. But behind that smile lay a hint of bitterness which couldn't help but evoke sympathy in those who saw it. Could it be that they'd misunderstood him? The 6 women instinctively wavered for a moment, then glanced at the whip in Chu Sissy's hand and snapped back to reality. "Fine, we'd love to see just how much pressure you've been under." Seeing that Wang Qingqing and the others remained unmoved, Wang Shifeng's mouth twitched slightly. As expected, these hosts from Xia TV are no pushovers, unlike a certain Ms. Zhang who's so easy to fool. "Looks like I'll have to get down to business." Wang Shifeng cleared his throat and said in a grave tone, "You're all young women, aren't you? Are you insulting us? Can't you tell?" The 6 fairies instinctively furrowed their brows in slight displeasure. Only Wang Qingqing looked down at the tips of her shoes, appearing slightly unsure of herself. Wang Shifeng's next words made Wang Qingqing and the others swallow the swear words that were on the tip of their tongues. "You're all young women and beautiful ones at that," Wang Shifeng said solemnly. "So when you were younger, because of your beauty, you must have all experienced varying degrees of harassment or deception, whether from your peers or others." Upon hearing this, Wang Qingqing and the others froze. Several of them instinctively furrowed their delicate brows. Clearly, these words had stirred up unpleasant memories for them. "I don't know if you've noticed, but around here, 80% of women have experienced some form of harassment, and more than 70% of those incidents occurred during their youth. What's even more heartbreaking and terrifying is that the peak period for such incidents is actually early childhood," Wang Shifeng said softly, though his voice carried an unmistakable sense of oppression. Wang Qing's eyes widened. She never would have imagined the prevalence of this issue was so high. 8 out of every 10 women had been harassed. That's simply inconceivable. This is a society governed by the rule of law. I know this statistic is shocking, but it's absolutely true. You can use your own sources to verify it. I have no reason to lie, Wang Shifeng said, his expression impassive. And my mission is to educate those young girls who know everything yet are still so innocent on how to protect themselves before it's too late. You find the outfits you're seeing now strange because you're looking at them through the eyes of an adult. But to a child, these are just clothes. Where are all these messy, hidden connotations? Wang Shifeng's tone was matter-of-fact, containing neither accusation nor sarcasm. Yet it caused Wang Qingqing and the others to involuntarily lower their heads, feeling a sense of shame. It was true, these were essentially just clothes. It was their own perception that had imbued them with extra meaning. Put that way, wasn't it they and not Wang Shifeng who were being vulgar? Instantly they felt even more ashamed. I'm sorry, Teacher Wang. We really didn't mean to think that much of it. Chu Sissy, the one holding the whip, was a straight-talking person, quick to snap back but just as quick to admit her mistake. No need to apologize. I had already anticipated this when I begged Director Qian to invite you all here, Wang Shifeng said with a bitter smile. I understand, after all, I'm just a newcomer. No, this isn't a rookie's fault. We really were overthinking things. Please don't take it personally. Now that we understand your good intentions, we'll definitely cooperate, Luo Xin interjected to smooth things over. No, it's my fault. I should have explained everything to you all in advance. I thought a simple overview of the story would be enough for you to understand. It was my oversight. I'll go over the plot again and then you can decide whether or not you're willing to cooperate, Wang Shifeng said, shaking his head. Wang Shifeng's magnanimity only made them feel even more ashamed. The Little Red Riding Hood character played by Miss Qingqing actually represents a young girl. At this age, girls are innocent, carefree and kind-hearted. The wolf she encounters is in reality a villain with ulterior motives. The villain tricks her into revealing information, gains her trust, and then harms her. But the little girl doesn't realize she's actually been harmed. She just feels terrible. She tells her grandmother about it. Her grandmother understands, but she's terrified of the villain and having gone through something similar herself. She knows this mustn't be revealed to others, as that would ruin Little Red Riding Hood, so she keeps it a secret. But Grandma's silence allowed the villain to run rampant, ultimately leading to an even greater tragedy. When justice represented by the hunter finally arrived, it seemed to save Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother, but in reality the harm they suffered would remain forever. Wang Shifeng's tone was flat, with almost no inflection. Yet the story she told felt like a hand clutching everyone's heart, leaving them unable to breathe, their eyes reddening. So this is such an educational story after all. I can't believe I didn't grasp the deeper meaning just now. I'm so frustrated with myself. They wanted to speak up and apologize, but the words stuck in their throats. How shameful. The reason I had you dress like this was to use this visual to plant a subconscious suggestion in the minds of these innocent little girls, making them develop an aversion to this kind of attire. Psychologically, there's an association effect. When they see skirts like this, they'll subconsciously think of the story of Little Red Riding Hood, and then associate it with the big bad wolf and villains, thereby heightening their sense of vigilance. Wang Shifeng let out a soft sigh, then glanced at Wang Qingqing. Just like what comes to mind when you two see this kind of clothing. In an instant, the 6 girls' embarrassment turned to shame. They wished they could sink into a crack in the ground. They felt they'd never be able to hold their heads up in front of Wang Shifeng again. So this is the association effect. I've learned something new. The reason Director Q asked you to come here is precisely because you're bound to become beloved hosts in the future with a positive image and high public profile. For this, I've even paid a heavy price. I ask for nothing in return. I only hope that these stories can prevent such tragedies. Even if it saves just one life, I'll be more than willing. Wang Shifeng's tone was solemn, striking everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Wang Shifeng's use of the humble word, plead, made them all feel the depth of his thoughtfulness and sincerity. Recalling their earlier speculations about him, the girls felt even more guilty. Teacher Wang, please don't say any more. I'll definitely do my best in the shoot, Wang Qingqing said, clenching her little fist, her eyes red-rimmed. If Miss Qingqing isn't willing, I won't force her. After all, clothes like these could indeed affect your image. It was my oversight, Wang Shifeng said, shaking his head. It's okay. As long as I can truly contribute to this cause, I'm willing to wear anything no matter how strange it may be. Wang Qingqing spoke urgently, afraid that Wang Shifeng might replace her. Now that she understood the educational significance of this story and this photo series, she had made a firm resolution to dedicate herself to the cause. Are you really sure you won't be forced into this? Wang Shifeng looked at Wang Qingqing, his eyes glistening with tears. Yes, I'm not being forced, Wang Qingqing said firmly. Then take off your shoes too, Wang Shifeng said. Why do I have to take off my shoes? Wang Qingqing froze for a moment, tilting her head in confusion, but she still crouched down and resolutely obeyed. If Teacher Wang asked for this, he must have his reasons. Wang Shifeng looked at her small, lotus root-like feet and said with righteous conviction, I hope that by showing them what it's like to be barefoot, I can teach the girls that going barefoot not only makes you prone to catching a cold, but also increases the risk of encountering bad people.
Once people have a goal, they have motivation. Once they realized what they had to do, the 6 fairies of Xiaxi became much more proactive. Filming proceeded smoothly. Adhering to the principle of treating them as guests, Wang Shifeng let them play most of the roles, including some cross-dressing parts. After all, they had come all this way, it would have been disrespectful to send them back without letting them film a bit more. After nearly 4 hours of continuous filming, Wang Qingqing and the others were completely exhausted. They not only had to coordinate with the filming but also with the makeup artists, yet they still wore satisfied smiles on their faces. There were no major issues during the shoot. After all, everyone's a professional. Although Wang Qingqing and the other 5 were TV hosts, they were all formally trained professionals, proficient in all aspects of the craft: voice, stage presence, acting, and performance, especially Luo Xin and Mu Shu, who both had experience in stage plays. Wang Shifeng specifically assigned them roles as unconventional princes or kings. The visual results were excellent. The only minor hiccup was when filming The Little Mermaid and The Emperor's New Clothes. Wang Shifeng hesitated for a moment. In fact, neither of these stories is actually from Grimm's fairy tales. Wang Shifeng simply felt they were particularly representative, so he adapted and included them himself. The Little Mermaid is a rare fairy tale with a tragic ending and one about love at that, but in reality, the story also contains a critique of love. The role of the princess was cast with Luo Xin, a gentle and graceful older woman. Teacher Wang, is this story about love? Might that be a bit problematic? After hearing the plot's summary, Luo Xin looked at the colorful swimsuits and wore a look of concern. In Jia Kingdom, early romance is a highly sensitive topic, a taboo for all parents, yet it persists despite repeated bans. Every year, countless adolescent boys and girls are tormented by love, some even straying onto the wrong path or resorting to extreme measures, Wang Shifeng said as he adjusted his camera. You're right, Teacher Wang. So, might this story be controversial? Luo Xin nodded. While the other stories also touched on romance, it wasn't the central plot. Only this one, judging by the description, was a story centered entirely on love from to finish. Parents in Xiaguo avoid early romance like the plague, handling it with strict prohibition and demonization. But the human need for emotional connection is hardwired into our genes. Such things cannot be banned. Therefore, it's better to guide than to suppress, Wang Shifeng continued to explain. It's precisely because of this approach by parents that it actually stirs up children's longing and curiosity about love. It's like Adam in the Garden of Eve. Even though he knew he shouldn't eat the golden apple, he still made the mistake. Think back to your own youth. Didn't you ever experience those first stirrings of love for someone? Hearing Wang Shifeng's words, Luo Xin and the others smiled shyly. A young girl's budding romantic feelings are indeed something beyond her control. And the story The Little Mermaid beautifully illustrates the downsides of love. It involves social class, heart-attach, misunderstandings, and can even be far from beautiful. This allows readers to fully grasp the complexity of love, so that the idealized images they once held in their minds will naturally crumble due to the disparity between reality and fantasy. Wang Shifeng smiled warmly. All the beauty in the world is nothing more than a figment of the human imagination. If it were to truly manifest in reality, it would all have a side that's hard to bear. You're absolutely right, Professor Wang. Without telescopes and the successful moon landing, people would never have imagined that the moon is a pitted, crumpled ball of dirt. Mu Shu agreed with a smile. After spending so much time with him, her opinion of Wang Shifeng had changed significantly. If there's a problem, we don't have to film this, Wang Shifeng said, seeing that Luo Xin was truly hesitant. After hearing Wang Shifeng's analysis of the story of The Little Mermaid and realizing its significance, everyone felt it was essential. Besides, since everyone else had filmed it, skipping it when it came to her would put a lot of pressure on Luo Xin herself. No, I'm just a little worried, Luo Xin said, her cheeks flushing and her eyes shifting nervously. The image of a mermaid had long been introduced from the West, so everyone knew exactly what it entailed. Xingxin, are you being shy? What are you afraid of? It's not like you've never worn one before. Your photos from the beauty pageant have been all over the internet for ages. Chu Sisi seemed to Luo Xin's hesitation and teased with a smile. Luo Xin blushed even more and shot Chu Sisi a fierce glare. That was a beauty pageant. Hundreds of people were wearing bikinis. How could that possibly be the same as wearing one here? Wang Shifeng was also a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Luo Xin to have actually participated in a beauty pageant. He decided he'd definitely have to check her ranking later. As soon as Chu Sisi spoke up, the other girls joined in the teasing. Girls are just like that when they let loose, they leave men no way out. Wang Shifeng's heart was racing as he listened, and he couldn't help but interrupt. Ahem, if you think this style isn't quite right, you can wear something else. I'll have the post-production team touch it up, they'll have to retouch the fishtail anyway. Hearing Wang Shifeng speak, the women fell silent for a moment, exchanging glances. You guys? Who are you? That's just how people are when they're egging others on, they stay out of it, but once it's their turn, it's a whole different story. Oh, do we have to wear them too? Chu Sisi asked, her eyes wide. It wouldn't be right for you guys not to wear them, Wang Shifeng said with a frown. Pieft, what are you talking about? Wang Qingqing snorted. Why do we have to wear them too? It just so happens that the princess has 5 sisters, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. That wasn't even mentioned in the story just now. Wang Qingqing and the others fell silent. Fine, let's do it, Luo Xin, on the other hand, got excited and clapped her hands to seal the deal. Since I'm not the only one wearing this, why should I be shy? We're all good sisters if we're gonna lose face, let's do it together. Seeing that the others were still about to object, Luo Xin glared at them with her beautiful eyes. How did you try to talk me out of it just now? You haven't forgotten, have you? Trouble comes from the mouth. The girls felt like crying but had no tears left. In the end, Wang Shifeng used up the last few battery segments, and the shoot wrapped up successfully. It had already grown dark outside, and only then did they realize they'd been filming for so long without even noticing. No wonder they were all hungry. Thank you all for your hard work today. On behalf of our readers, I'd like to express my gratitude, Wang Shifeng said solemnly. With these illustrations, he could almost picture the joy readers would feel when they received the book. Teacher Wang, you're too kind. We only did our part. The real credit goes to you. Thank you for writing so many educational stories, Luo Xin said cheerfully, smiling as she exchanged pleasantries. That's right, that's right. Teacher Wang is about the same age as us, yet he's already thinking about social responsibility. It really shows how people differ from one another, Mushu said with a light chuckle. We also have to thank Teacher Wang for giving us the chance to in the photos, Wang Qingqing said with a forced smile. She seemed to still be dwelling on the shadow of the last shoot and hadn't quite snapped out of it yet. Wang Shifeng glanced at the wealthy young girl who, despite her tender age, already possessed a flat chest and smiled. I just got a message from Director Qian. He had to leave early due to an emergency. Did you guys drive here yourselves? Upon hearing this, the 6 fairies raised their eyebrows at Wang Shifeng. What does that mean? We've been filming for you all afternoon, and you're not even going to treat us to a meal. And you expect us to drive ourselves back? Seeing their expressions, Wang Shifeng guessed they hadn't driven here. He laughed and said, Don't worry, I'll call 2 taxis for you. There are plenty near the company. So you're not even planning to pay for the fare? Luo Xin's mouth twitched slightly, but she kept smiling. No need, Mr. Wang. We'll find our own way back. You should get back to work. I can't let that stand, I'll walk you out, Wang Shifeng said, though he didn't budge from where he stood. Really, no need to go to all that trouble. Don't wait for us, we'll be on our way now. Mushu was starving and just wanted to get some food as soon as possible. Watching the 6 fairies enter the elevator, Wang Shifeng couldn't help but marvel the staff at Qiaxi really were top-notch. Just like those security guards last time, they wouldn't even take a bottle of water. Sure enough, a legitimate company really doesn't take even a needle or a thread from the public. He then checked the time and dialed the number of today's final guest. Why aren't you here yet? Wang Shifeng asked as soon as the call connected. Mr. Wang, our appointment was at 9. It's only 8 now, Shang Yuyan said, yawning on the other end of the line. The sooner we finish filming, the sooner we're done. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Wang Shifeng said with a laugh. Are you going to treat me to a meal? Shang Yuyan asked, somewhat surprised. If you get here within half an hour, I'll treat you to a meal, Wang Shifeng said with a slight smile. I'll be right there, Zhang Yuyan said before hanging up. A little over 20 minutes later, Zhang Yayin pushed open the door to the rehearsal room and saw Wang Shifeng and Zhen Yi sitting on the floor, huddled around a computer and studying something. Oh, you're here. Wang Shifeng heard the sound, turned his head to greet her, and handed her the packed lunch Zhen Yi had prepared. Eat up quickly. We'll start filming once you're done. Zhang Yun took the lunchbox, which had gone completely cold, and felt her heart cold as well. I came all this way to help you, and this is how you treat me with a boxed lunch? And it's cold, too, you could have at least heated it up. Are you even human? Miss Zhang, let me heat it up for you in the microwave, Zhen Yi said kindly. Before Zhang Yuyan could say a word, Wang Shifeng spoke up. No need to heat it up. If you heat it, it'll just have to cool down again before you eat it, and cold food goes down faster. Zhang Yuyan felt a twinge of pain in her heart, but forced a smile. Teacher Wang, what did you invite me here to film? Roles like a queen, an empress, or a witch, they'd suit you perfectly, Wang Shifeng said with a laugh. Hearing that the roles were quite prestigious, Zhang Yuyan broke to a smile. She'd been worried that Wang Shifeng would assign her some weird and wacky roles after all. Since it was a fairy tale, most characters were small animals like cats and dogs. She hadn't expected not only to land a role, but one with such status. I'll give him credit for that. Zhang Yun sat down cross-legged and happily began eating her cold rice. Zhen Ye cast a pitying glance at Zhang Yuyan, feeling sorry for her. Poor Miss Zhang, once the book is published, she'll probably become the nightmare of teenagers across the country. The nation's little sister is likely to become the nation's stepmother. That's just too sad, isn't it? What's so interesting about me eating? Aren't you full yet? Wang Shifeng tapped Zhen Yi on the head in annoyance. Zhen Yi covered his head and rubbed it, looking aggrieved. There are still a few supporting roles left. Call Director He over in a bit, and we'll divide them up, Wang Shifeng said. Oh, right, President Jiang asked what we're doing about post-production. Zhen Yi suddenly remembered the matter at hand. I'll handle the post-production. Just tell her to get the rough cut done, Wang Shifeng said, waving his hand dismissively. All right, but Mr. Feng, what should we shoot first? Zhen Yi looked at the list of characters and felt a bit overwhelmed. Many of the remaining roles were animals. Let's start with Hansel and Gretel, which you like, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. So I'll play the little sister? Zhen Yi's eyes lit up. It was her favorite role. You'll play both the brother and the sister, they're twins, Wang Shifeng said after a moment's thought. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan nearly choked. Is it really necessary to be this frugal? Watching Wang Shifeng, who had slipped into filming mode and was barking orders. The more she watched, the more she felt that this guy was the spitting image of a capitalist. If Wang Shifeng knew that Zhang Yuyan secretly viewed him as a capitalist, he'd surely be heartbroken. He'd let her play the supporting role with the most screen time in the entire book. Where else could you find a capitalist with such a good heart? If he were really going to be a capitalist, Wang Shifeng would turn this production into a bidding war. Then not only would they have to compete for the roles, but they'd even have to bring their own funding to the set. After nearly 2 hours of intense filming, Zhang Yuyan felt her legs were getting a little wobbly. She never expected that just taking a few photos would be so exhausting, all that jumping around. Mr. Wang, you owe me a huge favor this time, Zhang Yuyan said as she collapsed onto the floor. Wang Shifeng smiled as he sorted through the photos. Don't worry, Miss Zhang. I've always been one to return a favor. Zhang Yuyan raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded with satisfaction. Are you going live today? Of course. If I don't stream, my viewers will miss me, Wang Shifeng laughed. That's perfect. Let's settle that bet from the other day then. Zhang Yuan rolled over. Miss Zhang, speaking of that, I actually recall a rumor, Wang Shifeng said, setting down his camera and turning to look at Zhang Yuan with a twinkle in his eye. Huh? A rumor? Zhang Yuan was taken aback. I've heard your company has a good relationship with Fang Weiman, Wang Shifeng said frankly. Oh, you mean that time Fang Weiman gave you a hard time? Zhang Yuan arched her delicate eyebrows and grinned. That's right, it was all orchestrated by Tianyu Media. She admitted it so bluntly. Are you guys this open about doing bad things now? This left Wang Shifeng completely at a loss. Mr. Wang, you're not asking why we did it, are you? Zhang Yuyan widened her eyes in surprise. As the victim, shouldn't I be the one who knows? Wang Shifeng chuckled helplessly. I thought someone as smart as you wouldn't care about these things since you were getting plenty of attention and buzz at the time, Zhang Yuyan said with a laugh. She really hadn't expected that in this industry anyone would care about such open and covert attacks. Everyone in this business is or that same slice of the spotlight. Whether you can snag it or not depends on your own skills. Just like Fang Weiman, since his skills weren't up to par, he naturally had to face the consequences. Seeing Wang Shifeng fall silent, Zhang Yuyan continued with a smile. How? Is your industry really that simple? Wang Shifeng frowned deeply. Simple? Was that sarcasm? Huh? Zhang Yuyan blinked, feeling slightly offended. I was overthinking it, Wang Shifeng grinned. He'd originally assumed there were all sorts of convoluted interests at play, but it turned out it really was just about a little traffic after all. It seemed that even a top-tier media company like Tianyu Media hadn't established an industrialized process for generating traffic. It still relied on random topics to amplify its value. Mr. Wang, you're not going to shut me out because of this, are you? The company is the company and I'm me, Zhang Yuyan emphasized. Besides, I've already said that if Jiang Yan is willing, I can sign her to Xingyi anytime. Can't you cut it Tianyu anymore? Wang Shifeng chuckled. I'm just tired of this boring life and want a little excitement, Zhang Yuyan said, narrowing her eyes and smiling like a little fox. You just want to ride on my coattails, Wang Shifeng snorted. It's called a win-win situation, okay? I've done my research, there's no one at Xingyi who can collaborate with you. Even though you're incredibly talented, your fans will eventually get tired of the same old thing. If I join, you'll have a lot more room to maneuver, Zhang Yuyan said earnestly. Seeing how desperate you are, I can tell your fans have long since grown tired of you, Wang Shifeng chuckled. I can't deny that's part of it, but the more important reason is that I want to break away from Tianyu Media, Zhang Yuyan said, her eyes darkening. Wang Shifeng narrowed his eyes, trying to gauge the weight of Zhang Yuyan's words. Jiang Yan had mentioned earlier that Zhang Yuyan was the daughter of the owner of Tianyu Media. Judging by Zhang Yuyan's demeanor, she must have long since outgrown the Oedipus complex phase of adolescence. Could it be that Zhang Yuyan's father harbors a son-killing complex, forcing this young girl to flee? It wasn't impossible. If Zhang Yuan were his own daughter, he would likely want her to follow the path he had mapped out for her, whether in her career or her personal life. Do you have any dreams? Wang Shifeng asked tactfully. Does driving Tianyu Media into bankruptcy count? Zhang Yayan pondered seriously for a moment, then gave Wang Shifeng a playful wink. Wang Shifeng pursed his lips. That's interesting. Wang Shifeng wasn't the type to hold a grudge over every little thing, but he wasn't one to take a loss for no reason either. Both Tianyu Media and Fang Weiman had scores to settle with him. Fang Weiman remained hospitalized, and as for Tianyu Media, he simply hadn't found the right opportunity yet. That is, until he heard Comrade Zhang Yuyan's dream. Wang Shifeng felt that as a friend, he had a duty to lend her a hand. After all, he was a kind-hearted person. So, under Helei's suspicious gaze, an extra set of equipment and a chair were added to the together until dawn livestream room. Shouldn't we discuss this with President Jiang first? Helei asked warily, watching Zhang Yuyan as she chatted and laughed with the staff, quickly striking up a rapport with them. I sent her a message, but she hasn't replied yet. She's probably busy, Wang Shifeng said, chewing on a pencil as he scribbled on a sheet of A4 paper. Besides, doesn't she have to listen to me anyway? Helei paused for a moment. If anyone else had said that with such confidence, they'd probably be looking to quit. But coming from Wang Shifeng, it sounded perfectly reasonable. This must be what they call the corporate throne. Helei was so envious he was nearly in tears as he watched Wang Shifeng scribble away with his pencil. President Wang, what are you writing? Illustrations. I don't trust anyone else with them, Wang Shifeng replied vaguely. Drawing. Helei rubbed his eyes and stared at the shapes on the paper, which looked like mathematical models, falling silent for a moment. What on earth are you drawing here? This combination of an equilateral triangle and a few cylinders. A castle, Wang Shifeng replied with a carefree smile. It just needs a few more details. Helei winced slightly. He felt that even his nephew, who was in kindergarten, might draw more vividly than Wang Shifeng. This was way too abstract. But it was a good thing too. If Wang Shifeng were good at drawing as well, would there be any room left for anyone else? People don't have to be that perfect. Brother Feng, the equipment is all set up. We're ready to go live, a staff member called out. Coming up. Wang Shifeng stood up and called out to Zhang Yuyan to join him in the livestream studio. The pre-show hype had already begun, and the viewer count was rising. Before long, everyone realized that today's stream would actually feature him showing his face. Looks like Teacher Wang finally couldn't stand the loneliness anymore and is going to make a living off his looks. Instantly, the comment stream erupted with teasing remarks. There really are a lot of people, Zhang Yuyan said with a smile as she watched the rapidly rising viewer count and the flood of comments. It's all thanks to my colleagues and friends. I'd especially like to thank Teacher Fang Weiman. He's been trending on the hot search list for the past couple of days, which has indirectly driven a lot of traffic my way, Wang Shifeng said with a laugh. Oh? Then Teacher Fang must be very pleased. Zhang Yuyan couldn't help but laugh. Didn't you do anything to show your appreciation? Of course I did. This afternoon I even had Zhen Yi invite him to join the shoot, Wang Shifeng said earnestly. I was just joking around. I didn't expect you'd actually gone through with it. That's a bit too cruel, isn't it? Zhang Yayan pictured the scene of Fang Weiman receiving the news, and her mood turned a bit complicated. It was as if a turtle had started commuting to school. It just couldn't stand staying on campus anymore. 11:30 p.m. The live stream officially began. Since it was his first time appearing on camera, some mischievous fans deliberately flooded the chat with comments and virtual gifts, hoping to use special effects to block Wang Shifeng's face. But when the special effects and comments were cleared away, everyone was surprised to discover. Teacher Wang, you look pretty good today. Wait, this looks like a woman. Did I enter the wrong live stream? And this woman looks kind of familiar. Damn. Isn't that Zhang Yuyan, the national little sister? What's she doing in Wang Shifeng's live stream? It's not that the viewers have poor eyesight. It's just that Zhang Yuyan isn't dressed up much today. She's dressed pretty casually, and she just put on her makeup a moment ago, a far cry from her usual meticulously crafted little princess look. Huh? What's going on? Did I walk into the wrong live stream? Holy crap, has little Yuyan actually snagged Teacher Wang? Oh man, is she really here to settle a bet? That's way too much of a giveaway. I feel bad for the guys in the Knights Guild. Your princess just gave herself away for free. Sly girl, get out of Teacher Wang's live stream. The chat was abuzz with excitement, the atmosphere electric. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Yuyan, today's co-host for Together Until Dawn. Welcome to the live stream. Zhang Yuyan delivered her opening remarks with a smile. Unlike last time when co-host Bai Kai was on, this time Wang Shifeng not only didn't want to interrupt, but was even trying to slack off. But Zhang Yuyan was clearly even better at slacking off than he was. After a brief self-introduction, she turned the camera toward him. Good evening, everyone in the live stream. Miss Zhang just introduced herself. As for why she's here, I'm sure those in the know already understand, so I won't go into detail, Wang Shifeng said with a laugh. I just saw a viewer ask why we turned on the camera. It's mainly to accommodate little Yuyan's fans so they can get a better look at her while they have the chance. It sounded like a nice thing to say, but why did it feel so odd coming from Wang Shifeng? Zhang Yuyan furrowed her brow, wondering to herself if he was actually complimenting her. Alright, enough chit-chat. We don't really have a theme today anyway, and even if we did, you guys wouldn't stick to it, so let's jump right into the call with our first viewer and hear what he has to share, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Zhang Yuyan was dumbfounded. She'd watched Wang Shifeng's live streams a few times before. He used to go through the motions and say a few polite remarks, but now he wasn't even following the usual routine. Was he getting a big head? Glancing at the viewership that had already surpassed 1 million just as the stream began, Zhang Yuyan didn't say anything more. Sure enough, people with real talent speak with confidence. "Hey, can you hear me?" The first call came through a male voice with an accent. "I can hear you. What's your name, buddy?" Wang Shifeng asked. "Hello, Teacher Wang. I'm your new fan. You can call me Along," Along said, sounding a bit excited. "Hello, Mr. Along. Is there something you'd like to share with everyone?" At Wang Shifeng's nod, co-host Zhang Yuyan chimed in. I don't want to talk to women. I'm a bit gynophobic," Along said bluntly. Zhang Yuyan's smile froze on her face and her heart raced. In all her years in the industry, she'd certainly encountered trolls before, but this particular encounter truly caught her off guard. The chat was also amused by this unexpected turn of events. This kind of drama would be hard to come by in other live streams. "Brother Along, how could you be afraid of women? Did something happen?" Wang Shifeng glanced at Zhang Yuyan, who was lost in thought, picked up the microphone and asked patiently. "Teacher Wang, I've only recently developed this fear of women. I'm getting older and my family keeps pushing me to go on blind dates, so I'm absolutely fed up with it," Along said dejectedly. "Blind dates, huh? A lot of our viewers have had similar experiences. After all, if you don't get married, your family is bound to worry," Wang Shifeng chuckled. "But it shouldn't be bad enough to make you afraid of women, right? Could it be that you're just too handsome, Brother Along, and got harassed?" Knowing Wang Shifeng was just teasing, Along still found it heartwarming. "If I were as handsome as Teacher Wang, why would I even need to go on blind dates? It's those women's attitudes that really get on my nerves the moment we meet. They ask if I have a car, a house, or savings. It's like doing business." "Brother Along," Wang Shifeng said, "the essence of blind dates is to have a man who can't handle women meet a woman no one can handle." After he finished speaking, everyone froze for a moment. Why did he jump right to a tongue twister? But soon someone caught on and realized he was absolutely right. Teacher Wang has hit the nail on the head. I get it now. No wonder I haven't found the right person after 2 years of blind dates. I've been stuck in a hellish dungeon. Haha, so true. Guys go on blind dates because they don't know how to pick up women, while women have to go because they've been hit on too much and are just too high level. At the end of the day, it all comes down to material conditions. Blind dating really is starting to feel more and more like doing business. For ordinary people, talking about marriage is basically a business deal. If you don't offer a dowry, just see if your future mother-in-law will even give you the time of day. It's so hard being a man. Never mind, I get where you're coming from, Brother Along. Viewers in the live stream comments spoke from the heart, especially the male viewers who felt a sense of shared suffering. Teacher Wang, based on what you're saying, does that mean it's very hard to succeed at arranged dating? Along looked a bit confused. Matchmaking is essentially a process of screening and matching criteria. If it doesn't work out, it just means the person you were matched with wasn't a good fit. You might want to consider switching agencies, Wang Shifeng suggested. I'm from a small town. The social circle is just that small. I've been introduced to almost every matchmaker around here by now, and marrying someone from out of town isn't really realistic, Along said with a sigh. What I'm really asking is, Mr. Wang, do you have any little tricks for blind dates like the one I used to strike up a conversation yesterday? I don't have any tricks for blind dates either. Blind dating is a pretty pragmatic setting, and little tricks usually don't work because you can't predict how many dates the person across from you has been on, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. However, I do have some talking points to help avoid awkward silences during conversations. If you're interested, you can give them a try. Phrases? Sure, why not, said Along, sounding a bit disappointed. Miss Zhang, would you mind running through a scenario with me? Wang Shifeng turned to ask. Sure, Zhang Yuan nodded. So what should I ask? Whatever you like, Wang Shifeng said, waving his hand. All right, then I'll start. Zhang Yuyan's eyes crinkled as she spoke with a smile. How tall are you? Asking about height right off the bat, she sounded just like one of those old-school blind date types the moment she opened her mouth. This is a common experience shared by most viewers who've been on blind dates. It's practically like a police interrogation. At the same time, they were curious. What kind of response could one possibly give to a question like that? Less than 2 meters, Wang Shifeng replied with a smile of his own. What kind of answer is that? The audience was stunned. But it seemed to be an answer. Zhang Yuyan was taken aback for a moment, but she pressed on. So, how much do you earn? It depends, it varies, but on average, I make around 20-something 10,000 a month, Wang Shifeng said, feigning deep thought. If you make over 200,000 a month, why are you even here on a blind date? Instantly, the audience felt that Mr. Wang was straying a bit from the topic. Over 200,000 a month, what do you do for a living? Zhang Yuyan asked, puzzled. Sometimes I'm a landlord, sometimes a farmer, Wang Shifeng said with a faint smile. What era is this? Are landlord and peasant even real professions anymore? Wait a minute, he's talking about the card game Landlord, right? That's just like you teacher Wang when it comes to asking questions. You never know what kind of mind-boggling answer is coming next. The live comment viewers were laughing their heads off, and even Zhang Yuyan was a bit thrown off. Suppressing a smile, she asked, "So do you own a house?" When the topic of housing came up, most of the audience couldn't laugh anymore. It's also the most pointed question at blind date. "I didn't expect you to be so proactive on our first meeting," Wang Shifeng chuckled. "But luckily, I prepared in advance. I've already booked it. Shall we go there now? It's right next door." "What have you booked?" "What kind of room?" "Whoa, right on the mark. Is it really that efficient?" That's the art of conversation. That's the art of conversation, guys. He answered every question while still preserving our masculine dignity, especially that last one. "I've got it now." Got it. I'm heading out on blind dates right now, 20 a day. I won't let that room fee go to waste." I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say. I'll just bow my head to you all. Ahaha, every answer makes perfect sense, but it's also totally out there. Little Yuan's expression doesn't look quite real. The comment stream was abuzz with excitement. Zhang Yuyan was still a bit confused. It wasn't until she saw the comments that she realized what was going on, and she rolled her eyes at Wang Shifeng in a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. "Guys, don't get too worked up. These answers are just for reference, okay? Be careful when you try them out in real life," Wang Shifeng said with a light chuckle. "But Teacher Wang, answering like that is sure to make the blind date a failure, isn't it?" Zhang Yuyan asked, puzzled. "A woman who brings up these kinds of questions the moment she meets you probably wasn't in it to succeed in the first place," Wang Shifeng retorted. Zhang Yuyan paused for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. It was true. If she were really there for the blind date, material conditions would certainly be important, but asking such questions right off the bat was indeed very impolite. If she were truly serious about the date, her first instinct would be to get to know the other person's personality. Although a blind date is a highly goal-oriented activity, a basic level of respect is still necessary. Most people who ask these questions right off the bat have already lost respect for marriage. They're just looking for someone who meets their criteria, not a life partner, Wang Shifeng said, his voice turning serious. So when it comes to a marriage like that, everyone needs to ask themselves if that's really what they want. The chat feed grew somewhat somber, though a few female viewers voiced objections which were quickly drowned out by other comments. Noticing the somewhat heavy atmosphere, Wang Shifeng smiled. "I have a friend who knows a lot about blind dates. I can share some so-called blind date jargon with you, all terms that can help you assess a potential partner's qualifications in advance. There's even technical jargon for blind dates." Everyone was baffled. Not very tall means short. Onan's extremely introverted. Very responsible means no house, nor no savings. Speaks very frankly means a straight-laced guy. Has a lucky-looking face means weighs at least 150. Good at managing finances means mama's boy and a cheapskate. A promising prospect means low income. And if he's handsome and rich, he's probably a young man looking for a sham marriage. Wang Shifeng spoke slowly, and the comment stream erupted in a chorus of groans. These descriptions feel strangely familiar. "Wah, stop cursing, stop cursing. I know I'm very responsible." Is this part of the script too? Looks like the matchmaker took Mr. Wang's class as well. That really stings. Just get the damn marriage over with. Exactly. Marrying a woman really isn't as good as finding a man. The two of you can live together, hit it off, have fun together, and even drive a Cadillac every week to visit your beloved. No, 38, it's practically a dream life. Holy shit. The guy above just had a major epiphany. Count me in. Seeing the live stream suddenly turn into a gay dating show, Wang Shifeng cleared his throat twice. Guys, don't rush to add friends just yet. You need to know this. When your family is still relying on a matchmaker to set you up, it's actually not so bad. But when your own mom starts setting you up herself, that's when you'll truly understand what despair feels like. Why does that sound so weird? Could my own mom actually be setting me up? Everyone paused in the midst of adding friends, once again filled with confusion. I have a friend who'd been going on blind dates for ages with no luck. Eventually, his mom stepped in personally and set him up with someone. Here's what she said. Wang Shifeng rubbed his nose and spoke somewhat cryptically. In her early 20s, pretty sharp and physically able-bodied. She can take care of her own bathroom needs, and she knows to run home when it rains. Most importantly, she only knows how to use a smartphone. If you two get together, it'll be a transfer of affection and the future looks promising. Wang Shifeng's clear voice echoed through the livestream, yet only deepened everyone's confusion. Why did these requirements sound sad? Have the standards for being a person really dropped this low? Wait a minute. Am I really only worthy of going on a blind date with someone of such low standards? What a promising future. The line about knowing to use a smartphone really broke many viewers' hearts. They never imagined that, as they got older, their parents' standards for a partner would sink to such depths. So basically, as long as they're alive, any member of the opposite sex will do? Seeing the viewers in the live chat arguing their case passionately, Wang Shifeng replied calmly, "Parents love their children, there's no doubt about that. And they once had high hopes for your future partners as well. But as you get older, their expectations will naturally change. When you're 20, your parents hope you'll find a partner who's both talented and attractive. At 25, they hope you'll find a gentle and virtuous or young and vigorous partner. At 28, they hope you'll find a stable, family-oriented partner. And once you're past 30, your parents' expectations for your partner will decrease with each passing year. So once you're over 35, your parents just hope your partner is of the opposite sex, alive, able to take care of themselves, and that the two of you can get married, that's all. Hearing Wang Shifeng say this, the audience didn't sense any parental affection at all. In fact, they felt somewhat troubled. It's not that they truly have no expectations for marriage, but that doesn't mean they'll settle for just anyone. They just don't understand why do parents have to be in such a rush. Seeing the questions in the live chat, Wang Shifeng softly added, because for most people getting married is a natural part of life. It's not just about continuing the family line, it's also about parents' worries. They hope that even after they're gone, there will still be someone to walk through life with you, supporting each other every step of the way. After Wang Shifeng finished speaking, the live stream fell silent once more for a moment. Zhang Yayan glanced at Wang Shifeng with a hint of concern. To be honest, this was the first time she'd watched his entire live stream. Previously, she'd only seen lighthearted clips, so the sudden shift to such a serious tone left her feeling a bit unsettled. She glanced at the three big characters in the live stream's description, hailing. Is this what healing is supposed to be? Why does it feel a bit depressing, though? Teacher Wang, I remember a guy named Wu mentioned a dating app called Momo a few days ago. Do you think that app could help someone find a suitable partner? At that moment, Along's voice rang out, sounding a bit nervous. That transition was a bit abrupt. Why bring this up out of the blue? Could it be that Along is here to plug something? Wang Shifeng furrowed his brow and decided to test the waters. Brother Along, I don't mean anything by this, but I just wonder if you can't find the right person in real life, what are the odds of finding one online? Plus, there's a lot of online scams these days. I advise everyone to be very careful when dating online. Along's tone faltered and he laughed awkwardly. You're right, actually. Thanks for your advice, Teacher Wang. I'm feeling much better now. Judging by the slightly flustered tone in his voice, I'd say there's an 80% chance he's trying to push an ad, no doubt about it. He actually thought he'd get something for free from me. It's my pleasure to help you, but Brother Along, marriage is a serious matter you have to choose carefully. A lot of what's on the internet is virtual. We can't always be sure of it. It's safer to stick with people you know well in real life, Wang Shifeng said with a half smile, offering a gentle warning. Okay. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Along hurriedly hung up the call. I'm sure many of you are facing the same pressure to get married as Brother Along, but please don't resort to desperate measures. Among the countless lights in every home, there's bound to be one shining just for you. As long as you stay on the right path, your other half is coming your way too. Wang Shifeng casually offered some inspirational words to soothe the restless chat stream. Alright, let's connect with our next viewer. Beep beep, beep beep. As soon as the call connected, a series of shrill yet muffled instrumental sounds rang out. It instantly jolted the previously somewhat subdued livestream awake, clearing everyone's minds. It wasn't a car horn, it sounded more like a trumpet, and immediately afterward, an excited male voice rang out. Teacher Wang, listen to this instrument, doesn't it sound just like the song you played yesterday? What's your name, sir? Wang Shifeng rubbed his ears. My last name is Shen, Teacher Wang. You can call me Little Shen, Mr. Shen said cheerfully. Sure, Mr. Shen. First of all, thank you for your appreciation. It's just that the instrument is a bit off. Yesterday I played the suona, but yours looks like a trumpet. Although they look very similar, they aren't the same type of instrument. And while you played beautifully, I'd suggest you don't play it next time. What a way to put you played beautifully, but please don't play it next time. Teacher Wang's compliments are truly one of a kind. Amid the laughter in the live stream comments, Mr. Shen didn't seem the least bit self-conscious. I heard Teacher Wang play yesterday, so I dug this instrument out of my grandfather's trunk. It sounded similar, but I guess they're actually different. The trumpet is a brass instrument, while the suona is a woodwind. There's a big difference. Wang Shifeng explained thoughtfully, then asked. Well, neither of them really sounds like something from this world, Mr. Shen laughed. Are you planning to share a performance on that instrument, Mr. Shen? Wang Shifeng asked, his expression unflinching despite feeling slightly offended. No, I actually have some other questions I'd like to ask you, Teacher Wang, Mr. Shen hurriedly said. The long holiday is coming up soon, and my mom wants to drag me back to our hometown to visit relatives. But I'm a bit afraid of those unfamiliar relatives asking me all sorts of questions. Mainly, I'm not doing too well right now, and, well, people always care about saving face. I was wondering if you had any good advice on how to handle this. Wang Shifeng understood immediately. Mr. Shen was likely worried that some distant relatives he barely knew would look down on him back home. Most of these relatives only suddenly appear during major holidays, then chatter away about other people's private lives and even compare and compete with one another. While this is human nature, it can indeed be quite a headache. Mr. Shen, I think there's a problem everyone faces after all. We still live in a society where personal relationships matter, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. The worst part is those relatives whose names I can't even remember. They come up and ask all sorts of questions right away. It's so annoying. If I don't answer, they'll accuse me of being rude. But if I do answer, it's a bit of my pride, Mr. Shen said with an awkward laugh. That's certainly true. Let me think about it, Wang Shifeng said after a moment's pause, turning to Zhang Yuyan. Miss Zhang, do you have this kind of trouble? Zhang Yuyan, suddenly called upon, was taken aback. Me? I guess I had that when I was little, mostly talking about my grades or showing off my talents. It happened less often as I got older. So how did you handle it as an adult, Miss Zhang? Wang Shifeng asked. Well, as I grew up, the older relatives who used to be concerned about these things got older themselves. Either they grew old or passed away, so no one asked me about it anymore, Zhang Yuyan said with a sincere smile. After growing up, all those nosy relatives from her childhood had passed away. Oh my! Yet it felt as if a chilling breeze had swept through the live stream. Although this answer was somewhat unexpected, there wasn't really anything wrong with it. Yet for some reason, when you piece together the context, it seemed a bit eerie. It seems Miss Zhang doesn't have many relatives, Wang Shifeng chuckled dryly. Cases like Miss Zhang's are rare. Most families have plenty of relatives, so this question comes up pretty much every year. I have 2 sets of responses to share with you all. Let's see if they're helpful. Go ahead, Mr. Wang. I'm already taking notes, Mr. Shen said excitedly. For most relatives, the purpose of asking these questions, aside from idle, awkward small talk, might involve some non-malicious comparison. It mainly focuses on 3 areas: academic performance during school years, career and income after starting work, and marriage as one gets older. Wang Shifeng smiled. There's no need to dwell on the school years, you won't have much say in that anyway. So true? As soon as he finished speaking, the commenters instantly related to it. It's true during our school days. No matter how good or bad our grades were, we were the center of attention yet felt completely invisible, left to be judged by others. Let's focus on the issues of income and career after entering the workforce, Wang Shifeng continued. When it comes to income, don't give a specific figure and don't say too much. Choose an average, for example, an annual salary of 80,000 to 90,000. It's not a lot, but it's not bad either. The average annual income in Xiaoguo is just over 60,000, so this range is just right. Teacher Wang, why not say a little more? They can't verify it anyway, Mr. Shen asked doubtfully. Actually, even if you said you make $1 million a year, they wouldn't really think any higher of you. Plus, if you exaggerate, you'll have to be prepared for people asking to borrow money, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Face is certainly important, but only you know how things really are. Oh, I get it, Mr. Shen realized with a sudden flash of understanding. The rest comes down to your profession. Generally, people categorize professions into 3 tiers. The best are those with permanent government positions, followed by business owners, and lastly, regular employees, Wang Shifeng said. A government position is the ultimate goal, right? Right? I get it, but I really can't pass the exam, Mr. Shen chimed in. That's why we need to focus on how we describe your profession. What do you do, Mr. Shen? Wang Shifeng asked politely. I'm a security guard, Mr. Shen said, looking a bit shy. Then you can say you're a regional security systems inspector, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. What kind of job is that? Why does it sound so intimidating? The audience was momentarily taken aback, but Wang Shifeng quickly continued. If you're a security guard in a residential complex, that makes you an inspector overseeing at least 10,000 people. If you're a corporate security guard, you're managing at least 1,000 people. When you put it that way, your relatives definitely won't dare to ask any more questions. They'll be afraid of getting in over their heads. Plus, back in your hometown, strange legends about your job will start circulating, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. I've learned something here. As long as my description is outlandish enough, my relatives won't dare say another word. Outlandish? I think it makes perfect sense. As it happens, I'm a residential complex security guard too, and suddenly I feel the weight of responsibility on my shoulders has grown significantly. Ha ha ha, that's the power of knowledge, I've got it. What if I'm unemployed? The guy above suggested finding a job. Even tightening screws in a factory would work. Teacher Wang, I'm a bricklayer. Any cool ways to introduce myself? The comment thread was instantly sparked with curiosity. After all, this was incredibly practical, even more so than pickup lines. It felt like if they learned this, they could totally impress their relatives when they went home for the new year. Brothers who lay bricks can say they're researchers in the spatial transmission of acid, alkali, and high-temperature resistant curing materials, Wang Shifeng said with a laugh. What kind of researcher? How on earth does a bricklayer get linked to a researcher? Even though they didn't understand it, they felt that the longer the title, the more impressive it sounded. A viewer asked how a food delivery driver should describe themselves. Zhang Yan began, stepping into her role as a competent co-host. Deliverer of essential substances for human survival. What about a scrap collector? Integrators of the world's ecological resource recycling. Huh? This person is asking about foot massage therapists. Specialists in human peripheral nerve biodrive engineering. What about network administrators? Chief financial officer of the shared computer network. What about the unemployed? Social environment adaptation experience specialist. What about delivery drivers? Dream fulfiller, the object countless young women's daydreams. The two traded questions and answers addressing the various professions mentioned in the live chat. Although the audience had no idea what Wang Shifeng was talking about, it didn't stop them from loving to learn. That last one, he said he's a stock trader, the kind who loses money. Zhang Yuyan was also dumbfounded as she spotted a peculiar entry in the comment stream. I suppose I could say I'm in the real economy and a part-time shareholder in dozens of publicly traded companies, Wang Shifeng said after a moment's thought. In an instant, he transformed a stock investor on the verge of jumping off a building into a member of the social elite. What a show. Looking at the screen filled with admiring comments, Wang Shifeng waved his hand modestly. These are just the basics. Please don't laugh at me. But what if you run into someone who really probes you? Zhang Yuyan suddenly asked. Having been in this line of work for so long, I've picked up some industry jargon. Just throw out a couple of random phrases. If they can't keep up, they'll either shut up or change the subject. After all, they're not striking up a conversation with you to listen to you speak, but to get you to listen to them. So guys, remember this. Be confident. As long as we're not the ones feeling awkward, it's the other person who will be the one feeling awkward, Wang Shifeng said earnestly. Teacher Wang, I've got that down. I know how to keep the conversation going. But what about other questions? Mr. Shen pressed further. Well then, Mr. Shen, let's do a role play. You'll play the relative asking the questions and I'll answer them, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. All right, Mr. Wang, I'm ready to go. Mr. Shen cleared his throat. Mr. Wang, it's been a few years since you graduated. Have you been dating anyone? I was in a relationship back then, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. The audience was confused once again. That answer didn't answer the question at all. What? Did I say something wrong? Wang Shifeng looked completely innocent. Well, you're not wrong, but this answer feels a bit, Mr. Shen said hesitantly. It feels like nonsense, right? Wang Shifeng curved the corners of his mouth. That's right, it is nonsense because the question you just asked isn't much different from nonsense either. When did I date? Did I date or not? What's the point of asking this? Is it to help me? Then how exactly do you plan to help? If you can't help, isn't that just empty talk? Don't talk about caring about me. If you really cared, you wouldn't have asked that question in the first place. Actually, when relatives ask these kinds of questions, it's just to break the awkward silence with small talk. So when we respond with small talk, it's not only polite, but it also helps ease the awkwardness. After Wang Shifeng's explanation, everyone felt even more like they sort of understood, but not quite. However, they suddenly realized that the questions relatives had asked in the past were indeed just small talk meant to fill the silence. We get it, Teacher Wang is telling us. Only small talk can defeat small talk. That's the essence of it. Mr. Shen, please go ahead with your questions, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Ah, sure, Mr. Shen said, smacking his lips. You've been working for so long, are you planning to buy a house? I'm already planning to buy one. That's exactly why I've been working for so long, Wang Shifeng replied with a smile. Ah, ahem, my son has already bought 2 apartments. Mr. Shen was momentarily taken aback, then decided to go in for the kill. Oh, he bought both of them himself? Wang Shifeng feigned surprise. Yes, isn't that impressive? Mr. Shen went along with it. Impressive indeed. Buying 2 homes is like having one more than just one, isn't it? Wang Shifeng said with a twinkle in his eye. Are you trying to do math problems with me here? That sounds like something a normal person would say, but why does it feel so off? Are you insulting me? I heard you're single right now. Why haven't you found a girlfriend yet? Mr. Shen seemed to take a breather. Yeah, I'm single, no girlfriend. Most of the guys who want a girlfriend already have one, Wang Shifeng nodded with a smile. You young people these days are just too much of homebodies. If you stay home all day, where are you supposed to find a girlfriend? Mr. Shen's voice sounded a bit stiff. That's right, if I'm cooped up at home, there's no way I can go out. If I went out, I wouldn't be cooped up at home anymore, Wang Shifeng chuckled. Mr. Shen was at a loss for words, feeling his blood pressure gradually rise. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream were laughing so hard they were nearly doubled over. It had to be said that every one of Wang Shifeng's answers was both enthusiastic and polite. Each one was laced with soul-crushing sarcasm and scorn. Mr. Shen opened his mouth several times, but each time he hesitated and held back. Even though it was just an act, he felt like his mental state was crumbling. Mr. Shen, are you losing it? Wang Shifeng asked with a smile. Teacher Wang, how do you manage to make every awkward question even more awkward? Mr. Shen asked, looking somewhat bewildered. Because I don't care about your embarrassment, Wang Shifeng said softly. Instantly, it struck many viewers in the livestream like a bolt from the blue, bringing sudden clarity. That's right, when people ask these questions, they don't seem to consider whether you'll feel embarrassed. When they ask them, they're probably only thinking about themselves. They don't care about your embarrassment. So you too don't need to care about them. In an instant, the viewers in the livestream no longer feared going home for the holidays. Some were even eager to give it a try. Damn. I can't wait to go back right now and go head-to-head with my relatives. Watch me use magic to defeat magic. Watching the comment stream bounce all over the place, Zhang Yuyan could feel the viewers' excitement and enthusiasm even through the screen. She was deeply moved not because of her popularity. At the height of her career, her popularity and viewership weren't any worse than Wang Shifeng's. But she could clearly sense the difference here. In Wang Shifeng's livestream, she could see the viewers' sincere expressions and confessions. Even the insults didn't seem quite so vicious. All of this stemmed from Wang Shifeng's ability to connect with his audience. But while both involved catering to the audience, Zhang Yuanyun felt that her previous approach had been superficial. Her content, whether sweet nothings or emotional analysis, seemed to solve problems for viewers on the surface, but in reality it offered no real substantive help. She knew that kind of pandering was called the pacifier effect. The reason she didn't want to stay at Tianyu Media was precisely because she refused to become a pacifier. Such a life was meaningless. Yet in Wang Shifeng's livestream, though he also caters to his audience, his approach resonates deeply, offering viewers help right at the root of their problems. Usually, this kind of behavior, where honest advice is hard to swallow and bitter medicine is hard to take, easily provokes viewers' resentment. But what was most remarkable about Wang Shifeng was his ability to turn harsh truths into sweet words. He could coat even the most bitter medicine with a lethal dose of sugar, allowing viewers to accept certain things without even realizing it. Moreover, he possesses a magical charm, a charm capable of bringing about change. He really is an interesting person. Zhang Yuanyun stared at Wang Shifeng, her mind drifting slightly. Mr. Shen, do you think these two methods could help you resolve some of your worries? Wang Shifeng paid no heed to the stares around him and continued to lead the discussion. Ah, yes. Mr. Shen seemed to still be slipping in and out of character. Mr. Wang, if I follow this script, won't there be anyone left to talk to when I go back to my hometown? Do you really want to chat with your relatives back home, Mr. Shen? Wang Shifeng asked, looking puzzled. Oh, you're right. Mr. Shen realized with a sudden flash of insight, letting out a couple of odd, chuckle-like laughs. So this was actually a one-time foolproof move. But if I do that, maybe a lot of my relatives will gossip behind my back, Zhang Yuan suddenly interjected. What they say has nothing to do with what you've actually done. If they're determined to talk about you, they can come up with a dozen different versions in a single day, Wang Shifeng said with a dismissive smile. Besides, you can't spend your whole life worrying about what others say. Let me tell you a story. Hearing that Wang Shifeng was about to tell another story, everyone perked up. I have a friend who grew up in the countryside. His father brought him to the city. The family had only one donkey. My friend was riding the donkey while his father led it. As they left the village, they ran into a fellow villager who told my friend he was inconsiderate and unfilial. How dare he ride the donkey while making his father walk? Ashamed, my friend quickly let his father ride the donkey while he led it. But halfway there, they ran into another villager who, seeing the situation, said his father was inconsiderate for making the child walk in such hot weather. So his father quickly had my friend get back on the donkey, and the two of them rode together. Before they even reached the city, they ran into yet another villager who accused them of mistreating the donkey. My friend and his father quickly dismounted, deciding the donkey was no longer fit to ride, and continued on foot, leading it by the reins. Just as they were about to reach the city gate, they ran into yet another fellow villager, who mocked the two of them as cute little guys for walking when they had a donkey to ride. My friend had a fiery temper, so in a fit of anger, he and his father carried the donkey on their backs into the city and soon became famous throughout the town. When Wang Shifeng finished speaking, the audience nearly burst out laughing. The story isn't complicated, and everyone could understand the underlying message, but the ending was completely unexpected, carrying the donkey into town in a fit of anger. Is that something a normal person would do? That's exactly the kind of thing Wang Shifeng's friend would do. But as the latter died down, the audience began to reflect on it. After all, they were driven to carry the donkey into town by their fellow villagers. Many people instantly gained a deep appreciation for the saying, "The power of gossip is formidable." I understand what you mean, Teacher Wang. When someone wants to gossip about you, no matter what you do or don't do, they'll find a way to spread rumors. I've learned a lot, Mr. Shen remarked. The comment stream once again filled the screen with "I've learned my lesson." Wang Shifeng, however, shook his head slightly and smiled. Actually, that's not quite it. What I really want to tell everyone is, don't ride donkeys unless you have to. If they hadn't ridden donkeys, none of this would have happened. What's wrong with me riding my own donkey? Wait, I don't even have a donkey to ride. The audience was so furious they lost their heads. Is that even fair? You're all heading into town and your fellow villagers are all walking. Since you're riding donkeys, people are naturally going to gossip. Human nature has always been like this. It's not scarcity that people fear, but inequality. If you have something I don't, I feel uncomfortable, that's all there is to it, Wang Shifeng explained with a smile. But the donkey is mine, Mr. Shen said somewhat resentfully. People have their own mouths. If you can't control others, you'll just have to control yourself, Wang Shifeng said with a laugh. Silence. Now everyone seemed to understand the donkey Wang Shifeng was referring to wasn't just a donkey. What happened to that friend of yours later? Zhang Yuyan suddenly asked, her line of inquiry rather odd. When he grew up, to avoid people's gossip, he stopped riding the donkey and bought a BMW. That way, no one could point and whisper in his face, they'd only see his taillights, Wang Shifeng said with a laugh. Wow, this actually turned out to be a little inspirational story. So as long as you have money, you won't have to listen to people gossiping about you, right? But come to think of it, the wealthy relatives back home rarely seem to be bothered by these kinds of issues. That really hits home. I get what you're saying, Mr. Wang. Money gives you the courage of a hero, Mr. Shen said with a self-deprecating, wry smile. Who isn't gossiped about behind their back? Who doesn't gossip about others to their face? If you don't believe me, just look at the wine at a banquet. Every cup is first raised to the wealthy. Wang Shifeng spoke with a smile and a clear, cheerful tone. That being said, let's all take a moment for self-reflection. Haven't any of you ever discussed others, whether in public or in private? There's no need to see yourselves as victims. We're all ordinary people, and who among us is without fault? Hearing Wang Shifeng's words, the audience even felt a twinge of shame. That's right, who hasn't gossiped or spread rumors at some point? Thinking about it that way, they actually began to understand a little. Who has Teacher Wang ever gossiped about? Zhang Yuyan asked, her eyes crinkling with a smile. This instantly piqued the audience's curiosity. That's right, Teacher Wang is only human after all. Don't let my friendly smile in the live stream fool you in reality. Wang Shifeng deliberately paused for a moment. Behind the scenes, I actually think every single one of you brothers and sisters in the live stream has a grace as delicate as orchids, talents as exquisite as immortals, and a charm that's truly peerless. You're not only beautiful on the outside, but kind-hearted on the inside, with noble aspirations, impeccable character, humble and courteous demeanor, gentle and polite manners, a dignified bearing, graceful elegance, and a charming, dashing presence. The audience's live chat was set ablaze by this unexpected twist. Oh my, I'm actually a little embarrassed to be praised by Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang really is an honest, down-to-earth young man. He's got a huge heart. Even though I know Teacher Wang is just teasing us, I'll take it in stride. Confidence, it's that simple. Seriously, when it comes to talent, there are 8 Du in the world. Teacher Wang and I together make up 1 Shay, and the rest of you are 2 Du in the red. The person above is really shameless. Let's be honest, I admit that Teacher Wang's good looks are a threat to me. The comment stream instantly erupted with merriment. Zhang Yuyan was a bit dumbfounded, not because she'd been caught off guard by Wang Shifeng's unexpected turn of events, but because she was amazed. So there are actually this many words in Chinese to compliment someone? Alright, enough with the compliments. If I keep praising you'll start getting a big head, Wang Shifeng said with a laugh, waving his hand. Teacher Wang, do you think everyone goes through the same kind of troubles I'm facing? Mr. Shen suddenly asked. At least many of our viewers here aren't strangers to the kind of worries you're facing, Wang Shifeng said with a gentle smile. At every stage of life, there are worries specific to that age without exception. And the worries of each stage will be there, quietly waiting for you, never failing to appear. So worries are a normal part of life. Hearing that everyone has worries makes me feel much better. Thank you, Teacher Wang, for your words of comfort, Mr. Shen said with a smile. A stream of colorfuls floats across the screen. We treat you like family, but you treat us like servants? It's my pleasure. Do you have any other questions, Mr. Shen? Wang Shifeng said with a smile. I didn't have any at first, but now that you mention it, at my age, I do have a new problem. It's time to start dating, Mr. Shen said, suddenly looking a bit shy. Are you, like Brother A long before you, looking to go on a blind date? Wang Shifeng asked. Not exactly. I'm still young and my family isn't pressuring me to get married. It's just that I personally feel a bit lonely, Mr. Shen said with a subtle smile. Teacher Wang, you know girls so well, what kind of guys do you think they like? So he's thinking about women and he's lonely too. Tft. That's a pretty big question, but let me make one thing clear. I really don't know much about girls. I just have a lot of friends, so I've picked up a few things by osmosis, Wang Shifeng emphasized. The comment section immediately erupted with jeers. Drunk people never admit they're drunk, those in the know get it. As a woman, Miss Zhang should have more to say on this matter, Wang Shifeng said, ignoring the commotion and shifting the focus of the question. At that moment, everyone in the livestream turned their attention to Zhang Yuyan. Right, there's a woman in the livestream too. Strange, why hadn't I really noticed her before? Zhang Yuyan furrowed her brow, lost in thought. Is it that hard to answer? Has Miss Zhang never had a crush on a guy? Wang Shifeng waited a moment before asking. Zhang Yuyan gave an awkward laugh. Is she that self-conscious about her image as an idol? Wang Shifeng wondered for a moment. But he had actually hit the nail on the head. Zhang Yuan really had never had a crush on a guy, so from her perspective this question was quite difficult to answer. However, having worked as a relationship host for so many years, Zhang Yuan quickly recalled similar things she'd said in the past and replied, actually, girls are more emotional creatures. Compared to looks and material conditions, they place more importance on feelings. After she finished speaking, the entire audience fell silent for a moment. That was way too much of a feel-good speech. Wang Shifeng also looked at Zhang Yuyan with a strange expression and slowly said, Miss Zhang, could you please check your conscience while you're saying that? Alright, Zhang Yuyan shrugged. For most girls, attraction starts with looks. Exactly, that's what a person should say, Wang Shifeng chuckled. Zhang Yaoyan glared at Wang Shifeng. Go ahead and insult me some more. Actually, regardless of gender, humans instinctively feel attracted to beautiful things, which is why physical appearance plays such a significant role in romantic relationships, Wang Shifeng said slowly. However, compared to terms like physical appearance or financial status, I'd rather use the word excellence to sum up the core of romantic relationships. Excellence. Many people silently repeated those two words, savoring their meaning. Mr. Shen asked what girls like. That's an easy question to answer. They like outstanding people. Appearance, personality, and talents all become points of attraction for them, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Another pickup line? So rather than wondering what girls like, you'd be better off thinking about how to become a better person, Wang Shifeng said in a solemn tone. But Teacher Wang, isn't there a single girl willing to help me become outstanding? Mr. Shen asked, posing the ultimate question. That single sentence left Wang Shifeng speechless. The atmosphere grew a bit awkward for a moment, but the commenters were laughing their heads off because the video clearly showed the series of subfacial expressions Wang Shifeng made as he hesitated to speak. Aha, so this is what Teacher Wang looks like when he's completely speechless. Ahaha, just seeing Teacher Wang's expression like this makes today's live stream worth every penny. Total win. Even though I feel bad for Teacher Wang, he's really handsome. Oops, I mean hilarious. This Mr. Shen really is something else. He sank Teacher Wang with just one line. I don't think I've ever been so speechless in my whole life. Although there's nothing wrong with Mr. Shen's question, the way he asked it was problematic. Does anyone know what question I'm talking about? No talking points allowed in the live chat. Look at Teacher Wang's lip movements, isn't he cursing? Seeing the teasing comments in the live chat, Mr. Shen seemed to realize something. His question was indeed a bit tricky. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Teacher Wang, what I meant was, suppose I want to attract a girl. How should I show her how great I am? Oh, I'll have to think about that one, Wang Shifeng said with a long sigh. To be honest, Shen's question just now was really hard to answer. Is there a girl out there willing to grow alongside you and become better together? How dare you ask such a predatory question? Don't you have any sense of propriety? How to demonstrate excellence, that's actually quite a complex matter, Wang Shifeng mused for a moment before laughing. Here's what I'll do. I'll first tell you about a strategy one of my friends uses to demonstrate excellence. It's a pretty straightforward approach, one that makes things crystal clear. Sure, Mr. Shen replied eagerly. This method works best through text chat because it's so straightforward. Wang Shifeng began typing on the public chat screen. This is generally how he chats with girls. Hi, beautiful. I changed my number, make sure to save it. iPhone 13 Pro Max 1TB Deep Blue. As they read the text in the comment stream, the 2 million viewers in the live stream fell silent. Is this really how a carbon-based life form shows off his skills? Straight up fishing? Just going for it? The reincarnation of Zhang Taigong. Damn. What does showing off mean? It's about showcasing what makes you unique in the simplest, most direct way possible. That's all there is to it. I got a new phone, not that it proves I'm exceptional. But by showing off the model number, I'm letting you know. At the very least, that's a great way to do it. Don't worry about whether I'm showing off my wealth, just tell me if it's a show-off or not. Judging by the screen full of cheerful comments, at least the audience was impressed. This proves that this approach works perfectly. Dear viewers, isn't this little trick pretty straightforward? Wang Shifeng asked with a smile. It's straightforward, yes, but isn't it a bit too calculated? Mr. Shen said, stifling a laugh on the other end of the line. As long as the goal is achieved, the process doesn't matter, Wang Shifeng chuckled. I see many viewers in the comments saying this method reeks of showing off, but if you think about it carefully, what impression will the recipient have of you when they receive this message? Miss Zhang, what do you think? Well, I probably wouldn't think he's impressive. Instead, I'd think he might be very bright, Zhang Yuyan said, biting her lip and giving a candid answer. That's exactly right. Wang Shifeng wasn't surprised. Instead, he broke into a sad smile. That's exactly right? What's right about that? Wasn't the point to show how outstanding he is, not to make him look like an idiot? The audience was thoroughly baffled. Who wouldn't want to be friends with someone who's not all there but can still afford an iPhone 13 Pro Max TB in deep blue? The mocking comments in the live chat came to an abrupt halt. Yeah, who wouldn't want to be friends with a rich, clueless goofball? So that was the real goal all along. That really was like a knife to the butt. It was an eye-opener. Teacher Wang, is being dumb a form of excellence? Mr. Shen was at a loss for words, feeling as though Wang Shifeng was actually insulting him. Do you know what the hardest part of human interaction is? Wang Shifeng asked. A flurry of answers began to appear in the comment stream. Some said social class, others status, and still others mentioned looks or intelligence. Actually, the hardest part lies in people's guardedness, Wang Shifeng smiled. No one feels particularly guarded around someone who's dumber than they are. Think about it. In your circle of friends, the person who's most popular isn't necessarily the most outstanding one, but they're definitely the one who's a little silly and a little knave. Everyone instinctively thought back. Whoa. It really seemed to be true the people they got along with best were generally the ones who weren't too calculating, acted a bit silly, and were the type to get taken advantage of. That's because the human brain has limited capacity for receiving and processing information. Receiving the same kind of information repeatedly causes fatigue, while receiving complex information triggers resistance. Only when processing simpler information does the brain enter a relaxed state, Wang Shifeng explained. So when you're with someone dumber than you, your guard is down the most, and that's when you're most receptive to what they have to say. This actually sparks a desire to communicate. As long as there's a chance for interaction, there's an opportunity. So being dumb is actually a subtle form of excellence. The audience in the comment section pondered this for a moment and found it surprisingly reasonable. Got it. I'm not dumb, I'm just subtly outstanding. From a resident of Pengcheng Bay, No wonder Teacher Wang is so eager to chat with us. It turns out we're the exceptional ones. Location Lane 28, Huayuan Shikyo Road, Pudongnu area, Shanghai. I used to feel inferior because my friends called me a dumb deer, but after Teacher Wang's analysis today, it turns out they're the ones who should feel inferior. From a resident of Cao County. I remember this concept. Isn't it called great wisdom appears as foolishness? From the organ donation department at the Second Medical Center. I've tested this myself and it works. Teacher Wang told me to hey twice before speaking to make others think I'm not very bright. After using this a few times in the office, my coworkers really have become much friendlier toward me, and no one dares to give me a hard time anymore. Bro, is there a chance you might actually not be very bright? What Teacher Wang means is that to showcase excellence, you must first appear weak to your opponent, lowering their guard and facilitating communication. Mr. Shen seemed to have figured it out. Yes, that way the other person won't have high expectations of you. As long as you do something slightly impressive, the effect will be amplified. Wang Shifeng nodded with a smile. If you really have a 1 TB Yuan Feng Deep Blue Edition, it'll work even better. I'll do my best, Mr. Shen said with an awkward laugh. So what else should I showcase later? After that, you just showcase some superficial qualities like your physique, looks, abs, or educational background. Wang Shifeng rubbed his brow, surprised that Mr. Shen was asking such detailed questions. It seemed he really had been lonely for too long. Well, I don't think I have any of those, Mr. Shen said, looking a bit troubled. If I may ask, how tall are you, Mr. Shen? Wang Shifeng inquired. I'm 178, Mr. Shen's voice sounded a bit shaky. That's actually quite good. The average for men in our country is only 169. At 178, you're already doing very well. Wang Shifeng first offered a smile of encouragement, then changed the subject. But you know, most guys pad their height a bit when they report it. Those who say they're 170 are almost never actually 170 because once a guy is over 170, he'll round up to at least 175. As for guys over 180, they don't exaggerate, but they'll emphasize that height endlessly as if they'd want 180 plus engraved on their urn even on their deathbed. The comment section immediately erupted with heated arguments. Defamation! Teacher Wang is slandering us. Actually, it's okay to report your height this way. I'll teach you a little trick so you don't have to worry about the woman questioning your real height when you meet, Wang Shifeng said with a dismissive smile. For example, Mr. Shen, you're 178. Ahem. Teacher Wang, I really am 178. Mr. Shen cleared his throat and emphasized. Alright, I'll count you as 178, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. What do you mean? I'll count you as 178. Mr. Shen felt slightly offended. If a girl meets you and thinks you're not 178, just tell her, look, my actual height is 173. Wearing shoes brings me to 175, that's not too much, right? With my hair a bit tousled, I'm 178. See how honest I am by saying 178. If I were dishonest and rounded up to 180, you couldn't even find fault with that, Wang Shifeng said with a chuckle. Can't find fault with that? Can you find fault with that? Mr. Shen, who had been feeling a little guilty, suddenly saw the light after hearing this. That's right, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. He ignored the heckling and teasing in the live chat. Teacher Wang, there's absolutely nothing wrong with what you said. Mr. Shen suddenly felt like he really was a confident, handsome guy who was 178 tall. See, that's exactly what makes you stand out, Wang Shifeng smiled. If you go over the conversation techniques I introduced earlier, you might just find the right partner. Teacher Wang, I'm a bit shy. Is there any way to get girls to start a conversation with me? Mr. Shen asked, looking a little embarrassed again. First you wanted girls to help you become a better person, and now you want them to take the initiative to chat with you. If you were that attractive, would you even be in my live stream? Bro, did you come here just to give me a hard time? Don't you think that's a bit much? Once again, Wang Shifeng was left speechless. The viewers in the chat found Mr. Shen's request outrageous, but when they saw Wang Shifeng's expression, they got excited all over again. It's such a rare treat to see Teacher Wang get put in his place twice in one live stream. Although Mr. Shen's question was a bit out of line, the result was definitely hilarious. Amid a screen full of ha comments, Wang Shifeng took a deep breath. Mr. Shen, I understand your desire to find a partner, but when it comes to matters like this, I can only offer some methods and techniques. Whether you can actually put them into practice depends on you. I get what you mean, Teacher Wang. I really don't know how to start a conversation with girls. I have absolutely nothing to talk about, so I was wondering if there's a way to get girls to take the initiative and start a conversation with me. Mr. Shen asked shyly. What do they see in you anyway? Mr. Shen, if girls were really coming up with topics to chat with you, you probably wouldn't be short on girlfriends. Zhang Yayan interjected at just the right moment, taking some of the pressure off Wang Shifeng. In an instant, the live stream's attention shifted Zhang Yan. Oh really? Is this a loyal dog protecting its master? The chat began to buzz with all sorts of teasing and sarcastic comments, making Zhang Yuan feel a bit uncomfortable. Miss Zhang, what you said makes sense, but it's inappropriate. It might hurt Mr. Shen's shy feelings, Wang Shifeng said, feigning a stern tone. Zhang Yuan gritted her teeth and shot Wang Shifeng a fierce glare. Wow, I'm sticking up for you and you're turning the tables on me? It's okay. What Miss Zhang said is indeed true. Despite being called out, Mr. Shen remained a true gentleman. Actually, Mr. Shen, you already possess this talent, you just haven't realized it yet, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Do I have that kind of talent? How come I haven't noticed it? Not only was Mr. Shen taken aback by Wang Shifeng's remark, but the audience was also baffled. Look, just a moment ago, Miss Zhang took the initiative to strike up a conversation with you, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Zhang Yayan's mouth twitched slightly as she shot Wang Shifeng a sidelong glance. Don't you know the difference between striking up a conversation and stepping in to help? Huh? Really? Could it be that Miss Zhang is interested in me? Mr. Shen's voice was brimming with sheer delight. Before Zhang Yuyan and Wang Shifeng could even react, the viewers in the live chat were up in arms. Get lost, bro. Confidence is great, but setting people up is a crime. If you can't hold your liquor, go over to the kids' table. You wouldn't get this drunk just from eating some peanuts and munching on a few nuts, would you? Make way, guys. I've got a full bladder. I'm gonna wake him up. Brothers with diabetes, step aside. Don't let him get a taste of the sweet stuff. I'll go first. I've got uremia. Can I give you half of my self-doubt, please? I'm just speechless. Mr. Shen, see, I told you had a knack for this, Wang Shifeng said, unable to resist teasing him as he looked at the screen filled with crimson comments. Ha, I was just joking. Everyone, don't take it so seriously, Mr. Shen said with an awkward, sheepish laugh. Actually, Mr. Shen's approach really did spark everyone's desire to open up, didn't it? Wang Shifeng spoke up to ease the awkwardness. To get people interested in chatting with you, you need to bring up a topic that makes them want to open up. I can give you a few examples here. I collected them from my friend's social media accounts. Wang Shifeng's friend made an appearance. That meant there was definitely some valuable insight to be had. The commenters stopped attacking Mr. Shen and scrambled to grab their notebooks to take notes. Whether it's by showcasing your strengths or through other methods, as long as you can capture the target's attention, that's the ultimate goal of striking up a conversation, the so-called topic. This topic is quite broad. It could be a shared interest, an emotional connection, or a shared set of values. The simplest and most effective approach is emotional resonance. My friend is a master at evoking emotional resonance. His moments posts almost always get lots of likes and comments, and it's not limited to positive reactions. He even gets some harsh criticism. A subtle smile played on Wang Shifeng's lips. For example, when it comes to content about finding a partner, he'll post, I've already started scrolling through my moments. Anyone who wants to catch my attention can start posting updates. Hi everyone, I'm starting a business. Could you ask the pretty girls around you to scan my QR code and support my quest for love? Whether it's getting trolled, being the fall guy, or just being a backup option, I just can't stand this single life for even one more day. Duckhead, you've been on my friends list for so long and haven't even messaged me. Have you been pickled? Reasons you should date me. 1. I'm ugly, so no one will compete with you. 2. You'll look better next to me. 3. I love Ultraman. 4. Please, I'm begging you. Why? So what if I've dated 6 people? Is that a lot? You're making a big deal out of nothing. It's not like we're living in feudal times. Even if I dated 100, that's my business. What right do you have to criticize me? Sorry, I just copied that. I haven't dated a single person myself. The viewers in the live stream watched the messages pop up on the chat screen, frantically jotting them down while laughing. What kind of ridiculous friends does Teacher Wang have? You can all see that these messages have a clear purpose, but they don't come across as pushy. Instead, they're actually funny. Content like this is bound to catch some people's attention, and as long as someone replies, there's a 60% chance they're already interested in you, Wang Shifeng said slowly. This kind of content is like Zhang Taegong fishing. You just wait for those who are willing to take the bait, Zhang Yuyan said, propping her chin in her hand. Pretty much. Compared to blunt mating calls, the advantage of this kind of content is that even if you don't catch a fish, you won't be ridiculed, Wang Shifeng said with a laugh. Mr. Wang, I feel like these posts really resonate with me. It's as if they were written just for me. Mr. Shen's voice came through, sounding somewhat excited. Wang Shifeng gave a polite smile. Mr. Shen, that confidence of yours is your greatest asset when it comes to attracting the opposite sex. It's working, Mr. Shen suddenly exclaimed. What worked? Wang Shifeng paused, puzzled. I just copied and pasted 2 of them to my moments and sure enough, someone liked them? Wait, it looks like it's my dad. He said if I let someone else take the fall for me, he'd break my legs. Mr. Shen's voice grew quieter as he spoke. You're really quick. Is this what a confident, good-looking guy looks like? Wang Shifeng paused for a moment, then rubbed his forehead. Just a friendly reminder to everyone. When you post stuff like this on Moments, remember to block your parents, or it'll lead to a lot of misunderstandings and awkwardness. At that moment, many proactive viewers in the live stream comments started sending their congratulations. Teacher Wang, you're amazing. Just a few words and you've brought my WeChat moments which never used to get any likes back to life. It really worked, but why are all the people liking and commenting on my post men? Bro above, take a moment to reflect. Don't you have hardly any women in your moments? Hahaha, these flirty comments are killing me. I'd never dare post this on my own moments. I have some dignity. I'm going to try this on my boyfriend's account, that way I'll find out just how many flirts are in his moments. Holy crap, Teacher Wang, you're not just helping out the single folks here. Haha, ever since I followed Teacher Wang, I've had no shortage of women calling me out. Wang Shifeng was chatting casually with the live chat. Suddenly, Mr. Shen on the other end of the call let out a gasp, and then his voice trembled with excitement as he said, Teacher Wang, a girl just sent me a private message. You actually have women in your moments? A thought flashed through Wang Shifeng's mind, but he immediately realized that wasn't quite right. He replied enthusiastically, that just goes to show that Mr. Shen really is charming. Would you mind sharing what she said to you? She asked me, is it just you who's looking for a girlfriend? Mr. Shen's voice could no longer contain his excitement. Because Mr. Shen was so worked up, Wang Shifeng couldn't tell whether the girl's remark was a genuine question or jab. However, adopting a benevolent attitude, he decided to take it in the best possible light. Oh, that's great. It means she might actually have feelings for you, Wang Shifeng said, offering his sincere congratulations. The viewers in the live stream chat also began offering their well wishes, each with their own ulterior motives. But I just replied once and she blocked me. What's going on? After a moment, Mr. Shen's confused voice rang out again. It's only been a dozen or so seconds, barely enough time for a couple of exchanges, and she's already blocked me. That was way too fast. Mr. Shen, what did you do? Wang Shifeng asked curiously. I just replied with one sentence. Mr. Shen said innocently. What could he have said that was so powerful? Wang Shifeng was already starting to worry whether they'd be able to air this. What'd you reply? Mr. Shen paused for a moment, then said with a trembling voice. Duckhead. That's me in the profile picture. Not happy with it? That's just like you, Mr. Shen. That's the epitome of confidence.
Confidence is without a doubt an excellent virtue. But with anything, too much of a good thing can be bad. If taken to extremes, overconfidence can become a burden, a stumbling block in life. Typically, this behavior follows a basic logic. I'm amazing and I'm incredibly charming. This usually manifests as, you just glanced at me twice, you must like me. You didn't come talk to me because you're shy. You posted a selfie on your moments, you must be trying to get my attention. Moreover, when communicating, their understanding of the meaning behind Chinese words differs from that of ordinary people. They often ignore the other person's attitude. Even though the other person is also typing Chinese characters, it's as if they can't understand Chinese at all. This is a state of mind even more profound than great wisdom masquerading as foolishness, one that ordinary people find difficult to grasp. Wang Shifeng had originally just wanted to encourage Mr. Shen to help him break free from the inferiority complex caused by being hounded by his relatives. But unexpectedly, it awakened something strange within him. What a disaster. The blow came so suddenly that Wang Shifeng hadn't even found the right angle to explain to Mr. Shen the difference between self-confidence and blind self-confidence. Mr. Shen sadly hung up the call. It was as if the wings he had just begun to spread had been ruthlessly snapped off, something he simply couldn't bear. Still, it's for the best, it's safer to have them snapped early than to have them snapped after soaring too high. Perhaps Mr. Shen's communication skills were indeed a bit lacking. I hope everyone can take this as a lesson and be mindful of their attitude when chatting with members of the opposite sex. Wang Shifeng cleared his throat twice. Still, I wish Mr. Shen all the best in finding his soulmate soon and putting an end to his loneliness. Let's hope so, Zhang Yayan said from the side, her mood a mix of emotions. Wang Shifeng shot her a displeased glare. How can a woman like you be so unkind? Alright, I see everyone is still quite interested in the topic of how to showcase one's best qualities to attract the opposite sex. As a young woman, Miss Zhang, why don't you offer some advice from a female perspective? Wang Shifeng wanted to take it easy and passed the topic off to Zhang Yuyan. Me? Zhang Yuyan was taken aback. That's right, as the Princess of Sweet Talk, you've been helping your fans solve their relationship problems for so many years, surely you must have some insights to share, Wang Shifeng asked with a smile. Princess of Sweet Talk. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuyan's expression darkened. She felt as though Wang Shifeng was mocking her for losing to him last time. For a moment, a competitive spirit flared up inside her. In the past, her livestream content had always been planned by her team. Zhang Yuyan herself had never actually shared her own views or insights during a live stream. This made her eager to give it a try. Her beautiful eyes kept darting back and forth between the screen and Wang Shifeng. Wang Shifeng's audience was all guys, and they were learning pickup techniques. My techniques are also aimed at picking up girls. I guess that means we have some overlapping audiences. Instantly, Zhang Yuyan's confidence soared. Maybe she could use this opportunity to break free from those annoying shackles and the persona she'd been forced to maintain. Sure, Zhang Yuyan nodded. Huh? Seeing Zhang Yuyan agree so decisively, Wang Shifeng was a bit surprised. Well then, let's invite Miss Zhang to share her insights with everyone. The live stream's viewership was nearing 3 million, including hundreds of thousands of Zhang Yuyan's own fans, and the chat was quite lively. Well, just like Teacher Wang, I picked up these techniques by osmosis from my friends. Zhang Yuyan began by stating her position up front, regardless of whether her fans believed her or not. I have some girlfriends who are pretty good at flirting. They've got a few little tricks for attracting guys. You can listen and see if there's anything you can learn from them. Even if there isn't, when you encounter these kinds of tactics in the future, you'll be able to tell if someone is trying to flirt with you. Zhang Yuyan put on a serious face and began her introduction in all seriousness. First, just Teacher Wang said, you need to showcase your best qualities. Besides a good figure and a pretty face, there's one more thing girls can highlight. Can anyone guess what it is? Zhang Yuyan asked with a smile. Is there really anything else a woman can showcase besides her figure and face? That was the first thought that crossed the minds of most straight men in the live stream chat. Immediately, comments in the chat stream suggested answers like money, luxury cars, family background, education, and emotional intelligence. Zhang Yuyan shook her head at each one, indicating they were wrong, and finally her red lips parted to utter 2 words. Best friends. Instantly, the live chat went silent for a few seconds. Then the excitement flared up again. This time, the enthusiasm came from the heart. They never would have imagined that the nation's little sister had such a broad perspective that she would actually try to elevate her own image by showcasing her best friend. You have to admit, having a best friend really adds to a girl's appeal. Wang Shifeng's expression changed. He hadn't expected that answer either. He instinctively sat up straight and pricked up his ears. If you're going to talk about this, I won't feel sleepy anymore. Yes, many friends must be curious about why having close female friends has become a way to showcase one's own excellence. Zhang Yuyan said with a faint smile. As everyone knows, there's concept of social circles, the circles you move and determine your standing in the eyes of others. By the same token, if you have a few beautiful and accomplished close female friends, then in the eyes of the opposite sex, you're considered a valuable asset. Wang Shifeng nodded in agreement. That was certainly true. So, if my female friends want to attract a potential partner, they should definitely bring their best friends along. For example, at a dinner party, if you bring your best friend, the effect will be greater than the sum of its parts at the very least. You'll become one of the focal points of conversation. Zhang Yuyan looked at Wang Shifeng as she asked, could I ask Yi to help out? Are there any other guests giving live demonstrations? This live stream is a total win. The viewers in the chat were thrilled and clamored for Wang Shifeng to agree. Sure, Wang Shifeng sent a message to Zhen Yai. Before long, Zhen Yai with cookie crumbs still on the corner of her mouth pushed open the door and walked in. Did President Feng need me? Let me introduce you, this is my agent, Miss Zhen Yi. Wang Shifeng began by briefly introducing her to the audience. Instantly, the comment stream froze. In terms of looks alone, Zhen Yi certainly couldn't compare to Zhang Yuyan, but she had 2 qualities that were even more appealing to men than Zhang Yuyan's, her poise and her figure. Her poise, honed through years of dance training combined with her impressive height, made her stand out from the crowd without a doubt. Paired with those long legs and a fresh, youthful charm, she was incredibly alluring to men. A goddess like Zhang Yuyan inspires awe in men, whereas a girl next door like Zhen Yi does not. Agent, this is clearly the one I've got my eye on. The guy above is seriously shameless. I'm taking Teacher Wang as my brother. Wow, her legs are so long they don't even fit on the screen. Hee hee, I'm in love. If anyone else hired a manager like that, I'd definitely accuse them of having ulterior motives, but since teacher Wang hired her, I'm sure she must be exceptionally professional. I'm applying to be that girl's personal assistant. The comment stream instantly erupted with chatter. Ignoring these online trolls, Wang Shifeng said to Zhen Yi, Miss Zheng needs you to help her perform a skit. Oh sure. How would Miss Zheng like me to help? Zhen Yi nodded decisively. After all, as an art student she had absolutely no idea what stage fright was. Come sit here. Zheng Yuan stood up and pulled Zhen Yi to sit down. Then, as Zhen Yi looked on with a bewildered, innocent expression, Zhang Yuan leaned in, resting her knees on the chair, and whispered something in her ear. The two of them then looked at the camera in unison, one with a bashful smile, the other with a sweet, wide-eyed expression. But when this scene was transmitted from the camera to the audience's eyes, it came across as something entirely different. Two beauties snuggling close, intimate gestures, and a suggestive atmosphere. 2 words were enough to describe it. Stunning. They're looking at me. They must like me. An inexplicable force rose from their loins, shooting straight to their brains. It instantly shattered their rationality. So much so that more than half the comments disappeared, and almost all the remaining ones were from women. Huh? Oh my god, I just realized why my best friend always brings me along to her hangouts. Oh okay, I get it now, but what if I don't have a best friend who's uglier than me? I'm waiting online, this is urgent. The sister above can contact me. It's actually pretty cool to see the national little sister pull off this style. Yum. Ha, is that it? I tried that ages ago, now I'm living happily with my best friend. Wang Shifeng furrowed his brow, his face radiating righteousness. But scenes from the movie The Green Snake flashed through his mind. It was just too powerful. But why did Zheng Yuan seem a little off? Wang Shifeng's gaze fell on Zheng Yuan's hand resting on Zhen Yi's. So, what do you think? Do you suddenly feel the urge to ask us for our contact info? Zheng Yuan asked, looking into the camera. There was no doubt that the live comment viewers were all hooked. This scene will likely become a cherished memory for them for the rest of their lives. What do you think, Teacher Wang? Zheng Yuan asked, looking at the reactions in the live chat with a hint of smugness. Not bad, Wang Shifeng said with a nod. If even Teacher Wang thinks it's good, then it must be really good. Guys, I'm going to lead the charge. Instantly, the live stream erupted with excitement. However, this method is still better suited for girls, because this kind of behavior stimulates a man's curiosity and desire for conquest. While it's effective, the fish you catch definitely won't be good ones, so the ladies in the live stream should use it with caution, Wang Shifeng said critically, furrowing his brow. Zhang Yuan puffed out her cheeks, looking a bit indignant. What kind of fish are we catching? Are we going out for spicy fish tonight? Zhen Yi blinked. Sure. Taken aback by Zhen Yi's somewhat nonsensical remark, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but pinch her cheek, her tone full of affection. Whoa. The 3 million viewers in the livestream felt as if they could see pink bubbles floating out. What on earth is going on? Wang Shifeng fell silent for a moment, then muttered, a straight girl pretending to be a lesbian has turned into a lesbian wife. Many of the straight male viewers in the livestream didn't quite get it, but with so many people watching, there were bound to be a few who caught on, and they quickly explained the meaning of the phrase in the chat. Instantly a whole new world opened. Are you being polite or what? Zheng Yuan glared at Wang Shifeng. Ahem, what I mean is, this little trick can work for guys too. After all, aren't there a lot of girls these days who can't resist little boys? But doing this is a bit unethical, so I don't recommend it. Wang Shifeng hurriedly changed the subject. Zheng Yuan finally snorted lightly. The male viewers in the live stream let their imaginations run wild, picturing themselves taking their buddies to a dinner party, and then... Damn. Where's my knife? Dare to touch her and I'll kill you. But seriously, I don't think any man would object to his wife having a pretty girlfriend, Wang Shifeng muttered suddenly, stroking his chin. Zhang Yuan turned her head slightly and gave Wang Shifeng a strange look. Something's off about you. Wasn't just Zheng Yuan, the audience also felt that Wang Shifeng's words were loaded with meaning. If my wife has a girlfriend, doesn't that mean I'm being cheated on? How could that be? It doesn't matter if she's pretty. I'd take one big stride and run right over there to catch them in the act, okay? But just picturing that scene, why is my nose starting to bleed? Wouldn't that mean the 3 of us would be living together? There'd be a fight, right? Zhen Yi chimed in, looking a bit dazed. Why would that happen? Wang Shifeng smiled faintly. Look, I like your girlfriend, and you like your girlfriend, doesn't that mean we're on the same team? Why would you fight me? Zhen Yi blinked, her delicate brows furrowed. Her intuition told her there was nothing wrong with that statement, but her rational mind made her nod thoughtfully. You're right. Yeah, I guess that's not a bad idea. Some viewers in the livestream chat had an moment. What are you agreeing to? Zhang Yuyan was at a loss for words. It's true, but it's unethical, Wang Shifeng said, rubbing his nose. Miss Zhang, do you have any other methods to share? I'm not fully prepared today. I'll share it with everyone another time when I'm ready, Zhang Yuyan pouted. So, amid the viewers' reluctance expressed in the chat, Shan Yai left the live. Alright, I'll do a special episode another day to share these little tips. Let's take our next call and see what they have to share. Noticing the chat topics were getting increasingly bizarre, Wang Shifeng quickly changed the subject. Hello Teacher Wang and Yuyan, hello, my name is Chu Chu. As soon as the call connected, a girl with an intellectual tone spoke. She sounded very polite right from the start. Hello Miss Chu Chu, is there anything you'd like to share? Wang Shifeng asked with a smile. Well, I've been facing a bit of a challenge lately, and I'd like to ask Teacher Wang for some advice, Miss Chu said somewhat shyly. Not at all, not at all. Go ahead and tell me, I'll see if I can be of any help, Wang Shifeng replied with a laugh. Well, I have a boyfriend I've been with for 7 years. We've been together since our freshman year. In our senior year, he chose to start working while I chose to pursue a master's degree. Now that I'm about to graduate from graduate school, I've suddenly realized that being with him doesn't seem to be the life I want, Miss Chu Chu said in a soft, gentle voice. Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking she was just a shy girl who wanted to break up but didn't know how to bring it up. So a while back, I broke up with him. After going back and forth for a while, we finally decided to part ways amicably, Miss Chu Chu said, her voice choking up slightly, which tugged at the heartstrings of the viewers in the live chat. What a wonderful girl, well-educated, sensible, and full of compassion and loyalty. It sounds like you and your boyfriend were truly in love, Miss Chu Chu. So are you having second thoughts? Or what's going on? Wang Shifeng asked gently. It's not that I regret it, I just feel wronged. I've been with him for so many years, and when we broke up, he actually demanded that I pay him back. I never expected him to be this kind of person, Miss Chu Chu said on the verge of tears. Asking for money after a breakup, and it's the guy asking for it. Instantly, the comment section exploded with outrage, condemning Chu Chu's boyfriend as a scumbag and accusing him of lacking any sense of honor. But Wang Shifeng sensed something was off. Ms. Chu Chu, why would he ask you to pay him back? There must be a reason for this money. It's the tuition and living expenses for my 3 years of graduate school prep. He paid for it all. It came to a little over 80,000 yuan in total, but he did it voluntarily. I never asked him for a single cent. Now that we've broken up, he's actually demanding I pay him back. I feel like I've misjudged him for 7 years, Miss Chu Chu said, her voice choking with emotion. Ms. Chu Chu, please try to compose yourself, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. If I may ask, why did you decide to end the relationship? Because I've been preparing for the graduate school entrance exam for 3 years while he's been working. We no longer have anything in common, and we've spent less and less time together. Plus, I'm about to graduate and move to another city for work, and he won't be able to accompany me, so we had no choice but to break up, Miss Chu Chu said, her voice faltering slightly. Hearing these reasonable explanations, the live stream comments became even more supportive of Miss Chu Chu, harshly condemning the jerk. I think I get it's a very practical reason, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. So Miss Chu Chu, you're saying he shouldn't ask for that tuition money back, right? Well, I suppose so, Chu Chu replied ambiguously. What do you think, Miss Zhang? Wang Shifeng turned to ask. Emotionally speaking, after 7 years together, the man's behavior was indeed a bit inappropriate. But logically speaking, even as a married couple, neither party has the right to demand selfless sacrifice from the other, Zhang Yuyan said, furrowing her brow as she offered a rational and fair response. Upon hearing this, the audience began to see her point. It was indeed true. Still, most people thought the man was being a bit stingy. But he's making nearly 20,000 a month now, Miss Chu Chu said impatiently. A monthly salary of 20,000, then he definitely shouldn't be asking for the money back. Instantly, the tone of the live stream comments shifted again. But Miss Chu Chu, have you ever considered that no one would spend money for no reason to help someone else raise a wife with a master's degree? Wang Shifeng's voice was slightly cold, tinged with reproach. At that moment, viewers who had initially been somewhat critical of the move to demand money after the breakup suddenly realized the crux of the matter. This isn't about the money at all. At the time, the man was willing to help her excel because he was grooming her to be his wife. Or, to put it another way, it was a form of investment. It was only because he truly loved her that he was willing to stand by her and support her. But now that she's succeeded in her studies, she's turning around and moving to another city. This is clearly just an excuse to dump him. He was willing to wait 3 years while you finished your studies, yet you don't even have the courage to be in a long-distance relationship. It's clear you never intended to spend your life with him. To her, you're her husband. To you, she's just an 8. Ms. Chu Chu, are you able to get in touch with your ex-boyfriend now? Wang Shefeng asked with a smile. Are you going to help me mediate, Teacher Wang? Ms. Chu Chu asked, her tone shifting from surprise to delight. She had originally intended to seek Wang Shifeng's help, hoping to get some advice. She'd watched several of Wang Shifeng's live streams and found him humorous and witty. With a wide circle of friends, she was sure he'd have some clever tricks up his sleeve to help her. But she never expected him to take the initiative to help mediate. He really is a heartwarming, healing host. I'm totally in love with him. I'm definitely going to look for a boyfriend just like him from now on. Overjoyed, Miss Chu Chu quickly replied, Sure, I'll call him right now. So, over 3 million viewers tuned in to the live stream, eager to see how Wang Shifeng would handle the situation. Hello? What's up? Miss Chu Chu's ex-boyfriend answered the call with a deep, gentle voice. Hello, can you hear me? Wang Shifeng spoke up first. Yes, I can. Who's this? The ex-boyfriend asked, sounding a bit puzzled. I'm a live stream host. Regarding your request for Miss Chu Chu to repay her tuition, I'd like to offer you some advice, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Do you really have to make this public and embarrass me like this? The ex-boyfriend said mockingly, his voice full of disappointment. Respected plaintiff, in a relationship not intended to lead to marriage, financial transactions such as gifts may occur, and after a breakup, you are entitled to request reimbursement from the other party. If they refuse to repay, you have the right to file a lawsuit, Wang Shifeng said with a warm smile and a steady tone. Honorable plaintiff. Who's the plaintiff? Who's suing who? Isn't this supposed to be mediation? How did this end up in court? 3 million viewers were in an uproar, and Ms. Chu Chu was completely bewildered. So who is the defendant? For as long as the live streaming industry has existed, there has been an unwritten rule whether for entertainment streamers or professional hosts to retain fans. That is to prioritize the fans' perspective when considering issues. Precisely because of this, when viewers choose to submit content or call in for answers, they subconsciously assume the host is on their side. The reason Ms. Chu Chu came to Wang Shifeng's livestream for help wasn't simply because she admired his talent. In fact, the real reason was that prior to this, she had already sought help from hosts in more than a dozen live streams dedicated to relationship disputes. However, the answers given by those hosts were mostly just soothing platitudes, with not a single actionable solution. Finally, one host recommended the Together Until Dawn live stream. Wang Shifeng's streaming style has always been to answer every question no matter what the viewers ask. They almost always get the answers they're looking for. But Ms. Chu Chu never expected this. She would be stabbed in the back by her own allies, though it wasn't really a stab in the back. It was more like a chokehold. Wang Shifeng did indeed offer a practical solution, even escalating a romantic dispute to the level of a civil case. Wasn't I the one asking you for help? Why are you siding with the other side against me? How did things turn out like this? I just don't get it. Not only has Ms. Chu Chu failed to adjust to her sudden role as the defendant, even her ex-boyfriend was taken aback. So you can actually file a lawsuit over something like this? If I'd known, I wouldn't have wasted so much time and energy arguing with this woman. Honorable plaintiff, this is the Together Until Dawn live stream. Both I and over 3 million viewers are already familiar with your dispute with Ms. Chu. I'd like to offer you this advice once again. If Ms. Chu Chu refuses to repay the debt, you can file a lawsuit directly. As long as you have the transfer records and chat logs, your chances of losing the case are roughly 5%. And don't worry about litigation costs, they're borne by the losing party. Wang Shifeng spoke with a smile, using a clear, standard broadcast voice. In an instant, the atmosphere in the livestream felt as though it had been transported to a courtroom. Rigorous and solemn. But I've also devoted more than 7 years of my youth to him. Ms. Chu Chu seemed to snap out of a daze, quickly assuming the role of the defendant and beginning her defense. Ms. Chu Chu, your youth is your youth, but isn't this gentleman's youth also his youth? Wang Shifeng asked, sounding somewhat puzzled. How can a man's youth be compared to a young woman's? Ms. Chu Chu argued. Instantly, the male viewers in the livestream who had previously been content to watch the spectacle exploded in outrage. Is this something a female graduate student should be saying? I'm shocked. I originally thought there might be room for negotiation, but the moment this lady opened her mouth I knew, we have to sue no matter what. I'd even cover the legal fees myself. Academic credentials don't measure moral character, tsk. She's just dead set on not paying it back. If that's how she felt from the start, why did she accept the offer in the first place? If you don't accept it, the school can't force you to pay tuition, can they? I'm speechless. I'm a girl too, but this comment really objectifies youth. Wang Shifeng laughed as well. Ms. Chuchu, why do you think men's and women's youth can't be compared? We women are already a disadvantaged group in society. Our 20s are the prime of our lives. Once we pass 30, we start on the decline. But men, even after 30, are still on the rise, and they become even more valuable as they age. Ms. Chuchu analyzed with conviction. Ms. Chuchu, what you're saying directly denies that women also have room for continued growth in value. As a fellow woman, I feel offended, Zhang Yuyan suddenly interjected, furrowing her brow and speaking in a sharp tone. Miss Zhang, as a woman yourself, you should understand me even better. You're currently known as the nation's little sister. Just think, after you turn 30, will the people who like you still call you that? Miss Chuchu, true to her status as a college graduate, spoke with remarkable clarity. If I'm still being called the nation's little sister at 30, that would actually be a tragedy for me. It would prove that I haven't grown at all over the years. So even if people mock me, I'd have no one to blame but myself, because that's the truth. But if I do grow and improve, then by the time I'm 30, people will still call me the nation's big sister, and later on, I can even become the nation's auntie or the nation's grandma. Zhang Yuyan remained composed, her tone neither submissive nor arrogant. This instantly drew the audience's approval and praise. Even viewers who hadn't been particularly fond of her before suddenly felt that this young woman seemed different from before. You're espousing the male-pleasing theory. You're a traitor to our path toward women's independence, Ms. Chuchu said, somewhat flustered. If you're truly independent, you should pay him back. Zhang Yayan snorted lightly, then furrowed her brow. What do you mean by the theory of pandering to men? It basically means you're charming and alluring, and men find you attractive, Wang Shifeng explained thoughtfully. Oh, that's not so bad, Zhang Yuyan said with a light laugh. Alright everyone, calm down. Let's settle this calmly and rationally, that's what really matters, Wang Shifeng said with a smile, trying to smooth things over. Everyone was left speechless upon hearing this. It seems like you, Wang Shifeng, were the one who fired the first shot in this battle. How come you've suddenly turned to a peacemaker? Ignoring the screen full of, Wang Shifeng continued, Ms. Chuchu, actually the root of today's issue isn't really about repaying the money, but rather why you chose to break up. Could you elaborate on that? Ms. Chuchu still seemed upset, but she spoke up anyway. As I said before, we have nothing in common, our personalities don't mesh, and there are practical issues. Huh, personality clash. You've been together for 7 or 8 years and only now realize you're incompatible? What were you doing all that time? The comment stream was filled with scorn. That does sound reasonable, Wang Shifeng chuckled. But I find it a bit odd, you've been together for over 7 years. Did you suddenly discover these issues? Ms. Chuchu remained silent, presumably thinking about how to respond. She felt that I didn't understand what she was talking about, and she wasn't very interested in what I had to say, so that led to some conflicts and disagreements. She found being with me boring. I can understand that. The plaintiff suddenly spoke up, his tone still gentle. Mr. Plaintiff, how much time do you usually spend together? Wang Shifeng asked. Please don't call me Miss Plaintiff, it sounds strange. You can just call me Xiao Zhao. We've spent much less time together these past 2 years. I've been busy with work, and she's been busy studying for exams, the plaintiff, Xiao Zhao, quickly replied. As the saying goes, the 7-year itch is quite normal. It's generally because the couple has come to know each other quite well, losing the initial sense of mystery and pheromones, and beginning to return to the most ordinary state of love, Wang Shifeng said in a slow, measured tone. However, I still believe that this is precisely the time when certain things can be proven. If 2 people truly love each other, these aren't really problems at all. Plaintiff Xiao Zhao fell silent and Ms. Chuchu was even more quiet. The audience had also lost the indignation they'd felt at the beginning. It's true 7 years is enough time to run through every possible topic of conversation, but if 2 people truly love each other, then settling into a quiet, ordinary life is the ultimate destination. If a couple breaks up because of boredom or a lack of common ground, doesn't that prove that one of them has stopped loving the other? Tsk. A friend once told me, what is love? Love is 2 people spending their whole lives doing all sorts of boring things together. Wang Shifeng's voice was gentle, like a spring breeze brushing against one's face. But in reality, everything in the world is boring. It's only when you do things with someone you like that they become interesting. I've never had much reverence for love, nor do I really believe in eternal love, but I know that love requires nurturing and effort. If someone starts to feel bored, it can only mean one thing: they've stopped loving you. That last remark was blunt and cut right to Ms. Choo Choo's heart. Host, you've said before that if there's no love, you should break up. It's not the fault of the person who initiates the breakup. If they cling on, that's moral blackmail. Ms. Choo Choo seemed to have come up with a quick retort, having spotted a weak spot. But it was clear she was flustered. She had even switched from addressing him as Teacher Wang to host. It seems Ms. Choo Choo really is a fan of mine. She even remembers that detail, Wang Shifeng said with a grateful smile, but then changed the subject. However, what I actually said at the time was, if one day I no longer need you, or if you fail to meet my expectations, and I break up with you, is that my problem? So, Ms. Choo Choo, are you saying that Zhao isn't good enough for you anymore? Wang Shifeng's final question struck right at the heart of the matter. Instantly, the audience recalled that this line seemed to be something Teacher Wang had said back then while correcting the behavior of a cad. Oh, so this was the woman's true mindset all along. Because she'd been accepted into graduate school, she felt Xiao Zhao wasn't quite good enough for her and that she deserved better. After all, she was a highly educated, independent, and self-reliant woman. I didn't mean that. Host, please don't twist my words, Ms. Choo Choo hurriedly protested. I just think that since I'm going to work in another city, we'd have to deal with a long-distance relationship, and that's just not reliable. I told you, if you insist on going, we can get married, and I'll go with you to start over, the plaintiff Xiao Zhao said, his tone somewhat submissive. Wow, what a great guy, willing to give up a career that pays 20,000 a month to start over with his girlfriend. Now that's a real man. Instantly, viewers in the live stream gave plaintiff Xiao Zhao a thumbs up. Marriage? How are we supposed to get married? We can't even afford a wedding home there. And if we move to another city, can you guarantee you'll earn the same salary as you do now? That's so childish, Ms. Choo Choo said with some displeasure, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. But despite the lofty tone of her words, it was still clear that she looked down on him for his financial situation. Can't even afford a wedding home, those words really cut deep. What guy who's been out of college for 3 or 4 years can just casually buy a house? Have been reading too much toxic self-help. Besides, even if a man could afford a house just like that, he might not even be interested in you. When it comes to practical matters, we ultimately have to face reality, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. It seems you've given some thought to your future, Ms. Choo Choo. If I may ask, what do you envision your future to be like? I've poured so much effort and heart into my studies not to end up crammed into a rented apartment, living a monotonous life of 3 meals a day, day in and day out. That would render all my efforts meaningless, Ms. Choo Choo said firmly. My future should be bright. Hearing this, the plaintiff Xiao Zhao felt a stab of pain in his heart. Does that mean my future with her would be bleak? Let's put those ideals aside for a moment and talk about something practical. How much do you think we'd need to spend each year to match your standard of living? Wang Shifeng chuckled softly. 50 or 60, 10,000 a year. That's not too much, is it? Ms. Choo Choo hesitated for a moment. Silence fell over the live stream. Everyone had the same question on their minds. What gives you the right? How much do you spend in a year, Miss Zhang? Wang Shifeng asked, turning to her. I spend quite a bit, but it's all money I've earned myself, Zhang Youyan replied cleverly, avoiding any appearance of flaunting wealth while also putting Ms. Choo Choo in her place. That's right, she earns the money she spends, while the money you spend is earned by your husband. At that moment, Ms. Choo Choo had a sudden realization. Wang Shifeng had actually set a trap for her. Doesn't this indirectly prove that she broke up with him because she didn't think much of Xiao Zhao? You TV hosts really have such dirty minds. Let's say Ms. Choo Choo needs 600,000 a year to cover her expenses. That works out to over 50,000 a month, 1,6666 a day, 69 an hour, and about 1.1 a minute. TSK Mr. Zhao, you really need to consider whether you can afford this. Wang Shifeng offered his advice with a look of sincere concern. How did this suddenly turn into a math problem? But when you put it that way, it really isn't that expensive. Given my financial situation, spending a few hours on this wouldn't be a problem at all. The live stream viewers instinctively thought this, but then they wondered, what exactly is Teacher Wang calculating here? Why are there both whole numbers and decimals? Wasn't this supposed to be about mediating a romantic dispute? How did it turn into a business deal? Still, it gave them another chance to appreciate the power of knowledge. It turns out that even a massive expense of 600,000 can be broken down in such meticulous detail. Host, you're objectifying women. This is immoral. Ms. Chu Chu finally caught on and shouted, her anger and embarrassment boiling over. If we're talking business, let's just talk business. What does morality have to do with it? Wang Shifeng sneered. And by the way, once you've paid back the money you owe Mr. Zhao, then we can talk about morality. You. Enough. Just as Ms. Chu Chu was about to offer another rebuttal, she was suddenly silenced by a furious shout from Xiao Zhao. Everyone held their breath and watched intently, sensing that the real show was about to begin. The plaintiff Xiao Zhao was finally about to explode. But just as everyone was filled with anticipation, Xiao Zhao's slightly hoarse, choked voice rang out once more in the live stream. So, I just want to hear you admit with your own mouth that you've fallen for someone else's. That's so hard? What a plot twist. It turns out the real humiliation was that Miss Chu Chu had cheated. Oh my. So pathetic it makes you furious at her lack of backbone. After a moment of silence in the chat, viewers began to express their contempt for Xiao Zhao's behavior. This scumbag woman has been exposed by Teacher Wang in such a hideous light. And you actually still want to go grovel at her feet. Are you really going to wait until you're the one getting cheated on, then take that guy's kid's last name? Wait a minute. Didn't the last big suck-up also have the last name Zhao? Oh my god, what a dream team you two make. Many longtime fans of the live stream felt a sense of absurdity, as if they'd stepped into another world. By the time they realized what was happening, Ms. Chu Chu's call had already been disconnected. Mr. Zhao, you really are a devoted young man, Zhang Yuyan said, pursing her lips as she spoke from the heart. They've been together since college through thick and thin for 7 years. A young man who's worked so hard away from home to help a girl achieve her dreams, how could he just let go like that? Wang Shifeng smiled. Actually, even with Ms. Chu Chu's attitude, I suspect little Zhao still feels guilty deep down. Why should he? Zhang Yuyan furrowed her brow in confusion. Wang Shifeng scratched his brow, his tone matter-of-fact. A young man in his 20s, penniless and struggling, and a young woman in her 20s, in the prime of her life. Even if she were willing, would you be? The viewers who had been furiously berating young Zhao as a lapdog in the live chat stopped typing. They carefully mulled over Wang Shifeng's words. Surprisingly, they even felt a hint of sympathy for the plaintiff, Xiao Zhao. No, I can't sympathize with him. I can't become a suck-up. Suck-ups never get any of the good stuff. It's not worth it. Zhang Yuan shook her head, still puzzled. Those who truly put themselves in a subservient position in love find it very hard to stop their partner from running off with someone better. Wang Shifeng narrowed his eyes and let out a soft sigh. Humility stems from the heart. You'll always feel inferior in every way. Humility stems from the heart. One feels inferior in every way. With just 10 words, Wang Shifeng directly dissected the inner journey of the plaintiff, Xiao Zhao. It also gave the live stream viewers a clearer understanding of the difference between deep affection and a sycophant. However, many viewers still expressed contempt and disdain for Ms. Chu Chu's behavior. If she cheated, why does she have to blame it on incompatibility? If she looked down on him, she looked down on him, yet she still kept him on the hook as her personal ATM for 3 years. Even at the very end, she still tried to get the better of him without paying him back. Isn't she the textbook definition of a scumbag woman? I see a lot of guys saying this is the behavior of a scumbag woman, so I want to clarify this again, Wang Shifeng said, glancing at the live chat comments. The goal of a scumbag woman is usually just to steal your heart and seduce you. They enjoy that initial, heady feeling of flirtation, not to swindle you out of your money. Cases like Miss Chu Chu's, involving financial disputes, don't fall under typical scumbag behavior. They're illegal acts. Teacher Wang, last time you gave us a rundown on the traits of scumbag guys. Why not take this opportunity to educate everyone on the behavior of scumbag girls, so the guys in the live stream don't get hurt? Zhang Yuyan said with a smile, propping her chin in her hand. I think you've got the manipulative woman vibe yourself. Wang Shifeng glanced at Zhang Yuyan and smiled. Alright then, since everyone's interested, I'll share some common traits of toxic women that my friends have encountered. Wang Shifeng cleared his throat and gathered his thoughts. Generally speaking, when you first meet them, toxic girls tend to paint a picture of a tragic childhood, like being bullied as a child in a single-parent household, or suffering even more severe trauma and then being hurt by all sorts of toxic guys when they were younger. In short, it's a very tragic story. Just imagine, if you met a girl like that, wouldn't it spark your protective instincts? The audience listening intently paused to reflect. It's not just a protective instinct, it's enough to break your heart, for crying out loud. And by the time you start showing her care and concern and find yourself unwittingly deeply entangled with her, she'll decisively elevate her own status, making it clear that she's suffered severe emotional trauma and has no interest in dating for the time being. She'll start using emotional neglect, all while enjoying the affection you provide. I'm not just talking about material things, because usually these toxic girls are quite well off. After finishing, Wang Shifeng glanced at Zheng Yayan. I suspect Teacher Wang has been spying on people's lives. Wait, are all these traits signs of a scumbag girl? I often hear stories like this whenever I go for a foot massage. But come to think of it, they're only enthusiastic when they want me to top up their card. The moment I mention going out for a late night snack, they suddenly get sick. Oh, scumbag girls. Bro, take me with you next time so I can see for myself. The emotional neglect is so real. My current girlfriend is exactly like that. Bro above, did you hook up with my ex-girlfriend? Huh, why don't you just read my ID number out loud? Suddenly, a flood of victims appeared in the comments. Wang Shifeng was a bit surprised, but he smiled. It's a common tactic used by manipulative women. They create the illusion of having lots of suitors to boost their own appeal and make you feel a sense of urgency and pressure. When you realize your emotions are being manipulated by the other person, that's when you need to be on your guard. You might already be hooked. I'd argue that's debatable. People in love tend to become more sensitive and suspicious anyway, Zhang Yuyan objected. That's exactly why I said manipulative women create problems. Let me ask you this. If someone else were pursuing you, would you tell the person you like about it? Wang Shifeng asked. No, Zhang Yuyan said after a moment's thought, shaking her head. Exactly, but a toxic girlfriend would tell you exactly how many people added her contact info today or how many hit on her. Do you see the difference now? Wang Shifeng smiled slightly. After this explanation, it all suddenly clicked for everyone. And keep in mind, as soon as you show any emotion like jealousy or suspicion, she'll tell you, it's only because you're not around that so many people are hitting on her. Note that this isn't her being coy or sweet-talking. It's a way to shift the blame, transferring her own issues onto you and making you feel guilty, Wang Shifeng said, his expression turning serious as he continued. The underlying implication of this statement is that your mistakes and shortcomings are what caused this problem, not that she did anything wrong. After hearing Wang Shifeng's analysis, most of the male viewers in the live stream instantly felt a chill run down their spines. So are man-eaters really that terrifying? What's going on? I'm actually starting to feel a little afraid of women. Actually, there's no need to be afraid. If you encounter a similar situation, there's a simple solution. Increase your leverage. Noticing a trend of misogyny in the chat, Wang Shifeng changed the subject. Whether it's social interactions or dating, it's much like a game of strategy. If you have enough chips, you're on equal footing. If you have too few, you'll be at a disadvantage. So guys, improving yourselves is what matters most. The commenters were deeply moved. Teacher Wang really does have our best interests at heart. Women, piaft, what a bunch of trash. Oh right, how do we improve ourselves again? Oh, knowledge changes your destiny. When does the second pre-order for Teacher Wang's book start? I'm so anxious. Watching the live chat spontaneously start promoting his book, Wang Shifeng smiled with satisfaction. Zhang Yuyan looked at Wang Shifeng's smile with some confusion. She glanced at the comments again. Why does it feel like a toxic girl is right in front of me? Teacher Wang, let's role-play a heartless woman speaking. That way everyone can get a clearer picture of her behavior, Zhang Yuyan suggested, her interest piqued. You're going to play the heartless woman? Wang Shifeng asked in surprise. I'll play the scumbag guy and the clueless guy. After losing to you last time, I went back and carefully studied the thought processes of both types. I've learned quite a bit. Let's give it a try, Zhang Yuyan said with a smile, rubbing her hands together. Upon hearing this, the audience immediately perked up and started cheering. Put on a show! Put on a show! It's been days since we've seen Teacher Wang pull a stunt. I feel like something's missing. Seeing the overwhelming enthusiasm in the live chat, Wang Shifeng could only reluctantly agree. Alright, since you guys in the live stream want to see it, let's roleplay a bit. Then I'll ask the first question. Given that you've cheated on so many girlfriends, isn't that a bit unethical? Zhang Yuyan went straight for the jugular, attempting a moral attack. It's true it's not great, but I had my reasons, Wang Shifeng shrugged. Just like Miss Chu Chu said earlier, a girl's youth only lasts a few years. If you don't date a few guys to gain experience, there's no way to guarantee a happy marriage later on. I just had to date as many as possible within that limited time. Is there a problem with that? Is there anything wrong with dating a few boyfriends within a limited time frame to ensure a happy marriage? It doesn't seem like there's a problem. But how do you explain the all at once part? The audience mulled it over and even found it somewhat reasonable. Who would have thought she was actually a bad girl who takes marriage seriously? Haven't you heard the saying, always looking for boyfriends but never a long-term boyfriend? Wang Shifeng asked with a smile. That's why. Chinese language, it's so complex. Zhang Yuyan stared in disbelief. That kind of behavior is wrong, isn't it? If it's a mistake, then I've simply made the same mistake every man in the world makes except that I'm a woman. You're not being sexist, are you? Wang Shifeng looked completely innocent. But when we were together, you said you loved me. Love can't just be something you say off the cuff, can it? Zhang Yuyan asked, pursing her lips. Yes, I did say that, but I never said I only loved you, Wang Shifeng replied with a smile. That hit the nail on the head. It made perfect sense. Loving you and loving only you aren't mutually exclusive after all. Fine then. Since you're capable of cheating, you won't blame me for being a sea king and keeping a fish, will you? Zhang Yuyan decided to fight fire with fire. Only good-looking guys are sea kings, ugly ones are just water ghosts, Wang Shifeng chuckled. Huh? Am I not handsome? Zhang Yuyan asked instinctively. I could call you the green water ghost, Wang Shifeng said, feigning deliberation as he looked her up and down. Ha ha ha, Teacher Wang is killing me with laughter. He's got such a handsome face, yet he talks in such a snarky way. The innocent young man is about to cry from frustration. I'd gladly call Green Water Ghost the best in the house. If you don't get it, just ask. Why does Teacher Wang portray a heartless woman so vividly? I'll take a wild guess, maybe it's based on Teacher Wang's own experiences. That's way too bold. It's definitely because of the influence of Teacher Wang's friends. Sigh, it's like making friends with Ms. Wang's scumbag girlfriends. The live comments started to liven up again. Yesterday I saw in our mutual friends list that my best friend has become your boyfriend. This puts me in a really tough spot. Zhang Yuyan's big eyes darted around as she played a dirty trick. Not even sparing her own brother, that's just too scummy. Your other three buddies don't have a problem with it. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? Are you trying to break up with me? Wang Shifeng furrowed his brow, his tone displeased. Holy crap, I tried to guard against it in every way, but I still couldn't stop it. I never expected she'd come up with such a brazen excuse. Looks like I underestimated this scumbag's limits. Don't blame me for going all out now. Zhang Yuyan puffed out her cheeks. But by doing this, you're stealing my boyfriend. Aren't you a scumbag yourself? How come you have a boyfriend? A huge question mark popped into the minds of the live comment viewers. Then they realized Zhang Yuyan was playing a scumbag after all. So a scumbag having a boyfriend suddenly made perfect sense. This plot is getting more and more exciting. Sure enough, Wang Shifeng fell silent, staring at Zhang Yuyan for a long time without saying a word. Zhang Yuyan raised an eyebrow smugly, deliberately provoking him. Which one are you talking about? Wang Shifeng asked with a subtle smile. Which Wackley? Just as you'd expect from a heartless woman, both the number and the quality are impossible to fathom. No, I can't lose. Zhang Yuyan gritted her teeth and ground out 3 words. Every single one. Instantly the entire venue erupted. That was a lot to take in. Was this the ultimate cat and mouse game between a scumbag guy and a scumbag girl? You're such a scumbag, Wang Shifeng said with a frown of disgust. I steal your boyfriend, you steal mine. Now my hard-earned water margin has turned into the oath of the peach garden. You really are a little puppy. Water margin? The oath of the peach garden? The viewers in the comment section were already struggling to keep up with the two of them. It took them a while to realize that these two were actually talking about numbers. Numbers. I'm not a little puppy, everyone says I'm a little wolf cub, Zhang Yuyan said, oblivious to the comments. I meant that you're, is small and you're a dog, Wang Shifeng snorted coldly. Oh, how did this turn into a personal attack? Are you just being a sore loser? Zhang Yuyan instinctively looked down, then shot Wang Shifeng a slightly annoyed glare. I'm done playing, I concede defeat. You're really a total jerk, Teacher Wang, Zhang Yuyan muttered. Same goes for you. You've made some progress too, Miss Zhang, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Actually, my friend has put together some tips on how to spot a scumbag girl. If any of you viewers are interested, feel free to check them out. Wang Shifeng cleared his throat. Hey cutie, I like you, and I want to be with you. I have a boyfriend, but I don't make it public, and I've got all kinds of backup guys on the side. I'm not a party girl and I'm not a troublemaker, I just want a handbag. Go to bed early, don't wear yourself out, jade and diamonds aren't that expensive. Don't get the wrong idea, we're just good friends. We've only held hands twice. I'm still young and haven't had enough fun yet. My clothes aren't even showing anything. You're such a good person, I'm not worthy of you. Don't shed tears for me. As long as I switch guys often, there's no sadness, only love. Watching the comment stream spiral out of control once again. Zheng Yayan felt as if she were in a different world, but she also felt a hint of secret delight. This time it was actually in Wang Shifeng's livestream. But when she saw Wang Shifeng pull a Suona out of nowhere, she froze. What, is this special segment now? The live stream finally came to a close with the intro to a Suona version of the original Dream. It left 3 million viewers in a daze. Longtime fans gradually got used to it, while new fans were caught off guard. They all had wonderful dreams awaiting them. Is there any way to get Mr. Zhao's contact information through official channels? After the stream ended, Wang Shifeng asked He Li. It's difficult, since it wasn't a direct connection, it was through a third party. He Li shook his head. What do you want to do? We could have the operations team look into it. If Mr. Zhao needs legal assistance, we can help. There aren't many good men left in this world. Wang Shifeng took a sip of water and smiled. Zhang Yuyan was still reeling from the impact of the Suona music. Upon hearing this, she glanced at Wang Shifeng. They're going out for a late-night meal later. Are you going? Wang Shifeng asked, noticing her staring at him. Do you always have to step in whenever something like this happens with your fans? Zhang Yuyan replied, sidestepping the question. If I don't know about it, that's fine. But if I do, I'll help if I can, just to put my mind at ease. Wang Shifeng nodded and smiled. So if I run into trouble in the future, will you help me? Zhang Yuyan lowered her head and glanced sideways, looking a little unsure of herself. Of course. If it's within my power, I'll definitely help. We're friends after all. Wang Shifeng grinned, his face beaming with warmth. Seeing Wang Shifeng roll his eyes, Zhang Yayan smiled too. Zhen Yai and I are heading back first. We still haven't wrapped up the book illustrations. If you're up for a late-night snack, feel free to join director He and the others, Wang Shifeng said. I'm trying to lose weight, so I'm heading back to bed too. Zhang Yuyan followed Wang Shifeng toward the elevator. Seeing that Zhen Yi was carrying a large backpack on his back and holding something in his arms, she remarked, You're practically abusing your employees like that. Nonsense. Zhen Yi and I are good friends, how could he possibly be an employee? Wang Shifeng said, frowning in displeasure. So does that mean you can mistreat friends however you want? Zhang Yuyan couldn't stand by and watch, so she helped Zhen Yi carry the bag and discovered it was full of clothes. Where are you taking all these clothes? They're all rented. I have to return them tomorrow, Zhen Yi said with a sheepish grin. Zhang Yuyan grew even more puzzled. She'd calculated before that Wang Shifeng earned over 300,000 from tips in a single livestream, so how could he be living so frugally? Wasn't he supposed to be kept by Jiang? With her mind full of questions, Zhang Yuan went to the underground parking garage and stuffed the clothes into her Ferrari. Just as she was about to say goodbye, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar Maybach across the way and froze. What's wrong? Wang Shifeng noticed something was off and asked in confusion. My good friend, the time has come for you to help me out, Zhang Yuyan said in a low voice, her expression somber. Wang Shifeng furrowed his brow and followed her gaze to the Maybach. It was an older model, but the license plate was impressive. The owner's status was clearly no ordinary one. The door opened and a man with a tall, straight posture, dressed in a suit and tie, stepped out. The man was handsome, exuding the commanding aura of a middle-aged CEO, and like Zhang Yuyan, he had a pair of fox-like eyes. His identity wasn't hard to guess. He was likely the big boss of Tianyu Media. With a smile on his face and an air of refined elegance, the man walked over. Just as Zhang Yuyan was about to greet him, the roar of an engine suddenly echoed from the underground parking garage, and another Maybach pulled up, coming to a stop in the aisle. Jiang Yun got out of the car. Upon seeing the man, her expression turned stern. She quickened her pace, stood beside Wang Shifeng, and said in a cold, unfriendly tone, Thank you for coming, Ms. Zhang. I'm sorry we weren't able to greet you properly. Miss Jiang, you make it sound as if uncle is here to cause trouble. I'm just here to pick up my daughter. The man laughed heartily, extended his hand toward Wang Shifeng and said, Professor Wang, I've long admired your reputation. Wang Shifeng politely shook his hand, a smile on his face. I'm flattered. What is your surname? Jiang Yun and Zhang Yuyan both glanced at Wang Shifeng at the same time. Are you doing this on purpose, or are you just looking for trouble? My surname is Zhang. My given name is Q as in Clear Autumn, and I'm Yuyan's father. Zhang Q's smile didn't waver. If anything, it grew even broader. Oh, uncle, my apologies, my apologies. I was wondering why you looked so much like her, Wang Shifeng said, chatting warmly. Old Zhang, what are you doing on Jingyi's turf? Just then, another booming voice interrupted Zhang Qiu's pleasantries for the second time. Wang Shifeng's ears perked up, and he looked in the direction of the voice. "Hey, Director Qian, why are you back here so late?" Qian Changming walked over with another man wearing thin-rimmed glasses, and Zhang Qiu hurried forward to greet them. While the three middle-aged men were bickering, Zhang Yuyan tugged at Wang Shifeng's sleeve and whispered, "Do me a favor, don't let him take me away." "Why?" Wang Shifeng asked, puzzled. "Don't ask why, I don't have time to explain. You said you'd help just now," Zhang Yuan said urgently. Wang Shifeng furrowed his brow. Although he sensed there was definitely some trouble between Zhang Yuyan and her father, family matters were hard to resolve. He didn't want to get involved. So he leaned in and whispered in Zhang Yuyan's ear, "Just ask your dad to pick you up. The car's right here, it won't get stolen." Zhang Yuyan froze for a moment, staring at Wang Shifeng in bewilderment. "Call him dad? Who exactly? What does that mean, taking advantage of the situation? That's just shameless. What happened to us being best friends? Why are you staring at me? Just say it." Wang Shifeng felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and took a step back. Seeing Wang Shifeng step back, Zhang Yuyan felt a pang of panic and her mind raced as she tried to figure out what was going on. Just then, Zhang Qiu, Qian Changming, and the others finished their small talk and started walking toward them. Zhang Yuyan's cheeks flushed red. She gritted her teeth, stamped her foot, tugged at the hem of Wang Shifeng's shirt, and whispered, "Daddy." Although Zhang Yuyan's voice wasn't loud, they were standing very close. Wang Shifeng, Zhang Yun, and Zhen Yi all heard her clearly, and instantly the three of them turned their puzzled gazes toward Zhang Yuyan. Zhang Yuyan's face quick-flushed all the wares. How humiliating. She never expected Wang Shifeng to be the kind of person who would take advantage of a situation like this. "Damn it, are you out of your mind? I'll have you call me dad and take you home." Wang Shifeng snapped out of it, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and abruptly pulled away from Zhang Yuyan. What's wrong with this woman? Why does she seem so slow on the uptake? Wasn't that enough? Zhang Yuyan was even more taken aback. The shame and indignation in her eyes were practically spilling over. She clenched her teeth so hard they almost cracked, her voice trembling as she steeled her resolve. "Dad, take me home." Her voice was a few decibels louder this time, amplified by the echo in the parking garage below. Zhang Qiu glanced sideways at her, his face full of surprise, his eyes even showing a hint of bewilderment and excitement. He felt tears welling up in his eyes. 20 years. It had been a full 20 years since he'd heard those two words. Wang Shifeng was even more stunned. In all his life, this was the first time anyone had addressed him that way, and not just once, but twice. Each time it sounded more heartfelt than the last. What on earth was going on? Jiang Yun was also deeply shaken. She couldn't understand how, after just stepping out for an afternoon, she could return to find this situation unfolding. Zhen Yi sat excitedly on the Ferrari's seat, his eyes sparkling as if he could see right through everything. In the empty parking lot, an eerie atmosphere hung in the air. From what they saw and heard, everyone could tell that when Zhang Yuyan called out dad, she wasn't addressing Zhang Qiu, but rather Wang Shifeng, who was standing beside her. So tonight was bound to be an extraordinary night. In just a few short minutes, a father lost his daughter. A daughter gained a father. A boy who had never even held a girl's hand gained a daughter about his own age. And a few onlookers, their eyes gleaming with curiosity, were already playing out a colorful family drama in their minds. Realizing she might have misinterpreted Wang Shifeng's meaning, Zhang Yuyan's face turned from red to white, and finally to ashen. Her heart, which had been pounding wildly with nervousness and excitement, gradually calmed down, and her hands and feet grew ice cold. Her long eyelashes fluttered twice before closing. "Just ended already, I'm tired." As for the other party involved, Zhang Yuyan's father, Zhang Qiu, his expression shifted from stunned delight to stunned skepticism, and finally to stunned anger. The look he gave Wang Shifeng carried many underlying meanings that only men could understand. As a boy, Wang Shifeng couldn't decipher much of it, he could only tell that the other man was furious, absolutely furious. It was like being up 30-0 in a game, ready to push the enemy base only to suddenly discover that your own base had been stolen. To be honest, as the other party involved, Wang Shifeng's mind was a bit in disarray as well. He had never imagined that he would suddenly have a biological daughter with whom he shared no blood ties. This was the biggest surprise he'd faced since graduating from college. He looked up and met Zhang Qiu's gaze, his eyes slightly reserved and subdued. "Thank you for raising my daughter all these years. That's really great." The scene was eerily quiet. No one dared speak, afraid of disrupting the unfolding of this complicated plot. Zhang Qiu's lips twitched, as if she were about to say something to break the strange silence. Mr. Zhang, I heard that it was you who put in a good word for me when Professor Fang Weiman invited me to appear on poetry conference. Wang Shifeng interrupted with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed. Suddenly, the conversation had jumped from one sensitive topic to another. Was this a diversionary tactic, or an attempt to ease the awkwardness? But this question seemed even more awkward than the one before. Zhang Qiu was taken aback for a moment as well, staring intently at Wang Shifeng with a look of puzzlement. What is this kid up to? Is he just making small talk, declaring war? Or is this a battle for his daughter's affections? Where did you hear about this, Teacher Wang? Zhang Qiu smiled, keeping his composure. I heard it from Senior Yina, Wang Shifeng admitted frankly. Wow, that's just like you, Wang Shifeng. That answer came without a moment's hesitation. He's a natural at spilling the beans. Amid his astonishment, Qian Chanming gained a new perspective on Wang Shifeng's character. He is a true man of integrity, upright and incorruptible, with not a speck of corruption in his eyes. That's so? Zhang Qiu's mouth twitched slightly as he cleared his throat. So, Teacher Wang, are you here to call me to account? This is Xingyi's territory. President Zheng has effectively turned himself in, Wang Shifeng said seriously, furrowing his brow. He just wouldn't let up until he'd made a shocking statement. Zhang Qiu realized he simply couldn't keep up with Wang Shifeng's train of thought. How was it that every single thing he said left people speechless? Don't you know the saying, fill the cup 7 parts full, leaving 3 parts for courtesy? His original intention in coming to pick up Zhang Yayan today was to intimidate Wang Shifeng into staying away from his daughter, and to ease the awkwardness from the Fang Weiman incident last time. He'd thought he was operating from the shadows, leaving room for a peaceful resolution, but he never expected Wang Shifeng to lay it all out in the open. This isn't just a matter of being ruthless, he's practically about to flip the table. What gives this kid the right to be so arrogant? A thought crossed Zhang Qiu's mind as he glanced at Jiang Yun, who stood silently beside him, and at Qian Chanming and Liu Hanqing, who were pretending to gaze at the sky. What were those two old-timers, Qian Chanming and Liu Hanqing, doing at Xingyi at a time like this? Jiang Yun alone wouldn't have given him a second thought, but with these two added to the mix, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. No way, this kid must have something to back him up, otherwise he wouldn't be acting so arrogantly. He'd already lost his daughter today, he couldn't afford to lose anything else. Zhang Qiu didn't like this sense of being on the defensive, so he decided to use a strategic retreat as an advance. With a smile he said, the matter with Fang Weiman was a misunderstanding. It seems Director Qian and the others have business to discuss with you today, so I won't keep you any longer. I'll organize a gathering another day to explain everything in person. Yuyun, let's go. Zhang Yuyun, her heart already broken, moved forward like a walking corpse. But she was blocked by a tall, broad-shouldered figure, and at the same moment Wang Shifeng's voice filled with laughter and affection rang in her ears. Ms. Zhang, you don't have to call me Teacher Wang. We're family, it feels too formal. From now on, let's keep things casual. I'll call you Ms. Zhang, and you can call me brother. How does that sound? Find my ass. Who the hell is family with you? Zhang Qiu felt like she was about to explode with rage. If it weren't for maintaining her dignity as an elder, the swear words would have already slipped out. Zhang Yuyun, on the other hand, stared blankly at Wang Shifeng's profile, a strange gleam flickering in her beautiful eyes. I'm glad I chose this, Dad. If you've got a problem, just go for it. After a few agonizing seconds, seeing that Zhang Yun truly had no intention of coming with him, and to avoid losing his composure in front of Qian Chanming and the others later, Zhang Qiu gritted his teeth and forced a grim smile at Wang Shifeng. Kid, you're something else. She turned, slipped into her own car, and drove away from the scene. From the lingering rumble of the older model Maybach's engine echoing through the parking lot, one could faintly sense Zhang Qiu's anger. Qian Chanming and Liu Hanqing exchanged a glance, clicked their tongues, and shared a knowing smile. After all, this was someone else's family business, so the two of them mere bystanders wouldn't get too involved, much less bring it up on their own. Mr. Wang, are you heading home now that the show's over? Qian Chanming laughed it off, making an awkward opening remark in a casual tone. Director Qian, what brings you here in the middle of the night? Did you forget something? You could have just sent me a text, and I would have had General Manager Jiang bring it over to you. Why go through the trouble of coming all the way here? Wang Shifeng shook hands warmly with Qian Chanming, as if nothing were amiss, then turned to the scholarly-looking middle-aged man standing beside him. Who is this? Hello, I'm Liu Hanqing, a special cultural advisor for Shi TV and a lecturer in Chinese language and literature at Tsinghua University. Liu Hanqing extended his hand and gave a brief self-introduction. Professor Liu, I've heard so much about you, Wang Shifeng said, shaking his hand warmly. He immediately guessed the purpose of their visit. He hadn't expected Qian Changming to actually pull strings at Jinghua University, one of Xia's top institutions of higher learning. I'm not worthy of such praise. I'm the one who's long admired your reputation. Last time on the show, Teacher Wang really taught me a valuable lesson, Liu Hanqing said with a smile. I can't accept the title of teacher in your presence, just call me Xiaofeng, Wang Shifeng replied politely. It's so late, I'm sure you two haven't eaten yet. Shall we find a place to eat and chat? Mr. Jiang, please make the arrangements. Jiang Yun, who was still lost in her own thoughts, paused for a moment upon hearing this and nodded blankly. Okay. There's no need to go to all that trouble. Besides, we're getting on in years. Eating late at night isn't good for our health. Let's just go upstairs and find a quiet to chat for a bit. Liu Hanqing politely declined the dinner invitation. After several rounds of declining, everyone eventually took their seats in Jiang Yun's office. Here's the thing, Professor Wang. Director Qian told me about the project you're working on. I found it very interesting, so I wanted to learn more about it myself and see if there's anything I can do to help. As a man of letters, Liu Hanqing was accustomed to getting straight to the point. Wang Shifeng enjoyed dealing with people like this, people who didn't beat around the bush. Well, Professor Liu, I wouldn't exactly call this a project, it's more of a rough draft at best, Wang Shifeng said with a modest smile. I analyzed data from my livestream followers, then used that to explore some of the fragmented issues in today's society. After filtering and organizing the information, I arrived at a few conclusions. The core question is, why isn't everyone happy? After all, Liu Hanqing was a professor of Chinese literature. Even though Wang Shifeng's choice of words was quite novel, he was able to grasp the meaning based on the definitions of the terms. It seems you've put a lot of effort into your research, Professor Wang. I did put in some effort. I collected data spanning the past 50 years from various statistical websites, using parameters such as gender, age, region, educational level to identify certain issues, and only then did I reach my conclusions, Wang Shifeng said earnestly. This wasn't just nonsense, he'd used up all his flashcards to gather these precise data points. So what's the conclusion that people aren't happy? Liu Hanqing asked curiously. Let me ask Professor Liu a question first. Why are alcohol and cigarettes so popular worldwide? Even though warnings clearly state that smoking and drinking are harmful to health and can lead to many diseases, even death, they remain major consumer goods, Wang Shifeng asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Liu Hanqing furrowed his brow, glanced at Qian Changming and said, because certain substances in alcohol and tobacco stimulate the hypothalamus, promoting the secretion of dopamine in the body. Dopamine is the primary hormone responsible for euphoria and addiction. It makes people happy and allows them to temporarily forget their worries. Liu Hanqing offered a very scientific explanation, truly the mark of an educated man. That's right, Professor Liu is absolutely correct. Then why are children prohibited from smoking and drinking? Wang Shifeng asked again. Because it's harmful to the body. Tobacco and alcohol cause significant harm even to adults, let alone children, Qian Changming interjected, finding Wang Shifeng's question somewhat naive. It's not just that, Wang Shifeng said, shaking his head slightly. Even without drinking or smoking, children are still perfectly happy. For a moment the adults present were lost in thought. They seemed to be reminiscing yet also reflect. That's right, adults' lives are filled with worries and stress. To cope with that stress, they turn to things like cigarettes and alcohol, which harm their bodies in pursuit of temporary numbness and happiness. But in childhood and adolescence, even when they're upset, they might forget it in the blink of an eye, and then find joy in doing just about anything. It's been a long time since we felt that carefree joy. I remember when I was a kid, my allowance was just 1 yuan. Buying 2 packs of instant noodles or spicy strips would keep me happy for a whole week. Later as I grew up, I achieved spicy strip freedom, but I'm still not happy. Have I changed, or has happiness changed? Wang Shifeng spoke up. That's certainly true. When we were kids, we didn't have any pocket money at all. Just picking wild berries in the fields could make us happy all day long. And the happiest time was during the Lunar New Year, because we got to eat meat. But now that we eat meat every day, it doesn't make us happy anymore, and we don't seem to have that same anticipation or longing for the New Year either. Perhaps it's because we've changed as we've grown up, Qian Changming reflected. Growing up is like forging iron. You need to be hammered by life and reality to remove the impurities, and finally, through repeated tempering, become steel. This is a path everyone must take, Liu Hanqing replied philosophically. Professor Liu is right. It's just like smoking and drinking. When we were kids, we thought alcohol tasted bitter, but as adults, we find it sweet. These are all part of growing up. But have any of you noticed that kids these days are maturing earlier and earlier? Wang Shifeng said with a laugh. Maturing early? Qian Changming and Liu Hanqing were taken aback. Let me show you some data. Over the past 20 years, the average age of patients with depression and suicide rates has been steadily decreasing. The youngest patient is now 6 years old, and the peak incidence is around 14. Wang Shifeng gestured with his fingers, and Zhen Yi handed him the prepared laptop. Qian Changming and Liu Hanqing leaned in for a closer look and were deeply shocked. If Wang Shifeng hadn't presented the data, they would never have realized just how serious the situation was. Seeing those posts from the early maturing children in particular brought tears to the eyes of the two elderly men of grandfather's generation and left their hearts aching. I took the test. My psychological age is 43, but I'm only 12. I just want to be an ordinary person. Why is that so hard? 120 what I had. I used to be really afraid of the dark and ghosts, but I don't know when I started liking the night and ghosts too. 11 years old. I started wearing a mask in elementary school, and by middle school I'd lost the ability to speak. In my world, love is greater than friendship, which is greater than family love. 12 years old. Am I gentle? I traded half my life for it. I'll give you the tenderness this world owes you. 9.5 years old. Experience has nothing to do with age. 10 years old. Some people die at 10 but aren't buried until they're 80. 9.5 years old. The school handed out new uniforms. Anyone who gets to wear this one must be really gentle, right? 12.5. I smile every day. Guess if I'm happy or not. 14 years old. I clicked save document, hoping it would bring joy to others. But where is my own joy? Age 11. How do sunflowers get through nights without the sun? Age 10. The overwhelming sense of world weariness and loss left the two middle-aged adults feeling a bit breathless. These are just children. How could they say such mature things? What have these children been through? With reddened eyes, they looked up at Wang Shifeng, hoping for an answer. But they noticed that Wang Shifeng was rubbing his eyes as well. Sure enough, Teacher Wang was a gentle and sentimental person. Wang Shifeng rubbed his slightly stinging eyes. His heart was filled with sorrow. Who among you could possibly know what I went through while gathering all this material? I went through all that. Human joys and sorrows vary from person to person. Qian Changming and Liu Hanqing couldn't understand why teenagers today seem so world-weary. Wang Shifeng, too, couldn't understand why the pressure from society and parents, once shifted onto these children, would spark such powerful creativity. Faking sorrow just to write new verses can no longer stifle the creativity of today's children. Some of them even make mysterious remarks that Wang Shifeng cannot fathom, even with the help of his study cards. For example, there are only 45 days in a year. I hope you never understand this sentence. Age 16. This led Wang Shifeng to comb through every calendar system from the Qin dynasty to the present, from the Yellow Emperor's calendar all the way to the Shushi calendar and even the 4 major calendars of the Yi, Dai, Qiang and Tibetan peoples, yet he still couldn't figure out which era's calendar had a year of only 45 days. Another one, my headphones broke twice over the summer because water got inside them. I hope you never understand this sentence. Age 151 at. After reading this, Wang Shifeng briefly wondered if the water in this child's brain had leaked out through their ear canals, causing the headphones to get wet. There were also all sorts of trippy remarks in various styles. At school, I wear my hair in a low ponytail, go makeup-free in my uniform, don't pay attention in class, copy homework, and just play around during breaks. Even if you're a teacher, don't talk about me. Age 13. Then why do you even go to school? The whole point of being a teacher is to keep you in line. Girls, remember, Alps candy is the sweetest, Big White Rat milk candies are the richest, Busangia fruit candies are the sweetest, and QQ candies are the chewiest. I hope girls never figure this out. Age 12. Grandpa said not to marry a man who's quit smoking. I hope you never understand what that means. Age 14. Grandpa says not to marry a man who's quit smoking. I hope you never understand what that means. Age 14. School lets out at 5:30. I can wait for you until 6, 7, or 8. But if school lets out at 9, I can't wait until 10. Age 16. Why not 10 hun? Is it because your parents would drag you home at 10 hun to do homework? What Wang Shifeng finds most baffling is, if you put a tissue in your mouth before going to bed at night, it'll turn red the next day. I hope you never understand this. Is this some kind of chemical reaction? Is your saliva poisonous or something? While collecting this material, I felt my own education was far too limited. I could barely understand the way kids' minds work these days. So I finally came to a conclusion. Why has it come to this? I really don't get it. Wang Shifeng doesn't understand. And this isn't just a collection of quotations, it could even be called literature. It's like a test tube baby rolling down a hill, it's seen more of the world than its own grandfather. You could tell from the reactions of Qian Changming and Liu Hanqing these two middle-aged men had been completely moved by the children's writing. Teacher Wang, where did this material come from? Qian Changming rubbed his eyes and asked curiously. Oh, Zhen Yi went undercover in some social media groups for teenagers. She spent a day there, added quite a few friends, and collected these from their moments and personal pages, mostly classics that have garnered over 100,000 likes. Wang Shifeng said with a smile. You're a great young woman. Thank you for your hard work. Doing meaningful work requires this kind of spirit, one that isn't afraid of hardship or fatigue. The opportunity arises in the future. I'll have our station's frontline reporters interact with you more often to learn from you, Qian Changming remarked with admiration. Zhen Yi gave a shy smile. Was it hard work? Those kids were actually pretty interesting. These comments do indeed reflect many issues. At the core of Huaxia civilization lies the tradition of expressing one's aspirations through song and poetry, and these posts are a manifestation of that. Professor Wang, may I make a copy to take back so my students can study them? Liu Hanqing asked earnestly. Do you also think these have research value, Professor Liu? Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow slightly and asked subtly. Although they're just the playful remarks of young children, there are certainly patterns to be found. When we study the Chinese language, we must not only be proficient in ancient language but also understand modern speech, Liu Hanqing said in a solemn tone. Wang Shifeng looked at him with deep respect and bowed his hands in a traditional gesture. Professor Liu, please leave me your email address later, and I'll send you the entire collection. Thank you very much, Professor Wang. Then I'll just sit back and reap the benefits, Liu Hanqing smiled. What do you think is the root cause of these issues, Professor Wang? The mental health of adolescents is absolutely crucial to the continuity of our culture. Actually, at first I thought it was because they weren't given enough homework, but later I realized there's actually quite a lot of it. The fact that so many problems still arise after dealing with such a heavy academic workload suggests not only that the children have boundless energy, but more importantly that the problem lies with the parents, Wang Shifeng said earnestly. A problem with the parents? Liu Hanqing raised an eyebrow slightly. Professor Liu, you're married, aren't you? Wang Shifeng asked. Yes, I have 2 children. My eldest daughter graduated from Tsinghua University this year, and my younger son is in his sophomore year of high school, Liu Hanqing said with a touch of pride. Tsinghua University. Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow. As expected of a university professor, he's certainly raised his children well. Tsinghua University, whose full name is Qingchen Huali Women's University, is Xia Kingdom's premier women's institution of higher learning. Its admissions criteria are extremely rigorous, taking into account not only academic performance, but also moral character, intellectual development, physical fitness, artistic talent, work ethic, and even physical appearance. Those admitted to this university are undoubtedly the most outstanding women in Xiaguo, and its alumni have made significant achievements across various fields. 70% of the female billionaires on the wealth rankings are graduates of this university. I recall that Ms. Jiang also attended Tsinghua, didn't she? Qian Changming suddenly remarked. Jiang Yun, who was studying the psychedelic quotes, raised an eyebrow slightly. I attended for a year, but later dropped out. That's Tsinghua's loss, Qian Changming chuckled. Then, if the opportunity arises, Professor Liu could have your daughter come catch up with our CEO Ms. Jiang. She's a senior after all, Wang Shifeng added with a casual laugh. We're getting off topic, Liu Hanqing said, clearing his throat awkwardly. Professor Liu, you've clearly raised your children well. I wonder if you have any special parenting insights. And how is your relationship with your children? Wang Shifeng asked. My approach is similar to that of other parents, the classic benevolent father, strict mother model. We use a balance of discipline and leniency to raise our children. I handle the rewards and my wife handles the supervision, Liu Hanqing said. Since I'm usually quite busy with work, I don't spend much time with my children, but our relationship is still good. They respect me very much. This was the standard parenting model in Xiaguo, and relationships there were similar. Describing them as based on respect was quite apt. So how does Professor Liu handle some of the day-to-day issues with the children? Wang Shifeng asked again. Everyday issues. Liu Hanqing paused slightly, furrowing his brow. My wife generally handles those matters. I rarely get involved, I just give them their allowance and occasionally take them out to have fun. So the children don't really share things with you on their own, do they? Wang Shifeng smiled. Liu Hanqing was taken aback. Share their lives? That was a question he'd never really given much thought to. In his eyes, a child's only duty was to study hard and grow up healthy. What could a child possibly have to share? Professor Liu, you must have had your own youthful romances back in the day, right? Wang Shifeng asked, narrowing his eyes. Hearing this, Liu Hanqing's weathered face flushed. It had been over 40 years ago. You must have also had your share of fights with classmates, arguments, and disagreements with teachers, Wang Shifeng said in a gentle yet thought-provoking tone. Liu Hanqing's expression gradually grew somber. Indeed, he had experienced all of these things in his youth. Professor Liu, as a historian, you must know that history largely repeats itself. The problems we face today are the same ones our ancestors faced, and it's highly likely that your children will go through similar experiences to those you had in your youth, Wang Shifeng said slowly. You say these are events from over 40 years ago, but you don't seem to have forgotten them because these experiences truly shaped who you were as a young man, and the same is true for your children. I see, Liu Hanqing said, suddenly furrowing his brow. What you're saying, Professor Wang, is that the problems these children face today are actually the same ones we went through, only the form has changed, right? That's right. But when you went through them, the social environment was different, and so were the pressures. We're now in a phase of rapid development, and much of the pressure that should be felt by adults is indirectly being passed on to children, Wang Shifeng sighed softly. For example, if you're having a rough day at work and sit outside smoking, and your child sees you, they won't know why you're sighing, but it will certainly affect their mood. Every word and action of a parent is a key component of family education. Subtle influence, Qian Changming remarked. Exactly. Although stress and emotions are invisible, they spread to those around us through countless small details, especially to children, who are naturally sensitive, Wang Shifeng nodded. But honestly, I'm already exhausted from work every day. It's inevitable that I'll be in a bad mood when I get home. After all, not everyone has a strong heart and can put on a brave face. Even though I understand these principles, it's still hard for me to put them into practice, Liu Hanqing said with a wry smile, shaking his head. That's the root of the problem. Nothing is ever easy in the adult world. If children aren't willing to open up about their daily problems, we have no way to guide them, and that's a very serious issue. Qian Changming's assessment of the situation was spot on. Even if a child did tell you, are you sure you could actually solve the problem? Wang Shifeng smiled. For example, what if they've developed a secret crush on a classmate? How would you handle that? That would be unthinkable. Early romance can affect them for the rest of their lives, Qian Changming said, frowning. If I may ask, Director Qian, didn't you have any stories of your own when you were young? Wang Shifeng flashed a knowing smile. Qian Changming's face flushed slightly. That's not the same thing at all. That's a bit of a double standard. Liu Hanqing couldn't stand it anymore. So, Teacher Wang, how do you think this should be handled? It can't be solved, Wang Shifeng shook his head. We can only guide them. Liu Hanqing looked pensive. It's better to guide than to block. That's right. Although the stories in my book are fairy tales and fables aimed at teenagers, the real target audience should be adult parents, Wang Shifeng said, pursing his lips. It's impossible for parents to solve their children's problems on their own, but by telling their children these stories, they can indirectly impart the underlying lessons. That way, the influence is subtle and gradual. Then why write fairy tales? Their role is similar to that of educational classics. They're relatively simplistic. Why not just spell out the principles and methods directly? Liu Hanqing asked, somewhat puzzled. Professor Liu, as a cultured person, you can understand the stories, but that doesn't mean all parents can grasp complex principles and narratives. Besides, as you said yourself, adults are already exhausted from work. How could they possibly find the time to study after coming home? Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Start simple and build up, Qian Changming nodded. It's the same principle as promoting Mandarin and vernacular Chinese back in the day. Director Qian, you're a wise man, Wang Shifeng nodded in agreement. Fairy tales have simple structures and simple lessons. Any parent who's completed compulsory education can understand them after reading them, and then casually retell them to their children. Moreover, given the comprehension levels of toddlers and young children, they may not fully grasp the lessons within the stories, but they'll be captivated by the stories themselves. That's the beauty of fairy tales, they're suitable for all ages. I see, it's the same with poetry songs like Ode to a Goose, contemplating the still night will always be more widely sung than on joining the army or let us drink. Liu Hanqing grasped the point immediately. Exactly. Our real goal isn't to cram moral lessons into children's heads, but to let them ponder and learn through the stories. So the role of storytelling is more important than the role of education, said Wang Shifeng. The issue of communication between parents and children has been resolved. But if a real problem actually arises, it's still hard for a child to seek help from their parents, isn't it? Qian Changming raised another point. He knew that when he was young, he would never have told his parents about getting into fights or chasing girls because he would have been beaten for sure. That's why guidance from peers is necessary. This is also the premise of the program I plan to co-produce with director Qian. We aim to resolve these issues by bringing them out into the open by having peers discuss the right and wrong aspects of these situations and explore solutions, ultimately achieving the goal of guiding them, Wang Shifeng said earnestly. Moreover, this program isn't just for children, it's for parents as well. Otherwise, parents would find it difficult to recognize these issues. That makes sense. Take conflicts as an example. If we bring in some middle or high school students to discuss and analyze this issue, it will naturally resonate with their peers. The conclusions and solutions that emerge will at least serve as warnings and guidance for them. And when parents watch this kind of show, they'll gain a deeper understanding of the everyday problems their children face at school, which will facilitate better communication and guidance. Qian Changming's eyes lit up. He seemed convinced that once the show aired, it would certainly attract widespread attention. Director Qian really gets it, Wang Shifeng praised. I think I get it, Liu Hanqing said, nodding frequently. Then let's prepare on two fronts. We'll start with the parents. I'll contact several of Peking University's affiliated high schools to set a date for a lecture and see how it goes. Then I'll have to trouble Professor Liu to take the lead on this, Wang Shifeng said with a smile. Don't say that, Mr. Wang. This is a major undertaking. If I can pull this off in my lifetime, I'll have no regrets. Liu Hanqing stood up and bowed slightly to Wang Shifeng. Mr. Wang, your sincere dedication is truly admirable. Professor Liu, you flatter me. I'm simply hoping to do my part for society, Wang Shifeng said, quickly rising to return the gesture. Liu Hanqing and Qian Changming arrived together and left thoroughly satisfied. On the way back, they excitedly discussed the program's format and topics. Old Qian, what were we supposed to ask Professor Wang again? Just as their conversation was in full swing, Liu Hanqing suddenly remembered that the purpose of their visit seemed to be more than just this. Oh, I think we were supposed to get the first draft of book. Qian Changming also had a sudden realization. That's right, they had come to review the first draft to assess what Wang Shifeng had written. How had they skipped right over the planning stage and jumped straight into production? Hey, don't worry. Knowing Wang Shifeng's character, the book is definitely going to be fine. Otherwise, given Luo Xin and the others' temperaments, there's no way they'd agree to participate in the filming. Qian Changming waved his hand, signaling Liu Hanqing not to worry unnecessarily. Liu Hanqing nodded. You're right. We'll find out once it's published anyway. And so the two remained unaware of exactly what Wang Shifeng had written. Inside the office, Jiang Yun had witnessed the entire conversation between Wang Shifeng and the other two. To her eyes, it was as if she were watching a fox chatting animatedly with a husky and a golden retriever. The scene was extremely bizarre. Perhaps she'd been pulling too many all-nighters lately and was seeing things. But despite that, she had understood everything perfectly. As a result, Wang Shifeng's book, which was nothing but a sham, could not only be marketed to parents in broad daylight, it would even become the designated official textbook for a new program set to premiere on Xia TV. For some reason, Jiang Yun felt a strange heaviness on her wrist. Well, Ms. Jiang, that 10 million copies in sales we talked about yesterday, isn't that just around the corner? You'd better get ready to print more copies right away. Wang Shifeng took a sip of tea and looked at Jiang Yun with a smile. Jiang Yun looked at Wang Shifeng, opened her mouth several times, but in the end she swallowed her words. What could she say? She was nothing more than a pawn. Why aren't you heading home yet? Seeing that Jiang Yun wasn't speaking, Wang Shifeng turned and noticed Zheng Yuan and Zhen Yai crouched in the corner playing Gomoku, looking somewhat puzzled. You're not even in the scene anymore, what are you still hanging around here for? My dad's already called for me, aren't you going to take me home? Jiang Yun suddenly piped up in a light airy tone. Zheng Yuan fro. What do you mean? I did you such a huge favor, and now you're repaying kindness with ingratitude. Wang Shifeng immediately looked at Zheng Yuan with suspicion. Yun Yun, haven't you always been curious about why I betrayed you all those years ago? Zheng Yuan suddenly broke into a smile, one that was somewhat unsettling. Jiang Yun's pupils contracted slightly. She looked like a hedgehog with its quills raised, radiating a chill. It seemed as though Zheng Yuan's words had struck a nerve. So these two actually have a history I don't know about. Wang Shifeng frowned in displeasure, just as he'd suspected kids never share their lives with their parents. Zhen Yai had already sat up straight and was fully focused. Her intuition told her that today's drama wasn't over yet. Zhang Yun lowered her eyes and spoke softly. Would you like to hear a story from me? Are you going to follow Wang Shifeng's lead and start telling a story too? Alarm bells immediately went off in Jiang's head.